Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Golden Finger. Get the hell up, you maggots. Your mere existence squanders my resources. This afternoon, all of you are to march outside the city to scavenge for supplies. Whoever dares to slack off, I will personally deal with them. In Hang City, at the slave gathering point in Shanghang district, a foul-smelling, middle-aged man with yellowed teeth wielded a thorned black whip, striking the ground with relentless ferocity. Before him, a dozen ragged men and women stared vacantly, their expressions numb. Their faces bore the desolate gaze of souls who felt that nothing in this world was worth cherishing. Have I really traversed into another realm? Amidst the crowd, Su Zhe, cornered and observing the scene, furrowed his brow. After an evening of socializing and intoxication, he had never anticipated awakening in a different world. Within the chaos of his mind, a memory that did not belong to him emerged. 6 months after the apocalypse began, global turmoil erupted, although the authorities maintained a facade of control. Hidden forces lurked in the shadows. The Shanghang district was but a microcosm of this dystopian reality. It had transformed into a slum in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Words such as order, kindness, and harmony held no significance here. What reigned supreme was unending slaughter, oppression, and the merciless law of the jungle, where humanity devoured one another. Ruffians, traffickers, mutants, thieves, and hunters regarded this place as paradise. An absence of order prevailed, where only the strong survived at the expense of the weak. Among those, including Su Zhe, were the lowest echelon of society. Slaves, or, in a more colloquial term, maggots. Useless beings who merely scavenged for rotten scraps, driven by others day in and day out. A bunch of useless scum. Along. Make sure they all leave the city this afternoon. The pressure from above is suffocating. If none of you bring back 10 kilograms of steel or other supplies by tomorrow morning, I will have every last one of you killed. Replacing a batch of maggots wouldn't be a problem. Casting a cold gaze over Su Zhe and the others, the rotund man, displeased, addressed his subordinates before slowly disappearing from sight. This man, known as a Biaoist real name unknown to Su Zhe, is an official member of the Knife Society. His primary role in this den of maggots was to instruct the most lowly among them, such as Su Zhe, in the task of gathering supplies. Recently, the pressure from the Supply Management Department of the Knife Society had been overwhelming, causing a Biao to become increasingly irritable. Thus, he vented his frustrations upon Su Zhe and his companions. In just 1 week, Su Zhe and the others had ventured outside the city 3 times. Stand up. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Those who complete the supply gathering task today will be rewarded with a pound of gruel. After a Biao's departure, a figure previously referred to as a Huang entered the scene. He exuded an air of arrogance, as if wielding power he did not truly possess. In essence, a Huang shared a similar fate with Su Zhe, and the other she too was a maggot. The only distinction was that Ah Huang had been fortunate enough to rise as the leader among these little maggots. Each time they ventured out, Ah Huang trailed behind the crowd, armed with a primitive gun, ever the obedient follower. Holding a gun, he appeared timid and fearful, resembling a comical clown. Yet, such sentiments were rarely voiced aloud. How bizarre it is to find myself in this place, he muttered under his breath. As Ah Huang retreated into his designated chamber, Su Zhe regained his composure, absorbing the memories flooding his mind. Nearly 2 decades of fierce competition in the workplace had rendered Su Zhe's demeanor as tranquil as still water. Nevertheless, a sense of agitation lingered within him. Upon confirming that he was not dreaming, Su Zhe became acutely aware of the peril he now faced. The task of venturing outside the city to gather 10 pounds of steel appeared trivial at first glance. However, this was no harmonious society within the confines of Hang City. The stark reality was one of survival of the fittest, where humans preyed upon one another. And beyond the city walls, it was better left unsaid. In the truest physical sense, it was a matter of cannibalism. Beyond the high walls, zombies and mutated beasts roamed freely. Ruthless hunting groups had no qualms about plundering the meager resources of those who were utterly defenseless. According to Su Zhe's former memories, there had originally been over 100 fellow slaves in his cohort. Yet, after 3 excursions beyond the city, only a mere handful remained. The dangers of venturing outside were self-evident that my body is still functioning normally, and the original owner left behind a rusty watermelon knife. Suze, being inherently self-serving, surveyed the surrounding individuals, who could barely be deemed companions. He shook his head. Among the 10 or so people present, all but himself bore faces devoid of vitality or determination, resembling lifeless puppets. The prospect of uniting these individuals in a common cause seemed futile. At such perilous times, it would be a mercy if they refrained from turning on him. For now, Suze had no choice but to suppress the turmoil in his heart and focus on himself. After some contemplation, he arrived at a singular piece of good news. Due to his relatively short time in the slave exploration group, his physical condition remained largely intact. Aside from slight weariness, he was in good health. Most crucially, Suze discovered a rusty watermelon knife on his person. Once I leave the city, I'll find an opportunity to eliminate Ah Huang and make my escape. A plan to flee crystallized in Suze's mind, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his deep, dark eyes. As for whether taking a life would weigh upon his conscience, Suze scoffed at the notion. In his previous life, though he had never killed, he had orchestrated transactions that left others destitute, a fate no less severe than murder. Suze never claimed to be a virtuous individual. To be precise, he resembled a self-serving opportunist cloaked in the guise of benevolence. His principles of interaction were exceedingly straightforward. If his counterpart was a sheep, Suze could calmly peel away its fleece, remarking on its quality. If it were a wolf, he would not hesitate to slay it and barter its pelt for sustenance. Suze was simply Suze in a world on the brink of collapse. If he did not take lives, he would surely lose his own. Shall I take the wheel? After a brief respite of several minutes, Suze gritted his teeth and consumed a lump of a grayish-white, viscous, and unidentified substance, subsequently receiving his mission for this journey beyond the city. He was tasked with driving the surrounding individuals to the outskirts. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ultimate armored vehicle evolution system. Gaining access to the vehicle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a dilapidated Yinjing brand 8-wheel truck. The novice gift pack is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received feedback power, resulting in a significant enhancement of physical attributes. As Suze approached a rust-laden, battered truck, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his somewhat frail physique. Is this my golden finger? Realizing he possessed such an extraordinary ability, Suze momentarily froze. However, the look of astonishment on his face swiftly returned to normal. He opened the door, entered the vehicle, and inserted the key into the ignition. A subtle smile began to play at the corners of Suze's mouth. With the arrival of this golden finger, it was evident that his previous plans required a slight alteration. Chapter 2. Departing the City. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the vehicle. The Novice Gift Package has been successfully issued. Novice Gift Package. 1 free vehicle evolution. Would you like to use the Novice Gift Package? As Suze just entered the vehicle, a system prompt appeared once more. Yes. Ding! Vehicle evolution in progress. Vehicle evolution successful. Worn out Yinjing brand truck power enhanced mobile truck. Bound vehicle. Power enhanced mobile truck. Host. Suze. Vehicle equipment. 8 all-wheel drive high power engine. Bulletproof glass. Bulletproof steel plates. Feedback to host. Physical quality enhancement. Peak of normal human capability. Next stage of evolution. Armed armored truck. Material requirements. 1 ton of steel. 100 gene of rubber. 1 gene of rare metals, gold, silver, copper, etc. Tip: upon evolving into an armed truck, skill-based system feedback will be provided. As a bright light flickered, the vehicle driven by Suze underwent a remarkable transformation. The once rusty and battered exterior of the truck was rejuvenated. Even the interior decor experienced a significant makeover. Every aspect, from the tires to the outer paint, from the engine to the transmission, had been altered. What surprised Suze the most was not merely the transformation of the vehicle, but rather his own metamorphosis. His strength, speed, and physical condition had been further enhanced. Bang! With a forceful punch towards the air, an inexplicable sound of breaking through the void resonated. Taken aback, Suze quickly regained his composure. Seizing a steel pipe that lay in the passenger seat, with a slight effort, the fully steel-made pipe exhibited a distinct bend. Such physical strength could easily confront a dozen adversaries without any strain, could it not? Feeling the extraordinary power within him, Suze's confidence surged. After all, it is only in moments of disadvantage that one resorts to cunning schemes. Now, with absolute strength, he could simply crush any opposition. With a rumbling sound, suppressing both his melancholic thoughts and excitement, Suze started the vehicle and drove to the previously agreed-upon exit point of the city. At the urging of Huang, a dozen puppet-like slaves climbed into the truck's bed, while Huang settled into the passenger seat. "Drive properly, or you won't see the sun tomorrow," he threatened. It seemed that due to the system's influence, only Suze could perceive the truck's transformation. In Huang's view, the vehicle remained the same, nearly scrap truck, devoid of any alterations. After delivering his somewhat menacing instructions, Huang leaned against the passenger seat, clutching his old firearm, and fell asleep. In his eyes, Suze was merely a foul-smelling slave responsible for driving, and the earlier threat was just a formality. "Rest assured, sleep well," Suze replied lightly, glancing at the slumbering Huang, not wishing to stoop to his level. After all, no one would want to waste time on a man destined for demise. Once everyone was aboard, Suze started the vehicle and slowly drove from the slave gathering point to the exit of Shanghang District. Without the need for inspection, Suze had just halted the vehicle. Two armed guards at the official shelter responsible for security in the Shanghang District waved him away with a gesture, their eyes brimming with an indescribable disdain. It was as if Suze and his companions were not of the same species, but merely a disposable group of cannon fodder. Indeed, among the tens of thousands in the Shanghang District, the majority were mere scavengers seeking supplies. How could the ordinary citizens concern themselves with inconsequential waste? A reminder echoed in Suze's mind about the unspoken rules of Shanghang District. One must return and submit half of the gathered resources. With this thought, the two armed guards slowly opened the gates, ushering out Suze and the dozen or so trucks accompanying him. Upon exiting the city, Suze followed a relatively smooth road for a few minutes before parting ways with the other explorers. In the vast desolation of the barren desert, his solitary vehicle appeared strikingly lonely. Within the cabin, his expression darkened as he opened the map and discovered that their destination was the small town of Xiaodong, situated over 20 kilometers from Shanghang District. The murderous intent in his eyes became increasingly apparent. This was tantamount to a death sentence. In the memories of his former self, previous explorations had barely extended beyond 5 kilometers outside the Shanghang District. Although there was some danger, the presence of personal hunters and various hunting groups, aside from the slave factions, kept the area relatively safe. Monsters would indeed appear within that 5-kilometer radius, but not in significant numbers. However, beyond that distance, most individual hunters or small zombie hunting groups would refrain from venturing into uncharted territories. A multitude of mutated creatures and zombies awaited them. Even well-equipped hunting groups armed with kinetic firearms would hesitate to enter. Yet, this time, Suze and his team were tasked with heading to Xiaodong, a journey that was nearly equivalent to walking into a death trap. Xiaodong Town, prior to the apocalypse, had been a hub for vehicle repairs. With a population of just over 1,000, most villagers were engaged in the automotive repair industry. After the outbreak, Xiaodong saw almost no survivors. Yet it had accumulated a vast stockpile of vehicles, fuel, and metal resources. Suze realized that Biao was taking a gamble. The intent behind sending him to Xiaodong was clear, a wager. If successful, his group would return with a substantial bounty of resources, relieving Biao of pressure from above for at least half a month. If they failed, a new batch of slaves would simply be sent out to explore again. "Hey, why are you stopping? Get moving." At that moment, Huang, just awakening and looking bewildered, noticed Suze had halted the vehicle. He shouted while preparing to grab his firearm. Stopping to kill you, Suze thought, but he would not grant Huang any opportunity to react. He struck decisively. With a grip as firm as iron, Suze seized Huang, twisting forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as the spine shattered. Should he venture to Xiaodong Town? He discarded Huang's lifeless body from the passenger seat as effortlessly as one would toss a small chicken, then restarted the vehicle. Hesitating over the decision to go to Xiaodong Town, Suze realized that after eliminating Huang, he could very well forego the trip. As long as he released these dozen or so slaves, he would be free as a bird in an expansive sea. Yet, a bold idea lingered in his mind. A journey to Xiaodong Town might be prudent, for the supplies needed to upgrade his vehicle were conveniently available there. Chapter 3. Zhang Xiaojia, I offer you two choices. First, exit the vehicle. I shall not harm you. Second, remain inside. and I can assure your safety. While I cannot promise wealth, I can guarantee you will live with dignity. 5 kilometers beyond the city limits. Suze let the several slaves who had accompanied him out of the vehicle. Securing the vehicle, he leaped from the driver's seat. To enhance the intimidation of his words, he brandished the gunpowder weapon previously held by Ah Huang. With a slight exertion, the cast iron barrel snapped in two. Instantly, the once boisterous crowd fell silent upon witnessing Suze's prowess. Had he the choice, Suze would not have cast his gaze upon this lifeless group. Yet, what options remained? Especially after deciding to eliminate Ah Huang, only one path lay before him: to establish his own faction and survive in this wretched apocalypse. Possessing a unique advantage, even as a solitary individual, Suze could thrive in this world. However, his ambitions extended far beyond mere survival. In these chaotic times, what kind of time traveler would he be if he did not carve out his own domain? Perhaps it was in his nature, otherwise, in his past life. Suze would not have forsaken the leisurely life of a wealthy man to plunge headlong into the turbulent seas of commerce. The present circumstances bore an uncanny resemblance to those of yesteryear. I will stay and fight alongside you. Brother Suze, we have long desired to escape. We have resolved to follow you, to eliminate Ah Biao and live as human beings. Moments later, several slaves made their decision clear. They chose to follow Suze. Or rather, they had no other choice. With Ah Huang's demise, returning to the city was no longer an option. Remaining outside, their frail bodies would undoubtedly succumb to the harsh climate, even without the threat of mutated beasts. As a few took the lead, those who had hesitated soon followed suit. Deciding to join Suze. Excellent, you have made the right choice. Observing that none had departed, Suze smiled. Indeed, there is no simpler method than the intimidation of force. You there, step forward. What is your name? Compared to before, after ridding himself of Ah Huang, Suze could distinctly perceive a glimmer of excitement and desire in the eyes of these individuals. He welcomed their ambitions. It was the puppets devoid of thought that proved to be the most worthless. Among the crowd, one particularly conspicuous rotund figure caught Suze's attention. He would never wish to remain a mere slave to exploration for the entirety of his life. Thus, Suze granted him a chance for redemption. Boss. My name is Zhang Xiaojie. I used to roam in the Huaihai district, but unexpectedly ended up being forcibly taken by that beast, Ah Biao. During a stroll in Shanghang district, I pledged my unwavering loyalty to you. After recounting his background, Zhang Xiaojie stood respectfully behind Suze, as if he had already become one of his own. Very well, you shall be the leader of these individuals. Lead them to the vehicle. We are heading to Shaodong town. To Suze's satisfaction, despite being unaware of Zhang Xiaojie's true intentions, he was pleased with the latter's demeanor. Whether his loyalty was genuine mattered little to Suze at this moment. Having someone willing to align with him was a commendable beginning. Should Zhang Xiaojie harbor ulterior motives, Suze would not hesitate to eliminate him. To Shaodong town. Aren't we going somewhere else? As Suze spoke, the crowd stirred once more, having anticipated a journey to a different destination. Many began to regret their earlier decisions. Get in the vehicle. You have witnessed Boss Suze's strength. Do not forget that even the most renowned leader of the tiger hunting team in Shanghang district cannot single-handedly snap a steel pipe. Zhang Xiaojie swiftly embraced his role as a sycophant. After some urging, the dozen or so individuals hesitantly complied, boarding the truck's rear. It was evident that Zhang Xiaojie possessed some capability, prompting Suze to contemplate the latter's character in due course. Returning to the driver's seat, Suze felt a sense of satisfaction with Zhang Xiaojie's performance. Setting aside concerns about character for now, no significant issues regarding organizational skills had arisen. Discovering such perceptive talent among this group boded well for Suze's fortune. Once all were aboard, Suze wasted no time. He opened the map and set off towards Shaodong town along the dilapidated road. As the distance increased, the number of other travelers dwindled. However, fortune smiled upon them. Upon reaching the entrance to Shaodong town, they encountered merely 2 or 3 first-tier zombies on the road. There was no need for Suze to exit the vehicle, as they were dispatched into a pulp by the speeding truck. Disembark, pair up, and do not stray too far apart. Prioritize collecting automotive parts and metal. If you find any food, bring it back as well. Remember, I said I would treat you as human beings, but I never promised to share the spoils. All resources collected must be returned to me. After confirming that no anomalies lurked in the vicinity, Suze led the team out of the vehicle. After a stern admonition, he established the rules. I can regard you as human, but do not mistake me for a fool. To acquire more, one must exhibit their capabilities. Otherwise, they are merely deserving of the remnants. After casting a glance at the subtly altered expressions of those around him, Suze uttered these words and proceeded without further regard, leading the way into the heart of Xiaodong town. The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately refraining from voicing any dissent, and obediently followed in Suze's wake. Has someone been here? As Suze and the group gradually entered the town, he suddenly noticed fresh footprints imprinted in the muddy ground. Upon this discovery, he halted, gesturing for his companions to remain silent, and focused his gaze into the distance. Several figures clad in black robes stood at the end of the road, armed with iron rods and machetes, clearly aware of Suze and his entourage. Zhang Xiaojia approached and ascertained their identity and intentions. After confirming that they were not mutated zombies, Suze promptly dispatched Zhang Xiaojia to inquire about the group's purpose. Boss, I've inquired. They are nearby wanderers, stating that Xiaodong town is divided into two parts, and they are willing to join us in our exploration. A few moments later, Zhang Xiaojia returned. Wanderers? With this newfound understanding of the individuals waiting in the distance, Suze's demeanor grew increasingly grave. After all, in Suze's recollections, wanderers were not to be underestimated. Chapter 4. Crawlers, Zombies, and Gains. Let us proceed this way. Gather all usable items, and for the time being, disregard these wanderers. The term wanderers is quite literal. It refers to survivors who roam outside the city, lacking a permanent abode. They subsist by scavenging resources in unexplored areas, and among them, individuals are often a mixed bag. Since these wanderers showed no inclination to engage in conflict with Suze and his companions, he deemed it unnecessary to entangle himself with them further. After a moment of contemplation, Suze made a decision. He led the group towards the left side of Xiaodong town, heading in the direction of the automobile repair shop. Boss, there are zombies and crawlers. Quickly, everyone stay still. These crawlers are incredibly swift, and there are zombies. Boss, should we flee? Just as they entered Xiaodong town, before Suze and his group could fully disperse, a dozen crawlers, each the size of a calf, emerged from the ruins of the buildings. Additionally, on the opposite side of the street, 3 or 4 decaying zombies, devoid of reason, lumbered towards them, seemingly drawn by the scent of living flesh. These sluggish creatures, usually slow, surged forth with astonishing vigor. What is the panic? Maintain your positions. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Those who run astray deserve their fate. Possessing a system. Suze remained relatively composed in the face of the dozen crawlers before him. Glancing to the left, he spotted a massive, discarded utility pole on the ground. Although the apocalypse had ravaged the world for half a year, this steel pole, now snapped in two, presented itself as the most suitable weapon for Suze. Scatter and do not interfere with me. Seizing the half of the utility pole, Suze prepared for confrontation. Die. Wielding a power line as thick as a thigh and several meters in length, Suze resembled the legendary warrior El Bu. He swung the pole with great force at the approaching swarm of creatures. With a resounding thud, the metal collided with the flesh of the insects, shattering the surrounding silence like a thunderous drumbeat. The immense strength surging within Suze sent 5 or 6 of the creatures flying. The once glimmering, sturdy armor that adorned their bodies now bore cracks, and dark green blood dripped onto the ground, roaring in realization that Suze was not an easy opponent. The cowardly creatures began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Their previous savagery and bloodlust vanished, replaced by an indescribable fear reflected in their compound eyes. Now they wish to flee? Such a notion comes far too late. Sensing their rising terror, Suze was determined not to let these beasts escape unscathed. Though these creatures were not even the most rudimentary of mutated beasts, their armor represented excellent defensive material. The intact exoskeleton of a single insect could be exchanged for a ration of dried earthworms mixed with wheat bran. Thus, in Suze's eyes, these creatures were not monsters, but rather a source of sustenance. Those who seek to feast, follow me, he called out, observing that his subordinates were cowering in fear. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Onward. We cannot linger while our leader leads the charge. Zhang Xiaojia, a talent Suze had handpicked, promptly picked up a fragment of stone from the street and rushed ahead, ready to face the danger alongside Suze. The remaining dozen or so followers, witnessing this, seized any makeshift weapons they could find and advanced without further hesitation. I leave the insects to you. I will handle the zombies. Though the insects appeared fearsome, any rational person would find them relatively easy to confront. Zombies, however, were a different matter altogether, possessing strength far beyond that of the average human. Coupled with the ability to transmit a virulent infection, Any normal person infected by a zombie would inevitably succumb and become one within 12 hours. Suze relied on his companions to assist in transporting supplies. He would deal with the zombies himself. It was said that even the most basic of first-tier zombies were impervious to blades and bullets, so he was eager to test their resilience against his full might. With the power line in hand, Suze hesitated not for a moment. He surged forward at full speed toward the 3 zombies before him, eschewing any flamboyant techniques. He channeled all his strength into the pole, delivering a sweeping strike of unparalleled ferocity. The already formidable power line transformed into a weapon of tremendous might under Suze's immense force. With a deafening impact, the moment the zombies met the pole, their once bulletproof bodies crumbled like fragile glass. Transformed into a mere pulp, fragments of flesh scattered across the ground like the size of a fist, rendering the surroundings a scene of utter disarray. HM? An unexpected find? After confirming that no other life-threatening creatures lurked nearby, Suze initially intended to depart without delay. However, to his astonishment, at the very moment he turned, a crystal-like object radiating a grayish-white glow had lodged itself atop the head of a fallen zombie. Approaching, Suze picked it up. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Tier 1 zombie crystal. The instant he grasped the crystal, the system delivered its prompt. Simultaneously, a clear delineation of the power hierarchy within this world unfurled in Suze's mind. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, a new breed of extraordinary beings known as Awakened Ones emerged across the globe. This phenomenon fundamentally explains how the remnants of humanity managed to establish survivor cities amidst such profound darkness. In terms of classification, the Awakened Ones are divided into 10 tiers. Tier 1 is the weakest, while Tier 10 stands as the strongest. Even the most basic Tier 1 Awakened One possesses immense strength, easily capable of dealing with a dozen ordinary individuals without difficulty. Tiers 2 to 5 represent the backbone of humanity, wielding the ability to manipulate various elemental forces. To describe their might as capable of annihilating a city single-handedly would not be an exaggeration. The subsequent tiers represent powers that are currently beyond Suze's reach. He recalled that Li Fengtian, the president of the Knife Society in Shanghang District, was also a Tier 2 Awakened One. This fact significantly contributed to the Knife Society's capacity to form a slave team to scavenge for resources. The entire Knife Society controlled a quarter of the territory and resources in Shanghang District, without a formidable force to safeguard it. They would have long been reduced to nothing but bones. The primary purpose of this Tier 1 zombie crystal is to awaken Awakened Ones. What a windfall! Gazing at the crystal pulsating with a grayish-white light in his hand, Suze felt pleasantly surprised. An outing for exploration had yielded such a remarkable treasure. Chapter 5. Evolution again, everyone. Ensure that the spoils around us are thoroughly cleaned up, especially the exoskeletons from the crawlers. Not a single piece should be left behind. Zhang Shaojia, assign 2 individuals to patrol the streets. Report any anomalies to me at once. The rest, follow me, and load these items onto the truck. After securing the recently acquired Tier 1 crystal in his pocket, Suze promptly regained his focus. He instructed the 10 or so individuals around him to mobilize, preparing to extract all the materials piled within the nearby auto parts factory. Steel, rubber, and copper seemed to be in abundance there. Any surplus materials should be taken back. Then eliminate a Biao. Surely, the Knife Society would not mind the replacement of a mere leader of a small slave-gathering point, would they? Upon confirming the presence of materials needed for upgrading his truck within the factory, Suze swiftly devised his subsequent plan. After collecting the materials, he would return to the city and dispose of a Biao, using the original slave-gathering point as a temporary refuge. This plan currently represented the most fitting choice for Suze, albeit laden with risks. He was gambling. After the demise of a Biao, one wonders whether Xiao Dao would be overly concerned. In Suze's perception, Xiao Dao, who governs a quarter of the Shanghang district, actually oversees hundreds of slave-gathering points. Ostensibly, there are numerous slave masters akin to a Biao, but in truth, they merely hold the title of official Xiao Dao members. The upper echelons of Xiao Dao are indifferent to who controls these slaves. Their sole concern lies in the monthly collection of resources. Hence, Suze gambles that Xiao Dao would not mind a change of management at a slave-gathering point, provided he can supply ample resources. Boss, we have some automotive materials and a few tires. Food is scarce. Half an hour later, the nearby auto parts factory had been thoroughly looted. Zhang Shaojie instructed his men to transport the gathered supplies to the rear of the vehicles and subsequently reported the details of their haul to Suze. They had secured approximately 2 tons of steel, some rubber tires, and several intact motors. Most surprisingly, they also found food, 2 complete packs of instant noodles, and an unopened pack of cigarettes, evidently left behind by mechanics before the apocalypse. Given the distance from Hang City, these items were a fortunate find for Suze. Everyone, get in. We cannot linger here. Take the supplies and retreat immediately. After receiving notification from the system that the material upgrades were complete, Suze refrained from being overly greedy. He signaled for everyone to board the vehicle and prepared to leave Xiaodong town. Although there were currently no other mutated creatures nearby, Suze could not guarantee that the area would remain as safe in the near future. Get in. We're leaving. Hurry, hurry. Nightfall is approaching, and those creatures will go wild. As Suze returned to the driver's seat, Zhang Xiaojie urged the others to board as well. He also distributed some steel pipes and iron plates from their recent collection, seemingly intending to use these as weapons. Zhang Xiaojie proved to be quite astute. Observing this through the rearview mirror, Suze felt a sense of appreciation for his resourcefulness. A person who understands how to arm themselves with available resources in dire circumstances could not merely be a numb, scavenging slave. It seemed prudent to find an opportunity to inquire about Zhang Xiaojie's background in detail. Having made a mental note of this, Suze gradually drove towards the outskirts of Xiaodong town while activating the system interface. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the materials required for the next stage of vehicle upgrades. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Without hesitation, Suze chose to proceed with the upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, host. Vehicle upgrade successful. Attribute template activated. Host ability feedback. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired skill feedback. Alloy armor. Alloy armor allows the host to temporarily merge with their bound vehicle. The familiar radiant glow enveloped the vehicle Suze was driving. Within mere seconds, the vehicle underwent a remarkable transformation. Although the truck had appeared rejuvenated after its upgrade, it remained fundamentally a conventional truck, merely enhanced with thicker bulletproof steel plates, fortified glass, and increased power. However, following this evolution, Suze could distinctly perceive a difference in his driving experience. The original bulletproof metal, despite its formidable defensive capabilities, imparted a critical flaw to the vehicle. Its weight had significantly increased, leading to a dramatic loss of agility and an uptick in fuel consumption. Although there was an official fuel supply point in the Shanghang district, the prices were exorbitant. The fuel expended during this exploration even surpassed the combined worth of Suze and the other 10 slaves, were it not for the Knife Society's pressing need for steel as a resource reserve. Suze surmised that a Biao would not have permitted them to venture out in the vehicle. Yet, after this evolution, Suze could unmistakably sense that the overall weight of the vehicle had become lighter. The once hefty bulletproof steel plates had been replaced with a sleek layer of silvery metal. Even more astonishing was the emergence of a dual-barrel cannon atop the vehicle, reminiscent of something from a science fiction realm, exuding an intimidating aura from its dark barrel. This cannon was undeniably formidable. With a desire to discern the specifics of the vehicle's evolution and the skills he had acquired, Suze promptly accessed the attribute interface. Bound vehicle, armored truck, host, Suze vehicle equipment, 8WD fuel-efficient engine, nano-protection glass, nano-level bulletproof special metal, dual 120mm energy cannon, host feedback, body enhancement, alloy armor, next evolution phase, comprehensive armored truck, material requirements, 10 tons of steel, 1,000 pounds of rubber, 10 pounds of rare metals, gold, silver, copper, etc. Level 1 crystals. Note: upon evolving into a comprehensive armored truck, a personal equipment feedback system will be provided. Could the next upgrade require such an immense quantity of resources? What precisely is this alloy armor? Observing the system interface before him, Suze gained a general understanding of his current situation. However, what piqued his curiosity further was the nature of the alloy armor that had been rewarded by the system, as well as the level of his own strength within this world. Chapter 6, Loyalty Panel Personal Attributes. While driving the vehicle back to Hangzhou's Shanghang district, Suze remained industrious. After closing the vehicle attributes, he immediately opened his personal attribute interface. Host, Suze level, Tier 1, acquired feedback, alloy armor, loyal subordinates, Zhang Xiaojie, loyal. So, my current state is akin to a Tier 1 ability user, and Zhang Xiaojie has actually reached a level of loyalty towards me. The elements displayed on the personal attribute panel were quite straightforward, consisting only of some basic properties. However, Suze was taken aback by what he found. Above this personal panel, the display reveals the loyalty of his subordinates, a revelation that takes Su Zhe by surprise. System: how is loyalty determined? Ding. Loyalty levels are classified into 6 categories: indifferent, 0 to 20, friendly, 20 to 40, loyal, 40 to 60, esteemed, 60 to 80, devoted, 80 to 95, and fanatical, 95 to 100. Those rated esteemed and above are unlikely to betray their host. Understanding the system's classification of loyalty, Su Zhe proceeded to examine Zhang Xiaojie's personal attributes. What is this? Zhang Xiaojie, loyalty level, devoted, 92 points, opportunistic, cunning, possesses certain capabilities, formerly a member of the Huaihai District Survivor Alliance. Later defected to Shanghang District where he was captured by a Biao and forced into slavery. Suggestion: under absolute force, Zhang Xiaojie is undoubtedly the best subordinate. A sycophant. Indeed, Zhang Xiaojie is no ordinary individual. After perusing Zhang Xiaojie's detailed information, Su Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he believed the system could only provide rudimentary information about Zhang Xiaojie. To his astonishment, it also granted him insight into loyalty levels and revealed Zhang Xiaojie's background. A self-serving, cunning character with certain skills. This is precisely to Su Zhe's liking. Perhaps only someone of this nature can thrive amidst the apocalypse. Simultaneously, Su Zhe comprehended why Zhang Xiaojie was the first to express a willingness to join his ranks. Intelligent and perceptive. Regrettably, the remaining individual's loyalty levels hovered merely at the friendly tier, indicating that he must elevate their sentiments to at least loyal before returning to the city. After closing Zhang Xiaojie's attributes, Su Zhe then opened the loyalty list of the other personnel. The vast majority of slaves exhibited a loyalty level within the friendly range. In simple terms, if Su Zhe possesses strength, these individuals would certainly not betray him. However, in the face of danger, they would waver as easily as a blade of grass in the wind. Su Zhe had anticipated this outcome. It is only natural for them to be like grass, as not every slave could possess the ambition of Zhang Xiaojie. Many who joined the exploration team had already lost their pride and dignity, reduced to merely begging for scraps. To be frank, Su Zhe did not desire these individuals, this collection of feeble souls. Yet, he had no choice. In the early stages, he truly required some manpower. Relying solely on himself to gather such a vast array of automotive upgrade materials was a monumental task. Su Zhe neither could nor wished to undertake it. By providing them with some decent sustenance at the city gate, he might manage to win their hearts. Although these spineless individuals seemed largely useless, they still presented a distinct advantage for Su Zhe. It is incredibly easy to elevate their goodwill. A single meal would motivate them to serve him loyally. What, after all, is this alloy armor? After closing the loyalty interface for his subordinates, Su Zhe resumed his examination of the feedback abilities acquired from the recent vehicle upgrade. The initial upgrade had bestowed upon him formidable physical prowess. In this second enhancement, in addition to the standard boost in physical attributes, Su Zhe discovered an additional capability. He promptly accessed the details of the skill. Alloy armor. This ability allows the truck to merge with the host's body, enhancing defensive capabilities, personal strength, and enabling the use of a dual-barreled energy cannon. Duration: 30 minutes. Skill cooldown: 1 day. Upon fusion, the host's strength is equivalent to a peak second tier. An explosive skill? After reviewing the details, Su Zhe grasped the essence of this ability. It functioned as a burst skill, providing protection equivalent to that of an armored vehicle along with an additional offensive capability. A peak second-tier strength. Did this not imply that in a state of peak performance, he could rival the leader of the Knife Society? The figure of Li Fengtian from the Knife Society surfaced in Su Zhe's mind. He was a notorious figure in Shanghang District. Previously, Su Zhe had harbored concerns regarding the repercussions of killing a Biao upon returning to the city, fearing that the Knife Society might retaliate against him. Yet now, should any member of the Knife Society dare to confront him, Su Zhe would not hesitate to usurp Li Fengtian's position. Boss, are you busy? As he contemplated his plans, Su Zhe remained focused on driving. At that moment, Zhang Xiaojie, seated in the back of the truck, suddenly maneuvered to the passenger seat beside him, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. However, Su Zhe could discern that this fellow had come with a purpose. What is it? Speak quickly. Understanding Zhang Xiaojie's intention, Su Zhe, dismissing further inquiries, gestured for him to proceed. Actually, it's nothing major. I'm just concerned about our return to Hang City. It might be difficult to explain things to a Biao, especially since he not only possesses a firearm, but also has a dozen thugs at his disposal. While those thugs may not be superhumans, they are armed. And your thoughts on this? Realizing Zhang Shaojie had sought him out regarding their return, Suze pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a halt. I know you are no ordinary boss, and I have great respect for you, but at this juncture, I believe it would be prudent for us not to return to the city. It would be wise to seek an alternative location. With the resources we currently possess, we could relocate to Huaihai District or other areas of Hang City, completely avoiding a confrontation in Shanghang District. Recognizing that Suze was testing him, Zhang Shaojie candidly expressed his thoughts. Suze was indeed formidable. Zhang Shaojie estimated that Suze had reached a level akin to that of a superhuman, rather than merely a mutated individual due to some bizarre concoction. This was precisely why Zhang Shaojie was unflinchingly loyal to him. However, the notion of attempting to return to Shanghang District with his mere dozen or so subordinates to eliminate a Biao seemed rather implausible to him. Boss, what are you laughing at? As Zhang Shaojie's gaze settled on Suze, who was seated in the driver's seat, he inquired. A hint of amusement graced Suze's countenance, leaving Zhang Shaojie somewhat perplexed. Chapter 7. The Black Market. Zhang Shaojie. You truly deserve the title of a clever individual. Indeed, your thoughts may be more prudent. However, at this juncture, Suze abruptly paused, regarding Zhang Shaojie with a gaze imbued with profound significance. What if I were to reveal that my capabilities extend far beyond what you perceive? Boss. I mean, no offense, Zhang Shaojie stammered, flustered under Suze's unwavering stare, instinctively seeking to clarify. It's nothing. I trust you won't betray me. Yet I wish to convey that my strength surpasses your imaginings. Observing his reaction, Suze gestured for Zhang Shaojie to forego further explanation and nonchalantly stated, By the way, have everyone in the back of the vehicle disembark, and bring down the instant noodles as well. I happen to have matters to attend to. Understood, boss. I comprehend. Zhang Shaojie seemed to grasp something profound after Suze's pointed remark. Boss, on our return, should we perhaps procure some weapons from the black market outside the city? As he exited the passenger seat, Zhang Shaojie suddenly broached the subject. Hang City is divided into inner and outer districts, with the inner city encompassing Shanghang District, Huaihai District, Limbin District, and the farthest, Dongxi District. Although there exist various places within the city for weapon transactions, most are under the control of competing factions. For ordinary slaves, acquiring weapons through these channels proves exceedingly difficult. In contrast, the outer city presents a different scenario. Despite the rampant presence of mutated beasts and zombies, the area within 1 kilometer of Hang City remains relatively secure. Aside from a few lowly crawlers, other menacing creatures have been largely eradicated. Thus, the zone within a kilometer outside Hang City resembles an unregulated cityscape, colloquially referred to as the outer city. Within the outer city, several black markets thrive. As long as one possesses sufficient energy crystals and supplies, one can exchange them for virtually anything desired. The identity of the seller is of little concern. Having surmised Suze's intentions, Zhang Shaojie yearned to trade his resources for weapons. When the time for action arrives, he certainly did not wish for the dozen or so slaves to confront adversity armed with mere steel plates. The black market? Let us consider a visit. Upon hearing Zhang Shaojie's words, Suze momentarily hesitated before resolving to explore the black market. Yet, his purpose in doing so was not to acquire weapons, but rather for another objective. After all, Suze's combat prowess was not reliant upon these emaciated individuals, should he encounter formidable opposition. A handful of antiquated firearms could hardly alter the tide of battle. Suze's singular aim in visiting the black market was to ascertain whether he could procure some personnel. Within the recesses of his former self's memories, he recalled that the black market in the outer city dealt not solely in weapons. Once we have dealt with these individuals, we shall first visit the black market. After signaling Zhang Shaojie to have everyone disembark, Suze too exited the vehicle, bringing along the provisions acquired from Xiaodong town. Is everyone present? Boss, everyone is accounted for. Upon hearing Suze's words, Zhang Shaojie immediately stepped forward, signaling everyone to stand in order. Do you see these items? I am prepared to share this food with you all. With that, Suze gestured towards the complete instant noodles beside him, his expression calm as he gazed at the crowd. Instant noodles? Our leader is being so generous. Could it be? We truly have not misjudged him. Leader, were your earlier words sincere? As Suze spoke, the previously indifferent crowd erupted with excitement. Their greedy eyes were fixated on the instant noodles before them. For these slaves, who typically subsisted on a meager diet of wheat husks mixed with dried earthworms, this instant noodles represented a veritable feast. In the past, it was not just them, Even figures like a Biao found it exceedingly luxurious to indulge in such delicacies. Zhang Shaojie distribute these items. In response to the crowd's astonishment, Su Zhe maintained his impassive demeanor, instructing Zhang Shaojie to open the instant noodles and distribute them one by one. Remarkably, the quantity of food was just sufficient for each person to receive a portion. Once everyone had received their noodles, Su Zhe spoke again. I mentioned before leaving the city that I intend to treat you as human beings. This is merely the beginning. However, as he continued, a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze. But what if there are those who do not wish for your transformation back into humanity? Then we shall kill him. It was uncertain who spoke first, but the latent resentment within the crowd was instantly ignited by this spark. Kill him. Anyone who denies us our humanity shall be slain. Obey the leader. The previously despondent group erupted in fervor, including Zhang Shaojie, finally exuding a semblance of humanity. Seeing this, Su Zhe sensed the atmosphere had reached a pivotal point and waved for silence. Good. I finally see the yearning within you. Today I have something to share. This return to the city is about eliminating those who presume to control your lives. After speaking, Su Zhe summoned Zhang Shaojie to his side. Let them finish their meal and then get back on the vehicle. You will take the passenger seat and lead me to the black market. After issuing his commands, Su Zhe returned to the driver's seat. How wonderful, winning hearts with just a packet of instant noodles. Through the translucent window, he observed the remarkably transformed group before him. Smiling, even without accessing the system, Su Zhe could sense their loyalty towards him. When he checked, as expected, the loyalty of all personnel had reached a commendable level. Barring exceptional circumstances, these individuals would not betray them. This was, after all, only natural. In moments of utmost despair, even a single straw could become a lifeline tightly grasped in the heart. What more could be said of food that truly had the power to save lives? Food is indeed the finest remedy for dissolving all negative emotions, before the apocalypse, and after it as well. The vehicle was filled, and we were nearing the black market located on the western outskirts of the city, primarily known for the trade of weapons. No, I seek something other than weapons. Su Zhe interjected. As the others boarded, Zhang Shaojie immediately took his place in the passenger seat, ready to accompany Su Zhe to the black market. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Zhe interrupted. What I desire is not arms but human beings. Inform me where I can procure slaves. Slaves. Boss. Zhang Shaojie froze momentarily, his face reflecting sheer astonishment at this revelation. Do you truly believe a small gang of merely a dozen individuals can achieve anything significant? When it comes to people, one must broaden their perspective. In this apocalyptic world, certain notions must be dared to be imagined. Su Zhe chose not to elaborate further, merely suggesting that Zhang Shaojie lead the way rather than waste time. Chapter 8. Slave Trade Captain. Up ahead lies the largest human trafficking black market in the vicinity. While weapons are also sold, the primary focus remains on the trade of slaves. However, it seems entry is restricted to a limited number of individuals. By the way, boss, this black market ostensibly has only a few armed guards, but I've heard that there are also ability users protecting it. Moreover, it is rumored to have connections with the official authorities in Shanghang district, so it would be wise for you to refrain from acting impulsively. Zhang Shaojie, fearing Su Zhe's potential recklessness in attempting to seize the slaves by force, felt compelled to offer further warnings. Yet, Su Zhe appeared unfazed. He merely cast a glance at Zhang Shaojie and replied nonchalantly, understood. With that, he prepared to exit the vehicle. Zhang Shaojie, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, recalled the profound impression Su Zhe had left on him earlier. He feared Su Zhe might act rashly, relying solely on his personal strength to storm in. Zhang Shaojie was acutely aware of what Su Zhe had meant during their earlier conversation in the vehicle. Without any hesitation, he pointed the way, leading Su Zhe to the largest slave-trading black market in Hank City. However, due to regulations of the black market, no more than 5 individuals were permitted to enter at once. Zhang Shaojie was torn. He wished to suggest that Su Zhe enter alone while he waited outside with the supplies. However, such a proposition required immense trust, and he doubted Su Zhe would place that level of faith in him. Thus, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, allowing Su Zhe to make his own decision. After all, the value of the steel, rubber, and other basic materials they carried was significant, whether for trading weapons in the black market or exchanging for food in Shanghang district. Just remain in the vehicle and await my return. Do not be so apprehensive. Sometimes excessive restraint may suggest pettiness on my part, Su Zhe remarked. While he could harbor doubts about anyone, he retained faith in the system. Zhang Shaojie, certified by the system's loyalty verification, was undoubtedly the most trustworthy individual in Suze's eyes, without comparison. Boss, Suze's words left Zhang Shaojie feeling a deep sense of shame. Where is he? Just as Zhang Shaojie regained his composure, he noticed that Suze had vanished from the driver's seat. After retrieving a mask at the entrance of the black market, he disappeared into the depths of the market. Are there still many people? Once inside the black market, Suze instinctively surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the number of individuals present exceeded his initial expectations. The expanse of the black market is rather limited, comprising a total of 5 stories. The interior decor, under such circumstances, can be considered quite commendable, seemingly powered by a diesel generator. The black market exudes an opulent aura, starkly contrasting with the desolate and dilapidated exterior. At its center lies a spiraling staircase crafted from marble, ascending and descending to showcase slaves of varying tiers. The first floor, being the largest, accommodates the highest number of individuals. However, upon a cursory glance, Suze noted that the majority of the slaves on this level were middle-aged individuals voluntarily offering themselves for sale. Both men and women could be acquired, provided one was able to supply a modicum of sustenance. Suze harbored no interest in such slaves. He sought individuals with combat prowess, talent, or exceptional skills, not these lifeless husks. As he gradually lifted his gaze, the second floor revealed a starkly different scene. Although smaller in area than the first, the nature of transactions had undergone a significant transformation. This level had evolved into a marketplace for slave traders rather than individual sellers. Here, Suze did not observe slaves displayed like mere commodities. Instead, a simple wooden board listed the types of slaves available, detailing essential information such as age, pre-apocalypse professions, and gender. The clientele predominantly comprised slave traders and their patrons. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he found simple glass enclosures filled exclusively with female slaves. The quality of slaves appeared to increase with each ascending level. At this juncture, Suze felt no inclination towards these ornamental figures. It was not a lack of desire that deterred him, but rather the realization that acquiring such individuals was beyond his means. Even if he could afford them, he would not squander his limited resources to satiate mere physical urges. The 2nd floor was truly his destination. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Suze was approached by a robust middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, who introduced himself as Huang Jibao, the manager of the Sanbao Trading Company's Hangzhou branch. Whatever type of slave you desire, I can procure for you, he asserted. Suze, not wishing to overthink the matter, readily expressed his requirements. I seek healthy males aged between 20 and 40. Curious about their trading methods, he inquired, what is your exchange process, materials, or energy crystals? The resources Suze could offer in exchange for slaves were rather limited, comprising only energy crystals and some steel procured from Shaodong town. After accounting for supplies used in upgrading his truck, he still had a fair amount remaining. Initially, he had contemplated using these resources to secure provisions, but it now seemed advantageous to select personnel instead. As for the energy crystals in his possession, although essential for future truck upgrades, Suze concluded that trading them for the manpower he currently required would be the most cost-effective option, regardless of whether it is resources or energy crystals. Our Sanbao Trading Company accepts all, though the exchange ratios vary for different items. However, in terms of pricing, rest assured, our Sanbao Trading Company offers fair prices, devoid of deceit. As he spoke, Huang Jibao presented the price list for the slaves that Suze required. 1 pound of rice or 10 pounds of steel, or equivalent materials, could be exchanged for a healthy male, though lacking additional skills. Slaves possessing specific skills, such as electricians, builders, or masons, would command a higher price. As Suze examined the pricing, Huang Jibao provided further explanations. The more Suze looked, the more peculiar his expression became. This was not due to the prices being exorbitant, but rather alarmingly affordable. The prices he observed were, in fact, a tenth lower than he had anticipated. However, upon reflection, Suze came to terms with it. It was merely that his mindset had yet to fully adapt. In chaotic times, human lives are regarded as mere trifles. Aside from individuals of exceptional beauty, the prices of ordinary slaves are surprisingly low. After all, those inclined to purchase slaves are few. In Suze's recollection, individuals like a Biao primarily acquired slaves through deception, abduction, or forceful means from outside the city, never spending resources to buy them. The situation was largely similar elsewhere, as such times are rife with individuals desperate for sustenance. The only scenario in which they might consider purchasing slaves is when a newly discovered, unexplored area leads to a significant number of slave casualties, leaving insufficient slaves to continue exploring. Otherwise, these ordinary slaves, devoid of value, would hardly fetch a price. Chapter 9. Lin Yedong Boss, our prices are already quite low. If you truly wish to proceed, we can negotiate further for larger quantities, Huang Jimao suggested. Sensing Su Zhe's hesitation and instinctively assuming that Su Zhe found the price too high. Indeed, these prices could generally be considered reasonable. However, with the destruction of 2 neighboring cities by the beast tide, hundreds of thousands of refugees flooded into other cities in Jiang province. Although the number of refugees in Hang City was not overwhelming, the city was still overcrowded. During such times, it was improbable for anyone to actively seek to purchase slaves. Consequently, the slaves acquired through commercial channels found themselves in an awkward position. Although they were fundamentally commodities, slaves were relatively unique, unlike ordinary goods. They could not be stockpiled indefinitely, as they required sustenance to survive. While even the most basic wheat bran gruel could keep the slaves barely alive, it would inevitably increase their overall cost. With the rare arrival of a potential customer, Huang Jinbao was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Boss, how about this? If you place a bulk order for 10 slaves, I will personally authorize the addition of 1 more for free. Observing Su Zhe's inclination to leave, Huang Jinbao hesitated to commit to a fixed price and opted instead to offer a concession. Very well, I shall take 10. You may bring the slaves outside, and I will settle the payment with steel. The number of 10 slaves aligned perfectly with Su Zhe's expectations, and embracing the notion of seizing a bargain. He readily agreed to this transaction. Soon, under the escort of several individuals, 11 slaves meeting Su Zhe's requirements were brought forth. A cursory glance revealed that they were physically intact and in decent condition, devoid of any apparent defects. Yet, an unmistakable aura of despair, reminiscent of the inhuman, flickered in their expressions. Nevertheless, they were significantly better than the previous 10 that Su Zhe had gathered. Once he confirmed the quality of the slaves, Su Zhe signaled to Huang Jinbao to take them away. At that moment, Su Zhe descended the stairs alongside Huang Jinbao, who seemed to harbor concerns regarding the security of the transaction, having brought along 2 armed guards from the Sanbao Chamber of Commerce. Su Zhe bore no objections to this precaution. Boss, do you want a slave? I am quite capable. As long as you do not let my sister and me starve, we will do anything. The words of a youthful voice rang out just as Su Zhe reached the ground floor, preparing to exit the black market. A somewhat juvenile figure suddenly appeared before him, wrapped in coarse cotton and linen, yet the outline of bony arms was discernible. The frail visage and disheveled hair unmistakably indicated that the boy was in dire straits, yet he endeavored to present his merits before Su Zhe. Upon hearing Su Zhe's lightly amused inquiry, the boy was momentarily taken aback. His gaze wandered uncertainly towards a corner, where a small girl was ensconced in tattered blankets. Despite her filthy countenance, a faint trace of beauty could still be detected on her face. Her snow-white hair stood out starkly amidst the chaotic throng, exuding an inexplicable sense of purity. Perhaps her only flaw lay in her eyes, which, though large and glistening, were shrouded in a murky haze, indicating her blindness. Su Zhe cast a glance at her as well. The petite girl, perhaps due to her blindness, fear, or a combination of both, trembled continuously within her shabby cocoon, murmuring softly. Upon closer listening, it seemed she was calling for her brother, the very boy before him. Suddenly, the boy's expression hardened with resolve. Yes. As long as you save me and my sister, I can kill. Is that so? Then what if I instruct you to kill an infant in swaddling clothes? A frail old man, or a vicious brute you know you cannot defeat. Words can be spoken by anyone, yet you seem to lack the conviction to sway me. With that, Su Zhe turned to leave. The world is rife with suffering. To act against one's better judgment is the trait of a sage. Alas, Su Zhe was no sage. I can do it. Just tell me whom to kill. However, to Su Zhe's astonishment, as he turned away, the boy reappeared. His appearance markedly transformed. Kneeling before Su Zhe, he held a rusted, broken dagger, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. As long as you are willing to save my sister, I, Lin Yudong, am prepared to take any life, even at the cost of my own. But what if that target is your sister? Then I would kill you and subsequently take my own life. Oh, Lin Yudong, you say? The young Lin Yudong's response exhibited no hesitation, but rather an extraordinary resolve. The preceding words were merely jest, so please rise. Gently assisting Lin Yudong to his feet, Su Zhe began to stroll forward, while Lin Yudong behind him appeared somewhat at a loss, uncertain whether to follow or remain stationary. His instincts whispered to him that this young man before him was anything but ordinary. Yet Lin Yudong wrestled with inner turmoil, torn between the urge to advance and the fear that his earlier response might incite anger. What are you hesitating for? Suze, do not wait for others. Suze did not pause until they reached the entrance of the black market, signaling for the onlooking Huang Jin about to step outside and wait. A faint smile graced his lips. Go fetch your sister. I had not noticed anything enticing about you before, but now I do. Your intentions seem quite intriguing. I assure you, after today, you shall emerge as a wholly transformed individual. Before him stood a young man, temporarily clad in tattered garments, emaciated and seemingly inconspicuous among the crowd. Yet Suze could sense the steadfastness and repressed ferocity within Lin Yudong's heart. Some individuals are inherently born to be assassins, and Lin Yudong is one such candidate. Suze's words were not mere boastful bravado, but rather a reflection of the ambition that resided within him. Without even a modicum of ambition, Suze felt unworthy of the opportunities that lay before him. Upon the arrival of autumn on the 8th of September, when my flowers bloom, a massacre shall ensue. This poem is splendid. Just call me boss. Approximately half a minute later, Lin Yudong returned with his sister by his side, her youthful visage betraying a hint of nervousness. The siblings clasped hands tightly, seemingly seeking solace through this gesture. Suze noticed this and spoke directly. Boss. Yes, boss. Upon hearing Suze's words, a flicker of excitement shone in Lin Yudong's eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, he promptly took his sister's hand and followed in Suze's footsteps. Chapter 10. Return to Shanghang District. Let us head straight back to the city. Remember to conceal your belongings well, and simply toss some trinkets to the guards at the entrance. Additionally, please take care of the young man and the girl I brought in earlier. He will be your mentor from now on. After arranging the transaction with Huang Jinbao, Suze drove back to Shanghang District, issuing instructions to Zhang Shaojie regarding matters to be mindful of upon their return to the city. Boss, I understand. Zhang Shaojie perfectly embodied all the qualities one would expect from a trusted confidant, diligently jotting down everything Suze mentioned in a somewhat stained notebook. He nodded repeatedly, and when it came to matters that were not to be questioned, he uttered not a single word. His role was solely to listen and act. The rest was beyond his purview. What a remarkable individual, indeed. Casting a glance at Zhang Shaojie beside him, Suze silently praised him in his heart. Subordinates like Zhang Shaojie are the most effective weapons. The reason they are likened to a knife rather than a sword is singular. While a sharp sword can inflict harm upon both others and oneself, a knife does not possess this duality. The razor-sharp edge of a knife forever faces away from its wielder, striking down any adversaries that dare approach. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a loyal talent, Lin Yudong. Talent feedback received. Personal extraordinary power enhanced. Ding. Loyal level talent has awakened a primary ability. Ice Blood, Combat, Dual Element Ice ability. Becoming a first-tier extraordinary being. While navigating the road, Suze conveniently opened the loyalty interface. He glanced at the 11 newly recruited slaves in his team. The vast majority exhibited a friendly loyalty level, with only 2 or 3 reaching the level of unwavering loyalty. Suze was not particularly surprised by this. The fact that he could automatically awaken abilities upon reaching the level of unwavering loyalty, thus becoming an extraordinary being himself while also receiving talent feedback, was quite remarkable. However, what transpired next left Suze somewhat astonished. He accessed Lin Yudong's attributes panel. Lin Yudong, first-tier extraordinary being, loyalty level, unwavering, 100 points, silent assassin, cold-blooded and ruthless. Profoundly loyal to the host, he is the most dazzling assassin in the night, a chilling dagger capable of piercing any foe, except for his sister Lin Yueshao. Recommendation: Assassin. No act of slaughter will sway his unwavering loyalty to the host. Ability type: Ice Blood, Combat, Dual Element Ice ability. Capable of bloodthirsty frenzy that temporarily dulls pain, enhancing speed, while also wielding mastery over ice elements. Having reviewed Lin Yudong's detailed attributes, Suze was surprised by how exceptional he had become as an extraordinary being. Yet, more astonishing was his own system. It appeared he had underestimated the system clearly. From the outset, it had no intention of allowing him to face challenges alone. Feeling the surge of strength from the talent feedback, Suze acknowledged that he had somewhat underestimated this evolution system. It was not merely a solitary mechanism for his individual evolution, in a sense. It served as an aid in his quest to establish his supreme empire. As long as anyone reached unwavering loyalty to him, the system could activate them into extraordinary beings. and Suze would also reap rewards. Although his attribute panel still indicated that he was a second-tier extraordinary being, he could distinctly sense the difference between now and before. In terms of strength alone, he had at least increased by 3 tiers. Excellent. I am quite fond of this system. Upon reaching Hangzhou at the intersection of Shanghang District, Suze gently pressed the brake pedal. A smile crept upon his lips, directed both at the 2 guards before him and at his future ambitions. Shanghang District was merely a starting point for him, the inception of his dominion over the apocalypse. Boss, it's done. The people from the official shelter are exceedingly greedy. Even after discarding 10 pounds of pure steel ingots, they remain unsatisfied. If it weren't for the numerous vehicles behind us, I suspect we would have found it quite challenging to enter the city. After Zhang Shaojie, who was in charge of negotiation, completed his task, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. It's fine. Just make a note of it. What should I remember, boss? Suze's abrupt question left Zhang Shaojie momentarily bewildered, but he quickly gathered his thoughts. I've noted it down. These 2 individuals are personnel from the official shelter in Shanghang District, working on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday schedule. That's understood. As long as we remain in Shanghang District, there will inevitably come a day when we can reclaim everything they possess. With that, Suze paid no further heed to these minor details and drove the vehicle slowly back to the slave outpost in Shanghang District. Ha ha ha, well done. Look at these maggots returning ahead of schedule. They must have gathered something valuable. When the people from the Little Knife Society arrive next time, I won't have to endure any more humiliation. Come on, everyone get out and unload the supplies from the vehicle. Suze parked the vehicle at the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard, where a Biao, with his yellowed teeth and a cigarette stub, emerged with a dozen subordinates wielding standard machetes. Seeing that Suze and his companions were unscathed while the truck was overflowing with supplies, a rare smile flickered across a Biao's otherwise grim countenance. Who are these people? Didn't we only send out a dozen before? A Biao suddenly noticed an anomaly in the number of returnees. In past explorations, it was fortunate if half of the dispatched slaves returned alive. This time, they had ventured all the way to Shaodong town, and even before Suze's return, a Biao had mentally prepared for the task to end in failure. To his surprise, not only had the dispatched individuals survived, but their numbers had increased by over 10. Lin Yudong, I believe you are aware of the changes you've undergone. I now offer you an opportunity. Instead of responding to a Biao, Suze turned to Lin Yudong among the crowd. Yes, a shadow as swift as a cheetah darted before a Biao, still wielding a rusted dagger. This time it emanated a faint chill. What? Charge. This group of maggots is preparing to resist. A Biao instinctively called out to his subordinates, intending to subdue Suze and his companions. How could this be possible? However, in the next instant, as a Biao turned around, the dozen men who had been standing with machetes were now sprawled on the ground, their bright red blood further muddying the already filthy earth. Boss, should we kill this guy? Lin Yudong had returned, slowly wiping the blood-soaked dagger on his clothing before lifting his gaze, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 11. Just the beginning. You cannot kill me. You truly cannot. Otherwise, the people from the Little Knife Society will never let you go. Turning slowly, a Biao suddenly realized that in the blink of an eye, the dozen subordinates he had relied upon were now lying lifeless on the ground, their fates uncertain. The scarlet blood has seeped into the parched ochre earth beneath, rendering the surrounding terrain somewhat muddy. You must not kill me. If you do, my comrades from the Little Knives will undoubtedly seek vengeance on your behalf. Just let me go, and you may venture wherever you wish. You are all my property. Except for me. No one knows you are slaves. I can feign ignorance of the matter. Whether you choose to remain in Hangzhou or depart is entirely up to you. Observing the silent Suze and the icy indifference of Lin Yudong, a Biao could no longer contain himself. He collapsed to the ground, pleading with Suze for mercy. His corpulent frame trembled, and a faint yellow liquid trickled between his legs, all betraying the terror within his heart. I had expected you to issue threats. Yet you seem no different from an ordinary mortal facing death. The acrid stench of urine mingled with the metallic odor of fresh blood in the air, prompting Suze to furrow his brow. Damn it, we came here to end your life. Just as Suze's frown deepened, Zhang Xiaojie sprang out from behind him, seizing a nearby steel plate from the vehicle. With a swift motion, he struck a Biao on the head. The quiet crack of fracturing bone resonated around Suze. Moments later, the hefty Biao collapsed face first to the ground, his eyes reflecting a profound confusion and the fear of impending death. Alas, this fellow was rather unfortunate. Generally speaking, the human skull possesses considerable hardness, capable of withstanding a blow from a steel plate. Yet, Whether it was Zhang Xiaojie's fortune or Ah Biao's misfortune remains uncertain. The steel plate struck Ah Biao's temple with a singular blow, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Boss, I've taken care of Ah Biao. After glancing at Ah Biao's body, Zhang Xiaojie swiftly returned to Su Zhe's side. Next time, do not act without my command, Su Zhe remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaojie's eager expression. It is indisputable that Ah Biao had to die, but Su Zhe disapproved of his subordinates taking initiative without his consent. Understood, boss. I won't do it again, Zhang Xiaojie responded, realizing the gravity of Su Zhe's demeanor and retreating behind him. Be more cautious next time. Have a few men clear away the debris in the yard. Noticing Zhang Xiaojie's anxiousness, Su Zhe chose not to further admonish him, but instead assigned him the task of dealing with the remains in the yard. By the way, Lin Yedong, come with me. Upon reaching the entrance of the room where Ah Biao typically resided, Su Zhe halted and summoned Lin Yedong. All right, Lin Yedong murmured as he swiftly entered the room. Watching Lin Yedong survey the interior in silence, Su Zhe noted that Ah Biao had concealed many valuable items. It appeared that exploring beyond the city was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Yedong, you must be able to perceive the differences in your body compared to before. After surveying the surroundings of the room, Su Zhe discovered that Ah Biao truly deserved his title as the little boss of a slave exploration point. The room was not particularly spacious, yet it contained a considerable collection of items. Aside from 2 large barrels filled with provisions, there were numerous rare treasures, cigarettes, beer, gold, silver, and other precious metals. Most importantly, Su Zhe found a Type 54 pistol within the confines of the room. After a thorough examination, Su Zhe concealed the pistol and picked up 2 bottles of cola, opening one for himself and tossing the other to Lin Yudong. Have a drink. After taking a sip, he slowly settled onto the sofa, regarding Lin Yudong with a calm gaze. His speed had increased, his mind filled with various lethal techniques. And he had acquired an additional ability. Accepting the cola that Su Zhe had thrown him, Lin Yudong hesitated for a moment before placing it in his pocket. His sister would likely enjoy it, he thought, momentarily lost in his thoughts before returning to his cold demeanor. I feel stronger, Lin Yudong was about to speak. But Su Zhe interrupted him directly. Enough said. I have 2 tasks for you. First, utilize your enhanced speed to ascertain the surroundings of this slave gathering point. Then investigate the response of the Knife Society. I am unaware of their exact location. You will need to uncover that yourself. These are your 2 tasks. And I trust you will not disappoint me. With the tasks assigned, Su Zhe slowly stood and made his way outside. May you become the sharpest blade in the shadows of the boss. Understanding Su Zhe's intent, Lin Yudong refrained from further words. He rose and vanished from Su Zhe's sight. As a first-tier extraordinary being, completing these 2 tasks in Shanghang District, provided he did not confront the leader of the Knife Society, should pose no significant challenge. What an intriguing youth. Even after becoming extraordinary, he harbored no ulterior motives. Indeed deserving of the title of loyalist. However, Su Zhe's gaze shifted, peering through the mottled, dim yellow glass at Zhang Xiaojie, who was organizing the slaves to clear away the corpses outside. I hope you can soon set aside your little schemes, he murmured to himself before exiting the room. Zhang Xiaojie, gather a few capable brothers, arm them, and scout the surrounding streets for any unfamiliar faces. Additionally, transport all the supplies brought this time to the warehouse. From this moment, we have taken over this stronghold. With that, Su Zhe gestured for Zhang Xiaojie to proceed. Boss, if I may be so bold, what has become of that lad we acquired from the black market? However, Zhang Xiaojie did not leave immediately. Instead, he bent slightly, inquiring about Lin Yudong's whereabouts in a tentative tone. Why are you asking so many questions? Su Zhe's cold gaze fixed upon Zhang Xiaojie, appearing both merciless and scrutinizing. The small one was merely curious, having just joined our ranks, and wondered why he was being sent away. Before Zhang Xiaojie could finish his sentence, Su Zhe interjected coolly, he is more loyal than you. Stunned by this revelation, Zhang Xiaojie instinctively began to explain, Boss, I meant no offense. Did he aspire to be as formidable as Lin Yudong? Su Zhe chose not to continue the conversation but regarded Zhang Xiaojie with a knowing smile, saying, You are quite impressive. Yet I must convey that you still lack a certain quality to become my trusted confidant. Boss, allow me to attend to my duties. You and Lin Yudong are fundamentally different. It is exceedingly difficult to render complete loyalty to one person. Yet, if you truly commit, perhaps you too may wield power akin to Lin Yudong. I understand, boss. Under the piercing gaze of Su Zhe, sharp as an eagle's, Zhang Xiaojie disregarded the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, closing his mouth solemnly as he departed with several subordinates toward the courtyard. He felt the weight of Suzai's words. How splendid it would be, starting now, for the name Suzai to resonate throughout Shanghang district. With a leap, Suzai ascended to the dilapidated roof of a courtyard, gazing out at the mesmerizing, punk-like lights of Shanghang district center beneath the night sky. Where slaves congregated, a mere starting point. Chapter 12. Your words are as meaningless as flatulence under the nocturnal veil. Shanghang district remained as it typically was. The central area shone brilliantly, buildings melding mechanization with a post-apocalyptic aesthetic, sparkling like stars in a night sky under the glow of colorful lights. Mercenaries exuding an air of lawlessness and barmaids in the dilapidated tavern swayed to the rhythm of their own release, while demon hunters and biomercenaries indulged in low-quality beer, venting their pent-up frustrations. A surge of hormones permeated the dimly lit atmosphere, rife with decadence. In stark contrast, the impoverished quarters near the city wall were filled with the unsettling sounds of rats gnawing at unidentifiable corpses, alongside the muted shuffles of a numb populace wandering the streets under the dim moonlight. Occasionally, the sight of plump rats peeking from the sewers would ignite a flicker of life in the eyes of the impoverished, akin to puppets. For fresh meat brimming with protein was an exceedingly rare treasure in this environment. Thus, a rather bizarre ecosystem emerged, rats devouring humans and humans consuming rats. Outside the city of Shanghang, at the slave point, Suzai had spent nearly 2 hours unraveling the details of this slave-gathering ground once controlled by a Biao. Fortunately, Suzai had placed his bets wisely. The Knife Society remained indifferent to the capabilities of those who managed these gathering points. Their primary concern was whether these lower-tier individuals could furnish sufficient resources for their gang. In truth, although a Biao was a formal member of the Knife Society, he was among its most peripheral figures. Just a month and a half prior, a Biao had merely been the captain of a local corpse retrieval crew. Relying on his dozen or so subordinates, he had eliminated the previous owner of the slave-gathering point, thereby ascending to become a new official member of the Knife Society. In truth, Abayo had no direct contact with the genuine members of the Xiaodao Society. Every Sunday, he would bring a portion of his subordinates to deliver supplies, agreed upon in advance, to a designated location in the heart of Shanghang district. He had never even met any members of the Xiaodao Society. In other words, no one within the society knew who Abayo truly was. In their records, he was merely a code name, a moniker for one responsible for providing essential supplies. No one cared about the identity behind the name Abayo. Their sole concern was what provisions he could offer to the Xiaodao Society. Returning to the present moment, and after ascertaining his state, Suzai slowly set down his pen. He gazed out at the dim, damp window and began to speak. It became clear that the changes we experienced earlier had not triggered any repercussions in our surroundings. It seemed the Xiaodao Society members were not preoccupied with these matters. Their attention firmly fixed on the central district. Coincidentally, just as Suzai lifted his gaze, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the cracked glass to emit a haunting howl. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yedong, who Suzai had dispatched to investigate the situation, returned. It was uncertain whether he had gathered additional intelligence or if Suzai had intuited his return, but Lin Yedong's expression bore a hint of gravity. Pray tell, have you retained your habit of speaking in half measures since we last met? Suzai remarked, indifferent to the subtle changes in Lin Yedong's demeanor. What intrigued him more was what surprises Lin Yedong might bring this time. There hasn't been any movement from the Xiaodao Society, but some scavengers and scattered organizations in our vicinity seem to have their own agendas. After sharing his findings, Lin Yedong promptly produced a map stained with a trace of blood from his pocket, filled with cola. Boss, it's my first attempt at cartography. I'm still getting the hang of it, but I've marked the factions that harbor intentions towards us. Excellent. Accepting the map from Lin Yedong, Suzai nodded appreciatively. It seems that even the body movers are eager to join the fray. Are these scavenger groups also vying for a share? And now a band of car thieves desires a taste of the spoils as well? The map Lin Yedong provided was rather simplistic, with some routes depicted in the most rudimentary strokes. Yet, Suzai could discern the information within. The turmoil within the slave exploration outposts at the fringes of Shanghang district had not caught the attention of the prominent figures in the central area. Instead, it was the lower-tier factions, akin to pesky flies, that harbored peculiar notions. Very well, as the surroundings seemed somewhat chaotic. Let us seize this opportunity to thoroughly cleanse this place. Closing the minimalist map Lin Yedong had drawn, Suzai spoke with a calm demeanor. You've worked hard. While you were away, your sister was waiting for you. It's time to go find her. Really. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing this, Lin Yedong wasted no time and promptly vanished from Suzai's sight. Have you been waiting long? Come in. Lin Yedong departed for a brief moment, and Suze slowly seated himself, inexplicably addressing the empty doorway. Heh, is the boss preoccupied? Before long, Zhang Shaojie stealthily approached Suze, wearing an ingratiating smile. His countenance bore a blend of shyness, eagerness, and a hint of confusion. Have all the bodies been taken care of? Suze inquired, bypassing any questions regarding Zhang's intentions and instead focusing on the task previously assigned. Rest assured, all the corpses have been handed over to the old Wang from the eastern part of the city. One body for a bag of millet porridge, there will be no issues. Although old Wang appeared to be merely a scavenger, he was, in truth, involved in the trade of human bones. Zhang Shaojie remained uncertain about the specific purpose of acquiring these bodies, having only gathered vague information from other sources. It seemed to be connected to the official shelter in some manner, yet the details eluded him. Nonetheless, entrusting the bodies to old Wang was indeed a lucrative arrangement. Have you sent anyone to keep watch? Despite his curiosity regarding the peculiar exchange of corpses for food, Suze did not dwell on it. Instead, he cast a penetrating gaze towards the darkened street in the distance. Fear not, boss. Our courtyard is small. I found 2 reliable brothers to scout around, and they reported nothing unusual. Zhang Shaojie responded with unwavering conviction. Unfortunately, your words are as empty as a fart. Before Zhang could finish his sentence, Suze stepped outside, glancing across the street that faced the courtyard. Zhang Shaojie, summon all the brothers. It's time to get to work. While Zhang Shaojie perceived the surroundings as tranquil and devoid of threat, Suze, attuned to the faint scurrying sounds of rats echoing in his ears, felt a growing irritation and an urge to exterminate them. Chapter 13. Lei Zim and Zhang Shaojie, I have a question for you. Taking advantage of Zhang's momentary confusion, Suze continued, is there anyone who regulates the act of murder here? No. In an instant, Zhang Shaojie grasped the implication behind Suze's words, not due to his intelligence, but because a ragtag group of individuals armed with various weapons had suddenly emerged from the previously darkened street. Brothers, arm yourselves. Those who fear not death, come forth. As Zhang's command echoed, over 20 individuals, previously scattered within the courtyard, converged. Although their frail form suggested a lack of combat capability, Suze discerned a newfound cohesion in their gazes. Zhang Shaojie, well done. Initially, Suze had felt no particular sentiment regarding the eyes of these individuals. Yet, within just a couple of hours, these seemingly puppet-like slaves had undergone a remarkable transformation, undoubtedly linked to Zhang Shaojie's influence. My esteemed leader, your praise seems rather excessive. I merely expressed a couple of sentiments, primarily attributing our success to your exceptional guidance. Upon hearing compliments directed at him, Zhang Shaojie's previously tense demeanor visibly softened. At least for now, he realized that he still held some influence over Suze. Pray, who among you defeated Abiel? Step forward. As Suze made his entrance, a corpulent man, a toothpick lodged in his mouth and wielding a hefty steel pipe, appeared before him. With a disdainful glare, the rotund figure gestured for his subordinates to temporarily lower their weapons before ambling towards Suze. I am Lei Zemin, of the local exploration team. I care not how you dispatched Abiel. He had previously borrowed 30 gene of millet from me. Now that he is deceased, how do you propose to settle this debt? The so-called exploration team Lei spoke of was, in truth, a congregation of destitute individuals banding together, engaging in activities akin to those of a slave exploration group. The sole distinction was their status as free men. Leveraging his sister-in-law's position as the deputy director of resource allocation at the official shelter in Shanghong district, Lei had procured some weaponry and rallied a cadre of desperate marauders, thus managing to thrive amidst the squalor of the Shanghong slums. As for the debt owed by Diao, indeed, it existed, though not to the extent Lei exaggerated. After all, Suze was merely a newcomer in Lei's eyes. And what harm was there in demanding a little extra as protection money or interest? Understanding the intentions of the hefty man before him, Suze allowed a cold smirk to surface. I am quite eager to see whether you possess such prowess. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Seemingly aware of Suze's reluctance to comply, Lei discarded any pretense. My sister-in-law is the deputy director of the resource allocation department at the official shelter in Shanghong district. A first-tier fire-type extraordinary. If you dare to lay a hand on me, your corpse shall be discovered in the sewers by tomorrow. With the threat laid bare, a brash grin spread across Lei's rugged features. Do not say I am unkind to newcomers. I shall return in a week's time. If you have not prepared the items I demand, then you shall see the consequences. With that, Lei turned and departed with his entourage, leaving Suze in contemplative silence. Should we pursue them, boss? Zhang Xiaojie instinctively queried, watching as Lei and his companions vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Lin Yudong, having returned to the room earlier, appeared at Suzai's side. Without a shadow of a doubt, should Suzai give the word, both Lin Yudong and Zhang Xiaojie would be the first to rally their comrades for an attack. In times of despair, humans often exhibit primal instincts. A mere buffoon like Lei hardly warranted their attention. However, just as Lin Yudong and Zhang Xiaojie prepared for action, Suzai raised a hand, signaling everyone to return to their quarters for rest. Come, tomorrow we shall venture outside the city, adhering to our original plan. Despite having ascended to extraordinary status, the upcoming expedition beyond the city limits weighed upon Suzai, leaving him somewhat fatigued. After issuing his instructions, he retired to his room to rest. As for the previously confrontational Lei Zemin, Suzai had never regarded him with any seriousness. However, the mention of the so-called brother-in-law by Lei Zemin piqued Suzai's interest. In the small locale of Shanghang district, being a first-tier extraordinary being indeed provided a certain cachet. Suzai held no fear of Lei Zemin or the brother-in-law he spoke of. Rather, it was the official protection from the Shanghang district that warranted contemplation. First, he aimed to gather materials for upgrading the truck, and then he would strive to elevate Zhang Xiaojie's loyalty to that of a staunch devotee. As for Lei Zemin, he would deal with him after these matters were settled. After mentally reviewing the recent plans, Suzai closed his eyes to rest. The following day, as the first rays of the sun gently graced the earth, Suzai was already standing at the front door. Zhang Xiaojie, Lin Yudong, and over 20 others were prepared for another expedition beyond the city. 2 brothers were left to guard, while the rest took provisions and set off immediately. Given that the food supply at the gathering point was scarce, Suzai's exploration was primarily to collect materials for upgrading the truck, with food being of utmost importance. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one cared for the wages you might offer. What truly mattered was the sustenance one could consume. Had Zhang Xiaojie's loyalty risen by 4 points? As everyone boarded the vehicle, Suzai wasted no time and drove out of the city, simultaneously opening the loyalty interface of the system. After a night of acclimatization, even the loyalty of the newly acquired slaves had seen a notable increase. To Suzai's surprise, Zhang Xiaojie's loyalty had also climbed by 4 points, just shy of achieving the status of a devoted follower. This unexpected development was quite astonishing to Suzai, who had initially thought that after his earlier reprimand, Zhang Xiaojie's loyalty would be difficult to enhance. This excursion from the city primarily focused on steel. However, upon seeing the upgrade figures on the system panel, Suzai couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration at the prospect of acquiring 10 tons of steel. Even in peaceful times, procuring such a large quantity of steel was a formidable challenge. Moreover, aside from the small town of Shaodong, which had some steel reserves due to its automotive parts industry, Suzai recalled that there were no significant stockpiles of steel in the surrounding areas. Furthermore, truck upgrades required materials such as rubber and precious metals. Upon reaching outside the city, Suzai found himself at a loss. Chapter 14. The Clue to Steel Boss. Are you looking for steel? Just as Suzai was at a standstill, a timid voice suddenly emanated from the back of the truck. A small boy in a tattered gray shirt emerged from the crowd. He was slight of build and poorly dressed, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. It was not Zhang Xiaojie as Suzai had initially assumed, upon glancing over. He recognized this boy as one of the slaves he had previously brought back from the black market. Coincidentally, Suzai had a vague memory of this small boy, who had been a gift from Huang Jinbao after he purchased 10 slaves. The true name of Suzai eludes me for the moment, yet his nickname lingers in my memory. He is affectionately referred to as Little Sam Mao, a 16-year-old orphan in the aftermath of the apocalypse, who willingly became a slave in a desperate bid for survival, seeking merely a morsel to sustain himself. It is uncertain whether Huang Jinbao sought to recruit Suzai or if fortune merely smiled upon him, but in comparison to other slaves procured in the same batch, Little Sam Mao, despite lacking physical prowess, exhibited a certain agility and spiritedness. He did not present the image of a soulless, puppet-like slave merely existing from day to day, but rather that of a beggar striving for life. Pray tell, do you know of any locations where iron or similar resources might be found? Suzai inquired, nodding. Although he harbored little hope for the information that Little Sam Mao was about to share, he believed that listening posed no significant detriment. Moreover, a crucial detail caught his attention. Within Little Sam Mao's gaze, he detected a flicker of confidence. That alone was sufficient. Boss, I used to roam with a band of drifters from the Huaihai district. Although we didn't manage to find any food, we stumbled upon a warehouse. Initially, our intent was merely to pilfer some provisions, but we discovered it contained no food whatsoever, only a vast accumulation of iron. Noticing Suze's prompting, little Samao wasted no time divulging all that he knew. Huaihai District? Suze responded, momentarily taken aback. The Huaihai District lay adjacent to the Shanghang District, a mere few kilometers apart. However, Suze was acutely aware of the complexities that lay within Huaihai. While the Shanghang District could be deemed a mere slum, rife with convoluted factions, it remained relatively stable within the broader context of Hang City. In stark contrast, the Huaihai District was a different realm altogether. Its population, resources, geographical expanse, and even the number of extraordinary individuals far surpassed those of Shanghang. A first-tier extraordinary individual in Shanghang might be regarded as a leader or a core figure. Yet in Huaihai, such an individual would be deemed an ordinary person. There were even several factions comprised entirely of extraordinary beings. Elucidate further, Suze urged, reflecting on his memories of the Huaihai District. Rather than immediately conceding defeat, he resolved to assess the situation as it unfolded. While Shanghang currently offered a semblance of safety for Suze, it also bore significant limitations, being merely a slum with a tangible bottleneck in resources and food. To swiftly elevate the capabilities of his truck, he would need to venture into a region replete with more abundant supplies. Boss. The location of the warehouse we discovered is right at the juncture of Shanghang and Huaihai. If we approach from outside the city, we can enter Hang City through the west gate. Lead the way. Just as Suze prepared to instruct little Sam how to guide him, the latter hesitated. Boss. Perhaps we should wait until nightfall. It seems that the warehouse is being guarded, and it would be difficult to gain entry now. With that, little Samao sheepishly scratched the back of his head, recalling how his previous attempt to stealthily infiltrate the warehouse had rendered him unwelcome in Huaihai. After discovering the complete absence of food within the warehouse, he and his companions had hastily retreated from the vicinity. Although at that moment, Zaya Shanmio and his companions had not been discovered by the guards of the warehouse, Zaya Shanmio felt a moment of secret delight. However, the following day, a large contingent of armed forces encircled the area where Zaya Shanmio and the other vagrants had gathered. Had it not been for Zaya Shanmio's prior venture outside in search of a place to relieve himself, he too would likely have been apprehended. Subsequently, unable to remain in the area, Zaya Shanmio resolved to seek sustenance elsewhere, ultimately becoming a slave within the black market. Were there any guards? How much steel was inside? Upon hearing this, Suzy immediately pressed for details. Yes, there were about a dozen guards surrounding the area, all armed. There were 2 warehouses in total. We only entered one. The other warehouse had a greater number of guards, while the one we accessed had only 2 at the entrance. There were also surveillance cameras. In response to Suzy's inquiries, Zaya Shanmio recounted the events of that evening in their entirety, his slightly pallid face betraying a sense of foreboding. At the time, he had perceived nothing unusual about the entire ordeal, but in retrospect, he began to realize that his companions from the vagrant group were merely unfortunate. Their capture may not have stemmed from their entry into the steel warehouse, but rather from the other warehouse, the one surrounded by a multitude of guards. You are indeed unfortunate. I suspect that those 2 warehouses house more than just basic supplies like steel. After hearing Zaya Shanmio's words, Suzy smiled knowingly. It was evident that he had grasped the crux of the matter. The other warehouse, heavily guarded, indeed contained steel, which in a post-apocalyptic world is considered a vital resource. However, this so-called basic necessity is only crucial for ordinary people. Generally, after becoming transcendent beings, resources such as steel and fuel become paramount. Thus, the presence of over 20 armed guards guarding a mere steel storage facility seemed illogical for rational beings. There must be something of greater significance warranting their vigilance. Even under normal circumstances, Suzy might not be able to confront such a formidable force of armed security. Boss, if there are guards, should we still proceed? At that moment, Zhang Xiaojie, who had been listening intently, suddenly emerged from the crowd. If they are armed, we won't stand a chance. Of course we are going, Suzy replied. If it were merely a warehouse for storing steel, he might have needed to deliberate on the security strength across the way and whether the endeavor was worthwhile. However, if there were other valuable items within, Suzy had no qualms about exerting effort to uncover what lay inside. Nevertheless, the approach must be executed with caution. Zaya Shanmio, lead the way. Lin Yedong, accompany me. Having made his decision, Suzy immediately began preparations, glancing back at Zhang Xiaojie. Take the other brothers and scavenge for some supplies within a kilometer outside the city. Return to the city once night falls. A night raid is not necessarily more effective with a larger group. Just Suzy and Lin Yedong would suffice. Chapter 15. Arrival in Huaihai District. The crowds were abundant. The geographical expanse of Huaihai District was nearly double that of Shanghang District, boasting a population exceeding 200,000, rivaling even some municipal cities. As Lin Yedong entered the city of Huaihai, he was greeted by a diverse array of individuals, with vendors lining the streets, offering various materials and foodstuffs derived from mutated creatures. The bustling thoroughfares were an adjustment for Lin Yedong. It was not merely the lively streets that disconcerted him, but also the intense sunlight. Accompanying Su Zhe into the city, the glaring rays illuminated Lin Yedong's pallid visage, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand, striving to block out the unwelcome brightness. In contrast to the daytime, Lin Yedong found solace in the night. Boss, this place differs significantly from Shanghang District. Vehicles are prohibited within the city. Consequently, there are numerous thieves at the temporary parking spots outside. If we proceed like this, little San Mao expressed his concern, apprehensive that leaving the vehicle outside might result in theft, or that the diesel fuel within the tank could be siphoned away. The vigilant guide, little San Mao, wore a worried expression. If we're not careful, our vehicle could very well be stolen. Within the city of Huaihai, public safety was undeniably assured, with a superhuman assigned to oversee each street, guaranteeing stability within the district. Furthermore, every individual entering Huaihai District was required to provide detailed information. Even those causing disturbances within the city could be tracked down. However, the scenario outside the city was starkly different, descending into chaos that surpassed the squalor of Shanghang District. A plethora of vagrants, thieves, and mutants lurked on the outskirts of Huaihai City, preying upon unsuspecting passersby. In essence, the periphery of Huaihai District represented its darker side. As Su Zhe and his companions entered the city, they encountered numerous groups of varied individuals. However, their simple attire and lack of valuable possessions rendered them unappealing to the local riffraff. No worries, these scoundrels won't find my vehicle, Su Zhe reassured, patting little Sam Mao on the shoulder, then directing his attention to the vibrant streets ahead. Let us take a stroll, such sights, I presume, you have seldom witnessed since the apocalypse. Su Zhe grasped the underlying sentiment in little Sam Mao's words. As the saying goes, even refuse must find a heap to gather, lest it scatter everywhere. Such a scenario would be detrimental to the development of Huaihai District. The authorities, seeking to rid the area of the refuse outside the city, would merely need to deploy the military to execute a singular mission. Yet, malevolence among humanity is an unending presence. Even if the congregated throngs outside the city were obliterated, the malefactors would inevitably resurge like the weeds incinerated in autumn, re-emerging in the spring. The higher-ups in Huaihai District were astute, viewing the malefactors outside merely as a refuse heap, understanding that it was impractical to cleanse this litter. As for Su Zhe's vehicle, the earlier decision to park outside was merely a ruse to facilitate the vehicle's entry into the system's space, ensuring its safety from harm. Boss, shall we not seek out the warehouse now? Dear friends, have you ever pondered the most opportune moment for a nocturnal raid on a location? Observing the astonished expressions on Lin Yedong in the third wheel, Su Zhe shook his head, stating the obvious. It is, of course, at night. Venturing into a warehouse during broad daylight is tantamount to courting disaster. Those guards are not blind. If we proceed now, do you believe it would take less than 3 minutes for a throng of guards to confront us? After imparting this wisdom to the duo, it became evident to Su Zhe that adhering to the original plan was no longer feasible. The pervasive surveillance cameras rendered a daytime exploration of the warehouses a fool's errand. Su Zhe, being a rather reserved individual, could not bring himself to engage in such American-style heroism as storming a heavily guarded warehouse in daylight. Instead, he preferred the subtlety of stealthily acquiring what he sought under the cloak of darkness. Then what shall we do? After hearing Su Zhe's explanation, Lin Yedong and the third wheel grasped the implication of his words. Daytime excursions were out of the question. Yet, it was still early morning. Although the precise hour was unknown, the night was still a long way off, leaving them with at least a dozen hours to fill. Wandering aimlessly on the streets was clearly not a viable option. Aside from the third wheel's familiarity with the vicinity, Su Zhe and the others were rather unacquainted with their surroundings. Despite the pleasant ambience of the Huaihai District, it was still a world wrought with chaos. Murder, arson, robbery, and riots. Such acts would never cease in this apocalyptic reality. Let us meander the streets for now. Su Zhe, momentarily at a loss for a suitable destination, decided to lead Lin Yedong and the third wheel on a random stroll through the streets. Stop. Everyone disperse. Law enforcement is conducting an operation. Just as the trio entered a narrow alley, a petite girl barreled towards them. Following closely behind were a dozen security personnel, clad in matching light blue uniforms and wielding batons. What is happening? Suze instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. In the fleeting moment they had crossed paths, he had noticed the girl clutching a vial radiating an eerie glow. Though its nature was unknown, it was undoubtedly significant. Did you see that girl head down the main street? As the third wheel was about to speak, Suze interjected, gesturing towards the main thoroughfare. Damn thieves. They dare to pilfer from the research institute. I wonder what those security guards are doing, unable to apprehend a mere pickpocket. Upon hearing Suze's words, the security personnel wasted no time and surged towards the main street in pursuit. They've escaped. After a long while, tranquility returned to Suze's surroundings. While Lin Yudong slowly drew the dagger from his waist. Boss, why deceive these people? Xiao San Mao remarked, somewhat perplexed. Previously, the little girl had clearly run into the alley behind them, yet the boss insisted on claiming the opposite direction. Can you see me? Just as Xiao San Mao was lost in thought, a voice, cool and slightly piercing, emerged unexpectedly. Subsequently, the previously vanished little girl astonishingly reappeared from a corner where clutter was stacked against the wall. Why you? The sudden appearance of the girl left Xiao San Mao in utter shock. A guess. As for Suze and Lin Yudong, they remained unfazed. Chapter 16. Do you think I can be easily deceived? The moment Suze spoke, the girl's expression became grave. Particularly after scrutinizing Lin Yudong, who seemed ready to strike, she grew even more serious. However, noticing that Suze appeared unwilling to reveal the truth, she chose not to waste time interrogating him about how he had uncovered her disguise. She had other matters to attend to. Give me the items. Realizing that Suze's group was far from ordinary, the girl wasted no time and lunged towards Suze. In her earlier efforts to evade the pursuit of the Huaihai district's official shelter personnel, she had prepared two strategies. First, she concealed herself, and second, she had stashed the items stolen from the Research Institute into Suze's pocket. Now that the crisis had temporarily subsided, it was time for her to depart. Yet before leaving, she intended to reclaim what belonged to her. What do you mean? Just as she reached for Suze's pocket to retrieve the items, Suze preemptively distanced himself. Simultaneously, Lin Yudong swung his dagger toward the girl. Sensing the danger, the girl dared not hesitate and swiftly retreated. With a backflip, she evaded Lin Yudong's attack. These are my belongings. Are you attempting to engage in underhanded dealings? Perceiving the slight smirk at the corner of Suze's mouth and Lin Yudong's readiness to act, the girl's eyes grew increasingly tense. In the deserted alley, everyone held their breath, her heart pounding fiercely. Though she was unaware of the identities and backgrounds of the individuals before her, her instincts told her that they were formidable. This was not a mere guess, but one of the extraordinary abilities she possessed. Wu Yu, an ordinary high school student before the apocalypse. Average grades, an unremarkable family. And everything around her was mundane. Had life proceeded without incident, Wu Yu would likely have completed high school, attended a typical university, married, and lived an ordinary life. However, all of this transformed into a fleeting dream after the apocalypse. When the end came, the world changed, and so did Wu Yu's life. In a family of 4, everyone but Wu Yu perished at the jaws of zombies. From that moment on, the ordinary high school student Wu Yu also died in the final second before the apocalypse. The one who survives is the wanderer, Wu Yu. Perhaps it is merely the accumulation of luck due to the massacre of her family that a young girl like Wu Yu has managed to endure in the Huaihai district. During a tumultuous uprising, she awakened her extraordinary abilities. Moon Eye, the capacity to foresee a certain degree of impending danger, along with the power of invisibility. With the aid of her abilities, Wu Yu naturally became an active thief within and beyond the city, occasionally accepting commissions from various employers. Her life in the Huaihai district began to improve remarkably. However, what Wu Yu did not anticipate was that after accepting a task to steal a potion from a research institute yesterday, despite successfully completing the task, she found herself in a precarious situation. Two scoundrels, glancing again at the faces of Suze, Lin Yudong, and Xiao San Mao, Wu Yu realized that resorting to force could lead to her own detriment. Thus, she opted for a different approach. If force would not suffice, then perhaps persuasion would. This item is of utmost importance to me. Could you possibly return it? My family requires this in order to survive. Initially, Wu Yu's expression was one of stern determination, but it quickly transformed into a visage of pitiful vulnerability. Noticing Suze's unwavering demeanor, she continued, truly, this vial of potion can save lives, It means everything to me. If possible, I would be willing to trade anything for it. In an effort to convince Suze and the others, Wu Yu clenched her teeth and retrieved several items from her backpack: canned goods, the bones of mutated beasts, and armor. Meanwhile, a glimmer of tears welled in her dark eyes, perfectly timed to enhance her plea. Enough with the tears, Suze interjected. Finding a clean source of water at this moment is quite a challenge. What took Wu Yu by surprise was that this boy remained impervious to her desperate entreaties, his smirk growing ever more audacious. Curious as to why I am so unhesitant in exposing your ruse? Suze remarked, observing the fleeting shock on Wu Yu's face. There are 2 reasons. First, your acting is woefully inadequate. From your earlier performance, the only conclusion I can draw is that you are no professional. After stating the first reason, Suze produced the potion Wu Yu had previously tossed to him from his pocket. As for the second reason, do you really think something called microglow mutagen can save lives? Or are you simply illiterate? He pointed to the label on the potion bottle, where the words microglow mutagen were prominently displayed. Suze was not foolish, although he was unaware of the exact nature and effects of the microglow potion. Its name and its oily, greenish appearance indicated that it had nothing to do with saving lives. Infuriated by Suze's unmasking of her ploy, Wu Yu dropped the pretense. Return my belongings. I am willing to trade. The previously pitiable gaze vanished in an instant, and simultaneously, the meager supplies that had been displayed earlier were swiftly returned to the depths of the backpack. From within, an energy crystal emanating a faint glow was retrieved. I consider myself unfortunate. Let this energy crystal serve as your fee for safeguarding this item. A deal was struck. Observing this, Suze narrowed his eyes and promptly took the energy crystal from Wu Yu's grasp, tossing a vial towards her. Thank you, little sister. How infuriating. Wu Yu will undoubtedly seek retribution. Despite the faintly glowing potion now back in Suze's possession, Wu Yu cast a long, fierce glance at him before departing, as if to imprint his visage firmly in her memory. After uttering a parting threat, she did not linger, vanishing from Suze's sight with the potion in hand. Wu Yu, you say? Watching her sudden disappearance, Suze smiled and turned to beckon Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao to follow. Let us proceed. The group of a dozen or so who initially guided us should have reacted by now. As the words left his lips, Suze glanced towards the main street. Indeed. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Realizing this, the trio quickly slipped into the shadows of a dark alleyway. Chapter 17 devoted Xiao Sanmao at each street corner. Traces of footsteps and crowds were evident, making it impossible to ascertain their target. The identities of the other 3 remained unknown for the time being, but they were confirmed to have arrived in Huaihai District from Shanghang District. Report the events that transpired here to the shelter, and instruct the security team to record the appearances of the 3 who acted as guides. I suspect they are in league with that little thief who stole the faintly glowing potion. As Suze had anticipated, mere minutes after the departure of the 3 individuals clad in gray robes, their faces concealed by animal masks, appeared at the location where Suze had previously stood. Aside from their uniform attire, they bore a silver-white badge on their chests, intricately carved with the image of a descending tiger. 2 individuals stood to the left and right, wielding swords, while the one in the center brandished a weapon resembling a futuristic laser gun, radiating a ghostly blue hue. Captain, what shall we do now? Should we continue investigating the thief who absconded with the faintly glowing potion? After piecing together the clues left behind by Suze and his companions, the man on the far right slowly inquired, removing his animal mask. A weathered visage emerged, his eyes slightly narrowed yet still exuding a lively spirit. The graying hair at his temples further accentuated his seasoned appearance. However, what drew the most attention was the deep scar that traversed half of his face. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed less like a mere security member of the shelter and more akin to a seasoned warrior, battle-hardened and exuding an air of latent menace. Iron Fist, are you not aware that the mask must not be removed during the execution of missions? And Songlong, you should investigate the sudden appearance of those 3 individuals. Shortly after Iron Fist spoke, the observant Lantern finally broke his silence. In contrast to the somewhat rugged Iron Fist, Lantern's voice was notably more refined, evoking a sense of the misty southern rivers and the charm of a dashing gentleman. Indeed, this was fitting for Lantern. The captain of the Downhill Tiger Squad in the Huaihai District hailed from the Jiangnan region prior to the apocalypse. After the outbreak and his transformation into an extraordinary being, he arrived in Hangqing, ultimately forming the Downhill Tiger Squad with the support from above, tasked with addressing various extraordinary crimes in the Huaihai District. The team comprised 5 members. Besides Iron Fist and Songlong, there were also Night Owl and Lingyu, two support-oriented members currently stationed at the base. Except for Ling Yu. Responsible for reconnaissance, the rest of the team were all second-tier extraordinary beings, making them elite even within the Huaihai district. Originally, this month was designated as the rest period for the Downhill Tiger Squad. However, 2 cities in Supervince fell victim to a beast tide, resulting in a surge of refugees into surrounding cities, with Hangqing being one of the hardest hit. To maintain order, the team intended to replace the Downhill Tiger Squad. But the Liuxiu Squad was hastily dispatched instead. Thus, the Downhill Tiger Squad had to cut short their rest. Lanton had estimated that given the circumstances in the Huaihai district, major incidents were unlikely to occur, meaning that as long as they navigated through this month, they could enjoy a smooth respite. Yet, unexpectedly, upon returning to duty, a significant incident arose. A newly developed serum from the shelter's research facility had been stolen. Upon receiving the news, the Downhill Tiger Squad swiftly mobilized, initially believing that their formidable strength would resolve the issue within half a day. However, contrary to expectations, Lanton and his companions had found no leads thus far. They continued to pursue the thief, leaving the other 3 individuals to the shelter's personnel. Their singular objective was to recover the stolen serum. After a moment of contemplation, Lanton ultimately opted to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the other 3. No sooner had he spoken than the entire Downhill Tiger Squad vanished from sight. Boss, it seems things have become chaotic. Indeed, the patrols on the streets have increased. At this moment, Suze and his companions were cloaked in grayish-white robes, meandering through a somewhat secluded alley. Xia Samio and Lin Yedong flanked Suze, their faces betraying a hint of tension beneath their hoods. Yet, Suze remained unperturbed as he surveyed the changes in the surrounding streets. At this juncture, Suze and his companions were unaware of the Downhill Tiger Squad's plans and actions, yet this did not affect Suze's demeanor. Let us head to the slums of the Huaihai district. After a brief glance at the main street, where a sudden influx of security teams was conducting investigations on passers-by, Suze decisively chose to avoid the spotlight. Continuing to roam the streets in such a situation would be tantamount to courting death. Currently, Suze's plan is rather straightforward, to find a murky place to bide his time until nightfall, after which he would have Xiao Samao escort him to the vicinity of the warehouse. Come on, Xiao Samao, lead us to your familiar territory. Although Huaihai District starkly contrasts with Shanghang District in terms of public safety and urban management, it still harbors slums. Beneath the facade of any city lies a shadowy underbelly, where governance is absent and chaos reigns. The place Suze intends to venture into is precisely that. He recalls a nearby underground black market, where he previously sought refuge from security patrols during his days of wandering. Follow me. Understanding Suze's intentions, Xiao Samao quickly surveyed the surroundings. Once assured that the trio had not drawn any unwanted attention, he promptly lifted the manhole cover at the end of the street. This way, we can bypass 2 blocks and reach safety. With the cover removed, Xiao Samao was the first to descend, followed closely by Suze and Lin Yedong. Upon entering the dimly lit sewer, Suze instinctively activated the system interface. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. Xiao Samao's loyalty had soared to an impressive 97 points, surpassing even Zhang Xiaojie. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a loyal talent, Xiao Samao. Talent feedback reward. Enhancement of physical attributes. Ding. Loyal talent has awakened primary abilities, agility, becoming a first-tier ability user. Just as Suze was momentarily taken aback, Xiao Samao's loyalty reached its zenith. Boss, I feel my speed has increased dramatically. With an inexplicable surge of power coursing through him, Xiao Samao suddenly sensed a remarkable transformation within. His vision sharpened, and both his strength and agility experienced significant boosts. I told you, as long as you choose to pledge your loyalty to me, greater power awaits you. This feedback reward for Xiao Samao coincidentally shattered the last vestige of Suze's limitations, propelling him into the realm of a second-tier extraordinary being. Congratulations, Xiao Samao. As a fellow extraordinary being, Lin Yedong could also perceive the changes in Xiao Samao's internal power. Even he, typically reticent, could not refrain from offering his congratulations. Chapter 18. Entering the warehouse, let us grab a bite. We're nearly ready to set out. Xiao Samao, you and Lin Yedong will form a team. Upon infiltrating the warehouse, commence the sweeping operation by neutralizing all surrounding security personnel and ascertain the contents of the other warehouse with utmost efficiency. After opening the canned beef procured from the black market, the trio squatted in a corner of the underground market, discussing their forthcoming plans while replenishing their energy with a meal. It was uncertain whether the eerie calm was due to the martial law in Huaihai district or other factors. But the usually bustling black market now appeared particularly tranquil. Aside from a few scattered wanderers meandering through the market, only a handful of shops remained open. A few hours prior, when Suze and his companions entered the black market under Xiao Sanmao's guidance, the atmosphere had been entirely different. At least in terms of foot traffic, it is now several times greater than before. Let's go. It appears the situation is even more dire than we had anticipated. Glancing at the desolate surroundings, Suze had an inkling of what was amiss. Was the item possessed by that individual named Wu Yu truly of such significance? However, this was not the moment for such musings. Suze had far more pressing matters at hand. Discarding an empty canister, he slowly rose. Accompanied by Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong, as they returned to the surface, the warehouse was nestled within the grove ahead, surrounded by barbed wire. To the east lay Huaihai district, while to the west was Shanghang district. We would enter from the area closer to Shanghang, where the crowd was sparse and there were no surveillance cameras. After a brief sprint of 10 minutes, the trio arrived at a dense thicket near the outskirts of Huaihai district. As Xiao Sanmao briefed Suze on the environment, he also surveyed the surroundings. Once he confirmed that the area was temporarily devoid of people, he created a gap in the outer barbed wire and ushered Suze and the others inside. Given the current state of Huaihai district, this operation needed to be executed swiftly. Otherwise, returning would prove difficult. Fortunately, Suze was in luck. Or perhaps the trio simply blended in as ordinary civilians. Despite some individuals on the road conducting identity checks, Suze and his companions were not questioned. However, Suze remained vigilant. Once assured of their solitude, he commenced his actions under the cover of darkness, adhering to the planned strategy. Upon entering the perimeter of the warehouse, Suze separated from Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong. Suze was tasked with infiltrating the steel storage area, while Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao's objective was straightforward, to eliminate the armed guards in the vicinity. It seemed Xiao Sanmao's plan was sound. The interior was indeed filled with steel. If they could successfully gather all these resources into the system space, the upgrade for the truck would only require some rubber and precious metals. After swiftly dispatching 2 armed sentries at the warehouse's perimeter, Suze successfully entered the facility. As anticipated, the stockpiled materials were solely steel, with only a few miscellaneous items. After a cursory glance, Suze discerned that these trivial items were of no use to him. He decided to store them in the space. Once he had cleared out the unnecessary clutter, he decisively opened the system space and transferred the several tons of steel from the warehouse into it. Boss, all the guards outside have been dealt with. Strangely enough, Dong Gu and I surveyed the area and found only 6 or 7 people. I distinctly remember there being a dozen before. Wait, boss. What about the items in this warehouse? Xiao Sanmao, carrying 6 or 7 salvage rifles, gazed in shock at the now empty warehouse. His youthful eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a short while ago, he had witnessed the warehouse brimming with steel. Now it was barren. Captain, could it be that all the steel was transferred before we arrived? After much contemplation, Xiao Sanmao articulated the most plausible scenario. They arrived too late, and the items had already been removed by others. It seemed improbable, as there were no tire tracks on the ground nearby. At that moment, Lin Yedong also sensed something amiss. If someone had indeed relocated the materials, the muddy ground would undoubtedly bear unmistakable signs of the weighty steel being transported. Yet, there was nothing. Stop speculating. I've figured it out, Suze interjected, observing the earnest conjectures of the two before him. Is the boss's ability related to space? Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong exclaimed simultaneously, suddenly piecing together the nature of Suze's powers. Close enough, Suze thought, refraining from clarifying further. In truth, he possessed no supernatural abilities at all. Although he had officially stepped into the realm of a second-tier transcendent, it was merely through sheer physical strength. Without the integration of a vehicle, Suze could be considered, in a sense, the weakest among second-tier transcendent beings. However, once he merged with the automobile, the dynamics would shift dramatically. What about the other warehouse? After transferring all useful items from the current warehouse into the system space, Suze turned his attention to the adjacent one. Boss, the situation seems rather dire, Lin Yedong remarked, unease flickering across his features as he and Xiao Sanmao exchanged glances. Haven't we neutralized all the security? Suze questioned, gesturing toward the firearms Xiao Sanmao carried. It dawned on him quickly. Are you suggesting something is amiss with the other warehouse? Indeed, we cannot unlock the door of the other warehouse. The lock is just one issue. The most pressing concern is that upon entering a certain vicinity, we experience an overwhelming sense of urgency. Then I must investigate further. If the situation was merely as previously speculated, Suze might not have held high hopes for the warehouse. However, after hearing their observations, his interest piqued. Follow me. I am eager to uncover the secrets hidden within that warehouse. With a leap, Suze was the first to exit the current warehouse, making his way swiftly to the entrance of the other. Xia Samio and Lin Yedong exchanged a glance before promptly following in Suze's wake. Indeed, a transcendent presence was palpable. Upon reaching the entrance of the other warehouse, Suze felt the very sensation of heart palpitations Lin Yedong had described earlier. Instantly, he was certain that within this warehouse lay either a transcendent being or something intimately connected to one. Chapter 19. Production line equipment. What a heavy door. A cursory glance revealed that, while the exterior of this warehouse bore resemblance to the one where steel was stacked, both featuring aluminum alloy roofs and a light-colored paint scheme, the intricacies within revealed a stark contrast. Although the previous warehouse was secured with a simple brass chain lock, which could be easily breached by sheer physical strength, the lock before him was a sophisticated security mechanism crafted from titanium alloy. The imposing main door was forged from heavy-duty special steel, and the wall presented almost no gaps, hinting at the complexity of what lay hidden within. Suppressing his discomfort, Suze disregarded his misgivings and charged through the entrance with all his might. His fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck the door with a resounding thud. To his astonishment, the door remained intact, save for a slight dent where his fist had made contact. There were no other marks of damage. It seemed he would need to seek an alternative route. After a moment of contemplation, Suze directed his gaze upward at the roof. Given the formidable defenses of the door, a direct assault was futile unless he chose to merge with the vehicle. However, the roof presented a different challenge. While it too was constructed of alloy, it was unlikely that such a facility could be entirely sealed with heavy steel. Boss. We've arrived, his companions, Xiao Samao and Lin Yedong, called out as they joined him atop the warehouse. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of other personnel, Suze unleashed another powerful punch at the roof. Let us go inside quickly. You two split up and document everything useful. As anticipated, while the roof was indeed made of alloy, it was merely basic aluminum alloy. With another decisive strike, a small hole sufficient for a single person emerged before him. Without hesitation, the trio entered the warehouse through this opening. Boss, it appears to be filled with machine tools and even a bullet production line. There's an abundance of brass and gunpowder. Upon entering, Lin Yedong and Xiao Samao were astounded by the stockpiled materials. Everything consisted of machinery and supplies for manufacturing firearms and ammunition. Such items were undoubtedly considered hard currency in both the Shanghong and Huaihai districts. Despite the apocalypse bringing forth awakened superhumans as humanity's hope, these extraordinary beings represented only a fraction of the force needed. The majority of the struggle against mutated beasts and zombies continued to rely on firearms. The equipment and materials capable of producing weapons were undeniably critical resources. Suze began to understand why such a suburban area was under heavy security, if it were not for Lin Yedong and Xiao Samao being agile and stealth-oriented superhumans. The situation could have been far more precarious. Moreover, with the recent theft at the Huaihai City Research Institute, it seems that for Suze and his companions, entering this warehouse would be an exceedingly arduous task. We must extend our gratitude to Wu Yu. Without her, our access to the warehouse would have required considerable effort. At that moment, Suze's mind was once again illuminated by the image of Wu Yu, her face etched with indignation. Take everything. Suze understood the significance of these items. As he activated the system space to collect them, he continuously surveyed the other contents of the warehouse. Semi-finished gun barrels? Valuable. Let us take those. Bullet casings? And an abundance of coal? At this moment, Suze traversed the vast expanse of the warehouse, akin to a swarm of locusts, seizing all that could be carried away. Boss, it seems someone is approaching. Bad news. There are numerous individuals. While Suze gathered the items, Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong were on high alert outside. Not long after, they burst into the warehouse, informing Suze of the armed personnel's presence. Do not panic. If there are no extraordinary beings among them, we will surely escape. First, give me a brief overview of the situation outside. In contrast to the slightly flustered duo, Suze remained remarkably composed. Despite the imminent arrival of a large group, he continued to meander through the warehouse, searching for any overlooked items. Is there a hidden door? As Suze ventured to the innermost part of the warehouse, he stumbled upon a surprising discovery, a concealed door nestled in the far corner. Its surface was marred by rust, a testament to the years of neglect. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze forcefully twisted the iron lock hanging from the door. A modest secret chamber came into view, furnished quite simply with only a table, upon which rested a small box. Could it be energy crystals? Upon opening the box, a subtle ripple of excitement stirred within Suze's otherwise placid gaze. Inside lay a collection of energy crystals in various hues, including 3 or 4 second-tier energy crystals. In this apocalyptic world, such items were equivalent to gold. It appears that fortune favors me, Suze, for I have encountered such an abundance of energy crystals. Although, unlike typical extraordinary beings, Suze could not directly enhance his power through these crystals, it did not render them useless. On one hand, energy crystals served as a form of hard currency in this desolate world, capable of exchanging for virtually anything. Furthermore, they were also included among the materials required for upgrading Suze's truck. Although the next phase of upgrades demanded merely 1 energy crystal, the subsequent requirements would undoubtedly exceed this initial count. Thus, Suze promptly pocketed all the energy crystals. Phew, it seems we use luck isn't perpetually bleak, this time. Entering the official Shelter S supply warehouse, there were even no guards. Just as Suze was preparing to flee with Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao, a sudden opening appeared beneath the smooth floor of the secret chamber. A girl, wielding a shovel and with traces of dirt on her face, unexpectedly emerged before Suze. Upon closer inspection, Suze felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be Wu Yu? Chapter 20. It's you again. Your appearance leaves me at a loss for words. Is it mere coincidence, or is it fate? Upon confirming that the girl before him was indeed Wu Yu, whom he had encountered not long ago, a faint smile graced Suze's lips. Yet, despite the fleeting moment of joy, he was profoundly curious as to why Wu Yu had materialized before him. Glancing at her, he noticed the faint yellow dirt adorning her features, coupled with the iron shovel in her hand and her weary expression. Could it be that she had tunneled her way here from somewhere? In an instant, a flicker of astonishment sparkled in Suze's eyes. You, how did you end up here? At the same time, Wu Yu, emerging from the tunnel, looked at Suze standing before her and felt as if she might implode from embarrassment. How had her luck soured so drastically these past few days? While attempting to pilfer the newly developed serum from the research institute, she had crossed paths with Suze. Since then, she felt like an unfortunate soul, constantly pursued, with the entirety of Huaihai district becoming inhospitable for her. Moreover, the supplier she had arranged to meet had yet to reach out. After finally shaking off the personnel from the official shelter, Wu Yu intended to strike at 2 warehouses she had been surveilling for quite some time. Based on her assessment of the armed forces within the warehouse, she surmised that the contents would be far more than mere supplies. Yet, just as she had painstakingly excavated the tunnel and was on the verge of success, that unlucky fellow had reappeared. I understand you must be curious about my presence here, but I suggest you take a look around, Wu Yu remarked as she leaped into the secret chamber from the tunnel. However, before she could finish her sentence, Suze interrupted her, gesturing towards the window. The situation is dire. You mean? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Yu refrained from further banter and swiftly dashed outside. Through the window, she beheld the current scene unfolding outside. A multitude of armed personnel, brandishing flashlights and firearms, were mounting a full-scale assault on the warehouse. Is that the Downhill Tiger Squad? Among them, she recognized several familiar figures. I must take my leave. I suggest you look after yourself. The strength of the Downhill Tiger Squad is beyond your capacity to handle. Acknowledging the imminent threat, Wu Yu could no longer entertain thoughts of the warehouse's provisions. After exchanging hurried farewells, she swiftly re-entered the tunnel, stating, "Come, help me cover the iron plate." With that, she pointed to a small iron plate beside the tunnel entrance. As soon as her words fell, Wu Yu vanished before Suze's eyes, akin to a gopher retreating into its burrow. After all, Wu Yu was merely a thief. Have you ever witnessed a thief daring to confront their enemies head-on? This individual is indeed intriguing. After skillfully concealing the entrance to the secret chamber, Suze shook his head with a wry smile and subsequently exited the room. What is the situation outside? At that moment, Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong appeared before Suze, faced with the sudden emergence of this group of adversaries. Wu Yu sought to escape, and naturally, Suze intended to depart as well, albeit in a somewhat different manner. Wu Yu opted for a retreat along the original path. While Suze prepared himself for battle, recognizing the formidable nature of these foes, he resolved to charge forth from the front. Initially, only a dozen armed individuals had arrived outside, but within a few minutes, another sizable contingent joined them. "Boss, there are also extraordinary beings among them." At the instant Suze inquired, Xiao Samao and Lin Yedong relayed the surrounding circumstances. The situation appeared rather grim. "Let us get in the vehicle." Suze nodded, retrieving an armored vehicle from the system's space and gestured for the two to board. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. "Let us break through." "Boss, you've had the vehicle with you all along?" Despite having prior knowledge of Suze's spatial abilities, the sight of a massive truck materializing before them elicited a look of astonishment from the two. "Just a little trick." After they boarded, Suze smiled. "Let us charge out." In the next moment, he ignited the engine and propelled the vehicle out of the warehouse. "Blue Shield, there are indeed people," he shouted, opening fire and eliminating the assailants. "Do they have a vehicle? Where could they have gotten a car in such a place?" As they burst from the warehouse, Suze's intent was crystal clear. He aimed to break through at the juncture of Huaihai District and Shanghang District before making a swift retreat. On the other side, whether it was the Shaoshan Tiger Squad or the armed personnel who had come to assist, astonishment flickered across each face. They had encountered thieves at the warehouse before, but never had they witnessed such audacity, arriving in a truck. Instantly, dozens of individuals opened fire. Members of the Shaoshan Tiger Squad, Songlong and Blue Shield, also sprang into action. "Blue Shield, intercept them." Songlong intended to swiftly enter the vehicle and seize control of the driver, but before she could board, Suze's truck roared past, leaving her no opportunity. "Watch me." After determining the truck's escape route, Blue Shield activated his extraordinary power. A brilliant blue radiance enveloped his form, shining vividly against the dark night sky. Towering at over 5 meters, Blue Shield transformed into a giant. The extraordinary aura that surrounded him became increasingly pronounced. True to his name, he released the full force of his mountainous power, exuding a formidable presence that seemed to declare, "No one shall pass." Bang, bang, bang. This individual is no ordinary foe. He possesses an astonishing power, and it is likely that he is a second-tier extraordinary being. Suzy felt no apprehension regarding the bullets fired from outside. Given the defensive strength of his vehicle, these mere rifle rounds could hardly breach its armor. However, the solitary figure of the Blue Shield before him instilled a sense of inexplicable pressure. Particularly, there was an imposing presence akin to a mountain, as if the Blue Shield were not merely a man, but a monstrous entity forged from steel. "I am eager to ascertain the extent of your strength." Yet, such thoughts lingered only briefly in Suzy's mind. In the next moment, he pressed the accelerator, driving his vehicle directly towards the Blue Shield. "Humph. Does this battered truck really think it can breach my defenses?" The Blue Shield, standing in the path, showed no inclination to evade. This dilapidated vehicle could never penetrate his fortifications. Song Wolf, prepare to conclude this battle. In fact, in order to swiftly complete the mission, the Blue Shield took the initiative to attack. Leaping forward like a mountain, the Blue Shield lunged at Suzy's vehicle. Chapter 21. Do you dare to call me a bluffer? You are indeed formidable, but is it not a tad presumptuous to underestimate me? If that is the case, I shall not allow you to remain too comfortable. Inside the vehicle's cockpit, as Suzy observed the charging Blue Shield, a shadow of concern flickered in his eyes. The sheer force of the collision might be something the Blue Shield could withstand. However, Lin Yedong, press the red button beside you. Yes. Although Lin Yedong was unaware of the purpose of the conspicuous red button, he complied without hesitation. Ding. The armed defense system is activated. Ding. The dual-barrel rapid-fire cannon is fully operational and actively seeking targets. The moment Lin Yedong pressed the button, a mechanical voice resonated within the confines of the cockpit. The emotionless electronic sound echoed in the cramped space, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper whispering in the ears of the dying. "Boss, when did we get a cannon on this vehicle?" Following the vehicle's internal notification, both the relatively composed Lin Yedong and the somewhat anxious Xiao Samao were filled with astonishment and bewilderment. "I have many more aces up my sleeve." Upon hearing this, Suzy couldn't help but smile. Although he could have activated the defensive cannon directly from the system, doing so provided a much-needed boost of confidence to Lin Yedong and the others. As for the exaggerated expressions on Lin Yedong and Xiao Sanmao's faces, it was hardly surprising. To them, Suzy's vehicle was merely a rusty transport truck. Capable of withstanding the previous gunfire was already an extraordinary feat, let alone having a double-barrel cannon emerge from its rooftop. Moreover, the battlefield was not only a source of astonishment for Lin Yedong and the others behind Suzy. Upon first glance, the dark cannon protruding from the truck caused an immediate shift in demeanor for the previously nonchalant Blue Shield, who now felt a surge of anxiety. While he could easily withstand a head-on collision with a vehicle, Facing the direct assault of a large-caliber artillery piece was no laughing matter. Such weaponry had not existed prior to the apocalypse. How could it possibly be mounted on a decrepit truck? Blue Shield remained calm. This might merely be a film prop. Designed to intimidate, a voice echoed in his mind as he hesitated, contemplating retreat. Just then, several figures emerged against the night sky, clad in silver robes. Mirroring the downhill Tiger Squad, they too bore a silver-white insignia upon their chests, though devoid of any design. Merely a polished silver mirror reflecting the dim light around them. The Crescent Moon Squad had arrived for support. Before he could process this unexpected reinforcement, 3 members clad in silk uniforms approached him, escorting a girl whose face was etched with disdain and frustration. What were they doing here? Regardless, the pressing issue at hand was to resolve this formidable predicament first. Although Blue Shield was curious as to why the Crescent Moon Squad, initially dispatched on a mission, had suddenly appeared, he had no time for such contemplations. It was indeed inconceivable for such weaponry to be present on civilian vehicles. Surely even the highest echelons of the military had not equipped their forces with such arms. After a brief moment of reflection, Blue Shield's trepidation dissipated. Who could he possibly intimidate with this? With a fierce roar, he charged forward. A resounding crash echoed as Blue Shield collided with Suze's vehicle. In an instant, astonishment swept across the faces of the onlookers. Had Blue Shield truly stopped that vehicle? No. The vehicle appeared unscathed. This was no ordinary vehicle. While Suze's vehicle did come to a halt upon impact, it soon became evident that something was amiss. The vehicle continued to move slowly, and the strain evident on Blue Shield's face suggested he was struggling to maintain his stance. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the vehicle, which had endured a collision with several tons of force, suffered no damage whatsoever. Am I merely a source of intimidation? Suze mused, then allow me to reveal my true might. Through the faint observation port of the armored window, he watched Blue Shield intently, activating the energy reserves of his vehicle. This was a first-tier energy crystal charging. May you not disappoint me. As the cannon's muzzle emanated a heated aura, a dazzling light began to flicker around, and a grin of unrestrained delight spread across Suze's face as he sought to unleash the full potential of the dual-barreled cannon atop his vehicle. Suze opted not for conventional energy storage, but instead directly employed energy crystals. At first glance, this seemed quite extravagant, yet he was indifferent. After all, he had just acquired a substantial quantity of energy crystals from the warehouse, and the use of a single crystal was inconsequential. Could this truly be real? Sensing the searing heat in the vicinity and the surging energy coalescing within the barrel, Lon Dunn's eyes sparkled with disbelief. He had not anticipated that the cannon before him was genuine rather than a mere faiade. This is bad. I can't block it. In an instant, a murderous intent surged within Lon Dunn, akin to a thorn lodged in his throat. Indeed, among his peers of the same rank, Lon Dunn possessed formidable defensive capabilities. However, this did not imply he could withstand a cannonball. Almost instinctively, upon realizing the energy projectile was primed for launch, Lon Dunn retreated, moving several meters away in a flash. Now you wish to flee? Suze shook his head. Too late. Boom. No sooner had Suze uttered his words than the double-barreled cannon completed its charging process. It directly targeted the distance just created by Lon Dunn. With a simultaneous discharge, a deafening explosion ensued, giving rise to a mushroom cloud filled with shards of steel and searing energy, suddenly manifesting before the astonished onlookers. The ground trembled slightly, and the air was suffused with a scorching aura. The surrounding steel was violently shattered by the fierce shockwave, transforming into lethal fragments the size of fingernails that scattered like the sides of death, piercing through the bulletproof vest of nearby armed security personnel. Blood gushed forth, and the extreme heat vaporized a nearby group of individuals into charred remains. The once tranquil factory was instantly transfigured into a hellish inferno with the sound of the explosion. Chapter 22. The fusion vehicle, could its power be so immense? Boss, is this truly just an ordinary truck? Little Samuel, having seen little of the world, gazed at the scorched earth before him, his youthful face filled with astonishment. Was his boss's hidden card really so formidable? Although Lin Yedong maintained a somewhat composed demeanor, a flicker of shock still surfaced within him. The power of such artillery had exceeded his comprehension. Do not rejoice too soon. These adversaries are not as simple as they seem. In contrast to the attitudes of Lin Yedong and Little Samuel, Suze appeared remarkably serene. A glance around the battlefield revealed the continued presence of active personnel, and upon noticing that most of the injured were merely ordinary security staff, Suze immediately accelerated, preparing to retreat amidst the ensuing chaos. When the time came to act, Suze would show no hesitation. Yet when it was time to withdraw, he would not linger unnecessarily in the vicinity, engaging in futile skirmishes. Is it too late to escape now? Too late? I feel it is not late at all. Then let me, Yue, see why you are so confident. The moment Suze dashed 100 meters away, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the vehicle, wielding twin daggers and clad in a silvery robe. Upon her visage rested an iron mask intricately carved with grotesque figures. No sooner had she spoken than the woman materialized before Suze, moving with a spectral swiftness. The daggers in her hands glimmered with a lethal sheen under the vehicle's headlights. Whoever you may be, you must remain here today, she declared, and with that, Yue advanced. Both hands brandished the daggers, launching an assault towards the front of Suze's vehicle. In an instant, she thrust her dagger towards the car window. At the moment of contact, the thick, resilient bulletproof glass, designed to withstand armor-piercing rounds, was sliced open as if it were mere tofu. Ding. The vehicle has sustained 99 damage. Please exercise caution, host. Ding. The front bulletproof glass has been compromised. Please repair it promptly. Simultaneously, a new system prompt echoed in Suze's mind. Boss, I can't just sit here, exclaimed Lin Yedong, unable to remain passive, as he rose to intervene against the woman before them. No need for that. Just stay in the driver's seat, Suze replied, somewhat exasperated. He had initially intended to keep a trump card in reserve, but had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. Muttering to himself, a faint smile crept across Suze's lips. If that's the case, I shall match you to the end. Fixating on Yue with a gaze filled with aggression, he decisively initiated the fusion. Based on Suze's calculations, this unexpected foe possessed at least second-tier strength, augmented by her weaponry. It would be exceedingly difficult for Suze, even in his regular state, to contend with her, let alone Lin Yedong. Naturally, he would not engage in such a precarious endeavor without certainty. Since he had chosen to force a breakout, he must control the situation. Otherwise, what would be the point of breaking out? Did this adversary possess any hidden cards? After slicing open the bulletproof glass of the vehicle, Yue anticipated that this battle would conclude in the next moment. However, an unsettling premonition crept into her mind. This innate intuition had enabled her to survive countless harrowing beast tides. Such ominous thoughts were not something that typically intruded upon her consciousness during tranquil times. Yue. The current situation enough. Lan done. This battle is beyond your intervention. Order all members of the Mountain Tiger Squad, along with security forces, to retreat. Sister Yue. This, Lan done, who had finally regained his composure after the earlier explosion, had intended to bring support for Song Long and others. Yet before he could voice his intentions, Yue insisted on her own departure. Sister Yue, this individual merely modifies vehicles. There is no need for such alarm. Despite Yu Ying's status as the strongest among them, having single-handedly traversed through hordes of mutated beasts and decimated third-tier monstrosities, Lan Dun stubbornly offered his opinion. Get lost. All of you. As her foreboding intensified, Yu Ying forcefully kicked Lan Dun aside, lacking the time to explain herself further. Subsequently, a beam of moonlight flickered beside the shadow of the moon, akin to the gaze of the night, ultimately enveloping it entirely. The originally glimmering daggers, which shone with a cold light, merged under this silvery radiance, transforming into a peculiar weapon approximately 1 meter in length, equipped with sharp points at both ends. As the illumination continued to shroud the moon's shadow, an aura reminiscent of a mighty war deity gradually emanated from her, extending to encompass the surrounding area within a 100-meter radius. Concurrently, during the mechanical fusion phase, Suze felt the power within him surging incessantly. The previously mundane truck components morphed into distinct parts, seamlessly integrating into Suze's being, thanks to the system's extraordinary capabilities. Meanwhile, the two individuals, Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong, who had been in the truck, were also placed into an independent vehicle space after Suze entered the fusion state, ensuring that they would not interfere with his battle. In the cockpit, now transformed into a towering mechanical warrior standing at over 10 meters, Suze beheld the current state of the moon's shadow. Instinctively, he recalled an anime he had watched in a past life, wherein a character harnessed a power augmentation. During this period, movement was likely restricted. Thus, he thought, why not give her a shot? After assessing the moon's shadow's approximate condition, Suze took decisive action. This was not a matter of martial ethics. It was not a formal duel. Suze had no intention of waiting for this masked girl to be fully prepared before striking. This was true combat, and seizing the initiative was paramount. As for the question of being a villain, Suze scoffed at the notion. If victory could be attained in battle, what did it matter if one was deemed petty? Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was Suze who had prepared for battle first. He surmised that if the moon's shadow had fully charged beforehand, she would likely make the same choice he did. At that moment, it was unfortunate that she was a tad slow. With his eyes slightly closed, Suze seized the opportunity. He raised his hand, and a colossal cannon, pulsating with crackling lightning, completed its charge. Suze aimed directly, unleashing a powerful energy projectile that surged forth, striking the moon's shadow, who was entirely enveloped in the silvery light. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion ensued, sending countless particles of dust and debris flying. What a pity. One should never underestimate others. Suze was resolute in not allowing the tiger to return to the mountain. As the energy projectile's discharge concluded, he plunged into the debris, capturing the moon's shadow in his grasp. Under the tremendous impact, she succumbed to unconsciousness, and the mask that had adorned her face shattered completely, revealing her flawless, alabaster skin. Simultaneously, a delicate and exquisite visage emerged before Suze's eyes. At first glance, her beauty was not ostentatious, yet upon closer inspection, even amidst the grime of battle, her allure remained undeniable. Like a lotus blooming from the water, she exuded a gentle, ethereal charm. However, in Suze's eyes, she was merely a rosy skeleton. Chapter 23, Moon Shadow Stop. You cannot kill her. She embodies the hope of future Hangzhou. And she is also the youngest prodigy in Hangzhou, and even the entire Su province. As the hostility in Suze's gaze intensified, an almost tangible aura of murderous intent emanated from him, unrestrained and palpable. Having sensed this overwhelming aura, Lan Dun, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer remain passive. The sheer force of Suze's presence was nearly unbearable for him. Bending slightly, his eyes flickered with a hint of ferocity. Yet he still rose to his feet, enduring his injuries to stand directly in front of Suze. I am Lan Dun, the captain of the Mount Tiger Squad. Codename Li Jian, a member of the Special Operations Team in Huaihai District, as well as an operative of the Extraordinary Association directly under the Imperial Capital. The moon shadow in your grasp is far from what you perceive. The forces behind her are beyond your reckoning. Release her, and I will grant you everything in these 2 warehouses. She is also one of the most extraordinary geniuses in Su province. The higher-ups assert that within a decade, she will undoubtedly become a high-level extraordinary being. As a fellow human, you must not act impulsively. Realizing he was no match for Suze, Lan Dun could no longer contain himself. He removed his mask, revealing both his true identity and that of Moon Shadow, hoping to daunt Suze with this revelation. He endeavored to appeal to his emotions and reason, outlining the stakes involved. Is that so? Suze replied coolly, a smile gracing his lips. What does that have to do with me? If I kill her and eliminate you both, everything here remains mine. Your so-called exchange of benefits is insufficient. Suze found himself intrigued, questioning whether these so-called geniuses possessed any intellect at all. If he were to eliminate Moon Shadow and escape, wouldn't the contents of the warehouse still belong to him? Furthermore, he was repulsed by the moral coercion present in Lan Dun's words. No, he felt a tinge of disgust. They were merely wolves in sheep's clothing, masquerading as benevolent figures. Today, it was only due to Suze's own strength that Lan Dun dared to speak so boldly. What if Suze lacked such power? He would likely be swiftly slain by Lan Dun and Moon Shadow. Followed by an official announcement from the shelter, a robbery incident occurred at the warehouse near the Shuhong district, with the main perpetrator shot on the spot. Would anyone care who Suze was? Would anyone inquire about his genius status? Clearly not. No one would bother. Insufficient? Wait, do you desire resources? We can offer more. As long as you spare her, we can negotiate terms. Sensing a glimmer of hope for dialogue in Suze's words, Lan Dun dared not hesitate. The urgency of the moment compelled him to stabilize the situation before this man. He hoped that reinforcements would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Lan Dun instinctively cast a tense glance toward the distance. Prior to the conflict, he had reported all occurrences here to the official shelter in Huaihai District. If all went as planned, help should be on the way shortly. At present, the sole objective of the Blue Shield is to stabilize the situation. Do you take me for a fool? Suze is acutely aware of the Blue Shield's intentions, which are unambiguously centered around one thing: buying time while awaiting reinforcements. Is this woman truly so vital to the Huaihai District? The more this notion solidified, the more intrigued Suze became by the unconscious Moon Shadow in his grasp. Initially, he contemplated eliminating her swiftly and making his escape, but now, Suze found himself reconsidering. It seems fortune is about to smile upon me. A subtle smile crept across Suzai's lips. Convinced that Moonshadow would remain incapacitated for the time being, he retrieved a steel cable, the thickness of a thumb, from the back of a vehicle laden with metal. Employing a meticulous method of binding in the shape of a letter X, he secured Moonshadow thoroughly. Paying special attention to her limbs to restrict movement further, he wound the cable around her twice more. How exquisite! To think that skills learned in a past life would find application in this world once more. Even with the material of the bindings transformed into steel, Suzai felt no unfamiliarity in his technique. With her joints contorted, her arms, as smooth as white jade, were bound behind her back, and her feet were firmly closed. In less than a minute, Suzai had completed his task. Such restraints would be nearly impossible for even an extraordinary being to escape. A sudden whimsy overtook him, and he adorned Moonshadow's chest with a delicate bow. In that instant, a refined piece of artistry lay in Suzai's hands, her graceful form standing out strikingly in the moment. He even took a moment to appreciate her allure. The smile on Suzai's face grew more pronounced. Yet it was not merely a reflection of base desire. While Moonshadow was undeniably beautiful, Suzai's interest was not driven by mere physical attraction. As previously stated, no matter how stunning, a century hence, all will be reduced to skeletons. The world may be filled with breathtaking sights, yet in 100 years, none will remember them. The reason Suzai held Moonshadow in such high regard was singular: her prodigious talent, her background, and the value she could potentially bring to him. In the face of such attributes, mere carnal desires are rendered inconsequential. He saw her not as an enemy, but as a treasure, one that could yield substantial profit. Having tossed Moonshadow into the personnel reserve room, Suzai exchanged a few words with Lin Yadong before redirecting his focus back to the battlefield. The actions of Suzai did not escape the notice of the Blue Shield, who rationally understood that he must not act impulsively. Yet, damn it, the goddess of Ur now appeared as a mere puppet, and Blue Shield could not bear the sight. A surge of mountainous power erupted from within him once more. Scoundrel! Perish! In a fit of rage, Blue Shield clenched his jaw and retrieved a silvery potion from his pocket. Shattering the glass, the liquid, glowing faintly silver, swiftly found its way into his mouth. A cry filled with excruciating pain escaped him. Following this, Blue Shield charged at Suzai, invigorated as if by a stimulant. His strength magnified. The power of the mountains became even more pronounced, and certain organs within his body had begun to petrify completely. Why does this potion resemble the one Wu Yu had stolen? No, it's not the same. The colors differ. But soon, Suzai sensed the distinction. From an aesthetic perspective, the capabilities of the two agents should be entirely disparate. Their mere appearance bears a slight resemblance, even after consuming a substance that temporarily augments strength. The palpable difference in the aura of the Blue Shield left Suzai somewhat apprehensive. However, in the next moment, empowered by his formidable size and the surge in strength from the vehicle fusion, Suzai effortlessly struck the Blue Shield, propelling it several meters away. It only came to a halt after crashing into a surrounding wall, its fate uncertain. Pathetically weak, Suzai mused, shaking his head before igniting the vehicle's engine and soaring towards the battered, bloodied Blue Shield lying on the ground. In comparison to the term villain, I find Bruder Robert to be more fitting. As these words escaped his lips, a devilish smile gradually emerged on Suzai's face. Subsequently, he pressed down with his foot, burying the Blue Shield deeper into the earth. Even in death, the Blue Shield could not have anticipated such resolute decisiveness from Suzai. Chapter 24. A disinterest in scrubbing boards. Having dealt with this adversary, the remaining minions were of no consequence. Confirming that the Blue Shield was effectively eliminated, Suzai surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that the two remaining members of the descending Tiger Squad and the previously arrived Moonshadow Squad seemed eager to engage in the fray. Charge forth. Without hesitation, Suzai revved the engine to its utmost capacity and surged towards the periphery of the factory. As for the trifling minions trailing behind, he paid them no heed. Engaging them forcibly would be a trivial task for Suzai, yet utterly unworthy of his time. Brother, wait. It's Wu Yu. After bursting through the barbed wire separating the warehouse, Suzai initially intended to dive into the Shanghang district and revert the vehicle fusion state, subsequently disappearing into the night with Lin Yuandong, returning to the slave gathering point. However, an unexpected occurrence arose. Just as he broke free from the encirclement, a familiar figure unexpectedly clung to Suzai's enormous frame, Wu Yu. In contrast to their previous encounter, Wu Yu now appeared somewhat disheveled. Likely due to traversing through the underground tunnels, her face smeared with grime and her clothing stained with dirt. Nevertheless, it was evident that she bore no life-threatening injuries. Hadn't this individual departed? In a sense, Wu Yu could be considered the only acquaintance Suze had encountered in the Huaihai district. Thus, he momentarily halted. Seizing Wu Yu. Speak. What brings you here? I admire you. I shall grant you 3 seconds to elucidate the reason for your presence, your journey, and your intentions. Otherwise, I shall end your life. Suze was no fool, nor did he have the luxury of time for idle chatter with Wu Yu. During their previous meeting in the warehouse, Wu Yu had decisively slipped away through the tunnel. This was clearly a premeditated retreat plan on her part, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Suze surmised that Wu Yu had completely vacated the vicinity of the warehouse. At this moment, Wu Yu stood before him, and there was no room for doubt. Her retreat plan had evidently gone awry. Wait, I confess, do not kill me. At that moment, Wu Yu could distinctly sense the tightening grip of Suze and the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. He was not jesting. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically, and through gritted teeth, she retrieved the vial of the serum she had initially pilfered from the research facility. I will give you this. Take me away. Upon articulating what she was willing to offer, an overwhelming sorrow flickered in her eyes. Wu Yu longed to rid herself of the serum, not wishing to carry it for even a moment longer. Initially, upon accepting the assignment to steal the serum, she had merely perceived it as a trivial task, believing that the simple act of thievery would yield a handsome reward. Without a second thought, she had taken on this black market endeavor. Little did she know misfortune awaited her. During the theft, she was relentlessly pursued by numerous armed security personnel. Had she not encountered Suze and his companions, she might have been captured on the spot. That very night, Wu Yu had brought the vial to claim her reward, only to find not her employer, but rather a group of unknown assailants intent on eliminating her. It was only through her extraordinary abilities that she managed to escape. Just as she hoped to pilfer from a warehouse she had scouted earlier, she unexpectedly ran into Suze. The energy crystals in the hidden chamber had vanished as well. If that were all, Wu Yu could have brushed it off. After all, everyone has their moments of misfortune, and as long as she remained unharmed, it was bearable. However, after finally emerging from the tunnel, she discovered that the area within a 10-kilometer radius was under strict lockdown. Moreover, at regular intervals, infrared devices scanned the vicinity, rendering her invisibility utterly futile. In summary, Wu Yu felt as though she had angered the goddess of luck over the past couple of days and was suffering greatly. Was it truly necessary to deploy such an extensive operation to apprehend her for stealing a mere piece of metal? The more she pondered, the more her frustration mounted, nearly bringing her to tears. Very well, I agree to this deal, but you must not touch anything inside. Initially, Suze held no particular intentions toward Wu Yu. However, he found himself intrigued by the serum in her possession. Conveniently, he too needed a means of escape from the encirclement. It was a fortuitous opportunity for substantial gain. Lin Yedong, keep an eye on this girl. After escorting Wu Yu to the personnel reserve area, Suze began to mentally map out an escape route. Meanwhile, inside the personnel reserve room, hey, little dark face, you're here too? This place isn't so bad. At least it's quiet. Is this the interior of that colossal robot? Once assured of her surroundings, Wu Yu finally relaxed, especially upon spotting Lin Yedong, who was reluctant to speak. She quipped, wait, who is this girl? However, as Wu Yu laid eyes on the unconscious figure of Yue, the atmosphere took a decidedly ominous turn. Brother, can I back out of this deal? Wu Yu tentatively inquired of Lin Yedong, swallowing hard. The peculiar method of binding, coupled with Wu Yu's own imagination, painted a disconcerting picture. All right, Suze has emerged in my mind as an absolute villain and lecher. Brother, I want to play with a yo-yo. I'm not even good looking. The more she pondered, the more anxious Wu Yu became. Shut up, I have no interest in you. A washboard doesn't deserve to bind me like this. Suze, dashing forward, felt a twitch of irritation at Wu Yu's exclamation. Wu Yu is attractive, but a washboard is definitely a negative. Does a washboard consume your family's rice? Wu Yu retorted defiantly upon hearing this. However, she felt a semblance of relief as she slowly settled beside him. Looking down at her chest, she stubbornly remarked, this isn't fair. It seemed rushing directly toward the border was no longer an option. Armed personnel from Shanghang District had unexpectedly arrived. Suze's original plan was quite straightforward, to burst forth from the junction of Shanghang District and Huaihai District with Wu Yu. However, as they drew nearer, he could see a substantial contingent of armed forces from the Shanghang District's official shelter coming into view. Are there more behind us? He glanced back, noticing that armed forces from Huaihai District were hot on their heels. Surrounded, it appeared that they could only charge straight ahead. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Suze abandoned his original battle strategy. Elaborate plans were futile in the face of overwhelming might. Charging headlong was the only course of action. Chapter 25. Formulating a plan. The director's orders had arrived. At all costs, Captain Ewing must be rescued. Furthermore, the entirety of Huaihai District was to be sealed off. No personnel were permitted to enter or exit the city gates. Additionally, anyone could die, but Ewing must remain alive. Within the Huaihai District shelter, on the 9th floor, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit emerged from his office, his expression grave. Dong Guodong, the deputy director of the Huaihai District official shelter, faced a dozen high-ranking officials from the district and promptly outlined the response plan. Simultaneously, he activated the Level 1 combat response plan. As soon as Dong Guodong's words fell, the dozen officials sprang into action. Following the issuance of orders, chaos erupted throughout Huaihai District. The shelter's stockpile of firearms and ammunition production line had been looted, resulting in dozens of casualties. The leader of the Downhill Tiger team, Wan Dun, had perished on the spot, while the leader of the Full Moon team, Yuing, had been taken captive. The assailant remained at large. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Huaihai District had endured numerous beast tides, riots, dark cult sacrifices, and various calamities. Yet, it had never suffered such immense losses as today. The suspected perpetrator might merely be a vagrant emerging from the slums of Shanghong District. This was unacceptable to the officials of Huaihai District, as well as to the various factions within. The earlier chaos in the warehouse had not been a mere incident of resource theft. It was a profound affront, an outright slap in the face. Within 10 minutes of the warehouse incident, the entire Huaihai District sprang into action. All extraordinary individuals from various streets mobilized, and the entire area was placed under martial law. Even the ace team of Huaihai District, the first extraordinary brigade known as Evil Blaze, was fully deployed. Evil Blaze, a 7-member extraordinary team, stands as the pride of Huaihai District. Except for the upper echelons of the Huaihai District shelter, no one is privy to their detailed profiles and abilities. Under ordinary circumstances, this team would never take action. Yet this time, upon receiving the news, accompanied by a chilling aura of menace, all members of Evil Blaze surged into action. Although Moonshadow is part of the Round Moon team, she is, in fact, a reserve member of Evil Blaze and one of the individuals sent from the imperial capital to Su province for trials. If anything were to happen to her, the very existence of Huaihai District might be rendered unnecessary. In an instant, the once bustling Huaihai District fell eerily silent. It was a time of trepidation. Even the underground black market, typically hidden beneath the sewers, was shut down within 3 minutes. Boss, the situation is dire. Both entrances to Huaihai District are completely sealed off, and all intersections are under strict martial law. The surrounding streets are also on high alert. Although we are not in the central area, we are still quite far from the exits of Huaihai District. Most importantly, the surveillance equipment in Huaihai District is exceedingly comprehensive. I have already seen a wanted notice regarding us, complete with photographs. The night was shrouded in darkness, heavy black clouds pouring down like ink, enveloping the entire sky in a pitch-black void. Scattered stars offered a faint glimmer of light. Along the streets, the streetlights blazed brightly, illuminating the surroundings. At this moment, every light that could be turned on in Huaihai District was ablaze, disregarding the cost of electricity. Every 2 minutes, armed guards, their expressions grave, patrolled the central road, scrutinizing every potential hiding place with intense gazes. Apart from that, Huaihai District resembled a deserted city, devoid of life on the streets. Suze and his companions concealed themselves in the depths of the silent alleys. Just moments ago, the scout Zaya Samio returned from assessing the situation, appearing breathless. Since Zaya Samio had opted not to engage on the front lines from the outset, he remained the only one not on the wanted list. Boss, should we refrain from hasty actions? Force is an effective means of resolving issues, but it is not the only one, Zaya Samio suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yadong had already unsheathed the dagger from his waist. However, before Lin Yadong could fully articulate his intentions, Suze stood up to intercept him. He then slowly approached the sleeping Wu Yu. Wake up. Stop pretending to be asleep. Your snoring is rather faint. Ah, I'm just a bit tired. Oh. Then continue your slumber. We are leaving. Casting a glance at the seemingly dazed Wu Yu, Suze paid her little mind and stood up to carry the unconscious Moonshadow away. He signaled to Lin Yadong and Zaya Samio to rise. As for Wu Yu, if she insisted on sleeping, she might as well remain here. Wait, you cannot simply abandon me. You have accepted my payment. The agreement we made previously has already been fulfilled. Did I not lead you out of the warehouse? That does not count. Now, look at the glimmer of an inexplicable smile in Suze's eyes, and Wu Yu finally realized. Suze actually intended to leave her behind. Think carefully. Everything I have done is in accordance with our prior arrangement. Despite the helplessness reflected in Wu Yu's gaze, Suze remained composed. You. How utterly unfair. Wu Yu initially wanted to argue and struggle, but after some contemplation, she recognized that Suze was entirely correct. Previously, she had merely requested him to escort her out of the warehouse's encirclement. In truth, Suze had indeed accomplished that. Do you wish to depart? I still have a plan. Suddenly, Suze halted again, gazing at Wu Yu with a relaxed demeanor. This time, you need not sacrifice anything. We can both escape. Really? You do not intend to deceive me this time? After confirming that she was indeed wanted, Wu Yu acknowledged that she could not remain in Huaihai district. Even if she did not encounter Suze on her journey, she would still find a way to leave. At that moment, Suze's words rekindled hope within her. After all, she had emerged from the onslaught of several extraordinary beings. If there was still hope. Wu Yu truly did not wish to part ways with Suze and escape alone. She had a realistic assessment of her abilities. Attempting to depart from Huaihai district under such circumstances was exceedingly difficult. You must not deceive me this time. I assure you, I will not deceive you. Very well. I agree. Confirming the earnestness in Suze's gaze, Wu Yu ultimately nodded. Speak. What action should I undertake next? Wu Yu was not foolish in this situation. Suze was still willing to keep her by his side. Therefore, her presence must be of significance. Otherwise, Suze would not allow her to remain. Although she had not known Suze for long, Wu Yu understood his intentions and character. No benefit, no effort. Chapter 26. The withdrawal. I will give you 10 minutes to sketch a rough outline of the routes in Huaihai district. Lin Yedong, go and survey the surroundings. If you encounter ordinary individuals, eliminate them. As for extraordinary beings, let them be. We will devise our next steps after Wu Yu clarifies the map. Once Wu Yu agreed, Suze outlined what he needed her to do. Do not say that this task is beyond your capabilities. After dispatching Lin Yedong to gather intelligence from the vicinity, Suze focused his attention on Wu Yu, his cold gaze scrutinizing her. After a prolonged silence, Suze spoke again. There is no need for excessive detail. A general route will suffice. No problem. Our current location is quite close to the exit point. We merely need to cross 2 main streets to reach outside the city. However, given the current situation, you do not intend to force your way through, do you? This task was almost second nature for Wu Yu. As a thief, how could she possibly be unfamiliar with Huaihai City? Casually picking up a piece of paper, Wu Yu sketched a rudimentary map of the Huaihai district, simultaneously outlining the general situation of the surrounding areas. I understood that I would wait for Lin Yedong's return before making any decisions. After nodding in agreement, Suze sat quietly to the side, remaining silent. Hey, after knowing you for so long, I still don't know what you do? Yet, Wu Yu, unable to remain still, continually scrutinized Suze with her lively eyes. Finally succumbing to her curiosity, she spoke up. A wanderer? A member of a personal hunting squad? Or perhaps an extraordinary being from another region? She posed several different potential identities in quick succession. Guess. Suze merely smiled enigmatically, then stood up again, playfully pinching Wu Yu's delicate chin. What? Do you want to be with me? I don't. I was just asking out of curiosity. No need to be so nervous. I quite like you. As Wu Yu's youthful complexion flushed crimson, Suze's smile grew increasingly mischievous. You like me? I warn you. Don't lay a hand on me. In an instant, disturbing thoughts crossed Wu Yu's mind. A small, dim room, a lone man and woman, coupled with Suze's earlier words, made her feel suddenly tense. Unbeknownst to her, a short blade had somehow appeared in Wu Yu's hand. Gripping the blade tightly, her expression shifted to one of wariness as she regarded Suze. Though she understood she was no match for him, if he dared to make a move, she would fight back. As I mentioned before, I have no interest in the washboard. Sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy, Suze comprehended Wu Yu's unease. After a teasing remark laced with humor, he gradually explained, I need someone for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, and you happen to be suitable. Have you considered joining me after we leave the Huaihai district? You scoundrel. Realizing that Suze's earlier comments were merely playful jests at her expense, Wu Yu felt infuriated. It's not as small as you say. Deciding to ignore Suze for the moment, she discreetly retreated to a corner, casting a disgruntled glance at her own chest. It's not that small. I must be suffering from malnutrition lately. I will grow. A seemingly feigned excuse flitted through Wu Yu's mind. Meanwhile, Suze paid her no further heed, instead examining the rudimentary map she had drawn. This is. Just then, an untimely voice broke the silence. Yuing is awake. But before Yuing could finish her sentence, Suze's figure swiftly appeared behind her. Yu woke up at an inopportune moment. Confirming Yu Ying's consciousness, Suze delivered a swift strike to her neck, rendering her unconscious once more. How ruthless. After witnessing the entire scene, Wu Yu increasingly felt that the man beside her, Suze, was anything but ordinary. Confronted by a lady of exquisite beauty, whose gentle and radiant demeanor belied her fierce resolve, one could hardly fathom the decisiveness with which she acted, without the slightest hesitation. Boss, I have thoroughly assessed the surrounding circumstances. Indeed, there are extraordinary beings patrolling the streets, yet fortunately, they have intervals during their rounds. A few minutes later, Lin Yedong returned. A few minutes of respite? Gradually lowering the now unconscious Wu Ying, Suze continued to inquire. 3 minutes, Lin Yedong reflected before revealing his findings, albeit with a hint of reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, he finally articulated, however, there exists a multitude of extraordinary individuals surrounding the city exit. If we were to charge in recklessly. Yedong, do you understand why lions crouch low while hunting, only to launch a thunderous attack upon their prey? I understand, Lin Yedong nodded. Many animals are colorblind and cannot distinguish the lion from its surroundings. Such seriousness in your response is rather dull, Suze remarked. Taken aback by Lin Yedong's earnestness in explaining his metaphor, let us not squander time. This farce should soon reach its conclusion. During this 3-minute interval, we shall slip out undetected. I glanced at the map, and there lies a concealed underground passage on the adjacent main street, originally intended for city sewage. It has since become a conduit connecting the black markets within and beyond the city due to its blockage. We shall proceed there, casually discarding the map onto the ground. A glint of cold determination flickered in Suze's eyes. With a swift motion, he hurled his pen like a dagger, pinning the map to the ground. Understood, boss. The overwhelming presence of Suze momentarily stunned the others. However, it was Lin Yedong who first regained his composure and dashed out of the shadowy street, followed closely by the rest. Ultimately, Suze emerged, bearing Wu Ying with him. How splendid, this Sci-Fi district. But should I return? I would prefer not to traverse these narrow paths again. A true gentleman does not fret over momentary setbacks. In that instance, with enemies aplenty and allies few, Suze could indeed attempt a forceful exit from the city. Yet, why seek a fleeting moment of heroism when simpler methods exist? The night enveloped them like a thick fog as Suze and his companions seized the opportunity of the patrol's absence, swiftly crossing 2 broad main streets before successfully infiltrating the underground passage. Farewell, Sci-Fi district. Half an hour later, a completely abandoned manhole cover suddenly shifted. Ensuring the area was devoid of presence, Suze and the others emerged from the depths, gazing at the brilliantly illuminated Sci-Fi district in the distance. A smile graced Suze's face. For now, this dazzling realm did not belong to him, but in the future, that might very well change. Chapter 27. Return to Shanghong District. Have you made up your mind? Will you truly follow me? I have no intention of offering you a salary. Immediately upon departing Sci-Fi District, Suze promptly disengaged from the fusion. Once everyone was in the vehicle, he wasted no time and headed straight for Shanghong District. As he drove, he inquired about Wu Yu's whereabouts. He held a certain admiration for this girl, whose eyes sparkled with vitality. Coincidentally, Suze was in need of someone skilled in reconnaissance, and Wu Yu's abilities were a perfect match. Let us go. I can no longer remain in Sci-Fi District. A trip to Shanghong District does seem like a splendid alternative. After some contemplation, Wu Yu offered her response. After all, she was merely alone, and venturing there would not make much of a difference. You agreed quite swiftly, didn't you? Well, there isn't much to ponder. Rest assured, by joining my team, I shall ensure that you are well compensated. Then could you kindly lower the knife you are holding? Observing the glinting dagger in Suze's hand as he drove with one hand, Wu Yu rolled her eyes at him. Do not try to convince me that this dagger was merely an accidental grab. Clearing his throat, Suze's expression shifted slightly. Is it excessive to carry a dagger in the car for self-defense while I'm driving? With that, he removed the dagger from Wu Yu's neck and casually wiped it before placing it back into the toolbox. You agreed so quickly? Stealing a glance at Wu Yu, whose demeanor was calm yet seemingly affected by the previous night's altercation, Suze noticed her leaning against the passenger seat, her eyes shut in a brief repose. This intrigued him. Despite being threatened, she appeared unfazed and readily accepted his invitation, a development that surprised him and diverged from the script he had initially envisioned. Opening the system, Suze sought clarity on Wu Yu's true sentiments. Upon accessing the loyalty interface, he was taken aback to discover her loyalty rating was an impressive 70 points. Such a score suggested that as long as he did not maliciously target her, she would likely refrain from betrayal under normal circumstances. It seems I misjudged her character, he mused. After closing the system and processing Wu Yu's loyalty, he resumed driving toward Shanghong District. Boss, you're back. Upon his arrival in Shanghong District, it was evident that the turmoil from Huaihai District had yet to reach this vicinity, as Suze and his companions faced no resistance entering the city. After merely disposing of some refuse, they proceeded into town. What has transpired? I was away for just a day, and everything seems to have changed. However, as soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, Suze sensed something amiss. Prior to his departure, the slave gathering point, though somewhat dilapidated, was still habitable. Now, it lay in utter disarray, with even the storage facility for his supplies appearing in shambles. Clearly, someone had visited during his absence. Suze, is this your base? Upon disembarking, Wu Yu's eyes glimmered with surprise at the sight. She had anticipated that Suze held considerable influence in Shanghong District. While he may not have dominated the area, he was certainly recognized as a significant figure. After all, Wu Yu had witnessed his prowess firsthand. With strength approaching that of a third-tier extraordinary being, he was undoubtedly a figure of prominence in this impoverished enclave. Yet, her observations revealed a stark contrast. The current environment is deplorably worse than that of a slum. Zhang Xiaojia, I grant you 3 minutes to elucidate the situation. With a wave, he signaled Wu Yu to remain silent. And at that moment, Suze's expression shifted drastically, his cold gaze now fixed firmly upon Zhang Xiaojia. It was the work of the Knife Society. They claimed that the supplies submitted last month were insufficient, and then proceeded to forcibly seize a significant quantity of resources. I, along with others, attempted to thwart them, but their numbers were overwhelming. We stood no chance. Feeling an oppressive, almost tangible pressure, a despondent Zhang Xiaojia promptly recounted the events. Brother Yudong, there is another matter. Standing beside Suze, Lin Yudong felt a sudden pang of unease. Speak. Zhang Xiaojia's countenance was grim. Yet after a prolonged moment, he gritted his teeth and disclosed. Your sister has also been taken by them. What did you say? Before anyone could react, Lin Yudong's figure materialized before Zhang Xiaojia like a specter, a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. I did my utmost. Look at the wounds on my body. Despite the malevolent glare that Lin Yudong cast upon him, Zhang Xiaojia exhibited no fear. Instead, he stood tall, defiantly facing the dagger, which swiftly sliced through his tender skin, blood streaming forth. Yet, Zhang Xiaojia paid no heed to his injuries, pulling aside his clothing. I, Zhang Xiaojia, have not retreated. I am worthy of you. Enough. What is done is done. Lamenting serves no purpose. Suze glanced at Zhang Xiaojia, whose body was marred with scars, most of which were bruises from heavy blows. Lin Yudong, remain where you are. I assure you, your sister is unharmed. Soothing the nearly frantic Lin Yudong, Suze approached slowly. You performed admirably. When was your sister taken? Just half an hour ago. The Knife Society declared that if sufficient supplies were not provided by next week, she, all right, I understand. After grasping the situation, Suze gestured for Zhang Xiaojia to refrain from further elaboration. He stepped into the room and surveyed the surroundings. Most of the supplies had been pilfered, leaving only useless refuse behind. Zhang Xiaojia, are there others besides the Knife Society? If Suze recalled correctly, some of the wandering vagrants nearby seemed to have their sights set on their base as well. Indeed, the surrounding vagrants took advantage of the chaos. That scoundrel Lazeman has also arrived. Understood, Suze nodded. Those who can move, follow me. Moments later, Suze shattered the silence that enveloped them. Glancing at the more than 20 subordinates crammed in the inner room, their condition was akin to Zhang Xiaojia's, battered and bruised. The only solace for Suze was that, at the very least, no one had chosen to flee. Taking a deep breath, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Suze's eyes. The Knife Society, initially. Suze had no intention of provoking them, as stability and growth seemed the most prudent strategy in such turbulent times. Yet now, the Knife Society had audaciously trampled upon his dignity. From the surrounding vagrants to the Knife Society, none would be spared. They would be utterly annihilated. Having surveyed the supplies in his system's warehouse, Suze concluded that he had sufficient resources for an upgrade. Without further contemplation, he decisively resolved to confront the Knife Society directly. Chapter 28, The Yuwang Tower Boss. I will prepare the weapons right away. The moment Su Zhe spoke, Zhang Shaojie sprang to his feet, eager to retrieve arms for vengeance. The 20-odd individuals surrounding them also immediately rose, following closely behind Su Zhe. Although they were fundamentally mere slaves, they sensed a glimmer of hope and dignity in being human through Su Zhe. Remaining in this place might guarantee safety. But their subsequent existence would be akin to puppetry. However, taking a bold step could lead to something entirely different. Lin Yudong, stay put and follow my lead. As Zhang Shaojie and the others readied themselves, Su Zhe suddenly cast a stern gaze at Lin Yudong, who was about to head out. Su Zhe understood his intentions all too well. He was apprehensive for his sister and was preparing to take action first. Boss, come back. If you go now, it won't be any different than if I take you with me. After casting a glance at Lin Yudong, who hesitated, Su Zhe promptly retrieved the firearms he had brought back from the vehicle. Zhang Shaojie, distribute the weapons. We have guns. Boss. Upon witnessing the pristine firearms and ample ammunition at the back of the vehicle, Zhang Shaojie was momentarily taken aback. Where did all this equipment come from? From what we brought along. After briefly recounting the events in Huaihai District, Su Zhe called for Wu Yu. I am preparing to go out. Will you join me? Of course. Wu Yu's response was resolute. She effortlessly drew a dagger from her waist, slicing through the air before firmly gripping it once more. Having joined your group, how could I possibly refrain from participating in such matters? It is a team. After correcting Wu Yu's reference to their collective, Su Zhe immediately commenced the pre-battle planning. Spreading out the map of Shanghang District, a glint of seriousness flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. The scattered drifters near the outskirts of the city, close to Su Zhe's stronghold, were of no concern to him. The only faction worthy of attention was the Knife Society, a gang composed of ruffians from before the apocalypse. They bullied both men and women, in addition to controlling several slave outposts to scavenge for refuse outside the city. The Knife Society also held sway over a relatively clean water source. They commanded the water supply for the majority of the impoverished districts in Shanghang, consisting of approximately 300 official members, with only Li Fengtian among them being an extraordinary individual. Aside from the official shelters in Shanghang, the Knife Society represented the largest civilian force in the area, which fundamentally accounted for their prominence. On the surface, it appeared that only Li Fengtian was an extraordinary member. The others seemed to be ordinary individuals. Those merely armed with firearms posed some threat. Thus, after assessing the armed capabilities of the Knife Society's members, a plan began to take shape in Su Zhe's mind. Zhang Shaojie, take these individuals to seize control of the Knife Society's water source. Those ruffians are nothing but scoundrels. Eliminate them without hesitation. Yudong, Wu Yu, and Xia Xiamao. Follow me. We shall proceed directly to the headquarters of the Xiaodao Society. In a matter of moments, Su Zhe had meticulously devised a battle plan. He would lead the charge to rescue Lin Yudong's sister while simultaneously dismantling the Xiaodao Society's stronghold. Zhang Shaojie would take his team to eliminate the Xiaodao members stationed at the water source. After careful consideration, Su Zhe evaluated that, given his own capabilities and in the absence of any external interference, this endeavor would be remarkably effortless. Boss, we have no qualms about this. But launching an assault in Shanghang District could provoke the local authorities. Zhang Shaojie expressed his concerns. We should disregard them for now. Once the Xiaodao Society is thoroughly eradicated, I will handle the response from the Shanghang District authorities. In response to Zhang Shaojie's apprehensions, Su Zhe's solution was refreshingly straightforward. Let us act first and address any repercussions later. What enabled the Xiaodao Society to maintain a foothold in Shanghang District? In essence, it boiled down to one word: force. The official shelter in Shanghang District allowed the Xiaodao Society to monopolize the slave exploration points simply to avoid confrontation. Thus, if Su Zhe decisively obliterated the Xiaodao Society, he surmised that the officials would likely turn a blind eye to the proceedings. However, there was another potential scenario, one that Su Zhe dreaded. It was conceivable that the Xiaodao Society served as a covert arm of the Shanghang District authorities, a means for them to extend their reach into the shadows. Yet, regardless of the underlying connections, Su Zhe was resolute in his decision to act. The rescue was merely a part of his objective. Once he subdued the Xiaodao Society, he would, in a sense, possess his own true power. Let us not delay any further. The time is now. Wu Yu had intended to offer a suggestion, but Su Zhe swiftly dismissed it. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized that the present moment was opportune. Soon, Su Zhe and Zhang Shaojie split their forces. Zhang Shaojie led his team to the water source controlled by the Xiao Dao Society, while Suze directed his group toward their headquarters, the Yuang Building. The Yuang Building was one of the Xiao Dao Society's visible enterprises, offering not only standard dining and lodging, but also a plethora of other activities within its walls: gambling, illicit gatherings, and more, serving as a FA for the Xiao Dao Society. "Boss, we've arrived. Shall we simply walk in?" Zhang Shaojie queried, recalling that Lin Yudong's sister had been taken to this very location. After half an hour of traversing toward the center of Shanghang District, Xia Sanmao was the first to articulate the situation regarding the building and the prior abduction of Lin Yudong's sister. "I understand," Suze acknowledged, waving his hand dismissively. Then suddenly chuckled. "Had I not ventured beyond the city, I would find it hard to believe such a place exists in this post-apocalyptic world." A towering edifice emerged in Suze's line of sight. Even in the power-starved Shanghang District, it gleamed with vibrant lights. A constant flow of individuals, adorned in extravagant attire or wielding various weapons, surged forth, likely members of the district's elite or formidable hunting teams. The entrance, a grand 5-meter-wide gateway, shimmered with golden hues, guarded by several security personnel clad in the Xiao Dao Society's uniform, patrolling the vicinity. Beneath the opulent chandelier that hangs in the center of the grand hall, an air of luxury envelopes the surroundings. The stench of wine and meat permeates the atmosphere, while the frozen bones of the deceased lie on the road. As Suze comes to a gradual halt, the coldness in his gaze becomes increasingly apparent. Before him stands the Yuang Tower, a sight that seems almost unimaginable amidst the brutal apocalypse. Yet, here, in the Shanghang District, such a place still exists. It is essential to recognize that the majority of the surviving humans venture forth primarily in search of sustenance, akin to a gruel-like fare. Here and now, it is less about the indulgent feasting within the Yuang Tower and more about a ravenous consumption, devouring flesh and sipping marrow. Suze is not one to empathize easily, yet he finds this spectacle intolerable. It is time to move forward. Indeed, the decaying Shanghang District deserves a transformation. With an inexplicable smile, Suze steps slowly into the Yuang Tower. Chapter 29. What constitutes disheveled attire? Stop. Those in disheveled attire are not permitted entry. As Suze and his companions approach, they are intercepted by two men clad in suits, wielding clubs. The fierce expressions on their faces are filled with disdain and indifference towards Suze and his group. "Oh," Suze chuckles lightly as Lin Yudong, initially poised to strike, is halted by Suze's intervention. "What exactly constitutes neat attire according to your regulations?" He scrutinizes the two before him, concluding they are merely ordinary individuals, far from the caliber of seasoned hunters. At the very least, Suze does not sense any murderous intent emanating from them. Such individuals could be easily dealt with, even by someone as inexperienced as Xiao Sanmao. "Do you think I'm jesting with you? Scram, or I'll make you crawl out." The mockery in Suze's words is unmistakably evident. How could the two men fail to perceive it? "Enough of your banter. Do you even realize where you are?" Just as Suze finishes speaking, the two men prepare to forcibly expel him and his group. Since joining the Little Knife Society, they have encountered many like these two, merely seeking to infiltrate the Yuang Tower for a morsel to eat. "Kill them." But just as the men raise their clubs, ready to act, Suze speaks up. In the next instant, Lin Yudong's shadow appears before him like a wraith. This fellow. Oh no, are they about to force their way in? He is an extraordinary being. Lin Yudong's murderous intent begins to manifest, and the two men instantly sense the difference in him. Although they are not extraordinary beings themselves, they have witnessed the society's leader and can clearly identify the unique aura that surrounds an extraordinary individual. The cold, aloof youth before them is not someone they can contend with. "You have awakened far too late." As Lin Yudong's expression shifts, his fury and concern for his sister coalesce into an unmistakable emotion. Murderous intent surges within him. Impossible. From behind, the two individuals seem to have sensed Lin Yudong's intentions. Yet their awareness proved futile. Lin Yudong's speed was simply too swift. In the brief moment it took to turn his head, a sharp dagger had already materialized before their eyes. By the time they could react, a slender crimson line had appeared on their necks. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain. "All done, boss." After dispatching the two men before him, Lin Yudong returned to stand behind Suze, the blood-stained dagger dripping onto the ground. Yet, he paid it no mind, his gaze fixed ahead, his eyes sharp as needles, observing the interior of the Yuang Tower. To Lin Yudong, the people inside had become synonymous with the deceased. "All right, rein in your killing intent." Those two mentioned that one shouldn't entered disheveled, Suze said as he patted Lin Yedong on the shoulder, signaling him to behave normally. He then stepped forward and began to remove the suits worn by the two men Lin Yedong had just slain. Put this on, now we are properly attired. After surveying their appearance, Suze felt quite pleased. Next time you strike, do it more delicately. Such fine suits, what a pity they bear a bit of blood. The only glaring flaw was perhaps the vivid and glaring bloodstains on the suit. Suze feigned annoyance, teasing Lin Yedong beside him. Subsequently, he casually draped the bloodied suit over his shoulders, rummaged through his pockets, and fortuitously found some cigarettes. Lighting one, he exhaled a cloud of smoke reminiscent of azure mist as he entered the grand hall of the Yu Wang Tower. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, trailing behind, observed Lin Yedong, now clad in a suit like Suze, and Suze himself entering the hall. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Was this truly the thought process of a normal person? Never mind. Staying at the entrance would surely be worse. Casting a glance around, it was evident that the earlier incident at the entrance had not gone unnoticed by the members of the Xiao Dao Society. In less than a minute, several members had begun to encircle them. Remaining here was evidently not a wise choice. Recognizing this, Wu Yu promptly followed in Suze's footsteps. Let us sit. I believe someone will come down shortly. Observing Lin Yedong still standing beside him, Suze gestured for him to relax before settling himself on a sofa in the hall. After exchanging glances, Lin Yedong, Wu Yu, and Xiao Sanmao finally took their seats, in stark contrast to Suze and his companions. The numerous guests before them fell silent upon noticing the blood-soaked figures. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are aware of the nature of this establishment. However, this inexplicable silence was soon shattered. From the second floor, a robust man dressed in coarse hemp trousers and otherwise naked began to descend the staircase. His well-defined muscles were strikingly apparent, and at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, he emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. In such a vast place, is there truly not a single snack to be found? Lin Yedong, please bring me the tea from the counter. However, the imposing presence of the robust man before Suze had no effect on him whatsoever. Even as the towering figure approached, Suze remained seemingly oblivious, waving his hand to signal Lin Yedong to retrieve the tea from the front desk. Very well, Yu Wenqing, have seldom encountered such audacious youth. Yu Wenqing did not directly intervene in Suze and his companion's actions. Instead, he crossed his arms and quietly observed Lin Yedong as he moved forward. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable, yet he refrained from taking immediate action. The reason being, Yu Wenqing wished to ascertain the intentions of these young individuals. To enjoy some tea, I have 2 primary matters to discuss. Oh. Observing Suze pour 2 cups of tea, one of which he pushed towards himself, Yu Wenqing expressed his surprise. What matters? As he sipped the tea, he scrutinized the young man before him. Unremarkable in appearance, yet audacious enough to commit murder without hesitation in front of the Yuwang building. Yu Wenqing admitted he found it somewhat difficult to comprehend this young rascal. The first matter is, I seek a certain individual. As for the second matter, having spoken only halfway, Suze slowly raised the teacup from the table, the dark brown tea shimmering under the bright lights with an amber hue. As he delivered the tea, Suze stood up. I also intend to send your Little Knife Society members to hell. What? Do you know who you're speaking to? Upon hearing this, Yu Wenqing instantly rose to his feet, clapping his hands. Dozens of Knife Society members surged in from the periphery, with the foremost among them wielding firearms. Chapter 30. Yu Wenqing, these fellows actually possess guns. Suze, say something. Observing the glinting firearms in the hands of the gathered individuals, even though they were merely handguns, Wu Yu immediately felt a surge of tension. Despite the diminished threat posed by firearms to first-tier extraordinary beings, there remained a significant risk, particularly in such confined quarters, where a close-range gunfight could endanger even the extraordinary. Instinctively, Wu Yu took 2 steps back. Suze, they have quite an arsenal. I don't like this. No need to rush. I believe if the renowned Knife Society only has these individuals at their disposal. Unfazed by Wu Yu's concerns, Suze and Lin Yedong seemed to take the situation lightly. With Suze wearing a grin as he gazed at Yu Wenqing, these toy guns should only serve to intimidate some insignificant nuisances, right? They are sufficient to deal with you lot. Yu Wenqing chuckled in response. This young man possessed courage. Yet, mere bravery was not enough. In an instant, as Suze and Yu Wenqing exchanged knowing smiles, the atmosphere grew oddly tense. Who are these individuals, daring to wreak havoc in such a place? Uncertain. Yet they seemed to be the ignorant pests from outside the city, appearing 2 or 3 times a month merely to watch the spectacle. Haha. The elder brother is right. Occasionally witnessing the desperate counterattacks of the maggots is indeed a rather intriguing experience. Meanwhile, numerous guests ascended to the second floor. And faced with such a spectacle, no one chose to depart. On the contrary, in their eyes, this was a rare performance. Prior to the appearance of the Little Knife Society, those who were merely spectators quickly distanced themselves, transforming the expansive hall into a stage for Su-Zhe and his companions. Their identities were merely that of onlookers. To the vast majority of the guests, Su-Zhe was likely perceived as nothing more than a clown, after the cacophony of gunfire. The outer city's sewers would probably claim a few more corpses. The only regret they felt might be for Wu Yu. Such a beautiful girl surely deserved a fate far removed from dying here, perhaps instead to grace the brothels with her alluring dance, indulging in boundless carnal desires. Do not accuse me, Yu Wenqing, of overwhelming the few with the many. I admire your courage. In the face of the surrounding jests, Yu Wenqing remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Su-Zhe. As long as you kill me, feel free to come and go as you please. I shall not permit my subordinates to intervene. Everyone, step back. To demonstrate his sincerity, Yu Wenqing nonchalantly gestured for his men to withdraw, then stood upright. He swayed his head from side to side. It has been a long time since I encountered someone as interesting as you. Let us hope you do not disappoint my anticipation. The crackling of his bones echoed clearly, and a hint of cruel amusement flickered across Yu Wenqing's rugged visage. Since becoming a transcendent and assuming leadership of the Little Knife Society, he had not engaged in combat for quite some time. The sudden emergence of Su-Zhe piqued his interest. Much like a lion hunting a rabbit, it was perhaps not merely for the sake of the prey, but for the exhilaration of the hunt itself. This was the very reason Yu Wenqing offered Su-Zhe this opportunity. The betting had begun. Did Elder Yu have any pressure against this young man? You damn fool, are you trying to deceive us again? Is there really any pressure here? Indeed. 5 young men were no match for Elder Yu. In terms of sheer strength, even the president of the Little Knife Society could not rival him. The moment Yu Wenqing rose, the onlookers erupted in a clamor. Some bolder souls even initiated betting on how long Su-Zhe could endure. Young man, I ask you once more, do you dare to step forward? The atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous, and the murderous intent and mockery upon Yu Wenqing's countenance became ever more palpable. He was reluctant to conclude this encounter hastily, for if this intriguing young man acquiesced to his request, he would not mind taking his time to methodically shatter every bone in his body, ensuring that he suffered in endless agony, regretting his presence here today. I believe that will not be necessary. What? To Yu Wenqing's astonishment, the young man before him suddenly offered a bewildering response. Yu Wenqing found himself at a loss. In such circumstances, was he not the one in control? Or should they simply eliminate everything as before, including the third party? At this moment, Su-Zhe did not acknowledge Yu Wenqing, but instead spoke at his own pace. Wu Yu, please go to the second floor and restrain those unruly individuals. There must be a price for mere spectatorship. Understood, Wu Yu replied. However, just as she confirmed that there were no extraordinary beings on the second floor and prepared to act, Su-Zhe suddenly gestured with his hand. Remember, those on the second floor are our spoils. Not a single one is to be killed. Understood, I comprehend. Wu Yu grasped the implication of Su-Zhe's words. Who among those frequenting the King's Tower in Shanghang district could be considered ordinary? Such individuals held tremendous potential. Smart move, proceed with the action. After assigning tasks to several individuals, Su-Zhe signaled for Lin Yedong and others to take action. Meanwhile, he remained comfortably seated on the sofa in the hall, gazing at Yu Wenqing with a calm demeanor. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Wenqing was momentarily at a loss for words, even laughing in anger. You are truly a madman. I, Yu Wenqing, have navigated both the underworld and the legitimate realm for nearly 30 years, and I have never encountered a lunatic like you. Madman? Su-Zhe pondered for a moment before shaking his head. In truth, I do not particularly favor that designation. Very well. I hope you can maintain such a brazen tone when speaking to me shortly. Yu Wenqing could no longer contain himself and raised his hand. Eliminate these fools. Are you all deaf? Moments later, Yu Wenqing's expression shifted as he realized that none of his subordinates responded. Instinctively turning around, he was met with the horrifying sight of his once 10-strong crew lying in pools of blood. As for the perpetrators, Xiaomao and Lin Yedong had completed their grim task. Lin Yedong sat atop the counter, his face bearing a chilling expression, while a receptionist cowered on the ground, trembling. Xiaomao stood with one foot resting on the body of a recently deceased individual, an innocent smile adorning his youthful features. Chapter 31. conducting business impossible. Yu Wenqing struggled to accept the reality before him. A dozen armed elite members. This was beyond what any ordinary person could achieve, let alone an extraordinary being. They had not even been granted the time to draw their weapons. You will die. The moment he realized that these young individuals were far from ordinary, a sense of crisis surged within Yu Wenqing. He had to take matters into his own hands. With a fierce roar, Yu Wenqing lifted the marble table before him and swung it towards Su Zhe. The immense force accentuated the already exaggerated muscles of Yu Wenqing. With a whoosh, the 100-kilogram marble table hurtled through the air, his rage reaching its zenith. No escape? Then you shall perish. As Yu Wenqing gazed at Su Zhe before him, a flicker of solace emerged within him, as if the young man could not evade his onslaught. Surely, at such velocity, he would be unable to escape, wouldn't he? A blow of this magnitude would be insufferable even for a first-tier extraordinary, let alone someone of Yu Wenqing's stature. A myriad of thoughts darted through Yu Wenqing's mind, feeling somewhat diminished, lacking in excitement. However, with the sound of a calm voice resonating, he sensed the looming specter of death. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the sensation he had experienced in his youth when confronted with a knife pressed against his throat during a brawl. In an instant, countless memories flashed before his eyes, an eternity encapsulated within a mere blink. Without a moment's hesitation, a singular thought consumed him. You shall perish. Striving to cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Wenqing was now solely focused on obliterating the young man before him. Enraged, he summoned the full extent of his extraordinary power, unleashing a vivid crimson glow that enveloped his entire being. Yet, in the next moment, Su Zhe struck with a direct punch, devoid of any flamboyant flair. The immense force of his fist collided with the marble table that Yu Wenqing had swung. Logically, one would expect Su Zhe's arm to shatter, yet it passed through as effortlessly as a delicate tofu. There was hardly a pause. His fist connected squarely with Yu Wenqing's forehead. The skull fractured, and the brain matter, akin to silken tofu, danced through the air, mingling with splatters of crimson blood. At first glance, it bore an oddly beautiful aesthetic, reminiscent of the chaotic expressions of modernist art. However, the jarring scent of blood, intermingled with other unsightly remnants, rendered the atmosphere somewhat disconcerting, an olfactory complexity that Su Zhe found rather unappealing. With a resounding thud, Yu Wenqing's formidable form, akin to an iron tower, collapsed to the ground, face down, stirring up clouds of dust. Until his last breath, disbelief lingered in his eyes. He could not fathom that his demise would come so directly, so swiftly. Very well, everyone, before the knife arrives, let us conduct some business, Su Zhe declared, nonchalantly kicking aside Yu Wenqing's obstructive corpse before reseating himself upon the sofa. He grabbed a napkin to wipe the remnants of red and white from his hands, while casting a predatory gaze upon the group on the second floor. Now under Wu Yu's control. To Su Zhe, these individuals were no longer entirely human. Each was merely a mobile wallet. Wu Yu, bring them down, all of them, without exception. Little Samao, wait by the door. Our guest should be arriving shortly, and I would not want to appear impolite. Lin Yedong scanned the surroundings for any potential escapees. Having cleaned the blood from his hands, Su Zhe proceeded to assign the tasks at hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Zhe. What I did previously is of no consequence. You only need to understand what I intend to do at this moment. After a brief observation, Su Zhe discerned that there were no members of the Little Knife Society within the Yuwang Tower at present. Waiting idly would be a waste of time. So Su Zhe signaled to Wu Yu to bring down the 30 or so spectators around them. Having a few unexpected gains would indeed be a fortuitous occurrence. Do you know what you are doing? I am from the Fierce Tiger Exploration Group, and I have no affiliations with the Little Knife Society. Do not overstep your bounds. Indeed, do you truly wish to make an enemy of the entire Shanghang district? The individuals controlled by Wu Yu descended to the ground floor, taking in the disarray around them and the unconscious Yu Wenqing on the floor. For a moment, they hesitated to confront Su Zhe. No one was eager to confront a formidable adversary whose methods were as unpredictable as a madman's. Yet, in such moments, bravery is never in short supply. A few members of the hunting group stepped forward from the crowd, not engaging directly, but still brandishing their connections to intimidate Su Zhe. You are not worthy of such words. Casting a glance at those who were merely marginally stronger than the average person, Su Zhe kicked away the self-proclaimed member of the Fierce Tiger Group who had stepped forward. Kneel down, all of you. What I require is quite simple. Surrender your cores and all valuables, then kneel obediently. After completing these tasks, I assure you of your safety. Are you planning to rob us? It seemed that the unfortunate soul who had been kicked away by Su Zhe was now lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Even those who had previously been hot-headed had now calmed down. Correct, but alas, there is no reward for that answer. In response to such a blunt statement, Suze nodded nonchalantly and added, "A dignified person engages in dignified actions, if you prefer not to act with dignity. I would be more than willing to assist you in that regard." With that, Suze lifted the incapacitated individual from the ground, extracting several first-level ability crystals from him. After confirming that there was nothing of value left, Suze casually tossed the crystals aside and addressed the crowd. "Who will be next? Will you act voluntarily? Or shall I take the initiative?" Just as Suze finished speaking, some hesitated while others stepped forward. Ultimately, however, the vast majority capitulated. The reason was simple, collectively. They were no match for Suze. "Boss, someone is coming from outside. They appear to be from the Little Knife Society." 10 minutes later, having just relieved the last woman of her valuables and having taken a moment to appreciate her soft form, the previously assigned Xia San Mao, who was to welcome the Little Knife Society, entered. Though his expression remained relatively calm, Suze could discern a hint of panic in the youthful gaze of Xia San Mao. "It seems there are quite a few visitors. Well, that saves me the trouble of searching for them." With a smile, Suze quietly observed the door. Chapter 32. The First Encounter with Li Fengtian. "Can we leave now?" "Yes, you have taken everything. We have no connection with the Little Knife Society." Previously, as the core members of the Knife Society, including its president Li Fengtian, arrived in person, the atmosphere that had once settled into silence erupted once more into chaos. Regardless of the blood-soaked man before them and the history he might share with the Knife Society, the solemn ambience and the gravity of the situation communicated to all present that it was not a venue suitable for lingering. "Apologies, but you cannot leave just yet. You must remain here for a while." As the crowd began to voice their concerns, Suze slowly rose from the white sofa stained crimson with blood, regarding everyone with a veneer of politeness. "Why should this be? I, too, acknowledge your strength, but do not overstep your bounds. Our Yin Yun exploration team is not to be trifled with. When the time comes, let them come and collect your corpse." Before 2MO could finish his claim, Suze acted decisively. In a fleeting moment, he was behind him, effortlessly twisting his neck, and soon held the severed head in his grasp. "How tedious. Why am I able to do this? Is my prowess not reason enough?" Casually discarding the head onto the floor, Suze remarked with a smile. "Just because I am stronger than you, is that justification sufficient?" Wiping the blood from his hands, Suze remained unfazed, his calm gaze sweeping over the now subdued crowd, who lowered their heads under his scrutiny. A shared sentiment of iron will, savagery, and brutality coursed through everyone present. The young man before them bore no resemblance to youth. Rather, he appeared as a butcher risen from the depths of hell. Humanity? Apologies. But one cannot engage in discussions of humanity with someone capable of casually severing heads in a moment of discord. Those who could afford to patronize the Yuwang building were undoubtedly among the upper echelons of Shanghang district, at least of middle management or higher. In the face of impending doom, their hands were stained with blood to varying degrees. Yet, compared to Suze, they were leagues apart. Finally, silence descended once more. Observing the now compliant crowd, Suze smiled with satisfaction. He retrieved a pristine napkin from his suit pocket, wiping his hands before turning his attention to the taciturn Li Fengtian. "Greetings." Suze extended his hand slowly. "One of your inept subordinates has taken one of my people, and I am here to rectify the situation." As his words fell, his hand reached out towards Li Fengtian. Suze's hand was not unattractive, slender, and fair. Enhanced by his extraordinary abilities, it appeared as if carved from jade. Long and delicate, it was not overly ostentatious, yet no one doubted the power contained within those sinews. However, that was where the allure ended. His attire told a different story. His pristine white shirt was marred by patches of dried blood, and his casually draped, bloodied suit conveyed a sense of reckless abandon. A defiant smile played upon his lips, saturating his visage with an air of audacity. The bizarre juxtaposition of his attire and his refined features evoked a sense of unease. A madman. He resembled nothing so much as a lunatic. "Very well, I, Li Fengtian, have navigated through the tumultuous seas of commerce for a decade. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, I single-handedly established the Little Knife Society. A feat that few have managed to achieve. You are fortunate to be the one who has piqued my interest." A faint smile still lingers on Li Fengtian's face. Though it has grown increasingly cold, yet he refrains from expressing his emotions outwardly. After a brief moment, the chill in his gaze dissipates, replaced by a warm smile. As Li Fengtian approached, he slowly extended his hand to shake with Suze. The moment their hands clasped, the competition between them had already commenced. Suze exuded an aura of pure intent, imbued with a sense of lethality and brutality. In contrast, a shadowy presence gradually enveloped Li Fengtian. Now in middle age, he donned an elegant Zhongshan suit, resembling a successful businessman more than a figure surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, he embodied the essence of a formidable hero. Forged through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, his temperament palpable and substantial. The onlookers bowed their heads in submission, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. Will the old man, Yedong, be all right? Lin Yedong and others were filled with vigilance and trepidation. A second-tier transcendent. Li Fengtian was undeniably a figure of unparalleled might within the Shanghang district. Not to mention the 10 or so individuals standing behind him, even without engaging in combat. Lin Yedong could distinctly sense the unmasked transcendent aura emanating from these individuals. Crisis loomed. The strength of the Little Knife Society surpassed their expectations. In that instant, Lin Yedong recognized the peril. The true power of the Little Knife Society was far greater than what was rumored outside. His gaze towards Suze grew tinged with concern. With over a dozen transcendent beings at their disposal, their power greatly outmatched his own group. Old man, I, Suze, am not easily intimidated. If I dare to come here, it means I possess my own trump cards. Observing the individuals behind Li Fengtian, Suze's demeanor remained notably unchanged. In fact, I enjoy playing cards as well. Upon hearing these words, Li Fengtian nodded in amusement and turned to a burly man behind him, saying, Ada, our guests have arrived. Please go entertain this young man. Understood. As soon as Li Fengtian finished speaking, a man resembling an iron tower stepped forward. While Li Fengtian slowly took a seat amid the crowd. Lighting a cigar, he sat across from Suze. In the blink of an eye, he gestured for a short subordinate to approach him. After whispering a few words, the diminutive man departed. An extraordinary transcendent, intriguing indeed. Suze paid no heed to Li Fengtian's intentions, focusing instead on the imposing figure before him. If the previous manager he had slain could be described as a robust man, then Ada before him transcended the definition of an ordinary person. The hall of the Yuewang building soared to a height of 5 or 6 meters, yet Ada's stature nearly reached half the ceiling. Standing at a towering height of at least 3 meters, the figure before Suze was adorned with an almost exaggerated display of muscle. In his hand, he clutched a distinctive set of knuckles. He was a being of extraordinary nature, yet not entirely so. Perhaps he resembled a mutated soldier of sorts. After sizing him up, Suze discerned the essence of this individual, a likely mutated warrior who had forcibly evolved through the use of energy crystals, only to meet with unfortunate failure. Chapter 33, Confrontation. Possessing the physical strength of a first-tier ability user but lacking a unique power, he could only be classified as the most rudimentary type of strength-based mutant. The existence of such a semi-supernatural being was indeed fascinating. The imposing figure of Adu exuded a beast-like aura, his demeanor dark and brooding. It seemed he yearned to rend the frail Suze before him into pieces, his bell-like eyes brimming with murderous intent. Even those surrounding them could sense the surging power emanating from Ada. However, Suze appeared unfazed by Ada's presence, as if he had stumbled upon a particularly amusing toy. Ada was a being of the extraordinary, yet not entirely so. Typically, individuals become extraordinary by comprehending and adapting to their own genetic order. Alternatively, one could forcibly disrupt their genetic sequence using energy crystals to attain power rivaling that of extraordinary beings. Yet, this process was fraught with peril, and even upon success, one would remain among the weakest in the extraordinary ranks, devoid of any potential for advancement. Ada was one such example. Ada, do not waste any more time, called out Li Fengtian, who had been observing Suze from a distance. Without hesitation, the giant Ada charged directly at Suze, swinging his fists, each as massive as a sandbag, towards Suze's forehead. And this is true power. Ada roared in pure rage, his visage betraying a hint of bloodlust. Die! With that, he unleashed his fist. The sheer intensity of his might, combined with his formidable physique, produced a terrifying sonic boom in the air. The average person's punch might possess a force of around 50, while Ada, as a strength mutant, wielded over 10 times that power, almost half a ton of force. Concentrated in his fist, it was a blow no ordinary person could withstand, and even a second-tier extraordinary being would find it impossible to endure Ada's full force. In Ada's mind, Suze was already a dead man. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Ada's fist struck Suze, producing a sound akin to an explosion that echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Li Fengtian, prepared to rise and deal with the remaining rabble, was startled to find Suze still standing, entirely unscathed, a smile upon his face. How is this possible? Ada was momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. Indeed, Ada's punch had made contact with Suze, resulting in a dull thud that reverberated like a detonation. But Suze remained unharmed, as though the force of an oncoming truck had collided with him without leaving a trace. Is that all? Casting a sidelong glance at the astonished Ada and Li Fengtian, Suze shook his head and remarked, "Trash is ultimately trash. Even if you stand as the mightiest among the refuse. Yet, in the presence of true extraordinary beings, you remain akin to an ant." With that, Suze made his move. There was no need to merge with his vehicle. His seemingly frail arms met Ada's robust left arm head-on. Ah, such power. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed in everyone's ears. It was not Suze who cried out, but Ada President, "My arm is broken." In their initial clash, Ada was unsurprisingly defeated. The instant their fists collided, Ada's entire right arm was shattered, the bones splintering into oblivion. Cold sweat beaded on Ada's forehead as he cradled his limp right arm, mustering the strength to approach Li Fengtian amidst the overwhelming agony. "President, I am useless." At this juncture, Li Fengtian's expression grew grim. Casting a frigid glance at Ada, he withdrew a handgun. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Ada's towering form collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief in his final moments. Useless things should be discarded without hesitation. Consider this a piece of unsolicited advice. I am quite curious, did you truly stir up trouble here for that blind little girl? In stark contrast to Ada's incredulity, Li Fengtian's gaze bore a chilling indifference. Such a grievous injury would never heal in the apocalypse, signifying that Ada, once a capable subordinate, had now become a liability. And where does a liability belong? The trash bin. With a disdainful snort, Li Fengtian's eyes settled upon Suze. The previous action seemed as trivial as discarding a piece of worthless garbage, having no effect on him whatsoever. Remove him. With a kick, he sent Ada's lifeless body flying, then dusted off his hands. It is this girl. The previously vanished diminutive figure reappeared before the crowd, accompanied by Li Yudong's sister. Sister, Yudong, remain calm, as the tangible aura of murderous intent emanated from Lin Yudong. The anxious San Mao quickly grasped his arm, imploring, "Trust the boss." Is it her? Meanwhile, Wu Yu, who had remained silent in the corner, discreetly noted Lin Yudong's sister and stealthily moved to the farthest corner of the hall. Once unnoticed, Wu Yu cast a mysterious glance at Suze, a clever woman. Indeed, the fleeting certainty in her gaze was enough for Suze to comprehend her intentions, to leverage her invisible extraordinary power to rescue the girl. Observing this, Suze's regard for Wu Yu elevated further. As she vanished from sight, a faint smile graced Suze's lips. A formidable individual. He then redirected his focus back to Li Fengtian. Such trash, and you dare to venture into my domain? Li Fengtian remained oblivious to the silent exchange of glances between Suze and Wu Yu, instead signaling to his subordinates to bring Lin Yuxiao, Lin Yudong's sister, before him. Ah, she possesses some spirit. Even after being captured for this duration, she remains remarkably calm. Casting a cold glance at Lin Yuxiao, Li Fengtian could not resist mocking her further, continuing in a tone laced with disdain. What a pity, she is still but a waste. In Li Fengtian's eyes, Lin Yuxiao was merely a peculiar ornament. While aesthetically pleasing, she was nothing more than a mute and blind doll. Perhaps to those with peculiar tastes, a vase like Lin Yuxiao might fetch a price, but that was the extent of its value. For such a mere trinket, a brash young man had caused him to lose two rather valuable subordinates. Your fate is sealed. Initially, Li Fengtian had considered courting Suze, a remarkably young, extraordinary individual with the power to annihilate others in an instant. Having him join his gang would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, Li Fengtian's mind had since shifted. Young lad, these individuals have come to rescue you, haven't they? With a seemingly gentle voice directed at Lin Yuxiao. He then turned his gaze back to Suze, declaring, "Now, I shall proceed to kill them one by one before your very eyes." As his words faded, the malevolent smile at the corner of Li Fengtian's mouth grew ever more pronounced. Chapter 34. Li Fengtian takes action. Lin Yuxiao's porcelain-like face remained serene, as if she could not comprehend the meaning behind Li Fengtian's words. Brother. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yuxiao instinctively gazed forward, her hollow eyes reflecting her thoughts. Perhaps by coincidence, her gaze landed precisely where Lin Yudong stood. Brother, you can win. Her soft voice floated gently from her lips. Sensing the absence of any response, Lin Yuxiao lowered her head once more, standing quietly in place. Little sister, witnessing this, Lin Yudong could no longer contain himself. The sharp dagger in his hand glinting ominously. Wait, there will come a time for you to strike. Then you can do whatever you wish with this scoundrel. Just as Lin Yudong was about to make his move, Suze intervened. Approaching Lin Yudong's side, Suze promptly halted him. You are not his match yet. Advancing would only lead to two outcomes. First, you create trouble for me. Second, you meet your demise. Boss, enough. In the face of absolute power. Your words are meaningless. Do you not feel the futility? Observing the complex emotions churning within Lin Yudong, Suze understood the anger and despair he harbored. Acknowledging this feeling of helplessness, Suze placed a reassuring hand on Lin Yudong's shoulder, then strived to grow stronger. This time, I will assist you in overcoming these troubles, but next time, you must face them yourself. Boss, I understand. As Suze's words settled, Lin Yudong's heart swelled with gratitude. Gritting his teeth, his eyes ignited with the fierce determination of a wounded wolf spotting its prey. There will not be a next time. I will protect my sister well. I previously mentioned that besides disliking those who keep others waiting, I have a strong aversion to boastful individuals. Proving oneself is not merely a matter of issuing empty threats. One must take action to achieve results. Suze harbors high expectations for Lin Yudong, who, by nature, possesses the makings of a perfect assassin. At this moment, Suze's singular task is to forge Lin Yudong into an impeccable weapon. The ideal assassin that Suze envisions is not a mere puppet-like automaton, but rather a flawless individual. A soulless killer can only be regarded as a tool, rather than a true subordinate. Suze has little affinity for tools. He prefers individuals endowed with the capacity for independent judgment. Evidently, Lin Yudong seems to grasp Suze's expectations. After casting a furtive glance at Lin Yuxiao, who was not far away, a wave of calm washed over Lin Yudong, dispelling his earlier anxiety. Does he not care for his sister? This is undeniably improbable. Yet, Lin Yudong comprehends the reason behind Suze's intervention. Is it due to insufficient strength? As he gazes at the dagger in his hand, a flicker of disappointment glimmers in Lin Yudong's eyes, but in the next instant, a spark of determination reignites within him. I shall become stronger. Having inexplicably ascended to the realm of the extraordinary, endowed with power surpassing that of an ordinary person, Lin Yudong indeed wrestles with a sense of pride, an entirely human sentiment. However, at this moment, he realizes that becoming extraordinary is merely the beginning. The true aspiration that now occupies Lin Yudong's mind is to become the sovereign of the endless night. There remains hope. At least he is willing to listen. Noticing the shift in Lin Yudong's emotions, Suze smiled subtly, and then turned his gaze toward Li Fengtian. With Ada's body already removed from the hall, Li Fengtian's intentions became increasingly apparent. I shall grant you an opportunity. You may strike first. The swift demise of Ada and the elimination of a first-tier extraordinary being have provided Li Fengtian with a rough understanding of Suze's prowess. If all goes as expected, he is a second-tier extraordinary. To prevent rumors of Li Fengtian exploiting his advantage, it is indeed something to take pride in being a second-tier extraordinary. Yet, even amongst second tiers, disparities exist. At this moment, Li Fengtian's demeanor radiated confidence. Like Suze, he too belongs to the second tier. However, the gap between second-tier extraordinary beings is as vast as the chasm between mountains and seas. Throughout, Suze has merely been perceived by Li Fengtian as a jester, a self-deluded fool. Observing Li Fengtian's attitude, Suze instinctively tilted his head, seemingly perplexed by the expression displayed. I wonder if you can withstand this punch. After a brief silence, Suze initiated his attack, channeling all his strength into his left fist. With a surge of formidable power, Suze leaped into the air, launching himself toward Li Fengtian. The immense force caused the floor where Suze had stood to fracture, resembling a spider's web. What incredible speed! Could he be an agile extraordinary? Li Fengtian sensed the perilous intent emanating from Suze's strike. The velocity of Suze left Li Fengtian with no time to react. In an instant, the calm expression that had adorned Li Fengtian's face transformed dramatically as a wave of anxiety surged within him. The moment when Li Fengtian's left fist met Suze's, a tremendous force erupted between them, akin to the agony of being struck by a truck, causing Li Fengtian to furrow his brow. In terms of raw physical strength, he was no match for Suze. His speed surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier extraordinary being by a considerable margin. In fact, even before he summoned the wind-based extraordinary power within him, his speed fell short compared to Suze's. With the power of the Tempest, Li Fengtian acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated Suze. Very well, you have taught me a lesson. It appears you are a versatile, extraordinary being. Suppressing the excruciating pain within him, after suffering a setback in their initial confrontation, Li Fengtian decided to take the matter seriously. Creating some distance from Suze, he resolved to hold nothing back this time, directly channeling the vibrant green tempest power within him. As a faint green luminescence enveloped Li Fengtian entirely, he contemplated the invincibility of a versatile, extraordinary being when not employing their powers. However, if memory served him correctly, Suze's extraordinary power should be inaccessible at this moment. Unlike his own, soon, Suze would witness what true extraordinary power entailed. With a newfound arrogance, Li Fengtian believed he had discerned Suze's capabilities. Elemental extraordinary beings were eternally superior to those who merely awakened their physical strength. The two were not even of the same dimension. Drawing forth a 3-inch dagger, he guided the tempest power into it, unleashing an aura akin to a raging storm throughout the venue. A gentle breeze suddenly stirred the debris upon the ground, transforming into a razor-sharp wind in the next instant, as the metallic tea table became enveloped in the pale green wind. Scratches reminiscent of blade cuts appeared on its pristine surface. Wielding the dagger with a sinister grin, Li Fengtian now embodied the essence of a king among winds. Next, he would illustrate the disparity between extraordinary beings. Fully activating his extraordinary power, Li Fengtian regarded Suze with a calm demeanor. His gaze reminiscent of how he had previously looked at it to Chapter 35, who said, "I am a second-tier extraordinary being." Has President Li truly reached such heights? The energy released from merely awakening his extraordinary power could slice through steel. He is indeed one of the top 3 masters in Shanghang District. That young man can certainly be deemed a talent, but alas, he is no match for President Li. While that young man may also be considered talented, he pales in comparison to President Li. The power awakened by President Li is suffused with rich wind elements. Such formidable strength is not something an ordinary extraordinary being can contend with. As Li Fengtian unleashed his tempest power with overwhelming force, the previously silent crowd, who had bowed their heads in silence, suddenly became animated once more. Although they were not extraordinary beings, they were the elite of Shanghang District and fully understood the gap between versatile, enhanced extraordinary beings and elemental extraordinary beings. Moreover, Suze had even audaciously attempted to extort them before. At this moment, the crowd could only wish for Suze's demise. Do they all wish for my death? The murmurs of the crowd were not particularly loud, yet Suze could still discern their words with clarity. However, he paid no heed to their discussions. With an inexplicable smile, Suze murmured, "I fear I may disappoint you all." "What? This kid still dares to boast at such a time?" Chairman Li exclaimed. "Stop wasting time and deal with this brat. Damn it, you members of the Knife Society have brought this upon yourselves and are wasting my time. Quickly, eliminate this fellow." As soon as Suze's words fell, the crowd gazed at him in astonishment. In the boy's eyes, they saw not a trace of fear, rather, there was a hint of reckless audacity. Has he lost his mind? This individual, on the brink of facing a peak second-tier elemental extraordinary, dares to wear such a countenance? To the onlookers, it seemed Suze had gone mad. Let me show you what true strength looks like. Li Fengtian's expression darkened, for after this incident, regardless of whether Suze lived or died, the reputation of the Knife Society would suffer greatly. Most critically, among tonight's guests were several mid-level members of the official sanctuary, alongside leaders of various hunting groups and wanderers. Offending them would severely diminish the Knife Society's clientele. Despite their grievances towards the society, Li Fengtian could not unleash his wrath upon them. Customers are paramount. At this moment, Suze became the sole target of Li Fengtian's frustration. Wind source, activate. A shadow flickered in Li Fengtian's eyes as a dense green whirlwind materialized around him. Die. The fierce winds will utterly tear you apart. As Li Fengtian commanded, the tempest surged towards Suze, the violent storm seemingly aimed solely at him. Aside from Suze's position, no one else felt the slightest threat. Indeed, unlike ordinary extraordinary beings, even in his conventional form, it seemed challenging to withstand this whirlwind. Feeling the relentless force of the gale tearing at his flesh, Suze gained a clearer understanding of Li Fengtian's strength. He was far beyond a first-tier extraordinary and could be deemed a formidable opponent even among second-tier extraordinary beings. Despite the system's enhancements, Suze could barely withstand Li Fengtian's direct assault. You are stronger than I anticipated, but death remains your only fate. Moments later, as the raging winds continued to coalesce and shred Suze's flesh, his garments were reduced to tatters, revealing a physique brimming with power. Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of pride appeared in Li Fengtian's eyes. As a versatile, extraordinary being, to endure his assault through sheer physical strength marked one as a top-tier powerhouse within the Shanghang district. It was regrettable, however, that this young man seemed to possess a flawed mind, actively provoking him for the sake of a worthless vase. Otherwise, Li Fengtian would not have hesitated to recruit such a talent into the Knife Society. Alas, this shall be the final lament of your life. A fleeting expression of regret crossed Li Fengtian's mind. In the next instant, a fierce glint filled his eyes as the tempestuous power surged within him. It was evident that Li Fengtian was unwilling to squander any more time. The wind roared fiercely, summoning the scattered forces of the tempest around him. A violent storm swiftly enveloped Su Zhe's position. "Clear the area and bring those remaining two to the assembly for interrogation," he commanded, momentarily halting his assault after enveloping Su Zhe in the gale. He gestured to his subordinates to ensure the hall of the Yuwang Tower was tidied up once his attack had concluded. What? As for whether Su Zhe can survive my onslaught? Li Fengtian found the very notion to be utterly ludicrous. The tempestuous power he had previously unleashed was already the pinnacle of his capabilities, not to mention mere peers of the same rank. Even military-grade special alloys would be utterly torn apart at the heart of the storm. Such intensity of assault was insurmountable for anyone. Unless, boom, boom, boom. Just as Li Fengtian turned to leave, a series of dull thuds erupted, shattering the surrounding silence. What was happening? Upon hearing the muffled sounds behind him, Li Fengtian spun around in an instant. He was astounded to find that Su Zhe had emerged unscathed from the tempest, having sent all of his dispatched subordinates flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. How could this be? How could you withstand my attack? An absolute impossibility for a second-tier extraordinary being. At that moment, Li Fengtian was too stunned to concern himself with his defeated subordinates. Shock and disbelief filled his gaze. He never anticipated that Su Zhe could effortlessly withstand his full-force strike and yet emerge unscathed. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. Who told you I was merely a second-tier extraordinary being? In contrast to Li Fengtian's astonishment, a glimmer of shrewdness now sparkled in Su Zhe's eyes. In the next life, do not underestimate anyone. Glancing at the clock hanging in the hall, it was precisely midnight. Su Zhe had no intention of wasting any more time and charged directly at Li Fengtian. During this interval, he fused with a vehicle, and a miniature version of a mech materialized before Li Fengtian. Without granting him any chance for retaliation, Su Zhe overpowered Li Fengtian, pinning him to the ground. Simultaneously, the cannon on his right arm emanated a blazing glow of energy. Chapter 36. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Su. No, you cannot kill me. I possess wealth and energy crystals. If you desire to be the leader, I can relinquish my position to you. I can give you anything you wish. Feeling the impending threat of death, Li Fengtian made a final desperate struggle. Prestige, reputation, wealth, status. These were the treasures he valued most. However, in the face of life, Li Fengtian unhesitatingly chose to surrender. Everything seemed as fleeting as a passing cloud. At this moment, life itself was of utmost importance. Once, I believed you to be a clever individual, but now it appears that your wisdom may not be as profound as I thought. Silently absorbing the so-called conditions articulated by the fearsome Li Fengtian beneath him, Su Zhe felt a tranquil indifference within. If you win this time, would you truly spare me for the sake of some so-called interests? Suddenly, Su Zhe erupted into laughter. If I were to take your life, would these possessions not then belong to me? You cannot kill me. Should you do so, the officials from the Shanghang District Sanctuary would certainly not let you go. Our Knife Society has far too many entanglements with the official sanctuary. Your words are mere prattle. Before Li Fengtian could finish his sentence, Su Zhe's foot lunged towards his head. Whether you are simply intoxicated with power or genuinely foolish, the officials care only for their own interests, not for the Knife Society itself. As long as one can provide benefits or possesses absolute strength, anyone can become part of the Knife Society. Accepting defeat seemed inevitable. Li Fengtian slowly closed his eyes. Despite his reluctance, he understood that he had no chance for a comeback. Not only had he lost his trump card, but even the very table of the game had been overturned by Su Zhe. Farewell. A devilish smile crept across Su Zhe's countenance, reminiscent of someone crushing a mere mouse, leaving a gruesome mess of crimson bits and red-white tofu splattered across the ground. Yet, at that moment, Su Zhe paid no heed to the mangled form of Li Fengtian beneath his feet. I offer you a choice. Lay down your weapons, and I will allow you to remain whole. Gazing into the distance, Suze regarded the scattered members of the Knife Society who had refrained from attacking him. Killings are still to come. The notion of letting a tiger return to the mountain is one Suze despises and would never entertain. The purpose of his prior words was singular, to grant them a dignified death. Brothers, since we are doomed, let us fight. We still have hostages. They dare not act recklessly. Yes. Upon hearing this, a frail member of the Knife Society quickly realized their advantage. They still held Lin Wuxiao. Without a moment's thought, he rushed behind her, pressing a knife against her delicate neck. Don't move. If you do, I will ensure she dies with you. You dare. Witnessing this, Lin Yedong could no longer remain passive. He leapt into action, brandishing his knife skillfully. If you touch her, I will make your existence a living hell. Brother, allow me to handle this. Just as Lin Yedong made his move, a shadow, almost ethereal, suddenly appeared behind Lin Wuxiao. It was Wu Yu, who had been concealed earlier. I have no qualms about handling such matters. Swiftly dispatching the fool who held Lin Wuxiao hostage. Wu Yu seemed in high spirits as she patted the still-standing Lin Wuxiao. Little sister, all is well now. Thank you, sister. I understand. With her gaze still hollow, Lin Wuxiao slowly lifted her eyes to meet Wu Yu's. If memory serves Wu Yu correctly, Suze once mentioned that Lin Yedong's sister is visually impaired. Suze, is she truly blind? With a look of confusion, Wu Yu instinctively glanced at Lin Yedong and Suze. Although there was a flicker of emptiness in her gaze, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. Lin Wuxiao seemed to perceive her thoughts. What are you pondering? Quickly clear the battlefield. As we began to take action, Suze, Lin Yedong, and Xiao Samao also sprang into motion, eliminating the scattered members of the Knife Society around them. Perhaps it was due to some unique ability. Regarding Wu Yu's earlier query, Suze scrutinized Lin Wuxiao, who was now nestled in Lin Yedong's embrace. Although the system panel depicted her merely as an ordinary individual with certain congenital deficiencies, Suze sensed a latent extraordinary power within her. Never mind, the outcome should become clear once loyalty reaches its peak. Suze was unwilling to waste precious time on matters that lacked immediate answers. Suze, the members of the Knife Society have been dealt with. What about these remaining fellows? After collecting useful items from the surrounding corpses, Wu Yu's gaze fell upon the onlookers huddled in the corner. I have a feeling these individuals possess valuable items. To ensure Suze understood her implication, Wu Yu even made a gesture as if to cut her throat. Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong exchanged glances with the group, nodding slightly. Are they all fools? After rummaging through the pockets of Li Fengtian's corpse, Suze managed to procure a few small items, a pack of cigarettes, an exquisite lighter, and 2 first-tier ability crystals. Additionally, there were several keys and a detailed map marking the Knife Society's supply locations. Overall, Suze felt quite satisfied with the bounty obtained from Li Fengtian. Indeed, these individuals held treasures, and there were plenty to be found. After stowing away the assorted items in his pockets, Suze silently regarded the crowd. These individuals would undoubtedly become our future guests. However, Suze's gaze towards them differed significantly from that of Lin Yedong and the others. Gentlemen, we must extend a courteous approach to our guests. Lin Yedong, instruct them to stand in line. I have something to convey. Unlike Lin Yedong's predatory gaze towards the lambs, Suze's expression radiated warmth. Very well. Lin Yedong's methods remained as direct and unyielding as ever. You have 30 seconds to line up. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to add another corpse to the ground. He brandished his blade, the sharp edge gliding perilously close to each person's neck. The chilling breeze and murderous intent emanating from the blade proved more effective than any verbal threat. Even without the need for words or the time limit previously set by Suze, the moment Lin Yedong finished speaking, the individuals promptly stood up. Despite the dissatisfaction and resentment etched upon their faces, none dared to take the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Suze, simply known by the character Ze. The sheep within the confines have gathered, and Suze gracefully stepped forth before the assembly. Let me address another matter, from now on. The Yuang Tower shall also bear the surname Su. If anyone has objections, feel free to voice them. As his words lingered in the air, a hint of warmth graced Suze's countenance. Chapter 37. Preemptive Recharge 3, 2, 1. It seems there are no dissenting voices among you. So let us proceed to a serious matter. After a brief pause, the crowd remained silent, their gazes furtively cast downward. Thus, Suze inferred their acquiescence to his statements. This matter is, in fact, quite simple for you all. With the grand opening of my Yuang Tower, it is only fitting to initiate a recharge event. He unwrapped the cigarettes procured from Li Fengtian, lit one, and exhaled a plume of azure smoke before continuing. I kindly ask for your continued support of Yuwang Tower, with a minimum recharge of 10 ability crystals, with no upper limit. Of course, those who choose to recharge shall receive a complimentary benefit, allowing them to exit through this grand door at no cost. After articulating the promotional terms, Suze ceased to speak further, remaining seated in tranquil silence, hands clasped, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded the audience. It appeared he genuinely wished to promote the offerings of his hotel. Brother Suze, 10 first-level energy crystals is rather excessive. We are unable to produce such an amount at once. What if we choose not to recharge? Posed a corpulent middle-aged man, his appearance betraying his affluent status. Clad in a bespoke suit with exquisite golden embellishments, he was not an ordinary individual. In this apocalyptic scenario, the value of gold had plummeted. Yet it remained far from worthless. Beyond its status as a hard currency before the cataclysm, gold is fundamentally a versatile metal. Moreover, who would squander resources on feudal metals when their bellies go empty? Really? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged gentleman's face lit up with joy. His plump features quivering with elation. Brother Suze, rest assured, I simply have no cash on me today, but I promise to conduct business with you next time. With that, he instinctively believed he was in the clear and headed toward the exit. As for his earlier remarks to Suze, he assumed he could leave without consequence. Surely, he was not of sound mind. Once I report this to the security team at the shelter, Suze, you shall face the repercussions. Bang. Just as the middle-aged man was about to step out, Suze produced a handgun from his pocket, the very weapon used by Li Fengtian to eliminate Ada. If you refuse to pay, you shall be escorted out on a stretcher. Safeguarding the firearm, Suze then redirected his gaze to the dear patrons. Will you ensure these individuals surrender everything they possess? Prior to Li Fengtian's arrival, these folks had only made superficial displays. Suze held little faith in their honesty. These individuals carry with them but a mere trifle. The purchasing power of the first-tier ability crystals in Shanghang District is indeed considerable. Yet it is only substantial for the common folk. For an ordinary hunting team, acquiring a dozen energy crystals during an expedition is quite a straightforward endeavor. The possessions of these individuals would not be less than those of Li Fengtian. Boss, these individuals possess a significant amount of goods. Just the ability crystals alone amount to over 100, along with the anonymous food vouchers and weapon supply vouchers issued by the authorities. These are unregistered, accessible to anyone. This was evident from the previous example of the individual that Suze had dispatched. Wu Yu, Lin Yedong, and others found their tasks progressing smoothly. Those who had previously been exceedingly arrogant now stood quietly, surrendering all their possessions without hesitation. Despite their visible reluctance, they complied. It was only when the last person relinquished even a piece of chocolate to Wu Yu that the grand hall of the Yuwang building was left solely with Suze and his companions. Let us proceed to check on Zhang Shaojie, Suze suggested. Boss, are we leaving now? Indeed, Suze. We have yet to retrieve everything from the Yuwang building. If we depart now, returning may not be an option. At present, our ambitions remain modest. While the Yuwang building is impressive, I have no intention of forcefully seizing this establishment. We shall leave it for now, but rest assured, I, Suze, shall return in due time. Once Suze confirmed that the interior of the Yuwang building was devoid of any presence, he had no intention of lingering. Though Lin Yedong and Wu Yu expressed some doubts regarding Suze's plan, he resolutely exited the building. The rationale behind his decision was quite straightforward. The Little Knife Society, being the largest private force in Shanghang District, holds dominion over a significant portion of the entertainment industry therein, alongside hundreds of members. Although Suze had indeed eliminated Li Fengtian, he was ill-equipped to consume such a vast enterprise with merely a handful of companions and over 20 slaves. To forcibly take over all assets of the Little Knife Society could very well lead to his downfall rather than a triumphant leap into prosperity. Moreover, Suze was not the only one eyeing the remnants of the Little Knife Society. Various hunting factions, other members of the Little Knife Society, and even personnel from the official shelters were all keenly observing. Their non-interference in the conflict between Suze and Li Fengtian did not imply they would readily relinquish such a grand opportunity. It appears that after tonight, the entire landscape of Shanghang District will undergo significant transformation. Upon exiting the hall, Suze observed the once brightly lit streets descend into an eerie quiet, with a few figures flickering before him. Presumably, they were members of the various factions within Shanghang District. How intriguing. Did they wish to carve a piece of flesh from the Little Knife Society for themselves? Suze chuckled softly, gazing into the distance. a shadow of concern flickering across his countenance. Nevertheless, his spirits remained relatively high. The scale of the Little Knife Society was far too great for Suze at this juncture. Diverting a portion of their unmanageable assets would surely unsettle the previously tranquil Shanghang district. Indeed, it is quite a commendable choice. To consume the edge industries near the outer city and then to develop. Upon careful reflection, what Suze truly lacks at this moment is not personal strength, but rather time, resources, and personnel. Thus, it has been decided, first, to seize the small knife faction on the outskirts of Shanghang district, and let the rest of the situation unfold as they may. In a mere moment, Suze had already formulated his plans for the near future. Understanding the depths of the situation and knowing when to advance or retreat. This is the essence of survival in the apocalypse. I will return, and what I seek will be far more than merely a Yuang Tower. As Lin Yedong and the others exited the Yuang Tower, Suze vanished into the night. Observing this, Lin Yedong and the others promptly followed. 10 minutes later, a uniformed group adorned with silver pentagram badges surged into the Yuang Tower from the street. It was the team from the official sanctuary. Suddenly, the previously tranquil Shanghang district descended into chaos. Chapter 38. Post-war in the Shanghang district, a gathering point for slaves. Early in the morning, all personnel at the gathering point sprang to life. Last night, while Suze completely eliminated Li Fengtian, Zhang Shaojie successfully seized the water source that had been under the control of the small knife faction. Along with the water source, Zhang Shaojie returned with a dozen slaves, effectively augmenting Suze's manpower. After confirming that there were no members of the small knife faction in the vicinity of the water source, Zhang Shaojie resolutely returned with Suze. Thus, on the following day, Zhang Shaojie arose early, clutching some information gathered from the previous night, to seek out Suze. "Boss, it's me, Zhang Shaojie." Noting that Suze was momentarily unoccupied, Zhang Shaojie immediately approached him, bearing a pile of materials. "I have gathered the preliminary intelligence." "Set it down. How did you fare with the tasks assigned yesterday?" Casting a sidelong glance at the obsequious Zhang Shaojie, Suze subsequently refocused his attention on the map spread across the table. As expected, upon their return to the impoverished outskirts near the outer city, the central area of Shanghang district erupted into chaos. Various factions launched their assaults, swiftly dividing the small knife faction located at the center. In the initial half hour, the sounds of gunfire and artillery echoed incessantly, with even some long-standing extraordinary individuals opting to intervene. Even in the slave gathering point near the outer city, one could faintly sense the reverberations of this grand melee. However, as if preordained, this near-riotous brawl abruptly concluded after half an hour. The Hunter Guild, the exploration team, and the official sanctuary, along with the remaining core members of the small knife faction, suddenly coordinated their efforts, selectively dividing the spoils amongst themselves. After a night, everyone feasted to their heart's content, and the collapsed small knife faction resembled a whale fall. Almost every faction in Shanghang district reaped benefits from this upheaval. New minor factions emerged, scattered throughout various locations in Shanghang district. It is safe to say that since the onset of the apocalypse, Shanghang district has never witnessed such disorder. Fascinating. This place is truly intriguing. Having gathered insights into the events of the previous night, Suze's already buoyant spirits soared even higher. For Suze, the more chaotic the Shanghang district became, the better it was for him. As the night faded away, the dawn's light once again illuminated the heads of every individual. Yet the common people of Shanghang district seemed oblivious to any irregularities. However, the higher echelons of other factions had already sensed the impending flames of war. The order that once prevailed in Shanghang district would soon vanish, leaving the future uncertain. No one could foresee what lay ahead. "Boss, we have taken in some slaves and discovered a cache of supplies, food, and weapons from the Little Knife Society's warehouse. As for the former territory of the Little Knife Society, we have only claimed the water source and a gas station, along with the slums we occupy," reported Zhang Shaojie, his voice tinged with hesitation. "It seems that some of the individual drifters and members of small hunting teams around us have joined other factions. And I fear." Suze raised his hand, signaling Zhang Shaojie to disregard these insignificant forces. Suze understood perfectly well that Zhang was referring to the likes of Lei Zemin and others. Such trifling characters held no weight in Suze's eyes. "For now, you must remember 3 essential tasks. First, find a secure location to set up the ammunition production line machinery I brought back, and recruit some engineers among the slaves to get it operational. Second, strive to shelter some young drifters, Population is an invaluable resource at any time. Third, ensure that the newly acquired water source continues to supply as usual, but we will need to deploy more security personnel there. I assure you, within 3 hours, someone will come looking for us. After laying out all the tasks for Zhang Shaojie, Suze handed him a dozen ability crystals to procure suitable slaves. Boss. I understand, Zhang Shaojie replied, comprehending the urgency of his assignments. He swiftly set to work, organizing reliable personnel to transport the firearms and ammunition production line from the warehouse. Eventually, he found a fitting location in a secluded alley above the slave gathering point. Before the apocalypse, this warehouse had served as a sorting station for deliveries. After the collapse, it fell into disrepair. Once a temporary storage facility for the Little Knife Society, it now presented itself as the perfect place to establish the production line. After arranging the assembly of the production line, Zhang Shaojie wasted no time. Donning a hood and armed with the ability crystals entrusted to him by Suze, he stealthily slipped out of Shanghang district. With basic materials, ability crystals, and precious metals in sufficient supply, all that remained was to upgrade. Reflecting on the lack of pressing issues at hand, Suze decided to access the system. Upon reviewing the requirements for vehicle upgrades, he discovered that after scavenging resources from the Little Knife Society, his vehicle was once again eligible for an upgrade. He confirmed the upgrade. Ensuring that the surroundings were temporarily devoid of people, Suze directly withdrew the vehicle from the system's spatial realm. As his words resonated, a familiar radiance suddenly enveloped the vehicle. Approximately 1 minute later, the glow dissipated, revealing a brand new vehicle before Suze. Ding. Congratulations, host. Vehicle upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. Vehicle equipment acquired. Condensed electromagnetic drive, anti-infantry armored shell, high-energy graphene compressed battery component, high-power four-wheel drive motor. The evolution was complete, and the unique mechanical voice of the system reverberated in Suze's mind. This upgrade left Suze breathless. The transformation of the vehicle was nothing short of astonishing. Setting aside the overall changes, merely comparing the exterior appearance to that of the previous vehicle was akin to contrasting heaven and earth. The body had expanded significantly, now reaching an impressive 8 meters in length. The oversized, fully solid rubber tires alleviated any concerns Suze might have had regarding the vehicle's traversability. Heavy steel virtually enveloped the entire vehicle, rendering it impervious to even medium-caliber anti-material firearms, let alone ordinary rifles. Most notably, the large bulletproof glass had been replaced with a silvery white special metal, and 3 additional cameras had been installed at the top. Autonomous driving? The sight of the forward-facing cameras sparked a sudden thought in Suze's mind. Chapter 39. Upgraded once more. Well, perhaps I was overthinking it. It should still be in assistive driving mode, with the drive mode switched to full electric. Upon entering the cockpit, Suze realized he had indeed overestimated the situation. Although the interior had adopted a more technological aesthetic, with some subtle adjustments in layout, the anticipated autonomous driving feature was conspicuously absent. The cameras at the front were indeed related to driving. 3 nearly instantaneous cameras connected to the vehicle's internal projection panel, completely mapping the external view. Meanwhile, the assistive driving feature had been activated, endowing the vehicle with certain automated obstacle avoidance, semi-autonomous driving capabilities, and radar exploration functions. It seemed that the enhancements brought by this upgrade were somewhat unexpected, despite the considerable discrepancy between Suze's initial expectations and the reality. He was overall quite satisfied with the upgraded vehicle. At the very least, thanks to the full electric drive and the accompanying high-capacity battery. He need not be overly concerned about the vehicle's range. Attribute panel, bound vehicle, comprehensive armored truck, host, Suze, vehicle equipment, condensed electromagnetic drive, anti-infantry armored shell, high-energy graphene compressed battery component, high-power four-wheel drive motor, high-strength alloy armor, dual 120mm caliber energy cannon, range, 1000, automatic solar charging conversion. After thoroughly examining the upgraded vehicle before him, Suze activated the vehicle's attributes panel. The changes to the attributes were minimal, merely adding supplementary weapons and range indicators among other minor details, while the overall essence remained familiar. To his surprise, there were 2 options for the next stage of evolution. Such a demanding upgrade requirement seemed rather extreme. Unexpectedly, the next phase of upgrade presented 2 distinct choices. The first option was quite straightforward. It appeared to be a parallel upgrade version at this stage. If all went as anticipated, it would likely enhance the vehicle's performance further. However, the second evolution route piqued Suze's curiosity. The base vehicle, Dawn, suggested a tendency towards holistic development. It reminded him of a base vehicle from a game he had played in a previous life, Command Conquer. Perhaps the first option focused on enhancing personal capabilities, while the second option aimed to assist in establishing a base. Suze began to grasp the disparity between the two choices presented by the system. The first choice likely aligned with previous upgrades, reinforcing the vehicle while providing feedback related to personal strength enhancement. Conversely, the second evolution route was rather straightforward as well. The rewards for upgrade feedback would likely encompass entirely different resources. Intriguingly, in the short term, it seemed that directly enhancing personal strength would yield immediate benefits. However, in the long run, the second option appeared to be more advantageous. The only drawback was the substantial resources required for this second evolution route. Upon seeing both options, Suze had already formulated a decision in his mind. The second option was the one he would pursue. How powerful could personal strength become? Establishing his own influence was the true path to success. Yet, Suze felt a sense of helplessness over the excessive materials needed for upgrading the base vehicle, Dawn. He had initially believed that by transferring all the steel and other materials from the warehouse, he could achieve at least 2 upgrades. However, it now seemed that even if he gathered all the basic resources, acquiring such a vast quantity of extraordinary crystals would prove to be an exceedingly arduous task, unless he were to rob the entire Shanghang district. Ding. The feedback reward for weapon types has arrived. Would you like to claim it directly? Just as Suze was about to close the system interface, a new prompt appeared. What is this? The moment the items were claimed, Suze instantaneously discovered a knife within the confines of the system space. A flicker of astonishment gleamed in Suze's eyes. How exquisitely sharp. The blade, named Falling Star, was forged from a unique alloy, allowing it to seamlessly integrate with extraordinary power. Measuring approximately 1 meter in length, it was not particularly long compared to ordinary knives. However, its appearance was exceptionally striking. The silver-white blade shimmered brightly, nearly serving as a mirror, and featured a distinctive forging pattern along the edge. Remarkably sharp, it also endowed the blade with enhanced resilience. Grasping the knife firmly, Suze swung it effortlessly. A steel plate, at least 1 centimeter thick, was sliced through as if it were mere paper. With Suze feeling no resistance whatsoever, truly worthy of being a reward from the system. This knife was likely something that could not have been forged even before the apocalypse. Products from the system are undoubtedly of superior quality. With the realization of the weapon's might in his hand, Suze's spirits soared even higher. No longer would he fear engaging in close combat with only his fists. Boss. There's trouble at the gas station. Just as Suze pondered whether to fully assimilate the territory of the Knife Society or venture out in search of supplies, Lin Yuandong approached him, stating, "It seems the wanderers around the gas station are attempting to storm it and seize control. Another group of fools seeking their demise." The gas station Lin Yuandong referred to as merely a refueling point. Below it lay an extremely unstable oil reserve, and the Knife Society had established a rudimentary gas station above. Such self-sustaining refueling points were scarce in the entire Shanghang district, with only a few centralized locations and this one near the outskirts of the city. Upon realizing this, Suze promptly chose to absorb this gas station into his domain. Although small, the station's revenue was significant, according to the ledger seized last night. This modest gas station generated an income that accounted for 10% of the total revenue of the Knife Society. It was worth far more than the water source captured by Zhang Ziych. Yet, within less than a day, someone had the audacity to provoke trouble. Let us go. Take me to see which faction dares to act on our territory. Suze was indifferent to the notion of others scavenging what he could not consume. However, if someone dared to snatch what was already in his possession, he would not hesitate to break their outstretched hand and reclaim what was rightfully his. Chapter 40. The official shelter in the Shanghang district. At the official shelter, the general staff room. 3 middle-aged men, all over 50, were seated around a semicircular rosewood tea table, steeping tea. Their pale hair and wrinkled faces bore the marks of time. Yet these signs of aging did not render them more despondent. Instead, they exuded a unique charm, steeped in the essence of experience, despite being of similar age. The 3 men possessed distinctly different demeanors. The elder presiding over the gathering, responsible for brewing tea, was Mu Jiangwo, the district chief and head of the official shelter. With a kindly expression, to his left, a military-clad elder, smoking and reclining, remained silent, yet his weathered visage betrayed a hint of melancholy. This was Li Zhongzhao, the chairman of the safety committee at the official shelter in Shanghang District. As for the identity of the elder on the far right, he is Yu Feihong, the captain of the extraordinary management team in Shanghang District. Yu Feihong appeared to be in a foul mood from the outset, his countenance dark and brooding. It was only after partaking in tea that his expression softened somewhat. The swirling mist and the aromatic fragrance of the tea, complemented by the unique scent of the agarwood on the table, created an inexplicable sense of tranquility. This serenity stood in stark contrast to the dusty streets outside, wherein different refugees roamed. Li Fengtian of the Blade Society has met his demise. After a brief silence, Mu Jiangwo, seated at the head of the table, was the first to speak, bringing forth the events of the previous night. After surveying his two colleagues, Mu Jiangwo refrained from hastily sharing his thoughts. Instead, he resumed brewing tea, casting a peculiar glance at the two men before him. Dead is dead. The Blade Society has long been a malignant tumor that needed excising. It merely seems that others have acted before us. Perhaps due to his already foul mood, Yu Feihong spoke with remarkable candor. Were it not for the unforeseen events of last night, he would have undoubtedly dealt with the Blade Society himself. Old Yu, we may not always see eye to eye, but your words today resonate with a sense of camaraderie, remarked one of them. The Blade Society has never been virtuous, had it not been for the upper echelon's insistence. I would have scattered their ashes long ago. With Li Zhongzhao's interjection, Yu Feihong made his stance unmistakably clear. The annihilation of the Blade Society seemed almost a foregone conclusion. Pondering the existence of something that no longer was felt rather unrealistic. What intrigued me more was how a youth raised in a slave den on the outskirts could possess strength rivaling that of Li Fengtian. As the fragrant tea warmed his stomach, Li Zhongzhao held a different perspective. Rather than lamenting the death of Li Fengtian, he was more curious about the identity of the one who had slain him. Never underestimate the power of the authorities, even amidst the apocalypse, he warned. The Shanghang District's official shelter had promptly gathered information about Su Zhe following the incident. At less than 20 years of age, born from the slums, he had risen from being the lowest of the low just a week prior, only to obliterate the Blade Society a mere week later. Such a figure piqued Li Zhongzhao's curiosity immensely. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to investigate this matter. However, there is an even more pressing issue at hand. Noticing that Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong had shifted their focus to Su Zhe, Mu Jiangwo, who had previously remained silent, brought forth another matter. His expression morphed subtly, becoming gravely serious. An incident has occurred in Huaihai District, seemingly tied to individuals from our Shanghang District. Moreover, the leader of the Crescent Moon Squad, Yu Ying, has been taken. An incident in Huaihai District? Yu Ying was forcibly taken, and it transpired within our Shanghang District. If the fall of the Blade Society had merely surprised Li and Yu, the revelation from Mu Jiangwo was sheer shock. On the surface, Shanghang District and Huaihai District belong to the same province and are not far apart. Under normal circumstances, the relationship between the two regions should be quite amicable, with mutual cooperation in various plans and policies. However, in reality, Huaihai District has virtually no communication with Shanghang District. From the higher echelons to the grassroots, Huaihai District does not even regard Shanghang District with a passing glance. The disparity in strength between the two regions is stark. A mere second-tier extraordinary individual could be considered the pinnacle of Shanghang District, while such individuals abound in Huaihai District. If both parties remained entirely disconnected, their relationship would be as it is. Shanghang District, despite its shortcomings, is capable of ensuring its overall development without any issues and has no particular reliance on Huaihai District. However, following the outbreak of the Beast Tide, Huaihai District has repeatedly submitted requests to higher authorities to annex Shanghang District. Thus, their relationship is far from cordial. Not only is daily communication non-existent, but even personnel from Huaihai District encountering obstacles when attempting to enter Shanghang District is a significant hurdle. Presently, the captain of Huaihai District's ability team is rumored to have been brought into Shanghang District. Both Yu Feihong and Li Zhongzhao sense that this matter is far from simple. Moreover, another issue arises. Huaihai District Special Forces have personally dispatched individuals to Shanghang District. Mu Jiangwo raises this concern. Impossible, I disagree. I concur. This matter pertains to us in Shanghang District. What right does Huaihai District have to send people here? This time, both Li and Yu express their agreement unequivocally, resolutely opposing the intrusion. Damn it, Huaihai District must be using this as an excuse to exert control over us in Shanghang District, right? Old Mu. Inform them that Shanghang District does not welcome any forces outside its own. If they seek individuals, let them come to us. The rest is non-negotiable. After speaking, the hot-tempered Yufei Hong finishes his tea and exits first. I will handle the troubles left by the Knife Society. The remaining matters are in your hands. My stance is the same as old use. Li Zongjia swiftly conveys his position as well. Moments later, the originally disputatious trio is left with only Mu Jiangwo. Ah, what a tumultuous time. Slowly rising, Mu Jiangwo's face is filled with worry. Compared to the two martial men, he has evidently more to contemplate and address. He initially intended to investigate the youth who had killed Li Fengtian, but it seems that dealing with the arrival from Huaihai District has become an even more pressing matter. Boss, why have we stopped? Meanwhile, under Zhang Zi's guidance, Suze arrives near the fueling station. However, Suze suddenly halts, prompting Zhang Zi, who follows closely behind. To sense something amiss, he promptly approaches Suze and inquires, "Is something wrong?" "It's nothing. Let us head to the fueling station." Suze gestures dismissively, signaling Zhang Zi not to pry further. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi refrains from asking more questions and leads the way ahead of Suze. Was Huaihai District's reaction this swift? As he slowly follows Zhang Zi's footsteps, Suze casts a glance back. A group of armed individuals, unmistakably marked by the characteristics of the Huaihai region, was passing by on the adjacent street, moving toward the heart of Shanghang District. Chapter 41. The arrival at the refueling station. It seemed that an opportunity might arise to deal with the rogue known as Moonshadow. As Suze approached the refueling station, a new thought emerged in his mind. Either confront Moonshadow directly or trade him to the Huaihai region, two options to consider. However, Suze was in no rush to formulate a concrete plan. From the information he had gathered thus far, it was evident that the personnel from the Huaihai region had merely located the upper echelons of Shanghang District, intending to reach him through them. This indicated that Suze had, in fact, not revealed his identity. Consequently, his maneuvering space had expanded significantly. After all, Shanghang District was not small. It housed over 100,000 residents. Who could have imagined that the assailant who had launched a nocturnal raid on Huaihai and forcibly abducted the leader of the ability squad was merely a boy from the slums? It seemed prudent to seek another opportunity to venture into Huaihai. Suze had contemplated the possibility of Huaihai personnel locating Shanghang District, particularly since his initial entry with his companions had left a registration record, albeit lacking detailed descriptions of their appearances. His activities had primarily occurred at night, shielded by vehicles, ensuring that the higher-ups in Huaihai had no accurate depiction of his visage. Overall, Suze concluded that he was presently safe. "Boss, we've arrived. It appears that the area has been overrun by vagrants. They are ordinary folk, but there are quite a few of them." A few minutes later, Zhang Shaojie halted once more, gazing at the refueling station 100 meters away. His expression was not particularly favorable. The station was a converted residential building, enclosed by a simple wall. Behind it stood a slightly larger warehouse, and further back lay a barren land, which also served as an oil extraction point. Within the entire area, aside from some rudimentary refining tools, there were only rusted oil barrels. Typically, during management, Xiao Dao would oversee it with around 7 or 8 guards. However, after Suze eliminated Li Fengtian, this territory had also been claimed by Zhang Shaojie's men. To his surprise, just one night had passed, and the refueling station had already been seized by nearby vagrants. "Zhang Shaojie, do you recognize what faction these people belong to?" Suze observed the surroundings. The number of individuals outside the refueling station was minimal, only 4 or 5, armed with rudimentary weapons. Most wielded crude blades and steel pipes as their cold weapons. Inside the walls, there were merely a dozen individuals, their armaments not significantly different from those keeping watch outside. They were similarly equipped with cold weapons and dawn-tattered clothing. Rather than vagrants, they resembled a band of beggars. The audacity of such individuals to encroach upon his territory was intriguing. Merely by examining their appearances, Suze could easily discern their origins. They were likely a group of scavengers seeking warmth in numbers. As for the reason these individuals appeared here, Suze had already formed an understanding in his heart. It was likely that certain factions had expended some provisions as a price to employ them, aiming to test the waters of their capabilities. Let us proceed inside and take a look. Suze had no inclination to engage with these destitute scavengers. They were akin to wild grass swaying in the spring breeze. Unless their roots were uprooted, another batch would inevitably follow. "Who are you?" "Brothers, come out. Someone has arrived." As Suze and Zhang Shaojie approached the entrance of the gas station, 2 scavengers tasked with lookout duties immediately stepped forward. They shouted for reinforcements while brandishing their weapons, attempting to block Suze and Zhang Shaojie's path. Did such individuals truly possess combat prowess? Suze gazed at these feeble beings, barely able to steady their blades, and felt a twinge of doubt. Could they genuinely fight? Each was gaunt and frail, struggling to wield their weapons. With merely a glance, Suze could discern their evident tremors. I advise you to leave quickly. We have claimed this territory. One of them declared. Yes, if you do not depart, we will be compelled to take action. With the words of the two outside, several individuals within the gas station rushed out. Noticing their numerical advantage, the group of a dozen exchanged glances and gradually began to encircle Suze. If you wish to fight, feel free to try, Suze thought. Engaging with these pitiful remnants, who could hardly be deemed a threat, seemed a waste of time. He promptly drew his firearm. Compared to extraordinary abilities, Suze believed that the handgun in his grasp would expedite their rationality. Guns. They have guns. Run. Zhang Erlang deceived us. Someone has taken over here. Indeed, as the dark muzzle of Suze's gun gradually lifted, the scavengers immediately discarded their weapons onto the ground, preparing to scatter. From the very beginning, they had never truly intended to seize control of this gas station. Had it not been for Zhang Erlang from the Eastern District, who had lured them here with a bag of mixed grains, they would never have ventured to this place. Don't move. Whoever dares to move, I will end them. Zhang Xiaojie displayed keen insight. Just as the scavengers were about to flee, he single-handedly obstructed the only exit of the gas station. Two big brothers, we were mistaken. Please don't shoot. For heaven's sake. We are merely trying to make a living and have no intention of fighting. Those confronted by the gun quickly surrendered, seemingly seasoned in such encounters. They obediently squatted in the corner. Damn it, they appear to be seasoned defenders. Observing the group that had relinquished their weapons and crouched in the corner within a minute, Suze could not help but chuckle. You come here. What is your name? And who is this Zhang Erlang you mentioned? Once he confirmed that no one else was around, Suze was too lazy to fuss over minor details. He pulled over a frail lad, who happened to be the one who had just mentioned Zhang Erlang. My name is Wang De Fa. I scavenge for supplies in the Eastern District. Zhang Erlang is a foreman there, and it was he who sent us here. The reward was 3 pounds of mixed grain flour. Boss, please don't kill me. We haven't consumed this yet. If you want it, take it. After stealing a glance at Suze and sensing the aura of menace radiating from him, Wang De Fa dared not conceal anything. He recounted the entire sequence of events. Subsequently, he produced a bag of pitch-black powder, saying, Boss, I haven't dared to eat even a morsel of this flour. Keep it for yourself. Now get out. Once he confirmed that this group, occupying his fuel station, were merely a band of vagrants, Suze promptly expelled them. As for why he did not eliminate them, it simply wasn't worth the trouble. Killing these miscreants would necessitate disposing of their bodies and draw the attention of the higher-ups in Shanghang District, potentially even arousing suspicion from Huaihai District. And what would he gain? A mere small bag of black powdery food? It was laughable. Chapter 42. Suze's Arrangements, Zhang Xiaojie. What is the situation in the eastern part of the city? Although Suze had fully grasped the memories of his predecessor upon his recent arrival, he was entirely unaware of the circumstances in the eastern sector of Shanghang District. Conversely, Zhang Xiaojie was quite knowledgeable about that area. The east side? There isn't much significant power there. Apart from the Tiger Hunt Brigade, it seems most are just wanderers, with status akin to that of slaves. After relaying the general intelligence about the east side, Zhang Xiaojie suddenly realized, Boss, are you suggesting these fellows were sent by the Tiger Hunt Brigade? Otherwise, Suze smiled, casually assessing the appearance of the fuel station. Do you truly believe these trifling individuals would dare to cause trouble for us? Boss, what should we do now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaojie quickly caught on. These wanderers would hardly be able to seize anyone's territory. Even venturing outside the city would require them to band together. In the apocalypse, these scavengers, living in the gutters, were more timid than mice. Just wait. These fellows are not the main concern. What intrigues me is the entity behind them, audacious enough to set their sights on me. Suze did not overly concern himself with this matter for a simple reason, since the group in the east dared only to send these wanderers to test his strength. It was evident they feared him or lacked confidence in their ability to act against him. Dealing with a group that inherently harbored fear towards him did not warrant his anxiety. In contrast, the pressing issues involved in expanding his influence. Addressing the upper echelons of Shanghang District, managing personnel from Huaihai District, and dealing with the Moon Shadow itself were far more challenging. If Suze intended to take action against the Eastern group, he needed to resolve his current matters first. Indeed, Suze advocated for resolving all issues through force. However, To wield power blindly without considering one's own circumstances would only lead to one outcome: self-destruction. Have you handled the matters I assigned you earlier? Make sure to recruit individuals who are more reliable. If manpower is insufficient, we should temporarily shut down the refueling station and maintain operations at the water source as usual. Understood, but, my leader, how do we charge for the water source? Previously, the rules from the Xiao Daohui nearly prohibited ordinary individuals from selling water. Only certain medium to large factions could ensure a stable supply. Regarding pricing, any usable materials can be exchanged, and you can determine the specifics. We do not seek profit from this, but rather aim to foster goodwill. When it comes to pricing, Suzai's perspective is rather pragmatic. After all, water supply points are not scarce in the Shanghang district. As long as one finds a somewhat clean river and employs basic filtering materials along with carbon for primary purification, the water becomes potable. The profit from this endeavor is, in truth, minimal. Most individuals who would opt to draw water from Suzai's control points are merely impoverished folk with scant resources. What Suzai truly desires from them is not their meager possessions but their allegiance, for, in certain respects, people themselves are an invaluable resource. Boss, I will make the necessary arrangements. Upon comprehending Suzai's plan, Zhang Xiaojie nodded and proceeded to address matters concerning the water source. As for the refueling station here, it shall remain closed for now. Only at 96 points, Zhang Xiaojie. When will you ever reach complete loyalty? Suzai cast a silent glance at Zhang Xiaojie's vanishing figure, his eyes reflecting a hint of profound contemplation. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xiaojie is undoubtedly a capable asset. However, the sluggish growth of his loyalty is quite disconcerting to Suzai. Previously, upon checking the loyalty interface, it was disheartening to find that Zhang Xiaojie, among the earliest to join his team, had yet to achieve the status of complete loyalty. Even Lin Yuxiao, who hardly communicated with anyone aside from Lin Yudong, had reached a loyalty level of 90. This individual, who is socially withdrawn, could attain such a high level of loyalty. You have 1 month to improve. If not, do not blame me for seeking replacements. With this ultimatum in mind, Suzai returned to the slave gathering point. There were numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Wu Yu, how are the arrangements for the vacant lot progressing? At this juncture, Suzai's two paramount objectives were to recruit personnel and to reactivate the ammunition production line obtained from Huaihai City. Everything else would follow thereafter. Thus, upon returning to the base, Suzai promptly summoned Wu Yu. Suzai, regarding the production line we recovered, I have assessed it. It pertains to the standard rifles from the Huaihai district, with a capacity of 30 rounds. They are simple to manufacture, sturdy, and reliable. Suitable for personal use or arms trading. Provided there are skilled workers, producing around 100 rifles a month poses no significant issue. However, we require a substantial number of skilled laborers and must address the space constraints. Our current location, being near the outskirts of Shanghang district, makes safety a considerable concern. What do you wish to convey? Observing Wu Yu's hesitant and evasive responses, Suzai furrowed his brow. I inquired about how you intend to resolve the issue of the site, not about your subsequent plans. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu replied. Finding ordinary workers is relatively easy, but skilled labor poses a significant challenge. Securing a weapon production line from Huaihai district would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain. Yet new complications have arisen. The weaponry in question is unique to Huaihai district, aside from the detailed production processes available internally. There are no workers elsewhere capable of manufacturing this firearm. While it is possible to recruit new personnel, the time investment required would be substantial. Furthermore, there is a distinct lack of suitable locations nearby to serve as a production base. Unless we venture outside the city, if no facilities are available here, we must look beyond the city limits, as the area within 5 kilometers of Shanghang district is relatively safe. What? Suzai's proposal left Wu Yu somewhat taken aback. Even shocked. Although there are indeed many locations outside the city, they are fraught with danger. Have you forgotten the firearms we brought from Huaihai district? Sensing Wu Yu's apprehensions, Suzai decided to lay his plans bare. To be honest, I had never considered establishing a base within Shanghang district. With the weapons we previously confiscated, we could maintain a basic level of safety outside the city. Regarding personnel, I never intended to rush production. Activating the production line is all that matters. Workers can be trained, and I can seek out other technical staff for the production of firearms. These are minor issues. Now, Suzai's serious gaze once again focused intently on Wu Yu. I require you to accomplish one task. Establish the initial framework. With these words, A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Suzai's eyes. Chapter 43. Interrogation of Moonshadow. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Recently, a beast tide erupted. Although it did not impact the internal regions of Huaihai and Shanghong, two peripheral cities in Su province have been entirely consumed by the mutated beast tide, resulting in a surge of refugees into other cities. Among these displaced individuals, there are bound to be skilled workers, as long as we have sufficient provisions. We should not encounter significant issues regarding personnel. As for the site, if you provide me with the firearms, I assure you that nothing within the warehouse will suffer any loss before my demise. Understanding Suzai's plan, Wu Yu accepted this arduous task. With the keys in hand, the firearms secured within, he planned to gather a group of over 20 individuals at the designated gathering point. Though they may not be ideal recruits, their loyalty was unquestionable. Suzai greatly admired Wu Yu's pragmatic approach and entrusted him with the keys to the room where supplies were stored. After receiving the keys, Wu Yu departed the city to seek a suitable location outside. If the production line could be successfully initiated, the only remaining concern would be the procurement of food, which would necessitate purchasing from other areas. Once Wu Yu had left, Suzai found himself alone in the empty room, confronted with the barren space. He did not cease his contemplations in strategic planning. As previously mentioned, from the very beginning, Suzai never contemplated establishing his true base within the confines of Shanghong district. At present, remaining at the gathering point or utilizing the remnants left by the Knife Society is the most prudent course of action. Suzai seeks an environment conducive to his development, rather than languishing in the increasingly congested safe zone of Shanghong district. He has entrusted the procurement of food to Xiao Sanmao, while Lin Yedong has been tasked with locating some orphans for training. By starting with orphans, there is no need to worry about issues of loyalty. Having temporarily set these matters aside, Suzai began to prepare for the establishment of his own cadre. Whether it be Wu Yu, Lin Yedong, or Zhang Shaojie, they were all choices made out of necessity, as he started with nothing but a dilapidated vehicle. Now that stability has been temporarily achieved, Suzai naturally must invest effort into building his foundation. Orphans represent the best option for him. They are easy to cultivate loyalty in, manageable, and, with the support of the system, he need not fret over their abilities as they grow. Furthermore, in this environment, no group is easier to shelter than orphans. Perhaps the only cost involved is a bit of time and some food, an expense Suzai can readily accept and bear. Next, he turned his attention to the two official shelters, Shanghong District and Huaihai District. One by one, the problems and their solutions were inscribed in the notebook before him. And Suzai's thoughts became increasingly lucid. Food, personnel, weapons production lines, the base outside the city, and the collection of materials for upgrading trucks. These are the issues Suzai currently faces. He decided to proceed according to this arrangement, leaving future matters for another time. Half an hour later, having contemplated all potential issues he might encounter in the near future, Suzai closed his notebook. He then summoned Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong, assigning each 10 first-tier crystals to procure food and seek out suitable orphans, respectively. Soon, not only was the room empty, but even the expansive slave gathering point had been reduced to Suzai's solitary presence. Zhang Shaojie had gone to address the water source issue. Wu Yu had exited the city, and both Xiao Sanmao and Lin Yedong had their own tasks to attend to. It was time to deal with Yuing. Judging by the reactions from Huaihai District, if orchestrated skillfully, this young woman could yield significant gains. Setting aside his current tasks, Suzai turned his gaze towards a small room at the innermost part of the slave gathering point. Originally a storage room for odds and ends, after a Biao's demise, Suzai had tidied it up. It was intended for temporary storage of useless items, but unexpectedly it had become the confinement space for Yuing. Through the dim, mottled glass, Suzai could easily glimpse the interior of the room. Just as the moonlit shadow had just awakened, she noticed Suzai gazing at her. Awake? Their eyes met, and Suzai suddenly broke into a smile. This saves me some trouble. Confirming that the moonlit shadow was fully awake, Suzai entered the small dark room without hesitation. This should be our second meeting, correct? He hadn't anticipated that the awakened moonlit shadow would remain so composed. She merely regarded him from the corner, offering no words, her expression a blend of resentment and helplessness. May I inquire about your true name? I prefer not to address someone solely by a nickname. Noticing the moonlit shadow's reluctance to speak, Suzai decided to be forthright. He found a wooden stool and sat directly in front of her, his earnest gaze fixed upon her. Of course, this was not out of lust, as previously mentioned. She was merely a blushing skeleton. Such direct eye contact was simply a common psychological interrogation tactic. The eyes are the windows to the soul, revealing the most subtle differences. If he were not seeking critical information from her, Suze would never waste his time in such a place. Shangwan Muyun, the legitimate daughter of the Shangwan family. Little one, you've brought me here, and I suspect you might have stirred up quite a mess. Is that so? I forgot to mention that I, Suze, fear nothing more than trouble. As anticipated, after a brief silence, Shangwan Muyun finally spoke, though her words left Suze inexplicably astonished. Did she still think to threaten him at such a moment? It might work on others, but it held no sway over him. He had no idea what the Shangwan family was. Also, I detest the term little one. As the cold words left Suze's lips, he stood abruptly and struck Shangwan Muyun in the abdomen with a punch, the dull thud echoing in the surrounding space. The pain caused Shangwan Muyun, who had previously remained stoic, to furrow her brow in discomfort. Can you speak properly? If not, this is merely the beginning. You're seeking death. Oh. In response to Shangwan Muyun's reaction, Suze was equally direct, repeating his earlier action by delivering another punch to her abdomen. And then? I await your continuation. This time. As Suze's icy gaze bore into her, the pride in Shangwan Muyun's eyes vanished, replaced by a complex mix of disbelief and a hint of fear. Chapter 44. The origins of Shangwan Muyun. The Shangwan family, located in the capital, had come to Huaihai district to investigate the Beast-Tide uprising. A perfectly fine girl resorting to slaughtering refugees. Was this the mindset of the elite? It seems I must find a way to inform Shanghang district that this girl is in my possession. Otherwise, acquiring something of value may prove difficult. Half an hour later, as he emerged from the room where Shangwan Muyun was detained, Suze murmured to himself, reflecting on the insights gleaned from the interrogation. Shangwan Muyun, a prodigious talent among extraordinary individuals, had achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a second-tier transcendent before even reaching the age of 20. Furthermore, her abilities had awakened autonomously, without the aid of any extraordinary crystal. Such a genius should have found it utterly implausible to venture into the remote Huaihai district. However, a month prior, an inexplicable beast tide had erupted, displacing tens of thousands of people. Upon learning of this calamity, Shangwan Muyun had promptly assembled a team to investigate the cause of the beast tide and the methods for resettling the refugees. Yet, just as she arrived in Huaihai City, an unexpected incident occurred at a nearby warehouse. Upon her arrival, Suze had interrupted her awakening of transcendent powers and swiftly defeated her. It must be said, the young woman proved remarkably resilient, managing to endure for a full half-hour. Casting another glance at Shangwan Muyun, Suze's lips curled into a faint smile. Her exquisite and striking visage appeared pale, with crimson blood seeping slowly from the corners of her mouth. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, drenched her clothing as if they were free of cost. In truth, Suze's method of inquiry was quite simple, pure psychological pressure, supplemented by a modicum of necessary tactics. After all, dealing with someone who had never regarded the lower classes as human posed no moral burden for him. As for any notion of cherishing beauty, that was inconceivable. One may stand unafraid before deities, may not possess the universal compassion of a saint, yet should still uphold the most fundamental semblance of humanity. If Shangwan Muyun had not articulated her reasons for being in Huaihai district, Suze would have found it hard to believe that such a solution could originate from a fellow human being. The plight of hundreds of thousands of refugees could indeed serve as a catalyst for disaster, yet it was hardly justification for their outright extermination. Suze was selfish. For his own interests, he could relinquish many things. However, this did not imply he lacked humanity. He adhered to a unique and niche moral compass. While Shangwan Muyun did not possess such a code, she was undeniably beautiful, a paragon of grace, born into privilege, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Her origins in the capital ensured her comfort. She was enveloped in an aura that ordinary individuals could scarcely aspire to. Yet, in Suze's eyes, she was distinctly inhuman, a being far removed from normalcy. As for her methods of dealing with the refugees, Suze found it difficult to pass judgment. He simply sensed that something was amiss. Thus, his approach to interrogation was somewhat extreme. It must be acknowledged that enduring half an hour under Suze's scrutiny was a testament to Shangwan Muyun's exceptional willpower. Rest assured, you need not worry for your life until I secure the resources required for your exchange, he assured her, providing a guarantee of his character. After locking the door securely, Suze had one crucial task remaining: to inform the personnel of Huaihai district that Shangwan Muyun remained firmly within his grasp. After retrieving a long trench coat that enveloped her completely, Suze vanished into the throngs of the street, making her way towards the heart of Shanghang district. Devil, I, Shangwan Muyun, shall never let you escape. At that moment, the utterly restrained Shangwan Muyun emitted a primal roar upon hearing Su Zhe's mocking taunt. Her eyes, feral and predatory, fixated on the window, as she had never encountered such brutality and malice in a person. The preceding half-hour was a recollection she wished to erase. Suffocating pressure, dislocated joints, every conceivable torment had been inflicted upon her. The cold gaze she had received felt like a descent into an icy abyss, revealing not a mere human but a true demon, a beast. After a prolonged outburst, Shangwan Muyun gradually quieted. The once bright and captivating glimmer in her eyes was replaced by the vacant stare of a marionette, still haunted by the terror of her recent experiences. She had never imagined that she would be beaten like a dog. Am I truly in the wrong? I am not wrong. What purpose do those refugees serve? Aside from death, consuming our resources, and sowing chaos, what utility do they possess? The only correct course of action is to cleanse them entirely and send them where they belong. Refuse must remain in the refuse pile, not compete with the elite for scarce resources. In her frantic state, Shangwan Muyun had completely lost her composure. Unlike the proud figure she usually embodied, she now resembled a beast trapped within a cage, devoid of reason. In her mind, neither she nor the upper echelons had made any mistakes. A tidal wave of 100,000 refugees, out of control, would undoubtedly rival a similar number of beasts. The entire province of Su could not bear such a burden. The only outcome of forcibly accepting them would be the collapse of order, leading to a complete uprising over food shortages. Even if the most basic nutritional paste, bran, and a mash of indistinguishable slop were provided for their sustenance, the quantity required would far exceed what any ordinary person could fathom. To squander precious food on these useless refugees, was that madness? Furthermore, as one of the larger and more stable provinces, Su province was foundational. Should chaos erupt due to these refugees, even the central capital could be profoundly affected, even if they did not eliminate these refugees. These locust-like individuals would inevitably become a horde of rioters, vagrants, or even zombies. The destruction they would wreak upon surrounding cities would be equally immense. Thus, exterminating them was the most prudent solution. Su Zhe, you will undoubtedly regret this. Just wait until I am free. A gaze filled with boundless resentment fixed on the window. Her lips, once rosy and full, now appeared cracked from dehydration. Yet, the fury within Shangwan Muyun was unmistakable, evident in her expression and eyes. However, Su Zhe was entirely indifferent to her thoughts. She had already left the city. Boss, do you still remember me? As he stepped into the bustling black market slave trading point, Su Zhe was greeted by the familiar sights of the lively first-floor hall. He spotted a well-known figure amidst the crowd, the slave trader, Huang Jibao. A quick glance revealed that he had lost some weight, likely due to an influx of refugees willingly becoming slaves. However, he was only slightly thinner. Chapter 45, Procuring Supplies. Who might this be? Su Zhe's call momentarily bewildered Huang Jibao, who only recognized him upon closer proximity. Oh, Boss Su. My eyesight is poor, and my memory is not what it used to be. I momentarily forgot about you. Business seems to be thriving for you, Su Zhe teased. And after Huang Jibao acknowledged him, he proceeded to convey his intentions. I believe someone in your esteemed position at such a large trading association must have more to offer than just slaves. Casting a glance around, Su Zhe noticed several black boxes containing various supplies, aside from the slaves that Huang Jibao typically dealt with. I would like to procure some basic materials, he stated, pointing to the boxes behind Huang Jibao. Materials? At the mention of this, the astute Huang Jibao instantly recognized the potential for a lucrative transaction. The recent refugee crisis had left him with an abundance of slaves that were proving to be a financial burden. Not only was he unable to profit, but he struggled to find anyone willing to take them off his hands. Were it not for the sudden emergence of a copper mine near the garbage city in Shanghang district, he might have faced bankruptcy. Now, seeing that Su Zhe sought basic materials, Huang Jibao eagerly presented a list of products while beginning to describe the boxes before him. Boss Su, your question suggests a lack of faith in my capabilities. While our Sambao Trading Association may not be the pinnacle in this post-apocalyptic world, we certainly have a plethora of goods for trade, be it firearms, ammunition, various rations, slaves, or basic materials. We possess them all. After introducing the usual inventory, Huang Jibao discreetly glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. He then leaned closer to Su Zhe and whispered, as long as the price is right, we can even procure extraordinary slaves for you. It seemed he had underestimated Huang Jinbao's capabilities. Extraordinary beings, while exceedingly rare among humanity, represented the backbone of the human resistance against mutated beasts. They also served as mid-level personnel within various enclaves. Even the most basic first-tier extraordinary beings would not easily become slaves. Extraordinary beings hold no interest for me, Suze replied. His purpose for visiting Huang Jinbao is singular, to acquire the essential materials needed for firearm production. Although he had previously obtained a substantial amount of steel from the Huaihai District's reserve warehouse, most of it had been utilized to upgrade his truck, leaving only a small quantity behind. Additionally, producing firearms required not only steel but also brass, finished gunpowder, and stamping equipment, none of which he possessed. Boss Su, are you contemplating the acquisition of firearms? As a businessman, Huang Jinbao could naturally deduce Suze's intentions from the items he sought. Indeed, Suze did not conceal his motives for requesting these materials, nor was there any necessity to do so, beyond the official sanctuaries scattered across various regions. Any faction with a semblance of influence would likely endeavor to fabricate some firearms. This has become a rather commonplace occurrence in the apocalypse. However, the firearms produced by small-scale family workshops lack a guarantee of precision. I do possess such items, yet with the current onslaught of beasts, these materials are scarce and consequently overpriced. Huang Jinbao refrained from probing further into Suze's needs, and after a moment of hesitation, he presented a list of materials for firearm production. If your requirements are modest, I recommend purchasing a few finished firearms. The products from our Sanbao trading company are sturdy and reliable, with prices only slightly elevated. As he spoke, a subtle smile appeared on Huang Jinbao's face. To jest. While the prices of basic materials have indeed risen, nothing compares to the profit margins of arms trading. A semi-automatic rifle with a production cost of 1 crystal core can be sold with ammunition for 2 or 3 crystal cores, yielding a considerable profit. Moreover, Huang Jinbao's intentions were not solely to profit from Suze. His suggestion was undoubtedly the most suitable course of action for Suze at present. Observing Suze with a discerning eye, Huang Jinbao did not underestimate him. While he recognized Suze may possess some wealth, he was certainly not in a position to establish a robust firearm production line. It seemed apparent that Suze desired to create a small workshop for the manufacture of firearms. Such rudimentary weapons would be undesirable even to many second-hand traders. As for using these makeshift firearms, if one were unconcerned about the potential for catastrophic failure when confronted by zombies or mutated beasts, then perhaps it mattered little. Boss Su, if you're interested, I have firearms for sale at absolutely reasonable prices. Would you care to take a look? Thus, Huang Jinbao proposed a mutually beneficial arrangement, allowing Suze to procure the firearms without worrying about their quality while ensuring Huang Jinbao reaped a substantial profit. No need for that. I appreciate your kindness, Boss Huang, but I still require the materials. If the intent is solitary combat or to arm a small team, then purchasing firearms is indeed a cost-effective route. However, what I seek is not merely 1 or 2 guns. I wish to control the production line of these weapons. Very well, my friend. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary. The materials list includes detailed pricing for your perusal. For Huang Jinbao, regardless of Suze's choice, he held no strong opinions. It is merely a matter of earning more or less, and coupled with the experience gleaned from the golden treasure in assessing individuals, he could effortlessly discern the subtle aura emanating from Suze. The youth before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. Federal currency? And what exactly is a credit point? Upon scrutinizing the inventory list at hand, Suze realized that golden treasure, or rather the formidable Sanbao Chamber of Commerce behind it, possessed immense clout. Not only did they offer an array of materials requisite for firearm manufacturing, but they also boasted finished products or critical components of cutting-edge weaponry such as laser arms and guided bombs. However, the prices attached to these goods left Suze somewhat taken aback. There were 2 predominant currencies. The first, the federal coin, is the official currency issued by the government of the Apocalyptic Sanctuary, while the second, the credit point, appeared to be a currency minted by the Sanbao Chamber itself. Suze found himself puzzled regarding the intrinsic value of these 2 currencies. Chapter 46, Currency and Purchasing List. Are you jesting, Boss Su? Upon just settling down and preparing a pot of tea to present Suze with a procurement list, Golden Treasure sprang to his feet at the query, neglecting even to sip his tea. In a tone laced with astonishment, he exclaimed, "These are the 2 currencies commonly used in Su province. Could it be that you, Boss Su, hail from another province and are unfamiliar with these currencies?" Seemingly recognizing that Suze might not have heard of these currencies, Golden Treasure was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively sought to provide an explanation for Suze's inquiry. After all, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, the previous order had disintegrated entirely, rendering the government-issued currency as mere scraps of paper. Consequently, there are now primarily three modes of transaction. The first is barter, the most fundamental method of trade, where any desired item can be exchanged for something of value. This method is most commonly employed by the impoverished or those in lower echelons of society. The advantage of this approach lies in its simplicity, alleviating concerns about either party being at a disadvantage. The second method is even more straightforward, involving the use of energy crystals as a medium of exchange. One of the most widely utilized commodities in the apocalypse, these shimmering stones, obtained from mutated zombies and beasts, can enhance one's strength and augment the extraordinary powers within superhumans. They can also be ground and infused into metals. Thus, energy crystals unequivocally represent the hardest form of currency in this desolate era. Even seasoned merchants like Golden Treasure, backed by their chambers, accept transactions in the form of ability crystals. As for the final method, it pertains to newly issued currency post-apocalypse, derived from the credit indices provided by the local governing body and a fixed exchange rate for energy crystals. Although the first two methods of trade are quite prevalent, they lack convenience. For smaller transactions, these methods suffice, yet as the volume of trade increases, they become increasingly impractical. Hence, the emergence of paper currency. The credit point serves as the exclusive currency of the Sambao Chamber of Commerce, allowing for the exchange of goods, energy crystals, and all other materials within the chamber at any given time. The daily exchange rate fluctuates according to market trends. In the midst of an apocalypse, it has become a relatively common monetary system. As for the federal currency, it is a paper currency issued jointly by the official national shelters, guaranteed by the credibility of these shelters. However, recent negative news regarding various official shelters has continuously undermined the trust in the federal currency. Were it not for the fact that the current black market still operates within the Shanghang district, where protection fees must be paid in federal currency, he would be reluctant to accept it at all. After all, no one wishes to see the money that could purchase a pound of grain yesterday reduced to merely affording a bar of soap today. If Boss Su does not possess either of these two currencies, the dinar could suffice, albeit this is a currency from another province, resulting in a mandatory 10% increase in the cost of materials. The dinar is the independent currency of the neighboring province, Modu. Although it does not hold its value as well as the federal currency or credit points, it remains a reasonably acceptable form of currency. As he spoke, Huang Jinbao retrieved a coin resembling an ancient European brass coin from his pocket, perhaps due to the presence of some gold among the raw materials. This coin shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. Additionally, a three-dimensional relief of a golden wheat ear was sculpted prominently atop the coin. No, I possess none of these currencies. All I have is this. How could Suze possibly have such currency? Just a week ago, he was merely a slave, not to mention detailed coins. If Huang Jinbao had not informed Suze about the monetary system in this apocalyptic world, Suze would have remained oblivious to the fact that traditional currency was employed in mid to high level transactions. None at all. You have no currency? Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment shone in Huang Jinbao's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Unlike the disdainful demeanor of traditional merchants, Huang Jinbao did not look down upon Suze based on his words. After confirming that Suze possessed no currency, a hint of helplessness crossed Huang Jinbao's face, and he spread his hands, stating, "If you lack currency, we can only resort to barter. However, rest assured, Boss Su, my purchasing prices are quite fair. I have no money, but I possess this." Observing Huang Jinbao's reaction, Suze tossed a bag onto the table before them. The distinctive clinking sound produced by the collision of the crystals immediately alerted Huang Jinbao to the contents within. "Boss Su, as long as you have energy crystals, everything will be negotiable." After picking up the bag from the table and surreptitiously confirming that it contained a dozen shimmering energy crystals of various attributes, his demeanor grew even more enthusiastic. For convenience, the exchange rate is 1 energy crystal for 100 in currency, applicable to both federal currency and credit points. Now, I require brass, steel, a manual lathe, seamless steel pipes, and gunpowder, with an order of 100 firearms each. As for the remaining matters, they shall be addressed later. After perusing the price list, Suze promptly relayed his desired items to Huang Jinbao. In total, he requested 3 first-tier energy crystals, along with a small additional amount. I shall forego the details on my end, while the ordered items can be collected in 3 days. Having completed his purchasing, Suze exited the black market. I had anticipated some peculiar occurrences, yet everything transpired as per the usual. In his previous life, Suze had read numerous novels and naturally contemplated the experience of entering a black market, pondering the possibility of encounters with tyrannical bullies and fortuitous discoveries. However, it was evident that he did not encounter such chaotic events. "Stop right there, little brat. You dare to come here without money and expect to feast for free? Are you seeking death?" the foul-mouthed ruffian declared, contemplating the immediate disposal of the worthless child. "Ugh, wasting my precious cockroach ointment. Next time, we collect payment first. As for this brat, just get rid of him and toss him into the gutter." But just as Suze stepped outside, an unexpected incident unfolded. 3 burly men, bare-chested and wielding sharp knives, approached him, one of them clutching a child no older than 11 or 12. The child, clad in a filthy black robe, had unkempt hair that obscured their features, making it impossible for Suze to discern their gender. However, the intensity in the child's gaze was peculiar, an unsettling fierceness that seemed wholly inappropriate for one so young. Chapter 47. Yi Ching, what a fierce gaze. Even the most hardened adults would not possess such a menacing expression. As Suze passed by the trio, he increasingly felt that the malice reflected in the child's eyes was rather exaggerated, judging by the intensity of that stare. If these 3 ruffians did not kill the child on the spot, vengeance would surely follow. "Ah, turns out she's a girl. Huh, my cockroach ointment has returned." At that moment, one of the burly men suddenly expressed delight, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Boss, it seems the Incheon Pavilion is interested in girls around 13 or 14. Those upper echelon folks appear particularly keen on these little ones. Though her face is a bit dirty, her features are still quite delicate. Stop the beating. Find a place to clean this girl up and take her straight to Incheon Tower." Upon confirming that the child was indeed a girl, the oldest of the burly men allowed his previous anger to dissipate, replaced by a grin. The upper class certainly knows how to amuse themselves. This girl is practically skin and bones. Who would want her? Damn it, enough chatter. Their preferences are of no concern to me. I just know that after selling this girl, I can enjoy a meal of mutated wild boar meat. Although the wild boar had mutated, resulting in coarser meat fibers that resembled the texture of burlap even after meticulous stewing, it remained one of the few meats that these robust men could afford to consume. Is she truly a girl? In the fleeting moment when the 3 burly men crossed paths with Suze, he discerned why they could identify the small, pitch-black figure before them as a girl. It seemed that the earlier scuffle had caused her dark robe to be torn away, revealing a tattered pink t-shirt emblazoned with a panda. Oh, is she seeking my help? What intrigued Suze further was the realization that as he locked eyes with the girl, she was, in fact, looking back at him. He could faintly make out 2 words from her lips: "Save me. Get lost. Don't block my path." At that moment, Suze abruptly halted, and one of the burly men, taken aback by Suze's sudden presence, swung a fist the size of a sandbag toward him. "Little girl, you are quite fortunate. It seems I must come to your rescue." Suze had no intention of meddling, nor did he harbor thoughts of involvement. However, should someone actively seek his assistance, he wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand. Admittedly, this was merely an excuse for Suze. He had been intrigued by the little girl from the very beginning. She was a fierce little girl. Her eyes, much like a lone wolf's, sparkled with indomitable resilience even amidst the trio's punches and kicks. Such a demeanor was exceedingly rare, even among adults. If Lin Yudong was a natural-born killer, then this little girl was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for a rabid dog. Without a shadow of doubt, Suze felt that if he saved her, he would gain an incredibly loyal companion. Since you have made your choice, do not regret it. This statement was directed at both the approaching trio and the young girl. This is hilarious. This guy is also a lunatic. Did I forget to check the almanac before leaving the house today? He thought. Brothers, just take this guy down. Let us not waste time. Go, attack. The trio appeared unimpressed by Suze's words and charged forward. Clearly, his slight stature was perceived by them as that of a mere insect to be crushed at will. Yet, the little girl, standing coldly in place, nodded earnestly, her pupils reflecting Suze's subtle smile. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 gunshots, the 3 burly men collapsed to the ground. Suze stepped over the nameless bodies. "Welcome to the right choice, little one. Come with me." Stowing away his pistol, he grasped the girl's grimy left hand and set off on the path back to the inner city. "What is your name?" "Yi Ching. How old are you?" "Do you have any family?" 11. "I am an orphan." "Oh, from now on, I shall be your family." Ah, it seems I have become akin to the infamous Orochimaru, known for his nefarious dealings in child trafficking. What is Orochimaru, you may wonder? It is of little consequence. What matters is that I require you to undertake certain tasks. Oh, akin to assisting my mother with laundry in days gone by? It appears that Yiqing struggles to grasp the significance of such responsibilities, expressing her frustration, yet sometimes. I fail to wash the clothes properly. It is somewhat akin, though the outcome is not of paramount importance. One can learn gradually over time. Oh, I shall remember, she replied. Thus, the dialogue between Suze and Yiqing came to a close. A gentle breeze, perfectly timed, swept through, stirring the atmosphere. In the distance, against the backdrop of a desolate, yellowed wasteland, two enigmatic figures remained unnoticed outside Xianghong City. They resembled the fading remnants of a once glorious sunset. In the present moment, they went unobserved, yet with the passage of time, the beauty of the sunset would be comprehended by many. Perhaps it symbolizes something greater. Ding. Congratulations, host. Yiqing's loyalty has reached unwavering devotion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a loyal talent. Yiqing's feedback enhances her extraordinary powers. Ding. The loyal grade talent awakens a primary ability, Blood Frenzy Mechanical Fusion, a dual attribute ability for combat and enhancement, transforming her into a Tier 1 ability wielder. Upon arriving at the hideout, Suze instantly sensed a familiar energy surging within him. His physical strength was likely nearing the 3rd tier. After a moment of introspection regarding his internal power, Suze estimated his capabilities. Without merging with vehicles, he could approach the strength of a 3rd-tier ability wielder. By initiating fusion, he would become nearly invincible below the 4th tier. Of course, this was merely Suze's own assumption. The true measure of his prowess would only be revealed through practical combat. Is it this tranquil? After acclimating to his internal strength, Suze shifted his focus to Yiqing. It was uncertain whether she was oblivious to the implications of her newfound power or if she possessed a demeanor akin to Lin Yadong, cold and unyielding. When Suze gazed in her direction, he discerned no sign of shock or astonishment in her eyes, as if her previous awakening of powers had never transpired. Chapter 48, Continuation of the Plan. Yiqing, do you not feel any difference within your body? Upon scrutinizing her physique, Suze could distinctly sense the faint traces of her extraordinary power. There is a slight change. I can feel a warm current coursing through me. In response to Suze's inquiry, Yiqing appeared somewhat anxious, her timid gaze darting around. She could indeed perceive a transformation within herself. Yet she struggled to articulate the peculiar sensation, likening it to the comforting feeling she experienced while her mother told her bedtime stories. After much contemplation, Yiqing articulated a rather imprecise analogy. All right, I understand. Gently ruffling Yiqing's hair, Suze smiled and said, for now, let us not dwell on this. There is warm water outside. Let us cleanse that adorable face of yours, reminiscent of a little kitten. It appears that conveying the extraordinary significance to a young child under the age of 12 poses a considerable challenge. Suze was not in a hurry to inundate Yiqing with negative apocalyptic notions. Sometimes, preserving even a fragment of innocence in such a world can be a profoundly joyful experience. Oh, I understand, Yiqing responded, seemingly aware of her own imperfections. Before stepping outside, Suze, I'm back. Just as Yiqing exited, Wu charged in. Wait, who was that girl? Wu inquired. Having caught a glimpse of Yiqing just before entering, she was immediately intrigued by the origins of this girl. It was peculiar that a young girl possessed a faint trace of extraordinary power. Although Wu was merely a first-level ability user, she was acquainted with numerous individuals, some of whom had cooperated with other ability users, all of whom were adults. Wu had already been curious when she saw Lin Yadong become an ability user. Now, having just concluded matters concerning the production line, she encountered yet another. Moreover, this one appeared even younger than Lin Yadong. She was truly just a little girl. That girl is named Yiqing. I brought her back right after her awakening. If you have time in the future, please look after her. After briefly introducing Yiqing's background, Suze redirected his attention to the firearms production line. By the way, how is the arrangement I previously tasked you with progressing? It's all set. I found several reliable technicians. Once the production line is installed, we can proceed. I also located a relatively safe site in the outer city. After outlining her plans, Wu's expression suddenly shifted. Producing an outer city map, she spoke earnestly. The outer city may be free of charge, but dangers still lurk. Just within this short span, I've noticed someone keeping an eye on us, and I've also discovered traces of mutated beasts nearby. What are your thoughts on this? Suze, unperturbed, Wish to gauge Wuyu's opinion. My suggestion is to have Zhang Shaojie relocate the 20 or so guards overseeing the water source to the outer city, and then enlist some craftsmen to construct a temporary factory. This would enhance our safety. After articulating her plan, Wuyu, fearing Suze might not take the matter seriously, continued, this is not a trivial issue. Although I have camouflaged much of our equipment from the outset, a few individuals have still taken notice. You need not worry about security. I will dispatch personnel to manage that. Very well. The rest is your responsibility. I have other matters to attend to. So please exercise caution. Sensing that Suze had other considerations, Wuyu refrained from offering further advice. She left behind a map indicating the location of the firearms construction base outside the city and departed temporarily. Have we already attracted unwanted attention? However, if they think they can snatch a piece from me, Suze, I am eager to see if they possess the teeth for such an endeavor. From the very beginning, Suze had mentally prepared himself for what Wuyu had mentioned. After all, a firearms production line encompasses more than just one or two machines. It is entirely plausible for a discerning individual to uncover such a secret. Additionally, with the chaotic elements lurking outside the city, it is not surprising that some unscrupulous characters might contemplate making a move against him. However, this issue did not seem particularly significant to Suze. A group of ruffians active in the outer city could be dealt with at his convenience. What concerned him more was the water source currently under Zhang Xiaojie's control. That was a matter that warranted greater caution. After all, one must continue to generate income. Aside from the map brought back by Wuyu, Suze had also discovered an energy crystal and a handful of scattered coins beneath that small map, federal currency, to be precise. He recalled having given Wuyu several energy crystals before her recent errand. Yet, even as the construction of the firearms production line commenced, he had already expended a considerable amount of funds. A wave of urgent financial pressure surged within him. That evening, he planned to seek an opportunity to acquire additional resources to alleviate his financial strain. During the night raid on the Wangyu Tower, Suze had indeed garnered a substantial amount of energy crystals. However, he was reluctant to easily part with that stock, as it was essential for upgrading his vehicles. Trading those energy crystals for federal currency or credit points was simply out of the question. Thus, he turned his gaze toward those most likely to fill his coffers. Boss, I'm back. I've managed to keep the number of orphans to 10, and they are now settled in the adjoining small house. Additionally, while I was out searching for individuals, I noticed that the official shelter security team in Shanghang district seems to be mobilizing, conducting checks on the long-term residents starting from the central point. It was unclear whether this was mere coincidence or if Wuyu and Lin Yedong had coordinated their actions. Just as Wuyu departed, Lin Yedong arrived. In addition to reporting on the tasks previously assigned by Suze, he brought news that piqued Suze's interest. The investigation into the long-term population of Shanghang district. In an instant, Suze grasped the underlying motive behind the official shelter's actions. While they ostensibly appeared to be assessing the current population, their true intention was likely to locate him. Lin Yedong, continue with the plan as previously outlined. I need to step out for a moment. With a newfound understanding of the official shelter's purpose, Suze gave Lin Yedong a few instructions before abruptly exiting the gathering point. Moments later, his figure vanished into the streets. Boss, this. Lin Yedong was left standing there, utterly bewildered. Chapter 49. Infiltrating the official shelter in the central point of Shanghang district. Within the security room of the official shelter, several individuals dressed in blue and white stripes, some of whom bore firearms at their waists, were scattered about the room. The weariness etched on their faces was palpable, and a constant stream of curses filled the air. What is the matter? Are there objections? Those with objections may leave. All of you, stand up. However, as a young man, not yet 30, with a strikingly handsome visage entered the room, the previously cacophonous environment fell into a sudden hush. Li Wuchang, a squad leader responsible for the registration in the slum areas, was greeted by his team of over a dozen investigators assigned to the Shanghang district. Upon seeing their leader, they instantly rose to their feet. Captain, we merely vent our frustrations. The number of parasites near the outer city is simply overwhelming. We are only a handful here. One of the brothers lamented. Indeed, Captain, why must old Wang's team solely handle the personnel investigations in the central district? We toiled all day yet managed to survey just over 2,000 individuals, while the slum's population is at least 100,000. Captain, please don't be angry. The brothers are all working hard. A few perceptive individuals sensed their leader's simmering fury and promptly fell silent. Yet among them were always a few unrepentant souls willing to voice their grievances. Zhang Yu, Bring forth those who dare to complain. Yes. A man standing behind Li Yuechang immediately stepped forward and dragged out the few discontented individuals. You don't wish to work and find it tiresome, do you? From now on, I will ensure you have no further tasks. Li Yuechang was incensed by the sight of these 3 or 4 individuals. He knocked their hats to the ground and pointed toward the distant food waste bin in the cafeteria. From this day forth, you 3 shall be responsible for disposing of the waste, and all your supplementary benefits will be revoked. Under normal circumstances, Li Yuechang would not have paid such trivial matters any mind. Yet, the current situation was entirely different. After receiving directives from above, he had been occupied from dawn till dusk, only to return to find his subordinates idly complaining. Thus, he felt compelled to set an example. These 3 were the perfect candidates. Captain, please. We understand our mistakes. Sensing the severity in Li Yuechang's gaze, the 3 suddenly realized the gravity of their situation. Only now do you grasp your errors? It is too late. Li Yuechang sneered coldly. Zhang Yu, take these 3 imbeciles away and terminate all their benefits. As soon as Li Yuechang finished speaking, Zhang Yu escorted the 3 out. The remaining individuals in the room, witnessing this, promptly settled down, even if fatigue weighed heavily upon them, not daring to voice any complaints. Tomorrow, we have but one task, no matter the hour. Ensure a thorough investigation of the slave gathering points near the outer city and locate these individuals. Observing that the group's demeanor had slightly improved, Li Yuechang began to outline the mission. Now, distribute their photographs and take a 10-minute break before heading back out. Anyone caught slacking off during this time will not escape my wrath. Understood. After receiving several indistinct photographs of Su Zhe, Lin Yedong, and Xiao Samao, Zhang Yu promptly began disseminating them. 10 minutes later, Li Yuechang personally led the team directly to several slums in the Shanghang district. Despite his ignorance of the transgressions committed by the individuals captured in the photograph, Li Yuechang comprehended a fundamental truth: if he failed to accomplish the task at hand, his tenure as squad leader would come to an abrupt end. The prospect of losing his position was one Li Yuechang was keen to avoid. Just as fate would have it, the moment was opportune. The security detail at the outer perimeter of the official shelter had just been dispersed when a shadow unexpectedly emerged within the room. Observing the haphazardly strewn photographs on the table, Su Zhe's lips curled into a faint smile. It was indeed a snapshot from the time Su Zhe and his companions ventured into the Huaihai district warehouse. Admittedly, capturing relatively clear images in such an environment showcased the advanced technological prowess of the Huaihai district, a fact Su Zhe had previously underestimated. Nevertheless, the clarity of the photographs was somewhat disconcerting. After scrutinizing them for a considerable time, Su Zhe managed to glean a single piece of information: a young man. Other details remained obscured within the murky image. However, this was a relief, for at least Su Zhe need not worry about his identity being compromised. Coincidentally, he was able to relay the information regarding Shengwan Muyun while ambiguously navigating the specifics of the transaction location. Upon departing the base, Su Zhe did not squander time lingering at the focal point, merely investigating the sudden inquiry into the resident population of Shanghang district before making his way to the official shelter. After all, the paramount objective of Su Zhe's outing was to position Shengwan Muyun as the sole Tier 3 ability user in Shanghang district. Stealthily infiltrating the official shelter under the cover of night would undoubtedly be an effortless endeavor. According to Su Zhe's strategy, upon entering the official shelter, he would disseminate the information concerning Shengwan Muyun, subsequently seeking a suitable venue to exchange Shengwan Muyun for the resources he required. However, upon his initial arrival at the official shelter in Shanghang district, Su Zhe found himself disoriented. After an extensive search, he eventually stumbled upon a particular room. Initially intending to barge in, he fortuitously overheard a discussion regarding his own information among the unfortunate souls inside. Exercising patience, Su Zhe chose to listen a while longer. To his surprise, the eavesdropping proved fruitful. Although Huaihai district was administratively equivalent to Shanghang district, the ability to mobilize personnel from Shanghang suggested either the overwhelming influence of Huaihai district or the significant importance of Shengwan Muyun's identity. After discarding a pre-prepared note and a silver badge that could authenticate Shengwan Muyun's identity, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Su Zhe's mind. Should the former be true, an adjustment in the warning levels for Huaihai district would be warranted. Conversely, if the latter held, he was ready to escalate his demands. Brother-in-law, where are you? I have vital information to report. Truly, though I, old Lei, may at times be unreliable, I have never deceived you. A group of foul maggots suddenly appeared near my base and even took out a bio. I find them rather peculiar. Just as Suze was preparing to depart, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Lei Zemin. With remarkable swiftness, Suze blended into the night. A peculiar glimmer in his expression. What brings this fellow here at such an hour? In an instant, Suze abandoned his plan to return to the base and stealthily trailed Lei Zemin. Chapter 50. Beast Tide. Brother-in-law, there's no one around, right? I have something of utmost importance to report. It seems I have located the person you've been seeking at the official shelter. Under the cover of darkness, Suze followed closely behind Lei Zemin, remaining undetected. After several minutes of silent pursuit, they halted beside a corner of the official shelter. To kill or not to kill? Concealed behind the two men, Suze refrained from revealing his identity immediately. However, the murderous intent in his gaze became increasingly evident. What? You know the person we're looking for? Lei Zemin's brother-in-law, Wang Iza, age 35, had been responsible for urban security in Shanghang district prior to the apocalypse. Following the outbreak, he unexpectedly awakened fire-based abilities, which allowed him to ascend to the position of Deputy Director of Logistics at the official shelter in Shanghang district, qualifying him as a mid-level official. Not long ago, an order from the higher-ups prompted the entire shelter to mobilize, burdening nearly everyone with tasks. Although, as the Deputy Director of Logistics, Wang Iza was not required to personally lead investigations in Shanghang district, he was nonetheless tasked with coordinating the necessary supplies across various departments, leaving him overwhelmed. To make matters worse, his troublesome brother-in-law had chosen this moment to seek him out. I warn you, if you dare to toy with me at this time, don't blame me for being ruthless. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one was nearby, a hint of menace flickered in Wang Iza's eyes. Speak quickly. Where did you see individuals resembling those in the investigation notice? Right next to my exploration team's base. Really? Wang Iza expressed skepticism. His hapless brother-in-law had always been a good-for-nothing scoundrel since before the apocalypse. If it weren't for the fact that he was his wife's only brother, Wang Iza would hardly concern himself with his fate. Yet, unexpectedly, today's information seemed potentially valuable. Of course, noticing his brother-in-law's lingering disbelief, Lei Zemin thumped his thigh. Brother-in-law, if you don't believe me, come with me. I assure you they are still at the slave-gathering point near the outskirts of the city. Not now. I must arrange supplies to prepare for the impending beast tide. Upon hearing Lei Zemin's intention, a look of conflict crossed Wang Iza's face. This was one of the key missions under scrutiny by the higher-ups. If he could successfully send someone to capture those individuals, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. However, Wang Iza found himself unable to leave. In addition to coordinating personnel and supplies, there was another, even more pressing matter. According to reports from the capital, a tide of mutated beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands and having ravaged two district-level cities, was advancing towards the Huaihai and Shanghang districts. Based on intelligence from the Special Intelligence Bureau, the beast tide would arrive in Shanghang district within 3 days to a week at most. Wang Iza happened to be the person in charge of scouting the beast tide today, rendering him unable to leave. To let Lei Zemin handle it alone? Absolutely not. That fellow is more prone to failure than success, and if he were to go, he would undoubtedly create more trouble. After much hesitation, Wang Iza ultimately dismissed the idea of allowing Lei Zemin to bring these individuals over by himself. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow will be the day to take action. Fortunately, I have time, and I shall bring a group of brothers to assist you. If I find out that you move ahead on your own, I will deal with you severely. Seemingly still unconvinced about Lei Zemin, after outlining the plans for tomorrow, Wang Iza took extra care to caution him, fearing that in a moment of confusion, he might unwittingly alert the enemy by acting alone. Rest assured, brother-in-law, although I, Lei Zemin, can be a bit reckless at times, I will certainly not make any mistakes during such a critical moment. Normally appearing as a ruffian, today Lei Zemin took his brother-in-law's repeated admonitions to heart. Let us hope so. Now, you should return, and remember to take the back roads. Don't let anyone see you coming back to me. Were it not for Lei Zemin's numerous past blunders, Wang Iza might have trusted him more. However, under the current circumstances, he was left with no choice but to test the leads provided by his ill-fated brother-in-law. Waving his hand, Wang Iza signaled for Lei Zemin to depart first, then proceeded to attend to his own matters. Shortly thereafter, Lei Zemin stealthily entered the back roads of the sanctuary. The beast tide is approaching? Suze listened intently to the entire conversation between the two, and he was not particularly concerned about their schemes against him. One was a first-tier ability user, and the other a petty thug. Even with a few more people, Suze did not regard them as a threat. Rather, it was the mention of the beast tied by Wang Yiza that piqued Suze's interest. Oh, no, it wasn't merely interest, it was a necessity to pay attention. After all, the newly established production line was just outside the city, and once the beast tide erupted, he was uncertain about the misfortunes that might befall others. But his military production line would undoubtedly face immediate peril. First, he needed to eliminate Lei Zimin. In such times as these, concerning the beast tide, as for Wang Yiza, with so many slaves, locating us would not be a simple task. Furthermore, the supplies traded with Shangwan Muyun should prioritize personnel and weaponry. Upon unexpectedly receiving news of the imminent beast tide, Suze found himself compelled to revise his original plans. Initially, Suze had been systematically arranging for the development of his faction, establishing a firearms production line, sheltering orphans, and rallying some refugees to form a power base. He intended to utilize the resources obtained from Shangwan Muyun to further accelerate his growth. Following this development plan, Suze was confident in assembling his own team within 3 months. However, that was no longer feasible. At most, there were only a week, or at least 3 days, before the beast tide would arrive, and according to Wu Yu's report, the production line had merely established a rudimentary framework. There are no defensive structures. Once the beast tide occurs, all efforts, including the production line, will instantly vanish. Suze cannot accept this reality. A beast tide, you say? I, Suze, shall see if this so-called beast tide can truly break me. Suze would never entertain thoughts of surrender or retreat. However, he would not recklessly court death either. Although the current situation appears utterly hopeless, Suze believes that with proper maneuvering, he may still possess a glimmer of hope. He could upgrade the supplies brought by Shangwan Muyun into an armed-based vehicle and then utilize the loyalty system to rally a team of extraordinary individuals. If all goes well, while complete annihilation of the beast tide may be a tall order, self-preservation amidst the chaos should be well within his grasp. Chapter 51. Killing Lemmings. Why is it so desolate here? Hiss, let us hurry. Damn it. Why do I feel so uneasy? Just after departing from the official shelter in Shanghang district, Lemmings found himself in a rather secluded alley, intending to return and observe Suze's every move. However, before he could take more than a few steps, an unsettling sensation surged within him. Oddly enough, despite this street not being a main thoroughfare. Where in the world is everyone? The deeper he ventured, the more deserted the street became, and simultaneously, Lemmings' apprehension intensified. Just moments ago, he could vaguely discern a few furtive figures, yet after advancing 100 steps, he halted. There wasn't a soul in sight, not even a rat from the sewers. This alley was not unfamiliar to Lemmings. He had traversed it many times before, returning from the official shelter after procuring supplies from his brother-in-law. While it had always been quite empty, it had never been this devoid of life. Something is amiss. I need to return quickly, lest something untoward happen. A chilling gust of wind swept by, and Lemmings felt an unsettling cold creep over him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Almost instinctively, he quickened his pace. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a dull thud of footsteps broke the surrounding silence. Who is it? Come out, stop lurking. The sound startled Lemmings. He quickly ducked behind an eave, gritting his teeth as he drew a dagger from his pocket. Cursing under his breath, he approached the source of the footsteps. Damn it. It's just a beggar. After 7 or 8 steps, he finally managed to discern the figure emerging from the thick mist and darkness of the night. An older scavenger. Get lost. Can't you walk without making a sound? Lemmings cursed angrily. Yet, considering he needed to hurry back, he chose not to waste time on the scavenger. After a few more curses, he prepared to leave. You can't leave. Who? Upon hearing an unexpected voice, Lei Zimin instinctively halted his steps. However, when he turned around and beheld the speaker, he appeared as though he had encountered a ghost. Is it really you? The figure behind him was none other than Suze, the very person Lei Zimin had been yearning for incessantly. Indeed, it is I. In stark contrast to Lei Zimin's panicked demeanor, Suze's expression remained remarkably nonchalant, even tinged with a hint of indifference. Suze, what are you planning? I must remind you that you still owe us a significant amount of supplies. Shouldn't you be thinking of ways to repay me? Nevertheless, Lei Zimin soon regained his composure. He convinced himself that Suze's presence here was merely a coincidence, especially since they were in the heart of Shanghang district. Even if Suze harbored ill intentions, he had to consider the location's implications. Let me warn you, this is my brother-in-law's territory. If you have any nefarious thoughts, you ought to weigh your own strength. With Suze lacking even a weapon, Lei Zimin's confidence swelled. and his tone grew increasingly arrogant. Should I just take this brat to my brother-in-law? A sudden thought flickered in Lei Zemin's mind. Despite his brother-in-law's repeated admonitions to stay cautious, the present opportunity was too tempting to resist. Suze, I need to discuss something with you. Come here. The more he contemplated the potential of this moment, the more determined he became to act. He resolved to bring Suze to the shelter and hand him over to his brother-in-law, armed and with a reputation for being a brawler. Lei Zemin believed himself to be quite formidable, especially with his robust physique, which made him a notable figure within the exploration team. In contrast, Suze, while not frail, simply could not compare in stature. The advantage is mine. With narrowed eyes, Lei Zemin launched his attack. You choose not to walk the path to paradise. Yet here you are stumbling into hell. This time, I shall strike it rich. The greed and glee evident in his gaze completely consumed Lei Zemin's last shred of rationality. Brandishing his dagger, he charged towards Suze. His lack of martial arts training notwithstanding, he was still adept with the blade, fixating on Suze's vulnerabilities. He found the situation somewhat amusing. Did this fellow not consider why he dared to appear before him? In Suze's eyes, the aggressive Lei Zemin was merely an ant. No, not even an ant. For while an ant's sting could pose some trouble for Suze, the current Lei Zemin was no threat at all. Very well. Let us send him on his way, Suze mused, ready to resolve this encounter while simultaneously recruiting the dozen or so members from Lei Zemin's group. Although they were not particularly exceptional, they remained useful. Whether for fending off beast tides or constructing defensive structures, they would serve a purpose. Bang! When dealing with ordinary individuals, there is no weapon more effective than a handgun. A gunshot rang out, the remnants of gunpowder still lingering in the air. As for the previously formidable Lei Zemin, he now lay sprawled on the ground, crimson blood gushing uncontrollably from his wounds. A wretched soul. After a cursory search of Lei Zemin's belongings, Suze spat on the ground in disdain. 2 boxes of relatively intact candies, likely pilfered from Wang Yiza, and 100 federal coins. The rest was a haphazard collection of items that held no value for him. Nonetheless, Suze decided to gather these items. At least the candies could serve as treats for the young girls, Yiqin and Lin Weishao. Not entirely useless, after all. Such a swift reaction? Suze's search was remarkably quick, taking no more than 30 seconds. Yet, to his surprise, the official shelter's response was equally prompt. Just as he prepared to depart, the shrill wail of a police siren pierced the air, accompanied by the chaotic sound of heavy footsteps approaching from all directions. Indeed, their response was rapid, though still somewhat delayed. Casting a glance behind him, Suze immediately surged forward, fleeing the scene. Minutes later, over 100 security personnel from Shanghang District had cordoned off the area. They discovered a lifeless body, suspecting it to be a case of street robbery gone awry. Moments later, a towering figure emerged from the crowd, his expression grave as he regarded the fallen Lei Zemin. Chapter 52. Polar Knight, haven't you grown weary after following me for so long? Suze was oblivious to the fact that his act of shooting Lei Zemin was perceived by the Shanghang District's official shelter as nothing more than a commonplace robbery and murder. He paid little mind to the matter. I never anticipated that within the confines of this modest Shanghang District, there existed such a formidable individual as yourself, an extraordinary being of the second, no, third tier. As Suze halted, he was startled to find a figure shrouded in shadows had appeared behind him. Their gender, age, and identity were all unknown to him. How intriguing. You must not be from Shanghang District, correct? Suze was entirely unaware of the information surrounding this enigmatic figure, but could sense a faint aura of danger emanating from them, a mere whisper of a threat. I apologize. I did not mean to follow you. I merely happened upon certain things that perhaps I should not have seen, like the fellow you just dispatched. Sensing that Suze held no intention of immediate violence, this cloaked individual took the initiative to step forward, scrutinizing him closely before speaking slowly. If you are willing, I would like to share something with you. Would you be interested? Not interested. Suze rejected the offer without a moment's thought. Though he remained unaware of the identity or allegiance of this peculiar figure, the notion of someone unexpectedly appearing to impart intriguing information was hardly appealing. One could hardly expect anything good to come of it. Are you truly not the slightest bit interested? The voice of this individual was androgynous, neither the sharpness of a eunuch's tone nor the pure softness of a feminine voice. It is more akin to a neutral voice, subtly imbued with a unique charm, an opportunity that could empower you further. Surely, you would not resist a means to augment your own strength? Are you not even tempted by the prospect of surpassing the so-called extraordinary powers? Observing Suze, who appeared somewhat unfazed, the the individual continued to weave his enchantment. Suddenly, an inexplicable fragrance wafted from this man, enveloping the space. Suze struggled to articulate this scent precisely, if he had to describe it. It resembled the aroma of wild osmanthus, encountered serendipitously on the way home from school, intermingled with the savory scent of braised meat from an unknown source. It was a complex blend, yet the fragrance possessed an extraordinary ability to induce relaxation. For an ordinary person, it might have led to an endless reverie, consequently lowering their guard. Alas, Suze was no ordinary individual. This scent was among those he detested most. The reason was simple. During his childhood, the path home from school was lined with osmanthus trees, and the scent of braised meat was a familiar presence, yet he held no fondness for it. Each time he encountered the aroma, it heralded an impending return to homework and to scolding. How could he possibly harbor any affection for such a scent? Was this the extraordinary power of the man before him? Suze comprehended the implications of this fragrance, thus granting him 3 seconds to depart, lest he come to realize that his presence here was the gravest mistake of his life. Suze was no brute. In the face of this individual, who posed a slight threat, rash action was clearly not the wisest course. While he did not sense overt hostility from the man, it did not imply that Suze was inclined to engage in polite conversation. It was evident that they were not kindred spirits. A fiery little fellow. I seldom encounter someone as intriguing as you. Noticing that Suze had resisted his charm, a flicker of surprise danced in the eyes of the cloaked figure. However, this astonishment was fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure. I have always felt that one day you would seek me out. Once Suze had gradually released his extraordinary power, the man in the cloak wasted no time in extolling the virtues of the eternal night. As a shadowy figure enveloped him, causing him to vanish. Eternal night, a name worth remembering. After confirming that the previously sudden apparition had indeed disappeared, Suze chose not to dwell on the matter, merely noting down the 4 characters that formed this name. Intuition whispered to him that the significance contained within these characters was likely profound. In the Jiangxi district, the polar night awaited. Wumio, you are late. Apologies for the delay. I encountered a rather fascinating little fellow on the way. You best not let me see your true form next time. Within a meeting room reminiscent of an ancient ecclesiastical court, a massive black wooden table occupies the center of the room, adorned with 10 white candles whose diminutive flames flicker brightly against the surrounding darkness. However, the area designated for the candle holders instills a sense of dread. A complete female form lies prostrate, with 10 pristine candles ominously inserted into various parts of her body, her chest, mouth, eyes, and near her ears. Additionally, the table is etched with peculiar runes resembling angelic wings that emit an eerie turquoise glow. The entire room is unsettlingly silent. A dozen individuals clad in diaphanous black robes are seated within, each face devoid of masks or obscuring garments, yet all appear dreamlike and indistinct. Ethereal, surreal, abstract, perhaps the most fitting descriptions. A member known as Wu Miao has taken her place at the table, where a small sign bearing the word Judicator rests. How long until the beast tide arrives? Suddenly, a cold, indifferent voice pierces the silence. It emanates from the figure seated at the head of the wooden table. A black-robed individual who, despite mimicking the others, is unmistakably identified by a black emblem of a fallen angel's wing. This is the leader of the extreme night. From the Shanghang branch. If Suze were present, he would be astonished to recognize that this voice is identical to one he had heard previously from another black-robed figure. Apologies, an unexpected incident has arisen. It seems there are issues with our colleagues in the imperial capital, who have been eradicated by the forces of the Shangguan family. The batch of mutated beasts we previously controlled has also been completely exterminated. How long will it take? The initial speaker, clearly growing impatient, regards a black-robed individual who has just risen. The quickest estimate is 1 week. If we must draw upon the forces of mutated beasts from other regions to reach a scale of 100,000 for the beast-tide assault on Su province, it may require up to half a month. Half a month? You might as well seek Lord Extreme Night in paradise. The leader's dissatisfaction is palpable, even bordering on anger. Take this and prepare to strike at the Shanghang district. A soul altar constructed from over 100,000 lowly creatures should be capable of summoning a fragment of Lord Extreme Night's essence, plunging the entire Su province into an eternal night. As for the remaining forces, mobilize all of your strength to initiate the beast tide within a week, especially awakening the servants buried among the inferior creatures. Remember, the Eternal Night plan must not fail. All hail the Eternal Night. The final words resonate from the leader's lips. Suddenly, the once tangible conference room collapses, along with everything, including the dozen individuals, vanishing without a trace. After a considerable span, the black shadows dissipate entirely, revealing an ordinary dwelling reappearing at the edge of the Shanghang district. A tall, elegant woman dressed in the wind, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, emerges from within, filling the street with the fragrance of osmanthus. Chapter 53. Time is of the essence. In the early morning, a beam of clear, radiant sunlight cascades onto the ground, as unremarkable as any other day. However, it remains uncertain whether it is the deteriorating conditions beyond the city or the sudden onset of a tempest. Even amid such favorable weather, the sky is still adorned with swirling pale yellow dust, occasionally descending upon the cauldron where the slaves outside the city toil over boiling bran. Yet, the slaves gathered around the pot pay little heed to the dust, the taste of the bran, and the unidentifiable, withered yellowish-blue leaves within the pot is hardly superior. Perhaps the only elements capable of stirring a change in their numb expressions are survival and sustenance. They are fortunate to have endured yet another day in this apocalyptic wasteland, grateful for the sun's warmth upon their faces and the presence of meager food to stave off hunger. Although this so-called food consists merely of splintered wood bran and a mix of indigestible, rotten leaves, nothing else seems to elicit any significant emotional response from them. Suzhou, the largest refugee congregation in the vicinity, is filled with those who have fled from two cities devoured by the beast tide. If one wishes to find someone, this is the place to come. As long as there is food, they can easily recruit, far more cost-effectively than with slaves. 1 kilometer outside the city, in the Xianghang district, lies a makeshift shantytown, no more than 1,000 meters from the production line established by Wu Yu. Early in the morning, Wu Yu, having just risen, hears that Suzhou is seeking recruits and is not inclined to purchase slaves. Wu Yu promptly brings Suzhou to this place. As long as you possess food, it is not merely 100 people you can gather, but even 1,000 would be easily found. There are readily over 100 such shantytowns in the Xianghang and Huaihai districts, teeming with people. In other words, what is most abundant at present is manpower. However, both Wu Yu and her companion Yi Qing were peculiar expressions. Speak your mind, Suzhou urges, catching a glimpse of Wu Yu's unusual demeanor. Do we truly need to seek out so many people? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu can no longer contain herself. The production line at the factory has already been established, and I have also recruited a few engineers along with a dozen slaves. Even this has put pressure on our food reserves. If we seek more people, I fear we will run out of provisions. With Zhang Shaojie and Lin Yudong's orphans and the personnel guarding the water source, we are nearing 40 individuals already. Food remains Wu Yu's foremost concern. In recent days, the personnel under Suzhou's command have swelled dramatically. On Wu Yu's side, there are 5 engineers dedicated to the production of firearms, and with the remaining dozen slaves, they almost reach 20 individuals. Zhang Shaojia's contingent is also nearing 20, awaiting their meals. Although Lin Yudong has only 10 orphans at present, their consumption is minimal due to their youth. However, the intensity of Lin Yudong's combat training for these children is exceptionally rigorous, even challenging for an average person to endure. Yet, those little ones have persevered, resulting in a food consumption rate that nearly matches that of the slaves collectively. The food supply for all these individuals has imposed substantial strain on the entire outpost. Were it not for the water source and food reserves controlled by Zhang Xiaojie within the stronghold, the consumption of food by the personnel mentioned above would soon prove unsustainable. Currently, there is a recruitment for 100 individuals to construct defensive facilities around the arms production warehouse. Wu Yu finds it difficult to fathom where the sustenance for such a large number of people will be procured. I believe there is no pressing need to hastily erect these defensive structures. While the outer city poses certain dangers, it hardly justifies such extensive efforts. Additionally, Wu Yu struggles to comprehend why Suzhou is so intent on establishing these fortifications. The outer city is indeed perilous, particularly with the recent unsettling occurrences in the Shanghang district, yet it does not necessitate a primary focus on constructing defensive infrastructures. I shall devise a solution for the food issue upon my return, but the defensive buildings must be promptly completed. You must also clarify the procurement of construction materials this afternoon, striving to commence work by nightfall. Suzhou had no intention of explaining his rationale to Wu Yu. Instead, he succinctly outlined the tasks at hand before proceeding to the shantytown. He selected 100 relatively robust adult males, with a singular criterion for selection: health and capability. The only cost incurred would be the assurance of their daily rations, and Suzhou was not inclined to negotiate on this matter. As for their loyalty, he lacked the time to concern himself with such considerations. Once the recruitment was concluded, Suzhou had another task to undertake. These individuals are entrusted to you. Remember my plan and set them to work as soon as possible. All right, I will do my utmost. You must also resolve the food situation promptly, or I fear they may revolt. Faced with Suze's demands, Wu gritted her teeth and ultimately acquiesced. After all, Suze was the employer, and there was little choice in the matter. Yi Qing, let us go. I will introduce you to a young gentleman. Having finalized the personnel recruitment, Suze dared not linger and swiftly took Yu Qing to find Lin Yedong. Beyond the warehouse's defensive facilities, Suze's primary concern lay with the 10 orphans in Lin Yedong's care. They were the true core personnel he intended to cultivate. Moreover, Suze planned to entrust Yu Qing to Lin Yedong for training, which was why she accompanied him. Yu Qing, do you fear combat? Yu Qing did not respond directly, her gaze betraying a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. Clearly, at her age, her understanding of battle was quite superficial. She could only recall instances of competing with peers for scraps that had fallen to the ground. What if one day someone wishes to kill me? Suze rephrased the question. Then I would kill them? Yu Qing's response was tinged with indecision. She did not fully grasp the implications of Suze's words. Her earlier reply was merely a straightforward reaction to the scenario she envisioned. Very well, you may endure some hardships ahead, but I assure you that once you overcome these trials, you shall no longer suffer. Gently caressing Yi Qing's somewhat bewildered face, Suze smiled faintly. I will strive to do my best. The fierce gaze that once characterized Yi Qing upon their first encounter had long since dissipated, replaced by an unwavering resilience. Her eyes were filled with a tenacity that was subtle, yet palpable in response to Suze's words. It was evident to Suze that once Yu Qing fully harnessed the extraordinary power within her, she would undoubtedly become the most formidable weapon in his arsenal. To illustrate, if Lin Yedong were akin to a dagger wielded by a lurking assassin in the shadows, then Yu Qing might very well be a cataclysmic energy cannon, forged solely for the battlefield. Chapter 54. The Seed Boss. What brings you here? Lin Yedong, who was training a group of orphans at a base situated on the outskirts of the city, was taken aback by Suze's early morning visit. The location was chosen not out of concern for unforeseen events, but rather for its convenience, allowing for minimal logistical considerations. Most critically, the outskirts provided an abundance of combat materials, scattered zombies, mutated beasts, and harsh environments, resources that were simply unattainable within the city. Boss, what brings you here? Lin Yedong, who was currently instilling resilience in the children, did not expect Suze would come to seek him out so early. He promptly signaled for a similarly aged child to pause their training and hurried over to Suze's side. Boss, is something the matter? Nothing urgent. Mainly, I have brought you a promising candidate. After reassuring Lin Yedong that there was no need for alarm, Suze proceeded to introduce Yu Qing, who was standing nearby. This young lady has already awakened her extraordinary powers. Your task is merely to teach her some combat techniques and how to control the energy within her. Is it her? Lin Yedong was taken aback as he observed Yi Qing, who still seemed somewhat out of her element. He had noticed her presence the previous night when Suze brought her back, initially assuming she was just an ordinary girl. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he had underestimated this child, who was of a similar age to his sister. The extraordinary power concealed within her was palpable, even to Lin Yedong, who felt a tinge of astonishment. Hello, big brother. Encouraged by Suze's supportive gaze, Yi Qing, undeterred by shyness, took the initiative to greet Lin Yedong before seamlessly integrating herself into the ranks of the children. After all, Suze had already briefed her on her current responsibilities during their journey here. Here are 10 energy crystals. You and Yi Qing shall share them equally. Focus on cultivating your extraordinary powers, and if you find the energy crystals insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me for more. Observing Yi Qing's performance, Suze felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Her ability to adapt to the training environment without any signs of resistance was commendable. Indeed, Suze was already content with this level of engagement. As for the energy crystals previously distributed, while he was eager to upgrade the binding truck, both Lin Yedong and Yi Qing were among his key projects. Thus, Suze would not skimp on resources for their training. The energy crystals expended are the true essence of vitality. Otherwise, they are merely luminous stones. My leader, I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations. Lin Yedong was not one for pleasantries or flattery. As he accepted the energy crystal from Suze, his gaze conveyed an unvarnished sincerity, a stark reflection of his unwavering loyalty etched upon his countenance. Do you recall the words I spoke when we first met? Suze gradually ascended the platform, observing the somewhat bewildered expressions of the 10 youthful children below. There is a fundamental truth that must be remembered by all. Actions speak louder than words. Young ones, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am your leader. Before Lin Yedong could respond, Suze, with a warm smile, addressed the 10, no, 11, young souls before him. I can offer you a life unlike any other, a chance to start anew, and the promise of protection from harm. All I ask in return is your unwavering loyalty. Glimpsing the indifference in their expressions, Suze remained unperturbed. It was a considerable challenge to instill the concept of loyalty in children who had just emerged from the depths of poverty, particularly within such a brief span of time. Their lack of comprehension was understandable. It matters not if you fully grasp this notion. Simply remember that I am your leader. You need not worry about food or tomorrow's endeavors. Focus solely on training diligently under my guidance. This is your sole obligation. Undoubtedly. Indoctrination is a rather rudimentary method of securing loyalty. Were there any semblance of charisma or alternative approaches, Suze would have eschewed such tactics. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared to be a viable means of securing the allegiance of these children. What does it mean to have a leader? Foolish one, it means he is our head. The one we will support in battles. I understand now. This is acceptable. If he provides for me, I will stand by him in conflict. I no longer wish to scavenge for worms in the muck. Once Suze's words settled, a flurry of chatter erupted among the crowd. Although their discourse seemed somewhat peculiar, Suze found satisfaction in their reactions. A seed of loyalty had been sown within their hearts. All that remained was to nurture it until it flourished. Ding. Congratulations, host. Li Erga's loyalty has reached a level of fidelity. Ding. Congratulations, host. Wang Yu's loyalty has reached a level of fidelity. Opening the loyalty system. Suze noted several names from the children appearing within the interface. While their current loyalty levels might not be exceedingly high, it affirmed that his efforts were not in vain. I entrust this task to you. Cultivate a sense of camaraderie among them. And soon we can commence with practical combat training. After completing the task assigned by Lin Yudong, Suze briefly shared some training techniques regarding the orphans before taking his leave. Food, supplies, energy crystals, and money in hand. He found little motivation to walk through the vast expanse of yellow earth outside the city. Instead, he summoned a truck, climbed aboard, and drove slowly along the main road engulfed in sand. With one hand resting against the window, Suze ignited a cigarette. As the smoke curled around him, he drove along the desolate path, lost in contemplation. Was this life perhaps quite pleasant? Upon passing the designated meeting point for trading with personnel from the Shanghang district's official shelter, Suze noticed a considerable presence of these officials amidst the surrounding ravines. He also observed several ragged scavengers wandering nearby. However, these scavengers emanated a distinct aura. Rather than mere scavengers, they resembled a band of warriors. Clothing may change easily, yet one's demeanor is not so readily altered. No matter how they disguise themselves, warriors could never fully resemble the lifeless puppets that scavengers seem to be. Chapter 55, Preparation. To his surprise, these individuals seemed quite eager, indicating that it was time to hand over Shangguan Muyun to them. However, he needed to consider what conditions were necessary. Initially, Suze did not feel an urgency regarding the transaction involving Shangguan Muyun, as the beast tide was said to occur in 3 days at the earliest. Judging by the current situation in the Shanghang district, there appeared to be no abnormalities. This suggested that the so-called beast tide might not arrive as swiftly as anticipated. Consequently, Suze's anxious heart eased somewhat. Yet, unexpectedly, the officials from the Shanghang district grew increasingly restless. Just last night, news was released, and within mere hours, a significant number of personnel had gathered at the previously mentioned trading site. They had even begun to initiate some preliminary maneuvers. Even from several hundred meters away, Suze could vaguely discern an artificial cave near the trading location, presumably intended as a temporary command post. However, he paid little mind to the officials' minor activities. Having prepared to orchestrate a substantial upheaval between the Shanghang and Huaihai districts, why should Suze be concerned about potential retaliation? Without the knight's fodder, the horse cannot thrive. From the moment he planned to extract Shangguan Muyun, Suze had a clear understanding of the possible consequences. Otherwise, he would not have designated the majority of his territory outside the city. Should any disturbances arise within the city, or if the officials from the Shanghang district aimed to target him, Suze merely needed to abandon the water source and retreat with his personnel outside the city. Thus, any threat from the Shanghang district would hold no significance for him. However, these matters are merely secondary. At present, Suze has only 2 tasks: to accompany Shangwan Muyun to negotiate and to contemplate how to address the issue of sustenance. Is it truly wise for us to proceed in this manner? Old Mu, speak up. The pressure from those rascals in Huaihai district is insurmountable. Despite our complete disconnection from this affair, they are coercing our people to assist in retrieving Shangwan Muyun. Old Li. This predicament transcends the confines of a mere conflict between Huaihai district and Shanghang district. The authorities of Su province have issued a clear directive. We must fully cooperate with Huaihai district to bring that girl back, setting aside any emotional responses. Last night, following a meeting, Mu Jiangwo, Yu Feihong, and Li Zhongzhao intended to retire for the evening, but unexpectedly, a hastily scrawled letter appeared before them. Shangwan Muyun had been abducted. Upon receiving this news, the entirety of Shanghang district and the personnel dispatched from Huaihai district sprang into action. They promptly arrived at the location mentioned in the letter to establish a defensive perimeter. Li, Yu, and Mu, these three elders, dared not exhibit any complacency. Collaborating with the team of psychics from Huaihai district, they aimed to either rescue Shangwan Muyun or negotiate her release at a cost. However, differing opinions soon emerged. The original plan was to apprehend anyone who arrived to take Shangwan Muyun and then rescue her. This approach would not only fulfill the mandate from above, but also minimize losses for Shanghang district. Yet, the identity of the kidnapper remains elusive, no leads have surfaced, and the personnel of Shanghang district find themselves at a loss for investigation. Reluctantly, Mu Jiangwo, as the director of the official sanctuary in Shanghang district, had to prepare for both contingencies. On one hand, he arranged the supplies that might be needed for the exchange of Shangwan Muyun. On the other, he positioned a formidable force at the predetermined transaction site. Nonetheless, both the hot-tempered Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong opposed Mu Jiangwo's strategy. They vehemently rejected the notion of utilizing Shanghang district's resources to assist Huaihai district and Su province. Such a disadvantageous arrangement was unthinkable for them. Alas, there was no alternative. The higher authorities had decreed that failure to execute this task would result in the influx of refugees in a Shanghang district, which we alone would have to manage. Confronted with the divergent views of his two old companions, Mu Jiangwo's aged visage was etched with resignation. In truth, as the leader of Shanghang district, he bears significant burdens. Do these scoundrels truly believe that Shanghang district lacks strength? And what of the psychics from Huaihai district? Are they merely spectators at this juncture? Understanding Mu Jiangwo's plight, both Li and Yu could only sigh in resignation. In this situation, Shanghang district has been relegated to the role of a mere pawn, bearing the brunt of the losses. In the initial stages, to assist Huaihai district in locating Shangwan Muyun, a substantial investment of manpower and resources had already been expended. Surveying the personnel throughout the entire area while simultaneously defending against the potential onslaught of beasts has left the three elders sleepless for 2 consecutive days. To their dismay, the situation has escalated, requiring them to provide even the necessary supplies for personnel exchanges. Alas, one can only hope that the strength of that individual is lacking. Should he appear nearby, they shall first assess whether he can be subdued by force, especially since the last known location of that individual was within our Shanghang district. I shall remember those from Huaihai district. In stark contrast to Mu Jiangwo's resigned expression, Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong have harbored profound resentment towards Huaihai district. They toiled diligently while the individuals from Huaihai district seemed to contribute nothing, not even willing to disclose their personnel deployment. How could Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong accept such treatment? Nevertheless, it is likely that those from Huaihai district will eventually make an appearance. For now, they must focus on their own tasks at hand. Faced with the fury of his old companions, Mu Jiangwo could only offer a helpless consolation before commencing the deployment of personnel at the trading location, ensuring that every precaution is taken. Unbeknownst to Su Zhe, the petty maneuvers between Shanghang and Huaihai district were of no concern to him. After all, in the face of overwhelming force, any so-called schemes hold no significance whatsoever. This scent seems rather familiar. Upon arriving at the gathering point, Su Zhe immediately entered the small room where Shangwan Muyun was being held. However, before he could close the door, he was struck by an inexplicably familiar fragrance wafting through the air. Wait, could it be that individual? Initially, Su Zhe did not grasp the source of the scent until he recalled the mysterious figure in the black cloak he encountered when he eliminated Lei Zemin. Truly, that specter refuses to dissipate. Halting his steps, Su Zhe's gaze fixated upon a woman who appeared to coincidentally stand at the entrance of his gathering point. She was strikingly beautiful yet undeniably perilous. Chapter 56, Arrival. Where is everyone? Upon recognizing the identity of the woman who had suddenly appeared before him, Suze intended to rush forward to ascertain her intentions. Yet, in the next moment, the mature woman had vanished without a trace. Was there truly no one else around? Or was it merely an illusion? After confirming the disappearance of the woman, Suze's eyes flickered as he scanned the vicinity, but aside from a few wandering scavengers, there were no other living souls present. Even more astonishingly, the rich fragrance of osmanthus that had previously filled the air abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed. Forget it. I shall first attend to Shangwan Muyun. After a moment's contemplation, Suze chose not to dwell on the matter any further and proceeded directly into the room where Shangwan Muyun was confined. It's you. What do you intend to do? Upon noticing Suze's arrival, Shangwan Muyun, who had initially appeared somewhat despondent, instantly tensed up. I plan to exchange you for certain items. In an instant, Suze hoisted Shangwan Muyun onto his shoulder, denying her any opportunity for inquiry, and struck towards the back of her head with a decisive blow. The previously bewildered Shangwan Muyun instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. If feasible, exchanging this individual for 1,000 pounds of food and 100 energy crystals, along with 20 grade 2 energy crystals, would allow for some room to negotiate. Therefore, doubling the aforementioned quantities of supplies would be prudent. As he maneuvered the vehicle, Suze had already resolved his choices for the exchange materials, food and energy crystals, these two essentials, to ensure that the individuals from Huaihai District had ample room for bargaining. He even contemplated an initial offer that was double the value. After all, such transactions inevitably entail a process of haggling. Throughout the journey, luck was on Suze's side. Shangwan Muyun, left in the passenger seat, remained in a state of unconsciousness, causing him little inconvenience. Furthermore, he encountered none of the troublesome mutated zombies or beasts along the way. In less than half an hour, Suze arrived at the predetermined trading location, an isolated ravine approximately 1 kilometer from Huaihai District, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It featured a narrow mountain path as the sole access point, with the area blanketed in grayish-white limestone and scattered jagged stones, rendering it particularly desolate. However, Suze discerned the unusual nature of the site with ease. On the surface, he observed only 5 or 6 armed guards and 3 centenarian elders positioned at the center of the ravine, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Apart from them, he noticed no other armed individuals in the vicinity. Yet, the deep and dense tire tracks etched into the ground revealed that a significant convoy of vehicles had recently traversed this area. It was not difficult for Suze to surmise that this convoy was likely sent by Huaihai District to lay an ambush for him. He sighed, pondering whether these individuals were overthinking the situation. Would he truly dare to venture into such a place without overwhelming firepower? Realizing the elders' intentions, Suze shook his head in resignation. Did they genuinely believe he was oblivious to such an overt plan? As he approached within 100 meters of the trading location, he unceremoniously dropped the still unconscious Shangwan Muyun onto the ground. Fusion. At that moment, an inexplicable force activated simultaneously within Suze and the truck, resulting in a sudden burst of azure light that enveloped both Suze and the vehicle. In the next instant, the fusion concluded. A silver-white armored exosuit, reminiscent of a starfighter mech, fully integrated into Suze's being. This time, the appearance differed from his previous encounter with the ability user squad in Huaihai District. The suit was smaller, standing only about 2 meters tall, and the exaggerated energy cannon had vanished, replaced by a sleek silver battle blade at Suze's waist. Is this the so-called scaled-down fusion model? After a brief assessment, Suze quickly acclimated to this minimized fusion style. Indeed, while the visual impact may not match that of the original model, the strength encapsulated within the mech remains undiminished. At the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, Suze even felt confident in confronting the power of a 4th-tier extraordinary being in this state. Satisfied that his true identity would remain undiscovered, he hoisted the unconscious Shangwan Muyun onto his shoulder and gradually made his way toward the transaction site. Target sighted. All units be alert. The suspected target has emerged. Prepare for combat. What kind of equipment does this individual possess? The extraordinary team was also on high alert. This was no ordinary person. Li Zhongzhao, the one we have been waiting for, has arrived. As Suze stepped into the transaction area, both the personnel lurking in the surrounding districts and the special extraordinary team from Huaihai were taken aback. Even the 3 elders from Shanghang displayed a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. They had encountered formidable individuals before, having witnessed true elites during meetings at the Imperial Capital Sanctuary, whether it was Mu Jiangwo or other relevant personnel from Huaihai. The Thunder Team, comprising all fifth-tier extraordinary beings, equipped with the most advanced technological gear, exuded an almost overwhelming sense of despair. However, compared to the aura emanating from the individual before them, the sensations were entirely different. This enigmatic figure, bearing Shangguan Muyun, was less a person and more a machine, a cold, unfeeling automaton devoid of any human emotions or noble sentiments such as passion, struggle, or loyalty. What it radiated was a chilling aura of lethal intent, akin to steel. I have arrived. I understand everyone's time is valuable. I will directly state my requirements. 2,000 kilograms of standard rations, 200 first-tier extraordinary crystals, and 22nd-tier extraordinary crystals. This individual is merely unconscious. I am a man of my word and will not renege on the deal. Suze noticed the shock flickering in the eyes of the three elders who met his gaze, yet he remained uninterested in their astonishment. Casually, he found a relatively flat stone and sat down, carelessly dropping Shangguan Muyun from his shoulder. He decisively listed all his demands and cast a glance at a mountain peak behind the three elders. Let those brothers come out. It must be uncomfortable hiding in that mountain nook on such a hot day. The seemingly nonchalant words of Suze sent a bead of cold sweat down Mu Jiangwo's forehead. Chapter 57. The so-called ambush. How is this possible? How could this person guess that I had others concealed behind me? No, it must be that this fellow is merely guessing. However, Mu Jiangwo was not shocked by the fact that this individual had discovered the forces he had deployed. Rather, it was the location he pointed to that startled him. Surrounding that area was not merely the armed forces of the Shanghang District Security Team, but Mu Jiangwo had also arranged a considerable number of first-tier extraordinary individuals as a contingency plan in all directions. Once he realized that the strength of the approaching individual was perhaps not as formidable as anticipated, Mu Jiangwo would decisively command them to take action. If Suze had merely uncovered these individuals, Mu Jiangwo would not be so anxious. Yet the team behind him was a special task force of extraordinary abilities directly under the jurisdiction of Su Province, serving as the ultimate safeguard for Shangguan Muyun's safety. Simultaneously, it constituted the most potent force of the district-level shelter, only choosing to engage when faced with problems beyond the resolution of ordinary shelters. Moreover, the authority to determine what constituted an insurmountable problem lay solely with the captain of this team. Had it not been for the colossal influence behind Shangguan Muyun, this team would never have intervened. In terms of configuration, this special team from Su Province was nothing short of impeccable. All members were at least second tier and formed a well-coordinated, fully structured group of extraordinary beings capable of annihilating even a horde of 1,000-level beasts in direct combat. Furthermore, within the team was an extraordinary individual adept at stealth and concealment, typically undetectable even by third-tier extraordinary beings. Most importantly, the location of this team was known only to Mu Jiangwo. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mu Jiangwo, the director of the official shelter in Shanghang District. At present, the team behind Mu Jiangwo clearly had no intention of making their presence known. After a brief silence, Mu Jiangwo momentarily suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and proactively revealed his identity. This statement served not only to introduce himself but also to convey the message. Young man, you now face the official forces of the post-apocalyptic world, and I, Mu Jiangwo, am their representative. Despite the diminishing power of the authorities over various regions since the onset of the apocalypse, it remains undeniable that, at least for the time being, any official shelter in a region is perennially one of the most potent forces in plain sight. Yes, I understand. You are precisely who I am looking for. Others will likely be unable to procure what I seek. Suze could not afford to ponder the implications of Mu Jiangwo's words. After reiterating his demands, he drew the blade strapped to his waist. I do not appreciate eavesdroppers while I speak. With a casual flick, a tangible wave of blade energy manifested in the air as Suze swung his knife, creating an inexplicable visual of the air being torn apart before the eyes of everyone present. For a moment, it felt as if the air itself had paused. How formidable! Is such an attack truly within the realm of human capability? This is bad. We must retreat. Mu Jiangwo, closest to Suze, was the first to react to the surge of blade energy, despite the awareness that the lethal aura before him was not directed at himself. The fear that gripped Mu Jiangwo compelled him to instinctively sidestep. His body trembled uncontrollably. Observing this, Li Zhongzhao and Yu Feihong exchanged glances of concern. However, merely locked in the moment of intense gaze, both refrained from action. They sensed that to act forcefully at this juncture might lead to their demise, and a death without the means to resist, no less. Old Yu, hold on. This matter has little to do with our Shanghang district. If action must be taken, let those ruffians from Huaihai district handle it. We need not intermingle. Fearing that his old comrade might not grasp the gravity of the situation, Li Zhongzhao quickly restrained Yu Feihong. This individual is beyond our capabilities. At this moment, Mu Jiangwo, having been the first to retreat, recognized the potency of the lethal aura before him. Indeed, under normal circumstances, any official sanctuary would be obligated to collaborate with similarly ranked units. Yet, this obligation was merely that, an obligation. In reality, under the current circumstances, official sanctuaries in any region resembled a cooperative alliance, yet leaned heavily towards self-sufficiency. The loss of lives or resources in aiding allies would not be compensated by anyone. Mu Jiangwo understood this truth all too well. Given the present scenario, should the Shanghang district exert its full strength, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Moreover, Mu Jiangwo was acutely aware that the attacks emanating from this individual were not aimed at him, but rather at the Esper team from Su province behind him. Act. Subdue this individual directly. The Falcon guarantees Miss Shangwan's safety. Indeed, the moment the three elders of Shanghang district retreated, the Esper team concealed within the ravines could no longer remain passive. As the lethal aura surged forward, several shadows flickered in all directions, 5 in total. The foremost trio charged directly at Su Zhe, while the remaining two split into two paths. One targeted Su Zhe's rear, while the other had a clear objective, the unconscious Shangwan Muyun beside Su Zhe. A horde of vermin dares to seize from me without paying any price? In Su Zhe's eyes, Shangwan Muyun had always been merely an object, something that could yield significant returns, an item of exchange, with others now daring to claim her. How could Su Zhe acquiesce? Energy cannon. Without even a moment to inquire about the intentions of the approaching figures, Su Zhe acted decisively. He unleashed 2 extraordinarily formidable energy cannons concealed behind him, as the extraordinary power within him surged wildly into the barrels. In an instant, the dark and unassuming muzzles erupted with a flickering brilliance akin to starlight, radiant as the sun and fraught with lethal peril. Collapse of order. Lake of waters. Electric thunder. Indeed, the prowess of this individual from Su province surpassed that of the many extraordinary beings Su Zhe had previously encountered. As soon as Su Zhe made his move, they felt the formidable threat emanating from the figure before them, reminiscent of a mechanized warrior. 3 distinct beams of extraordinary power surged forth from the trio. And in an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, erupted into the air, its furious roar echoing around them, as if it sought to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Among the 3, a woman with hair casually waved her hand, and the seemingly mundane water transformed into a swirling dragon of water in midair. A deafening roar erupted from the dragon's maw, seemingly intent on devouring Su Zhe entirely. Yet, the most terrifying sight was that of the middle-aged man, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, whose cold expression exuded a silent fury. The laws of reality crumbled as the once unremarkable ground began to tremble. Even the 3 elders of Shanghang district, who had retreated hundreds of meters away, could sense the aftermath of this tremendous force. Truly, these were the formidable beings of Su province. It seemed unlikely that Su Zhe could withstand the combined might of these 3. Clearly, we had underestimated the chasm between the ranks, if a second-tier powerhouse possesses such strength. How formidable must the 3rd and even 4th-tier guardians of the imperial capital be? Humph. A group of inept individuals daring to unite with shelters from other regions against the upper echelons. Against such overwhelming extraordinary beings, no number of reinforcements would suffice, nearly leading to their own demise. As they sensed the cataclysmic power, the 3 elders of Shanghang district fixated their gazes upon the center of the battlefield. To them, the conflict seemed to have reached its conclusion. The blade aura was indeed potent, yet it paled in comparison to the elemental assaults unleashed by the trio. How could this be? Still alive? Just as Mu Jiangwo prepared to lead his men to survey the battlefield, the dust from the explosion began to settle, revealing a familiar figure once more before their eyes. Unscathed, the disbelief flickered in the eyes of everyone present, including the 5 extraordinary beings who had personally engaged in the fray. Withstanding multiple assaults and emerging seemingly unscathed? Impossible. Chapter 58, another addition to the fray. Eagle, come back. That fellow still exhibits vital signs. The leader of the Su province special abilities team, Xiao Tianhu, activated the detection lens before his eyes. A surge of life signals completely enveloped the lens, and more crucially, a warning flashed upon it. Extreme danger. The function of the lens atop Xiao Tianhu's eyes was quite straightforward. As part of the Su province's elite special abilities team, their equipment was undoubtedly of the highest quality. A month prior, they had also been outfitted with combat detection devices capable of identifying surrounding infrared signals and all life signs, as well as providing tactical suggestions during critical moments. However, after acquiring this combat detection device, the most common alerts Xiao Tianhu received were typically no threat or low threat. This was the first time he encountered a warning flashing with a deadly crimson glow. "Captain, the Eagle is about to secure the target. Grant me 1 more minute." Meanwhile, the Falcon, tasked with retrieving Shengwan Mu Yun, found himself entirely engulfed in dust, oblivious to the broader battlefield situation. Gazing at the fallen Shengwan Mu Yun before him, he hesitated to heed his captain's orders to retreat. After a moment's pause, he discontinued internal communication, deciding to first rescue Shengwan Mu Yun before withdrawing. Even a third-tier extraordinary being, unless possessing wind attributes or exceptional agility, could not possibly outpace me. Gritting his teeth, the Falcon, concealed within the thick dust from the explosion, sprang into action. He released all the smoke grenades hanging from his waist, providing himself with an additional layer of protection, and fixed his gaze intently on Shengwan Mu Yun lying on the ground. Then, like a cheetah, he dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, the Falcon, who had initially been about 10 meters away, was now beside Shengwan Mu Yun. Success. Not sensing any disturbances around him, a flicker of joy finally crossed the Falcon's otherwise grim visage. A second-tier extraordinary being should fetch a decent price, right? Just as the Falcon lifted Shengwan Mu Yun, Suze appeared. "What? Impossible. When did you appear behind me, and why did I not hear a sound?" The Falcon realized his fate was sealed as an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. Even as he instinctively attempted to retaliate, he found himself unable to perform even the simplest action of reaching for the dagger at his waist. "No reason, just gratitude for providing me with another bargaining chip." Leaping behind the Falcon, Suze effortlessly twisted his arms. With a sharp crack, bones shattered. After knocking the Falcon unconscious, a meaningful smile graced Suze's face. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is now my turn." Once the pesky little mouse was dealt with, the dust settled, revealing Suze once more before everyone. Yet, unlike their first encounter, Suze maintained a relaxed demeanor, while the others before him gazed at him as if he were a monster, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Captain, the Falcon has been captured." "Fool, I told that man not to act recklessly. Why did he not heed my warning? Does he not realize that his opponent is on an entirely different level? No one is permitted to act without my command. This target's strength exceeds our capacity to handle." After a long moment, the captain, Howling Tiger, finally regained his composure amidst the shock. Observing his teammates sprawled unconscious on the ground, though he berated them with harsh words, the concern and pain in his eyes were unmistakable. "Director Mu, this matter has surpassed our ability to manage. We require your assistance to communicate with him." Upon realizing that neither he nor his entire team possessed the strength to conquer the formidable figure before them, Xiao Tianhu suppressed the tumult of personal emotions within and opted for the most prudent course of action. He began to gather supplies in accordance with the demands of this individual. "Is this the manner in which matters are handled by your superiors? We, in the Huaihai district, do not concur." However, before Mu Jiangwo could voice his thoughts, a representative from the Huaihai district boldly stepped forward. "Who is this?" Clearly, Xiao Tianhu, merely dispatched to assist the Shanghang district, was unfamiliar with the middle-aged man who had emerged. Huaihai District, Minister of the Armed Forces, Ling Feng. After introducing himself, a glint of arrogance flickered in Ling Feng's eyes, showing no regard for Xiao Tianhu. He brusquely shoved him aside and strode aggressively to Mu Jiangwo's side. "Here are my credentials. I now command you to apprehend that individual forcibly and summon all previously designated personnel. Do not overstep your bounds, although we belong to the peripheral shelter. My rank surpasses yours." Mu Jiangwo had never anticipated that a young man would dare to issue commands in his presence, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ling Feng erupted into laughter. "Old man, have you heard of the Ling family? I am one of them. You amuse me." A mere director of an inconspicuous shelter dares to speak in such a manner before me. "Do you still wish for this year's supply aid?" Observing Mu Jiangwo's ashen face, Ling Feng's lips curled into a smirk. In the eyes of the average person, Mu Jiangwo might appear to be a powerful and influential leader, but to Ling Feng, he was merely a dog beneath his heel. No, in the presence of the Ling family, he was even less than a dog. Although the Ling family may not rival the Shangwan family in certain respects, To the official shelters across various regions, the Ling family was akin to the heavens. Should any official shelter dare to oppose the Ling family, any request for supplies would vanish into oblivion. This was the source of Ling Feng's confidence. The Ling family from the imperial capital? Wait, why would the Ling family appear in the Shanghang district? Rumors of a marriage alliance between the Shangwan family and the Ling family had circulated last year. Could this rumor be true? Instantly, upon Ling Feng revealing his identity, not only Mu Jiangwo but even Xiao Tenhu and the others exchanged glances, none daring to provoke Ling Feng's ire. A pack of useless fools. Unable to handle even a mere scoundrel, it is beyond comprehension why so many resources are allocated to you. After disclosing his lineage, Ling Feng lost interest in squabbling with those beneath his station, disregarding even Mu Jiangwo's reaction. With a single stride, he advanced before the crowd, fixing Xiao Tianhu with a gaze of haughty disdain. Young man, possessing third-tier strength in this wretched place may indeed qualify you as a formidable individual, yet before me, you remain pitifully weak. As Ling Feng's words hung in the air, to the astonishment of the onlookers, an elderly man suddenly materialized behind him. The elder surveyed the surroundings with a dispassionate gaze before respectfully addressing Ling Feng. Young master. The old man was none other than Ling Feng's personal guard, a fourth-tier extraordinary being and a member of the Order organization in the imperial capital, Lingyi. Chapter 59, the fourth-tier powerhouse from the outset. We had no expectations that you worthless individuals could provide me with any significant surprises. However, I never anticipated that you would be unable to contend even with a third-tier extraordinary being. Is there truly any necessity for your existence? As Ling Feng revealed his trump card, the arrogance at the corners of his mouth became even more pronounced. As one of the proponents of the extermination plan targeting wanderers and useless disaster victims, Ling Feng naturally held disdain for figures like Mu Jiangwo. In his eyes, apart from himself, everyone present was mere refuse, parasites squandering resources, remnants of a bygone era. Only he, a top-tier genius, was worthy of survival. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of Shangwan Muyin, Ling Feng might never have returned to such a refuse-strewn place in his lifetime. Lingyi, you should be able to deal with this fellow in 3 minutes, correct? After delivering an exceedingly blunt reprimand, Ling Feng seemed disinterested in further undermining the meager confidence of these worthless individuals nearby. With a gaze that mocked like a cat toying with a mouse, he fixed his eyes on Su Zhe, signaling Lingyi to take action. After all, it was rare to encounter even a slightly shining piece of refuse in a landfill. 3 minutes was far too generous. I shall demonstrate to him today what it truly means to be an extraordinary being. Lingyi's response was exceedingly cold. From the very beginning, he had not regarded Su Zhe as a threat. A third-tier extraordinary being might indeed be considered formidable in the peripheral zones of Shanghang District or Huaihai District. However, in the imperial capital, a third-tier extraordinary being was merely a starting point, a stark contrast to a fourth-tier extraordinary being. There was no aspect in which the two could be compared. This is becoming interesting. Initially, I believed the extraordinary being behind Mu Jiangwo would be my adversary, but I never expected it to be an old man like you. Su Zhe's reaction remained unchanged. If one were to identify any slight difference from before, it was that Su Zhe felt a faint sense of danger, a barely perceptible one that could easily be overlooked. If one were to quantify this sense of danger, it was even weaker than the feeling emanating from the woman who had exuded the fragrance of osmanthus. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Su Zhe's seriousness regarding the impending confrontation. After all, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Kid, I quite admire that expression of indifference on your face. I only hope that after you experience my might, you can maintain such composure. In Lingyi's eyes, Su Zhe was merely putting on an act. With a calm derision, Lingyi made his move. Shadow Strike. As a member of the Order, Lingyi's prowess was undeniable. With a single wave of his hand, a shadow vast enough to envelop 100-meter radius completely shrouded the ground. Suddenly, the previously tranquil surroundings erupted with fierce winds, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating the dust and sand upon the ground. From all directions, a formidable aura surged towards Su Zhe. The shadow represented Lingyi's extraordinary power, transforming murderous intent into an intangible force. Under the influence of Lingyi's extraordinary abilities, any matter or energy could be transmuted into the most lethal of weapons. As the dim, formless radiance merged with the howling winds and swirling grit, Su Zhe found himself entirely enveloped in an atmosphere of lethal intent. How powerful! Is this the might of a fourth-tier practitioner? There seemed to be no possibility of evading this assault. It was an entirely different realm of strength. Within our province, only the governor had attained the 4th tier. Yet even his oppressive aura did not compare to this. Merely observing from the sidelines, the expressions of Xiao Tianhu and the others were filled with profound terror. Even if their entire squad joined forces, they would likely have no opportunity to counterattack. The pressure exerted by a 4th tier extraordinary was overwhelmingly immense. Young master, it appears this fellow's time is up. Let us take Miss Shangguan and depart. Even before his assault had fully concluded, Ling Yi cast a glance towards Su Zhe's position, his gaze resembling that of one surveying a corpse. It was not that he underestimated Su Zhe. Rather, the disparity between them was simply too vast. Battles among extraordinary beings of the 3rd tier might occasionally yield instances of success against higher-ranked opponents. However, the perceptual divide between the 3rd and 4th tiers existed on an entirely different plane. It was akin to the struggle between an adult and a child. Although the child might wield a dagger or some other sharp object, to an adult, these were mere toys, amusing yet utterly ineffective. Gradually retreating to stand behind Ling Feng, Ling Yi's previously menacing aura dissipated instantaneously, reverting to the guise of an unremarkable elder. Observing that Su Zhe had made no move, Ling Feng naturally assumed that Su Zhe had perished. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a familiar figure emerged before them. From the tumultuous tempest infused with shadowy power, a silhouette suddenly materialized, reminiscent of the earlier collaboration with the Su province team. Following Ling Yi's strike, Su Zhe emerged unscathed. What? Ling Yi, explain this at once. Don't tell me you were holding back? Ling Feng's fury ignited as he beheld Su Zhe, who bore only minor scratches on his neck. His eyes glinted with a hunger for vengeance. Just as he intended to mock the others, the opponent had emerged unscathed. Was this not a slap in the face? I shall retrieve this brat immediately. At this moment, Ling Yi's expression mirrored disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, he launched another attack. Once again, the familiar darkness enveloped him, but this time, the gravity in Ling Yi's gaze revealed his full commitment. Impossible. A mere 3rd tier cannot possibly survive under my shadow power. As Su Zhe's figure drew closer, Ling Yi's expression grew increasingly grim. Old man, your attack has completely stepped out from the shadow cast by Ling Yi, Su Zhe's voice, laced with a hint of ease, echoed in everyone's ears. The atmosphere, heavy with tension, was transformed by Su Zhe's tone into one of apparent indifference. You're courting death. Young man, Ling Yi could easily discern the provocation within Su Zhe's words. The pent-up anger within him finally erupted. Shadow burst. A dense sphere of black energy coalesced in his hand, and Ling Yi locked his gaze firmly on Su Zhe. Old man, I previously mentioned that your attacks are merely adequate. They do not pose any real threat to me. Therefore, allow me to present you with my formidable weapon. This time, Su Zhe did not remain stationary. Instead, he activated the truck engine that had fully fused with his being. Like a rampaging lion, he charged forward with such speed that the onlookers could only perceive a fleeting shadow. As the energy cannon finished coalescing, let this old man be the first to experience it. The radiant light emanating from the cannon's muzzle highlighted the sinister smile at the corner of Su Zhe's mouth. And at that moment, he appeared increasingly relaxed. Meanwhile, Ling Yi finally sensed something amiss. Chapter 60. I truly am a Tier 3. This urgency, could it be Tier 4? No, that is impossible. How could there be a Tier 4 ability user in a place like this? As the power accumulating at the cannon's mouth grew brighter, Ling Yi's expression finally faltered. I shall ensure you understand what it means to be a true Tier 4 powerhouse. With a leap, Ling Yi chose to distance himself from the charging Su Zhe. Moments later, he produced a 3-inch-long sword emanating a thick black mist. Unsheathed. This time, Ling Yi held nothing back. Pure black shadows surged into the blade, radiating a unique glow akin to ink. With this strike, you are undoubtedly doomed. The momentum, extraordinary power, and the glimmering sharpness of the sword converged to an apex, accompanied by overwhelming intent to kill. Ling Yi directed the inky long sword in the sky straight towards Su Zhe, aiming to sever both him and his silver armor in order to uphold the dignity of a Tier 4 warrior. Things were becoming rather interesting. Observing this, Su Zhe narrowed his eyes and grew increasingly serious. However, he did not retreat in the face of Ling Yi's fierce assault. With a slight adjustment of aim towards Ling Yi above, Su Zhe chose to fire. A dazzling sphere of light, the size of a football, shot forth, akin to a small sun suddenly appearing in the dark night sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Ling Yi's previously released shadow energy, upon encountering Su Zhe's plasma energy orb, melted away like winter snow meeting the warm sun. Young master, flee quickly. If Suze had emerged unscathed from his initial probing attack, it had only brought Ling Yi a fleeting sense of shock. Thus, all that remained for him was fear. At the moment when the obsidian sword met the plasma energy projectile, forged entirely from special steel and enhanced by the power of shadows, it would typically withstand even extraordinary forces. However, in that fleeting instant of contact, the sword shattered. This dark blade was originally the lifeblood weapon of Ling Yi, painstakingly nurtured through his devotion. As the sword disintegrated, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The once dignified Ling Yi now resembled a flickering candle in the wind, plummeting from the skies to the ground, dust settling around him like a lost dog. Ling Yi, what is happening? You worthless fool. Why are you unable to deal with this adversary? Ling Feng, who had previously worn an expression of defiance, was now utterly flustered by Ling Yi's feeble state. After a moment of instinctive cursing, Ling Feng realized he was ensnared by an overwhelming killing intent, rendering his body uncontrollable. No, you cannot kill me. I am the legitimate heir of the Ling family in the imperial capital. You will regret this if you do. As he beheld the figure approaching him, reminiscent of a reaper brandishing a scythe in the night, Ling Feng's earlier arrogance had transformed into the demeanor of a whimpering dog. Boom. Yet Ling Feng's pleas for mercy yielded no response. After a mere glance, Suze turned his attention away from the pitiable Ling Feng to Suze. He was simply a spoiled brat who wielded his family's influence, even less significant than a dog. It was Ling Yi who now commanded Suze's full focus. And with a single shot, he obliterated the severely injured Ling Yi. In the aftermath of the explosive blast, nothing remained of Ling Yi but dust. You cannot possibly be a fourth-tier powerhouse. How could you unleash such might? Even in his final moments, Ling Yi's eyes were filled with bewilderment. A mere waste, easily dispatched. Yet it was he who met his demise. Forgive me, but I am truly a third-tier ability user. As for why I could kill you, perhaps it is simply that you are too weak, Suze replied candidly. He spoke the truth, without the system's integration. A mere physical prowess of a third-tier extraordinary would never have matched Ling Yi. Regrettably, Suze had an advantage. A child wielding a dagger is no match for an adult, but with a firearm, not even a dozen adults would stand a chance against a single well-aimed shot. The power Suze had integrated was akin to that firearm in a child's hand, and not just any firearm, but a submachine gun. However, as Ling Yi's body was reduced to dust amidst the violent explosion, none of the onlookers could believe Suze's claims. A third-tier extraordinary facing the full force of a seasoned fourth-tier powerhouse without sustaining any injuries, only to dispatch him with ease? It was a revelation that left them in disbelief. Apologies, but I am merely a third-tier ability user. My prowess does not stem from exceptional strength, but rather the feebleness of my adversaries. Such a far-fetched explanation would hardly convince children, let alone Mu Jiangwo and his associates. Now, with no insignificant players to disrupt our negotiations, let us commence our business officially. Following Ling Yi's demise, the previously dense shadows in the sky have completely dissipated, restoring the weather to its initial clarity. Beneath the warm sunlight, Suze could even feel a hint of inexplicable warmth. With a swift motion, he rendered Ling Feng, who stood frozen in place, unconscious, casually discarding him near Shangguan Mu Yun and the falcon. A smile graced Suze's face, reminiscent of the gentle caress of a spring breeze. The woman's price remains unchanged, while for these two fools, I shall extend a discount, 3,000 gene of standard rations and 22nd-tier energy crystals. After contemplation, Suze proposed what he deemed a rather generous offer. At the same time, Mu Jiangwo, Li Zhongzhao, Yu Feihong, and every member of the Su province ability user team fell into silence. If Suze felt as though he were basking in the comfort of a spring breeze, they found themselves enduring the biting chill of a winter wind. Sharp as a knife, the price Suze had presented was overwhelmingly burdensome for them. I accept, the old man replied. You may take the supplies, but you must ensure the safety of the hostages. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Mu Jiangwo ultimately acquiesced to the demand. Reluctantly, he realized refusal was not an option. With the ashes of the fourth-tier powerhouse Ling Yi still merging with the earth, the survival of his group was uncertain if he chose not to comply. Gritting his teeth, Mu Jiangwo ultimately surrendered, producing all the requested supplies for Suze. Chapter 61. The transaction concludes. Pleasure doing business. I look forward to our next collaboration. You may take these unfortunate souls with you. It is worth noting that, whether due to the remarkably swift operational efficiency of the Shanghang district or the pressure of their own military might, or perhaps a combination of both, within half an hour, All the supplies Suze requested were loaded into the truck's storage space. 5,000 gene of various staple foods and a box of sparkling energy crystals were counted. Roughly, there were over 30 second-tier energy crystals and nearly 300 first-tier energy crystals. Although this fell short of the initially agreed 40 second-tier and 200 first-tier energy crystals, with a ratio of 100 to 1. The Shanghang district simply could not produce such an abundance, and Suze did not press the matter. After all, acquiring so many resources exceeded his initial expectations. Additionally, to demonstrate their sincerity, Mu Jiangwo and his team also provided several hundred kilograms of wheat bran and dried wild vegetables as compensation for the price difference. In light of this, Suze was quite satisfied. Having received these provisions, he promptly disposed of Shangwan Muyun, Lingfeng, and the others, manifesting an armored vehicle. He pressed the accelerator and drove away. The silhouette of Suze gradually faded from the sight of the crowd under the intense midday sun. As a transcendent being of the mechanical fusion type, his actual strength might have already grazed the ceiling of the 5th tier. How could such an anomaly possibly emerge in our Shanghang district? Consider it unfortunate. A powerhouse of this caliber is not only beyond our Shanghang district, but also ranks among the elite in the imperial capital. After Suze departed, the expressions of Mu Jiangwo and others were far from pleasant. However, their discontent was merely superficial, regarding subsequent retaliation or handling of the situation. Neither the 3 elders of Shanghang district nor the special abilities team dispatched from Su province dared entertain any alternative thoughts. A suspected 5th-tier powerhouse, if unrestrained by others of equal strength, could pose a threat to an entire province. It is worth noting that the strongest in Su province, as a peripheral buffer zone, is merely at the 4th tier. The idea of contending with such a formidable adversary is simply futile. They resolved to report this matter to the imperial capital and request material support. As Mu Jiangwo gazed towards the direction where Suze had vanished, he fell into silence. After a long pause, he spoke with a tone of resignation. Let us not concern ourselves with him. There is only one matter we must prioritize, addressing the beast tide. However, it seemed that the higher-ups had indicated we need not worry about the victims, allowing them to fend for themselves. Yu Feihong suddenly recalled the information conveyed during the earlier meeting. Are we to watch our compatriots perish at the jaws of those beasts? Yet, our Shanghang district cannot accommodate so many refugees. The Huaihai district, Hua East district, and several surrounding county-level shelters had reached an agreement to merely defend against the beast tide, not to accept the disaster-stricken. As long as I remain the head of the official shelter in Shanghang district, my word is law. Before Yu Feihong could finish his declaration, Mu Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Humanity earns its title by virtue of being human, possessing humanity, amidst the devastation of the apocalypse. How is it that we can continue to survive in such dire circumstances? It is through mutual support, through the spark of hope. I, Mu Jiangwo, may be but an ordinary elder, yet if it is my duty to safeguard the continuity of humanity, I shall not falter. As long as I, Mu Jiangwo, draw breath, Shanghang district will never lay a hand against the victims. Despite the current scarcity of resources in Shanghang district and its status as a marginalized small refuge city, it remains a beacon of hope. Humanity shall never perish. Mu Jiangwo never questioned why a being nearly at the 5th tier would seek him for mere provisions. Nor did he ponder why such a powerful entity would refrain from confronting the beast tide. It is simply human nature. In the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. In the end, these provisions still find their way into the bellies of humankind. The difference lies merely in interests, powers, and perspectives. He remains human after all. Humans may engage in minor evils, yet they cannot be devoid of compassion and righteousness. Civilians, victims, wanderers, regardless of their status, they are still part of humanity. At present, the so-called high-ranking officials have opted for what appears to be the most rational solution: extermination. Is this truly a method conceived by humanity? The justification of exterminating the lower classes in the name of human rebirth and preserving resources for the so-called elite is troubling. Whether one deems Mu Jiangwo conservative or unable to comprehend the extraordinary evolution of the new era, he cannot bring himself to annihilate his own kin. Instead, he resolves to lead the people back to the sanctuary and prepare for the impending beast tide. A surge of inexplicable vigor courses through Mu Jiangwo's aged form. Though his body may decay, his spirit remains eternal. The personnel from Shanghang district paid no heed to the opinions of those from Huaihai district. Silently, they gathered their equipment and returned to Shanghang district, while the individuals from Huaihai seemed to have words unspoken. Ultimately, They shook their heads, choosing silence over speech. After hoisting the unconscious Ling Feng and Shangwan Mu Yun onto their backs, the members of Huaihai District vanished from the site of the exchange. The ability user team from Su Province, observing Mu Jiangwo's forlorn silhouette, refrained from voicing their thoughts. After taking the Falcon, Xiao Tianhu informed Mu Jiangwo that all the resources expended during this personnel exchange would be reimbursed before departing with his team. After such a prolonged association, it was time to emerge, wasn't it? Following the conclusion of the transaction with Mu Jiangwo and the others, Su Zhe drove his vehicle toward the outskirts of the city, originally intending to deliver the acquired food to Wu Yu and assess the progress of the firearms production line. He sensed a familiar presence trailing behind him within minutes of driving. Having encountered this individual on numerous occasions, there was no need to skulk like a mouse. With a sudden brake, Su Zhe halted his vehicle in the middle of the main road. Aside from the cacophony of the wind and the traces left by mutated rodents scuttling nearby, he observed no other signs of life. Su Zhe waited for the woman who exuded a hint of osmanthus fragrance. His certainty regarding the identity of his follower stemmed from intuition, despite not having detected any specific scent this time. Curiously, he pondered how this little one had discerned his presence. Moments later, a familiar figure materialized before Su Zhe. Clad in a chic short skirt ensemble, her face framed by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, her slightly curled bangs accentuating her forehead. Su Zhe's suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed her, the alluring woman who radiated elegance alongside that distinct fragrance of osmanthus. Chapter 62. Farewell to Wu Miao. Intrigued, Wu Miao regarded the young man before her with an unusual gaze. Following her previous encounters, and having inadvertently witnessed Su Zhe's decisive defeat of Ling Yi, she increasingly perceived this young man as extraordinary. Consequently, she disrupted her original plan and resolved to stealthily follow Su Zhe, eager to uncover the true nature of this impressively formidable individual. After all, it was remarkable that such a powerful figure could emerge from a sanctuary area nearly abandoned by the higher echelons of humanity. This is no ordinary matter. It demands the utmost attention from Mu Miao. Upon disembarking, as Su Zhe recognized that the enchanting woman before him was indeed the same individual he had encountered under the cover of night, an inexplicable smile graced his features. The reason was quite simple. You possess a distinctly unique aura. Impossible, Mu Miao shook her head. I did not reveal any trace of my presence this time. There is nothing impossible, Su Zhe retorted, and as his words lingered in the air, a conspicuous mirror suddenly appeared in his hand, glistening under the sunlight. In Shanghang District, no one has managed to follow me unnoticed thus far. Is that so? Sensing the hostility in Su Zhe's gaze, Mu Miao refrained from pursuing the matter of how he discovered her presence. Instead, she earnestly inquired, that mirror in your hand is exquisite. Would you consider gifting it to me? Consider it a token of our first meeting. To prevent any misunderstanding, she felt compelled to elaborate. It is, after all, your possession. Without hesitation, Su Zhe tossed the mirror toward her. I miscalculated. As Mu Miao caught the seemingly ordinary mirror, it unexpectedly transformed into a dagger in her grasp, eliciting a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. This mirror had been a mark she discarded during their second encounter, intended to facilitate her swift retrieval. It served as a unique tracking device, yet she was taken aback that Su Zhe had detected its presence. In that moment, both Su Zhe and Mu Miao's gazes locked onto each other, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. It was uncertain whether the impending beast tide influenced the atmosphere or if the road leading into Shanghang District simply saw no traffic. Su Zhe had alighted from the vehicle some time ago, and apart from this woman, not a single living being had passed by in several minutes. It was hauntingly desolate. I previously mentioned a plan I wish to discuss with you. I wonder what your thoughts are now? Mu Miao ultimately broke the silence. To demonstrate my sincerity, allow me to introduce myself. With a curious yet cautious glint in her eyes, she adjusted the glasses perched on her nose. Have you heard of the Polar Night? Or perhaps the concept of eternal power? In an effort to elucidate the significance of her organization to Su Zhe, she prepared to divulge information that would be utterly unknown to an ordinary person. I do not know, Su Zhe replied, shaking his head. However, I have no desire to learn. If you are merely going to repeat previous trivialities, I advise you not to waste our time. Both of our moments are quite precious. Is that so? A cold smirk suddenly flickered across Mu Miao's alluring visage. Your strength is indeed formidable, ranking among the apex of the human faction. Yet, do not forget, the individuals you previously dealt with were from the imperial capital. Do you truly believe that you alone can contend against the Shangwan and Ling families? I can unequivocally convey to you that behind these two families stand no fewer than 5 formidable fifth-tier powerhouses. To offend them could render your future extremely arduous. So, Suze tilted his head, gazing at Wu Miao. Thus, the only sanctuary available to you now is our extreme knight. With your innate talent, should you choose to join us, you could at the very least rise to become a ruler in a province. Observing that Suze seemed somewhat intrigued by her proposal, Wu Miao boldly presented her terms. Power, beauty, strength, everything you desire, Extreme Knight can offer you. Noticing that Suze remained silent, Wu Miao gracefully approached him. Her delicate fingers, as pure as jade, glided over Suze's resolute visage, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. She leaned into his ear, a gentle breeze escaping her lips. The allure of her exquisite form stirred the desires nestled within Suze's heart. I could even go so far as to offer myself. In an effort to fully captivate Suze, Wu Miao was willing to employ herself as a bargaining chip. I beg your pardon, but I believe I could attain all those things with merely a bit of time. However, to Wu Miao's astonishment, Suze declined her proposition with remarkable decisiveness. The beauty that ensnares one's soul, I think I shall pass. A faintly polite smile graced Suze's countenance as he gently pushed Wu Miao away. I harbor no interest in your invitation. If you wish to discuss life's philosophies on a future occasion, I would not object. However, for all other matters, please refrain from seeking me out. With that, Suze prepared to enter his vehicle. You will come to regret this. Without the protection of our extreme knight, not to mention the predatory families in the imperial capital, you may not even survive the beast tide in a few days. In a bid to entice Suze, Wu Miao divulged the news of the impending beast tide. You need not concern yourself with that. It is merely a beast tide. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze entered his vehicle. With a cold retort, he pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring to life amidst a cloud of dust. Like a fleeting shadow, he vanished from Wu Miao's sight. Damn it! Wu Miao initially contemplated pursuing him, but after a brief moment of realization, she ultimately abandoned that notion. To engage with someone capable of effortlessly dispatching a fourth-tier powerhouse would place her at a distinct disadvantage. As long as you remain in the Shanghang district, you will inevitably seek my aid one day. As a judge of the extreme knight, Wu Miao possessed an unparalleled foresight. From the instant she laid eyes on Suze, an inexplicable bond began to form in her heart. It did not require deliberate searching. One day, the youth who had just vanished would undoubtedly reappear before her. Let us first incite the beast tide. The power contained within the souls of the tens of thousands of disaster victims should enable me to break through to the fourth tier, should it not? How fascinating it is that those who consider themselves the rightful guardians wish to annihilate these hapless victims, while I, as a judge of extreme knight, find myself compelled to save them. A chill flickered across Wu Miao's face as she fell into silence for a moment. The thoroughfare has once again returned to silence, save for the swirling dust that lingers. Chapter 63, Planning the Outer Defense Zone. Suze, what on earth is all this? Boss, please don't tell me you resorted to robbing the shelter. Zhang Shaojia, if you can't contribute to the conversation, it would be wise to remain silent. Outside the city, within a warehouse housing a production line for firearms, Zhang Shaojia, Lin Yudong, and Wu Yu gazed in astonishment at the copious provisions Suze had brought back. Zhang Shaojia even pinched Lin Yudong beside him, and upon receiving a glare in return, he confirmed that he was indeed not dreaming. Boss, if you'd mentioned there was food earlier, I wouldn't have worried so much. After hearing you gathered so many people yesterday, I barely slept a wink. In truth, the individual most preoccupied with the issue of food was not Wu Yu or Suze, but rather Zhang Shaojia. Since the onset of the apocalypse and prior to meeting Suze, he had never experienced a day of satisfaction in his hunger. Finally, having managed to share in the good fortune with Suze, he had been disheartened to learn that Suze had recruited over 100 individuals to construct defensive structures around the area. Zhang Shaojia felt utterly despondent. As the temporary overseer of the water source, he was acutely aware of the limited food resources that could be exchanged for a small water supply. There was no possibility of sustaining 100 individuals. Even if the numbers were halved, the food acquired from the water source would still be insufficient. Thus, prior to Suze's return, Zhang Shaojia wore an expression of deep melancholy. However, all was well now. With the sight of the mountain of food Suze had brought back, Zhang Shaojia felt a sense of relief wash over him. Boss, while the food issue is resolved, there is still something I must inform you about. After addressing the food situation, Zhang Shaojia spoke again. Boss, the safety of the Shanghang district has become precarious. Just yesterday, 4 or 5 different factions wandered near our water source. There were individuals from the official shelters, various bands of drifters, and even hunters from other regions intruding. Is it for the water source? Clearly, Suze did not believe that these factions had coincidentally gathered near the water source under Zhang Shao Jia's control solely to vie for territory. No, as anticipated. Zhang Shao Jia shook his head and pointed at the firearms in his hands, saying for some reason, "It seems their singular aim is to ascertain how I and my brothers came into possession of our weapons. I managed to brush them off yesterday. And just to be safe, I led my brothers out of the city to find Wu Yu. In addition, Zhang Shao Jia recounted the details of the previous day's events to Suze. Were it not for the automatic firearms in their possession, coupled with the advantageous terrain and some semblance of order within the city, it was highly likely that Zhang Shao Jia would not have seen Suze today. Let the water source go. It was never of much use to us anyway, merely a hindrance." After hearing about the events from the previous day, Suze felt little disturbance regarding Zhang Shao Jia's decision to abandon the water source. After all, for Suze at this moment, the benefits derived from a water source are undeniably lackluster. Moreover, with Suze intentionally relocating his sphere of influence beyond the confines of Shanghang district to develop outside the city, the water source has become somewhat superfluous. Coincidentally, Wu Yu requires personnel for security. Zhang Shao Jia, you shall lead your men to patrol the vicinity, and if the opportunity arises, eliminate some of the surrounding mutated zombies and beasts. Suze afforded Zhang Shao Jia little respite, promptly assigning him the responsibility of security near the warehouse. "Wu Yu, how are your arrangements progressing?" He then directed his attention to Wu Yu. In comparison to Wu Yu's matters, Zhang Shao Jia's report was merely a triviality, which Suze hardly scrutinized. The framework has been established. 3 defensive structures have been delineated: wooden barricades, trenches, and concrete walls. Additionally, 2 10-meter-high watchtowers have been constructed around the perimeter, which can also serve as shooting platforms in emergencies. The core area spans approximately 2,700 square meters, a size that adequately meets our architectural needs and serves as the most suitable defensive stronghold. Furthermore, the entire factory has been organized according to your design into 3 sections: a production workshop, a residential area, and a storage warehouse for supplies. After discussing the overarching plans, Wu Yu presented the prepared blueprints to Suze. "How soon can we expect completion?" Suze held no substantial reservations regarding Wu Yu's defensive strategy. In his perspective, with the factory as the nucleus, an area of 1 to 2,000 square meters would suffice for initial construction. Moreover, Wu Yu's chosen location is inherently elevated, presenting an advantageous position despite not being surrounded by mountains. Within a radius of several square kilometers, it is indeed an exemplary site. Perched on a hillside, there is no need to concern oneself with threats from the rear. As for the front, with adequate firepower and relatively robust defensive structures, it would be more than sufficient to contend with the basic onslaught of beasts. Given ample materials, the fastest completion time is 1 week. 3 days is simply too short. Even with over 100 personnel, it is nearly impossible for Wu Yu to complete the entire defensive construction within such a brief period. In the past 2 days, only the foundations for the outer structures have been prepared, and all relevant materials have been fully gathered. The subsequent construction and detailed building will require at least a week. If I were to allocate an additional 100 workers, I expect the entire defensive system to be constructed within 5 days, alongside a visible production line for firearms. Stepping out of the warehouse and surveying the freshly laid foundations and the towering piles of materials, Suze comprehended the pressure resting upon Wu Yu. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded an increase in manpower and time. Now that we have provisions, matters that can be resolved with resources are easily manageable. Very well, I assure you that I will fulfill this task. Acknowledging Suze's emphasis on the seriousness of the undertaking, Wu Yu promptly accepted the assignment. Lin Yedong, let's take a trip to Huaihai District tonight. Subsequently, Suze directly handed over Lin Yedong. Aside from the necessity of establishing a personal base outside the city, Suze had another matter of paramount importance: gathering the additional materials required for upgrading the base vehicle. Thanks to the generous sponsorship from Shanghang District, energy crystals were already in surplus. However, the initial, seemingly trivial basic upgrade materials had become a source of vexation for Suze. Nonetheless, these were minor issues. Although he currently lacked these items, it did not imply that they were unavailable elsewhere. For instance, the wealthiest individual within 100 kilometers, Huaihai District. Suze's objective was clear: He would take Lin Yedong and venture to Huaihai District to procure all the essential resources needed for the upgrade. Once the upgrade was successfully executed, it would serve as a formidable trump card for Su Zhe. Chapter 64, Journey to Huaihai District Captain. Shall we head directly to Huaihai District? Indeed. As before, the familiar arrangement persisted. Su Zhe was at the wheel. Yet this time Lin Yedong occupied the passenger seat rather than the rear. He looked at Su Zhe, his expression filled with confusion. Speak your mind. When did you become so cautious? Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yedong, Su Zhe easily discerned his apprehensions, a blend of concern and melancholy. Boss, I actually believe that if we must acquire some steel, we need not necessarily go to Huaihai District. We have just come from there. And although I am uncertain whether they possess our information, this timing could pose risks. Ultimately, Lin Yedong voiced his concerns. Huaihai District indeed boasted an abundance of steel, with warehouses containing thousands of tons of reserves. However, he and Su Zhe had previously visited the area. While it remained ambiguous whether the officials had access to their information, a degree of risk was undeniable. Are you approaching the second tier of extraordinary power? In response to Lin Yedong's worries, Su Zhe refrained from speaking immediately, instead regarding him with a solemn gaze and posing a question seemingly unrelated to their earlier discussion. Yes, boss, the energy crystals you provided have nearly been absorbed. I estimate that within a week, I will attain the second tier of extraordinary power. Although unsure why Su Zhe had inquired about this, Lin Yedong nodded decisively. The power within him had significantly surged, imparting a distinct sensation. To help Su Zhe comprehend his current strength, Lin Yedong voluntarily unleashed his extraordinary power instantaneously. In that moment, the previously subdued aura surrounding him vanished, replaced by a palpable aura of murderous intent and a scent of blood. It was as if the Lin Yedong before Su Zhe was no longer human, but a bloodthirsty demon risen from the depths of hell. The extraordinary power has significantly increased. And thus, one's courage must also be elevated. We need not be overly cautious in our endeavors. It is essential to remember that the most effective way to resolve issues is through the might of our own hands and the sharpness of our daggers. At this juncture, Su Zhe paused momentarily before continuing. Aside from the Huaihai region, we cannot find the substantial quantity of steel we require in other areas. This fundamental resource can be sourced almost anywhere, yet to fulfill Su Zhe's demands, only one place nearby can suffice, the Huaihai region. Although it poses certain dangers, for Su Zhe, it is hardly a concern. However, upon glancing at Lin Yedong, Su Zhe felt a surge of astonishment. Despite Lin Yedong's somewhat cautious nature contrasting with Su Zhe's idealized vision of a killer, one cannot deny his extraordinary talent. In such a brief period since becoming an extraordinary being, the growth rate of his power has astonished even Su Zhe. He could vaguely sense the presence of a second-tier extraordinary being within Lin Yedong. It is likely that, given sufficient energy crystals, Lin Yedong could advance to the next tier in less than a week, perhaps even having that time. It is worth noting that Su Zhe is not merely providing energy crystals to Lin Yedong alone. He has also supplied an equal number to Yi Qing and Wu Yu. Yet, in terms of progress towards becoming a second-tier extraordinary being, Lin Yedong has surpassed Wu Yu, who became an extraordinary being earlier. Although Yi Qing possesses formidable talent, her advancement speed still pales in comparison to Lin Yedong's. Truly, he is an unexpected individual. Such talent would undoubtedly mark him as a genius even within the imperial capital. Su Zhe has encountered so-called geniuses in the capital, such as Shangguan Muyun and Ling Feng, who stand as stark examples. However, in Su Zhe's eyes, they are utterly eclipsed by Lin Yedong. Under similar conditions, Lin Yedong's talent would allow him to easily surpass the two prodigies Su Zhe had recalled. Take this and absorb the energy within it over the next few days. With this thought, Su Zhe retrieved a brilliant second-tier energy crystal from the system space. Absorb it well and strive to reach the second tier of extraordinary power as soon as possible. After tossing the energy crystal to Lin Yedong, Su Zhe refrained from saying more and instead focused intently on driving. As strength grows, so too must one's courage. Receiving the energy crystal, Lin Yedong's expression shifted slightly. He understood the implications of Su Zhe's words. Boss, I was wrong. From now on, I, Lin Yedong, shall fear nothing. That is good to hear. Do not let the chaos within your heart squander your talent. Remember, your strength is not solely for me, but also for yourself and your sister. Although Su Zhe originally regarded Lin Yedong merely as a tool, however, Su Zhe had never regarded Lin Yedong merely as a tool. Rather, he envisioned him as a subordinate in whom he could place unwavering trust. a dagger capable of piercing the heart of the enemy with unparalleled precision, and an exceptionally skilled individual who could assist him in sharing some burdens. At present, Lin Yudong appeared remarkably perfect. Yet he still bore a hint of imperfection that required Suzai's gradual refinement. As Suzai received the second-tier ability crystal, both he and Lin Yudong fell into a contemplative silence. Suzai drove while Lin Yudong quietly closed his eyes, absorbing the energy contained within the crystal in his hand. Their silence birthed an astonishing rapport between them. What could possibly explain the multitude of corpses near Huaihai district? Coupled with the pervasive scent of blood? After 30 minutes or so, Suzai gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. Casting an odd glance at the outskirts of Huaihai district, the ground was strewn with cadavers, some human, some transformed beasts, and others zombies. Scattered across the terrain were brass-colored bullet casings, discarded blades, and various craters emitting faint flickers of flame. There was no doubt in Suzai's mind that these craters were likely remnants of homemade explosives. The acrid scent of blood hung heavily in the air, causing Suzai to instinctively frown. The odor was indeed quite unpleasant. Was it a chaotic battle, a minor beast tide, or perhaps an internal conflict among certain factions? Several possibilities swirled in Suzai's mind, yet he remained uncertain of the truth. Judging solely by the corpses on the ground, it was evident that at least hundreds of different beings had engaged in combat here not long ago. As they pressed on, Suzai and Lin Yudong successfully arrived near Huaihai district, albeit under markedly different circumstances than their initial visit. For reasons unknown, smoke was rising from the black market and slums gathering in the distance, and the ground was now littered with even more bodies. Chapter 65. Xia Captain. There are survivors over here. Don't run. After disembarking with Lin Yudong, Suzai quickly assessed the surrounding situation. The outcome was unexpected. In this desolate expanse, several kilometers outside Huaihai district, aside from the numerous corpses and a few scattered remnants, there was nothing else. More crucially, Suzai discovered a significant number of bullet casings left by standard-issue weaponry on the ground. Few factions in this vicinity possess such weaponry, with the official shelter in Huaihai district being one of them. Are there people nearby? Just as Suzai pondered this, he heard Lin Yudong's exclamation and immediately inquired further, directing his gaze toward the direction Lin Yudong indicated. Indeed, there was someone. Approximately 100 meters away, behind an old tree stump, crouched a filthy refugee who appeared to be a child by stature. Is this my good fortune, thought Suzai, that the majority of the refugees I encounter are children? After confirming the presence of living beings nearby, Suzai murmured to himself, somewhat self-deprecatingly, about his remarkable luck in repeatedly encountering children who had managed to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. To comprehend the perils that lie beyond the majority of mutated beasts and the zombies wandering the desolate wilderness, one must recognize that a greater danger resides within humanity itself. Thus, the majority of survivors are predominantly robust adult males, followed by adult females, with the elderly coming in last. Children, on the other hand, are scarcely present, nearly non-existent in number. Aside from the scarcity of food and the external threat posed by mutated creatures, young children have become a remarkably valuable commodity. Pedophiles, cannibals, brainwashing cults, and various unknown black market traders have made children one of their most coveted prizes. Moreover, the notion of cannibalism, once merely a cautionary tale in peaceful times, has morphed into a gruesome reality in the present. Under the weight of multiple negative influences, children have become rare entities in this apocalyptic landscape. Just days ago, Suzai tasked Lin Yudong with collecting orphans of potential value, an endeavor that required considerable resources. This illustrates the profound difficulty in encountering children amidst the chaos of the end times. From Suzai's perspective, he seems to have been excessively fortunate. Initially, he located Lin Yudong through Huang Jinbao, subsequently connecting with Lin Yuexiao, and now he has even drawn in Yi Qing. Presently, a wandering figure in the distance appears to be a child. It seems he has taken on the role of a cunning manipulator, akin to Orochimaru. Must he now rely on deceiving these children as instruments of his own design? Lin Yudong, bring that individual here. I have questions to pose. After a fleeting smile, Suzai momentarily set aside his chaotic thoughts, fixing his intense gaze upon the wanderer 100 meters away. His instincts suggested that the answer to how the surrounding corpses came to be may lie with that child. Understood, boss, Lin Yudong replied succinctly, and before the words faded, he appeared behind the child like a gust of wind. Ignoring the child's astonished expression, Lin Yudong effortlessly lifted the filthy child as one would a kitten and brought him before Suzai. Please, I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. I was just passing through here. Please don't kill me. The child's face was etched with fear, seemingly sensing Lin Yadong's murderous intent. Yet, reason compelled him to act. Suddenly, a flicker of hesitation and turmoil crossed the child's eyes, but ultimately, the instinct for survival overshadowed any doubts. Sir, this is my only food. I am willing to give it to you. Can you please spare my life? Before Suze could respond, the child rummaged through the folds of his oversized robe for what felt like an eternity, eventually producing a half-open can of beef. However, the original meat had long since vanished, replaced by a viscous white paste, interspersed with dry yellow leaves and unidentifiable gray matter. Upon first glance, Suze found it difficult to fathom that the object presented by the child was indeed food. The second item was also a type of sustenance, one with which Suze was somewhat familiar, a biscuit-like food crafted from a blend of bran and soybean meal. Yet, the resemblance to biscuits was superficial at best. The flavor, ingredients, and the color reminiscent of pale gray clay starkly contrasted with the conventional notion of biscuits that most people held. Aside from these two items, which appeared exceedingly precious in the eyes of the child, Suze observed that the other scattered trinkets were merely useless odds and ends. Please, put away your trifles. I have no interest in such things. They are not trifles. For this can of relief food, Alyang died, and for this biscuit, Yuer also perished, all at the hands of you self-righteous elites. Why? Why do you wield such powerful firearms and possess immense strength? Shouldn't these miraculous abilities be employed against the mutated beast lurking outside the city and the terrifying zombies? Yet, you dare to raise your guns against us, the rootless drifters. Why? Tell me why. Enough. If you wish to obliterate the bitterness in your heart, it should not be directed at me, an innocent bystander. Nor should it be a futile and sorrowful outpouring of anger. Instead, like a true man, you ought to seek vengeance for your fallen friends. Indeed, the courage of this little one was commendable. Even Suze had not anticipated such a tone from him. Just a moment ago, this child had seemed like a weak little rabbit in Suze's eyes, yet now he resembled a cub bereft of its pack, though still lacking in lethality. Suze could sense the latent fierceness within him. I am not a man. Huh? My name is Su Xia, and I am a girl. Suddenly, the once fierce little cub's face flushed with embarrassment, although it may be somewhat flat. Surely it is not so indistinguishable that one could mistake me for anything other than a girl. A slightly resentful retort reached the ears of Suze and Lin Yadong. And instantly, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. She is a girl? It seems so, and judging by her tone, she is likely not a mere child. Observing her flat chest and her height of approximately 1.30 meters, Suze and Lin Yadong fell silent. Chapter 66. The Little Sprite. First and foremost, I must clarify that we are not residents of the Huaihai district. If an identity must be assigned, we are akin to you, mere wanderers in this desolate expanse. After several minutes of discussion, Suze began to comprehend Su Xia's origins. While he could not fully ascertain the accuracy of her information, he found it plausible to believe part of her account. Are you saying that you are not a survivor from the slums surrounding Huaihai district, but rather have escaped from Garbage City? Exactly. Are you truly 20 years old? As Suze posed this question, she scrutinized the girl before her, also bearing the surname Su, with a hint of skepticism. Were it not for the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Suze and the glint of the dagger in Lin Yadong's hand, Su Xia would have been inclined to exclaim, "Damn it, I am indeed 20 years old." Nevertheless, upon sensing the predatory gaze of Su Xia, both Suze and Lin Yadong refrained from further pondering why Su Xia appeared to be a 12-year-old girl at the age of 20. It was perhaps a mere illusion. But Suze felt that Su Xia's height was even less than that of Yi Qing. These individuals had predominantly arrived from the Garbage City. Ever since the beast tide ravaged their original gathering place, the refugees fleeing from the city had spontaneously formed a faction known as the Redeemers. At this juncture, Su Xia gestured toward the corpses strewn on the ground. Although she did not align herself with these individuals, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fallen. Yet, the officials from the sanctuary preferred to refer to them as refuse. Sensing that the murderous aura surrounding Suze and Lin Yadong had gradually diminished, Su Xia slowly retracted the items she had previously displayed. To Suze, these items may have seemed like mere trash, but to Su Xia, these rather unappealing morsels were invaluable. After securing the food, Su Xia recounted the origins of herself and the corpses lying on the ground. Garbage City? Upon meticulously searching her memories, Suze realized she had no recollection of this place. Boss, don't look at me. I too am unaware of any organization named Redeemers existing near Huaihai District. Lin Yedong admitted, somewhat helplessly, in response to Su Zhe's quizzical expression. Clearly, he was also uninformed about the influence of Garbage City. Is it truly situated near Huaihai District? With Lin Yedong also lacking relevant information, Su Zhe felt no inclination to speculate further and directly inquired of Su Xia. After all, there exists no simpler method of gathering information than to consult the individuals involved. In fact, geographically, Garbage City is closer to Shanghang District. However, due to the abundance of resources in Huaihai District, the inhabitants preferred trading there over Shanghang District. Yet, as exchanges between the two factions became increasingly frequent, the upper echelons of the official sanctuary in Huaihai District appeared to resist this development vehemently. As she spoke, Su Xia's expression grew increasingly grim. If I am not mistaken, these individuals were most likely slaughtered for clashing with the personnel of the official sanctuary in Huaihai District. In passing, Su Xia also speculated on the potential origins of the corpses on the ground. It sounded chilling and implausible. Yet based on the remnants of bullets and the wounds on the bodies, she held strong confidence in her hypothesis. After all, incidents involving the massacre of hundreds were not unprecedented in the vicinity. Garbage City, close to Shanghang District? At this point, Su Zhe suddenly recalled something significant. A curious anecdote emerged during my visit to the black market in Shanghang District while I was inquiring about Lin Yedong from a representative of the Sanbao Chamber of Commerce. It was revealed that a nearby Garbage City had discovered a copper mine and was in dire need of numerous laborers. Is your Garbage City renowned for its copper production? I inquired, taken aback by the information. Su Xia, too, expressed her astonishment. Aside from those within the Garbage City, no survivors from other regions could possibly be privy to such news. Indeed, the vast majority had likely never even heard of the city's name. After all, apart from a few copper mines that served as stable resources, the entire Garbage City boasted little of value. The city itself had arisen from the ruins, earning its moniker from the residents of Huaihai District. The extensive construction debris formed a natural barrier for this burgeoning city, sheltering thousands of displaced persons within its confines. Not only other explorers, but even mutated beasts or intelligent zombie leaders would struggle to discern the core power structure amidst the heaps of rubble. Have you ever ventured into the Garbage City? After a prolonged silence, Su Xia ventured a guess. Not at all. I hold no interest in the Garbage City, came the reply from Su Zhe, who then cast a peculiar glance at Lin Yedong. Come forth, and spare me the need to take action. In that instant, Lin Yedong, understanding the cue, swiftly vanished while Su Xia was momentarily distracted. Wait. We mean no harm. By the time Su Xia regained her composure, Lin Yedong had completely disappeared. All settled. However, boss, this young lady possesses quite the intriguing ability, akin to Wu Yu's invisibility, yet not purely so. It resembles the chameleonic capacity to change colors. Mere moments later, Lin Yedong reappeared, clutching a remarkably tiny girl who wore a pristine white princess dress, starkly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere permeated by a pungent scent of blood and chaos. The impression she left on Su Zhe was one of sanctity and innocence. Most strikingly, atop her head rested a crown woven from unknown flora, an incongruous adornment. In her hand, she held what appeared to be a gnarled stick, which Lin Yedong had prudently seized for safety. Interestingly, despite the fury etched across the delicate features of this miniature figure, she struggled in a futile attempt to escape Lin Yedong's grasp. Yet her diminutive stature rendered her antics not intimidating, but rather endearing. Upon first laying eyes on this tiny being in Lin Yedong's hands, Su Zhe felt his guard dissolve. The reason was simple. She was exceedingly small. While Su Xia's childlike form had initially sparked Su Zhe's curiosity, the creature in Lin Yedong's grasp, resembling a miniature humanoid figure, nay, a humanoid entity, evoked a profound sense of intrigue within him. Originally, I believed this to be merely a simple post-apocalyptic wasteland, yet it appears that my initial impression was misleading. After much contemplation, Su Zhe finally devised an apt moniker for this peculiar creature, the child of the forest, the little sprite. Chapter 67, My Indifference Towards Tablets. Can I speak candidly now? A diminutive sprite, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters tall, posed almost no threat to Su Zhe and Lin Yudong after losing what resembled a magical wand, a withered branch. Despite the anger radiating from its chubby visage, neither Su Zhe nor Lin Yudong felt any sense of danger. Merely 3 minutes had passed. Su Xia and the sprite, recently apprehended by Lin Yudong, were forcibly taken to the back of the vehicle. Meanwhile, Suze and Lin Yudong returned to the driver's seat. Sister, this creature is utterly outrageous. Can't we? Oh, be quiet. Weren't you told to return to Garbage City? Why are you back? I was merely concerned for your safety. Oh dear, you are causing me great distress. Observing the irate little sprite before her, Su Xia felt exasperated, supporting her forehead and shaking her head repeatedly. It was perplexing how her usually astute sister could act so foolishly in such a critical moment. The sprite, named Ailsai, was an unexpected find by Su Xia. Possessing certain peculiar abilities, albeit not formidable, Ailsai's powers were quite simple, as a spirit of nature. She could draw upon the energies of her surroundings to blend seamlessly into her environment, causing enemies to subconsciously overlook her presence, while not as effective as true invisibility, which allows one to vanish entirely. Ailsai's capacity for gathering intelligence enabled Su Xia, an ordinary girl, to navigate the perils of this desolate world. Although Su Xia was unaware of Ailsai's precise origins, she believed that acquiring such an endearing companion in this bleak reality was a sign of divine compassion. Thus, the two referred to each other as sisters. In truth, Su Xia and Ailsai had detected Suze and Lin Yudong's approach long before they arrived. However, in her desire to scavenge potential sustenance from the corpses, Su Xia decided to take a gamble and remained behind with Ailsai, hoping that the two men would merely pass through. Alas, their gamble failed. Instead of just passing by, they discovered their presence. To protect Ailsai from being detected, Su Xia urged her to leave first while she sought an opportunity to escape. Yet, her plan ultimately unraveled, as she was once again spotted by Su Ze and his companions. To make matters worse, Lin Yudong had seized Ailsai. This was a disaster. As this realization dawned upon her, a flicker of despair glimmered in Su Xia's eyes. Under such circumstances, returning safely to Garbage City seemed an insurmountable challenge, let alone preserving her own life. My patience has its limits. Su Ze could undoubtedly sense the despair reflected in Su Xia's gaze. Yet what did that have to do with him? Had it not been for the present moment, wherein the diminutive sprite sought to extricate itself from Lin Yudong's side, Su Ze would scarcely have entertained any interest in Su Xia. The pairing of an otherworldly creature harmoniously blending with the natural environment alongside a peculiar little being is indeed a rarity in this apocalyptic landscape. What piqued Su Ze's curiosity more was the origin of Su Xia. He had selectively chosen to believe only a fraction of the information previously imparted to him, with Su Xia's name perhaps being the sole detail he could trust. The subsequent narratives, such as tales of sacrifices made for sustenance, struck him as overly cliché. Previously, Su Ze had refrained from exposing Su Xia's deceit, primarily due to the inconvenience it would entail. The effort required to unearth the fallacies within the fabrications of a mere passerby seemed disproportionate to any potential gain. However, the situation had changed. An unexpected thought flickered in Su Ze's mind. If he could enlist these two little beings into his fold, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable boon for him. At the very least, he would no longer have to fret over whom to send for reconnaissance. In his small team, Wu had been the preferred choice for such tasks, yet through recent interactions, Su Ze had come to realize that, rather than scouting or assassination, Wu was more adept at strategic planning from the rear, as she had consistently excelled at the tasks assigned to her. With this realization, Su Ze had been concerned about the vacancy left in manpower, and then Su Xia appeared. How fortunate. It seemed that luck was on Su Ze's side. Reflecting on this, a hint of a smile graced his features. Sister, your kin wouldn't have a penchant for devouring humans, would they? Su Ze mused, uncertain. However, the amiable smile he believed he wore appeared somewhat peculiar to Elxie and Su Xia. The so-called benevolence was lost on them, replaced instead by an unsettling aura of intimidation. I confess, I surrender. Everything I said was a fabrication. I am but a solitary wanderer, and this is my companion, Elxie, a forest sprite. Perceiving the faint traces of murderous intent emanating from Su Ze, Su Xia wisely capitulated. To further demonstrate her sincerity, she firmly restrained the still struggling Elxie and retrieved a white cloth from her pocket as a symbol of her submission. You surely wouldn't be interested in my rather modest physique, would you? Stealing a glance at Su Ze, she noticed his gaze remained fixated on her and Elxie. A sense of foreboding crept into her mind. How could one who had survived the apocalypse be a Na'vi fool? For the vast majority, a slender figure like Su Xia would hold no allure. Yet, what if she knew of a stunningly beautiful older sister, reasonably priced, and with fair charges? No need. I am solely intrigued by you and your little companion. As Su Xia struggled desperately, Attempting to divert Su Zhe's aggressively piercing gaze, he finally spoke. It's over. Upon hearing those words, Su Xia relinquished her fight. Come on, you beast. Faced with the glinting dagger and Su Zhe's menacing aura, she tightly shut her eyes, her heart racing with trepidation. Yet, she realized that escape from this night was highly unlikely. What's taking so long? Stealthily opening her eyes, Su Xia came to the realization that perhaps she had overthought the situation. Oh no, I've encountered a fool. For the first time. Su Zhe pondered whether he had misjudged the situation. How had such an eccentric individual survived until now? I have no interest in trivial matters. I merely wish to offer you a suggestion. Would you like to seek a stable means of sustenance? Su Zhe, tired of playing cryptic games with Su Xia, directly laid out his intentions. He desired Su Xia's allegiance, not her physical form. Chapter 68. An acquaintance spirits shall never be enslaved. Elsie, be quiet. At last, Su Xia comprehended the meaning behind Su Zhe's earlier words. The man before her, exuding an aura akin to a god of death, seemed intent on winning her over. She hesitantly glanced at Su Zhe while cradling the defiant Elsie against her chest. Room and board? No restrictions on personal freedom? No ulterior motives? After a flurry of doubts, a flicker of hesitation sparkled in Su Xia's eyes. If these conditions were indeed met, she would sincerely consider joining Su Zhe. In this wretched world, Su Xia had endured the solitude for far too long. The idea of finding warmth and companionship was not something she could easily dismiss. If those are the terms, I can assure you there will be no issues. What must I do? After receiving a clear response from Su Zhe, Su Xia spoke again. She understood the principle that gains must come with sacrifices. Seeking rewards without offering something in return could very well cost her life. The most precious things in the world are often presented as freely spoken words. In the realm of adulthood, there is never such a thing as pure altruism. The notion that an ordinary girl could be courted was, even for the naive Su Xia, a notion bordering on the implausible. You need not do anything significant. Just accompany your little companion and assist us with some necessary reconnaissance. As he spoke, Su Zhe gestured towards the still-hidden Elsie peeking out from Su Xia's embrace. I understand. Upon sensing the intent in Su Zhe's gaze, Su Xia finally grasped why he had chosen to draw her in. We agree. But you must not let us become cannon fodder. In truth, Su Xia was aware of the value that Elsie held for various factions. If she were to expose Elsie, whether to the official sanctuary or other powers, they would undoubtedly extend offers to her. However, Su Xia ultimately opted to refuse. She feared that joining such organizations would place her and Elsie at the forefront as mere pawns. Yet, in the face of Su Zhe, she chose to place her trust in him. As for the reason, it is simply a matter of intuition. Rest assured, I have never harbored the habit of sacrificing my companions. In response to Su Xia's request, Su Zhe nodded decisively. Having managed to secure a reconnaissance team, he had no intention of sending them to their demise. In that case, could you assist us by untying the ropes binding us? After receiving Su Zhe's assurance, the tension that had marred Su Xia's expression finally dissipated. Perhaps he is not a villain. I sense no murderous intent from him. Elxie, who had been observing Su Zhe discreetly, offered her judgment. From Su Zhe, she detected no malice, which perplexed her greatly. Despite being a figure seemingly overflowing with an aura of lethal intent, he posed no threat to her. Activating the loyalty interface, Su Zhe welcomed Su Xia into his fold and promptly assigned her to the back of the vehicle, then proceeded to drive towards the Huaidong district. Although the distance was merely a few hundred meters, Su Zhe did not accelerate hastily. After all, the purpose of this trip to Huaihai district mirrored the last, to procure essential materials, a task best suited for the cover of night. Yet, with the sun just having risen, there remained a considerable stretch of time before evening. Thus, Su Zhe chose to drive leisurely while simultaneously activating the system's loyalty interface. Su Xia, ordinary human, loyalty level, loyal, quirky disposition, theatrical nature, easily deceived, adores Elxie, recommendation, logistics support personnel. Elxie, fantasy sprite, loyalty level, friendly, born from the lush forests of another world, a natural sprite imbued with elemental abilities, capable of releasing unparalleled life energy, and adept at disguising herself to evade enemy ambushes. Recommendation, Mage Healer. Upon opening the loyalty interface, the detailed profiles of Su Xia and Elxie materialized before Su Zhe. They aligned closely with his previous assumptions. Su Xia was indeed an ordinary human, while Elxie was genuinely a sprite. Moreover, compared to earlier conjectures, Elxie's capabilities appeared more formidable. She possessed not only the ability to transform, but also demonstrated a degree of combat prowess. A mage and a healer, you say? Closing the interface. Suze instinctively glanced toward the back. Indeed, after reclaiming the previously taken withered branch from Lin Yadong, Elxie emanated a faint green glow. Suze could even sense a soothing energy radiating from this luminescence. Lin Yadong, it seems we have stumbled upon a treasure this time. Perhaps it was Su Xia's carefree spirit or her sheer exhaustion, for shortly after getting into the vehicle, she fell asleep, while Elxie, with a serious demeanor, diligently examined the withered wooden staff in her hands. Observing the two lively companions in the back, Suze couldn't help but smile. I can feel the energy fluctuations from that little sprite, though for some reason, they seem distinct from the energy system of the extraordinary. Regardless of these considerations, one matter currently occupies my thoughts, whether to venture directly into Huaihai District. Approximately 50 meters from the entrance of Huaihai District, on a road adjacent to a nearby slum, Suze pressed the brakes. As he gazed at the heavily guarded entrance, a flicker of hesitation shimmered in his eyes. Compared to his last visit to Huaihai District, the area of the slum and its population had evidently diminished. Yet, amidst the chaos, Suze sensed an undercurrent of solemnity. Clearly, a cleansing operation had occurred here not long ago. Captain, if we proceed now, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. A bit of disguise will suffice. It would be relatively challenging for them to locate us among the crowd. We're not going. Just as Lin Yadong offered his opinion, Suze abruptly interjected. What? Lin Yadong looked at Suze as he turned the car around, driving towards an unnamed wasteland, his expression filled with surprise. Encountering acquaintances has altered our plans. Acquaintances? It was evident that Lin Yadong was unaware of who Suze referred to. Moreover, was there truly someone Suze knew in this vicinity? How intriguing. If you weren't accompanying me to Huaihai District, it would indeed be a remarkable coincidence to encounter you again in such a brief span of time. I am curious to see what your intentions are here. A fleeting scent of osmanthus wafted through the air. Suze pressed the accelerator with full force, the roar of the engine shattering the surrounding silence. Chapter 69. A grand surprise, boss. There's danger. It's fine. I can handle it. That fellow is not an enemy. He sped down a route opposite to Huaihai District. Outside the window, the swirling dust rendered the rapidly passing scenery desolate. Observing this, Lin Yadong's eyes betrayed a hint of concern. It was not merely due to Suze's sudden change of plans, but rather because he sensed an inexplicable aura of menace emanating from the osmanthus fragrance. This was Lin Yadong's instinctive perception of danger. A leap of 1,000 deaths. The osmanthus scent is indifferent. An inexplicable aroma of osmanthus suddenly graced Lin Yadong's nostrils, leaving him unsettled. There is no need for such agitation. That individual is indeed dangerous. But I happen to know him. Consider him a half-friend. In stark contrast to Lin Yadong's serious demeanor, Suze appeared relaxed, even humming a tune as he drove. Sister, what are they planning to do? I don't know. What are we supposed to do now? I don't know. Leaning on Su Xia's shoulder, Elxie regarded her companion with a look of disinterest, simultaneously pondering the intentions of Suze and Lin Yadong. However, Su Xia was equally uncertain about their plans. After fruitless discussions, Su Xia and Elxie chose not to dwell on the thoughts of Suze and Lin Yadong any longer. Instead, they busied themselves examining Suze's vehicle in the truck's rear compartment. After all, it was exceedingly rare to encounter a vehicle equipped with such complete armor and mounted with large-caliber artillery in this post-apocalyptic world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suze had just caught up with the enchanting figure when, without uttering a word, several ominous arrows suddenly materialized in midair. 3 in total. Lin Yadong warned him to be cautious of what lay behind. In an instant, Suze, still seated in the driver's seat, sensed the number of arrows and their trajectories. One was aimed directly at the windshield, another at the passenger side, and the final one targeted the fuel tank of his vehicle. Boss, I'm getting out, Lin Yadong exclaimed, drawing a dagger from his waist, ready to exit the car. There's no need for haste. If my vehicle cannot withstand such arrows, then it would be a grave underestimation of my capabilities. Suze interrupted Lin Yadong just as he was about to step out. It's time for you to witness what a true powerhouse looks like. With a hint of confusion in Lin Yadong's eyes, Suze decisively pressed the activation button for the kinetic cannon. In an instant, what had appeared to be an unremarkable, dilapidated vehicle transformed as a twin-barreled 120mm kinetic cannon ascended from its roof. Ding! Initiating kinetic cannon, identifying nearby enemies. Identification successful. Suspected enemy positions located 375 meters ahead. with an earthen barricade that poses no threat to the cannon strike. Locking on completely, kinetic cannon firing. As the cold mechanical voice resonated in Suzai's mind, a projectile, infused with Lang of energies, coalesced within the cannon's barrel. It wouldn't be a waste to launch this. It might just teach that arrogant woman a lesson, he mused, recalling the haughty demeanor of the enchanting figure during their previous encounters. This time, he was prepared to make a substantial show. In order to leave her questioning her own existence, Suzai retrieved a second-tier energy crystal from his pocket. If I fully release the energy contained within this, I believe it will leave you astounded for quite some time. A sly smile danced across his face as he tossed the crystal into the charging chamber of the cockpit. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered, and the peculiar energy within surged into the kinetic cannon, flooding the cockpit with a tempest of violent energy. "Boss, what is this?" Lin Yedong exclaimed. "Sister, this is an energy storm, seemingly a force from the void." In stark contrast to Suzai's calm demeanor, both Lin Yedong and Su Xia, along with Elsie, who had been lethargically preparing to take a nap, were suddenly alert, their expressions filled with astonishment. From this power, Elsie sensed an aura of destruction. "There's no need for such panic. It's merely a gift I've prepared for an old friend," Suzai reassured the agitated trio, his eyes glinting with determination. 100 meters away, a hill rising several meters high stood amidst the desolate desert. In the next moment, the kinetic cannon absorbed the entirety of the energy released from the second-tier energy crystal. Boom. With the surrounding energy coalescing into a projectile, Suzai decisively chose to fire. The thunderous roar of cannon fire resonated with a somber tone. A projectile, 1 meter in diameter and composed of various elements, was expelled from the barrel in an instant. Much like the harbinger of death, the shell carved deep, charred trenches into the earth as it passed. It required no complete detonation. The temperature generated by the projectile was sufficient to melt the very gravel beneath. Within the bleak, blackened ravines, glimmering glass-like particles sparkled under the sunlight, standing out conspicuously. The origin of these crystalline formations was quite simple, as they were remnants of glass formed from the intense heat of liquefaction. Boom. At the moment of ejection, a muffled explosion echoed into the heavens. A violent mushroom cloud ascended skyward. Before Suzai and the others, clarity was utterly obliterated, with only the raging inferno remaining within their line of sight. After a mere 10 seconds, the flames receded, revealing a scene that transcended mere chaos. The once golden-hued mound of earth had vanished entirely, replaced by a desolate expanse of scorched soil. Numerous crystalline depressions marred the pockmarked surface, and the 10-meter radius core was devoid of any life. Does such a weapon truly exist? Dear leader, sister, is this the primary armament of your world? Lin Yedong and his companions stood in stunned silence before the spectacle. To be frank, I too had not anticipated that the kinetic cannon, infused with second-tier energy crystals, could unleash such formidable power. As for Suzai, the principal party involved, he was equally astonished. He had not expected the kinetic cannon, not in its fusion state, to wield such terrifying might. Amidst the astonishment, Suzai's gaze remained fixed ahead. Remarkably, the target still lived. It seemed your strength far exceeded my expectations. As the dust and flames gradually dissipated, a figure re-emerged before Suzai. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, it was indeed the enchanting Wu Miao. Upon sighting the familiar face, Suzai felt a twinge of surprise. Although Wu Miao appeared somewhat disheveled at first glance, her pride momentarily shaken, he could discern that, after enduring the full force of the kinetic cannon, she was not in any mortal peril. Yet, it was evident that she was in a rather precarious state. Chapter 70. Collaboration, is it really necessary? After all, we are somewhat old acquaintances. You resort to such a formidable weapon against me without even a proper introduction? Following the explosive conclusion of the kinetic cannon's devastating power, Suzai decisively exited the vehicle alongside Lin Yedong. Just as they were about to speak, an exquisitely alluring figure materialized before Suzai, casting a gaze imbued with a hint of melancholy. Who might this young brother be? However, upon noticing Lin Yedong, who stood beside Suzai exuding an icy demeanor, the earlier trace of resentment faded from Wu Miao's visage, replaced by a sudden smile. I find the murderous intent radiating from this little fellow rather appealing. How about you let me have him? If possible, I can offer something in exchange. While I may not possess much, I do have an abundance of various resources, be it steel, food, or rare energy crystals. It seems that in an effort to demonstrate her sincerity, the enchanting woman took the initiative to articulate what she could offer. A faint smile lingered on her alluring visage, as if Suzai's kinetic cannon had not locked onto her at all. I apologize, but I, Suzai, Do not engage in transactions with others. If it were a matter of exchanging other items, Suze might have contemplated the proposition. However, the offer at hand involved a subordinate, rendering any discussion unnecessary. Even the prospect of additional compensation. The rationale behind this decision is quite simple. Lin Yedong has the potential to yield significant benefits for Suze in the future. Suze does not engage in unprofitable ventures. What a pity, a fleeting glimmer of resentment appeared in the enchanting woman's eyes, only to vanish in the next instant. For her, Lin Yedong was merely an accessory. The implications of acquiring him were not substantial. It was Suze who captured her ultimate interest. She had never encountered a man so intriguing, possessing such formidable power single-handedly, which piqued her curiosity immensely. If you have no business here, I suggest you leave. Or I may not hesitate to send you away with a blast of energy crystal, quite literally. To assert his seriousness, Suze produced a second-tier energy crystal from his hand. There is no need for that. I am not here for you. I merely encountered you while preparing to enter Huaihai District. Upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from Suze, the enchanting woman furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing her features. Although the explosive force of the kinetic cannon would not be sufficient to eliminate her instantly, being struck by such a projectile was certainly undesirable. Moreover, she was genuinely not there for Suze's sake. So, you were also preparing to enter Huaihai District? Suddenly, Suze retracted the energy crystal. What do you mean by also? Are you intending to go as well? In an instant, the woman realized Suze's purpose for being there. If possible, I believe we could discuss our objectives for entering Huaihai District. Understanding that she was not targeting him specifically relieved some tension in Suze's demeanor. Boss, this individual seems perilous. As Suze appeared ready to engage further with the enchanting woman, Lin Yedong felt an uneasy compulsion to intervene. To him, she resembled not a mere human, but rather a ruthless hunter concealed within the shadows of night, a reflex born from his instincts as a killer. No rush. This person is an old acquaintance. Suze brushed aside Lin Yedong's concerns and, in a single leap, found himself beside the enchanting woman. After inhaling the fragrance of her body, he remarked in surprise, "Has the scent of osmanthus faded? Do you miss my fragrance?" Seemingly unperturbed by Suze's seemingly audacious behavior, the enchanting woman regarded him with a gaze imbued with allure. Since becoming a judge, Suze was the first man daring enough to approach her with such proximity. No. This is unrelated to the flavor. I am merely pondering the purpose behind your inquiry about it. So, shall we venture to Huaihai District together? Although our objectives may diverge, the adversaries we face could very well be the same. Do you truly believe I would consent to your so-called collaboration? Observing the seemingly disjointed Suze before her, Wu Miao's previously cheerful expression abruptly turned icy. It was not merely a suspicion, but rather a certainty. Gently brushing away the grains of sand from her exposed, fair shoulder, she remarked, "I am certain you find my suggestion quite intriguing." In response to Suze's gesture, a glimmer of frost flashed in Wu Miao's eyes, though it quickly dissipated, restoring her initial beguiling smile. "Your objective, steal," Suze stated directly. "Very well, I agree. I shall handle those old men." Upon hearing Suze's intent, Wu Miao nodded without hesitation. "What must I contribute, or what must I do? Is it not acceptable to do nothing?" "No." In response to Wu Miao's probing words, Suze shook his head resolutely, subsequently pointing to himself. "I, Suze, rather dislike the advantages of contributing nothing." "Excellent." A faint smile lingered on Wu Miao's face. As if she comprehended Suze's concerns, she pointed toward the distant direction of Huaihai District without any circumlocution. "I intend to ensure the demise of those rodents who believe they radiate a luminous aura." Luminous rodents? Searching through his memories, Suze found no clear concept of the term Wu Miao used. She must be referring to the Illuminati, he mused. Suddenly, a timid female voice echoed in Suze's ear. It was Suxia. They are a terrifying group, although they occasionally distribute food to the victims. Irxi claims to sense a dreadful aura emanating from them. Perceiving the look of confusion in Suze's eyes, Suxia elaborated further, then retreated behind the vehicle with Irxi. What a clever little creature. "So, you are fond of this particular flavor." Wu Miao, having been spared some explanation due to Suxia's input, seemed to hold a favorable impression of the sudden interloper. Suxia. However, Suze's expression turned serious. "What concerns me is not the nature of the Illuminati, but rather, when did I permit you to disembark? I will return at once." Upon sensing the intensity of Suze's gaze, Suxia promptly climbed back into the vehicle's cargo hold. "Now, we can discuss how to infiltrate Huaihai District. As for the so-called Illuminati, should I acquire sufficient steel, I will assist you with a portion of the matter. How fortuitous. I possess knowledge of some steel. A mysterious smile graced Wu Miao's lips as she continued. Let us collaborate with delight. Sometimes, adversaries are not eternally foes. In Suzai's perspective, under circumstances that yield benefits, an enemy can indeed transform into a friend. Moreover, Suzai never perceived the enchanting figure before him as an adversary. From the smile adorning her exquisite face, he sensed that she shared a similar sentiment. Chapter 71. A heist-like infiltration. Is this what you refer to as a surprise attack? What else could it be? If this is the nature of your ambush, then let us promptly dissolve our temporary alliance. This does not align with your usual approach. I had assumed you would charge directly into the Huaihai district from the entrance, after establishing a subtle collaborative relationship with the enchanting figure. Suzai promptly returned to the Huaihai district, arranging to meet her near the entrance in the black market. Half an hour later, witnessing her poised to storm into the Huaihai district, Suzai fell into silence. Initially, their agreement had been to infiltrate the Huaihai district after nightfall, each seeking their own objectives while assisting one another within their respective capabilities. Yet, now, observing the alluring figure radiating an overwhelming aura of lethal intent as she prepared to breach the Huaihai district, Suzai began to waver in his conviction regarding their so-called partnership. Do you truly consider this brazen assault an act of infiltration? That has always been my plan. I wish you the best of luck. Seeing Suzai's astonished expression, the enchanting figure beamed with delight. In response to his bewilderment, she offered no explanation, merely jesting before her form vanished from his sight. Moments later, a tremendous explosion reverberated in Suzai's ears. Instantly, his gaze locked onto the origin of the blast, at the entrance of the Huaihai district. The individual responsible for this chaos was none other than the enchanting figure who had just disappeared from view. She had hurled a distinctive spherical explosive device, reminiscent of a grenade. Yet, an instinctual awareness told Suzai that the device in her hand was no ordinary explosive. It resembled a unique alchemical creation. As the initial wave of the explosion subsided, the security personnel at the entrance of the Huaihai district responded immediately. Suzai even spotted several ability users within the inner city of Huaihai hastening toward the location where the enchanting figure had been. As for the enchanting figure herself, she paid no heed to the approaching riffraff surrounding her. A shroud of black mist enveloped her entirely. Subsequently, her figure vanished without a trace. Boss, this woman has taken action. Suzai, should we pursue her? It seems she is already engaged. Elsai, be cautious. Do not let anyone else detect your presence. Upon witnessing this, Suxia and Elsai retreated, positioning themselves alongside Suzai. Their slightly fearful expressions revealed that they were prepared to flee at a moment's notice. As for Lin Yedong, although he was ready for combat, he still harbored reservations. Boss, entering now might lead us into unnecessary troubles, don't you think? In Lin Yedong's perspective, the enchanting figure's audacious invasion was tantamount to a declaration of war against the Huaihai district. If we were to enter at this moment, the pressure we would face would undoubtedly be greater than that typically encountered when entering the Huaihai district. However, as soon as Lin Yedong expressed his opinion, Suzai merely waved his hand dismissively. Our entry is now inevitable, otherwise we might as well turn back. Lin Yedong was somewhat taken aback by this. The reasoning is quite straightforward. After a thorough inspection confirmed that the skills related to the fusion truck had cooled down and that no other personnel were nearby, Suzai continued. Do you believe that after the invasion of the Huaihai district, the nighttime atmosphere will remain as lenient as before? Now is indeed an opportune moment to navigate through the chaos. The elegance of such a maneuver carries both advantages and disadvantages for Suzai. The advantage lies in the fact that entering the Huaihai district at this juncture minimizes the risks typically associated with such an endeavor. As for the downside, it may pose complications upon exiting the district. Let us approach from the side, utilizing Wumio's presence to draw away some of the lesser threats. Coincidentally, a recent violent explosion had created a moderate breach in the defensive walls of the Huaihai district, granting Suzai and his companions a passageway. After careful consideration, Suzai led Lin Yedong and the others into the Huaihai district. This course of action indeed bore some risks, but given the current circumstances, it appeared to be advantageous for Suzai. After all, from the outset, Suzai had never entertained the notion of returning empty-handed from the Huaihai district. The plan was straightforward. Head directly to the supply warehouse and procure what they needed before departing. The entry into the Huaihai district was remarkably smooth. In fact, due to Wumio's intervention, all security personnel and extraordinary individuals responsible for the surrounding areas had been drawn to the entrance. Meanwhile, the unassociated civilians, sensing the palpable threat looming in the shadows, promptly sought refuge in safer locations. It seems that Wumio's ambush has proven beneficial for me. Although the security personnel posed no threat to Suze, thoroughly dispatching these nuisances would still require some time. For now, they simply needed to follow the marked route on the map to acquire the necessary supplies. Get in the vehicle. Let us strive to retrieve all the materials we desire within half an hour. With the map stowed away, Suze summoned the vehicle and signaled for Lin Yedong and the others to board. Thanks to the efficient road planning within the Huaihai district. Less than half an hour later, Suze arrived at the warehouse designated for storing various supplies at the official Huaihai city shelter. The sheer size of the surrounding warehouses was astonishing. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Yedong promptly vanished from Suze's side. A few minutes later, he reappeared beside Suze. Boss, I've surveyed the area. There are approximately 10 warehouses and 2 access points. Since this is the central location of the Huaihai district, the number of guards is relatively low, around a dozen or so. We will eliminate them all and gather supplies from the nearest warehouse, taking as much as we can. A glance towards the area where Wumio's was engaged in combat with the extraordinary beings of the Huaihai district revealed that the battle was still ongoing. However, Suze had already discerned that Wu Miao seemed to be preparing for a temporary departure. He promptly made a decision to eliminate all the guards surrounding the area. He then drove directly through the outer barbed wire and halted at the most peripheral warehouse. Who is it? Reveal your identity, or we will open fire. Just as he parked, 2 armed security personnel noticed the commotion and shouted for Suze to stop and submit to inspection, simultaneously disengaging the safeties on their firearms. Such excessive chatter. Encountering me is indeed your misfortune. Before they could fire, Suze's figure flickered past them, with a punch to each side. He swiftly dispatched both guards responsible for the warehouse security. Subsequently, he searched their bodies and retrieved a dozen keys. Upon unlocking the nearest warehouse door, he realized that the Huaihai district was far more affluent than he had anticipated. The outermost warehouse measured approximately 500 to 600 square meters. Its interior filled with neatly stacked wooden crates. Although he was unaware of the contents within these crates, Suze understood that the haul might exceed his expectations. Chapter 72. Assistance? Next time for sure. Suxia, move the crates. They are all pre-melted copper ingots. We must take them all. The quantity was not vast. But these ingots were essential not only for firearms production but also for creating specific components, even if they could not utilize all of them. Selling them on the black market would yield no loss. Lin Yudong's eyes seemed to shimmer with disdain at the mention of the copper ingots. Suze immediately began to elucidate that, indeed, compared to ordinary metals, brass might seem somewhat inferior. However, this material was undeniably a hard currency. It was useful for upgrading his truck and for firearms production. Even any surplus could be effortlessly sold on the black market. How could Suze possibly refuse such a resource? Quickly, let us load these crates of copper ingots onto the truck, and we can forego the cotton inside. Rushing to the far end of the warehouse, he opened a larger compartment only to discover not the anticipated complete copper ingots, but rather a batch of cotton intended for winter clothing. This material was essential for the vast majority of factions, its importance even surpassing that of some basic weapons. However, for Suze, it was somewhat superfluous, while he indeed lacked clothing supplies. The small number of people under his command meant that their need for winter garments could be adequately met through purchases. There was simply no necessity to hoard cotton as a raw material. Most importantly, cotton, though light, occupies considerable space. Given the limited capacity of his truck, loading it entirely with cotton would be a significant loss. No cotton at all. Let us finish moving the copper ingots from this warehouse and head to the next one. After careful consideration, Suze opted to abandon the cotton and instead loaded the few copper ingots nearby into the truck. Before long, he had thoroughly scavenged the warehouse of its several tons of copper ingots. Without the slightest hesitation regarding the remaining supplies within the warehouse, Suze swiftly led Lin Yedong and others towards the next storage facility. There is no more room. We must retreat. After filling the last available space in their vehicles, Suze gestured for those beside him to board. He was ready to depart, having plundered over a dozen warehouses. The cargo compartment capable of holding 50 to 60 tons was ultimately filled to capacity. In addition to copper ingots, steel, and various metals, Suze also amassed a considerable quantity of food, condiments, and alcoholic beverages, along with an assortment of peculiar snacks. Most importantly, Suze had completely gathered the materials necessary for upgrading the base vehicle. Upon returning to the firearms production site, he would be able to initiate the evolution process directly. Reflecting on the operation in the Huaihai district, Suze felt he had truly struck gold. Boss, there are still a dozen warehouses down below. Are we really going to abandon them just like that? Clearly reluctant, Lin Yedong, who had just boarded, gazed longingly at the unopened warehouses. There's no need for concern. Let the people of Huaihai district safeguard these items for now. We will return when the opportunity arises, Suze reassured, unfazed by Lin Yedong's apprehension. Having achieved the objective of this excursion, he felt no attachment to the surplus and valuable resources. Once he confirmed that the area was clear, Suze unfolded the map once more. Suze, Elsie says she can smell the light mice, exclaimed Susia, who had been perched atop a crate. Her face filled with alarm as Suze prepared to drive away. The light mice? Yes, those hypocritical creatures do offer food to humans. But their true intent is to claim your souls. In response to Suze's seemingly puzzled inquiry, Elsie, concealed within Susia's modest frame, fluttered her tiny wings and hovered in midair. Far sight. With a gentle wave of her gnarled wand, Elsie summoned a ripple in the previously still air. Suddenly, a crystalline orb appeared as if conjured from thin air. As time passed, the blurry image within the orb gradually sharpened. Inside, a room reminiscent of a brightly lit church was revealed. Several old men clad in white robes, clutching silver crosses, appeared to be engaged in discussion. Most alarming was the object resting atop the table before them, a semi-transparent lamp emanating a fiery glow. At first glance, it seemed no different from ordinary lighting fixtures. Yet upon closer inspection, the entities swirling within the lamp were souls, traded for cheap sustenance, and they referred to themselves as the redeemed. Elsie nodded resolutely. Those wretched beings. Should the chance arise, I, Suze, would not hesitate to send that congregation of charlatans to meet their maker. Upon grasping that the flickering entities within the lamp were indeed human souls, Suze fell silent for a moment. The malevolence embodied by the polar night was undeniably profound, perhaps deserving of the title of true villainy. However, Suze found himself more inclined to engage with such unadulterated villains. Their straightforwardness and decisiveness were refreshing. Each party derived what they needed, and once the transaction was complete, there would be no lingering complications. Perhaps during the previous exchange, a few amicable words were exchanged. But at the next encounter, it could very well escalate to violence. This manner of interaction held no reservations for Suze. The rules were established. Acceptance or rejection did not alter their nature. Yet, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for those charlatans draped in sanctimonious white robes. How distant were these individuals from us? After a moment's contemplation, Suze found himself reluctant to depart from the Huaihai district just yet. If the distance were not great, he would not hesitate to assist the enchanting Mei Miao, who had drawn such formidable attention for an extended period. It seemed there was indeed a considerable distance. Judging by the magical fluctuations emanating from them, it was at least 20 kilometers away. Closing his eyes, Ierxi quietly attuned himself to the flickering energy waves in the air. They seemed to be dissipating, showing no intention of approaching us. Very well, let that young lady resolve her own matters. Should the opportunity arise again, he would certainly lend her aid. With Mei Miao's capabilities, exiting unscathed should pose no challenge, and thus he need not worry excessively. With this realization, Suze's desire to linger in the Huaihai district vanished instantly. Pressing the accelerator, he retreated along the route leading out of the district. Suze wished to assist Mei Miao, yet was this not denying him the chance? Hence, returning to upgrade his base vehicle was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze made his escape. As for his earlier promise to Mei Miao to alleviate some of the pressure from the light association, he could only think, next time, for sure. Chapter 73. Mei Miao's combat strength. If we proceed in this manner, what about that young lady? After successfully departing from the Huaihai district, Suze and Lin Yedong tacitly refrained from discussing Mei Miao. However, within the silence of the vehicle, Susia suddenly broke the quietude, her voice tinged with mild confusion and a hint of probing as she inquired of Suze. She will find a way to extricate herself. We cannot assist her now. After some reflection, Suze offered an explanation. Really? But I feel that individual is about to face misfortune. As she spoke, Susia pointed towards the distant site of the earlier conflict, where a series of violent explosions erupted, their massive flames even visible from Suze's current position. It was not that Susia doubted Suze's assertions, rather, it was the precarious situation Mei Miao currently found herself in that caused her concern. Fear not. That woman is not so easily vanquished. Following Su Xia's indicated direction, Su Zhe indeed discerned several radiant figures relentlessly pursuing Mei Miao. The solemn holy light flickered incessantly, nearly matching the dark aura radiating from Mei Miao. Their clash produced a dense smoke that rapidly dissipated. She must have reached fourth-tier strength, Su Zhe mused, gaining a clearer understanding of Mei Miao's formidable capabilities. The fourth-tier adversary has been defeated, albeit being slightly weaker than the one previously vanquished by Su Zhe. The three members of the Illuminati trailing behind him exude a fierce aura, yet their capabilities barely reach the late third tier, none even approaching the peak of that tier. Despite the current circumstances suggesting that Wu Miao appears somewhat beleaguered, Su Zhe perceives no imminent danger to her. Rest assured, that woman possesses a multitude of hidden cards. To substantiate his assertion, Su Zhe gestured for Lin Yedong and others to observe the battlefield ahead. What is this? Such formidable waves of magical energy. Can the prowess of a transcendent truly reach such heights? As the onlookers followed Su Zhe's pointed direction, an intense explosion erupted in the air. A mushroom cloud, reminiscent of a sacrificial detonation, manifested above, unleashing a scorching wave that distorted nearby parked vehicles, with some exposed steel nearly melting. When the explosion subsided, Wu Miao emerged unscathed before the onlookers, although her somewhat sullied visage hinted at a minor setback. The three Illuminati members tasked with pursuing her had been entirely engulfed by her shadow, reduced to mere fragments of bone. The explosion they had earlier unleashed was their final gambit. This display of combat prowess left both Su Xia and the silent Lin Yedong utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that confrontations between transcendent beings could yield such overwhelming force. In the face of such strength, what efficacy do traditional firearms possess? Fear not. Such individuals will seldom appear before the public unless prompted by a significant catastrophe. Generally, fourth-tier transcendent beings remain hidden from view. Noticing the bewilderment flickering in the eyes of those around him, Su Zhe explained while remaining vigilant of Wu Miao's movements, simultaneously offering some motivational words to Lin Yedong. There is no need to panic, Lin Yedong. Stay close to me, and one day you shall surpass them. Boss. I need not explain. Let time speak for itself. Although Su Zhe relished the act of providing encouragement, he had little interest in hearing it himself. Let us move swiftly. Once that individual has dealt with the three Illuminati rats, she will undoubtedly seek us out. Feeling Wu Miao's gaze from afar, Su Zhe knew he could not linger and promptly prepared to drive away. Little one, you are not keeping your promise. Unfortunately, Su Zhe's reaction came a moment too late. Just as he started the vehicle, a familiar figure appeared before him. Damn it, those three have left me in quite a state. Clearly vexed, Wu Miao appeared somewhat disheveled, likely due to Su Zhe's abrupt departure. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, she firmly planted her foot atop Su Zhe's vehicle S-bumper. Have you acquired what you sought? Thanks to you, it went rather smoothly. I retrieved a considerable haul from the Huaihai district warehouse. As the enchanting Mu Miao stood before him, Su Zhe embraced a mindset of acceptance, relinquishing any intent to continue his deceit. Instead, he openly shared the insights gleaned from his journey. Casting a furtive glance at Mu Miao, strikingly, the slight hint of anger on her otherwise composed visage rendered her even more captivating than her usual serious demeanor. Clad in a somewhat tattered high-slit cheongsam, though key areas remained concealed, the suggestive allure heightened her inherent charm. Coupled with her furious expression framed by delicate gold-rimmed glasses, she exuded an air of regal elegance. Su Zhe never admitted to having a penchant for mature women, yet Mu Miao undeniably possessed an irresistible allure. What are you staring at? Sensing the intensity of Su Zhe's gaze, Mu Miao's eyes narrowed. Am I attractive? Fair enough. Aren't you concerned your eyes might be damaged? You wouldn't dare make a move on me at this moment. How can you be so certain? Mu Miao retorted, scrutinizing Su Zhe for a prolonged moment before teasingly adding, what makes you sure I wouldn't strike first? You could never best me. Under normal circumstances, the odds would be 9-1 in my favor. Should you decide to engage, your chances diminish to nothing. In response to Mu Miao's inquiry, Su Zhe spoke truthfully, not out of arrogance, but from a place of confidence in his abilities. If you doubt it, feel free to test me, he continued. Enough. I have no time for idle chatter. Take me to Shanghang District. I have a crucial message to deliver. Perceiving the seriousness in Su Zhe's tone, Mu Miao ceased her playful banter and instead presented what she termed important news. I can't keep this under wraps any longer. However, Su Zhe expressed little interest in her so-called news. As Mu Miao's fair thigh slipped away from the vehicle's bumper, Su Zhe pressed the accelerator, preparing to make his escape. It's about the beast tide. Noticing Su Zhe's indifference, Mu Miao ceased her attempts to bait him. Let us discuss it in the car. With a swift motion, Suze halted the vehicle, gesturing for Mu Miao to enter. While he could overlook other information, the news regarding the beast tide warranted his attention. Chapter 74. Return to base farewell. I hope that when we meet again, you will still be as carefree. Outside Shanghang District, Suze dropped Mu Miao off. Unbothered by the displeasure etched on her face as she exited, and promptly returned to the arms production site. Boss, is what this woman said true? If a beast tide truly erupts, our chosen location could be perilous. As Suze drove, humming a tune, he appeared unconcerned about Mu Miao's earlier revelations regarding the beast tide. In contrast, Lin Yedong exhibited signs of anxiety. It wasn't that he was timid or fearful, rather. The gravity of Mu Miao's alarming information weighed heavily upon him. The impending beast tide threatening Shanghang District and the entirety of Su Province could very well be orchestrated by human hands. Until now, no one knows how the apocalypse truly began. It is only known that overnight, countless beasts mutated, transforming into bloodthirsty monsters. 80% of ordinary humans also succumbed to the horror of becoming zombies, leaving only a handful of survivors who managed to preserve the flicker of life in the meager cities they painstakingly established. The beast tide is a calamity that every stronghold must endure, erupting almost monthly in small waves. However, these waves often pose little threat to humanity, shielded as they are by formidable weaponry and the guardianship of extraordinary beings. Thus, the beast tide has become a somewhat commonplace occurrence. Yet, the unsettling news conveyed by Wu Miao is beyond Lin Yedong's comprehension. This impending beast tide was not a mere small wave, but rather a catastrophic onslaught. Numbering in the hundreds of thousands, instigated by humanity itself, a plan devised by the upper echelons to cleanse the lower ranks of society, dubbed the Human Scum Purge Plan. Upon first hearing this alarming revelation, Lin Yedong could scarcely believe it, but observing Wu Miao's serious demeanor left little room for doubt. He dared not gamble on the authenticity of this information. As the storm approached, he resolved to face it head-on. Upon arriving at the base, Suze remained as calm and unperturbed as ever, starkly contrasting Lin Yedong's grave expression. Lin Yedong, remember that regardless of the cause of the beast tide, we must confront its impact. Who triggered it is of little consequence to us. However, if our base cannot withstand this tide, then what value is there in cowering within the confines of a small district? Suze glanced at Lin Yedong with a placid gaze, providing no further explanation. With eyes glinting with ambition, he stared into the distance for a long while before murmuring, "This crisis presents us with an opportunity for resurgence. Should the Shanghang district fall to the beast tide, then the chance for our ascendance will arise. Boss, I understand. I am willing to lay down my life at any moment. I do not require your life as sacrifice. Instead, focus on nurturing those few youngsters, shaping them swiftly into my sharpest weapons. They are all remarkable." Upon grasping Suze's intentions, a flicker of understanding illuminated Lin Yedong's eyes. He no longer lingered on the matter of the beast tide, having comprehended the essence of Suze's earlier words. Strengthening their capabilities before the tide's arrival was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Lin Yedong may not be adept in many areas, but he knew how to train those 10 young individuals. Are there truly so many? After Lin Yedong departed, Suze wasted no time. He promptly led Su Xia and Elsie into the base, only to discover that numerous unknown refugees had already begun to wander outside the newly erected walls. It appears that the individuals near Shanghang District are not native vagrants, but rather refugees who have migrated from other regions. Wu Yu, what is the situation with these people? When I departed earlier, they did not seem to be present. Just as Suze pondered this, Wu Yu manifested in his thoughts. After providing a brief introduction of Su Xia and Irxi to Wu Yu, Suze voiced his concerns. Although he felt no immediate threat from the refugees beyond the walls, the sudden appearance of these unfamiliar individuals within his territory naturally instilled a sense of caution in anyone. Suze, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. The identity of these refugees, Wu Yu remarked, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Just yesterday, shortly after Suze's departure, Wu Yu, accompanied by Zhang Shaojie, intended to outline a simple layout for the base and strategize the construction of peripheral defensive structures. However, shortly after they commenced their planning, we received alarming news. Over 100 ragged refugees had suddenly appeared outside the walls. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu and Zhang Shaojie instantly became tense. For the total personnel at the base barely exceeded 100. Should these refugees decide to storm the base, even with firearms at their disposal, casualties would be inevitable. Without delay, Wu Yu ascended the walls with Zhang Shaojie and several slaves, while the entire base went on high alert. Fortunately, These refugees seemed merely in search of a place to settle, as they did not choose to confront Wu Yu and his companions directly, but instead began erecting makeshift tents nearby. With Su Zhe absent at the time, Wu Yu hesitated to engage with them, thus tacitly allowing their temporary presence. "Have Zhang Shaojie come to see me, and unload all the supplies from the back of the vehicle," Su Zhe commanded, having grasped the situation. Without hesitation, he resolved to venture out and make contact with the refugees. Regardless of their origins, he maintained a heightened sense of caution until the specifics were clarified. "Boss, I'm here." Zhang Shaojie appeared much as before, save for some changes in attire. He still bore the same demeanor. However, the recent exertions had rendered him visibly weary, his previously smooth countenance now marked by fatigue. "Thank you for your hard work." As Su Zhe opened the loyalty panel, he noted a slight increase in Zhang Shaojie's loyalty, though it had not yet reached its maximum. Feeling somewhat satisfied, Su Zhe offered some encouragement before addressing the main issue. "Do we have any leads on the identities of the refugees outside the walls?" "Yes." To Su Zhe's surprise, Zhang Shaojie had indeed sought to uncover the origins of these refugees. "It seems they fled from the direction of the Beast Tide. I dispatched 2 individuals to gather information, and it appears they are unarmed. Let us go and ascertain their true nature." With this news, Su Zhe felt a slight alleviation of his worries, yet he remained vigilant regarding the group beyond the walls. Su Zhe maintained a sense of vigilance. Chapter 75, Shelter for the Displaced. "Boss, we've arrived," Zhang Shaojie announced. Although the number of displaced individuals was not large, they appeared to be divided into 2 factions. The encampment of these displaced persons was situated not far from Su Zhe's base. Under the guidance of Zhang Shaojie and a few armed subordinates, Su Zhe spotted the group gathered in the distance. Over 100 displaced individuals were split into 2 clusters, one to the east and the other to the west. Huddled at the foot of a desolate hill, a location Su Zhe had originally intended for an observation post. The area was strewn with tents of various sizes, alongside heaps of miscellaneous items. Although the true nature of these individuals remained unknown, Su Zhe was certain of one thing: they bore no visible weapons. He advised against hasty action. If they were indeed ordinary displaced persons, they could prove to be valuable labor. Of course, should anything seem amiss, he instructed to open fire without hesitation. From a distance, some of the nearer displaced individuals noticed Su Zhe and Zhang Shaojie emerging from their tents with expressions of confusion and apprehension, whispering amongst themselves. Su Zhe, however, paid little mind to their gazes, instead focusing intently on the group of a dozen individuals at the forefront. Among them were both men and women, clad in tattered clothing. Their faces, likely a result of malnutrition, bore a waxy yellow hue. Yet, in Su Zhe's eyes, if these individuals were merely displaced persons, they would undoubtedly constitute a commendable source of labor. Presently, these malnourished individuals were far superior to the slaves acquired from the black market. At least Su Zhe could discern in their eyes a yearning for life and a thirst for the outside world, qualities absent in the slaves of the black market. In any faction, slaves were relegated to the most menial tasks, while these escapees from the ravaged stronghold might possess potential mid-level talents. This was precisely what Su Zhe sought. "Let us approach these individuals," he declared. After giving Zhang Shaojie some instructions, Su Zhe strode forward into the gathering. "Who among you is the leader?" he inquired directly, surveying the group of displaced individuals. "I am the head of this base. If you wish to remain, we ought to become acquainted, for no one desires unfamiliar faces in their vicinity." To emphasize his intent, Su Zhe signaled to Zhang Shaojie, prompting him to step forward. "Stand in line, all of you. This is our leader, Su Zhe. If anyone behaves improperly, know that the weapon in my hand is very real." It must be said that among Su Zhe's subordinates, Zhang Shaojie was undoubtedly the most fitting for this role of intimidating the displaced individuals. His display of bravado left even Su Zhe momentarily speechless. "We hail from Guangdong province, having come here in search of sustenance when life became unbearable. If the adults find us unsuitable, we can depart. Old Wang, shall we leave? Our provisions are dwindling, and if we continue on this path, we may very well perish." Upon catching sight of the gleaming firearms in the hands of Zhang Shaojie and several others, a flicker of fear instantly crossed the eyes of the group before us. Survivors who have endured this apocalypse for so long must surely comprehend the dark laws that govern it. At times, fellow humans can be far more terrifying than mutated beasts or zombies. "What is your name, and what did you do before the end of the world?" As the surrounding chatter grew louder, Su Zhe's gaze narrowed slightly, focusing on the middle-aged man who had spoken first. standing approximately 6 feet tall, his muscular frame was evident. Despite the dirt-stained clothing and the unmistakable weariness etched on his face, Suze could still perceive a steadfast spirit in his eyes. He was a man of character. Wang Gang, a construction worker before the apocalypse. These individuals escaped from Guangdong province alongside me. In response to Suze's courteous inquiry, a hint of doubt flickered in Wang Gang's eyes. This was not their first attempt to enter an official shelter. Typically, they were met with immediate rejection. Prior to conversing with Suze, Wang Gang had braced himself for the possibility of retreat. Yet, the reality appeared different. Were they not being shooed away? A construction worker? Suze's eyes brightened at this revelation, for the base was in dire need of individuals possessing comprehensive construction skills. Furthermore, from Wang Gang's gaze, Suze sensed a glimmer of integrity and kindness. Have you considered seeking a place where you can have enough to eat? Suze inquired once more. What do you mean? Wang Gang's expression was filled with astonishment. Indeed, I am in need of personnel. Should you choose to stay? I assure you I would not be stingy with food supplies. Is this for real? Observing Suze's serious demeanor, Wang Gang too became earnest. In addition to my skills as a construction worker, these brothers are part of the same crew. As long as there is food on the table, we are willing to work for you. Food, without a doubt, serves as the ultimate currency in this desolate world. No one understands the significance of sustenance better than these displaced individuals. Initially expecting to be turned away, they were taken aback by the prospect of being sheltered by this young man. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Gang chose to stay. Boss, we can contribute as well. Will you take us in? Boss, although I am not adept at building houses, I can repair vehicles. I can cook and manage logistics. Seeing Suze's apparent willingness to shelter the refugees, a larger group of individuals grew increasingly animated. They approached Suze, eager to share their skills. In response to their earnestness, Suze welcomed them all. He instructed Zhang Shaojie to escort the newcomers back to the base, while Wang Gang was assigned to work under Wu's supervision. He instructed that all personnel from the original construction team be brought out. As for the other staff, Suze's arrangements were considerably simpler. He directed them to report their skills to Zhang Shaojie in unison. Zhang Shaojie. These individuals are far more useful than mere slaves. Once you comprehend their skills, devise a method to assign them to suitable positions, and ensure that their meals are adequately provided. We are not lacking in food. After detailing the tasks ahead, Suze returned to the base. He had another significant matter at hand: upgrading the vehicle. Chapter 76. Vehicle upgrade at the base. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully meeting the requirements for the vehicle upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Ding. Please select the vehicle upgrade route. The system will initiate the automatic upgrade process based on the resources allocated. After successfully accommodating Wang Gang and a substantial group of refugees under his command, Suze did not wish to squander any more time. He gestured for Zhang Shaojie to assign the newly arrived refugees to Wu, then made his way alone to the warehouse. He confirmed the upgrade for the base vehicle, Dawn. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze prepared the materials required for the upgrade of the base vehicle, Dawn, and made a firm decision in his mind. The armored vehicle, Marauder, at this stage, undoubtedly holds superior combat capabilities compared to Dawn. However, no matter how formidable the Marauder may be, it merely enhances Suze's individual fighting strength. In a post-apocalyptic world, unity and cooperation are the most prudent approaches. Ding. Congratulations, host, for meeting the upgrade requirements for Dawn. The upgrade is in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. The vehicle upgrade has been successfully completed. Below is the detailed attribute list for Dawn. Attribute panel, bound vehicle, base vehicle, Dawn, host, Suze, vehicle equipment, condensed electric core drive, anti-infantry armored shell, high-energy graphene compressed battery module, high-power four-wheel drive motor, high-strength alloy armor, dual 120mm caliber energy cannons, level 1 base vehicle expansion, reinforced alloy walls, barracks, energy towers, endurance, 1000. Automatic solar charging conversion, additional weapons, quadruple Vulcan 20mm caliber rapid-fire cannons X2, host feedback, body enhancement, alloy armor, personal weaponry, nanobot armament for Slaughter X2. Next stage upgrade requirements: Tier 3 energy crystals X1, Tier 2 energy crystals X10, Tier 1 energy crystals X100, ethereal or X100 tons. As a radiant light flickered, the substantial resources previously stored in the warehouse instantaneously vanished, merging into Suze's vehicle. In the next moment, A familiar sensation of enhanced power surged through Suzai's body. Although this upgrade did not elevate Suzai directly to the strength of a Tier 4 extraordinary being, it granted him a significant enhancement, likely reaching the pinnacle of Tier 3. If he were to merge with the vehicle, Suzai felt that his peak combat prowess could even contend with an early Tier 5 extraordinary being, aside from the usual evolution rewards. The entire appearance of the vehicle also underwent a remarkable transformation. The vehicle has transformed into a colossal entity, enveloped entirely in thick, composite silvery white armor. The formidable Vulcan cannon and dual-barreled kinetic guns stand resolutely atop the vehicle. If the armed truck prior to its upgrade was merely a monstrous beast endowed with formidable firepower, then the current Dawn stands as a heavily armored warrior, boasting both high attack and defense capabilities, with armor measuring a staggering several centimeters in thickness. Suzai harbored doubts that even the most advanced armor-piercing rounds of contemporary humanity could penetrate it. What astonished Suzai even more was the enhanced capabilities of the base vehicle post-upgrade, which now possessed the ability to construct various additional edifices, including barracks, alloy walls, and energy towers, elements that Suzai deemed essential. As for the nanorobots, he sought to understand their nature, after familiarizing himself with the newly unlocked buildings. His curiosity was piqued regarding the rewards bestowed upon the upgraded vehicle. The phrase nanorobot armed slaughter suggested the likelihood of 2 individual combat units. However, gazing at the stark emptiness of the warehouse before him, Suzai found himself perplexed. Where were the rewards? Ding. Please designate the deployment range for the base vehicle. Once the area is confirmed, the upgrade rewards will be dispensed. Sensing the confusion in Suzai's gaze, the system conjured a holographic map before him, revealing a 10-kilometer radius centered on his location, within which he could freely select the deployment area for the base vehicle. Oh, I see. Then let it unfold directly beneath me, Suzai concluded, grasping the system's explanation. He promptly opted for the base vehicle to deploy right at his feet. Yet, a thought flickered in his mind. System, will there be any unreasonable occurrences during the base vehicle's deployment? Before the system commenced the unfolding, Suzai's concern emerged. What if something inexplicable arose during the deployment? Surely, he could not merely attribute it to the caprices of nature, could he? Ding. All rewards granted by the system, including the bound vehicles, possess rational operational capabilities. Just as with the initial disguise of the bound vehicle, no one but the host will perceive any anomalies. The cold, mechanical voice concluded its explanation, and the system proceeded to fully deploy the base vehicle. Ding. The base vehicle is fully activated. Rewards are being dispensed. Ding. The list of base vehicle constructions has been successfully opened. Creations can be freely initiated in accordance with the required building materials. Moments later, the base vehicle had completely unfolded. As the system notifications vanished, 2 2-meter-tall mechanical entities, resembling miniature mechs, materialized before Suzai. Though lacking a detailed attribute panel, the configurations of these 2 robots conveyed an unmistakable aura of lethal firepower. From their compact frames, Suzai discerned no fewer than 5 distinct firearms, their bodies festooned with an array of ammunition. Even more striking were the specialized gun barrels atop the robots, 30mm calibers capable of loading armor-piercing rounds, explosive rounds, and incendiary shells, among various other munitions. It can be said that these 2 nanorobots are truly embodiments of war machines. The reward this time is exceedingly generous. With these 2 entities under sufficient defense, the beast tide may pose little threat to me. Upon realizing the formidable strength of the nanorobots before him, Suzai contemplated a matter of greater significance: the 3 types of structures that could be deployed by the base vehicle. Energy tower, a defensive facility that transforms surplus electrical energy into a means of attack. Currents of extreme heat can easily penetrate heavy steel defenses. Construction requirements: 100 kilograms of brass, 1 first-level energy crystal. First-level base vehicle construction limit: 2 units. Barracks, capable of training subordinates who have achieved loyalty, enhancing their personal attributes and combat methods. Construction requirements: steel, aluminum, 100 kilograms of brass, 1 first-level energy crystal. Construction limit: 1 unit. Alloy wall, a primary defensive unit crafted from high-strength alloys, easily capable of withstanding frontal assaults from various kinetic weapons. Construction requirements: 1 ton of steel. Construction limit: none. After briefly reviewing the attributes of these 3 structures, Suzai suddenly felt that the impending beast tide might not be as daunting as he had feared. Chapter 77. Base Planning I Ching. How have you been lately? Are you adapting to the extraordinary power within you? Early the next morning, after a cursory inspection of the internal operations of the base, Suze set off directly to the training center in search of Lin Yedong. However, he did not find Lin Yedong. Instead, he encountered Yi Qing, who was sitting quietly at the entrance. Compared to their first meeting, Yi Qing's overall complexion had markedly improved, although her expression remained serious. Suze could sense a hint of gratitude in her eyes. What intrigued Suze even more was that, in just a few days, Yi Qing's extraordinary power had multiplied. While not on par with Lin Yedong, her rapid growth was astonishing enough to leave Suze in awe. In a sense, Yi Qing was undoubtedly the most gifted individual Suze had ever encountered, without exception. The so-called prodigies born into the noble families of the imperial capital, such as Ling Feng and Shangguan Muyin, were utterly unworthy of comparison to Yi Qing. Brother Yedong went to find his sister and should return shortly. In response to Suze's inquiry, Yi Qing remained remarkably composed. It was not that she held any grievances against Suze. Rather, it was simply her nature. In truth, there was no pressing matter in seeking Lin Yedong. She merely intended to pass along something to him upon his return. Noticing Lin Yedong's absence, Suze directly handed the energy crystals he had prepared in advance to Yi Qing. These 10 energy crystals are for you and Lin Yedong to share equally. Additionally, you must take good care of the other 10 little ones and strive to cultivate their sense of teamwork as soon as possible. Having just completed the upgrade of the base vehicle, Suze found himself with few energy crystals remaining. Therefore, he could only temporarily entrust Yi Qing and Lin Yedong to use the first-level energy crystals. Moreover, Suze had a cursory glance at the loyalty levels of these little creatures through the loyalty interface. Although none of them had reached maximum loyalty, several had surpassed 90 points, with the lowest being over 85. Achieving such loyalty in such a short span of time left Suze quite satisfied. Estimating based on the current progress, it seemed that within a week at most, or merely 3 days at the very least, he would possess 10 extraordinary individuals. After handing the energy crystals to Yi Qing and discussing several other matters, Suze did not linger, promptly returning to the base. Has the construction progress accelerated so significantly? Truly, the abundance of manpower facilitates matters. Just last night, over 100 refugees, including Wang Gang, were welcomed, and by early morning, Suze could visibly discern that the pace of the base's construction had multiplied several times. The newly arrived refugees clustered in groups, laying foundations and constructing rudimentary roads. Upon encountering Suze, they would even greet him warmly, clearly regarding this place as their newfound home, which also indicated a marked increase in their recognition of Suze. In stark contrast, the slaves huddled together exhibited vacant gazes, demonstrating little initiative. The disparity between the two groups was astonishing. With the addition of these new individuals, could it be time for me to adopt a bolder approach? Initially, Suze had envisioned this base merely as a firearms production facility. Thus, the original layout was rather modest, even quite rudimentary, consisting solely of a workshop for firearm production, a storage warehouse, and some areas for miscellaneous items. However, it now appeared that the embryonic form of a settlement was emerging. Beyond the few locations Suze had initially planned, over a dozen simple small rooms had been constructed, fashioned from steel plates. Though unsightly, their functionality was impressive. Under Wu Yu's supervision, the outer walls were nearly completed, complemented by several tall watchtowers, instilling a sense of security. The only drawback was the absence of large-caliber defensive weapons and sturdy military fortifications within the base. However, these were minor issues. As long as Suze possessed sufficient resources, erecting such defensive structures would be a straightforward endeavor. More importantly, Suze now had personnel, provisions, and a measure of self-defense capability. Coupled with the fact that the location he initially chose was indeed advantageous. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the sole access route was remarkably concealed, making it an ideal stronghold that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. With a little time invested, transforming this into a genuine gathering point was entirely feasible. After all, returning to Shanghang District was not an option. Although thus far, neither Shanghang District nor Huaihai District was aware that the previous series of events had been orchestrated by Suze. Reimersing himself in the potentially perilous Shanghang District was simply not in his nature. Instead, establishing an independent stronghold and creating a new gathering point aligned more closely with Suze's current interests. In an instant, Suze's mind was flooded with numerous ideas. Utilizing his current location as the epicenter, he envisioned constructing a complete settlement in conjunction with the expansive plains nearby. This settlement would encompass residential areas, commercial zones, defensive structures, and various functional edifices. As for the population, Suze was not particularly concerned. Tens of thousands of refugees were pouring into the entire Su province. In such circumstances, a lack of inhabitants was hardly an issue. Unfortunately, the materials at hand were insufficient. Otherwise, he would have encircled the nearby wasteland in accordance with the standards of the system's alloy walls. The dream was splendid, yet reality was stark. After acquiring the base vehicle, Suze encountered a critical dilemma: a shortage of steel. To erect a 2-meter alloy wall required an astonishing amount of 1 ton of steel. The mere thought of this predicament gave him a headache. While the functionalities of the base vehicle were undeniably beneficial, the consumption of resources could only be described as exponentially increasing. There were 2 potential solutions to this issue. The first, the simplest approach, would be to raid a large gathering area like the Huaihai district or other official shelters for additional resources. The advantage of this method lay in its ability to swiftly address the steel shortage. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. A stable, long-term supply of steel would be unattainable. The decision-makers in the Huaihai district were no fools. The repeated thefts from their warehouses would inevitably prompt them to bolster their defenses. Suze was reluctant to be perpetually on the run over the most fundamental resources. The second method, which Suze favored, involved the possibility of discovering a complete metal vein nearby. If a vein could be located, the issue of steel scarcity could be resolved flawlessly. However, finding an unclaimed vein was no simple endeavor. Just then, as Suze pondered, Wu approached him, bringing with her good news. What? A large metal vein has been discovered near the ruins of a town just a few kilometers away. A flicker of astonishment crossed Suze's troubled face. Chapter 78. Details of the vein. Are you truly not jesting? It seemed that fortune favored him. For the first time, Suze felt a glimmer of luck in his favor, though he was acutely aware that Wu would never deceive him. The significance of this revelation prompted him to inquire further. After all, the information she provided was crucial for his future plans. Based on the current details, not only was the vein's location in close proximity to the base, but Wu's expression suggested that it might be unclaimed territory. The only potential drawback was the uncertainty regarding the primary metal content of this vein. If it contained steel, Suze would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. However, if it consisted of other types of minerals, while they held some value, it would not be substantial. My dear friend, I have just received a piece of intelligence from Zhang Shaojie. Yesterday, he and a few others conducted a patrol in the vicinity and stumbled upon individuals from the official shelter of Shanghang district. With a sense of vigilance, he decided to follow them, only to discover that these officials were not targeting us. Rather, they had uncovered a metallic vein, albeit at a considerable distance. Zhang Shaojie was uncertain about the specifics of the mineral. After conveying the details of this discovery to Suze, Wu handed over the items that Zhang Shaojie had entrusted to her. Following their exploration of the nearby mineral vein, the officials from Shanghang district returned, leaving behind only a fraction of their security personnel, while Zhang Shaojie remained to observe with his team. Wu presented a piece of coarse hemp paper, typically utilized for weapon maintenance. It was evident that Zhang Shaojie had used this paper to record critical information, reflecting the urgency with which he documented these details. The fact that the official shelter from Shanghang district personally led the operation and left a dozen individuals at the site of the mineral discovery was telling. Indeed, the information inscribed on the paper aligned closely with Suze's suspicions. The almost distorted handwriting suggested that Zhang Shaojie was quite anxious while jotting down these vital notes. Nevertheless, he had accomplished a relatively commendable task. The document not only meticulously detailed the location of the mineral vein but also recorded the deployment of security personnel surrounding it. A total of 20 guards had been stationed to oversee the mineral site, all armed with automatic rifles. They had also expelled several vagrants from the area. Is this all the strength they possess? At this point, a bold idea emerged in Suze's mind: to eliminate the security personnel left by Shanghang district and seize control of the mineral vein for himself. Upon reflection, however, he acknowledged that this plan carried certain risks. After all, the power of the official shelter from Shanghang district could not be underestimated, both in the past and present. While Suze could indeed outmatch them in elite combat capabilities, he was still outnumbered by the entirety of Shanghang district's forces. Yet, as the impending beast tide approached, the dynamics of the situation might undergo subtle changes. A beast tide of such magnitude would pose significant challenges, not just for Shanghang district alone, but for the entire province of Su as well. Under such circumstances, the significance of a mere mineral vein diminishes considerably. Weighing the pros and cons, Suze ultimately resolved to act. He intended to capitalize on the vacuum created by Shanghang District's preoccupation with the impending beast tide to claim the mineral vein for himself. This course of action indeed bore some risk, but it was manageable. Should Shanghang District falter against the beast tide, Suze could wholly absorb the nearby mineral resources without any lingering concerns. Conversely, even if Shanghang District successfully withstood the onslaught and preserved their stronghold, Suze would still have little to worry about. A complete beast tide requires no less than a month from inception to conclusion, and the casualties it incurs are undoubtedly substantial. Even if Shanghang District manages to withstand the beast tide, it would be unrealistic to take action against Suze in a short time frame. Thus, the only concern for Suze is a singular possibility before the beast tide arrives. Shanghang District might irrationally choose to strike at Suze, forcibly reclaiming the mineral veins. This scenario alone could jeopardize Suze's plans. However, the likelihood of such an event is minimal, so minuscule that after a brief contemplation, Suze dismissed the thought entirely. Any decision-maker not afflicted by severe cognitive impairment would not make such a foolish choice. Wu Yu, gather a dozen individuals, arm yourselves, and let us venture forth. After formulating a plan in his mind to seize the mineral veins, Suze proceeded without hesitation, ready to embark with Wu Yu and the others. Time was of the essence. Suze was reluctant to squander precious moments in indecision. Securing the mineral veins sooner would allow for independent extraction of resources, advancing his objectives. Understood, but should we involve Lin Yedong and the others in this operation? Wu Yu was well aware of Suze's intentions, yet she believed that if they were truly prepared to take forceful action, it would be more prudent to strike decisively. In the event of unforeseen complications, they could address them immediately. No need, Suze replied with a dismissive wave at Wu Yu's suggestion. Even with over 20 ordinary individuals, he could easily manage the situation alone, even against those equipped with automatic firearms. This arrangement was the result of Suze's utmost caution. Involving Lin Yedong and Yi Qin would be an overreaction. In a certain sense, even the weakest among the extraordinary beings, such as Xiao Sanmao, could handle the security personnel left behind in Shanghang District, albeit at the cost of more time. Cutting through Wu Yu's uncertainty, Suze allotted her 10 minutes to gather the personnel while he proceeded outside the city to await their arrival. 10 minutes later, a relatively combat-capable convoy appeared before Suze, 3 military trucks repurposed for transporting goods, 2-wheeled jeeps, and mounted atop them, heavy machine guns for firepower support. Wu Yu occupied the front jeep. It seemed he had underestimated Wu Yu's organizational skills. In just a few days, she had assembled a battle-ready team. Suze climbed aboard, taking the passenger seat, and observed Wu Yu meticulously inspecting the vehicles, feeling a sense of unexpected admiration. After all, within a mere week, she had selected 2 to 3 dozen capable individuals from a group of seemingly puppet-like slaves to serve as marksmen, demonstrating considerable aptitude. Chapter 79, Signs of the Beast Tide? So, Zhang Shaojie and his group are still lurking near the mineral veins? The precise location of the ore vein was not far from where Suze and his companions stood. Merely 20 minutes later, they arrived at a hollow near the vein. Close by lay the remnants of a small town, which prior to the apocalypse had been a mere village with a little over 200 households. After the cataclysm, all the villagers had sought refuge within the sanctuary of Shanghang District, leaving the area desolate. Besides a scattering of refugees, only a few vagrants roamed the vicinity. Some partially collapsed buildings obstructed Suze's view, rendering him unable to discern the situation near the ore vein. Earlier, I had intended for Zhang Shaojie to return with a group, but he insisted on keeping watch to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Wu Yu nodded. Gesturing toward the ruins of the town, Zhang Shaojie and his team are inside the buildings of the town. Understood. Let us move swiftly. Following Wu Yu's direction, Suze's keen eyesight indeed spotted Zhang Shaojie's figure amidst the abandoned structure. Without hesitation, Suze led his team toward Zhang Shaojie's location. Boss, the situation has changed. Minutes later, having just entered the building, a visibly anxious Zhang Shaojie rushed down from the upper floor. The palpable panic etched on his youthful face was evident. Had something unexpected occurred? Suze was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Shaojie's demeanor. After all, the recent reports indicated that they had not been compromised, and thus no perilous situation should arise. Boss, you don't understand. Previously, after I relayed the information about this area to Wu Yu, nothing unusual happened, but now it's different. Sensing the confusion in Suzai's gaze, Zhang Shaojie wasted no time in explanation and pulled Suzai to the window on the second floor. Despite the town's dilapidation and the surrounding structures in ruins, the geographical vantage allowed Suzai to glimpse the desolate plains beyond through the window. Boss, a beast tide has arrived. The 20 or so remaining near the Orvane have all perished. The mine is now completely overrun by hundreds of mutated wolves. Following Zhang Shaojie's indication, Suzai clearly observed the mass of wolf-like creatures prowling around the mine, their mottled fur soaked in a sanguinary aura. Some of the mutated wolves had even begun to feast upon the corpses of humans strewn across the ground. Equipment lay scattered about, and dark red blood congealed on the earth, taking on a strangely beautiful quality under the bright sunlight. Each droplet of blood refracted an inexplicable light. Though these mutated wolves initially appeared akin to ordinary wolves, their immense physiques resembled that of calves, indicating they were not to be trifled with. These creatures. We were still monitoring those near the Orvane, and within less than half an hour, they suddenly appeared. Those poor souls were viciously torn apart. If the assailants near the Orvane were members of rival factions, Zhang Shaojie might not have felt such overwhelming fear. After all, in this lawless world where survival of the fittest prevails, fatalities resulting from resource disputes are all too common. However, it was not fellow humans he faced, but rather a horde of merciless beasts driven by insatiable bloodlust. This was a reality that Zhang Shaojie found difficult to accept. Just moments ago, those who resembled him had been alive within his sight, and now they had been reduced to mere carrion. Having grasped the events that transpired, Suzai maintained his usual calm demeanor. Rising slowly, he stepped out of the dwelling. Zhang Shaojie and Wu Yu followed in his wake. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts, instead opting to silently stand behind him, awaiting his command. Let us eliminate them, Suzai contemplated, recognizing that the appearance of these creatures provided a perfect justification for action. After a brief moment of silence, he arrived at a decision to swiftly eliminate the nearby pack of mutated wolves and subsequently seize control of the Orvane. However, at this juncture, Suzai was not overly concerned with the ore itself. The sudden emergence of these mutated wolves was what truly captured his attention. It was known that within a 5-kilometer radius of Shanghong district, mutated beasts or zombies capable of threatening human life could indeed appear, albeit infrequently. Most mutated creatures were solitary individuals. This was a significant reason why Suzai had established his firearms production line not far from the outskirts of Shanghong district. Yet now, the alarming sight of hundreds of mutated wolves appearing so close to a populated area was not merely a coincidence that could be easily dismissed. Coupled with the news of a beast tide that he had heard from Wu Miao, it seemed imperative to accelerate his plans. If time proved insufficient to withstand the impending beast tide, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. The current horde of mutated wolves posed no real threat to Suzai. He could dispatch them with ease. But what about the forthcoming large-scale beast tide? A sudden, inexplicable sense of urgency surged within him. Give me the gun, he instructed firmly. Silencing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Suzai felt no excessive anxiety. Instead, he took the firearm from Wu Yu, chambered a round, aimed, and fired. The dull thud of the bullet shattering the silence echoed through the air. Several hundred meters away, a mutated wolf wandering in the wilderness collapsed in response to the shot. Eliminate them without hesitation. Don't conserve ammunition, Wu Yu called out, rallying Zhang Shaojie and the others to join in the fray. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the wolves meandering near the Orvane. Damn, my aim. After expending a full magazine, yet only managing to hit 3 or 4 wolves, Wu Yu's expression turned sour. Frustrated, she discarded the firearm and, drawing a sharp dagger from her waist, charged forward. For Wu Yu personally, the weapon she wielded now felt far more effective than the firearm she had just abandoned. You all proceed forward. Zhang Shaojie, take a few individuals to stand guard around the perimeter. If any refugees appear, apprehend them immediately. After a relentless barrage of gunfire, the once formidable pack of mutated wolves was reduced to a mere handful, struggling for survival. The remainder lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. Witnessing this, Suzai wasted no time and led his team into the mining area. Chapter 80. Securing the Mine. A Vein of Iron? Once the remaining mutated wolves were eradicated, Suzai cautiously approached the vicinity of the mine. The ground beneath him, a striking grayish-white expanse, was dotted with patches of mottled grass. A towering peak loomed ahead, standing several meters high. From the exposed crimson or visible on the mountainside, Suzai could confidently ascertain that this mine was indeed a legitimate iron deposit. Although the visible iron content might not be substantial, Suze felt a sense of satisfaction. Boss, these energy crystals were extracted from the heads of those beasts. We also have some pelts, albeit many are riddled with bullet holes. Nevertheless, these items could fetch a good price in the black market. As for the corpses left behind by the security personnel from Shanghang District, I have already instructed my team to bury them. If left unaddressed, there is a possibility they could rise as zombies. To ensure the safety of the mine, Zhang Shaojie took the initiative to bury all the bodies on site and provided a brief report on their findings. At that moment, Suze had just completed a preliminary examination of the mine when Wu Yu and Zhang Shaojie entered, bringing with them a collection of pelts stripped from the mutated wolves, despite being drenched in the vivid blood of the beasts. Zhang Shaojie and his companions viewed these items as valuable commodities for food exchange, in addition to carrying over 20 firearms left behind by the Shanghang District security personnel. Zhang Shaojie also handed over a dozen first-tier energy crystals to Suze. Leave a few individuals nearby to keep watch. If any personnel from Shanghang District approach, avoid confrontation and report to me immediately. Glancing at the blood-stained energy crystals in his hand, Suze refrained from further comment. In terms of sheer quantity, the spoils from this hunt were not particularly impressive, indicating a stroke of misfortune. Typically, such robust mutated wolves would yield energy crystals. However, the quantity obtained this time was merely 1/10 of what was expected. Wu Yu, Zhang Shaojie, let us depart. The nearby veins are all iron deposits, and it seems imperative that we locate equipment for smelting the ore swiftly. Despite the less than fortunate haul, Suze's spirits remained unperturbed. He had more pressing matters to attend to, as finding a means to efficiently smelt the ore was crucial for maximizing the resources from the surrounding mines. Other concerns paled in comparison to this critical objective. My dear leader, typically, smelting equipment can only be found in shelters. If we desire such items, we may need to try our luck in the black market. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shaojie immediately grasped the implication. Boss, shall I venture to the black market? Certainly. Zhang Shaojie, take 2 individuals with you to seek any information regarding smelting equipment. If you find anything, return promptly and inform me. Without a doubt, Zhang Shaojie's astuteness is unparalleled among Suze's subordinates, instantly comprehending the directive. Consequently, Suze made arrangements for himself and Wu Yu to return to the base, leaving a few personnel behind to guard the nearby mines, while Zhang Shaojie proceeded to the black market to gather intel on the equipment. Moments later, Suze and his team divided into 2 groups and commenced their actions. Please, don't kill me. I'm just trying to make a living. I'm not from Shanghang District. Just as Zhang Shaojie departed and Suze and Wu Yu prepared to return to the base, 2 subordinates brought before them a disheveled figure, reeking of an unbearable stench. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to a weasel. Before Suze could speak, Wu Yu's face transformed, overtaken by shock. Indeed, it was a rare sight to encounter someone so uniquely peculiar. The man had beady eyes and a sly expression, exuding an air of mischief, and his hair was a chaotic nest of yellow strands. The comparison to a weasel was, without a doubt, accurate. Observing this, Suze exited the vehicle, his expression a mixture of curiosity and distaste as he approached the individual. What is your name, and what brings you to this desolate place? A vagabond surely wouldn't he come here to seek sustenance. With that, a flicker of disdain flashed in Suze's eyes, not out of disdain for the man himself, but rather due to the overwhelmingly foul odor emanating from him, a nauseating blend of excrement and an inexplicable rancid scent. The amalgamation of such repugnant fragrances was indescribable. Brother, I truly was just passing through, but I was brought here by people from Shanghang District. Please don't kill me. In response to Suze's inquiry, the man fell to his knees in fright. My name is Huang Shuan. I am indeed a wanderer. The name elicited a momentary lapse in Suze's stern demeanor, as he struggled to suppress a smile. Sensing the fleeting amusement in Suze's expression, Huang Shuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Now, tell me, since you are merely a vagabond, what is the reason for the substantial load of, or upon your back? Although Suze had little interaction with the so-called wanderers, he could discern that Huang Shuan was no ordinary drifter. Typically, a wanderer carries only their meager possessions, bedding, weapons, clothing, and primarily food. However, the individual before him, Huang Shuan, was evidently different. Aside from the 2 nearly corroded cans filled with a grayish-white paste hanging from his waist, his entire body was covered in fragments of ore. And in his hand, he clutched an iron pickaxe. Could this be called a wanderer? Suze found it hard to believe. Rather than a vagabond, he seemed more like a rudimentary miner. I could offer you these scraps if you wish, he remarked, noticing the scrutiny in Suzai's gaze. Huang Shulan suddenly became flustered, a flicker of cunning gleaming in his eyes. What use do I have for this pile of junk? Suzai kicked aside the refuse Huang Shulan had discarded and seized him. What I wish to know is where you acquire these ores. Suzai was not concerned with Huang Shulan's identity. His interest lay in the origins of the ores on Huang's person. The ore beneath Suzai's feet was hematite, predominantly a deep red hue, while the ores Huang Shulan bore were a grayish-white. Clearly, these minerals did not originate from the same vein as the one beneath Suzai. Chapter 81. Buy one get one free. Do not presume I am oblivious to the origin of these items. I suspect you have stumbled upon a small iron deposit. Have you not? As for your destination. Observing Huang Shulan's unyielding demeanor, seemingly intent on further evasion, Suzai decided to lay bare the truth. You intend to sell these items in the nearby black market, which is merely a few kilometers from here, leaving little room for doubt. Huang Shulan's objective was evidently there. All right, brother, I concede. There is indeed another small vein nearby, but I advise you to abandon any notions of pursuing it. Realizing his excuse had been dismantled, Huang Shulan accepted his misfortune while also discerning Suzai's intentions, fearing he might covet the mine he was aware of. However, given the current company of Suzai and his cohort, even with ample ammunition, Huang Shulan slowly shook his head. In front of him stood 20 to 30 individuals, all armed with standard firearms, and they were no ordinary drifters. Such a force could easily survive even outside the shelters. Yet, in Huang Shulan's eyes, the idea of seizing that small mine from the Tiger Mercenary Corps was sheer folly. The Tiger Mercenary Corps boasted hundreds of formal members and was fortified by powerful, extraordinary beings. Their subordinates included both exploration and hunting teams as their mainstay. To Huang Shulan, aside from the official shelter's might, virtually no power in the eastern region of Su province could contend with them directly. The audacity of a mere 20 or 30-person team attempting to challenge the Tiger Mercenary Corps was nothing short of a pipe dream. Brother, heed my words. As the saying goes, a horse cannot thrive without night grass, yet one must also weigh their own strength. You are no match for the Tiger Mercenary Corps. Huang Shulan was not malicious. He survived by petty thievery across various regions. And given Suzai and his companions' relatively amicable attitude towards him, he could not bear to see them march to their doom. The Tiger Mercenary Corps? Why does this name evoke such an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Huang Shulan never anticipated that his attempts at persuasion would not only fail to intimidate the young man before him, but would instead pique his interest even further. Do not jest. The Tiger Mercenary Corps boasts several hundred members, although there are over 100 guards at that mine. It is certainly beyond the capabilities of you lot to handle. Zhang Shaojie, come here. Huang Shulan's warnings bore no fruit, as Suzai disregarded his words entirely, instead gesturing for Zhang Shaojie to approach. The ragtag group we encountered last time seemed to be members of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, did they not? Indeed. The conflict that occurred in Shanghang district involved affiliates of that faction, albeit peripheral members. Upon hearing Suzai's words, Zhang Shaojie recalled their previous altercation with the Tiger Corps. Seizing the opportunity to resolve that troublesome group would be fortuitous. After confirming with Zhang Shaojie, Suzai stepped forward to Huang Shulan. Reveal to me the location where you discovered these ores. In return, I present you with this. With that, Suzai casually retrieved a can of beef from the vehicle. The can, modest in size, could sustain an individual for a day, yet in this world, it was undeniably a luxury. You are the one who wishes to pursue this. Do not say I did not warn you. Best of luck. Huang Shulan had intended to say more, but as Suzai tossed the can of beef, the glimmer of light flickered in his otherwise somber eyes. Accepting the can, he promptly produced a rudimentary map. Noticing that Suzai and his companions were not focused on him, Huang Shulan seized the opportunity to make his escape. Suzai, observing this, made no effort to signal his subordinates to stop him. He simply watched Huang Shulan depart before turning his attention to the map in his hands. Let us proceed. Fortune favors us with a pillow just as we begin to feel drowsy. It appears to be a small mine, ready for excavation. How splendid. A buy one, get one free. Shortly after Huang Shulan's departure, Suzai gleaned the essential information regarding the small mine from the map. It was a mere 3 kilometers away, situated behind the very mountain beneath his feet. If all went smoothly, reaching it by car would take no more than 20 to 30 minutes. What intrigued Suzai even more was that the mine Huang Shulan had pointed out was not an undeveloped vein like the one beneath his feet, but rather a simple mining site equipped with refining machinery. Under optimal conditions, it could yield nearly 2 tons of raw ore daily. While it paled in comparison to the steel forged in official sanctuaries, it was still, or nonetheless. For Suze, this distinction held little significance, as the system's material requirements did not impose stringent specifications on the type of steel. Therefore, regardless of the mine's ownership, it was effectively within Suze's grasp. Moreover, given the previous friction with the Tiger Mercenary Corps, there was little reason to fear any purported retribution. Zhang Shaojia, ushering people into the vehicle, proclaimed, "Let us embark on a grand undertaking." He gestured for Wu Yu and the others to enter, while Suze prepared to seize the small mining vein located at the rear of the mountain. It was a classic case of buy one, get one free. "Boss, we've arrived. Should we send a few individuals to scout the strength of our opponents?" The time taken to reach the mining site was significantly shorter than Suze had anticipated. Merely a few minutes later, his convoy had traversed the mountains and come to a halt in a modest basin. From within this depression, a prominently exposed mountain was vividly visible, allowing for direct extraction without the need for blasting or excavation. The mine's area was rather small, based solely on its size. This iron mine appeared to be a branch of the vein Suze had previously discovered. Surrounding it was a rudimentary wall constructed of homemade concrete and red bricks, with a watchtower perched high on the left, equipped with an unknown model of machine gun. The so-called smelting and mining apparatus was astonishingly simplistic, a primitive coal-fired boiler and a basic impact drill incessantly breaking apart the surface iron ore. Upon closer inspection, Suze noted numerous displaced individuals continually extracting ore from the already expanded mine shafts and transporting it to the smelting furnace. As for the guards mentioned earlier by Huang Shulan, Suze did not encounter them in abundance. He only spotted a dozen or so burly men armed with guns, gathered at the entrance, engrossed in a game of cards, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. There is no need for such complications. "Let us eliminate these ruffians and take control of this mine," Suze decisively declared after assessing the site. Chapter 82, A Warning to Others, Boss. Although we may not appear numerous, charging indirectly could result in casualties, Zhang Shaojie remarked, his reluctance evident in his conflicted expression. "Remember this. I require warriors who can contribute combat prowess, not a group of cowards who merely hide behind cover and fire aimlessly." This battle could be considered one of the rare opportunities for real combat, which would also serve to rid the ranks of any dead weight among the team. With that, Suze cast a piercing gaze over his followers. The majority of this cohort comprised the original slaves who had accompanied Suze from the beginning. After enduring a considerable period of trials, many had shed their initial puppet-like state, and Suze could distinctly perceive their yearning for freedom reflected in their eyes, coupled with a surge of fighting spirit. While Suze was not entirely satisfied, the progress achieved was commendable. Yet, a small fraction of the personnel remained, motivated solely by the prospect of food, willing to linger within the ranks. From previous skirmishes, Suze had discerned that even in the absence of direct confrontation, there were still 3 or 5 individuals lurking at the back of the group, timid and devoid of any fighting spirit. Every individual cherishes their own life, a sentiment that Suze can comprehend. However, he is reluctant to have those who may betray at such critical moments within his ranks. The imminent battle presents an opportune means to expunge these dregs, much like purging impurities from steel forged in a fierce furnace. "Do you understand?" Observing the silent Zhang Shaojie beside him, Suze spoke again, his indifferent gaze shifting from the group behind to Zhang Shaojie. "I understand. I will lead the team." Zhang Shaojie, grasping the essence of Suze's words, clenched his teeth in assurance. After decisively checking the ammunition in his firearm and confirming its sufficiency, he proceeded without hesitation, leading the charge. "Brother Zhang, let us join as well. Sudagu has truly said it all. If we flee at such a moment, are we still human? I, Zhang Long, will never cower in fear." "I wish to follow Zhang Shaojie. Brothers, charge. Once we seize this mining area, what do we have to fear regarding survival?" Suze's earlier words, though not thunderous, resonated clearly within the ears of Zhang Shaojie and his companions, who were not far from him. Witnessing Zhang Shaojie take the lead, the majority surged forward alongside him, while only a few lingered in hesitation. To Suze's surprise, those who remained conflicted did not hesitate for long, seemingly compelled by Suze's presence or other factors. Within mere seconds, they too followed in Zhang Shaojie's footsteps. Quite satisfactory. "No one has chosen to stay behind," Suze mused, a flicker of surprise surfacing within him. Despite earlier indications of cowardice from certain individuals, it appeared that they had not disobeyed orders in this pivotal moment. Thus, Suze resolved to grant them another chance. "Suze, should I advance?" Zhang Shaojie and his cohort moved rapidly, their group of over 20 already breaching the basin and advancing towards the mine while Suze momentarily lost his focus. Progressing straight ahead, utilizing the towering heaps of rubble surrounding them, Zhang Shaojie's group remained undetected for the time being. However, Wu Yu, who stood steadfastly by Suze, could not suppress her concern upon witnessing this development. After all, from the information gleaned from Huang Shulan, it appeared that the mine was guarded by around 70 to 80 personnel. With Zhang Shaojie's meager numbers, even a surprise assault bore a significant risk of failure. Rest assured, I merely wished to test the combat capabilities of Zhang Shaojie and his team, not to send them forth to their demise. Suze reassured her as Wu Yu prepared to enter the fray. He gestured for her to approach. Do you see the northwest mine shaft? There is no one there. Take a dozen men and infiltrate that area, eliminating any armed personnel on the spot. In truth, Suze had already begun scouting for defensive vulnerabilities in the mining area while previously reprimanding Zhang Shaojie. As anticipated, Suze discovered a direct tunnel leading into the depths of the mine, notably devoid of any security personnel. With Wu Yu's formidable prowess, should he gain entry, dispatching those armed guards would be as effortless as slaughtering swine. While ordinary individuals pose a certain threat to extraordinary beings at a distance of 50 meters, within that range, an extraordinary being could easily breach the line formed by mere mortals. Thus, from the outset, Suze had no intention of entrusting the offensive responsibilities to Zhang Shaojie at the front. The 20 or so individuals he brought along served merely as a ruse for diversion. Upon comprehending this, Wu Yu swiftly identified the vulnerabilities in the plan. Follow me, and we shall conclude this swiftly. Wu Yu led his assembled security team directly into the mine. The cadre accompanying Wu Yu appeared quite competent. Indeed, there exists a distinct difference between refugees and slaves. The group of over 10 individuals Wu Yu brought was composed of scattered refugees, initially organized to safeguard the firearms production line. However, they had since been incorporated into Suze's ranks. Although they had undergone only a few days of formal training, they significantly outclassed the ragtag assembly led by Zhang Shaojie. In essence, they epitomized the disparity between a disciplined military force and a disordered mob. From the very formation of their march, Suze could perceive the chasm between the two groups. Zhang Shaojie's team exhibited chaotic movements, lacking any semblance of order. In stark contrast, Wu Yu's squad operated in pairs, effectively coordinating their actions, with 2 individuals designated for lateral defense. Even if detected by the enemy, they would be poised to counterattack immediately. It became evident that the foundational teams should be meticulously selected from among the refugees, as the overall quality of those who had already become enslaved was woefully inadequate. Though Suze could not definitively assert that the combat effectiveness of Zhang Shaojie's motley crew was inferior to that of Wu Yu's contingent, the clear distinctions in discipline and execution led him to a resolute conclusion. The personnel under Zhang Shaojie represented the last remnants of Suze's forces formed by slaves. Chapter 83. Seizing the mine. Bang, bang, bang. Charge forward and eliminate those few individuals, Suze commanded. Leave 2 to secure the weapons, Lao Zhang. Take a few men to occupy the high ground. Did you grow legs overnight? I finished the fight, and you've only just arrived? The evening meal is hereby cancelled. Despite Suze's dismissive attitude towards Zhang Shaojie and his team, they performed commendably in actual combat. Utilizing surprise tactics and their overwhelming firepower, within mere minutes, Zhang Shaojie and his men had neutralized the several guards stationed at the mine's entrance, gaining preliminary control over a portion of the area ahead. Some elite members of Zhang Shaojie's team had already begun to secure the surrounding high points. Overall, Zhang Shaojie and his men displayed commendable combat prowess, though it did not imply a complete absence of issues. If you wish to avoid serving under me, then be gone. Should there be a next time, I shall personally put an end to you. Once assured that no enemies lurked nearby, Zhang Xiaojie unleashed his pent-up fury upon the last few individuals to arrive at the battlefield. The excuse offered was their unfortunate delay. Yet Zhang Xiaojie knew these men were merely cowards clinging to life. I care not for your thoughts. Charge in now, or test the consequences. He loaded his weapon, ready to grant the 3 before him one final chance. Into the mine we shall not go. We refuse. I have no desire to die. Is it not merely a matter of consuming a small portion of your provisions? We no longer require these supplies. Upon hearing this, the 3 men dared to prepare for insubordination. Zhang Xiaojie, remember that mercy towards the weak will only lead to your own misfortune. Just as Zhang Xiaojie stood in shock, A familiar figure appeared beside him. I was inclined to offer you an opportunity, but alas, you have taken it for granted. The speaker was Suze, who cast a meaningful glance at the somewhat helpless Zhang Xiaojie before decisively drawing his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gunshots rang out, the 3 individuals attempting to draw their weapons and flee collapsed to the ground. A gaping wound marred their foreheads, and in their dying eyes flickered a trace of disbelief. They had not anticipated Suze's swift and unyielding response, nor the lack of an opportunity for explanation. Collect the bodies. As Suze holstered his firearm, his gaze fell upon the onlookers. I, Suze, am not unreasonable. I merely wish for you to remember who it is that provides your sustenance and arms. If you wish to leave, it is permissible. Simply relinquish your weapons and inform us before you depart. Should you attempt to betray us, it shall be on your own heads. You will have no one but yourself to blame. Truth be told, Suze seldom resorted to harsh measures against his own. However, when one resorts to using a firearm against their comrades, they cease to be considered allies. A glance at the loyalty panel revealed that the loyalty of the 3 he had eliminated had plummeted below 40. In other words, these men could be aptly described as having already defected. Proceed inside. Wu Yu and the others should have dealt with the remaining personnel in the mine. Keep a vigilant eye for any lingering threats. As Suze's counsel reached the ears of the others, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with Zhang Xiaojie remaining mute throughout. Part of their silence stemmed from Suze's decisive actions, which had left Zhang Xiaojie and the others profoundly awed. Yet the primary reason lay in Zhang Xiaojie's understanding that Suze's approach was indeed the most prudent course of action, a sentiment shared by the others as well. Let us divide into 2 teams, exercise caution in concealed areas. Upon receiving Suze's command, Zhang Xiaojie set aside his earlier concerns. The imperative task at hand was to eliminate the remaining adversaries within the mine, and that was of utmost importance. Signaling to his subordinates to advance, Zhang Xiaojie cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Until he confirmed that no one was around, Zhang Xiaojie hurried towards the direction of Wu Yu and the others. Although the mine was not far from the base, the challenge of defending this location was significant, especially with the previously discovered undeveloped mineral vein. The garrison strength of the entire mine was rather limited, and Suze did not accompany Zhang Xiaojie and the others to eliminate the remaining resistance. Instead, he pondered another matter: how to secure this mine permanently. Despite the relatively short straight-line distance to the base, there remained a considerable gap. Relying solely on the defensive forces of the base would hardly extend its influence over the surrounding area. Furthermore, the development of the mineral vein previously discovered by Zhang Xiaojie posed another thorny issue. Ultimately, Suze found himself lacking personnel. He was short on low-skilled laborers as well as high-caliber technical talent. Where could he recruit people? While it was not overly difficult to find personnel, given the abundance of displaced individuals around the official shelter, it would be relatively easy to gather them if sufficient food was provided. However, acquiring suitable personnel was indeed a challenge. The individuals obtained through such means were often the most basic of refugees, possessing little beyond physical strength and lacking loyalty. This was not the quality of population Suze desired. He sought individuals with a foundational education, those who could be easily managed, and who possessed specialized skills, people who would be loyal to him. Let Wu Yu temporarily oversee these 2 mineral veins, he decided. As for personnel, it was best to filter out a portion of the refugees who could be immediately useful, while the truly ideal high-quality talents would need to be recruited from the area surrounding the official shelter. The ideal was promising, yet the reality was stark. Although reason advised Suze to adopt a strategy of better to have fewer, but more controllable elite talents, the impending beast tide loomed large. Responding to a large-scale beast tide could not be solely resolved by a handful of human elites. In truth, the best solution to an insurmountable problem was to embrace it. To combat the beast tide, the most effective approach was to harness the masses. With this thought in mind, Suze could only adopt a more compromise-driven method. On one hand, he would gradually search for suitable talents to incorporate into his team. On the other, he would seek out personnel who, while not exceptional, could serve as a backbone in his fight against the beast tide. This, thus far, was the best strategy Suze could conceive. Captain, we've eliminated all the remaining members of the Tiger Brigade. This individual was responsible for mining. I've brought him to you. Moments later, just as Suze was still contemplating his future direction, Wu Yu appeared before him with 2 men. Chapter 84. The mining team, who are you? To Suze's surprise, before he could speak, the 2 men brought by Wu Yu inquired about the identities of Suze and his companions. After scrutinizing Suze before him, one of the men wearing a white hat spoke again. We are miners hired by the Tiger Mercenary Corps. My name is Lao Choping, and I have no direct connection to the Tiger Corps. Suze understood the identity of these two individuals after hearing their words. Glancing behind them, he noticed that Zhang Ziaj had also brought along a group of 70 to 80 naked miners. What is the remuneration offered to you by the Tiger Corps? If you do not mind, I can provide the same compensation. The individuals before him clearly formed a complete mining team. From Liao Chomping's relatively calm demeanor, it was evident that they were merely hired hands contracted by the Tiger Corps with no actual ties to them. What remuneration? We were forcibly brought here by the Tiger Corps as laborers. Brother, I advise you not to fixate on this mine. You cannot afford to provoke the Tiger Corps. Several smaller factions attempted to do the same as you, but they merely ended up leaving a few corpses and some abandoned mines. Clearly, Liao Chomping was not new to the ordeal of changing ownership of a mine. Ultimately, the Tiger Mercenary Corps remained in control. Finding Suze somewhat agreeable, Liao Chomping felt compelled to offer a word of caution. No remuneration? That makes things rather difficult. Suze paid no heed to Liao Chomping's words. Instead, he was more concerned about the issue of compensation for hiring this group of miners. In normal circumstances, Suze could easily accept this team of miners by simply loading a bullet and having Zhang Ziaj point his gun at their foreheads, thus compelling them to work without any cost. However, Suze did not wish to resort to such measures. He sought not slaves who submitted by force, but rather talents who willingly joined his team. Here is the deal. I will guarantee you 3 meals a day, and the food will not be mere leftovers. Additionally, the living conditions will improve. At the very least, you will not be in a shack. What you need to do is quite simple. Just work as miners for 8 hours a day. After a moment of contemplation, Suze articulated the terms he could offer and slowly approached Liao Chomping. What do you think of this arrangement? Brother Liao, let us work with this guy. When have the beasts of the Tiger Corps ever offered us such terms? If it weren't for our skills in mining, we might have been dead by now. Suddenly, another man, who had remained silent beside Liao Chomping, could no longer restrain himself after hearing Suze's words. Who is this? Suze inquired, glancing at the man. Oh, this is my brother, Liao Yunfeng. Liao Chomping introduced the man beside him, a flicker of urgency crossing his face. We agree. As long as you can guarantee our food supply, that will suffice. Just as Liao Chomping was about to refuse, Liao Yunfeng unexpectedly spoke up and agreed to the matter. Excellent. You are far more decisive than your brother. Upon receiving a definitive response, Suze's lips curled into a subtle smile. Of course, Liao Chomping's expression darkened on the other side. Speak up. What exactly are you worried about? Suze discerned the turmoil in Liao Chomping's eyes. The strength of the Tiger Mercenary Corps is far greater than you imagine. Our presence here is inconsequential, but what about you? Is your so-called Tiger Mercenary Corps truly formidable? Suze chuckled, then gradually approached the mountain before him, pausing only at its base. Just right, explosives are rather costly. Let's create a new mine shaft, which will save us some time. As his words fell, an invisible aura suddenly emanated from Suze. Boom. In the next moment, an immense explosive force congregated at Suze's fist. With a single punch, a small hill several meters high completely collapsed. Brother, we have aligned ourselves with the right person this time. Zhang Xiaojie and Wu Yu maintained a relatively calm demeanor upon witnessing this. But the expressions of the Liao brothers were markedly different, filled with astonishment. Rest assured, my strength surpasses your expectations by a significant margin. Suze returned to Liao Chomping's side, patting his shoulder to indicate he need not dwell on irrelevant concerns. Just focus on your own matters. What Suze was undertaking was far from idleness. In order to recruit personnel, beyond necessary compensation, sheer force is also an exceedingly effective method. Coincidentally, this moment presented the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his strength. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Suze, and from this moment forth, this mining site belongs to me. Your task is straightforward, to transform these stones into ore. In return, I assure you of your sustenance, safety, and lives. As he stood atop the mound of crushed ore, a grave determination flickered in Suze's eyes. Zhang Xiaojie, remain here to assist Liao Chomping and his team. Additionally, dispatch another squad to stand guard 100 meters away. Wu Yu, come with me and bring a supply of food. After seeing the miners gradually settle down, Suze instructed Zhang Xiaojie to maintain vigilance, while he led Wu Yu back to the base. In addition to fetching a supply of food, Suze had another task at hand, to eliminate the Tiger Mercenary Corps. According to prior intelligence, The Tiger Mercenary Corps dispatched a team every 3 days to collect the wrought iron produced here, either for trade or as provisions. Today was the day the Tiger Mercenary Corps came to retrieve the iron. Seizing this opportunity, Suze intended to capture the entire Tiger Mercenary Corps in one fell swoop and simultaneously bring in additional personnel to expand the mining crew. After outlining his plans, Suze promptly boarded a vehicle, returning to the base with Wu Yu. Meanwhile, at the Tiger Mercenary Corps stronghold in Shanghang District, Boss Zhang, your arrival is quite timely, as we are just on the verge of selling a small mining operation that yields over 10 tons of pig iron daily with a steady output. Were it not for the lack of energy crystals within our organization, we would never consider parting with this mine. At the forefront, the formidable leader of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, Lei Guobin, sat in a grand armchair in the reception area, a menacing smile flickering across his fierce visage. Before him stood a shadowy Taoist, brandishing a long sword, silently awaiting the proceedings. Chapter 85, Lei Guobin indeed. The demand for iron mines within our Su Province alliance is substantial, yet I fear that the price proposed by Lei is somewhat disproportionate. The Su Province alliance stands apart from typical factions, straddling the line between official and unofficial realms. It possesses both sanctioned might and extraordinary individuals, forming a relatively loose organization. However, this looseness does not equate to weakness. The fundamental requirement for joining the alliance mandates one to be at least a first-tier extraordinary being with a modicum of influence. Only thus can one barely qualify for membership. As for genuine alliance members, they are predominantly second-tier or higher extraordinary beings. The alliance lacks a fixed territory, yet, with the protection of official entities, none dare to engage it lightly. Master Yi, I am acutely aware of your esteemed status within the alliance. How could I possibly propose an unreasonable price? This mining site is undeniably worth far more than the asking price. Should you harbor doubts, I invite you to accompany me for a first-hand inspection before making your decision. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Yi Xiao, Lei Guobin's expression darkened. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have dismissed any lesser individual with minimal discourse, promptly leading them to the backyard to feed the tigers. However, the visitor before him was Yi Xiao, a third-tier sword master who had annihilated thousands of medium-sized beast waves with his sword, backed by the colossal force of the alliance. Lei Guobin dared not provoke him. Thus, he settled for a compromise, preparing to escort Yi Xiao personally to the mine for further deliberation. Yet, after casting a disdainful glance at Lei Guobin, Yi Xiao, who had been silent until then, merely nodded slightly, his eyes still brimming with contempt and veiled mockery. Were it not for the pressing mission from the alliance necessitating a substantial quantity of iron ore, he would never engage in trivial conversation with someone of Lei Guobin's ilk, as they operated on entirely disparate levels. Since Master Yi has consented, let us proceed forthwith. Ahu, gather a few men and prepare the vehicles. We shall make our way to the mine. Ignoring the derision in Yi Xiao's gaze, Lei Guobin summoned his subordinates to arrange for transportation. Lei Guobin, do not forget one crucial matter. The beast tide is imminent, and I fear the strength of the Shanghang district may not withstand it. What you are offering is merely a resource that will soon become waste amidst the beast tide. Upon hearing these words, Lei Guobin halted. Some truths are known to all, yet to lay them bare is often ill-advised. Do you not grasp my meaning? A cold smile emerged on Yi Xiao's countenance. I merely wish to convey that you should refrain from making exorbitant demands. Lei Guobin understood all too well that neither his own strength nor the protection offered by the Shanghang district could withstand the impending onslaught of the beast tide. Hence, he willingly relinquished the opportunity to exploit the mining site. However, this did not imply that he was at the mercy of Yi Xiao's bargaining tactics. Even if the Shanghang district could not resist the beast tide, it was likely that higher authorities from Su province would dispatch reinforcements. Lei Guobin was still grappling with his last vestiges of hope. Surely, you are aware that the imperial capital is prepared to abandon Su province, are you not? Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao, who had previously displayed a veneer of indifference, erupted into laughter. To speak candidly, not only the Shanghang district, but the upper echelons of Su province are already preparing for an early evacuation. It seems that only those of you in these remote areas remain oblivious to such news. Given this situation, I hope that Lord Yi can offer a price that reflects the circumstances. I, Lei Guobin, am willing to share half of the additional profits with you. With this declaration from Yi Xiao, Lei Guobin, who had been wavering, made up his mind. Before the beast tide arrived, he resolved to liquidate all sellable assets and depart from the Shanghang district and possibly the entire Su province. although Lei Guobin did not fully trust Yu Zhao's words. He had already learned in recent days that many members of the Shanghang district's decision-making body had evacuated ahead of time. Furthermore, a few days prior, the Shanghang district had devised a forward defense strategy to keep the beast tide at bay, aiming to minimize losses. To execute this plan, the official shelter of the Shanghang district had dispatched the majority of its main forces and had allied with the neighboring Huaihai district to jointly resist the beast tide. Yet, after deploying over 1,000 well-equipped soldiers and dozens of extraordinary individuals to combat the beast tide, not a single ripple surfaced before the entire force was annihilated. At this juncture, anxiety permeated the Shanghang district. Initially, Lei Guobin intended to observe the situation before making further plans, but upon receiving this information from Yu Zhao, he dared not delay any longer. Truly, the decision-maker of the Tiger Mercenary Corps was far more astute than those of lesser factions. After hearing Lei Guobin's words, Yu Zhao, who had appeared grim, suddenly broke into a smile, praising Lei Guobin for his perceptiveness. Before engaging with Lei Guobin, Yu Zhao had also visited several factions on behalf of the alliance, none of whom had broached the topic of profit distribution. As a result, Yu Zhao's initial offer had been exceedingly low. Rest assured, I will acquire your mining site at a premium, and we shall split the excess profits evenly. With his desired gain secured, Yu Zhao's demeanor towards Lei Guobin grew noticeably more amicable. What purpose does the alliance have for these fixed industries and regions soon to be besieged by the beast tide? After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Guobin cautiously voiced his curiosity. The alliance was indeed formidable, arguably one of the top powers within Su province, yet this did not guarantee their ability to confront the beast tide head-on. At this juncture, the acquisition of certain fixed assets such as mineral veins, oil fields, and water sources has left Lei Guobin somewhat perplexed. Humph. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. How could you insignificant ants possibly comprehend our grand decisions? Faced with this predicament, Yu Zhao's tone grew progressively arrogant. With a flick of his hands, he strode out the door, leaving Lei Guobin in a state of sullen contemplation. Humph. Very well. Let these fellows witness what true strength entails. Sensing Lei Guobin's dissatisfaction, and recognizing the necessity of his assistance for personal gain, Yu Zhao cast a glance back at Lei Guobin and slowly produced a small stone from his hand. The stone, roughly the size of an egg, emanated a faint blue luminescence. What is this? Upon witnessing the mysterious regions manifesting within the translucent stone, Lei Guobin's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a time-space stone, capable of encapsulating a small, specific area within it. Do you understand now? After speaking, Yu Zhao cautiously tucked the time-space stone into his embrace, leaving Lei Guobin in a state of shock, as if struck by lightning, unable to react for a considerable time. Chapter 86. Surrendering Resistance? Lin Yedong, are you slacking off? Su Zhe, unaware of the actions and intentions of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, returned to the base with Wu Yu and happened upon Lin Yedong, who was lazily sprawled across the hall. Observing this, Su Zhe approached and promptly roused him. If you wish to rest, retreat to your room instead of feigning alertness here. The earlier comment about slacking was merely a jest, as Su Zhe sought to tease Lin Yedong. After all, he was acutely aware that Lin Yedong had been diligently arranging for the influx of refugees into the base, while also training orphans, leaving him with scant time for respite. Seizing a moment of downtime to rest was entirely reasonable. Boss, you're back? Indeed. Upon being awakened by Su Zhe, Lin Yedong immediately sprang to his feet, retrieving a small booklet that had been resting under his arm. Over the past few days, approximately 200 refugees have joined the base, following Wu Yu's plan. I have also instructed the construction team to outline the outermost defensive structures. Additionally, a 20-member guard unit has been formed, though their loyalty is still under evaluation. So no weapons have been distributed yet. They are only equipped with some cold weapons. Disregarding the fatigue evident on his face, Lin Yedong reported on his recent undertakings. Moreover, I received some news regarding the Shanghang district, where, after the discovery of mineral veins, there were plans for military occupation. However, for reasons unknown, the personnel at the official shelter in Shanghang district have begun to withdraw. Furthermore, Lin Yedong shared a crucial piece of information. The personnel at the official shelter in Shanghang district, for reasons yet unclear, had initiated their withdrawal. Upon hearing this news, Su Zhe's mind instantly flooded with various thoughts. However, after dismissing them one by one, he found himself at a loss. Indeed, evacuations have occurred, not only at the official shelter in Shanghang district, but also at the one in Huaihai district, where signs of retreat are evident. Additionally, the nearby Garbage City and the Survivor Alliance, along with several scattered factions, seem to share the intent to depart. Lin Yedong continued to speak, revealing all the recent intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing this news, Suzai's expression gradually darkened. Beside him, Wu also sensed an unsettling feeling from Lin Yedong's revelations. Boss, could it be that these individuals intend to abandon the resistance against the beast tide and flee, leaving the civilians behind? After a prolonged silence, Wu voiced her speculation. That seems unlikely. There are hundreds of thousands of displaced individuals on the periphery alone, not to mention the local population, which nearly reaches 1 million. Even if the upper echelons disregard humanity, they could hardly commit such acts, Lin Yedong countered, shaking his head, indicating that such a possibility was remote. Yedong, do not impose your thoughts upon others. Goodwill exists alongside malice, Suzai interjected at that moment. If Suzai had harbored a sliver of hope regarding the official shelter in Shanghang district before, the news from Lin Yedong had entirely extinguished his last vestige of faith in the officials' resolve to resist the beast tide, rather than contemplating the possibility of abandoning civilians. It seemed that the higher-ups had already made the decision to withdraw. Impossible. Do they not regard civilians as human beings? Lin Yedong found Suzai's conjecture unacceptable. His previously calm eyes now ablaze with fury. Before knowing Suzai, Lin Yedong had been a reluctant slave, born into servitude, and held a near-zero affinity for the upper echelons of the shelters. Yet he had not anticipated that those so-called leaders could stoop to such depths. Boss, we must consider our situation. Wu contemplated more rationally than Lin Yedong. After hearing this news, she became less concerned about the fate of the displaced and more focused on her own predicament. According to Suzai's initial plan, they were to establish their own influence outside the city, relying on the Shanghang district shelter to withstand the beast tide. This plan had been flawless, with Shanghang serving as the primary target to attract the beast tide, thereby alleviating the pressure on them. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that the various factions in Shanghang were preparing to flee, abandoning the fight against the beast tide. This revelation transformed their base into the primary target of the impending onslaught, a thought that sent chills down Wu's spine. We shall take it one step at a time, ensuring we are well-stocked with resources. In the face of the beast tide, we may still have opportunities, Suzai remarked, exuding a calm demeanor amidst Wu's anxiety and distress. Had it not been for the base vehicles, Suzai would have never considered a direct confrontation with the beast tide, but now the situation had changed. If equipped with complete resources, he felt a measure of confidence in facing the so-called beast tide. It appears that our plans must be expedited. Lin Yedong and Wu. After transporting a portion of our supplies to the mine, we shall return directly. Subsequently, let Wang Gang and Xiao Sanmao endeavor to exchange any superfluous materials we possess for food and metals. Additionally, we must urge the construction team to hasten their progress and relax the criteria for accepting refugees. I aim to unify this area with the two mines into a cohesive entity. Initially, Suzai was hesitant about expanding the base's area, as the original plan merely intended to establish a core base as a foothold. However, taking such a significant leap now could potentially lead to more complications. Yet, the situation has changed. Should the official refuge abandon resistance against the beast tide, Suzai would become adrift without support, even with formidable resources. Resisting the beast tide would be nothing short of a fantasy. Currently, our only feasible course of action is to shelter the refugees and expand our defensive perimeter. Only by augmenting our resources can we hope to survive the impending beast tide. Let us proceed, gathering our personnel, for another battle awaits us. Upon revisiting the loyalty interface, the sole piece of good news for Suzai is that the recently sheltered refugees exhibit exceptionally high loyalty. Although they may not be utterly steadfast, they meet the requirements for training in the barracks. Once the mines are fully secured, the first order of business upon Suzai's return will be to establish a barracks, ensuring he commands a formidable fighting force. Following this, defensive structures will be constructed. Only in this manner can we break the deadlock in such dire circumstances. It seems that a decisive approach is required. As the team embarks, a shadow flickers in Suzai's gaze. Should the official refuge prepare to confront the beast tide, Suzai harbors no intentions towards them. However, given the current circumstances, it would be more prudent to seize their supplies for our own use rather than allow them to scurry away like rats in a sewer. Chapter 87. Ambush on the convoy, Captain. Should we bring more personnel? Furthermore, the mine we previously captured was uncovered by the official refuge in the Shanghang district. With so few of us, we might not be able to withstand an inquiry from them. This mission to transport food to the mine is of utmost importance, and thus Suze's contingent is rather modest. Aside from over 20 highly loyal refugees, he has only brought along a little over 100 recently joined drifters. Their loyalty is moderate, ensuring they are unlikely to betray Suze easily. However, it would be challenging to involve these 100 or so individuals in combat. Therefore, Suze's objective in bringing them to the mine is straightforward: to augment the mine's output while establishing a rudimentary defensive line between the two mining sites. Initially, Suze envisioned a triangular gathering point with the base as the center and the two mines as its vertices. Yet, upon careful consideration, constructing such a vast project solely with manpower proves excessively arduous. Not only would it consume materials, but it would also squander resources and labor. Suze had no choice but to settle for a compromise, linking the two mining areas first, with plans to gradually connect them to the base. Coupled with the system's ingenious design, the results would undoubtedly be far more favorable. However, Wu appeared to misunderstand Suze's intentions. Observing the scant defense forces from the passenger seat, she expressed her concerns. Whether it be the beast tide or the threat posed by the Menghu Corps in the Shanghang district, even with the few dozen individuals left behind by Zhang Xiaojie, there remained a significant disparity in numbers. Rest assured, the officials in Shanghang district are far too preoccupied with their own affairs to concern themselves with such trivial matters. If it weren't for the potential riots among the miners and the scattered vagrants in the vicinity, I wouldn't bother bringing these people along at all. Suze held a contrary view regarding the issue of personnel. It is not the quantity of individuals that matters, but their quality. If, as we suggested, a massive beast tide were to occur, then before the defensive structures were established, an increase in numbers would be of little consequence. Yet, with a solid defensive strategy in place, these individuals would be capable of safeguarding themselves against the beast tide. From the geographical perspective of the three locations, should a beast tide strike, it would likely target Suze's base first, rather than the two mining sites located behind the mountains. Hence, Suze harbored no concerns regarding a beast tide attack. As for the official shelter in Shanghang district, if Suze's conjecture was accurate, aside from a few abandoned low-level personnel, the majority of the mid to high-ranking officials had already evacuated from the official shelter. It was unlikely they would care about an undeveloped mining vein. Rather, it was the Menghu Mercenary Corps that posed a greater concern for Suze. Although the internal members of the Mercenary Corps were few, their external personnel were considerable. Should they simultaneously assault the mining site, Suze would still need to allocate some individuals for security purposes. Relax, there is no need for such anxiety. After reassuring Wu, who sat in the passenger seat, Suze accelerated their progress. Lin Yudong, who had accompanied them, though silent, demonstrated his agreement with Suze through the fervent movements of his dagger. Yet there were subtle differences in their approaches. Suze was accustomed to preemptively using force to resolve potential troubles, while Lin Yudong preferred to apply force to address troubles that had already arisen. This slight distinction in wording represented their markedly different styles of operation. Suze, we have arrived. It seems the Menghu Corps has yet to make their appearance. After a bumpy journey, Suze and his party successfully returned to the mining site. Using binoculars to survey the interior of the mining area, they discovered that the gate was still being guarded by Zhang Xiaojie's men. We drove to the entrance of the mining site and reported the current situation to Suze. All is well, but according to Liao Changping and the others, the Menghu Corps should arrive within half an hour. Should we set an ambush in advance? Upon learning of Suze's return, Zhang Xiaojie hurried to the entrance, analyzing the situation while coordinating personnel to unload the supplies transported by their vehicles. Simultaneously, the more than 100 individuals brought by Suze were grouped according to their specialties and ages and temporarily settled in the mine. The melancholic sentiments of the passing miners gradually eased upon witnessing this scene. After all, in this apocalyptic world, they were akin to rootless driftwood. Mining for anyone was still mining. As long as the new boss could provide them with ample sustenance, that was sufficient. They did not ponder much beyond this. If previously the forceful deterrence exerted by Suze merely prevented them from fleeing, the provision of food now instilled a deeper sense of security within them. Leave the ambush to me. Just have a few individuals stand guard and follow my lead, Suze interjected, cutting off Zhang Xiaojie's speech regarding the ambush of the Fierce Tiger Brigade. Observing that the supplies on the vehicle had been entirely offloaded, Suze ordered his team to board. He had already selected the ambush site on the way here, 800 meters ahead of the mine. There lay a ravine in the hills, flanked by desolate mountains, with only a narrow path traversing through. The rocky terrain made it an ideal ambush location. Under the earlier demonstration of Su Zhe's intimidating prowess, Zhang Shaojie's team gradually took shape, although their combat effectiveness had not significantly improved. They exhibited notable progress in formation, sufficient to meet Su Zhe's approval. Minutes later, everyone was aboard. Su Zhe led the team directly to the left side of the barren hills. This will do, once all members of the fierce Tiger Brigade are in position. We'll strike decisively, he declared. After surveying the surrounding terrain, Su Zhe noted that the left side of the hill was elevated while the right sloped downward. He chose the highest point, which offered cover from the rocky debris. The entire team spread out along the cliff in groups of 3. Su Zhe personally concealed himself with Lin Yudong, Wu Yu, and others at the road's entrance. The plan for this ambush was exceedingly straightforward. The team above would initiate the first wave of fire, after which Su Zhe would charge into the chaos alongside Lin Yudong and the others to engage in close combat. If all went according to plan, the conflict was expected to be resolved within 3 minutes. Captain, they are approaching. However, it appears there is a discrepancy with our prior intelligence. We have not spotted the large truck, only a single vehicle. This one bore the emblem of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Yet the number of individuals was scant, only 6 or 7. Just as Su Zhe and his team had completely concealed themselves, awaiting the arrival of their prey. The reconnaissance team promptly relayed crucial information regarding the newcomers. Something is amiss, Su Zhe realized, sensing a shift in the plan. He gestured for Wu Yu and the others to remain in place before leaping forth. Utilizing the rugged terrain, he exited the ravine. At that moment, a grayish-white vehicle approached head-on, and Su Zhe sensed the presence of extraordinary individuals. Chapter 88. The ambush concludes. Are there 2 extraordinary beings? The information received suggests that within the Tiger Brigade, it appears that only their leader possesses extraordinary abilities. While there seem to be 2 individuals of differing levels of extraordinary power present, including a second-tier extraordinary being, upon sensing the presence of these extraordinary individuals among the newcomers, Su Zhe's gaze flickered with a hint of caution. Lin Yudong, go investigate the situation of the vehicles ahead. I suspect these individuals are not merely a convoy transporting iron ore, but have ulterior motives. In an instant, Su Zhe reacted decisively, instructing Lin Yudong to check on the vehicles while he himself took action. He signaled to the surrounding individuals to refrain from attacking, then leaped into action, directing all attention toward the convoy slowly approaching the mine. 2 extraordinary beings were present, while the remaining members were ordinary people. What exactly was their purpose for coming here? After clarifying the general personnel situation, Su Zhe felt little concern. After all, if these were indeed the only individuals involved, even he alone could handle the situation with ease, posing no hindrance to his subsequent plans. However, this did not imply that Su Zhe was indifferent to the matter. While a small mercenary group like the Tiger Brigade was of little consequence, the second-tier extraordinary individual accompanying the convoy held significant importance. Specifically, the power behind that extraordinary being was what truly preoccupied Su Zhe's thoughts. As for the individuals currently present, he regarded them with indifference. Boss, I'm back. Shortly thereafter, as Su Zhe pondered the situation, Lin Yudong returned swiftly. There were no other personnel behind the convoy, and the surroundings were devoid of any additional presence. They possessed only a single vehicle, and aside from the 2 extraordinary beings, the remaining individuals were merely armed with a few firearms. Their intentions were unmistakably directed toward the mine. Upon reaching Su Zhe, Lin Yudong promptly relayed the details of his earlier findings, including specific information regarding the personnel in the vehicle. So that's it, Su Zhe mused. Inform the brothers that as long as their destination is the mine, we will proceed according to the original plan. Once they reach the ambush point, we will strike without hesitation, overwhelming their vehicle with gunfire. Having clarified the situation regarding the vehicle's occupants, Su Zhe immediately mobilized his subordinates. Upon hearing these directives, Lin Yudong and the others swiftly readied themselves for battle. As for Su Zhe, he had already positioned himself at the fork in the road, awaiting the moment these individuals would enter his trap. Su Zhe's intentions were clear, regardless of their purpose at the mine. Even if they were merely passing through, he intended to eliminate them. The mine had long since become his territory. He would not relinquish such valuable ground so easily. Attack. Minutes later, as the vehicles turned the corner, Su Zhe issued the command. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden eruption of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the surrounding valley, and shortly thereafter, several individuals atop the opposing hill hurled a dozen makeshift explosives down toward the convoy in the valley. Despite the fact that these explosives were homemade and resembled mere bundles of cotton, the force unleashed upon detonation was anything but trivial. With each resounding explosion, countless fragments of stone, gravel, and dust enveloped the surrounding area within 100 meters. Immediately following this, the bullets unleashed from the firearms erupted like serpents of fire, sealing off the bend at the foot of the mountain entirely. Boss, with such formidable firepower, I reckon we need not intervene. Lin Yudong contemplated taking action, but, upon surveying the current situation, chose to stand obediently behind Su Zhe. Under such a density of firepower, not only ordinary individuals but even extraordinary beings would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. It was indisputable that any extraordinary being below the third tier could not entirely disregard the impact of automatic firearms. Do not jump to conclusions. I sense this battle will not conclude swiftly. If you doubt my words, you may wait and see. However, Su Zhe's perspective on Lin Yudong's assessment differed somewhat. Given Su Zhe's understanding of the abilities of second-tier extraordinary beings, it would be a considerable challenge to eliminate this adversary so easily. An ambush? Lei Guobin. Are you jesting? Boss Yi, I am equally perplexed. We must retreat, quickly. As anticipated by Su Zhe. Scarcely had his words left his lips when two furious voices echoed throughout the valley. Subsequently, two rather disheveled figures materialized before Su Zhe, Lei Guobin, the leader of the fierce Tiger Corps, and Yi Xiao from the Su Province Alliance. These two had finally come to the realization that they were under ambush. And the mastermind behind it stood right before them. Lei Guobin, eliminate this scoundrel. Need you instruct me? I shall personally see to it that this wretch is ground to dust. I, Lei, have roamed these realms for decades and never anticipated anyone would dare to strike against me on my own turf. No sooner had Yu Zhao's words resonated than the impatient Lei Guobin sprang into action. In an instant, a knife adorned with tiger engravings appeared in his grasp, slicing towards Su Zhe in the distance. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, though silent, demonstrated his fury through swift movements. Drawing his sword from his back, he too prepared to engage. While lacking the imposing presence of Lin Yi, with whom Su Zhe had previously clashed, he was by no means an insignificant foe. The moment he grasped his sword, a palpable intent radiated from him. Lin Yudong, you take one, I'll handle the one with the sword. You should be able to dispose of that foolish fellow with ease. From the instant the two emerged, Su Zhe had already discerned their general capabilities. Lei Guobin appeared to have reached the level of a second-tier extraordinary being, albeit not in a pure form. In terms of true combat prowess, he seemed inferior to Lin Yudong, who stood at the pinnacle of the first tier, a mere showman. As for the one wielding the sword, he was somewhat stronger than a second-tier extraordinary being, yet in Su Zhe's eyes, he remained akin to an insignificant insect, merely a somewhat more formidable insect. Give me 3 minutes. I will surely return with that man's head. The moment Lin Yudong comprehended Su Zhe's words, a glimmering dagger appeared in his hand, his gaze filled with determination. At that instant, Su Zhe also sprang into action. Despite lacking any weapon, a peculiar breeze suddenly manifested as he moved. What? How is this possible? Just then, the previously composed Yu Xiao was overtaken by shock, instinctively raising his sword. However, in the next heartbeat, Yu Xiao collapsed to the ground. The battle concluded. Within 5 seconds, Su Zhe had decisively ended the skirmish and returned to his original position, while Lin Yudong and Lei Guobin had only just begun their confrontation. Chapter 89. My ability to judge character is quite adequate, boss. Should we assist Brother Yudong? That fellow does not appear to be easily dealt with. After effortlessly dispatching Yi Xiao, Su Zhe refrained from intervening in the clash between Lin Yudong and Lei Guobin. Instead, he casually picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. However, the anxious San Mao, trailing behind Su Zhe, looked visibly tense. Were it not for Su Zhe's gesture to halt him, San Mao might have already rushed into the fray. This sword seemed to differ from ordinary weapons. Su Zhe's attention was fully captivated by the blade in his grasp. This sword is impressive, although Yi Xiao was merely a trivial opponent in Su Zhe's eyes. It must be acknowledged that this weapon was indeed remarkable. The blade radiated a chilling light, its handcrafted patterns strikingly unique, reminiscent of Damascus steel, yet not entirely identical. The intricate design resembled the stars scattered across a moonlit sky. Seemingly chaotic, it possessed an inexplicable order. A swift motion sliced through the air, shattering the surrounding stillness. Yet, its sharpness was not the most significant aspect. Rather, it was something else. Su Zhe was astonished to discover that his extraordinary power could actually merge with the blade. This alone led him to conclude that the sword was anything but ordinary. He would explore its mysteries later. after grasping the peculiarities of the sword. A flicker of coldness appeared in Suzai's eyes. Hold the sword well. We shall take it back later. Tossing the blade into San Mao's arms, Suzai advanced slowly. However, no one understood his true intentions. Boss, shall we go together? San Mao speculated for a long moment, instinctively believing that Suzai intended to intervene in Lin Yadong and Lei Guobin's battle. Stand still. When did I ever say I would join this fight? Just as San Mao prepared to act, Suzai stopped him. From the very beginning, I had no intention of involving myself in this skirmish. After halting San Mao and signaling the others to remain passive, Suzai ascended to a higher ground, selecting a relatively flat stone on which to sit. His eyes reflecting a mysterious expression as he observed Lin Yadong still engaged in battle. In truth, from the outset, Suzai had never contemplated intervening in this battle. Given Lin Yadong's prowess, the prospect of swiftly eliminating Lei Guobin nearby was virtually effortless. One must understand that Lin Yadong was born for combat, enhanced further by his dual talents. Slaying an ordinary extraordinary being like Lei Guobin was exceedingly trivial. This outcome was anticipated, and thus, Suzai found no interest or necessity to involve himself in such a skirmish. Lin Yadong's victory was simply a matter of course, however. If he were to be defeated, Suzai would have to reconsider his judgment. Therefore, the only course of action for Suzai was to await the conclusion of this conflict. Why, then, had Yi Xiao been so effortlessly dispatched? Was he merely a pretender? A worthless fool? It seemed implausible. The aura he had previously exuded was not something an ordinary extraordinary being could manifest. Was that youth truly formidable? No, absolutely not. How could such a young upstart possibly annihilate a second-tier extraordinary being? Surely, there was something amiss with Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, Lei Guobin, who had locked eyes with Lin Yadong without engaging, had surveyed his surroundings thoroughly. He found himself in an unequivocally disadvantageous position. The vehicle that had brought him here lay in ruins, and the few accompanying personnel had perished in the ensuing gunfire. The one hope he had, Yi Xiao, had been extinguished in an instant. If unforeseen circumstances did not arise, Lei Guobin feared he too would meet his end here. However, he had not given up. Perhaps from the moment he had entered this perilous world, he had never considered surrender. In his earlier years, as he fought on the battlefield, Lei Guobin had battled fiercely to dominate the local construction market, single-handedly dispatching over a dozen adversaries. Subsequently, he transitioned from the underworld to the legitimate realm, successfully reinventing himself as a real estate mogul, driven by an indomitable spirit. As the apocalypse descended, he ascended to extraordinary heights, commanding a formidable mercenary group known as the Tiger Mercenaries, establishing a preeminent presence in the Shanghang district. Throughout his tumultuous past, Lei Guobin had faced countless life and death struggles and had emerged unscathed. Though this situation was equally perilous, he did not believe he would perish here. No one had yet been born capable of taking Lei Guobin's head. In an instant, a glimmer of fierce determination sparked in his gaze, and he reclaimed the massive blade that had previously rested on his back. He intended to eliminate the dagger-wielding fool before him first. Then, as in the past, he would find a way to survive this seemingly fatal crisis. You are strong, but you are still unworthy, at least in my eyes. You do not appear to be my equal. Sensing the resolve of his opponent, Lin Yadong, who had initially displayed indifference, seemed to adopt a more serious demeanor. Though it was merely a slight shift. Unacquainted with the forces of society, Lin Yadong's discourse is remarkably indirect, bordering on the terrifyingly blunt. His words lack any embellishment, consisting solely of stark declarations, so candid that he reveals the ultimate outcome. Young man, while confidence is commendable, your audacity seems excessive. Lei Guobin's eyes narrowed, yet this time he exchanged no trivialities with Lin Yadong. With a firm grip on his hefty blade, he charged towards Lin Yadong. Sometimes, the reality speaks more profoundly than any utterance. Indeed, youth can be a folly. Your talent is undeniable, yet you lack the understanding of combat. Although Lei Guobin is not an agile extraordinary, his speed is not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Lin Yadong, his blade slicing through the air with a roar akin to a tiger, the weapon aimed directly at Lin Yadong's neck. Observing Lin Yadong, who remained utterly still, a flicker of excitement ignited in Lei Guobin's gaze. At this distance and speed, even the most agile extraordinary would not evade this lethal strike. In other words, the individual before him was undoubtedly doomed. What? How could this be? Why, this fellow is merely a phantom. An unimaginable event unfolded as Lei Guobin, brimming with confidence, struck at Lin Yadong. Yet, An intangible resistance akin to cleaving through air instantaneously alerted him to the peril. Instinctively turning, he was met only by a glinting dagger and Lin Yadong's icy visage. With a swift plunge, the dagger pierced deeply, a fountain of blood erupting as the towering Lei Gubin collapsed. Excellent. It seems my ability to gauge people is commendable, thought Su Zhe, a hint of a smile gracing his lips from his elevated vantage point. This battle concluded favorably for Lin Yadong, who, as an observer, felt quite satisfied. Chapter 90. The calm before the storm. Boss, I've returned with this fellow's head. Mere moments later, the impassive Lin Yadong approached Su Zhe, dagger in hand, along with Lei Gubin's severed head. Still seemingly ensnared by the remnants of the earlier conflict, Lin Yadong's eyes flickered with an inexplicable murderous intent as he neared Su Zhe. What use is a head? You ought to bring back something of value. Perceiving Lin Yadong's unsettling demeanor, Su Zhe's response was straightforward. He delivered a sharp slap to Lin Yadong's head, simultaneously sending Lei Gubin's severed head soaring. Go, instruct the men to clear the battlefield. We cannot afford to waste time. Gather anything useful and return directly to the mine. Boss, I understand now. I will go clear the battlefield. Upon hearing Su Zhe's directive, Lin Yadong seemed to awaken from his stupor. Without hesitation, he charged into the fray with a dozen men, meticulously collecting all useful items. Meanwhile, Su Zhe, having completed his orders, returned to the now cold body of Yi Xiao. In the mercenary corps of the fierce tiger, there should be no such extraordinary beings from other factions, right? Lightly nudging the lifeless body of Yi Xiao with his foot, Su Zhe shifted his attention to the corpse. After having effortlessly dispatched him, Su Zhe had merely taken the long sword from Yi Xiao's grasp, leaving him uncertain about any other possessions the man might have had. With Lei Gubin now dealt with, Su Zhe naturally returned to inspect Yi Xiao once more. It appeared that this individual had quite an array of valuable items. Glancing at Yi Xiao's bulging garments, it was evident that he possessed a considerable bounty. With a swift stroke of his sword, Su Zhe tore open Yi Xiao's attire. Indeed, his assumptions were validated, for there were numerous treasures within, a dozen or so ability crystals scattered across the ground. Yet Su Zhe's focus was not on these trinkets. Instead, a crystal orb the size of a pigeon's egg, along with a black card and an envelope, captured his attention far more compellingly. Embracing the notion that even the smallest gain is worthwhile, Su Zhe gathered all the ability crystals from the ground. Though the dozen crystals were merely of the first tier and not abundant in number, they still held value sufficient to purchase some sustenance. Subsequently, Su Zhe directed his focus towards the crystal orb and the black card. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him. The black card, while seemingly insignificant, a mere piece of plastic, took on a new meaning upon closer examination. Realizing the inscription upon it, Su Zhe understood he might have struck gold. The black card was nothing less than the federal currency issued by the official shelters, an anonymous card valued at 100,000. In other words, anyone possessing this card could retrieve 100,000 federal currency from any official refuge. Though Su Zhe was uncertain of its purchasing power, the sheer denomination suggested it was substantial. The 100,000 anonymous savings card was simply pocketed, while the orb remained nestled deep within Yu Zhao's clothing. At first glance, Su Zhe perceived the crystal orb as remarkably ordinary, even less refined than some artifacts from the pre-apocalyptic era, with its surface marred by imperfections. However, as he lifted it to eye level, an unfamiliar extraordinary force surged from the orb into his body. In an instant, Su Zhe comprehended the orb's true purpose. It was not merely a storage device created through spatial abilities. Rather, it could encapsulate fixed mineral veins and resources. Typically, Su Zhe was not one to be overly astonished. But upon discerning the origin and function of the crystal orb, he grasped its monumental significance to him, as well as the rationale behind the officials of the refuge abandoning the Shanhang district, the Huaihai district, and even the entire province of Su. This orb was indeed the latest equipment developed by the official refuge of Su province, the ability to store fixed minerals and resources from various regions, while simultaneously utilizing extraordinary powers to extract previously contained items upon their transport to suitable locations, is remarkable. More significantly, this crystal orb is not empty. It contains several veins of varying sizes and a few complete sources of water. Furthermore, Su Zhe even discovered a small, untapped oil field. Boss, we have confirmed the identity. The team we previously dealt with belongs to the Tiger Brigade. Should we seize this opportunity to eliminate their influence entirely? Lin Yadong, who had just completed a thorough cleanup of the battlefield, approached Su Zhe. He presented the spoils of their recent battle and expressed his thoughts. Upon realizing that the burly man he had slain was the leader of the Tiger Brigade, Lin Yedong began to entertain other ideas. However, rather than making an immediate decision, he shared his contemplations with Su Zhe. Forget about the smaller items. We have acquired far too much this time. Lead the team back to the mine. And we should strive to rally the displaced individuals. I believe that aside from us, there will be no other forces in the vicinity in a few days. Su Zhe chose not to disclose the matters concerning the crystal orb to Lin Yedong, nor did he mention any of these issues. Although Lin Yedong sensed an inexplicable oddity in Su Zhe's words, he trusted him implicitly and refrained from asking further questions. He set off with the supplies and personnel, with Su Zhe following closely behind. Su Zhe, trouble is brewing. It appears there are reports of a beast tide. The influx of refugees from the Huaihai district has surged, and upon inquiry, I learned that parts of the beast tide have already appeared in the Huaihai district. Just as Su Zhe returned to the mining area, Wu Yu emerged before him, her eyes brimming with urgency and anxiety. A beast tide? Upon hearing this news, Su Zhe swiftly surveyed his surroundings and indeed found that the miners remaining at the site had temporarily ceased their work, armed with an array of cold weapons, standing vigilant. Wu Yu had also deployed personnel to observe from 100 meters ahead of the mine. Lin Yedong, go check the Huaihai district to ascertain the extent of the beast tide. Take these 2 vehicles. No matter the circumstances, do not engage. Return immediately with detailed information. Feeling the oppressive aura brought by the impending beast tide, Su Zhe promptly abandoned his plan to rest at the mine, shifting his focus entirely towards preparing for the defense against the beast tide. This time, the beast tide was likely imminent, and Su Zhe's time was running short. Chapter 91. Preparations for defending against the beast tide boss. It seems unjust to abandon the resources of the Tiger Brigade in the Shanghang district, not to mention ordinary individuals. Even the remaining weapons could be sold for a considerable profit. Originally, Su Zhe and his team had planned to rest for a day at the mine. But upon hearing news of the approaching beast tide, he immediately revised their plans, reducing the rest period to half an hour. He instructed the mining personnel to remain alert. And after leaving some provisions behind, Su Zhe led the group back to the base without delay. The mining site holds significant importance, however. In the face of the beast tide, nothing surpasses the safety of the base. After careful consideration, Su Zhe decided to bring Lin Yedong back. On their journey back to the base, Lin Yedong, having endured his doubts and curiosity for quite some time, could no longer suppress his true thoughts. In his view, failing to seize everything from the Tiger Brigade in the Shanghang district would be a grievous loss. Moreover, now that the mining operation was firmly under their control, there was little reason for hesitation. Lin Yedong, what do you truly understand? Unexpectedly, before Lin Yedong could finish his statement, a look of disdain appeared on Su Zhe's face. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yedong in the passenger seat, he remarked, "You were reluctant to scout earlier, yet now you ponder these trivial gains. When will you mature?" Su Zhe had initially planned for Lin Yedong to investigate the beast tide in the Huaihai district, but before Lin Yedong could set out, Su Zhe abandoned that plan. In a sense, the significance of dispatching Lin Yedong had diminished. Wu Yu had already made it abundantly clear that parts of the beast tide had encroached upon the Huaihai district as perimeter. And even Wu Yu was unaware of further details. Sending Lin Yedong out under the current circumstances would be largely futile, especially given the acute shortage of personnel Su Zhe was facing. After much contemplation, Su Zhe called Lin Yedong back, instructing him to accompany him to the base. Feeling a tinge of grievance at the piercing gaze from Su Zhe, Lin Yedong felt somewhat wronged. He was on the verge of departure, only to be summoned back. Enough of your prattling. Once we gather everyone on this list at the base, I will find you useful. With that, he tossed the list of personnel with loyalty exceeding 70 points to Lin Yedong and turned to Wu Yu, saying, "Now, let us discuss the information you've gathered in detail." Previously, Su Zhe had only grasped the general notion of the beast tide. Now, having recuperated from the mining site, he sought to ensure that no crucial information was overlooked. This information did not originate from our own sources, but was relayed by nearby refugees. There is an even stranger revelation. Given the strength of the Huaihai district, they should have been able to handle a beast tide numbering in the thousands. However, those refugees claimed that the official sanctuary in Huaihai has not organized any resistance. They have all fled. After conveying all that she had learned, Wu Yu's spirits began to wane. After all, she had once been a part of the Huaihai district, albeit at the most basic level. To witness her former home on the brink of being entirely consumed by the beast tide, leaving countless survivors forever trapped in that land, evoked a profound sense of sorrow within her. "Leader, what When will the personnel at the official shelter in Huaihai District take action to clear the invading beast tide? With her chaotic thoughts subdued, Wu Yu finally voiced her confusion. If the entirety of Huaihai District's forces chooses to eradicate the beast tide, then the survivors and refugees residing there might still cling to a glimmer of hope for survival. They would not take action against the beast tide. If I am not mistaken, the higher-ups of the shelters have likely already abandoned Su Province. Now, Su Province has become a forsaken land. Unfortunately, the answers Wu Yu sought did not emerge from Su Zhe's lips. Instead, his words, delivered as if stating a mere fact, plunged Wu Yu deeper into despair. This is impossible, she thought, her eyes still reflecting disbelief. There is nothing impossible. One must never overestimate the limits of humanity, a voice declared. And an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. Wu Yu seemed on the verge of speaking again, but upon reflection, Su Zhe's reasoning appeared more sound. In this apocalyptic scenario, it is unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to sacrifice their precious life to protect others. Do not dwell on such thoughts. The entirety of Su Province is in chaos. Our sole priority now is to survive on this land that has been abandoned by all. Remember, besides the beast tide, there exists something even more terrifying, human tides. Su Zhe's words bore profound significance, though it remained uncertain whether Wu Yu grasped their full meaning. At this moment, Su Zhe's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Relying on the system and the previously amassed strength, he aimed to endure amidst the beast tide. Thankfully, a wave of supplies had arrived. Or else he too would have to flee. Had it not been for the delivery from the crystal ball, even with numerous trump cards in hand, sustaining against such an overwhelming beast tide would have been exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the crystal ball contained not only an abundance of untapped mineral resources but also a significant quantity of refined materials, especially iron ore. A rough estimate suggested there might be hundreds of tons available, coupled with the previously stored ability crystals. Su Zhe could construct a multitude of buildings and even extend the protective walls, with the dual safeguards of defensive towers and walls. Alongside the weaponry from his vehicles and upgraded rewards, the beast tide would pose little threat. Upon returning to Shanghang District, remember to visit the black market. Exercise caution. Current security is virtually non-existent. When you arrive, use this card to exchange as much currency for resources as possible, prioritizing food, steel, and other essential supplies. If you encounter any talented children, feel free to bring them back as well. After assessing the current material reserves, Su Zhe also instructed Wu Yu to seek out the treasures within the black market. After a brief explanation, the familiar base came into Su Zhe's view. However, he was taken aback to find a crowd gathered outside the base. Though they appeared unarmed at first glance, Su Zhe could sense that these individuals were no ordinary refugees. Chapter 92. The Rioters, What is the Matter? Who are you? Moments later, accompanied by a formidable convoy, Su Zhe arrived at the entrance of the base. Due to the considerable distance from these individuals, he had been unable to discern the weapons they bore or the specifics of their situation. However, now the details were clear. Before him stood a ragtag assembly of vagrants, armed with a variety of cold weapons. Their numbers exceeded 100, and their faces were etched with a fierce demeanor. In an instant, Su Zhe concluded that these individuals had undoubtedly taken lives. The reasoning was straightforward. Ordinary vagrants do not exude such an aura of bloodshed. More importantly, Su Zhe observed certain unsettling details about them, such as the presence of jerky. Although these individuals concealed their possession of jerky quite well, it failed to escape Su Zhe's keen gaze. Instantly, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. In a post-apocalyptic world, jerky had become one of the most luxurious foods. In the initial months, it was still feasible to find some meat through cold storage, and crafting it into jerky was a relatively common practice. However, under the current circumstances, ordinary vagrants would not only lack jerky, but even scraps of meat. Thus, there was only one plausible explanation. The fresh meat used to produce the jerky these individuals possessed was decidedly suspect, potentially even human flesh. Lin Yedong, when the time comes, eliminate them all. Despite Su Zhe's inquiry, none of the individuals before him had a leader who responded to his questions. Nevertheless, Su Zhe had already prepared his course of action regarding these people. Who are you? As he discreetly communicated his intentions to Lin Yedong, an elderly man emerged from the crowd. Su Zhe regarded this elder with interest. In such an environment, the presence of the elderly and children was exceedingly rare. The reason for this was quite simple. Most had perished. Speak. Why are you here? You have 1 minute to clarify your situation. Although the individual before him was merely a frail old man, Su Zhe remained vigilant. As his words fell, he subtly scanned his surroundings. confirming that no other individuals were lying in ambush before focusing his attention back on the elder. Any hint of treachery, and Suze would not hesitate to act decisively. We are merely a group of gathered vagrants. We heard that this place shelters vagrants, so we came, hoping you would allow us entry. We only seek a place of refuge. After glancing at Suze and his companions, the elder slowly straightened his back. Noticing that the two young men closest to him bore no weapons, the fear and timidity that had previously clouded his gaze vanished completely. And then, upon hearing the elder's explanation, Suze nodded slightly and continued, "The only reason you remain gathered here is that you were denied entry. Why do you linger despite the rejection? Old Zhang, stop wasting time with this kid. I'm not leaving. What do you intend to do? This is outside the city. If you can be here, why can't we?" As Suze awaited the elder's explanation, another figure emerged from the crowd of refugees, a brawny man. Bare-chested with a tattoo of a descending tiger upon his chest, albeit obscured by layers of grime from neglecting personal hygiene. Simultaneously, Suze observed that this individual was laden with the most jerky. Upon this realization, a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. Misfortune awaited these individuals. Lin Yedong, standing nearby, instantly comprehended Suze's expression, revealing a dagger in his hand as he prepared for combat. At Suze's command, the formidable man before them would undoubtedly fall. "Very well, you may remain here," Suze remarked coldly, fixating his gaze on the hulking figure and the elder without even the inclination to inquire about their names. For in his view, knowing the names of a group of the deceased held little significance. "Enough pretense, brothers. These tender morsels are perfect for our provisions. Let us eliminate them and seize this base. We claim this place." With the Fade shattered, a shadow of malice flickered across the once normal features of the brawny man and the elder. Concurrently, those who had masqueraded as ordinary refugees revealed themselves, brandishing an array of weapons. The seemingly inconspicuous elder unexpectedly drew a handgun, his expression contorted with malice. "Damn it, little brat, you've crossed paths with us, consider yourself unlucky. Next time, mind your own business." He prepared to fire, but to his astonishment, the weapon remained inert, the trigger would not respond. Jammed. A fleeting thought crossed the elder's mind, but in the next instant, a scream pierced the air, resonating with profound agony as crimson blood gushed from his arm. The weapon, along with his severed limb, fell to the ground. The failure to shoot Suze was not due to a malfunction, but rather the consequence of his lost hand. "Finish them off, a bunch of scoundrels. I am merely curious about the purpose of those who remain in the base." As this group of refugees blocks the entrance without any intervention, in Suze's eyes, these refugees were less than insignificant, akin to mere ants. Mere seconds after issuing the command for Lin to act, the once even ground was suddenly strewn with a dozen corpses. The armed subordinates behind him opened fire without hesitation. What? They possess firearms? The realization struck. Hadn't they claimed that the surrounding area was filled with defenseless sheep? Why did these individuals possess weapons? In an instant, a hail of bullets formed a deadly net, ruthlessly decimating the so-called refugees. Yet, Suze's focus was not on them. He was quietly observing 100 meters away. Clearly, these individuals were not true refugees, but wolves masquerading as sheep. The only appropriate resolution to encounter such beings was unequivocal. They must be eradicated. Thus, this time Suze was exceedingly dissatisfied with the performance of the individuals within the base. It appears that prior to confronting the impending beast tide, a thorough reorganization of the personnel within the base is imperative. A group of over 100 armed thugs, wielding cold weapons, proved utterly incapable of resisting the barrage of gunfire. Within mere minutes, they lay sprawled on the ground. Suze stepped over the fallen bodies and returned to the base. Chapter 93, Construction of Buildings. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining a barracks. You may expend a portion of energy crystals to enhance the physical attributes of your subordinates. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the successful construction of a defensive tower. Please designate its placement. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the completion of the alloy walls. The initial location has been set, and you may relocate it as needed. All of the aforementioned constructions are entirely reasonable and will not elicit any doubts from others. Upon returning to the base, Suze arranged for personnel to clear away the bodies nearby. Once this task was completed, he immediately signaled Lin Yedong and Zhang Xiaojia to gather all personnel within the base. He needed to purge the base of useless elements and negative influences before the beast tide arrived. In Suze's view, the thugs previously dealt with at the base's entrance did not require his direct intervention. Even those stationed within the base could have effortlessly dispatched them using their weapons. However, no one took such action. Instead, they merely drove the thugs a short distance away rather than considering the elimination of this latent threat. It seems he had overestimated these refugees. They appeared not to have adapted to the brutal law of survival where the strong prey upon the weak. Nonetheless, Suze soon grasped the underlying reason. The refugees he had taken in were, at their core, merely civilians, not warriors. Even though they possessed weapons, they still only thought of self-defense and had never considered using their firearms against their own kind. This realization was somewhat reassuring. It indicated that the individuals he had sheltered retained a semblance of humanity. As for their lack of combat readiness, the barracks constructed by the system should easily rectify this issue. Upon reflection, Suze did not dwell excessively on this matter. After all, in the face of the beast tide, it was a trivial concern. Utilizing the resources gleaned from the crystal orb obtained from Yishao, he completed the construction of the barracks, defensive towers, and alloy walls. He then focused all his attention on planning the structures. From the information currently available, it seems that the origin of the beast tide is in the Huaihai district, located to the northwest of Suze's base. Conveniently, there stands a peak several dozen meters high in that direction. To be precise, describing it as a peak may be somewhat misleading. As the mountain range is not abundant in rock formations, it consists primarily of sand dunes accumulated by wind. Nevertheless, this does not diminish its defensive capability against the beast tide, and it is the only elevated terrain in the vicinity. It serves as a natural barrier surrounding Suze, especially since he had specifically chosen this basin when suggesting the location to Wu Yu. At least, in terms of geographical positioning, Suze felt no immediate concern. He planned to place the defensive tower directly atop the high ground, while situating the barracks around the firearms production line. Regarding the alloy wall, it directly envelopes the main entrance, seamlessly connecting with the mountains, thereby enhancing the defensive perimeter. Soon, with the aid of the base's blueprint, Suze meticulously positioned the structures. A peculiar radiance flickered, and in an instant, a formidable steel wall, entirely forged from alloy, arose around the base. Standing at a height of 7 meters and boasting a thickness of 2 meters, the wall featured a spacious passageway, wide enough for 2 burly men to traverse with ease. In front, the rudimentary mixed structure wall built by Wang Gang and others stood a mere dozen meters away from Suze's alloy wall. The vacant space between the two defensive barriers was not to be squandered. Suze intended to establish it as a buffer zone. He planned to add a defensive tower in the vicinity, ensuring complete coverage of the sole front where a large-scale beast tide might breach. After some contemplation, Suze finalized his strategy. The 2 walls would serve as the primary defense against the beast tide, while the defensive tower constructed by the system would act as the core of firepower. This would allow for comprehensive control over the front lines, supplemented by the fixed artillery acquired from upgraded vehicles. The remaining personnel would remain agile and mobile, ready to address any deficiencies as they arose. With such a fortified base, Suze felt a considerable degree of confidence in their ability to withstand a typical beast tide. Moreover, Suze had a final card up his sleeve, his own strength, which he regarded as his most potent and ultimate trump card. "Boss, everyone has gathered, and Wu Yu has returned with his team," someone reported. Indeed, as the system indicated, the constructions produced by it faced no skepticism. Lin Yedong, who had just arrived, readily acknowledged the sudden appearance of these structures, not even mentioning the matter. "Let's head out. I have some instructions to impart." Conveniently, the system implied that this arrangement aligned with Suze's interests, alleviating him from extensive explanations. Signaling for Lin Yedong to lead the way, Suze made his way to the open space atop the base. Observing the throng of people before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of sentimentality. In less than half a month, he had successfully assembled a respectable team. "Boss, everyone is here. Is the beast tide approaching? Should we retreat? Many refugees are already preparing to leave. If we decide to go as well as Suze appeared." A flicker of confusion surfaced in the eyes of the crowd that had gathered in the center of the base. They were aware that the beast tide was imminent, and in recent days, several refugees had stealthily slipped away. Yet, it was uncertain whether this was due to the influence of Suze's loyalty system or a genuine sense of belonging to the base. The vast majority chose to remain, though uncertainty lingered in their hearts. After all, fear of the unknown beast tide is a universal sentiment, and no one can face death with indifference. In this gathering at the Suze base, all personnel, including Zhang Xiaojie, Lin Yedong, Wu Yu, and Yi Qing, maintained a semblance of composure. However, Newcomers like Wang Gang and the recently recruited refugees exhibited varying degrees of trepidation and uncertainty upon their faces. They yearned to remain, after all. They had painstakingly established this base, and abandoning it would be an unbearable thought. Yet, staying meant confronting the oncoming beast tide head-on. Consequently, when Susie arrived, a multitude of inquiries erupted from the crowd as they sought to discern Susie's stance, whether they should remain or depart. Are you afraid of death? Surprisingly, instead of addressing their concerns directly, Susie posed an alternative question. As soon as his words resonated, the previously noisy assembly fell into an unexpected silence. Chapter 94, Has the beast tide arrived? I do not know, Old Wang replied, bewildered by the leader's query. How could I possibly know? Just wait. Suddenly, the once boisterous throng was reduced to murmurs, soft utterances that, in the stillness, rang distinctly. Susie chose not to further inquire but instead observed them quietly. Everyone, allow me a moment, Wang Gang began, stepping forward. Although not one of the base's veterans, he was among the earlier groups to join. Soon, it became evident that he was the leader of the first batch of organized refugees accepted by Susie. His loyalty was commendable. A glance at his system revealed that his allegiance had reached the notable threshold of 90. Under ordinary circumstances, an individual with such loyalty would never consider betrayal. Therefore, Susie refrained from interrupting Wang Gang's speech, silently eager to hear what he had to convey. None of you have witnessed the beast tide, I presume? To be frank, I have seen it, not a tide, but a horde. I hail from another province, from the city of magic, which was overrun by the beast tide. Prompting my relocation to Su province, I encountered a pack of mutated wolves while fleeing. With over 1,000 souls in our escape party, no one dared to resist. The wolves trailed us, methodically slaughtering more than 20 individuals each day. It seemed these creatures were astute, perceiving us as mobile sustenance, consistently claiming that number. As he recounted this grim tale, a flicker of red glimmered in Wang Gang's eyes, and a tear slipped down his cheek. Ironically, we all fear death. Yet in our quest for survival, can you fathom the lengths to which we resorted? Regaining his composure, Wang Gang's expression gradually returned to normal, although the empathy in his voice resonated deeply with all present. Indeed, much like an ostrich burying its head in the sand when faced with peril, no one opted to confront the wolf pack directly. Instead, they fled in a frenzy. As long as one could outrun their companions, survival was assured. For the wolves would only pursue the slowest among them. Fortunately, I was swift, and I survived. Yet, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped me, akin to a lost dog wandering aimlessly in Su province. Although Wang Gang spoke with a tone that seemed casual and even laced with a hint of mockery, the weight of the situation was palpable among the crowd that heard him. They understood that his jest was not directed at others, but rather a reflection of his own predicament. Taking a moment to recalibrate his emotions, Wang Gang's gaze ignited with a flicker of determination. As if steeling himself, he drew the firearm issued to him, declaring, "This time, I refuse to flee." When the leader inquired if we feared death, I can assert with unwavering conviction, I am afraid. I fear dying while being hunted by beasts. I fear falling to my own kind, and I fear an ambiguous demise. Yet, I do not fear dying upon this land beneath my feet. I, Wang Gang, shall remain until the tide of beasts recedes, or I meet my end. With those words, Wang Gang ceased to speak further. Leader, I have unfinished business, so I shall take my leave. After offering a brief explanation to Suze, he stowed his weapon and resumed wielding his shovel. He aimed to contribute as much as possible in the final moments before the onslaught of beasts. In an instant, he turned, and with him, a multitude of others followed. This was the throng of refugees who had accompanied Wang Gang to Suze's base. They did not utter a word but silently mirrored his resolve, striving to exert their utmost efforts. As for their choices and responses, like Wang Gang, they had expressed their intentions through their actions. Leader, we are willing to remain. The beast tide shall perish, and we shall prevail. Those who had survived until this moment were no fools. Their earlier hesitation stemmed from uncertainty in their choices. Now, Wang Gang had made a decision for them. In any scenario, evasion only leads to death, and the timing of that demise is merely a matter of time. How convenient. This fellow has simplified matters considerably for me. Observing Wang Gang's retreating figure, a smile crept upon Suze's lips as he stood atop the platform. Initially, he had not envisioned such a commencement. Before taking the stage, he had contemplated delivering words to uplift the atmosphere, but given the audience's response, it was no longer necessary. Upon reopening the loyalty panel, Suze noted a significant increase in the loyalty levels of nearly all those remaining at the base. Several had even reached the rank of staunch loyalty. However, due to the rewards from the system, these individuals had not awakened as particularly exceptional extraordinary beings, possessing only the most fundamental enhancement of their physical capabilities. Do not be dissatisfied. It is indeed a rare privilege for an ordinary individual to possess an extraordinary being as a subordinate. Despite some discontent, Suze chose not to dwell on these minor details. Simply possessing enhanced physical capabilities qualifies one as an extraordinary individual, compared to the typical commoners. This already signifies a substantial increase in combat prowess. Wu Yu, how many firearms have we produced recently? Sensing the morale among his subordinates, Suze refrained from wasting time on trivial matters. After signaling the crowd to disperse, he summoned Wu Yu directly. There is no doubt that extraordinary beings are formidable compared to ordinary people. However, their superiority diminishes significantly in the face of powerful automatic firearms. Even extraordinary beings below the third tier remain apprehensive when confronted with such weaponry. In simple terms, it takes but a single bullet to deal with an ordinary commoner, and perhaps only a magazine of bullets to contend with extraordinary beings below the third tier. It is merely a matter of numerical difference. Everything else remains the same. The armory still houses over 200 firearms. If we require every member to be equipped, with an additional 2 days of overtime and a few more personnel, it remains feasible. Regarding ammunition, there are no significant issues. During my recent visit to procure supplies from Huang Jinbao, I acquired a substantial quantity of food and essential materials, alongside a batch of ammunition. Thus, we need not overly concern ourselves with ammunition in the short term. In response to Suze's inquiry, Wu Yu provided a general overview of the situation. What troubles you? Suze detected a hint of inexplicable worry in Wu Yu's gaze. It is nothing. I am merely curious as to why, at this moment, the entire Shanghang district remains inactive. When I visited the black market, even the merchant Huang Jibao was preparing to evacuate the province. Had we not had prior contact, acquiring our supplies would have proven exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, Wu Yu voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. Even though Wu Yu suspected that the Shanghang district might abandon resistance, he truly did not anticipate the rapid retreat of the official shelter in that area. These matters do not greatly concern us. Remember to store the supplies properly. We may soon find ourselves in a state of isolation, and these provisions are of utmost importance. Suze found himself unable to provide answers to Wu Yu's uncertainties. It was not that he was unaware of the reasons, but rather that reality was too harsh to articulate. It would be implausible to directly inform Wu Yu that from the very beginning, they intended to utilize civilians as a buffer against the impending beast tide. Whether to speak or remain silent at this juncture held little significance. Let all personnel collect their firearms. Our time is running short. Observing Wu Yu's lingering melancholy, Suze did not wish to squander further time on the matter. After assigning Wu Yu his tasks, Suze promptly sought out Lin Yedong. He also brought Yi Qing along with the first group of trained children and the personnel he had previously gathered. Once the hardware defenses were completed, Suze began to enhance the personal combat abilities of the individuals. The barracks served as the optimal reinforcement scheme. Boss, I'm here. Upon hearing Suze calling for him, Lin Yudong promptly appeared before him, his face etched with anxiety, fearing he might miss any of Suze's commands. Do not worry, take these energy crystals. And do you see the building behind the weapon production line? Have all these little ones behind you, along with the personnel listed on that previous list. Go inside for half an hour. Yes. Accepting the energy crystals from Suze, Lin Yudong vanished once more, directly leading the relevant personnel to the barracks. As for why Suze instructed him to do so, Lin Yudong did not question it, nor did he display any signs of doubt. This was solely due to his absolute trust in Suze. He was uncertain if these energy crystals would suffice. The system's introduction had mentioned a specific energy requirement, but the exact consumption remained unclear. Observing the 80 to 90 individuals behind Lin Yudong, Suze felt a twinge of concern regarding his reserves of energy crystals. In truth, 99% of the personnel in the base qualified to enter the barracks, yet the energy crystals in Suze's possession were far from adequate. Reluctantly, he decided to settle for a compromise, allowing Lin Yudong to take in the most loyal group for reinforcement first. Boss, it's bad. A major issue has arisen. The situation is dire. After completing these tasks, Suze had just found a suitable spot to sit down. However, before he could rest for even 10 minutes, Zhang Shaojie's voice once again echoed in his ears. Trouble had come knocking. Upon hearing Zhang Shaojie, Suze immediately canceled his plans for a brief respite and stood up. You've been around long enough. When will you learn to remain calm? With a displeased glance at the panting Zhang Shaojia, a flicker of annoyance crossed Suzai's eyes. It was not that he found Zhang Shaojia bothersome. It was simply that he could not feel pleased under the current circumstances. Although Zhang Shaojia was no longer as overweight as when Suzai first met him. Prolonged exposure to the sun had darkened his skin considerably, giving him a more serious appearance. Yet, this frantic demeanor whenever a situation arose made Suzai perceive him as somewhat unreliable. Furthermore, Zhang Shaojia looked particularly disheveled at this moment, making it seem as if he were in grave danger, rather than merely delivering urgent news. Boss, this matter is far from trivial. AC and Su Xia have returned. In response to Suzai's reproach, Zhang Shaojia wasted no time with lengthy explanations and directly brought Su Xia and AC before him. AC mentioned she sensed a surge of immense magical energy around the base. Su Xia? Indeed, Suzai's attention towards Su Xia was rather minimal. After bringing her back to the base, Su Xia and Elsie behaved quite obediently. Aside from meandering within the confines of the base, their primary activity was scavenging in the wilderness. As time passed, Suzai grew increasingly indifferent to their antics. Upon hearing the news from Zhang Shaojia, he promptly rose and approached Su Xia and Elsie, demanding, "What on earth is happening? Speak in detail." "Ah, you villain, I shall not be bullied this time," Elsie retorted, still harboring little fondness for Suzai, especially with his sudden appearance. The petite Elsie instinctively concealed herself behind Su Xia, her magic wand pulsating with a vibrant green glow. "Elsie, do not cause a ruckus." Fortunately, Su Xia maintained a relatively positive attitude towards Suzai, having lived in the base for an extended period. She had long considered herself a part of it. Gently patting Elsie's small head, Su Xia's expression gradually turned serious. The magical energy that Elsie detected is extremely chaotic. It does not originate from a human. You mean? Upon hearing this, Suzai suddenly had a revelation. The beast tide has arrived. Are you certain this information is true and not a jest? His surprise was palpable. Previously, Wu Yu had received news of the beast tide being located in the Huaihai district, with no signs of it in the vicinity of Shanghang district. Although the two districts were not far apart, the conventional speed of a beast tide's advance made such a rapid appearance nearby implausible. Indeed, Elsie's sensitivity to magic is infallible. Yes, I never lie. Both Su Xia and Elsie nodded in unison, their gazes filled with sincerity. I understand now. You are not deceiving me. In the next moment, Suzai nodded earnestly, accepting their words. The reason for his belief became apparent as he raised his gaze, sensing a desolate aura emanating from the distant wilderness, accompanied by the distinct scent of blood from mutated beasts. Chapter 95. The mysterious beast tide Zhang Shaojia put the entire base on high alert. No personnel are permitted to enter or exit. He continued, additionally, instruct Wu Yu and the others to prepare for resource allocation. War is imminent. After confirming the presence of an indeterminate number of beast tides surrounding the base, Suzai sprang into action. He first directed Zhang Shaojie and Su Xia to ensure all personnel were combat-ready before he wasted no time ascending the city wall. Boss, what is happening? One of his subordinates, tasked with guarding this section of the metal wall, inquired, surprised by Suzai's sudden arrival. The other, slightly shorter, displayed a flicker of anxiety upon seeing him. Ah Hui and Liang had been good brothers even before the apocalypse. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they became wanderers, and after enduring numerous crises, decided to band together for survival. Just a few days ago, they successfully joined Suzai's base. Upon entering the base, the two initially held little hope. After all, it was not their first time entering a settlement, based on their previous experiences. The most likely outcome of joining such a gathering was to become the lowest stratum of the displaced, ensuring only the most basic safety of life, which bore little difference to being in the wilderness. Thus, a Liang and a Hui resolved to temporarily stay in Suzai's base, planning to depart when the opportunity arose and seek refuge in an official shelter. However, they were unexpectedly met with conditions that exceeded their expectations. Not only was their survival assured, but they were also provided with meals and housing, and even job opportunities. Although the so-called meals consisted merely of some bran and a haphazard mix of food, and the housing was limited to the most basic shanties, it far surpassed any living conditions they had encountered in previous shelters. Most importantly, they had secured stable employment, tasked with guarding the outer walls of the base. This treatment immediately dispelled the brothers' initial plans. Perhaps the base was not a paradise, but it was undoubtedly a place where one could sustain life. At that moment, their leader suddenly appeared before them, causing both a Liang and a Hui to tense up. fearing that any missteps might lead to their expulsion from the base by Suze. Stay vigilant. A beast tide is approaching. Others will join us shortly. So be cautious not to move too much on the walls. Suze did not recognize the two before him, but upon glancing at their loyalty levels, he felt satisfied with their performance. While they may not be wholly devoted, they were certainly fulfilling their roles adequately. No one is perfect. And Suze never imposed excessively stringent standards on his subordinates, as he himself could not embody the term flawless, as long as they did not falter at crucial moments. That sufficed. Rest assured, Chief, a Liang and I are not afraid of death. Upon hearing this, a Liang and a Hui sprang into action. Unlocking the safeties on their firearms, ever prepared, Suze merely nodded slightly before leaping to the front lines of the base. Within mere minutes, an increasing number of beastly figures emerged within Suze's view. Was this the first wave of the beast tide? After a cursory glance, Suze gained a rough understanding of the number of beasts approaching the vicinity, approximately several thousand. They were primarily mutated wolves, rats, cats, and dogs, common creatures, devoid of any extraordinary beings. It appeared to be a horde of ordinary mutated beasts mingling together. Why were different species of mutated beasts converging? And did their target lie within the Xianghang area? As the details unfolded, Suze found his doubts multiplying. First and foremost was the variety of beasts within the beast tide. Although this was Suze's first personal encounter with such a phenomenon, he had already sought out relevant information after receiving news about the beast tide from Wu Miao. Generally speaking, the beasts that form a beast tide are predominantly of the same species. It is rare for different species to amalgamate into a collective beast tide, which fundamentally explains why the majority of beast tides do not pose a significant threat to official shelters or human-established factions. The numbers of beast tides formed by singularly mutated beasts are simply insufficient to be alarming. Yet, before Suze's eyes, he could already discern over a dozen different species among the beasts. Every conceivable beast he could imagine manifested in their mutated forms within this tide. Moreover, what astonished Suze the most was their chosen destination. Logically, his base was closer to Shanghang District than any other location. Under normal circumstances, the primary targets of these beast tides would undoubtedly be Suze and his base. Yet, this was not the case. This group of beasts seemed to be under some form of guidance, entirely disregarding the base behind Suze and instead racing at an astonishing speed towards Shanghang District, as if their gaze were fixed solely on that location. This was highly unusual. Chief, what is the current situation? The brothers have all arrived. As long as the beast tide does not retreat, we will not abandon the base. Boss, it appears that this group of mutated beasts is not targeting us. Just as Suze was engulfed in confusion, Lin Yudong and the others arrived in succession. It was evident that for the majority of those behind Suze, this was their first encounter with a beast tide. Claiming they were not anxious would be a falsehood. However, one thing that brought Suze a measure of comfort was that, despite their tension, none of them exhibited fear. Instead, their eyes brimmed with determination. Yudong, have you noticed it too? What surprised Suze even more was that Lin Yudong and Yu Qing also seemed to recognize the anomaly within this beast tide. More importantly, this beast tide imparted a profoundly strange sensation to Suze. It could be said that any beast, even if mutated or awakened with extraordinary powers, would still possess some fundamental rationality. Emotions such as fear, trepidation, and fatigue are basic biological responses. Yet, Suze felt none of these instincts emanating from these creatures. They resembled machines, a legion of artificially created instruments of slaughter. They are coming to Shanghang District, Suze declared after a moment of silence. Indeed, thousands of various mutated beasts, as Suze had surmised, exhibited no inclination to attack even as they neared the base. Instead, they surged wildly towards Shanghang District. Not far behind them. Chapter 96, The Beast Tide Approaches. What on earth is happening? Why is it that these beasts are entirely ignoring us and launching an assault on the more distant Shanghang District? The individuals present, with the exception of Suze, were momentarily struck with astonishment at the sight before them. Just moments prior, they had readied themselves for battle, even preparing to fire their weapons. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The beast tide surged past the base, heading directly towards Shanghang District. Was this merely a false alarm? Observing only a few stray beasts passing by, Zhang Shaojie felt a slight easing of his anxiety. However, the very next moment, he regretted speaking. He realized that the expressions of everyone else present were far from favorable, their faces gradually becoming grave. Upon this realization, Zhang Shaojie promptly closed his mouth and stood quietly behind the others. although he was uncertain of what was transpiring. The demeanor of his companions made it evident that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. "Boss, I have discerned that this beast tied." Lin Yudong began, but was interrupted by Suze. Since their initial encounter with Wu Miao, Suze had already obtained some pertinent information, albeit the revelations were astonishing. He chose not to accept them at face value, merely noting them down. Yet, witnessing the bizarre beast tied before him, Suze had nearly reached a conclusion. This upheaval was significantly intertwined with humanity itself. "Leader, shall we engage?" At this moment, Wang Gang approached, prepared for combat despite the beast tied not actively assaulting the base, but instead advancing towards Shanghang District. "Not yet. I wish to ascertain the current state of Shanghang District," Suze replied, restraining Wang Gang. He signaled for him to hold his fire until these mutated beasts launched an assault on the base. This was not an act of indifference on Suze's part. Rather, he sought to discern whether Shanghang District still possessed any armed forces. If so, which faction did they belong to? Was it the official shelter of Shanghang District or another power? From the information currently at hand, it was certain that all high-ranking officials of Shanghang District had evacuated. However, the rest remained unclear to Suze. Thus, he aimed to uncover the truth behind Shanghang District during this beast tide. After all, to a certain extent, Shanghang District had been entirely forsaken, and Suze aspired to claim it for himself. Understanding the dynamics at play was of utmost importance. After being halted by Suze, Wang Gang refrained from further discussion, standing silently behind him. Meanwhile, Suze directed his full attention towards the distant Shanghang District. Indeed, true to its status as a region with an official shelter. Even in the absence of orders from the High Command, the security forces of Shanghang District reacted promptly upon realizing the impending beast tide. They swiftly closed the entrances to the district, and over 100 armed personnel ascended the watchtowers. "Shoot the first beast that comes into view." Soon after, numerous mortar shells were directed towards the areas most densely populated by the wave of beasts. It appears that there remains a semblance of resistance, albeit with limited armed personnel and a lack of heavy weaponry. This initial clash between the Shanghang District and the beast tide has revealed to Suze several crucial insights. The upper echelons of Shanghang District have indeed evacuated. Nevertheless, there are still armed forces present, identifiable by their attire and equipment as belonging to Shanghang District rather than any private factions. However, their arsenal seems scant, with almost no heavy weaponry, aside from light rifles. They possess only a few antiquated mortars. As for the extraordinary beings, Suze has yet to spot any and surmises they will not be encountered in Shanghang District moving forward. "Come, Lin Yedong, Yu Qing, Zhang Shaojie, Wu Yu. Accompany me. Let us hunt down 2 mutated beasts to examine." With the artillery fire from Shanghang District raining down, vast numbers of mutated beasts sustained significant damage. Although the majority of these creatures are protected by thick fur and scales, they appeared vulnerable against the onslaught of high-caliber automatic rifles. Furthermore, the number of beasts forming the tide was not excessive. Within mere minutes, thousands of mutated beasts were gradually being decimated. Observing this, Suze sprang into action, beckoning Lin Yedong and the others to keep pace with him as he promptly made his way to the battlefield near Shanghang District. This urgency was not born from a desire to join the fray in aiding Shanghang District against the beast tide, but rather from Suze's intent to uncover the strange origins of these mutated creatures. "Boss, are we also going to engage?" Lin Yedong and the others, not grasping Suze's plan, instinctively wished to confront the surrounding mutated beasts directly. "No need. We only need to slay one mutated wolf. I suspect these creatures are not merely monsters evolved from ordinary animals, but rather artificially engineered." Suze shook his head, signaling Lin Yedong and the others to refrain from immediate action, and then surged into the melee of beasts. Die. Just then, a mutated wolf, towering over 2 meters and several meters long, stood before Suze. Its crimson eyes brimmed with murderous intent and chaos. The glossy black fur shimmered with an eerie luminescence, interspersed with splotches of dried blood. Were an ordinary person to encounter such a creature, they would hardly dare to confront it, let alone engage in combat. Yet, Suze felt no trepidation before the mutated wolf. Instead, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. He had encountered mutated wolves before. Indeed, they constituted the most common mutated beasts in this apocalyptic world, appearing in nearly every locale. While he was not intimately familiar with them, he was certainly not a stranger. However, this particular mutated wolf exuded an aura that felt distinctly different. Could it be a product of human modification? A peculiar hypothesis flickered through Suze's mind. In the next moment, Suze decisively struck, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. With a resounding bang, he unleashed all his strength in a single punch, channeling his entire force into his fist. The so-called copperhead, iron brain, and tofu waste meant that even after mutation, the majority of the wolf-like aberrations retained their weakness in the waist. Suze aimed a powerful punch at the mutated wolf's midsection. Accompanied by a dull thud and the sound of shattering bones, the once towering mutated wolf collapsed before him. Even in such a state, does it still radiate such a fierce gaze? Suze brimmed with confidence in his attack. It was utterly normal for him to dispatch the mutated wolf before him in a single blow. However, witnessing the creature, still clinging to life, attempt to mount an attack took him by surprise. Chapter 97. A human-made beast tide? Generally, when ordinary animals transform into mutated beings, they indeed lose a degree of rationality and become more ferocious. Yet, this does not imply they turn into emotionless killing machines. Essentially, mutated beings are still living creatures. They feel fear and pain. If a typical mutated wolf were in such a near-death state, fear would undoubtedly flicker in its eyes. But the one before him exhibited none of that. Its gaze remained fierce, and even with its spine shattered, it clawed its way towards Suze with its last vestiges of strength, intent on annihilating him. There was no trace of reason. Boss, is this truly a mutated beast? It feels more like a mindless killing machine. It continued to attempt a final counterattack. Not only Suze sensed the odd behavior of the mutated wolf, but even Lin Yedong and Zhang Shao Jian noticed it as well. Such a situation was utterly abnormal for a mutated creature. We will find out soon enough. In response to the group's confusion, Suze offered no explanation. Instead, he slowly approached the mutated wolf. With a crack, he stomped down upon the creature's head, shattering its skull, finally ending its life. Observing this, Suze remained silent as he retrieved the dagger from Lin Yedong's hand, carefully slicing through the thick fur atop the wolf's skull. The shattered cranium, mingled with crimson blood and a pallid substance, came into view. This caused Suze to furrow his brow, not due to the gruesome scene before him, but rather because the structure within the mutated wolf's head left him puzzled. Suze, there are no energy crystals inside its head, and it seems there is no brain matter. Fool, that is not called brain matter. It's called brain pulp. Sensing the flicker of confusion in Suze's eyes, Zhang Shaojie and the others quickly gathered around. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone lost their composure. Generally speaking, it is possible for mutated beasts to possess energy crystals within their brains, although the likelihood is rather low. Therefore, it is quite normal not to observe energy crystals in this particular corpse. However, this mutated wolf before me is completely devoid of anything in its cranium. Beneath the skull, there are no traces of the usual brain matter, only remnants of a scant few brain cells. Instead, there lies a chip, a small, pitch-black device the size of a thumbprint. Even in death, this chip continues to emit a dark luminescence, as if attempting to regain control over the actions of the mutated wolf. It is evident that there is no room for doubt. This wave of beasts is indeed abnormal. While mutated beasts may occasionally harbor energy crystals within their minds post-transformation, such occurrences should not significantly alter the structure of their brains. In other words, despite their mutations, they remain biological entities. Yet, the scene before Suze allows him to conclude that this mutated wolf can hardly be classified as a living organism anymore. It is a mere construct. Suddenly, a thought struck Suze as he and his companions fell into an uncharacteristic silence. Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and she spoke slowly. I once heard a rumor that the official sanctuary in the imperial capital had attempted to study methods of controlling mutated beasts, aiming to turn them into a force for humanity. This matter has no bearing on us. Our sole focus now is to observe the developments. Upon hearing Wu's words, Suze remained unfazed. He merely committed the information to memory before extracting the chip that had been lodged in the mutated wolf's skull and placing it in his pocket. He felt little inclination to delve deeper into Wu Yu's revelations. The imperial capital was simply too distant. Under ordinary circumstances, it was unlikely that Suze would ever have substantial interactions with the people or affairs of the imperial capital. At present, his priority was singular, to ascertain the situation regarding the beast tide encountered in the nearby Shanghong district. Additionally, he sought to determine whether there were any remaining factions in the vicinity besides himself, a matter of utmost importance to him. After all, while the higher-ups of the Shanghong district's official sanctuary might have received advance warning and fled, the lower ranks, numbering in the tens of thousands, would not be so fortunate. Let us return, Lin Yedong. The individuals I asked you to arrange should be making their appearance now. casting a glance at the battlefield. Suze noted that after enduring the initial barrage of firepower, the first wave of mutated beasts to reach Shanghang District had suffered considerable casualties. It would not be long before the remaining beasts in the battlefield were entirely eradicated. Remaining there served little purpose to Suze and his companions. Moreover, he had no intention of staying behind to assist the Shanghang District in combating the beast tide. They're all out, boss. But what exactly is that building? How is it that ordinary people can gain enhancements upon entering? Although the enhanced strength remains inferior to that of a first-tier extraordinary individual, it surpasses that of the average person by a considerable margin, with some individuals even possessing abilities that reach the limits of ordinary humans. Surrounded by Suze's trusted confidants, Lin Yedong felt no need to conceal his thoughts when discussing this matter. He openly shared his observations. While Lin Yedong's knowledge of extraordinary beings was rather limited, he grasped some fundamental aspects. To become an extraordinary individual, one must not only possess innate talent, but also require a substantial supply of energy crystals. Only after fully absorbing these crystals can one hope to transform into a true extraordinary being. The effects demonstrated by the structures created by Suze astonished Lin Yedong deeply. It was akin to Suze having devised a means to mass-produce a diluted version of extraordinary individuals, a mere energy extraction facility, where sufficient energy crystals would enable anyone to receive enhancement. After providing a brief explanation to Lin Yedong and the others, Suze also gained a general understanding of the capabilities of the system barracks. While ordinary individuals could attain enhancement within its confines, they could not directly become extraordinary beings. Rather, they would exist within a power framework between extraordinary individuals and combat-trained humans. Though not entirely satisfactory, this was sufficient for Suze. The upcoming vehicle upgrade in Jinhua, did it imply that the additional capabilities of the barracks would also be enhanced? A brilliant thought suddenly struck Suze's mind. It seemed that the previously postponed vehicle upgrade plan would need to be expedited. Chapter 98. The Collapse of the Shanghang District. However, upon reviewing the requirements for upgrading his vehicle once more, Suze felt somewhat overwhelmed. As of now, he was uncertain about how to obtain the materials mandated for the upgrade, posing a significant dilemma. Never mind. He would address this matter after resolving the crisis posed by the beast tide. Through the chip in his possession, Suze had already deduced that the current beast tide was undoubtedly under human control. Consequently, the plan he initially devised required some simple modifications. For instance, what were the motives of the forces manipulating the beast tide and the individuals orchestrating this event? Was it to eradicate the human survivor points in Su province? To eliminate the influence of official shelters? Or, as Wu Miao suggested, to dispose of a considerable portion of the deemed useless lower strata? Or could it be that all of the above were possible? Suze did not know, but that did not impede his plans. Everyone return, henceforth, without my command. No one is permitted to leave the base. Additionally, if any other refugees wish to join our base, they may be brought in. Will you, upon returning to the base, instruct Wang Gang to construct a series of shelters on the vacant land halfway up the mountain, where newly arrived refugees can be directly accommodated. They will only be released after a period of observation. Soon, Suze adjusted his plans, content to observe the unfolding events from a distance. Regardless of the origins and intentions behind the beast tide, it momentarily held no relevance for Suze, with remnants of the official shelter's forces aiding them. Why not seize the opportunity? Why squander their vitality at such a critical juncture? The plan was revised, and Lin Yedong and the others offered no objections, instead nodding in agreement. From their perspective, this seemed to be the most prudent course of action. On a macro level, one cannot afford to be selfish, yet Suze was no saint, nor were Lin Yedong and his companions. They merely sought to survive in this world teetering on the brink of annihilation. Apologies, but they truly lacked any noble spirit. The sunset was exquisite. They hoped to witness such beauty again in the future. After casting one last glance at the distant horizon, ablaze like a mottled inferno, Suze and his companions retreated into the safety of their base, sealing the doors behind them. Meanwhile, the situation in Shanghang District was far from optimistic. Following the loss of high-level command, despite the remaining defensive forces, it resembled a headless chicken flailing in chaos. After repelling one wave of the beast tide, the entire district descended into utter turmoil. From several kilometers away, the base could still faintly hear the sounds of explosions and see the glow of flames reaching skyward. Do not misunderstand. These noises were not the sounds of battle against the beasts, but rather the desperate cries of the rioting populace of Shanghang District, unleashing their pent-up fury and despair through their weapons. Under the night sky, tranquility was lost in Shanghang district, giving way to a cacophony of fire and chaos. On the first day of the beast tide's resurgence, the cries rang out, "Let them all come at us. No one is allowed to leave Shanghang district. Bring all our firepower to bear. If these monsters breach our defenses, we shall all perish." The following morning dawned as serene as ever. The sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze stirred the air, lifting a few grains of pale yellow sand momentarily before they settled back down. Everything appeared normal, save for the fact that the tumultuous uproar in Shanghang district had yet to subside. Like a tide, the mutated beasts emerged once more from the distant horizon, swarming like ants preparing to flee before a storm in their childhood. Suddenly, a moment of silence enveloped Shanghang district. In the next heartbeat, alarm bells blared, and weary soldiers, their eyes heavy with fatigue, readied their firearms and ascended the city walls. Though the scene mirrored that of the first day, confusion etched itself on nearly every face. They fought without knowing the cause or the purpose. They mechanically squeezed the triggers of their weapons. The walls teemed with people, an atmosphere of impending doom emanating from the soldiers. Within Shanghang district, despair reigned. Even before the beast tide fully arrived, it had devolved into a hell on earth. Refugees, rioters, wanderers, mercenaries, and merchants roamed the streets in disarray as order crumbled. Break free. Only by escaping Shanghang district can we survive. The officials have abandoned us. We remain only to face death. To live, we must leave this place. Clear the way ahead. If you continue to obstruct, I shall take drastic measures. Chaos has engulfed the Shanghang district completely. It is unclear who first shouted the rallying cry to break free. In an instant, mayhem erupted. Countless refugees evaded the already sealed gates of Shanghang district, rushing into the wilderness. Is the beast tide terrifying? Undoubtedly. However, for those trapped within Shanghang district, even the most fearsome beast tide offers a glimmer of hope. If they can run faster than others, then they may escape death. Conversely, remaining within the confines of Shanghang means only awaiting death and enduring an inexplicable sense of impending doom. Leader, the number of refugees has increased. Should we continue to accept them? On the base, atop the city walls, Suze surveyed the direction of Shanghang district through his binoculars. It was uncertain whether the diminished firepower after the first wave of the beast tide was due to other factors. Suze could distinctly sense that the defensive strength of Shanghang district had significantly waned. Many soldiers atop the walls had begun to flee in panic, preparing to abandon the fight. Moreover, the second day would see a beast tide far exceeding the first, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Shanghang district was in peril. We will accept, but I am selective. We shall not take in any thugs or individuals laden with copious amounts of food. We will accept the elderly, but children, particularly orphans, should be welcomed indirectly. Suze perceived a hint of tension emanating from Wang Gang behind him. Yet he remained composed. Identifying those we should shelter was relatively straightforward, but he feared that an overwhelming influx might incite a riot. When pushed to their limits, people are capable of actions beyond our imagination. Ultimately, Wang Gang voiced his concerns. One refugee is manageable, 10 or 2, but 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. It's beyond my capacity to fathom the horrors that may unfold. What purpose does your firearm serve? What is the function of the armed escort behind you? Do I need to instruct you on how to handle this? Suze's eyes turned icy as he fixed his gaze sternly on Wang Gang. Remember, any thug or individual attempting to forcibly breach our base, regardless of who they are, your weapon will provide the most definitive answer. With that, Suze slowly descended from the city walls, leaving Wang Gang standing alone. Chapter 99. The Dark Assembly Leader. 10 children have arrived. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yedong had been dispatched by Suze to gather intelligence in Shanghang district, leaving Yi Qing in charge of the orphan training temporarily. Truly, she is one of the rare geniuses, despite becoming an extraordinary being later than Lin Yedong. It was Yi Qing who first broke through to the second tier among Suze's subordinates. This revelation even surprised Suze. Compared to her earlier self, Yi Qing exhibited a marked maturity following her ascendance to the second tier. Furthermore, due to her mechanical abilities, her eyes had undergone a remarkable transformation, replaced by a nanomachine eye that superseded her original sight. Yet, there is not an overwhelming sense of unattractiveness. Rather, it lends Suze a peculiar charm. Simultaneously, Suze can perceive a hint of chill emanating from her. Nevertheless, Suze comprehends this phenomenon is unrelated to Yi Qing herself. It is merely an impression left by her extraordinary powers in the past. Indeed, these little ones have exhibited exceptional performance. Additionally, There is another matter for which I have brought you here. Allow them to select 2 children each from the newly arrived refugees and continue training them in the previous manner. After laying out his intentions, Suze glanced at Yi Qing and then spoke slowly. Before Lin Yudong returns, your responsibility will be to manage this group of children in a general sense. Yes, I understand. I will find opportunities to let them engage in practical combat. For having become extraordinary beings, remaining in the base will not enhance their fighting capabilities, she replied. Indeed, the scattered mutated beasts nearby serve as excellent targets. Suze nodded in agreement with Yu Qing's suggestion. He then fell silent, sitting quietly in his chair, gazing out at the distant landscape. Upon realizing that her plan had received Suze's approval, Yu Qing promptly vanished. Compared to Lin Yudong, Yu Qing is more astute and possesses greater talent. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be her lack of eloquence. Perhaps cold as ice is the most fitting description for her. However, this is advantageous. Had it been Wu Yu or Zhang Shaojia, Suze would have had to waste time explaining why, overnight. 10 little ones suddenly became extraordinary beings, a question he himself could not answer directly. Fortunately, Yi Qing would not pose such inquiries to him. Are all 10 extraordinary beings merely endowed with the most common powers of strength and agility? Never mind. For now, having extraordinary beings is quite satisfactory. And it offers some feedback, albeit minimal. After Yi Qing departed, Suze did not truly rest. Instead, he promptly sat up, examining the base's planning map laid out before him. At this moment, Suze felt somewhat overwhelmed. 3 days prior, he had informed Wang Gang to proceed with the plan to accommodate refugees while also arranging for the base's expansion. The original intention was to identify valuable talents among the vast number of refugees. Thus, even if Suze had to expend some food as a cost, it would yield considerable returns. Yet, the current situation reveals that there are simply too many talents. Within a day, Suze had already taken in over 1,000 refugees who had fled from the Shanghang district, a figure that resulted from Wang Gang's stringent selection. Upon receiving this news, Suze immediately abandoned the idea of further recruiting refugees. The sudden surge in numbers was indeed alarming. Fortunately, Suze could assess the loyalty of those joining the base through the system. Thankfully, the loyalty of these refugees generally exceeded 60, which implies that as long as Suze does not lead them to their demise, they are unlikely to betray him easily. Otherwise, with over 1,000 new arrivals, Suze would hardly find a moment's rest. Rather, it is imperative to keep a vigilant watch over them. Alas, with the sudden influx of individuals, while the issue of food remains manageable, the scarcity of water has become quite a vexation. From the outset, Suze had anticipated the surge in the population of the base, particularly concerning food, for which he had made comprehensive preparations. However, the availability of water has now emerged as a pressing concern. Initially, there were indeed abundant sources of underground water in close proximity to the base, sufficient to sustain a few hundred individuals. Yet, with the number of inhabitants multiplying several times over, the water sources are now strained. It appears necessary to locate an area from which to siphon additional water using the crystal orb. Coincidentally, the crystal orb obtained from Yishao did not contain any water sources. With no other options, Suze reluctantly decided to venture out on a perilous expedition. Boss, I'm back. The situation in Shanghang district is grim. Just then, Lin Yudong returned. What transpired? Did I not instruct you before your departure to refrain from engaging in combat? Upon glancing at Lin Yudong, Suze was somewhat taken aback. The sight before him was one of utter disarray. Lin Yudong was drenched in blood, with visible wounds marring his visage. It was evident that during his reconnaissance mission in Shanghang district, he had encountered conflict. Judging by the scars on his face, Suze could easily deduce that such injuries were inflicted by fellow beings. What happened? Please, elaborate. After tossing an energy crystal to Lin Yudong to restore his vitality, Suze resumed his seat, quietly observing Lin Yudong. This was not Lin Yudong's first reconnaissance mission in Shanghang district. In fact, Suze had signaled him to survey the area the day after the beast tide had subsided. This marked his third expedition. The intelligence gathered on the previous 2 occasions had aligned with Suze's expectations. Faced with the relentless tide of beasts, Shanghang district could hardly withstand the onslaught. For the first and second days, they barely held their ground, relying on firearm firepower and the ammunition reserves previously stationed in Shanghang district. However, by the third day, portions of Shanghang district had already succumbed, with countless humans reduced to mere sustenance for the mutated beasts. Currently, only half of Shanghang district remains under human control. According to Suze's conjecture, the district could only endure for another 2 days. Unexpectedly, a new force had emerged in Shanghong district. The Dark Society had appeared, cloaked in black robes, comprised entirely of extraordinary beings. Although their numbers were limited, they wielded something known as holy water. Any ordinary person who consumed this holy water could experience a boost in their powers. While not on par with those trained in the barracks, they were nonetheless formidable. Moreover, it seemed this faction was collecting human remains, though the reason behind this endeavor remains unclear to me for the time being. In response to Su Zay's inquiry, Lin Yudong, hastily returning, refrained from elaboration and instead conveyed the entirety of the situation he had encountered. The injuries I bear were inflicted during a confrontation with a member of the Dark Society. Upon completing his report, Lin Yudong proceeded to elucidate the origin of his injuries. What? Upon receiving this news, Suze could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Chapter 100, The Holy Water That Manipulates Souls. By the way, boss, I also obtained what they referred to as holy water from that individual. Before Suze could utter a word, Lin Yudong suddenly recalled the item he had acquired from that person. He promptly produced the holy water and placed it before Suze. Holy water in an instant. Suze directed all his attention toward this so-called holy water. It was contained within a small silver-white vial, which felt metallic to the touch. It was of considerable weight. Yet it was neither silver nor platinum, but rather resembled ordinary aluminum. The craftsmanship of the vial appeared quite crude, suggesting it was hastily manufactured. Otherwise, such poor quality control would be inconceivable. From these details, Suze could easily discern that the Dark Society had not anticipated the impending beast tide, but rather sought to seize an opportunity for profit upon learning of it at the last moment. What exactly could they gain from empowering these refugees? As he began to grasp the underlying motives, Suze found himself increasingly curious about the true intentions of the Dark Society. Surely, they could not merely desire to strengthen the common refugees to assist them in combating the beast tide. This thought flitted through Suze's mind, and he dismissed the notion as too simplistic. Anything that could enhance human strength was immensely valuable and would never be squandered on mere refugees without ulterior motives. Moreover, given the ominous name of the Dark Society, Suze could not bring himself to believe that an organization bearing such a title would engage in altruistic endeavors. Let me see what this thing truly is. The structure of the vial containing the holy water was quite simple. Upon twisting off the threaded cap, Suze was suddenly enveloped by an unusual fragrance, strangely familiar, yet unrecognizable upon closer reflection. It resembled the peculiar aroma one might detect when ravenously hungry after the frying or roasting of meat, instinctively inciting a sense of impulsiveness. More strikingly, Suze felt an irresistible urge to consume the contents of the vial. Interesting. It appears this so-called holy water is not merely a mechanism for human evolution through energy. Suppressing this overwhelming desire, Suze broke into a smile. Lin Yudong, have you witnessed anyone consuming the holy water? Did they exhibit any peculiarities? Particularly in comparison to ordinary individuals? Peculiarities? In response to Suze's inquiry, Lin Yudong appeared somewhat perplexed. If an abrupt sense of tranquility and calmness could be deemed abnormal, then indeed, such changes had occurred. Upon further reflection, Lin Yudong recalled a notable difference. The remnants of humanity in the Xiangang district were scarce, with nearly every individual's visage marred by an expression of profound fear of death. However, those who consumed the holy water were entirely different. They were instantaneously liberated from their irritable tempers, their faces adorned with an expression of remarkable benevolence. Lin Yudong even witnessed an individual who, despite confronting the death of a loved one, remained remarkably composed. Such behavior was far from that of an ordinary person. It became evident to me that this so-called holy water was not a concentrated source of energy. Rather, it served primarily as a conduit. Suddenly, Suze poured the holy water onto the floor, revealing no abnormalities whatsoever. It was merely ordinary mineral water, devoid of any energetic essence. Noticing Lin Yudong's apparent confusion, Suze offered a brief explanation, then continued. The fundamental reason ordinary individuals could attain enhancement was due to their souls being overdrawn. This holy water was simply a medium for soul depletion. How could this be? Why would a dark organization possess the ability to manipulate souls? Clearly, Lin Yudong was struggling to accept Suze's explanation, as the concept of the soul was exceedingly difficult for him to comprehend. There was nothing impossible about it. From the very beginning, the dark organization had operated in such a manner albeit previously constrained by the power of official sanctuaries. Thus, they had been denied the opportunity to emerge into the public eye. Now that the order of official sanctuaries teeters on the brink of collapse, they naturally come forth. At this juncture, Suze suddenly recalled their initial encounter with members of the Dark Organization during their first expedition to the Huaihai district. At that time, the primary mission of the Blue Shield team was to combat the Dark Organization. Lin Yedong refrained from venturing out for the time being. I wish to observe what this so-called Dark Organization truly entails. Let them all emerge in the coming days. Disregarding the holy water, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Suze's eyes. Were it an ordinary force, Suze might entertain thoughts of collaboration or assimilation. However, regarding a cult like the Dark Organization, which toys with human souls, his stance was unequivocal. They must be annihilated. Understood. What about the beast tied in the vicinity? Lin Yedong nodded, though a hint of concern lingered on his face. This apprehension was not due to the sudden emergence of the Dark Organization, but rather the beast tide prowling near the base. Recently, with the allure of the Shanghang district, the majority of the beast tide had gathered around that area, showing little interest in the base. Now, nearly every force capable of resisting the beast tide in the Shanghang district had been rendered ineffective, leaving the mutated beasts to encircle the base, although they had yet to launch an attack. The sight of thousands of beasts gathering at their feet instilled a sense of unease in Lin Yedong. Should these beasts suddenly strike? It would undoubtedly pose a monumental challenge for the base. There's no need for haste. The time to act has not yet arrived. Let us wait a while longer. Regarding Lin Yedong's concerns, Suze remained remarkably composed. Boss, I'm heading out. Zhang Shaojie had some matters to discuss with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yedong refrained from further comments and departed, leaving Suze alone in the vicinity. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. The previously bustling environment fell into an unexpected silence. We are all acquaintances here. Since you have arrived, let us not waste each other's time and come out directly. After a brief moment of gazing into the distance, Suze unexpectedly spoke. The words emerged as if he were conversing with an old friend. Yet, in reality, Suze found himself in the presence of no one. Are you not coming out? At this juncture, my patience wanes, he said, his brow furrowing as an inexplicable killing intent emanated from him. This is rather tedious. It seems I have not revealed my scent this time. As Suze's words fell, a shadow flickered. It was Wu Miao, suddenly appearing before him. Chapter 101. Yet again, Wu Miao. This matter bears no relation to scent. I perceive your presence merely through instinct. In truth, the moment Lin Yedong exited the room, Suze had already surmised that someone was lurking nearby. However, he could not ascertain whether it was Wu Miao. The reason for detecting her was quite simple. It was solely reliant on the loyalty panel provided by the system. Amidst a sea of vibrant green representing good and loyal individuals, a yellow mark indicative of potential danger suddenly emerged. As long as Suze possessed sight, he would instantly recognize it. How dull. I initially intended to frighten you, but it seems you have already detected me. In the face of Suze, Wu Miao exhibited no signs of tension. Even though her unexpected arrival had been anticipated by Suze, her eyes remained devoid of anxiety. Instead, she casually found a suitable spot to sit and regarded Suze with an exceptionally bewitching gaze. This expression resembled that of a young girl who had discovered an intriguing toy, brimming with affection and possessiveness. Wu Miao, given your identity, I presume you did not come here merely for idle chatter? Suze's gaze sharpened as he looked at her. From Wu Miao, he sensed a hint of danger, accompanied by a sensation akin to holy water birthed from darkness. Controlling souls, we might as well be old friends. Is it not permissible to visit? In response to Suze's inquiry, Wu Miao appeared utterly relaxed. She even noticed the cow candies placed on the table before Suze. Without hesitation, she grabbed one and skillfully popped it into her mouth. How sweet. Let us dispense with trivialities. I have a question for you. Suze's response was notably straightforward. He merely shot Wu Miao an exasperated glance before continuing. What do you know about the Dark Society? A pack of rats. It seems that a mere candy does not suffice. After answering Suze's inquiries, Wu Miao deftly stashed all the candies from the table into her pockets, declaring, consider this as a reward for your question. Do you have any connection with the Dark Society? You should know what I am trying to ask. Ignoring Wu Miao's playful antics, Suze continued, no, how could I possibly associate with a pack of rodents? At this moment, Wu Miao had risen again, evidently unsatisfied with her initial confectionery haul. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she spotted a crystal ball. How about this? I'll even share 2 additional pieces of information, including that which you are most concerned about, the beast tide. Are you jesting? Suze was well aware of Wu Miao's ulterior motives and bluntly rejected her offer. Neither of us is a child anymore. Let's dispense with the frivolities and discuss your purpose for being here. The mention of the Dark Society was merely a tactic employed by Suze to steer the conversation, more than the elusive Dark Society. Suze was genuinely intrigued by Wu Miao's identity and the enigmatic connection to the Polar Night. However, he refrained from jumping to conclusions and quietly observed her. Why not take a guess? Wu Miao evaded Suze's question, instead circling around him, her beguiling gaze scrutinizing the layout of his room, seemingly in search of something to pilfer. Oh, Suze replied. In the next moment, he made his move. Apologies, but I particularly dislike deciphering a woman's thoughts. Before Wu Miao could react, Suze swiftly approached her from behind and launched a punch aimed at her back. Sneak attacks are not the hallmark of a gentleman. At the critical moment, Wu Miao spun around, evading Suze's strike. The allure that once graced her features vanished, replaced by a look of wariness. I never claimed to be a good man. With his initial strike thwarted, Suze activated his armor fusion. Wait, let us not fight. I came to you regarding a matter. Sensing an unsettling pressure, Wu Miao quickly gestured for Suze to cease. It's about the beast tide. Don't you want to know who instigated it? Fearing Suze might retaliate, Wu Miao abandoned her jesting demeanor. Had you said so earlier, it would have been much simpler. As soon as she finished speaking, Suze disengaged his mechanical fusion state, a hint of goodwill emerging on his previously indifferent face. The information Wu Miao offered piqued Suze's interest significantly. Is this your unique ability? After sensing the shift in Suze's demeanor, Wu Miao relaxed slightly. Initially, her approach towards Suze was rather nuanced, merely aiming to draw him into the Polar Night. Other intentions were not in her mind at all. However, now, especially in light of the formidable power emanating from Suze, Wu Miao was increasingly inclined to secure him as her ally. The orchestrator of the beast tide is the illustrious Shangguan family from the imperial capital, with numerous prominent families from the capital also involved. However, the primary force remains the Shangguan clan. The mention of the Shangguan family took Suze by surprise, for he was not entirely unfamiliar with this lineage. After all, he had reaped considerable benefits through his association with Shangguan Yaran. Indeed, their intent in manipulating the beast tide is quite straightforward. They aim to harness its power to cleanse the lower strata of humanity. How can you assure me that this information is accurate? Suze inquired skeptically. These are verifiable facts, but whether you choose to believe them is entirely up to you. The alluring woman responded decisively to Suze's doubts. Instantly, silence enveloped the room once more, the previously warming atmosphere reverting to its former chill. All right, I understand. Let us set this aside for now. I have another question for you. Ultimately, it was Suze who first shattered the tense ambience surrounding them. In truth, he had harbored little skepticism regarding the information revealed by the enchanting woman. His earlier retort was merely an instinctive attempt to gauge the situation. Having discovered the chip within the head of the mutated wolf earlier, Suze had already formed some suspicions. What is your identity? Or rather, what is the purpose of the organization you represent, the Polar Night? Lastly, what is your objective in conveying this information to me? Suze, disinclined towards verbosity, directly articulated his inquiries, favoring a straightforward approach to resolution. Chapter 102, The Significance of Polar Night and its collaborators suddenly confronted with Suze's barrage of questions. The enchanting woman could no longer maintain her icy demeanor and let out a laugh, teasingly replying, What you have presented are not merely one question, but three. That is inconsequential. Even if I refrained from asking, I would eventually pursue these queries. Delaying would only squander our time. You are remarkably candid, she remarked, reflecting on Suze's reasoning. Moreover, even if Suze had not posed these questions, she would have provided the answers. For one of her primary motives in seeking out Suze was indeed collaboration. My role is quite straightforward. I am the head of the Polar Night organization in Su Province. Aside from myself, there are over a dozen members of the Polar Night, all of whom possess strength above the second tier. When it came to explaining the purpose of the Polar Night, the enchanting woman fell silent for a moment before responding with a smile. The Polar Night engages in various activities, producing beast tides, combating them, fighting against zombies, and managing dark assemblies and official shelters. We undertake any task related to our mission, regardless of the adversary. By the way, I should inform you that our organization also has a hand in this beast tide. Upon concluding her statement, the previously relaxed woman adopted a serious demeanor, preparing herself for potential conflict. Despite having met Suze on multiple occasions, She remained uncertain about the young man's personality and character. It is challenging to ascertain the intentions of Wu Miao. Upon hearing this news, one wonders whether Su Zhe might react violently. A mercenary-like organization, perhaps? Moments later, after a prolonged silence, Su Zhe unexpectedly spoke. Contrary to Wu Miao's expectations, he exhibited no inclination to act aggressively. Instead, his expression was marked by a hint of perplexity. If one were to interpret the situation, it could be posited that each member of the Polar Knight is responsible for different matters. The Polar Knight resembles a loosely knit organization, where any member is free to invest in what they perceive as potential new order bearers. Some have chosen the imperial capital, while others have opted for various shelters. And certainly, some have aligned with zombies and other non-human forces. At this juncture, Wu Miao felt a tinge of pride. However, as a member of the Polar Knight, she found herself unable to assess the judgments of her colleagues, whether they were right or wrong. So, it is not a mercenary group, but rather an investors' consortium? Upon hearing this, Su Zhe began to grasp the true nature of the Polar Knight. In essence, it was akin to the various merchant guilds before the apocalypse, outwardly presenting as an organization, yet internally, its members fought their own battles. Are you here to propose an investment? Su Zhe asked, suddenly regarding Wu Miao with a smile. To be precise, you are only partially correct. My purpose in seeking you out is not for investment, but for collaboration. Given your current capabilities, you likely do not require my financial backing. After uttering these words, Wu Miao's eyes reflected a sense of resignation, accompanied by a faint, bittersweet smile. Initially, she had merely considered listing Su Zhe as her investor. At the age of 20, having defeated Li Fengtian in the Shanghang district, he was not quite a top-tier genius, but nonetheless a promising investment candidate. However, after their first encounter, Wu Miao realized her grave error. The swift defeat of Li Fengtian was not indicative of Su Zhe's limitations, capable only of vanquishing such extraordinary individuals, but rather a testament to Li Tianfeng's inherent weakness. From the moment they first met, Wu Miao sensed the formidable power within Su Zhe. Coupled with his ability to conquer Lingyi of the imperial capital, it became evident to her that Su Zhe could never become her investing partner. The sole condition for potentially aligning with him would be through collaboration. Are you seeking to partner with me? Upon comprehending Wu Miao's intentions, Su Zhe initially expressed surprise, followed by an inexplicable smile. Since collaboration was on the table, he was eager to ascertain the terms she would propose. It was evident that Wu Miao's desire for collaboration was not entirely unfounded. However, Su Zhe was keen to evaluate the conditions she would present, for collaboration implies mutual benefit. If Wu Miao could not offer Su Zhe any assistance, then their partnership would hold no significance whatsoever. I can provide you with intelligent support and even assist you in critical moments. All I ask is that after you resolve this beast tide, you accompany me to the imperial capital. To avoid any misunderstanding on Su Zhe's part, Wu Miao promptly continued her explanation. Of course, once the beast tide concludes, the imperial capital will not be in vain. As long as you can stand out among the extreme knight investors, I will claim no reward for myself. You speak of something too distant. I, Su Zhe, prefer matters of a more tangible nature. Such as? At this moment, Wu Miao's expression gradually turned serious. I desire a substance known as the Ghost Energy Oregon. If you can procure this item or provide relevant information, I believe we may have the potential for cooperation. Su Zhe was not a naive individual. He would not simply agree to a partnership based on Wu Miao's lofty promises. He was far more concerned with concrete benefits. For instance, the Ghost Energy Ore was essential for upgrading his vehicle. Should Wu Miao bring forth pertinent information regarding this, or even deliver a finished product, their collaboration could certainly continue. Ghost Energy Ore? Upon hearing this term, Wu Miao's previously serious demeanor was momentarily overshadowed by shock. However, she quickly regained her composure, returning to her normal state. This substance is exceedingly rare, at least in the vicinity of Shanghang district. There are no known sources. Yet, I am curious, what do you need it for? Ghost Energy Ore indeed contains a trace of extraordinary power, akin to energy crystals to some extent. However, it is fundamentally different from energy crystals. The energy it contains cannot be absorbed by the human body. If you intend to use it as a substitute for energy crystals, I advise you to abandon that notion. As Su Zhe had anticipated, it appeared that Wu Miao possessed knowledge about the Ghost Energy Oregon. My purpose for acquiring this ore is not to replace energy crystals, but for another use entirely. You need only to inform me of how to obtain it. Su Zhe refrained from elaborating on his reasons for needing the Ghost Energy Oregon coincidentally. Had you asked me about this substance before the beast tide, I might have been at a loss as to where to find it, for only a handful of locations within human settlements produce ghost energy Oregon. However, the situation has changed. If you truly desire ghost energy, or the beast tide lurking nearby presents the optimal opportunity, their hearts are composed of this very ore. With that, a smile danced in Wu Miao's eyes. Really? Suzai's composure wavered once more. Chapter 103, Verifying Information. Venturing out again, I cannot guarantee everything, but I, Wu Miao, do not delight in deceit. Moreover, whether my words hold truth, you need only to test it for yourself to discern the outcome. In response to Suzai's skepticism, Wu Miao appeared quite nonchalant, spreading her hands in a gesture that conveyed, I have shared all I know. If you doubt me, feel free to investigate on your own. There is fundamentally no intention for any explanations. If this is indeed the case, our collaboration will be established without requiring excessive contributions from you. Merely providing information unknown to me will suffice. Should the enchanting figure present a demeanor poised for explanation in the face of her own inquiries, Suzai might harbor doubts. However, her audacious demeanor only solidifies Suzai's belief that she is not deceiving him. After leaving his promise, Suzai was reluctant to waste even a moment, swiftly making his exit from the base. At this juncture, Suzai's paramount concern is singular, to ascertain the veracity of the claim made by the enchanting figure regarding the presence of ethereal or among the aberrant creatures wandering near the base. Should her assertion prove true, the long-stalled vehicle upgrade program may very well be reignited. How intriguing. I hope this collaborator does not lead me to regret the decision I have made, Suzai. Suzai's figure quickly vanished from her sight, prompting a sigh of relief from the enchanting figure, who appeared noticeably more relaxed. This was not due to any other reason, but rather her simple joy in having found a trustworthy collaborator. Presently, although Suzai's base is modest, devoid of backing, and he himself merely a slave by birth, in the eyes of the enchanting figure, this collaborator surpasses the esteemed elites of the imperial capital by far. This time, I have triumphed over the commander of the Polar Knight. A trace of prideful amusement graced her countenance. In the next instant, clad in a flowing black dress, she vanished, leaving behind an envelope on the empty table, along with some candies she had pocketed earlier. The candies were sweet, but she preferred to keep only 2 or 3. As for the remainder, they would be left for those who relished them, or perhaps for another occasion. Upon receiving word from the enchanting figure regarding the ethereal ore, Suzai wasted no time and rushed to the open ground. Observing Lin Yedong seemingly in discussion with Zhang Shaojie, Suzai bellowed, Boss, I'm here. What has transpired? Is the beast tide preparing to assault our base? Initially, Zhang Shaojie had intended to request Lin Yedong's assistance in procuring drinking water. However, Suzai's abrupt call caused both Zhang Shaojie and Lin Yedong to hastily set aside their tasks and rush to Suzai's side, bracing themselves for action. Zhang Shaojie, this does not concern you. Continue your search for reliable water sources nearby. If any are found, make a note of them. Our base is critically short on drinking water, and if necessary, we may need to lower the standards for consumption, Suzai instructed. Observing Zhang Shaojie accompanying Lin Yedong, Suzai felt a twinge of exasperation. It seems he has become familiar with Lin Yedong, flattering him, yet when it comes to tasks, he generally performs adequately without causing much trouble. However, Suzai found it increasingly intolerable to observe Zhang Shaojie's loyalty rating, which had stagnated at an infuriating 99. At one point, Suzai had speculated whether there was an error within the system. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that this was likely tied to Zhang Shaojie's own character. A loyalty score of 99 is, in theory, exceedingly close to unwavering allegiance. However, perhaps deep within Zhang Shaojie's heart, he was not prepared to confront death. Consequently, Suzai's attitude towards Zhang Shaojie had become rather indifferent. If he did not ascend to become an extraordinary being, so be it. Suzai did not particularly rely on Zhang Shaojie's combat prowess. Apart from fighting, Zhang Shaojie was still capable of performing tasks that pleased Suzai. Boss, are we heading out? Upon Zhang Shaojie's departure, Suzai offered no explanation and directly led Lin Yudong outside the base. Observing Suzai's demeanor, Lin Yudong could no longer contain his curiosity regarding Suzai's plans. After all, the circumstances were markedly different now, when the beast tide had initially erupted. The area surrounding the base had been relatively quiet. Now, however, mutated beasts roamed freely. Lin Yudong had even heard from the refugees that the Huaihai district had been completely overrun by the beast tide. The prospect of venturing out with just the two of them left Lin Yudong feeling somewhat apprehensive. Boss, I've heard that a formidable mutated beast, a ferocious tiger, has appeared near the Huaihai district. Even a first-tier extraordinary being would struggle against it. A second-tier extraordinary being would be no match. It seems to be heading in our direction. If we plan to travel a considerable distance, I believe we should prepare ourselves thoroughly. Ultimately, Lin Yudong voiced his concerns. This was not due to a lack of faith in Su Zai's or his own abilities. Rather, extraordinary-level mutated beasts were indeed formidable foes. Set aside your apprehensions. I have brought you along to validate a hypothesis. Just follow my lead and remember to carry some supplies on our return. Had Su Zai not wished to avoid the burden of carrying a mutated beast's carcass upon his return, he would have preferred to go alone without Lin Yudong. Boss, I sense that your invitation for me to join you is merely to serve as a tool. A glance at Su Zai revealed a hint of recognition in Lin Yudong's expression regarding his role as a mere instrument. Do not doubt it. You are indeed a tool, Su Zai teased, and Lin Yudong resignedly followed in his wake. Before long, Su Zai and Lin Yudong found themselves traversing the wilderness. The landscape had transformed dramatically. In just a brief walk of several minutes, they arrived at a desolate expanse a few hundred meters from the base. Gazing across the barren terrain, with sporadic distant roars echoing in the vicinity, Su Zai furrowed his brow. The atmosphere was not particularly ominous, rather. The abrupt change in the environment caught him off guard. Before the beast tide had descended, this once desolate area, though devoid of life, had been the most level ground in the entire Shanghang district. It was a place where scavengers, refugees, and mercenary convoys frequently passed through. The ground, littered with shattered rubble, were numerous tire tracks. The marks upon the ground serve as the finest testament to the prosperity of Shanghang district. Beneath the impending doom, countless souls persistently strive to survive upon this desolate land. Yet now, it has all vanished. Everything is gone. What remains are only the mournful roars of beasts, the interminable solitude, and the human corpses, now reduced to bleached bones, scattered upon the earth. Chapter 104. Su Zai's decision. Are there no more refugees in this vicinity? The responsibility for accommodating the displaced rests with Lin Yudong and Wu Yu. Thus, Su Zai lacks clarity on this matter. Previously, Su Zai believed that despite the onslaught of numerous mutated beasts, many refugees would still manage to survive. However, upon closer observation, Su Zai discerned that apart from himself and Lin Yudong, there were no other living humans in the vicinity. There are none. At least within our 5-kilometer radius, there are no large groups of refugees. In the past 2 days, we have gradually welcomed over 300 individuals. The surrounding refugees are either joining our base or preparing to flee from Shanghang district to seek refuge in other regions of Su province. Speaking of this matter, Lin Yudong's eyes were clouded with a hint of sorrow. This sorrow was not born of any sentimentality, but rather a shared empathy among kin. Each human life lost to the tide of beasts signifies a loss for the entirety of humanity. I understand now. Upon returning, I will inform Zhang Shao Jie and the others. We shall continue to accept refugees, and I will devise a solution regarding the water sources and land area. Previously, Su Zai had not comprehended the gravity of the refugees' plight. Now, he is acutely aware that those without shelter can only await death. Su Zai is unwilling to let them perish in such a manner. With great power comes great responsibility. Boss, with that in mind, our base's resource reserves may not withstand the strain, Lin Yudong suddenly interjected. Food and water, in fact, are secondary concerns. Even if several hundred more individuals were to join the base, the depletion of these non-tangible resources could be managed. Even the issue of insufficient living space could be easily resolved by expanding the shelter area. However, Lin Yudong could not fathom the purpose of accommodating so many people. The entire base did not require such a multitude. Forcibly sheltering them would most likely lead to unrest. Lin Yudong shuddered at the thought of the horrific consequences that could arise from a mass uprising. The very existence of the base could be jeopardized by such turmoil. Boss, perhaps we should adhere to the previous plan and refrain from allowing the remaining refugees to enter the base? Despite understanding that the decision did not rest with him, Lin Yudong felt compelled to voice his concerns. He did not wish for the home he had painstakingly built to be utterly destroyed by a riot instigated by these refugees. Rest assured, I am not afraid of a large crowd. As long as there are people, I can find tasks for them to undertake. In truth, Su Zai's apprehension did not stem from the number of individuals. For possessing the crystal ball, he would not despise an abundance of people. Various mining areas were in need of labor. Constructing defensive facilities linking the two mines necessitates manpower. Currently, Su Zai's more pressing concern is to locate a water source. As for the potential for unrest, Suze remains unperturbed due to the loyalty system in place, given sufficient time for indoctrination. Even the most malevolent of rebels can be transformed into instruments of unwavering loyalty. Naturally, there are a few recalcitrant individuals. For these ungrateful souls, Suze's solution is straightforward: elimination. It is worth noting that he has not traded any of the firearms produced by his manufacturing line. These weapons are not mere sticks. They are the finest tools for Suze to uphold order. Setting that aside, let us proceed as I suggest. Is there any news from the other mine? After making his decision, Suze had no intention of consulting Lin Yedong, opting instead to shift the conversation to the two mining areas. Preparations for these locations had been made long before the beast tide began, with ample food and supplies left behind. Furthermore, the mutated creatures from this beast tide seemed to harbor no desire to attack the unofficial sanctuary regions. Under normal circumstances, the personnel within the two mines should face no life-threatening dangers. Yet, a flicker of concern lingered in Suze's heart. After all, one can never expect a plan to unfold flawlessly. Fortunately, we had investigated the situation, confirming that both mines, nestled within the mountains, had not even encountered the beast tide. This time, fortune favored Suze. According to information Lin Yedong gathered from Zhang Xiaojie, the mines were situated far from the outbreak zone of the beast tide and were shielded by surrounding mountains, thus avoiding an assault. More importantly, the internal space of the mines was substantial. The miners remaining there had not ceased their work and had even established several underground defensive points on the surface as a measure against the beast tide. Boss, are we heading to the mining area this time? Lin Yedong inquired, momentarily believing Suze intended to take him to the mines. No. Our mission is to hunt mutated beasts. We will split up and regroup here in half an hour. Remember to bring back the corpses of the mutated beasts you slay. With that, Suze sprang into action. To enhance his efficiency in killing, he initiated mechanical fusion, merging his vehicle with himself. Was the purpose truly to hunt mutated beasts? Instantly, Lin Yedong followed suit, though his approach appeared far more agile compared to Suze's brute force. Drawing a dagger, Lin Yedong swiftly targeted the nearest mutated bear. Among the various common mutated creatures, the mutated bear was his favorite to hunt. Compared to the mutated wolves, the mutated bears are significantly bulkier and exhibit an exceedingly sluggish pace. Even though the strength of the mutated bears far surpasses that of the mutated wolves, this holds no significance for Lin Yedong. For, regardless of their formidable power, if they cannot strike Lin Yedong, they possess virtually no lethality. Boom, boom, boom. Have the mutated beasts in this vicinity already begun to feast upon the zombies? Moments later, leveraging overwhelming firepower, Suze successfully annihilated all the mutated creatures surrounding him. The mutated beasts themselves are not particularly extraordinary. They are merely stronger than ordinary wildlife, coupled with the eerie control of the chips. They exhibit no fear of death or pain. As for other peculiarities, Suze did not observe much out of the ordinary. Instead, the shattered remains of the zombies drew his attention. These remnants consisted solely of bones and fragments of flesh. This indicates that these mutated beasts have commenced their aggressive assaults on the zombies. Chapter 105, confirming the information Lin Yedong, move swiftly. The plan is changed. Tear open the hides of these beast carcasses, extract the hearts, and then depart immediately. Under normal circumstances, mutated beasts would never initiate attacks on zombies. Yet, the emergence of such an anomalous situation prompted Suze to ponder further. Without delay, he urged Lin Yedong to hasten his pace. Once they verified the information regarding the ethereal energy, or as stated by Wu Miao, Suze had no intention of lingering in this desolate wilderness. Hearts. Upon receiving the command, Lin Yedong promptly approached the nearest mutated bear carcass. With a sharp dagger, he swiftly slid open the chest. Instantly, a heart-shaped stone emanating a faint purple glow came into view. Boss, indeed, there is something strange. These mutated beasts possess abnormal hearts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yedong immediately called Suze over and proceeded to extract the heart. Hand it over to me. Once deprived of the vital blood supply, the heart-shaped stone, which had initially glimmered with a soft purple light, lost its original radiance. Only a faint shimmer remained, pulsating in rhythm with Suze's breath. At that moment, Suze's expression was filled with astonishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 kilogram of ethereal energy, or whose energy density meets the requirements for vehicle upgrade materials. Please continue your efforts. A long unheard mechanical voice from the system suddenly resonated in Suze's mind. Instantly, the shock on Suze's face was supplanted by overwhelming joy. This pale purple stone truly is ethereal energy, or the information provided by Wu Miao is indeed accurate. Let us return to the base. Also, inform the combat personnel within the base to prepare for battle. This time, we shall commence the eradication of the nearby beast tide. Upon confirming the veracity of Wu Miao's information, Suze promptly led Lin Yudong back to the base and began preparations for the beast tide elimination plan. Eradicating the surrounding beast tide? Upon hearing Suze's words, Lin Yudong, though perplexed by Suze's decision, could not help but express his astonishment. Boss, shouldn't we consult with others regarding such matters? Moreover, since the beast tide has yet to attack us, proactively eliminating the surrounding beast tide might result in considerable casualties. Wouldn't it? The primary reason we previously refrained from clearing the surrounding beast tide was that, for us, taking the initiative to do so held no value. However, the situation has changed now. After a brief explanation, Suze waved the ethereal energy ore in his hand and smiled. What we need right now is this. Let us return to the base. Without waiting for Lin Yudong to respond, Suze directly led him back to the base, offering no further explanation. In truth, Suze had not intended to take action against the beast tide near the base for two simple reasons. Firstly, given the current circumstances, there was no necessity for such a course of action. After all, the base had just been reinforced, while defending against the beast tide posed no issues. He needed half an hour to assemble the combat team, and he wanted Yuqing, Zhang Shaojie, and Wu Yu to join as well. I have something significant to discuss. Upon returning to the base, Suze immediately instructed Lin Yudong to gather the combat team, while he retreated to his resting quarters. Has she already left? Observing the envelope left on the table, Suze noted the absence of Wu Miao's delicate figure. It turned out she had gone to investigate the Dark Society. However, from the contents of the envelope, Suze discerned her destination. She had gone to the Shanghang district to probe into the motives of the Dark Society. Never mind Wu Miao for now. The priority was to clear the surrounding beast tide. Understanding her whereabouts, Suze refrained from dwelling on her and, after organizing his subsequent plans, stepped out. He returned to the open area where everyone had gathered earlier, and as soon as he emerged, he noticed that Wu Yu and others had already arrived. Has the armed force expanded to such an extent? Suze was taken aback to see the considerable number of personnel under his command. Leading the front line was the security team trained by Wu Yu, beyond their routine firearms training. This contingent was also responsible for the construction work related to the base's expansion. While not elite, Suze could still sense the essence of soldiers within them. Approximately 300 individuals, primarily armed with automatic rifles produced within the base, donned rudimentary aluminum armor. Although the protective capabilities fell short of bulletproof vests, they still offered a degree of defense. After a brief comparison, Suze estimated that Wu Yu's trained team bore combat capabilities comparable to those of the patrol security teams in the Shanghang district. When did you manage to gather so many people? Suze casually inquired, as Wu Yu stood beside him. In the warehouse, there were already a considerable number of firearms. And with the occasional emergence of marauders, I contemplated arming all these individuals to ensure we possess sufficient combat capability in the event of encountering mutated beasts or hostile intruders. Speaking of this, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Wu Yu's face. After all, from the very beginning, Suze had not tasked Wu Yu with forming a combat team. This was purely Wu Yu's personal initiative. Very well, I wish to witness their combat prowess during collective operations. Upon understanding the rationale, Suze merely nodded, signaling Wu Yu to take her leave. He then turned his attention to Lin Yudong and the contingent behind him, a youth army entirely comprised of orphans. Their numbers were few. Even with potential expansion in the future, this group led by Lin Yudong consisted of just over 100 individuals, the majority of whom were mere children, around 15 or 16 years of age. Yet, the aura emanating from these youngsters was enough to leave Suze somewhat impressed. Their combat capabilities were evident to the naked eye. Furthermore, what intrigued Suze even more was that most members of Lin Yudong's trained unit were not equipped with firearms, but preferred cold weapons, daggers, longswords, and crossbows being the most common. Boss, rest assured about the combat abilities of these youngsters. Although not all have become extraordinary beings, after undergoing training in the barracks, their combat strength has nearly reached that of a first-tier extraordinary individual. Clearly, Lin Yudong held great confidence in the capabilities of those he had trained. Meanwhile, Suze's gaze shifted towards Zhang Shaojie, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Until now, the combat unit managed by Zhang Shaojie had yet to present themselves before Suze. Chapter 106, Pre-Battle Mobilization. Can anyone tell me where Zhang Xiaojie and his group have gone? In an instant, Suzai's gaze towards Zhang Xiaojie turned sharp. This was not a matter of underestimating Zhang Xiaojie or his team. It was primarily due to the fact that most of Zhang Xiaojie's subordinates were born as slaves, despite Suzai having purged this unit multiple times. Expelling some of the ne'er-do-wells, he honestly held little expectation for the combat capabilities of Zhang Xiaojie's forces. Boss, please wait. They are on their way and should arrive soon. Sensing the intensity of Suzai's gaze, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Zhang Xiaojie's forehead. However, Zhang Xiaojie did not freeze in place. Instead, he urged Suzai to wait, his eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement, as if anticipating the events to unfold. What exactly was Zhang Xiaojie up to? Despite Suzai and Lin Yedong being somewhat perplexed by Zhang Xiaojie's actions, they decided to wait, encouraged by his evident confidence. Here it comes, boss, look. This is the mechanical apparatus we have devised. With this contraption, we should be able to significantly reduce casualties when confronting the beast tide. Moments later, the previously anxious Zhang Xiaojie suddenly emerged from the crowd, vigorously waving his arms to direct Suzai's attention towards the northwest. Is this contraption the creation of Zhang Xiaojie? How peculiar. Yet I cannot shake off this sense of foreboding. Previously, I heard that Zhang Xiaojie and his group seemed to be holed up in the warehouse. Could this be the product of that time? Indeed, it was not only Suzai who gazed toward the northwest. The surrounding onlookers and newly arrived humans at the base were also drawn by Zhang Xiaojie's shouts. Lin Yedong, Su Xia, and Yi Qing were no exceptions. Initially, they were merely spectators, but as a deep mechanical rumble resonated from the northwest and a massive mechanical vehicle appeared before them, they realized that Zhang Xiaojie had somehow fashioned a contraption resembling heavy machinery from discarded vehicles. Zhang Xiaojie, enlighten me about this creation and its purpose. The mechanical vehicle approaching the crowd resembled an enlarged excavator. No, Suzai could discern that the front of this bizarre vehicle, measuring approximately 15 meters in length and 5 meters in width, was indeed derived from an excavator. Furthermore, atop the vehicle, he observed a dozen old heavy machine gun platforms arranged in a formidable firing network. It must be said, aside from the excessive consumption of ammunition and fuel, this mechanical vehicle is undoubtedly a formidable weapon against the beast tide. Boss, this mechanical vehicle is a product of my brothers and me, modeled as a simplified version inspired by your abilities. Besides the heavy machine gun firing network you envisioned, the vehicle features over 100 shooting apertures on its front and sides, allowing our team to fire effectively from within. For defense, to withstand armor-piercing rounds, we employed homogeneous bulletproof steel for protection and added a layer of alloy on the inside. Common firearms will find it impossible to penetrate our defenses. After conveying the specifications of the vehicle, the tense expression on Zhang Xiaojie's face finally eased, replaced by a hint of pride. This weapon before them was the secret creation he and his brothers had labored over for a full fortnight. Although Zhang Xiaojie's team lacked any extraordinary beings, he firmly believed that through the strength and wisdom of their collective, they would not fall short of the so-called extraordinary. Excellent. You will take the lead in this battle. I am eager to witness the true combat prowess of this creation. Yes, we will ensure the destruction of those mutated beasts. With Suzai's affirmation, excitement filled Zhang Xiaojie's eyes as he had followed Suzai for quite some time. Zhang Xiaojie experienced his inaugural moment of affirmation from Suzai. Boss Zhang, let the leader witness our prowess. We are not inept. Indeed, we are part of the base now, no longer mere scavengers. Should that beast tide dare to appear before me, I shall turn these creatures into Swiss cheese with my gun. The excitement in the air was not confined to Zhang Xiaojie alone. His loyal followers, the first batch to rally behind Suzai, echoed his sentiments. Even among the so-called veterans within the base, there lay a suppressed determination to prove themselves. The mechanical vehicle they had created stood as a testament to their ambitions. Does this contraption have a name? With Suzai's formidable prowess, he could easily discern the combat potential of Zhang Xiaojie's creation against first-tier extraordinary beings. This metallic monstrosity undoubtedly served as a formidable weapon. However, when faced with second-tier extraordinary beings, its effectiveness waned. The vehicle's formidable firepower and robust defensive capabilities bore significant drawback: mobility. Second-tier extraordinary beings possessed an unparalleled speed and neural reflexes, rendering such a cumbersome machine incapable of posing any real threat to them. Yet, this did not diminish Suzai's commendation of Zhang Xiaojie. The vehicle's combat effectiveness paled in comparison to the glimmer of transformation he perceived in Zhang Xiaojie and his team. That alone sufficed. Upon hearing Su Zhe's inquiry about a name, Zhang Xiaojie promptly approached and shook his head, his demeanor growing more serious. Let us simply call it the machine. It's straightforward and memorable. Furthermore, I cannot ascertain where you acquired such mechanical talent, and that is beyond my concern. My suggestion is to seize an opportunity to invest some time in upgrading this cumbersome contraption to utilize energy crystals as its power source. This would significantly enhance its cumbersome attributes. After imparting his final suggestion, Su Zhe redirected his attention to the crowd. Aside from the near 600 combatants led by Wu Yu, Lin Yudong, and Zhang Xiaojie, Su Zhe's most substantial armed force was the makeshift guard team led by Wang Gang, composed of refugees. They lacked even the most basic aluminum armor for protection. Armed instead with outdated thermal weapons, and some ordinary individuals still wielded cold steel. Yet, amidst this gathering of nearly 1,000 souls, Su Zhe sensed the essence of hope. Chapter 107. Expanding the ranks. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to the base. In a strict sense, this marks our first official meeting. Even in his past life, Su Zhe had seldom encountered the experience of addressing a crowd exceeding 1,000. In this new existence, it was his first. To claim he felt no anxiety would be an exaggeration. However, he was not overly perturbed. His demeanor resembled that of a casual greeting among strangers. Yet his words resonated with warmth and sincerity. Leader, it seems this is not our first encounter. We met earlier when I first arrived at the base. Ha ha, old Wang. You clever rascal, was that a formal introduction? You merely saw the leader while the leader did not see you. Indeed, despite old Wang's appearance resembling that of a man in his 50s, can you guess his true age? He has only just turned 18. Quiet down, can't you see the leader up there? Silence, please. As Su Zhe concluded his opening remarks, the cacophony of voices from the crowd erupted, weapons waving amidst the chatter among familiar companions. It was chaotic. At first glance, the scene appeared quite disorderly. Yet, the discerning eye could perceive that these individuals, indeed everyone present, regarded the base as their sanctuary, their home. This metaphor is not an exaggeration. It is hauntingly genuine. It is not that Su Zhe has accomplished something extraordinary, nor that he has led the base into an era of unparalleled goodness and beauty. What Su Zhe provides is merely a stable refuge, sustenance sufficient to quell hunger, and a semblance of safety. Beyond that, there is not. Life and death confrontations persist, as do diseases, hunger, and various misfortunes that claim precious lives. Reality is not a fairy tale. Regardless of the circumstances or how well Su Zhe manages things, death remains a commonplace occurrence. However, the base offers fairness, sustenance, and is erecting stronger defensive walls while creating more habitable spaces. Anyone remaining within the base can sense the improvement. Be quiet now. I believe you're exhausting your energy with your chatter. When we face the mutated beasts, will you still possess such vigor? With a gesture to quiet the crowd, Su Zhe spoke again. We were once refugees, but that is no longer our fate. Nor do we wish to revert to being mere mindless beasts. A single shot will bring them down. Ha ha ha, I fear not death. Rather, I dread dying alone without anyone to recover my body. With such a good place at stake, I cannot fathom failing to protect it. Rest assured, leader, if I were afraid of death, I would not have joined Uncle Wang Gang in this base. Previously, I would flee at the first sign of a beast tide, but this time, I shall not retreat. The responses from the crowd astonished Su Zhe. Whether due to the system's influence or a genuine transformation, the fearful individuals he anticipated had seemingly become resolute. Among the 1,000 present, not a single soul chose to retreat. Perhaps it was indeed a coincidence. Quietly checking the loyalty list, he noted that none among the 1,000 had a loyalty rating below 70. It seems I underestimated the system. Having grasped the reason behind this phenomenon, Su Zhe smiled. Prepare for battle. This time we shall drive the beast tide completely from our homeland. This land is ours. After declaring war on the beast tide, Su Zhe turned his attention to Wu Yu and the others. Once he had arranged the personnel present, he instructed everyone to gather before him. With that, Su Zhe returned to his lounge and retrieved the roster he had prepared in advance. This list of personnel had been meticulously compiled by Su Zhe, though he had not anticipated its immediate necessity. He had thought it would be some time before a roster would be required for the allocation of combat teams. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The impending task of clearing the nearby beast tide had become the crucible for reshaping his team. Boss, we're here, Wu Yu and the others convened with remarkable speed, taking less than half an hour. The core of Su Zhe's team, Wu Yu, Lin Yedong, Zhang Xiaojie, Yi Qing, Su Xia, Elsie, and Xiao Samao entered the lounge. They seemed to sense the sternness glimmering in Su Zhe's gaze, or perhaps they could perceive his earnestness this time, regardless. There was no hint of laxity on their faces. They stood rigidly before Su Zhe, awaiting his command. Excellent. Our sole objective is to completely eradicate the surrounding beast tide and subsequently acquire the ethereal energy or from these mutated beasts. Before we embark on this mission, I will allocate personnel. After briefly outlining the plan, Su Zhe produced the prepared maps and personnel lists. Wu Yu, expand your team by 300 individuals. Selecting from the previous group of over 1,000. Your unit shall be named Dawnbringers. Zhang Xiaojie, your team should also grow to 500 members, similarly selecting from that 1,000-strong group, and will be designated as the base guardian squad. As for you, Lin Yedong, your personnel need not change. Simply take an additional 200 for logistical support during the beast tide clearance, codenamed Shadow Guards. Soon, the arrangements for Wu Yu and the others were complete. Wu Yu's team, already numbering over 300, would now total more than 600. Their primary responsibility in the beast tide clearance operation would be to execute their objectives through concentrated firepower. Zhang Xiaojie's tasks were akin to Wu Yu's, albeit with mechanized assistance, resembling a more pinpointed combat approach, thereby making his team the second largest. Lin Yedong's shadow guards were aligned closely with his personal role, focusing on the solitary hunting of mutated beasts. Su Zhe did not expect Lin Yedong and his team to kill a specific number of mutated beasts. He merely hoped they would gain ample combat experience from this encounter. As for Yi Qing, Su Xia, and the others, Su Zhe did not assign them personnel, but instead instructed them to accompany him, forming a small support unit. Should any of their comrades find themselves in peril, Su Zhe's rapid response team would be poised to arrive on the battlefield without delay. After all, Su Zhe sought to utilize the beast tide as a means of training rather than sacrificing his loyal subordinates. He would not easily relinquish any of those who displayed unwavering loyalty to him. Understood. After a synchronized response, Wu Yu and the others immediately began to act according to Su Zhe's plan. At the same time, Su Zhe sensed an inexplicable competitive spirit in their gazes. It appeared that each person was determined not to falter in the task of clearing the beast tide. Su Zhe's perspective on this was quite simple. Competition fosters progress. Chapter 108. Armed Forces? The operation seemed to be proceeding smoothly, as Zhang Xiaojie and the others encountered no dangers. However, their pace was rather conservative. Wu Yu, Lin Yudong, and the others took little time to assemble their team, and within just over an hour, Zhang Xiaojie, Wu Yu, Lin Yudong, and the rest departed from the base. Su Zhe followed closely behind, silently observing the several squads ahead. As the first wave of beasts clashed with Su Zhe's subordinates, a flicker of excitement illuminated his expression. Initially, he had anticipated significant casualties, but it appeared that the situation was far better than he had expected. At least in terms of combat effectiveness, Su Zhe was thoroughly satisfied. The first dozen mutated beasts that appeared before them were swiftly consumed by bullets, collapsing to the ground in mere moments. Even though some members of the team were participating in battle for the first time, they displayed no excessive fear. Rather, they fought with increasing valor, spurred on by the encouragement of their comrades. If one were to pinpoint a flaw at this juncture, Su Zhe could only remark that their pace was somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, it was acceptable, as this was merely their first battle, and he was quite pleased with their performance. "Boss, the situation ahead seems a bit off. We have discovered tire tracks," one of the team members reported. After advancing several kilometers, Lin Yudong and the others had nearly cleared the surrounding beast tide, just as Su Zhe prepared to lead the team towards the vicinity of Shanghang district. Zhang Xiaojie suddenly appeared beside him, cautiously adjusting his slightly askew bulletproof helmet while holding his rifle. Under normal circumstances, there should be no other forces nearby aside from our own. These tire tracks are quite peculiar. What are you suggesting? Su Zhe inquired, as he observed several distinct tire marks on the barren plain in the distance. Even from over 100 meters away, he could clearly discern the traces. However, upon scrutinizing the surroundings, Su Zhe found no signs of any unfamiliar individuals. In fact, apart from their group, there were no traces of living creatures whatsoever. Naturally, the artificially created mutated beasts did not qualify as living beings in Su Zhe's eyes. They were merely a horde of mindless killers. I mean, could there possibly be other undiscovered forces in our vicinity? Should I send someone to investigate? That way, if they're truly our enemies, we can respond immediately. Zhang Xiaojie expressed, prompted by Su Zhe's inquiry. It is not that Zhang Xiaojie is timid. Rather, his approach to matters is inherently conservative. In light of such events, It is quite normal for Zhang Ziyi to arrive at such a conclusion. Henceforth, let this matter rest. There is no need to dispatch personnel for reconnaissance. We shall proceed according to the original plan. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall intervene. However, Suze had no intention of adhering to Zhang Ziyi's strategy. In his view, the paramount task at hand was to thoroughly eradicate the beast tide surrounding the base and, subsequently, to extract the ethereal or necessary for upgrades from the corpses of these mutated creatures. Other concerns seemed trivial in comparison. Furthermore, given the vast expanse of Shanghang district, the emergence of a couple of unofficial factions is quite commonplace. Suze harbored no fear of these so-called powers. Should they dare to act against him, he would undoubtedly leave them questioning their very existence. Stop. Who are you? This area is the territory of the 3rd Brigade of Shanghang District. Who permitted your presence here? What took Suze by surprise was the sudden appearance of a small convoy on the desolate plain, shortly after he had gestured for Zhang Ziyi to depart. 2 small troop transport vehicles, each accompanied by 8 soldiers armed with firearms, emerged. The grimy faces of these individuals suggested they had recently endured hardships. Following them was a jeep resembling a command vehicle. As the trucks came to a halt, 3 individuals disembarked from the jeep, 2 men and 1 woman, each bearing handguns. Although their attire was somewhat superior to that of the initial soldiers, in comparison to Suze and his companions, they resembled a group of slightly better-off refugees. Who are you? Lower your weapons at once. I am Lei Yu, the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Shanghang District's official shelter. State your identities immediately. Lei Yu. The captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Shanghang District Armed Forces was indeed listed among those scheduled for evacuation according to the prearranged plan. However, he was reluctant to part with the assets he had amassed in Shanghang District, intending to liquidate them all before making his escape with his trusted aides. Little did he expect that before he could even begin selling his fixed assets, the beast tide would descend upon them. A seasoned corrupt official. Lei Yu had never truly engaged in combat. He was utterly inept, even at the simplest tasks. Fortunately, he had previously rallied a group of seasoned fighters, allowing him to escape from the besieged Shanghang District, initially planning to flee the province amid the chaos. Lei Yu was startled to discover a significant number of armed individuals in the vicinity. Instantly, his mind raced with possibilities. You must be the local refugees, equipped with standard weaponry. If the higher-ups were to learn of this, none of you would escape unscathed. Rather than face that fate, why not allow us to incorporate you? You could transition from refugees to regular troops under our command. Not only is the possession of weapons privately overlooked, but military salaries are also distributed. Although Lei Yu lacks the skill to combat the beast tide, he possesses the cunning to rally refugees under the pretense of fighting against it. Observing the troops before him, predominantly armed with standard rifles and exuding an aura of lethal intent, he recognizes they are no ordinary soldiers. Should he succeed in enlisting this formidable force, escaping from Su province would be effortless, and he could even leverage these refugees to re-establish his own power. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of a smile emerged on Lei Yu's previously sullen face, causing him to overlook Suze, who had silently approached him from behind the troops. Zhang Xiaojia. Those tire tracks must have been left by these individuals. Remember, do not kill them all. Leave one alive. I have some questions for him. After casting a bemused glance at Lei Yu, Suze's figure vanished once more. In truth, Suze had encountered many like Lei Yu. Were it not for Lei Yu's military rank in Shanghang District and the necessity of extracting information from him, Suze would have refrained from engaging in conversation and would have simply instructed Zhang Xiaojie to eliminate them all. State your name, age, official position in Shanghang District, and the number of subordinates you command. Answer truthfully, and if I am in a good mood, I might spare your life. However, if you seek your own demise, I shall not intervene. Truly, those who had followed Suze from the beginning understood the gravity of the situation. No sooner had Suze spoken than Zhang Xiaojie, understanding the implied command, signaled to his comrades. Instantly, the onlookers, who had initially appeared to be mere spectators, sprang into action, aiming their firearms at the heads of the inebriated miscreants. Undoubtedly, these ruffians considered retaliation, but having lived their lives sheltered behind the thick walls of Shanghang District, they were no match for Suze's men. Before they could even draw their weapons, they were swiftly subdued by Zhang Xiaojie and his companions. Even Lei Yu, who had intended to gather the refugees, found himself at the mercy of Zhang Xiaojie's boot. The same fate befell the dozen or so subordinates following Lei Yu. Having recently hunted an abundance of mutated beasts, they had acquired more energy crystals than they could manage, making the arrival of these individuals fortuitous. They were promptly conscripted into the labor force. Esteemed leader, I, Lei Yu, failed to recognize your prowess. Might we put this matter behind us? I possess over 30,000 federal coins and credit points. Lei Yu, now regretting his earlier ambitions of commandeering the refugees, lamented his decisions. Initially, he had only noticed Zhang Shaojie and a portion of the leading troops, estimating their number to be around 40 or 50, dismissing them as insignificant. He believed that his few subordinates and his own status would intimidate these commoners. However, upon seeing Lin Yedong, Wu Yu, and Yi Qing appear before him, Lei Yu understood the dire reality he faced. It appears that I have inadvertently touched upon a sensitive matter. In response, Lei Yu, displaying a remarkable nonchalance, intends to buy his life with money. However, the atmosphere around him seems to convey an unsettling feeling. The portly individual before him has yet to utter a word. But another young man, appearing somewhat frail yet wielding a dagger, slowly approaches. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of terror crosses Lei Yu's countenance. As a former mid-level official in Shanghang District, he has encountered countless individuals and can undoubtedly sense a lethal intent emanating from this seemingly slender youth. This young man is undeniably more ruthless than the rotund figure before him. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, Zhang Shaojie. If you are incapable of interrogation, I shall take over. The individual who instills fear in Lei Yu is not Su Zhe, but rather Lin Yudong, who has just joined Zhang Shaojie. Initially, Lin Yudong had contemplated commencing the eradication of the surrounding mutated beast from the west, but upon seeing Lei Yu before Zhang Shaojie, he momentarily abandoned his preordained plan and approached Lei Yu with a dagger in hand, a smile adorning his face. It seems that whatever you possess can be obtained by my killing you, correct? Selling your life with our boss's belongings is an unwise transaction. Lin Yudong shook his head and carelessly tossed the dagger before Lei Yu, stating, "You have 1 minute to answer my questions. Otherwise, the next time this dagger will find its home in your skull." Indeed, Brother Yudong is most effective. This useless fellow should simply be eliminated as I suggested. Upon witnessing Lin Yudong accept the interrogation task, Zhang Shaojie neither expressed anger nor discontent. Instead, he wore a smile, reveling in the unfolding drama. Zhang Shaojie recognized that in the realm of interrogation, Lin Yudong surpassed him, and thus, for the sake of expediency in extracting information from this individual, Lin Yudong was the more suitable choice. Lei Yu, captain of the 3rd Squad in Shanghang District, previously commanded over 700 men. However, following the invasion of mutated beasts, I escaped with merely a handful of brothers. Sensing the murderous aura radiating from Lin Yudong and Zhang Shaojie, along with the glinting dagger before him, Lei Yu spilled forth his information as if pouring beans. Once Lei Yu began speaking, Lin Yudong refrained from further questioning and instead focused his attention on a man and a woman behind Lei Yu. After all, anyone capable of accompanying Lei Yu in a vehicle was certainly not insignificant. Lin Yudong had no intention of allowing them to evade scrutiny. This esteemed leader, I am merely his secretary, utterly uninformed. I followed Lei Yu solely to secure a meal. Should you desire it, I can. The man standing behind, sensing Lin Yudong's probing gaze, furrowed his brow but ultimately chose silence. Meanwhile, the woman was already in a state of utter fright, her delicate white legs trembling uncontrollably. Her once exquisite makeup now a mere shadow, marred by tears. Zhang Mei, who was once merely a courtesan in a brothel, had caught Lei Yu's eye due to her pleasing appearance. Having never encountered such a situation, upon seeing Lin Yudong before her, Zhang Mei instantly fell to her knees. While pleading for Lin Yudong to spare her, Zhang Mei desperately rubbed her chest against his legs, attempting to barter her body for her life. In the case of an ordinary person, perhaps Zhang Mei could indeed save herself through such means, but unfortunately, she encountered Lin Yudong. Do you desire more? If you don't leave now, I believe my men wouldn't mind a woman delivered to them, even if she is merely a whore. To Lin Yudong, the sight of Zhang Mei was undeniably alluring, yet she was but a pink skeleton, and the allure of flesh held no value in his eyes. Moreover, Lin Yudong had pressing matters to attend to. Take this woman away, we shall interrogate her later. With a swift kick, he sent Zhang Mei, who resembled a fallen creature, sprawling aside, redirecting his focus to Lei Yu. Lei Yu, I pose a question to you. Should you fail to answer truthfully, I would not hesitate to eliminate another pig. Brother, ask away. Whatever I, Lei Yu, know, I shall divulge in its entirety. Sensing the murderous intent flickering in Lin Yudong's eyes and his undeniable tone, Lei Yu capitulated. There was no room for defiance. From his understanding of Lin Yudong, should he withhold the truth, this young man would not hesitate to end his life. What is the current situation in Shanghang District? Aside from the official sanctuary, are there any other forces at play? Suze had previously informed Lin Yedong that after clearing the surrounding beast tide, their next target would be Shanghang District. Now that he had captured a big fish from that very area, Lin Yedong was determined not to let this opportunity for intelligence slip away. At this inquiry, a flicker of turmoil surfaced in Lei Yu's eyes, for he was uncertain of the answer. Are you mocking me? I warn you, if you continue to waste my time, this man will be your fate. Sensing the hesitation in Lei Yu's gaze, Lin Yedong's eyes suddenly gleamed with lethal intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the nearest individual and pulled him to his feet. With a dagger plunged into the tender flesh of the neck, crimson blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Do not kill me. I truly know nothing. Lei Yu, speak quickly about what you know. I genuinely do not wish to die. In an instant, the previously noisy surroundings fell eerily silent, particularly Zhang Mei and the others, as they beheld the pale visage of the man who had just been slain. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and a stream of yellowish liquid pooled beneath him. He had been so frightened that he lost control. Enough of the nonsense. I will grant you one more chance. Otherwise, this man will be your fate. 1, 2, 3. Facing the reactions of those around him, Lin Yedong commenced a countdown without any hesitation. His cold tone, combined with the unmasked murderous intent in his gaze, filled the air with an ominous tension. Before me, Lin Yedong resembled a harbinger of death, utterly devoid of regard for the sanctity of life. I remained perplexed, as upon departing from Shanghang District, the entire official sanctuary had already disbanded, leaving me unable to locate the director and his team. Furthermore, the troops under his command were hastily assembled from nearby, and I was left in the dark regarding the current state of Shanghang District. Initially, Lei Yu dismissed Lin Yedong's threats, considering his own experience as the former captain of the security team in Shanghang District. He had faced countless crises, and thus did not take the so-called threat seriously. However, upon witnessing Lin Yedong's actual display of violence, Lei Yu realized the gravity of his misjudgment. Lin Yedong was not merely issuing threats. He was earnest in his intent to kill. Take them away, let a few brothers escort these individuals to the base. I will continue to deal with him later. Lin Yedong stated coldly, casting a final glance at Lei Yu before falling silent. In truth, Lin Yedong could easily discern the fear reflected in Lei Yu's eyes. This man was not lying. He had divulged even the scant information he possessed. Pathetic. How could such a worthless creature be part of the official sanctuary? After witnessing Lei Yu's terrified expression as he was led away by his subordinates, Lin Yedong swiftly turned his attention to Suze, hastily approaching him. Boss, I have confirmed that they are indeed from Shanghang District, but they seem to know nothing. After relaying the information he had gathered, Lin Yedong resumed his position behind Suze. Very well. Sometimes, such an approach to tasks is necessary, but do be mindful of one thing. When taking lives, ensure that blood does not splatter indiscriminately. Suze appeared unconcerned about the information Lin Yedong had extracted. Instead, he offered a sardonic critique of Lin Yedong's methods. Overall, he deemed it satisfactory, though he noted room for improvement in certain details. Had Suze conducted the interrogation, it likely would not have taken more than 3 minutes, while Lin Yedong's efforts had been somewhat prolonged. Boss, I understand. I won't waste time like this again. Lin Yedong had not anticipated that Suze would address this aspect, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his otherwise cold demeanor. Though this was not Lin Yedong's first encounter with murder, it was his initial experience using it as a means of interrogation, and he himself recognized his lack of finesse in the matter. Go now. After you have completely cleared the surrounding beast tide, I have another matter to attend to. I will grant you half an hour. With the assistance of Wu Yu, Zhang Xiaojie, and the others, that should be ample time. Suze did not wish to squander excessive energy on Lei Yu. After a brief moment of contemplation, he instructed Lin Yedong to continue eliminating the surrounding beast tide. After all, from the very beginning, Suze regarded the suddenly appearing Lei Yu as nothing more than an insignificant insect, never considering the prospect of extracting substantial information from him. It is merely an interlude. Has the Shanghang district truly descended into such a state, devoid of even the slightest vestige of grassroots power? Lin Yedong's figure swiftly vanished from Suze's sight. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, Zhang Xiaojie, and their subordinates continued to cleanse the surrounding waves of beasts from the epicenter where Suze stood. Having gained experience from their previous encounters with the mutated beasts, Wu Yu and the others increased their efficiency in clearing the area. In just half an hour, there were no traces of the mutated beast within a radius of several hundred meters. The entire process was remarkably swift, resulting in minimal casualties. Wu Yu, Zhang Xiaojie, You two remain here to clear the battlefield. Bring back all the hearts of the mutated beasts to the base, and collect a few of the pelts and claws. These items can be quite valuable, Suze instructed, assigning the task of battlefield cleanup to Wu Yu and Zhang Xiaojie once he confirmed the area was safe. Subsequently, Suze turned his serious gaze towards Lin Yedong and Yi Qing. After a moment's contemplation of Lin Yedong, he approached Yi Qing without uttering a word. Boss? It seemed Yi Qing anticipated that she had matters to discuss with him, standing rigidly at attention. Is your second-tier state stable now? Suze inquired suddenly. His tone akin to that of an elder addressing a promising junior, imbued with gentleness and patience. It was not that Suze favored her unduly, rather. Yi Qing's talent was astonishingly remarkable. Among the thousands within the base, and indeed throughout the entirety of Shanghong District, Yi Qing undeniably stood out as the most gifted young woman Suze had ever encountered. Such talent was beyond reproach. Furthermore, since the system had designated her as a loyal follower, Yi Qing had become someone Suze could trust unconditionally. If Lin Yedong was the sharpest blade in Suze's arsenal, then Yi Qing represented a promising investment, a dark horse poised for meteoric rise. Yes, it has stabilized. I have absorbed a significant portion of the ability crystal that the leader entrusted to me, and my extraordinary power has been considerably enhanced, Yi Qing replied honestly. Despite her uncertainty about Suze's sudden inquiry regarding her strength, she proceeded to unleash her extraordinary power, allowing Suze to grasp the extent of her current capabilities. Upon witnessing this display, everyone present, including Lin Yedong, was engulfed in astonishment. How is this possible? How can Yi Qing possess such formidable strength after becoming an extraordinary being for such a short time? This talent is unbelievable. Yi Qing is actually a second-tier extraordinary being? Lin Yedong mused, maintaining a semblance of composure. Though he had been unaware of Yi Qing's precise strength beforehand, he had formed a rough understanding of her abilities. In contrast, the expressions on Wu Yu and Zhang Xiaojie's faces conveyed a sense of sheer wonder. Before this, the two of them had merely viewed Yi Qing as a newcomer who had just entered the extraordinary realm. Now, Lin Yuandong remained behind while Wu Yu and Zhang Xiaojie were instructed to attend to their tasks without assuming that their roles were limited to merely tidying up the aftermath. Suze signaled for them to proceed with their duties, believing that it was far more productive than idling away time in conversation. His approach was not one of favoritism, but rather a reflection of his discomfort with idleness. This attitude extended beyond Zhang Xiaojie and Wu Yu. Suze held himself to the same standard. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not squander time on rest. Rest assured, once this matter concludes, the remaining tasks will pose no issue, Zhang Xiaojie said, attempting to flatter. Enough with the flattery, just get going, Suze retorted. Zhang Xiaojie wore a broad smile, while Wu Yu, less verbose, promptly took Zhang Xiaojie with her to their tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Yuandong stood still, resembling a marionette, as Suze only instructed him to wait without providing a clear goal. Nevertheless, Lin Yuandong occupied himself by cleaning the dagger in his hand, using a cloth to wipe away the crimson stains from his earlier actions. Achieving the status of a second-tier extraordinary individual was already commendable. Suze intended to take both Lin Yuandong and Yi Qing to the Shanghong district, where confrontations might arise. He offered Yi Qing the chance to decline, should she lack confidence in her abilities. To clarify his intent, Suze explained that while being a second-tier extraordinary individual was undoubtedly impressive, it was merely a superficial strength. If one was unaccustomed to combat, fully unleashing one's potential could prove exceedingly challenging, especially considering Yi Qing's age. Rest assured, from the moment I joined the base, I have been prepared for battle. Yi Qing's response surprised Suze. He had not anticipated her decisive acceptance of the task. He had expected some hesitation, however. She displayed none, her eyes shimmering with clarity, devoid of fear, and instead radiating excitement and anticipation. In other words, Yi Qing was looking forward to this mission. I remember the first time I saw the leader. From that moment, I aspired to become a sharp blade in their hand. Do I possess such charisma? My intentions for establishing the base were simple. I merely wished to survive in this wretched world. In my heart, you are not merely a person of charisma, but an eternal deity. Yi Qing's response remained as resolute as ever, articulating her innermost thoughts without a hint of hesitation. I am unworthy of such a title as deity. I resemble more a villain, for I have not forgotten the many lives lost at my hands. Yi Qing's lofty appraisal left Suze momentarily speechless. A deity does not equate to a lack of bloodshed. Without a leader, I fear this world may witness even greater casualties, she continued. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Suzai's previously complex expression transformed into one of simplicity, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had never considered the notions of humanity, collectivity, or the future. Suzai was, in essence, rather shallow, preoccupied solely with himself. Whether selfish or unfeeling, he was simply Suzai. His inclination to save others stemmed from their utility to him. They held significant value. Yet now, it seemed, the reality was shifting. A flicker of uncertainty rippled through Suzai's steadfast emotions. He found himself somewhat perplexed, yet a new element had emerged in his contemplation of the future: saving lives. Saving the world. Of course, such aspirations felt distant from the current Suzai. At present, aside from the beast tide, capturing Shanghang district remained his paramount concern. I believe I shall not disappoint your expectations. Yi Qing, you are quite intriguing. After a hearty laugh, Suzai turned his attention to Lin Yedong. Lin Yedong. I retract my previous statement. At times, when dealing with those from whom we wish to extract information, a more measured approach may be warranted. We need not resort to killing. Boss, I understand. Killing him would only necessitate the disposal of his body. Next time he withholds information, we shall simply cast him into the mines this way. Even if we fail to obtain intel, we can still reap some benefit. I intend to send that fellow Lei Yu to the mines. Clearly, Lin Yedong misinterpreted Suzai's intent. A flicker of determination shone in his eyes. He surmised that his leader's sudden remarks indicated a flaw on his part, and thus, he felt compelled to adapt. Moreover, the proposed adjustment was devoid of any issues. I am sparing your life. Allowing you to assist me in mining, is this not a rather tactful approach? With this thought, Lin Yedong grew increasingly confident. Alas, Lin Yedong had completely misread the situation. Hearing his resolute words, Suzai opted against further clarification, as it would likely prove futile. However, this development was, in fact, a silver lining for Suzai. The composition of a team requires not only benevolent individuals, but also those like Lin Yedong, who can navigate the murky waters of difficult situations. Thus, the interplay of light and shadow is essential. Chapter 112. The Eerie City. The current situation appears rather unsettling. In the entire Shanghang district, aside from the beast tide, there seems to be nothing else. I have not discerned any signs of life around me. Even atop the city walls, only the remains of humanity lie strewn about. Half an hour later, Suzai, accompanied by Lin Yedong and Yi Qing, ventured directly into the heart of the Shanghang district. Although they found themselves in the most remote corner, an inexplicable sense of desolation and decay enveloped them. The trio stood in what was once the Shanny area of Shanghang, a locale Suzai was somewhat familiar with, having previously roamed this region. Yet, now, he felt no sense of familiarity. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming strangeness. The buildings lining the streets were marred beyond recognition, with shattered bricks littering the thoroughfares. Aside from a few scattered mutated beasts, Suzai had yet to encounter any signs of life. Not a single person was in sight. He had not even spotted a rat. It appeared that Shanghang district was truly lost. Prior to the beast tide, the Shanny area had housed tens of thousands, and now, with the information relayed by Lin Yedong and Yi Qing, a grave seriousness flickered in Suzai's eyes. Indeed, before arriving in Shanghang district, Suzai had mentally prepared himself. Given the enormity of the beast tide and the withdrawal of the officials from the district's shelters prior to the onslaught, it seemed entirely reasonable for the area to succumb to devastation. However, the complete disappearance of the populace felt exaggerated. Have you discovered any corpses? Or at least fragments of incomplete bodies? Suddenly, as he surveyed the chaotic streets, a foreboding thought flashed through Suzai's mind. Particularly troubling was the fact that, thus far, he had not encountered a single corpse, which was decidedly abnormal. While mutated beasts may consume human remains, they are not scavengers. Even in their voracity, they would leave behind remnants of flesh. In stark contrast to the current scene, there were neither bodies nor even traces of blood to be found. More alarmingly, Suzai could distinctly perceive a foul, metallic scent permeating the air, a telltale sign of human blood. Yet, he found no corpses, nor even the remains of mutated beasts. Before entering Shanghang district, he had glimpsed a few bodies of the displaced, but upon crossing the threshold, those remains had vanished completely, as if someone had meticulously cleared the battlefield. In response to Suzai's inquiries, Lin Yedong and Yi Qing confirmed the grim reality the moment they entered Shanghang district. All corpses had inexplicably disappeared. It resembled a ghost town. Clearly, the demise of the displaced was not solely attributable to the mutated beasts. There were other forces at play. After absorbing Lin Yedong and Yi Qing's chilling report, Suzai fell into a profound silence. gazing into the distance where smoke and sounds of conflict arose. The entirety of Shanghang district was left with but a single vibrant area. Surrounding structures lay in ruins, with debris strewn across the ground. Makeshift shelters of rotting wood and tattered cloth had largely succumbed to the consuming flames. Beneath the scorched earth lingered a suffocating aura of despair. In this moment, Suze fell into silence. This was decidedly abnormal. Under any circumstance, corpses would invariably punctuate the theme of decay, yet now they were conspicuously absent. An inexplicable instinct compelled Suze to inhale the air deeply. A scent of darkness permeated, and he began to fathom the reason behind it all. Upon sensing this sinister presence, the once familiar expression on Suze's face shifted to a smile. He perhaps comprehended the eerie absence of any corpses within Shanghang district. This matter was likely entwined with the forces of darkness. Lin Yedong, when you previously discovered the holy water in Shanghang district, did you encounter any peculiarities related to the Dark Society? Realizing the potential instigator behind this unsettling reality, Suze swiftly redirected his focus to Lin Yedong. Although lacking direct evidence, he trusted his judgment, and even more so, his intuition. Boss, are you implying it's the Dark Society as people? Lin Yedong, sensing Suze's probing inquiry, instantly adopted a serious demeanor, especially upon noticing the glimmer of amusement at the corner of Suze's mouth. A sudden wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him, a sorrow for the Dark Society. Knowing Suze well, Lin Yedong understood that such a smile signified impending misfortune for someone. No, after receiving news of the holy water, I returned immediately with the items in hand. I hadn't noticed any other anomalies, he reflected, shaking his head. In his earlier discovery of the Dark Society and the holy water, Lin Yedong had been oblivious to other details and thus had not extensively investigated the Dark Society. Let us proceed directly to the battlefield. We shall set aside the Dark Society for now. I am more curious about how much defensive force remains in Shanghang district. With no useful information gleaned from Lin Yedong, Suze chose not to dwell on the matter further. He immediately surged toward the area still resisting the beast tide. Boss, something feels amiss here. There are signs of conflict despite the absence of the beast tide. The area still resisting the beast tide was rather limited. Once serving as an official sanctuary for Shanghang district, situated within the central region. Though somewhat remote compared to the true epicenter, it boasted substantial defensive installations. In addition to the basic concrete walls, there were semi-permanent bunkers fortified with formidable firepower. Yet now, these bunkers stood abandoned, mere shells of their former selves. The actual area still resisting the beast tide lay approximately 300 meters ahead, utilizing a moat as cover for the final stand against the onslaught. Upon reaching this point, Suze finally beheld the figures of refugees, guards, and security personnel. At last, Suze encountered living beings in Shanghang district. However, Lin Yedong discovered something peculiar in the area. Boss, let us pause for a moment. You must first examine this. Observing that Suze seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation, Lin Yedong promptly presented his previous findings, a bullet and a partially intact rifle. What is this? Suze, unfamiliar with such firearms, struggled to grasp the significance of Lin Yedong's discovery. Boss, this weapon is not the standard rifle of Shanghang district. It originates from elsewhere. A gunfight has undoubtedly occurred here, and it was not instigated by the forces of Shanghang. Lin Yedong, without reservation, disclosed his findings. Chapter 113. At last. Living beings are sighted. Indeed, Chief, I noticed the footsteps as I approached, Yi Qing affirmed, nodding at Suze. Upon entering Shanghang district, Yi Qing was taken aback by the surrounding circumstances. Consequently, as they ventured deeper into the heart of Shanghang, she remained vigilant to the details around her. Moreover, Yi Qing had not merely observed trivial details, she had discerned a pronounced anomaly. Due to prior bombardments, much of the concrete surface had been utterly ravaged, transforming it into a quagmire. It was this very factor that enabled Yi Qing to notice a plethora of footprints upon the sodden ground. From the impressions left behind, it was apparent that a considerable number of individuals had traversed this path. Curiously, the footprints led deeper into Shanghang district rather than out of the city. Prompted by Lin Yedong and Yi Qing, Suze recognized the oddity. Merely by the direction of the footprints, he could deduce that two factions were present in the current Shanghang district. Should we investigate further? These individuals might very well be members of the Dark Society, as the shoes worn by Shanghang's forces do not resemble these. Upon realizing Suze's understanding, Lin Yedong promptly articulated his thoughts. Having already suspected irregularities with the Dark Society, discovering their trail made an investigation seem prudent. No need for that. To Lin Yedong's surprise, Suze halted him and picked up a bullet casing from the ground, smiling as he remarked, "These are likely not members of the Dark Society. And the reason is quite simple. The Dark Society would never utilize such low-quality ammunition." The bullet casing in Suze's hand appeared quite old, clearly a recycled shell. In Suze's recollection, he recalled that Wu Miao had once informed him of the Dark Society's complexity, hinting at the influence of other forces behind them. This indicated that they had not yet fallen to the depths of relying on recycled ammunition. Let us proceed, remaining discreet. Do not forget that our mission is solely to investigate the internal situation of Shanghang District, not to engage in any other activities. The darkness undoubtedly represents an adversary for Suze. However, from the moment he became aware of this entity, he did not prioritize it as his foremost enemy. Suze's current focus is singular, to seize control of the territory in the Shanghang District while endeavoring to shelter the displaced populace. As for the other vermin lurking in the sewers, the time for Suze to act against them has yet to arrive. I understand. Chief, shall we intervene in this battle? For Lin Yedong, Suze's command is paramount. Yet, for Yi Qing, she harbors her own thoughts. If circumstances permit, she hopes that her group can step in to assist the vulnerable when they are in peril. After all, Yi Qing once belonged to the ranks of the displaced. The downtrodden, residing at the very bottom of society, are undoubtedly innocent. As she recalls the eerie scene she previously witnessed, those who would not spare even the bodies of the displaced, Yi Qing is resolute. She will not let such individuals go unpunished. Very well, if the opportunity arises, I shall rescue them, provided they are willing to accompany me. Initially, Lin Yedong intended to outright refuse this proposition, but after some contemplation, Suze nodded in agreement to Yi Qing's request. The rationale is straightforward. Suze, being human himself, requires assistance in revitalizing the nearly collapsed Shanghang district. His ambition transcends merely reclaiming a territory ravaged by the beast tide. He seeks a place to establish his foothold. The fundamental prerequisite for any endeavor is a populace. Boss, we have company. While Suze strolled along the tranquil streets, deftly dispatching a few scattered mutated beasts, Lin Yedong stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. At a crossroads ahead, he spotted living beings. How intriguing. A group of youngsters has managed to survive in such an environment. Coincidentally, Suze's attention was also drawn to the sudden appearance of young figures before him. The group comprised approximately 40 to 50 individuals, all quite young, most were mere children. The eldest barely in their teens. Predominantly boys, they clutched makeshift weapons, which could be described as wooden sticks and rebar. Additionally, Suze noted that some of these youngsters possessed a silver bottle containing what appeared to be holy water. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the contents still held the sanctity they implied. Lin Yedong approached them and assessed their intentions. If they are not affiliated with the Darkness Society, bring them here. Once he determined that these youngsters resembled displaced persons rather than members of the adversarial organization, Suze signaled Lin Yedong to engage with them. Meanwhile, he and Yi Qing concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the wary group. Who are you? Halt. If you come any closer, we will take action. Don't underestimate me. I have taken lives. Meanwhile, Lin Yuandong, who had just approached these individuals, had yet to utter a word. A diminutive figure emerged before him, exuding an aura of fierce intensity. If one were to encapsulate this sentiment in a single term, Lin Yuandong discerned that the expression in the boy's eyes bore a resemblance to that of a wolf cub, rather than an ordinary child. Though small in stature, there was an unmistakable chill of malevolence emanating from him. If one were to deem a worn dagger as a tool of murder, what, then, could be said of the weapon in my possession? Observing the young lad, who approached with a dagger in hand, Lin Yuandong smiled and revealed his own blade from his waist. Both wielded daggers, yet the disparity between them was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Merely narrowing his eyes at the boy, Lin Yuandong's presence was enough to render the lad breathless. Nevertheless, despite the intimidation, the boy stood his ground. Trembling legs betraying a flicker of fear in his gaze, quickly replaced by a resolute determination. The dagger he held, a source of intimidation, remained clutched firmly throughout. In essence, even when faced with a figure as formidable as Lin Yuandong, the boy exhibited no inclination to surrender. Rather, he persistently sought opportunities to gain the upper hand. Intriguingly, if this child truly hailed from a destitute background, he undoubtedly possessed a remarkable talent, a talent for survival. Observing from a distance, Suze offered an assessment, deeming it quite favorable. Chapter 114, Dong Yunfei. Lin Yuandong, Bring this young lad over. I find him rather intriguing. Initially, Lin Yuandong was engaged in conversation with the boy, and Suze had no intention of intervening. However, upon sensing the unique aura surrounding the child, Suze rose and directed his gaze toward the young boy. Of course, the aura was but one aspect. Suze was genuinely curious about how this child managed to lead a group of peers in such a harsh environment. In a world ravaged by calamity, where food was scarce, even without the threat of beasts, it was a remarkable feat for someone of such tender age to survive in Shanghang District, let alone amidst the influx of ferocious creatures. It was a daunting challenge, even for an average adult. This child was truly exceptional, barring unforeseen circumstances. Suze intended to recruit him into his ranks. Moreover, Suze had a penchant for these naive youths as the foundation of his followers. The complexities of adult thinking did not appeal to him. These youngsters, even without a system, could easily be guided under his influence. Come here, young lad. Our leader wishes to see you. Understanding Suze's intent, Lin Yuandong promptly spoke, extending his hand toward the diminutive figure, eager to bring him directly before Suze. After all, Lin Yuandong's approach to tasks is characterized by simplicity. He would certainly not squander time on unnecessary complexities. I will not intervene. But should you dare to take action, I shall retaliate without hesitation. What Lin Yuandong did not anticipate was that he would falter against this seemingly insignificant youth before him, though the boy was within arm's reach. In the very moment Lin was poised to seize him, he slipped away like an elusive eel. Simultaneously, brandishing a dagger, the boy's eyes glinted with vigilance. Quite intriguing. I must admit your reflexes surpass my expectations for an ordinary person, yet your current prowess renders any resistance against me naive. Realizing he had perhaps underestimated these young ones, Lin Yuandong adopted a more serious demeanor. In this instance, he offered the boy no opportunity to react. With the swiftness of a cheetah, he maneuvered behind the lad, seizing the dagger from his grasp before he could fully comprehend the situation. Then, like a chicken hand, he presented the boy before Suze. Do not act rashly. Should you choose to strike, not only will he perish, but so shall you. The moment Lin captured the youth, those who had been watching from the sidelines seemed intent on rescuing him from Lin's grasp. However, before they could make a move, Lin was already aware of their intentions. These young ones appeared undeterred by Lin's warning, as if they had not heard him at all. Although some girls exhibited flickers of fear in their eyes, they gradually closed in, weapons in hand. There was no doubt in Suze's mind regarding their intentions. He understood that if Lin Yuandong offered them an opening, they would act without hesitation. Do not interfere. They will not harm me. Wait here for me. Just as Lin Yuandong and Suze exchanged glances, contemplating how to manage the unfolding situation, the boy Lin had seized suddenly spoke up. You take them down first. I'm fine. Noticing that his companions were reluctant to heed his command, the boy quickly called out to a girl, signaling her to lead the others away for the time being. Turning back to Lin Yuandong, he declared, I am no match for you. Please set me down. I will not flee. With that, the earlier panic in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a calm determination as he regarded Lin Yuandong. Meanwhile, under the guidance of a tattered young girl, those who had been prepared to fight began to retreat slowly. Nevertheless, none chose to depart entirely. All eyes remained fixed on Suze and Lin Yuandong. Ultimately, they had not abandoned the boy in favor of their own escape. What a commendable team. I suspect that few ordinary refugee groups could achieve such solidarity. If one were to consider a perfect score of 100 as the benchmark for evaluating a team, initially, Suze would assign a mere 60 points to this group. After all, they had merely met the most fundamental requirements of a team, having a leader and surviving under that leader's guidance. However, Suze has since revised his initial assessment of these young individuals. This nascent team now merits a commendable 90 points in his eyes. Were it not for an insurmountable deficiency in combat capability, he might have even awarded them a perfect score. Of course, this is contingent upon their potential to be of service to him. Lin Yuandong, kindly release this individual. I believe he has grasped our intentions, Suze instructed. Once the others had withdrawn, he stepped forward to stand before Lin Yuandong. Now, be compliant, or you shall face dire consequences, he warned. As soon as Suze's words fell, Lin Yuandong promptly set the youth down. Greetings, esteemed sir. I am unsure of the purpose of your visit, but I doubt I possess anything of interest to you, the young man stated. Indeed, upon being released, he did not resort to aggression, but rather exhibited commendable wisdom by greeting Suze and presenting the contents of his belongings. He produced a bag of a grayish-brown paste along with several jars containing unidentified foodstuffs. Aside from these, there was nothing else of note. Clearly, he was a clever lad, employing a strategy of retreating to advance. In an instant, Suze deciphered the thoughts swirling in the young man's mind. Rather than addressing his inquiry, he responded with a smile, "I believe it prudent for you to introduce yourself before posing questions to me. My name is Dong Yunfei, 16 years old. Formerly a member of the Shirwang District Youth Scavenging Group, comprised of my previous companions. If you seek sustenance, I regret to inform you that we may not be able to meet your needs. What I have shown you constitutes our entire assets," Dong Yunfei explained, naturally divulging his information after grasping Suze's inquiry. "You wouldn't be affiliated with the Dark Society, would you? Seeking to barter our souls for food?" However, seeing the persistent smile on Suze's face, a flicker of alarm appeared in Dong Yunfei's eyes. If this individual were indeed a member of the Dark Society, it would spell trouble. Chapter 115. Subjugation. It seems that fortune smiles upon me, Suze, as I fortuitously receive intelligence regarding the Dark Society in this place. Rest assured, we are not associated with the Dark Society. We merely harbor some curiosity about them. But that is a matter for another time. Casting a glance at the visibly flustered Dong Yunfei, Suze decided against further intimidating him. "Yi Qing, please scout the surroundings to ascertain if anyone has noticed our presence. The recent barrage of artillery has ceased, likely indicating a temporary retreat of the beast tide. The defensive forces, holed up in the central area, will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to scour the vicinity for supplies. Exercise caution and ensure they do not detect us," Suze instructed, suddenly realizing the cessation of gunfire and signaling Yi Qing to remain vigilant. After confirming that safety was temporarily assured, Suze's attention returned to Dong Yunfei. "Let us set aside the Dark Council for now and focus on you, or rather, your companions." To ensure Dong Yunfei grasped his intent, Suze gestured toward the small figures surrounding them. "In my eyes, you all form a collective." "Are you referring to me?" Dong Yunfei pondered. But upon perceiving the mirth in Suze's gaze, he quickly caught on. "All right, feel free to ask whatever you wish." "Are there no conditions?" Suze observed. "You do not strike me as particularly innocent, for beings of such naivety cannot survive in this world." The unexpectedly cooperative demeanor of Dong Yunfei left Suze slightly unsettled. "No conditions are necessary, for I understand that you are not my ally, but rather someone capable of effortlessly overpowering me. Making demands of you would lead to my swift demise." After a moment's contemplation, Dong Yunfei conjured numerous excuses in his mind, yet ultimately, in response to Suze's inquiry, he revealed his most genuine thoughts. This was prompted by a sudden recollection of a saying: "Lying before an overwhelmingly dominant opponent is tantamount to courting death." "You are quite astute, and you have once again deepened my admiration for you," Suze nodded, proceeding without further ado. "I believe you are intelligent and wish to secure a long-term sustenance arrangement for yourself and your companions." "A long-term sustenance arrangement?" Surprised, Dong Yunfei's previously complex expression transformed in an instant. Before Suze's question, he had entertained various possibilities, including the theft of his resources, the hunting of himself to serve as food reserves, or even being forcibly taken away to be sold to slavers. Countless grim scenarios flashed through his mind. Despite Suze not appearing to be a villain, Dong Yunfei was acutely aware of the pervasive darkness lurking in this apocalyptic world, having witnessed it with his own eyes. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated wariness towards Suze. However, Suze's words did evoke a degree of surprise in him. A long-term sustenance arrangement? Did this imply an intention to take him under his wing? "Rest assured, if I truly meant to harm you, you would have already collapsed the moment we met. What would I need to offer in return?" Seeing no hint of jest in Suze's demeanor, Dong Yunfei adopted a serious tone. No one understood better than he the significance of a food promise in these dire times. "I require personnel, and you all are promising candidates. I wish to incorporate you into my base." Suze wasted no time in revealing his intentions, detailing additional benefits to save time. "In addition to ensuring your sustenance, I will provide you with unparalleled strength and a secure, stable abode. So, what do you think? Have you considered it?" After speaking, Suze turned his gaze back to Dong Yunfei. "What do you mean by power?" Dong Yunfei could comprehend everything else, but the concept of power as articulated by Suze eluded him, deepening his wariness. This unease was compounded by a recent encounter with a group of mysterious individuals cloaked in black who had uttered similar words and even bestowed upon him several vials of so-called holy water before departing. Dong Yunfei had dealt with those vials in a rather straightforward manner, simply leaving them behind and discarding the contents, much like his own existence. Suze pointed to Lin Yadong and continued, "I require your loyalty, and in return, I can grant you the same power he possesses. To Suzai's surprise, Dong Yunfei nodded in agreement before he could elaborate further. I do not seek power. However, if it were to be offered, I would not refuse it. Yet, I hope you will fulfill the other promises you make. After expressing his deepest desire, Dong Yunfei felt a flicker of trepidation. He had never anticipated soaring to great heights. But he earnestly wished for this young man before him to honor his word. Dong Yunfei was born before the apocalypse and had once savored the warmth of family. Yet, with the onset of doom, his parents, home, friends, and classmates had all perished, leaving him with nothing but solitude and a handful of unfortunate souls of similar age. If Suzai could truly meet his requests, then even if it cost him his life, Dong Yunfei would accept the price. Come, everyone, he is now our leader. Taking a deep breath, Dong Yunfei made his decision and gestured for the younger ones behind him to step forward and be introduced to Suzai. Is this big brother really not a bad person? One of them asked. Do we still need to venture outside to trade for food? Fool. Brother Dong said this big brother seems willing to give us food for free, as long as we do the tasks he assigns, another chimed in. What will we need to do? One of the children appeared apprehensive, clearly inexperienced in such matters. I don't know, another thin boy admitted. Perplexed by the question and casting a pitiful glance at Suzai, hoping for guidance. Before Suzai could respond, Dong Yunfei swiftly smacked the boy's forehead. Stop asking. You'll find out in due time. After reprimanding the child, Dong Yunfei tentatively inquired, would the leader like to see our hideout? Initially, Suzai intended for Yi Qing to escort these children back to the base, but Dong Yunfei's suggestion piqued his interest in the so-called hideout. After all, a group of youngsters managing to survive for so long without formidable strength must possess some other compelling reason. Clearly, Suzai was intrigued by this prospect. Chapter 116. Unexpected gains in the Shanghang district, among the hundreds of areas under official protection. It is neither a particularly large gathering zone nor an insignificant one. Even in Suzai's previous life memories, his understanding of the entire Shanghang district structure was rather limited. Aside from a few shanty towns in the central area of Shanghang, he had not ventured into other locales, rendering him quite unfamiliar with several remote regions. Is this area also part of the management division of Shanghang district? Observing as Dong Yunfei led him to a secluded spot. Suzai's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Had this area appeared normal, Suzai would not have regarded Dong Yunfei with such an expression. However, the surrounding environment was utterly unacceptable to him. There were almost no concrete structures. Instead, dilapidated shanties made of yellowed membranes and plastic were omnipresent. The barren ground was dotted with numerous small mounds, and the withered grass towered to half his height, completely obstructing Suzai's line of sight. Though it seemed to have no effect on Dong Yunfei, who navigated through the weeds with remarkable ease. Strangely, this was the first time Suzai realized such a place existed in Shanghang district. A sense of melancholy tinged his voice. If the shanty town for slaves represented the lowest standard of living in Shanghang district, then this locale was certainly beneath that threshold. More unsettling was the inexplicable eeriness Suzai felt in the vicinity. Whether it stemmed from the impending beast tide or was inherent to the area remained uncertain. From the moment he entered, an uncanny silence enveloped him. Boss, it seems this area is not originally part of Shanghang district, Lin Yedong remarked, surprisingly familiar with the locale. Prior to becoming a slave, he had brought his sister here to make a living, but ultimately decided to leave. As for the reason for their departure, this area served as a mass grave. A mass grave? Upon hearing Lin Yedong's explanation, Suzai comprehended the source of his initial unease. A heap of corpses could hardly be anything but disquieting. Boss, if we let Yi Qing take those children back to the base, will our previous plan proceed as usual? Earlier, following Suzai's instructions, Yi Qing had not continued with him, but had led the children gathered by Dong Yunfei back to the base. If it were just Lin Yedong and Suzai, the plan could naturally continue as intended. However, with Dong Yunfei now accompanying them, Lin Yedong felt a twinge of concern. Despite the fierce demeanor of the young lad, his combat prowess was insufficient even against the most ordinary of mutated wolves. Bringing him along could potentially disrupt the plans of Lin Yedong and Suzai. Rest assured, plans are always meant to be altered. In contrast to Lin Yedong's worried expression, Suzai appeared remarkably relaxed. From time to time, I glanced at the surrounding environment. To be honest, after acclimating to the chaotic burial ground, Suzai found it was not particularly discomforting. Moreover, due to the remoteness of this area, devoid of any other individuals, Suzai realized that not even the shadow of a beast tide was present. It became evident how that little rascal Dong Yunfei managed to survive. Observing the surroundings, Suze understood why Dong Yunfei could endure amidst the beast tide. On one hand, the geographical isolation meant there were virtually no other inhabitants. On the other hand, the absence of a beast tide nearby suggested that, barring unforeseen circumstances, significant danger was unlikely. However, Suze remained curious. At Dong Yunfei's age, accompanied by a throng of little ones, surviving comfortably, even without external threats, would surely pose an immense challenge. The fundamental issue of securing food was a considerable headache. Yet, at this moment, Suze refrained from directly inquiring Dong Yunfei, choosing instead to follow Lin Yadong closely behind him. There was no need for Suze to ask. He surmised that they would soon arrive at a place where answers would naturally present themselves. "Boss, we have arrived. Previously, we resided underground. Before the beast tide came, we intended to relocate entirely above ground, which is why there are several small houses around. Fortunately, we did not move up. Otherwise, those mutated beasts would have discovered us." After a brief journey of several minutes, under Dong Yunfei's guidance, Suze and Lin Yadong finally reached the location where Dong Yunfei and the others had initially taken refuge. To his astonishment, there was even a vegetable garden. At first glance, the entire base appeared unremarkable. The surrounding weeds were slightly fewer due to habitation. Additionally, there were a few makeshift structures on the flattened ground. While the quantity was modest, it was still a significant improvement compared to the prior underground environment. If that were all, in Suze's eyes, this would merely be a simple gathering place, lacking anything extraordinary. However, in an open area above an underground entrance, Suze unexpectedly discovered a relatively intact vegetable garden. It contained a small assortment of vegetables, including some potatoes. This was a scenario Suze had never envisioned. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, although the majority of vegetable seeds had been preserved, many had lost their viability due to mutations, rendering them unplantable. The few seeds that could successfully germinate were monopolized by personnel and official shelters. Generally, ordinary individuals could not cultivate vegetables themselves and had to pay exorbitantly to purchase them from official shelters, which served as a revenue stream for those establishments. Thus, even Suze had yet to acquire any evolutionary seeds capable of yielding seeds. Yet here was Dong Yunfei, who not only possessed seeds, but had also successfully planted them. "Boss, are those potatoes?" Lin Yadong exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with surprise upon seeing the vegetables. He, too, was astonished that Dong Yunfei had managed to cultivate such a crop. "Dong Yunfei, did you cultivate all these? And from where did you obtain the seeds?" In truth, Suze was not particularly curious about how Dong Yunfei managed to grow these potatoes, for while cultivating crops is relatively uncommon, it is not entirely implausible. Anyone with a fundamental knowledge of agriculture and access to seeds could effortlessly cultivate such produce. Suze's curiosity lay more in the source of these seeds that Dong Yunfei had procured. Chapter 117. News from Lin Yadong Seeds? Leader. I actually do not possess any seeds. These potatoes were discovered in a cave, likely remnants from before the apocalypse. Initially, we planned to use them as food. But after unexpectedly acquiring a supply of provisions, I altered my plan to see if I could cultivate them. To my surprise, my attempts were met with immediate success. When questioned by Suze, Dong Yunfei revealed the origins of the potatoes without reservation and recounted the events that transpired. He also took Suze and Lin Yadong to the cave where they had previously resided. "Leader, this is all our supplies. Should we take them back?" The cave was less than 3 meters deep and fairly small, with the largest open area barely exceeding 100 square meters. With the dim light provided by a battery-operated lamp, Suze examined the cave structure closely, particularly the pile of supplies Dong Yunfei pointed out. There were some somewhat moldy rice and the most common wheat chaff. Additionally, there were a few bottles of water. But Suze could tell from the openings that they contained rainwater. Aside from food and water, Dong Yunfei's supplies were quite meager. Most of it consisted of tattered clothing and an old generator. The rest was mere odds and ends. In other words, these supplies were virtually useless. Not only would Suze find them uninteresting, but even a typical faction would have little interest in such items. There was no necessity. Dong Yunfei's base had far better resources, making it pointless to bring anything back. Conversely, those potatoes were the most valuable assets. "Are you certain this place is secure?" After scanning the supplies and confirming there was nothing of value, Suze shook his head, signaling to Dong Yunfei to disregard the worthless items. "It is essential to ensure safety. Before the beast tide arrives, there is a possibility that other wanderers or scavengers may appear nearby. However, during such times, they all scatter. Not even a ghost would venture here. Very well. We shall leave the potatoes here and return once they are ripe. For now, we must head to the center of Shanghang District. Please continue to lead the way. With Dong Yunfei's affirmative assurance, Suze wasted no time and motioned for him to proceed. Certainly, this decision diverged from Susie's initial plan, which originally involved directly transporting the locally cultivated potatoes back. However, upon further reflection, Susie ultimately abandoned this notion. On one hand, the potatoes had just been planted and were not yet fully mature. Forcibly uprooting them could likely damage the root systems beneath the soil, rendering the effort counterproductive. On the other hand, Susie realized that there was actually no suitable soil for cultivation near the base. Without establishing an appropriate farming area, bringing these potatoes back would complicate matters further. It was far better to leave them here, as long as no other personnel discovered their presence, which was undoubtedly the optimal solution. By the way, Dong Yunfei, how much do you know about the Dark Society? After hastily erasing all traces left in the place where Dong Yunfei had previously resided, Susie began to stealthily lead Lin Yedong and Dong Yunfei into the central area, where the final stand against the beast tide was taking place. However, en route, Susie recalled the silver bottle that Dong Yunfei carried at his waist. Upon hearing the name Dark Society, Dong Yunfei suddenly froze, the relaxed expression on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by an air of fear and gravity. They are not human at all. When I encountered them before, I detected a putrid odor emanating from them. I initially intended to flee, yet they discovered me instead. At that moment, I contemplated confronting them, but for reasons unknown. The members of the Dark Society did not attack us. They merely tossed us the holy water before departing. Before leaving, they uttered a cryptic phrase, which I disregarded. After they had gone, I disposed of the holy water, retaining only the bottle. After much contemplation, Dong Yunfei recalled that peculiar phrase. What world must inevitably descend into darkness? Only by embracing the darkness can one attain redemption. Upon speaking, Dong Yunfei exhibited signs of trepidation. He was not well acquainted with the Dark Society, but based solely on this encounter, it was evident they were no benevolent force. All right, I understand. Dispose of that bottle. After we confirm a few matters in the central area, we shall return to the base. Upon hearing Dong Yunfei's words, Susie nodded in acknowledgement. Although he refrained from pressing Dong Yunfei further, as it would yield no fruitful information, it was clear that Dong Yunfei had little knowledge about the Dark Society. It seemed prudent to consult Mu Miao. She should possess relevant insights. As they traversed the shattered path, Susie's thoughts were interrupted by the vision of Mu Miao. While he did not fully trust her when it came to acquiring intelligence, he chose to believe in her capabilities. In a sense, Susie and Mu Miao were engaged in a cooperative relationship at this moment. She had no need to deceive him regarding trivial matters. Boss, we have arrived, but the current situation appears rather dire. The remnants of power in the Shanghang district seem limited to the military remnants of the official shelter, along with members of the Shaodao Society and impoverished individuals who have consumed the holy water. Just a few hundred meters from the heart of the Shanghang district, Suze and Dong Yunfei abruptly halted their steps. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yedong, who had gone ahead to gather intelligence, returned. From the solemn expression on his face, Suze sensed an unsettling development. What other discoveries have you made? Clearly, Lin Yedong had more to say, and Suze refrained from pressing him, encouraging him to continue. I also uncovered something rather peculiar. Numerous female corpses have appeared beside the moat in the central area, and these women were quite young. Yet, their bodies exhibited signs of desiccation. As he spoke, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yedong's eyes. Having lived in this post-apocalyptic world for so long, he was all too familiar with corpses. However, most of the bodies he had encountered were victims of starvation or killed by mutated beasts. Not like the withered corpses he had just described. It was evident that these deaths were abnormal. Chapter 118. A pack of beasts. Setting aside the factions within the Shanghang district, do these withered corpses offer any further clues? Upon hearing this, Suze's gaze turned icy. The number of human survivors was already dwindling. Even someone as self-serving as Suze would not resort to killing those with whom he had no conflict of interest, for they were still compatriots. To indiscriminately slay the innocent is to forfeit one's humanity. Clearly, this matter was unrelated to mutated beasts or other creatures. It was likely an atrocity committed by humans themselves. After all, in Suze's understanding, mutated beasts were not solely interested in blood. It seems to be the work of those within the official shelter of the Shanghang district. Lin Yedong ventured after a prolonged silence, despite the absurdity of his assertion. Yet, from the various clues It appeared that he might have already discerned the truth. Due to the beast tide, the situation in the central area had deteriorated significantly. While food could be managed through stockpiles and warehouses, there was a dire lack of water in the vicinity. At this point, Lin Yedong ceased his narration, gazing gravely at Suze. Given his understanding of Suze, he believed that by stopping there, Suze would grasp the implications. Are you suggesting that those individuals are using human blood as a means to supplement their bodily fluids? This notion was indeed preposterous. Suze was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Lin Yedong's report. The idea of using the blood of one's own kind as a fluid supplement was unfathomable. Suze had encountered villains and merciless individuals, but he had never witnessed anyone capable of such heinous acts. There was an evident reluctance in Lin Yedong to fully articulate his thoughts. He cast a puzzled glance at Suze, silently inquiring whether he should continue. Please, proceed with any further revelations. With such a conjecture as the backdrop, Suze was not particularly surprised by what Lin Yedong was about to convey. Upon infiltrating the interior, he discovered a multitude of women who had not escaped, seemingly confined like livestock, including blood slaves and others. Lin Yedong refrained from voicing the last term. All right, let us return to the base. The influence in Shanghang district does not need to be eradicated. Compared to exterminating the beast tide, I am more inclined to eliminate these brutes. Suze fully comprehended Lin Yedong's intent. However, he did not press further, merely casting a cold gaze into the distance. Upon the dilapidated city walls, Suze faintly beheld soldiers forcibly dragging a young girl to the ramparts. The term beasts might even be too flattering for these individuals, who had succumbed to madness. These subhuman creatures were undoubtedly abnormal. It must be connected to the dark society. Yet, upon regaining his composure, Suze recognized the disconcerting nature of their actions. Clearly, what these individuals had committed was not characteristic of a rational being. Indeed, under the siege of the beast tide, the collapse of humanity could be deemed a natural occurrence. However, the vast majority of people, even in the throes of despair, would never resort to such heinous acts. Speaking of which, Suze noted that some of the personnel left behind in the Shanghang District's official shelters appeared to have consumed the so-called holy water. Could this be related? At Suze's remark, Lin Yedong suddenly recalled that these individuals exuded an aura that repulsed him. It was likely that they had become minions of the dark society. Upon receiving this insight from Lin Yedong's words, Suze deduced that the primary function of the holy water in the possession of the dark society was to awaken human potential, but at the cost of rendering those individuals no longer truly human. Boss, is it still necessary for us to enter? Previously, I circumnavigated the inner region and found them engaged in disarray, seemingly lacking unified command. Moreover, their resistance against the beast tide was not to protect the civilians, but rather a desperate attempt to escape. As one of Suze's trusted confidants, Lin Yedong understood the dual purpose of Suze's visit to Shanghang District, to ascertain the detailed circumstances and to rescue those who remained steadfast within. However, the current situation was entirely at odds with the initial plan. Let us depart for the base. At this point, it appears unnecessary to engage with those individuals. They are all shrouded in the shadows of the dark society. Lin Yedong's realization mirrored Suze's own thoughts. Without any hesitation, Suze resolutely made a decision, a final resolution concerning those wretched beings clinging to survival in the central area. Bear in mind, even if the base is in dire need of personnel, I shall not accept these scum. As the words were spoken, Suze cast a final glance at the nearly frenzied crowd atop the distant city walls, his eyes filled with an icy disdain. Every individual must possess their own moral boundaries, and Suze certainly had his. Yet, these individuals lacked any semblance of such restraint. He resolved to return to the base immediately, instructing Zhang Xiaojie and the others to temporarily set aside their task of clearing the surrounding beast tide. His objective was to seize control of the Shanghang district. Recognizing that a new wave of beasts was imminent, Suze did not intend to linger. He set forth with Lin Yedong and Dong Yunfei on the path back to the base. Along the journey, he shared a rough outline of his plans with Lin Yedong, so that preparations could be made in advance, thus avoiding the wastage of precious time. The plan was straightforward: to secure the Shanghang district. Refugees could be accommodated, but any individuals affiliated with the dark society would be executed on the spot. In a sense, these so-called adherents of the dark society were innocent as well. The most ideal course of action would be to detain them and seek methods of rehabilitation. However, in Suze's view, while this plan was indeed noble, he was not one to engage in such acts of overwhelming compassion. He was not an official sanctuary, He did not represent any faction, he was simply Suze. His sense of altruism was not so expansive. The moment they chose to drink the holy water and sacrifice their souls, they forfeited their humanity. They were all adults and must now face the consequences of their choices, rather than burden others with pleas for another chance. Shall we simply eliminate them all? Lin Yedong questioned hesitantly. Yes, we can shelter the normal refugees. However, those individuals must be eradicated, and the entire Shanghang district must be cleansed. I aim to unify the Shanghang district with the base. Faced with Lin Yedong's uncertainty, Suze remained resolute in his plan, employing cold, decisive words to dispel any doubts. He required no one to question his choices. Chapter 119. Taking action. The boss is back. Assemble quickly. We are returning to the base. There are combat missions at hand, brothers. The speed of Suze and his companions' return was remarkable. In less than half an hour, they had arrived back at the base. After signaling Dong Yunfei to seek out Yiqing, Suze urged Lin Yedong to disseminate his initial plans. The objective was to secure the Shanghang district. Boss. Everyone has returned. The beast tide did not encroach upon our base, and Zhang Xiaojie and his team have successfully dealt with the beasts in the vicinity. Additionally, the mutated beast hearts you requested have been collected and stored in the warehouse. There is quite a substantial quantity. If you have time, you may wish to inspect them yourself. Furthermore, we have taken in numerous refugees during this period, which may necessitate an expansion of the base's housing. As the personnel gathered, Lin Yedong promptly briefed Suze on recent events at the base. Firstly, regarding the influx of refugees, following the relentless efforts of Zhang Xiaojie and others to clear the mutated beasts congregating near the base, several hundred refugees had been sheltered. Along with those previously accommodated, the base was now bustling with life. Even though a new gathering place has emerged on the hillside, it still feels somewhat constrained. Fortunately, the significant increase in the number of refugees has not incited chaos within the base, maintaining a relatively stable and orderly environment. Moreover, the organizational capabilities of Zhang Xiaojie and his companions are commendable, as they have managed to accommodate these refugees adequately. I have previously stated that the sheer number of refugees is inconsequential. Under ordinary circumstances, I am not intimidated by a larger populace. Whether it be the base, the mining sites, or the untapped mineral veins, all are in dire need of personnel. Regarding Lin Yedong's concerns about the refugees, Suze remains unfazed. After all, both the mineral veins and the base are in dire need of manpower. Furthermore, having obtained detailed intelligence about potato cultivation from Dong Yunfei, Lin Yedong has even less reason to fear an influx of people. All the hearts have been stored in the warehouse, and discussions can wait until after the area of Shanghang is secured. Additionally, aside from the beast tide, we must monitor here. It is imperative to send a few individuals to assess the situation in Huaihai District, which is considerably larger than Shanghang District. I believe there are likely many survivors still in Huaihai District. Upon acquiring a comprehensive understanding of the situation within the base, Suze promptly made arrangements and proceeded directly to the assembly point. The number of troops has significantly increased. Are there truly so many now? In comparison to the initial assembly, Suze was somewhat taken aback by the scene before him, as the crowd was quite substantial. The combined forces of Zhang Xiaojie, Wu Yu, Lin Yedong, and others now exceeded 1,000 personnel, not including the spontaneously formed militia of survivors. Very well. Let Zhang Xiaojie and the others organize the troops. We shall mobilize all of them to strike at Shanghang District. After confirming that there were no issues with the surrounding personnel, Suze nodded in agreement. He then signaled for Lin Yedong to present his entire plan. The summary consists of 2 objectives: to capture all areas of Shanghang District, to shelter the normal refugees who have not fled, and to eradicate the dark faction within Shanghang District. For Suze, these tasks pose little challenge. A mere comparison of the forces shows that he holds an overwhelming advantage. However, Suze has remained vigilant from the outset. To ensure that casualties are minimized as the battle commences, he has even brought along the rewards obtained from upgrading vehicles. 2 mobile versions of nanobots have been deployed, and Suze has also readied the vehicles. This is not a matter of overreacting. Although the majority of those resisting the beast tide in Shanghang District are ordinary individuals, the dark faction behind them is far from ordinary. It is highly probable that they are a force comprised of extraordinary beings, and Suze will not underestimate them. The best approach to deal with such adversaries is to employ overwhelming firepower and forces they cannot contend with, thereby crushing these nefarious rats in the sewers. Let us depart. With a glimmer of seriousness in his eyes, Suze took the lead. Zhang Shaojie, Lin Yudong, Su Xia, and others followed closely behind. While Wu Yu and Yu Qing remained at the base during this confrontation. Leader, we have arrived. Shall we engage in a frontal assault? The new wave of beast tides is not particularly numerous, comprising only 4 or 5,000. After enduring the onslaught from the cannon fodder of Shanghang District, their numbers have dwindled further. Coupled with the unrestrained firepower of Su Zhe and his group, by the time they reach Shanghang District, this batch of minor beast tides, which seemingly emerged from nowhere, has been utterly fragmented. Boss, could it be that these beast tides are mere illusions? Initially, the commotion was indeed somewhat alarming. Yet in recent days, there seems to be little activity regarding the beast tides. Each day, only a few thousand mutated beasts appear. They pose no threat to us, nor to Shanghang District itself. Upon recalling this, Zhang Shaojie suddenly had an epiphany and rushed to Su Zhe to voice his grievances. This sentiment is not entirely misplaced. For the minimal threat posed by the beast tides today is almost negligible. A few thousand beast tides charging forth hardly necessitate Su Zhe's intervention. Merely the defensive towers he constructed would suffice to handle them with ease. Moreover, half of these creatures are likely en route to besiege Shanghang District. In Zhang Shaojie's perspective, this unexpected appearance of beast tides does not present any danger to the base. The calm before the storm is always profound. Have you considered that what you perceive as the beast tides may merely be the beginning? Zhang Shaojie holds this belief, yet Su Zhe sees it differently. Having confirmed that this batch of beast tides is under human control, it is inconceivable that their presence would be merely a loud thunder with little rain. In fact, Su Zhe believes that this so-called beast tide is merely at its inception, not nearing its conclusion. All units, prepare for combat. Search the area thoroughly and leave no useful resources unexamined. If ordinary refugees are willing to stay, gather them outside the city, and we shall escort them to the base. However, if anyone appears unhinged or is armed, eliminate them without hesitation. Su Zhe is not in a rush to seize the central area, which still possesses defensive capabilities. Instead, he opts to advance slowly from the outskirts of Shanghang District. While this method may be slower compared to a direct assault on the center, it is undoubtedly more secure and may yield unexpected rewards. Despite the desolation surrounding them, it is improbable that there are no useful items to be found. Chapter 120. The tidings from Wu Miao to the remnants of humanity. Shanghang District may seem a trivial refuge. Even among various shelters, it appears somewhat insignificant. A scant number of extraordinary beings and merely a few 100,000 survivors exist, with the main forces still utilizing antiquated kinetic weapons. However, in Su Zhe's eyes, the situation is not as dire as it may seem. After all, aside from a few larger gathering areas, approximately 90% of the zones resemble this one. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, countless refugees and survivors navigate their existence according to the new rules of this world. It seems there is little wrong with that. The entire human race ought to exemplify the pinnacle of endurance, capable of compressing limits and subsisting in the harshest of environments upon this blue planet. Survival of the fittest. Natural selection. These notions seem to hold some truth, however. What Su Zhe has witnessed of existence is more akin to the philosophy of living a loathsome life rather than a dignified death. No soul desires to pass away in silence. Everyone struggles to survive, relying on inexplicable means to sustain themselves. Yet, even so, it appears that those in the so-called upper echelons do not regard these fundamental, lower-tier humans as their kin. In the eyes of these purported elites, such individuals merely consume resources, embodying a collective of uselessness. The optimal solution, in their view, is to eradicate them entirely, clearing away this detritus through the means of a beast tide. Only the extraordinary can rightfully be deemed as new humans, able to carry on with dignity as members of humanity, even forging a future that would restore mankind to its former glory. Beneath the ruins, what ought to be buried are not the bodies of humans, but rather those unspeakable beasts. Lin Yudong, Zhang Shaojie, and their companions advanced with remarkable speed. Having completely occupied the peripheral areas of Shanghang District within just half an hour, eliminating many of the mutated beasts lurking therein. However, the situation diverged from Su Zhe's expectations. He had anticipated discovering numerous refugees in the vicinity. In reality, none were found. Aside from the mutated creatures, Zhang Shaojie and his team encountered no survivors. Boss. It is quite normal for this to occur. Generally speaking, it is inconceivable for ordinary survivors to remain in Shanghang District when the beast tide descends, one remarked. Indeed. In less than an hour, we have unearthed considerable supplies, indicating that many individuals, upon evacuating Shanghang district, did not intend to take much with them. Nearly the most essential provisions. I see my brothers have also discovered a fair amount of concealed food, another added. Leader, do not worry. Everything appears to be proceeding smoothly. Zhang Shaojie noted, sensing Suzai's unease. Yet, Suzai did not respond, instead gesturing for them to cease further discussion. According to the original plan, they prioritized the collection of consumables, while also retrieving any usable tools encountered and advised caution in the unexplored areas. He had a foreboding that Shanghang district was far more complex than they had envisioned, despite the current deviations. Suzai remained composed and instructed Lin Yedong and the others to adhere to the plan. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to venture alone closer to the central area while Zhang Shaojie and the others searched for supplies. Upon entering this region, Suzai was not there for mere idleness. From the very moment he set foot in Shanghang district, he detected a familiar fragrance in the air. Without the need for conjecture, he had already discerned the source of the aroma. It is precisely the scent emanating from the enchanting figure. I had thought you might forget me. Just as Suzai spoke, the alluring silhouette of Wu Miao suddenly appeared. In an instant, clad in a flowing black gown, Wu Miao was at Suzai's side, extending her delicate, fair fingers to caress his face, her bewitching countenance adorned with a smile. Do not be so forward. I am a respectable person. If there is something to discuss, please do so promptly. I believe you are not the type to waste my time without reason. In response to Wu Miao's playful teasing, a flicker of inexplicable disdain shone in Suzai's eyes. Though it was merely a distaste for the notion that she would dare to take liberties with him. Other than that, he had no complaints. There is news regarding the Dark Society. Noticing the seriousness in Suzai's gaze, Wu Miao ceased her jesting and retrieved a map from her bosom. What is this? Upon receiving the map, Suzai could still feel a lingering warmth emanating from it. Reflecting on how Wu Miao had produced the item, he sighed. Realizing he had once again fallen prey to her teasing, after discerning the location marked on the map, Suzai chuckled wryly. Next time, be more serious, after all. We are partners, not lovers. Would you prefer me to be your lover? Wu Miao pressed on, her enthusiasm growing with each word. Open it and see for yourself. Inside, you will find detailed intelligence on the Dark Society. If you intend for your subordinates to thoroughly eradicate the Dark Society's branch in Shanghang district, be prepared for what lies ahead. Observing Suzai's apparent reluctance to engage, Wu Miao adopted a more earnest demeanor. I have given you the information. Remember to examine it. I have matters to attend to, so until next time. After delivering the intelligence regarding the Dark Society to Suzai, she showed no intention of lingering. Additionally, consider this a small gift. There is a cache of uncollected steel on the outskirts of Huaihai district. I recall that you are in need of such resources, so do remember to retrieve it. With that final piece of information, Wu Miao's figure vanished without a trace. This woman, after graciously accepting Wu Miao's small gift, Suzai unfurled the map. What is this? Another note? Setting the small slip of paper aside for the moment, he focused on the map. It was modest in size, encompassing only Shanghang district and its surrounding areas. The black dots marked on the map provided Suzai with a clear understanding of the Dark Society's strongholds near Shanghang district. Aside from the Dark Society in Shanghang district, it appeared there were no other branches nearby. If that is the case, then the contents of this note. In an instant, Suzai laid down the map and opened the previously set-aside slip of paper. The Dark Society is no trifling matter. They have connections to individuals in the capital, so exercise caution. Moreover, there are members within the Polar Knight who support the Dark Society. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the Dark Society. With such detailed intelligence now in his possession, Suzai comprehended that the Dark Society was not merely a small force hidden within Shanghang district. Yet, within his heart, he felt no fear. Regardless of the formidable forces that may lurk in the shadows, Suzai is resolute in his determination to confront them. Chapter 121. Contact Boss. We have completed the search in this area. We have found quite a few supplies, but the only items of value to us now are some construction materials. Along with a portion of steel, food supplies are scarce. Moreover, I have some unfortunate news. The brothers we sent out to scout nearby have reported that the personnel in the central area seem to have discovered our presence, and a contingent is approaching us. Lin Yedong has already gone ahead. I'm uncertain of your thoughts on this, boss. Suzai had just secured the map detailing the locations of the Dark Society's branches when Zhang Shaojie appeared before him, burdened with a chaotic assortment of packages and, aside from a rifle, holding some supplies discovered during the earlier exploration. However, his facial expression betrayed a sense of dissatisfaction with the haul. Are you saying that the garrison in the central area has noticed us? Suze was not particularly concerned about the supplies. Before the impending beast tide, the area he was exploring was merely a slum. It was hardly a place to expect valuable items. Rather than the spoils Zhang Shaojia mentioned, Suze was more intrigued by the intelligence regarding the operations in the central area. Yes, that is indeed accurate. Lin Yedong has gone to investigate, and I have instructed the brothers to hide among the ruins. If a confrontation is inevitable, we shall not be at a disadvantage. Zhang Shaojia nodded, having received this information from those responsible for the surrounding reconnaissance, and promptly arranged for his men to take cover in the partially collapsed buildings. Although Wu Yu and others were not in the same area as Zhang Shaojia, they swiftly gathered upon receiving the news, evidently prepared for battle. Let us set aside the previously assigned tasks for now. As for the approaching forces from the central district, I will first seek out Lin Yedong to ascertain which faction the armed group belongs to. Suze was satisfied with Zhang Shaojie's approach. After all, had he discovered this situation himself, he would not have allowed his subordinates to act impulsively, based on prior intelligence. It was clear that the remaining forces in the Shanghang district were not solely comprised of the Dark Society. The remnants of the former official forces of Shanghang were still present. Suze had only one enemy he wished to eliminate, the Dark Society and the abominable creatures tainted by the holy water. All others were potential allies he sought to recruit. A well-trained unit with considerable combat capability would certainly not go unnoticed by Suze. Keep the brothers secure and remain in place. I'll take a look and return shortly. After instructing Zhang Shaojia not to act rashly, Suze swiftly vanished into the debris-laden alley. Few in number, they don't seem to be members of the Dark Society. Within 10 minutes, Suze, utilizing his remarkable speed, arrived near the central area. He found a relatively flat rooftop, where a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. Compared to his last exploration of the city center, Suze distinctly sensed a more pronounced odor of blood in the air. Clearly, following a new wave of urban warfare, the death toll had risen significantly. However, at this moment, Suze was not inclined to dwell on such trivial matters. Instead, he focused all his attention on the group concealed beneath the rubble before him. If all went according to plan, these individuals would be the team he had been informed about by Lin Yedong. Yet, a lingering question arose in Suze's mind. Why was their equipment so woeful? After observing them closely for some time, he noted that the personnel moving cautiously through the alley within 100 meters appeared to be primarily robust men aged between 20 and 40. Their sun-kissed skin, muscular physiques, and the weariness etched on their faces bore testament to the ravages of time. All these indicators suggested that this team possessed formidable combat capabilities. However, what piqued Suze's curiosity was the disarray of their equipment, which was an eclectic mix. Some even wielded bolt-action rifles that had long been rendered obsolete before the apocalypse. And it seemed that the age of some of their weapons surpassed even Suze's own years. Moreover, he could perceive a palpable fatigue etched into their features, leading him to surmise that they had not rested for at least 3 days. Surely, the impoverished Shanghang district would not force them to resort to such weaponry? From Suze's understanding of the Shanghang district, while it may not be teeming with extraordinary beings, one could still expect each person to be equipped with at least a basic kinetic weapon. After all, kinetic weapons are among the most cost-effective armaments available. Even in the hands of ordinary individuals, a standard rifle could pose a significant threat to non-agile third-tier extraordinary beings. With 100 or more marksmen, even the most agile extraordinary beings would hesitate to engage. Thus, in Suze's perspective, extraordinary beings were not as formidable as commonly perceived. They often merely represented a certain status. Of course, this excluded those above the third tier, who could not be described by conventional means. Boss, what brings you here? Just as Suze contemplated whether to approach the group, Lin Yedong's figure suddenly appeared behind him. So, have you ascertained their true identities? Upon confirming Lin Yedong's presence, the flicker of murderous intent that had momentarily crossed Suze's mind vanished without a trace. A glance revealed Lin Yedong, covered in dust, evidently having conducted reconnaissance on the group ahead. Without hesitation, Suze posed the crucial question that weighed on his mind. Boss, I found out. Taking a deep breath and brushing off the dust from his clothes, Lin Yedong continued, they're not affiliated with the Dark Society. They are a militia group summoned by the former official sanctuary. They are rather unwelcome, and their leader is named Li Changhai, the captain of the Shanghang district militia. It seems they have come out due to their unwillingness to use holy water, having expelled puppets propped up by the Dark Society, seemingly intending to use them as cannon fodder. Lin Yudong indeed did not disappoint Su Zhe, not only uncovering the information he sought but also bringing unexpected gains. Understanding the situation, he prepared to accompany me to meet them directly. After receiving precise intel about this group, Su Zhe was determined to engage with them. I was unsure whether they were foes. Would approaching them lead to misunderstandings? In contrast to Su Zhe's candor, Lin Yudong appeared anxious. Fool. Why not just approach and converse with them to find out? Ignoring Lin Yudong's concerns, Su Zhe leaped down, confronting the 100-strong militia head-on. Chapter 122. The choice offered by Su Zhe. Stop. Who are you? A voice called out as they noticed the absence of weapons on our persons. Captain. Should we allow them through? They might be survivors. As Su Zhe appeared before them, a dozen burly men at the forefront closed in. Their vigilance was commendable, maintaining a readiness for combat despite their evident exhaustion. From a distance, Su Zhe had not discerned the details of these individuals, but now, the weariness reflected in their eyes made it clear they were teetering on the brink of collapse. Wait, step back. Do not act hastily. While Su Zhe scrutinized them, a robust man wielding a light machine gun approached. He gestured for several members of his team to lower their weapons. Do not act recklessly or fire your guns. Is this Li Changhai? Su Zhe recognized the name on the man's insignia. He was indeed the captain of this militia, not an extraordinary being, yet possessing remarkable strength. The equipment he bore was substantial. The light machine gun alone weighed several pounds, complemented by the ammunition belts and supplies strapped to him. His total gear must have weighed at least 50 to 60 pounds. If such weight were borne by an extraordinary individual, it would not surprise Su Zhe. But he was certain that Li Changhai was no such entity. In other words, to achieve such physical prowess and strength as an ordinary human was astonishing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Zhe, the head of the nearby base and the leader of this expedition into the Shanghang district. Sensing a hint of grave suspicion in Li Changhai's gaze, Su Zhe broke the silence, succinctly stating his identity. Captain, these individuals are the ones we need to investigate. A voice cautioned, be careful. We still know little about their origins, but it's said they are armed with standard weaponry and are numerous. As Su Zhe spoke, the militia members could hardly restrain their eagerness, urging Li Changhai to be cautious. Despite being marginalized and relegated to the periphery as mere cannon fodder, the militia unit found themselves tasked with investigating Su Zhe, who was ostensibly their enemy. I firmly believe he would not take action. If he truly intended to strike against us, he would not present himself so openly. However, Li Changhai seemed unconcerned by the warnings from his subordinates. Setting aside his firearm, he approached Su Zhe directly. As the captain of the militia in Shanghang district, my purpose here is to investigate you, Li Changhai stated succinctly, his gaze reflecting a seriousness that indicated he was not jesting. Instinctively, he sensed that Su Zhe was not a malevolent figure, yet his duty compelled him to remain vigilant. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have found the youth before him rather impressive. Very well, my objectives are quite simple, Su Zhe replied with equal candor. Having grasped Li Changhai's intentions, I have come for the benefit of Shanghang district. You must understand that this entire region, indeed all of Su province, has been forsaken by those in power, and your presence here seems merely to serve as fodder for their schemes. Li Changhai felt a flicker of doubt arise regarding Su Zhe's motives. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed refreshing. I have two goals in coming to Shanghang district. The first is to claim it as my territory, and the second is to eliminate the Dark Society and its vile members. From their initial exchange, Su Zhe had gleaned enough about Li Changhai's character to speak plainly. You, more than anyone, must understand the nature of the Dark Society. They are not even deserving of the title human, and I have come to eradicate them. Li Changhai remained silent while Su Zhe continued. The purpose of my visit is straightforward. I believe you are good people and wish to offer you an opportunity. What opportunity? Li Changhai inquired. Though not particularly clever, he was perceptive enough to sense the ominous pressure emanating from Su Zhe. A clear indication of his lethal intent, not directed at Li Changhai himself, but aimed elsewhere. Yet, Li Changhai understood that failure to make the right choice could lead to dire consequences. Firstly, join me. I can provide you with superior weaponry and better conditions, sparing you from the fate of becoming pitiful pawns. Of course, you may choose to refuse, but be aware that such a decision may lead to an unfortunate end. I hope you will consider this carefully. Having made his purpose clear, Su Zhe refrained from further elaboration, opting instead to communicate his thoughts directly. Indeed, this straightforward approach to problem-solving is something Su Zhe greatly appreciates. Sometimes, simplicity can be quite refreshing. Before addressing this matter, I would like to pose an alternative question. Li Changhai did not immediately provide an answer. Instead, He regarded Su Zhe with a grave expression. Go ahead. Su Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. What is your intention for the Shanghang district? Li Cha-hai harbored no fondness for the so-called commanders still trapped in the central area. If the opportunity arose, he would not shy away from betrayal. That opportunity had now presented itself, yet Li Cha-hai hesitated. It was true that by betraying the central area, Li Chang-hai and his comrades could evade becoming cannon fodder, perhaps even preserve their lives. However, while their lives would be spared, what of the remaining civilians in Shanghang district? Li Chang-hai was uncertain about other regions, but there were still over 20,000 individuals in the central area, many of whom were children and the elderly. This concern for the vulnerable was the fundamental reason behind Li Chang-hai's ultimate decision to remain in the central area to combat the beast tide. Without Li Chang-hai's protection, those unfortunate souls faced only two fates: succumbing to the beast tide or being entirely consumed by the darkness. Li Chang-hai was no saint. He simply could not bear to witness so many lives extinguished. If Su Zhe's intentions for seizing the Shanghang district were merely for personal gain, abandoning those deemed a waste of resources, women, the elderly, and children, Li Cha-hai would categorically reject Su Zhe's proposal. Chapter 123. Entering the central area, are you concerned about my character? In response to Li Chang-hai's scrutiny, Su Zhe cast a glance at the individuals behind him. Perhaps due to exhaustion, recognizing that Su Zhe and Lin Yuandong were not immediate threats, the group settled down, awaiting Li Chang-hai's decision. In truth, the thoughts of Li Chang-hai's subordinates were quite straightforward. Survival was their priority. Serving Su Zhe was not out of the question, yet their threshold for compromise was low, albeit not non-existent. Should Su Zhe demand any immoral actions, it was unlikely anyone would acquiesce. I hope someone can save these displaced persons. If you agree, I will wholeheartedly accept. I have long wished to leave the Shanghang district. Observing Su Zhe's candidness, Li Chang-hai wasted no time articulating his terms. He was willing to join Su Zhe's ranks, but only on the condition that the displaced individuals in Shanghang district be rescued. This was Li Chang-hai's unwavering boundary. Then you may begin to gather your belongings and prepare to join my team. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhe readily accepted this condition. After all, even if Li Cha-hai had not articulated it, Su Zhe would proceed with such a course of action. The remaining survivors in Shanghang district were of paramount importance to him, and the primary motive for his intervention there was indeed their welfare. Otherwise, Su Zhe would never have expended such effort in orchestrating plans for Shanghang district. The land of Shanghang district was essential to Su Zhe, and so were its people. What does this imply? It is evident that Li Cha-hai did not comprehend the meaning behind Su Zhe's words, as a hint of confusion lingered in his eyes. My superior has instructed you to accompany me, and that condition has been accepted. Li Chang-hai failed to grasp the significance of Su Zhe's statement, yet Lin Yedong understood entirely. He gestured for Li Cha-hai to follow his lead, while elucidating the ultimate purpose of their journey to Shanghang district. Thank you. If my old bones can be of any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. After Lin Yedong's explanation, Li Cha-hai began to fathom Su Zhe's intentions. Do not be so tense. I, Su Zhe, am not a villain. Life is already fraught with difficulties. There is no need to feel this way. Concerning Li Chang-hai's willingness to surrender but not become an unwavering loyalist, Su Zhe did not take it to heart. After all, even with the system's assistance, it would be a formidable challenge to convert someone as obstinate as Li Chang-hai into an immediate devotee. Time will reveal all, and regarding this matter, Su Zhe felt no urgency. After patting Li Chang-hai on the shoulder, he refrained from further conversation, signaling to Lin Yedong to lead Li Chang-hai and Zhang Ziage to rejoin their companions. Meanwhile, Su Zhe intended to infiltrate the central area alone, wishing to personally assess the internal situation. Be careful. Although those in the shadows are not extraordinary beings, their combat capability is not to be underestimated. Upon grasping Su Zhe's intentions, Lin Yedong did not offer any objections. However, as he escorted Li Chang-hai and the others back to the outskirts of Shanghang district, he could not resist offering a word of caution. Su Zhe remained silent, simply signaling with a gesture before vanishing from their sight. Stop. No one is allowed to leave Shanghang district. The entire city is under martial law. Moments later, Su Zhe had infiltrated the entrance to the city. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, a group of refugees emerged from the exit, seemingly intent on fleeing the central area. Their eyes betrayed their palpable fear, revealing their lack of trust in the forces resisting the beast tide within Shanghang district. Rather than remaining here, they yearned for escape in hopes of seizing a semblance of survival. Regrettably, the guards stationed at the city gate had no intention of allowing them to leave freely. They promptly obstructed their passage and raised their weapons. Any misstep, or an attempt by these individuals to force their way out, would undoubtedly result in a hail of scorching and lethal bullets. Please, we beg you. Remaining in Shanghang District renders us useless. We will only deplete precious resources. Just let us go. This is all the food we have left. Old fool, you think you can barter with such meager rations? Do you take us for beggars? Get lost. If you continue to bother me here, I'll treat you to peanuts. It was unclear whether the guards were already irritable or if other factors influenced their demeanor, but their current disposition was far from amiable. Even when a survivor, an elder, attempted to bribe them with food, it proved ineffective, only inciting further scorn. Let us depart. It seems that the hope of leaving has vanished this time, and we must continue to linger here. Alas, had I known, I would have escaped at the first opportunity. How did it come to this? It appears I now understand that we are nearly trapped, and the elder at the forefront has ceased his quarrel with the guards. After a resigned sigh, he gestures for everyone to follow him back, his eyes brimming with helplessness and solitude. Is this elder affiliated with the Research Institute in Shanghang District? Seizing the moment while the guards were distracted by a few individuals, Suze stealthily infiltrated the central area. Previously, he had been too distant to discern the elder's attire clearly. Now, upon closer inspection, he noted the insignia of the Agricultural Research Institute and the name Zhao Yu inscribed upon the badge. A remarkable talent. In an instant, Suze comprehended the identity of this elder and subsequently surveyed the other individuals around. Although some had lost their badges, their nearly uniform attire suggested they were all from the original Shanghang District Research Institute. In other words, these dozen or so survivors were precisely the talents Suze required. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, what is the most precious commodity? Food, resources, weapons, and personnel. All are invaluable. Yet, the most coveted are undoubtedly those highly educated researchers. And these individuals before him fit that description perfectly. Gentlemen, do you wish to escape? I can assist you. Initially, Suze had no intention of engaging with them. But upon realizing their significance, he resolved to strike a deal. He would facilitate their exit from Shanghang District, and in return, they merely needed to join his base. My terms are simple. Follow me, and in exchange, all I require is the knowledge that resides within your minds. As they entered a narrow alley, Suze's figure materialized before the group of several individuals, a smile gracing his face as he presented his proposed arrangement. Who are you? Zhao Yu, the leader, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with suspicion. I am the Agricultural Research Supervisor from the original Shanghang District Research Institute. May I inquire as to your identity? After scrutinizing Suze for a considerable time, Zhao Yu gradually lowered his guard. At the very least, he sensed no hostility from the young man before him, even noting the absence of any weapon. What did you mean by your earlier statement? Despite his cautious demeanor, Zhao Yu harbored a flicker of curiosity regarding the boy's words. Old Zhao, stop wasting time with this lad. We cannot escape. And you truly expect him to lead us out? Before Suze could respond, another elder from the crowd interjected, shaking his head and patting Zhao Yu on the shoulder, urging him not to entertain fanciful thoughts. Let us return and stabilize our situation before contemplating how to leave Shanghang District. The elderly man, Zhang Yufeng, shares a collegial relationship with Zhao Yu, though they belong to different departments. While Zhao Yu is engaged in agricultural research, Zhang Yufeng focuses on weaponry. Rather than relying on an unfamiliar young man, Zhang Yufeng places his faith in his own expertise in the concealed weapons within the Research Institute. Youngster, it seems you too wish to escape from Shanghang District. I do not wish to prolong this conversation. Simply return. The guards are merely lackeys for that group and will not permit your exit. Exercise caution. In response to his friend's counsel, Zhao Yu refrains from outright rejecting Suze, but, after imparting a few words of warning, chooses to disengage. Although the young man's earlier remarks were quite alluring, Zhao Yu suppresses the temptation within him. After all, if he cannot even lead others to safety, how could an ordinary survivor accomplish such a feat? In fact, Zhao Yu is hardly interested in even learning the young man's name. With a resigned shake of his head, the figures of the elderly men vanish completely into the alleyway. Indeed, the old fellows are not easily swayed, yet there will always be opportunities. In light of the cautious demeanor exhibited by these elders, Suze remains remarkably unfazed, even somewhat unsurprised. After all, these individuals differ fundamentally from anyone Suze has encountered before. They have not directly faced the threats of life and death. They are merely trapped in the central area, their freedom of movement curtailed. Even though the Dark Society aims to control all survivors in Shanghang District, They have not resorted to extreme measures against personnel like Xiaoyu. After all, any faction tends to treat such crucial research talents with relative leniency. Moreover, given that the entire Shanghong district is already under the Dark Society's approximate control, there is little need to apply excessive pressure. Consequently, it is an unlikely endeavor for Su Zhe to simply draw them into his base. As long as they remain in Shanghong district, they cannot escape his grasp. Su Zhe does not expend much thought on Zhao Yu's departure. With a piercing gaze, he scans his surroundings to ensure he is undetected before continuing his journey through the dim alleyway, heading toward the tallest building in the central district. According to the information gleaned from Wu Miao and Lin Yedong, the headquarters of the Dark Society is located here. Yuan Building. Originally a recreational venue supported by the official shelter in Shanghong district, stands at the very heart of the area. However, with the onset of the beast tide, the higher-ups of the official shelter abandoned their posts, and naturally, Yuan Building was left forsaken. Seizing this opportunity, the Dark Society promptly occupied the building, transforming it not only into their temporary base, but also into a production area for holy water. Have the so-called survivors in this vicinity been completely subjugated by the holy water? As the surrounding environment only evoked a sense of melancholy in Su Zhe, the scene that unfolded near the Yuan Building was enough to leave him utterly astonished. Please, do you have any holy water? I can offer you a moment of pleasure for just half a bottle. It's quite inexpensive. Before Su Zhe could fully discern the number of survivors encircling the vicinity of Yuan Building, a young woman seated in a corner suddenly charged towards him, frenzied. Despite her face being marred with filth, Su Zhe could still perceive that this woman possessed a remarkable foundation. Her delicate skin and supple form were undeniable indicators of her former status. Not necessarily among the elite, yet before the beast tide descended, she had lived without want. However, at this moment, her eyes sparkled with a mix of urgency and desperation, as if she craved something to an extreme. Please, it's really cheap. I'm quite clean. I always wash thoroughly after doing business. Seemingly aware of Su Zhe's disinterest, the woman made one last attempt. Just a little holy water is all it takes. It's clear you've never used it. If you go over there, they will give it to you directly. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Even so, Su Zhe pushed past this self-promoting individual. Although he gleaned more about the so-called holy water from this pitiable soul, he still could not assist her, for he remained ignorant of what holy water truly was. With a gaze tinged with pity, he took one last look at her before striding into the Yuan Building. Sir, do you wish to become immensely powerful? Do you wish to survive the onslaught of the beast tide? To Su Zhe's surprise, as he passed the puppet-like figures waiting for holy water to liberate them, a man cloaked in black suddenly appeared before him, holding a familiar object, a silver vial containing holy water. Once you drink this, you will gain boundless strength and an unyielding spirit. Come, join us. Concerned that the holy water in his possession might be discovered by the surrounding puppets, the man spoke in a hushed tone, concealing his hand within the folds of his dark robe, as if fearful of being exposed. Are you from the Dark Society? Su Zhe inquired, showing no interest in the man's persuasion. After appraising the stranger's attire and recalling his earlier words, Su Zhe stepped directly into the Yuan Building. Behind him, the man let out a sinister laugh and slowly followed in his footsteps, perceiving Su Zhe as prey ensnared in a trap. Once inside the Yuan Building, no one could resist the allure of holy water. Chapter 125, The Strange We, the Dark Society, exists to save the souls of the living. In this magical realm, all beings face only death. Only eternal darkness can offer redemption. This entity serves as a bridge allowing communication with the shadows. It possesses the power to alleviate all suffering and bestow upon you infinite strength. In the realm of eternity, only darkness can offer redemption, redeeming this dim world. Upon entering the Yuan Tower, Su Zhe remained silent, merely surveying his surroundings. The atmosphere was markedly quieter than the bustling streets outside, imparting a sense of solitude. This was not due to a lack of presence. Aside from Su Zhe and the incessantly chattering figure in the black cloak trailing behind him, there were indeed numerous individuals nearby. However, they all donned similar black robes, their heads bowed as they passed by, occasionally glancing at Su Zhe with fleeting surprise, only to revert to their calm demeanor as if he were invisible, hastening on their way. Come now. I assure you will not resist the exquisite experience bestowed by the holy water. Here's your exclusive chamber, designed for the energy within the holy water to seamlessly permeate your being. As Su Zhe remained silent, the persistent figure behind him could no longer contain himself. He began to promote the holy water, impatience flickering in his eyes. This was understandable given Su Zhe's peculiar attitude, He neither opposed nor accepted the proposition, but instead responded with a vague demeanor. "I'm afraid I have no interest in this." Suze finally spoke, dismissively waving his hand to indicate his disinterest in the so-called holy water. His attention was drawn more to the layout of the room. The space was modest in size yet cleverly decorated, with various food items scattered about. Seizing an apple from the assortment, Suze took a bite. Savoring its delightful flavor, so vastly superior to the offerings of the dark faction member before him. "Are you courting death? Do you understand the consequences of trifling with the dark society? Today, you will drink, whether you wish to or not. Do not compel me to take action, for then your fate will be far worse." Suze's dismissive attitude incited the dark faction member's fury. Anger flashed in his eyes as he brandished the vial of holy water and charged towards Suze. "I offer you one last chance. If you consume this, we may remain the closest of friends. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of the dark god. I hope you choose wisely." While the nature of the dark god's wrath remained unknown to Suze, he remained unfazed by the threat presented before him, responding instead with a calm smile. A sudden seriousness enveloped his expression as he declared, "I shall show you my wrath." With that, a sharp blade materialized in Suze's hand. This dagger was taken from Lin Yedong. Although Suze was not particularly fond of employing such cold weapons in many instances, they proved unexpectedly suitable in this moment. After all, when dealing with these scoundrels, the choice of weapon became inconsequential. "Allow me to escort you to the realm of the dark god." With a flourish of the blade, Suze struck with astonishing speed and immense strength, launching a direct frontal assault. In an instant, amidst a moment of bewilderment, he was upon his adversary. "Die. Remember not to be so unfortunate next time. Why tempt fate by attempting to deceive me?" Truth be told, Suze harbored no genuine desire to slay him. It was merely a stroke of bad luck that this unfortunate soul was the first official member of the dark society he encountered. Thus, sparing him would have been rather unreasonable. However, to Suze's surprise, amidst the unfolding scenario, he sensed something amiss. The dagger had indeed penetrated the man's body, and Suze could distinctly feel the wound. Yet, there was no blood. Could it be that this individual was not human? That seemed improbable. Even if he were not human, blood would surely exist within him unless it had been entirely drained. It dawned on Suze, recalling the scene he had witnessed upon entering the central area, that a peculiar hypothesis emerged in his mind. Through some unknown arcane technique, the dark society could allow certain individuals to survive even after their blood had been completely drained. This thought sent a shiver down Suze's spine. Though it was merely a fleeting concern, if the dagger could not resolve this issue, he had other means. For instance, wielding a plasma cannon for a straightforward bombardment. He refused to believe that this mere flesh could withstand such onslaught. "Futile. Do not harbor delusions of killing me. The dark god shall eternally favor me. The ultimate fate of you heretics is singular, direct death. Holy water can no longer redeem your tainted souls. The sole method of purification lies in casting you into the abyss of reincarnation. Only then may you endure." Suddenly, a strange utterance escaped the lips of this man before him. "Dark god, grant me strength. Bestow upon me the power to purge the heretics." Before Suze could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of profound dark energy enveloped the man. Was this a self-sacrifice to gain formidable power? In that instant, Suze began to grasp the overarching circumstances. This member of the dark society could transform, a revelation that took him by surprise. Yet, he remained undeterred. Suze felt that he still had the situation under control, albeit it was proving to be far more intriguing than he had initially anticipated. At the very least, this entity bore an uncanny resemblance to a peculiar incident Suze had encountered previously, yet overall, it remained a human form, not entirely transformed into a monster. Chapter 126. Suze takes action. Let me witness the capabilities of the so-called followers of the dark society. Faced with this individual before him, Suze was not particularly surprised. Rather, he hoped to receive a modicum of astonishment. After all, the moment the figure transformed, Suze could distinctly sense the shift in the power emanating from him. It was not the extraordinary force typical of a superhuman, but rather a forcibly activated strength. You must immerse yourself in the darkness. The holy water will completely redeem the chaos within your soul. I shall be your eternal guide. Once the transformation concluded, the individual, who had appeared relatively normal, underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. The black pupils in his eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a pallid, grayish sclera. Due to the forced activation of power, the once loose black robe now lay in tatters, exposing an unsightly physique before Suze. Indeed, his muscular form lacked any semblance of beauty, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Particularly alarming were the wounds visible amidst the muscles, where white maggots writhed grotesquely. A foul, putrid slime dripped slowly onto his body. It would be far better for such a creature to perish. The moment the stench reached him, Suze's brow furrowed, and a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. With the noxious odor compounded by the presence of this abomination, what purpose did it serve to keep it alive? Drink the holy water. Just as Suze prepared to strike, the creature before him attempted to make the first move, clutching a silver bottle containing holy water. The metal container appeared slightly deformed, likely due to his excessive grip. The other hand lunged towards Suze, intending to seize control of him and forcibly administer the holy water. Very soon, you will become my puppet. A sinister grin flickered across his already grotesque visage. However, what the member of the Dark Society did not anticipate was Suze's nonchalance in the face of his assault. Instead, he merely nodded. Very soon, you shall vanish from this world. A glimmer of murderous intent sparked in Suze's eyes, and an intense aura erupted from him in an instant. With a speed that defied perception, Suze struck. His fist collided with the member of the Dark Society, shattering bones without affording him any time to react. Suze followed up with a kick that sent the creature hurtling away. Boom. The force was so immense that it obliterated the thick walls of the room, sending a violent cloud of dust cascading throughout the space. The power exhibited was formidable, surpassing even that of a first-tier extraordinary being. Yet, the notion that such an insignificant creature could pose a threat to me was utterly ludicrous. As a gentle breeze wafted through the window, the dust that had been stirred began to settle. The individual who had previously attempted to forcibly administer holy water to Suze had now completely ceased to exhibit any signs of life. A glance at his expression revealed that, even in death, he had never fathomed that he would be so easily dispatched. The heretics had dealt with him. The Dark Council was on guard, ready to strike. The commotion generated by Suze was not insignificant. And given that the Yuan Tower was a stronghold of the Dark Council, it was hardly surprising that they reacted swiftly, armed with scythes. These individuals were specifically trained to combat dissenters. Upon stepping out of his room, Suze immediately encountered a dozen figures, completely shrouded in dark robes. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the individual he had previously slain, with little variation in style, yet they wielded a new weapon, a pitch-black scythe. Simultaneously, Suze detected a foul odor wafting through the air. To describe it in detail, it was akin to the stench of decaying corpses, mingled with the acrid scent of burning candles, an utterly repugnant combination. Despicable heretics, may the Templar Guard hunt you down mercilessly. Meanwhile, upon confirming that Suze had emerged, an elder, somewhat advanced in years, stepped forth. As his words fell from his lips, the scythe-wielding figures sprang into action, seemingly intent on granting Suze no opportunity for a response. All at once, they swung their scythes in a coordinated assault. Demon Blade, Death's Cleave. Several energy forms radiating with dark luminescence erupted from the scythes. Even before they made contact with Suze, a powerful wave of negative energy permeated the air, intensifying the already nauseating odor. Alas, just as these assailants were poised to succeed, Suze made his move. Eschewing any flamboyant tactics, he seamlessly merged with an armored vehicle, enveloping himself in a gleaming silver armor. With a thunderous crash, he crouched slightly and charged forth from the Yuan Tower, while the two plasma cannons on his back began to gather energy. Under the onslaught of cannon fire, all beings were rendered equal. A flicker of a smile graced Suze's face, and in the next moment, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the entire Shanghong district. The once magnificent Yuan Tower was reduced to mere ruins in the wake of that strike. Run! The Dark Council is under attack. Holy water! I need holy water! How foolish. With death fast approaching, they still lingered. Following a violent detonation, the survivors who had congregated around the Yuan Tower finally began to stir. Their previously expressionless faces now bore traces of fear. It can be said that Suze's decisive blow had awakened the dormant terror within these hedonistic souls. At this moment, they ceased to be entangled in the question of whether holy water was available for their consumption, instead scurrying like rats in a sewer, their heads clutched in desperation. Was there truly a tunnel beneath? However, Suze paid little heed to these inconsequential beings, directing his focus instead to the ruins before him. At the very center, he discovered a passageway. If Suze's instincts were correct, this tunnel likely led to the true stronghold of the Dark Society. You shouldn't intervene. With your capabilities, you could thrive anywhere beyond Shanghong District. Yet the circumstances may differ now. Just as Suze prepared to descend into the tunnel, a figure abruptly appeared. Care to introduce yourself? The unforeseen presence instantly captivated Suze's attention. From this individual, he sensed a familiar allure. Eternal Night, Heizei. Indeed, Suze's intuition was accurate. This individual was also a member of the Eternal Night. Chapter 127. Heizei, a moment of lethality. Impressive, you truly are formidable. I never anticipated encountering someone of your caliber in such a place. Heizei remained unaware that Suze had already discerned his identity. Leaping from the tunnel, a flicker of shadow and curiosity danced in his eyes. To him, the strength displayed by Suze was completely unexpected. As one of the formal members of Eternal Night, the Dark Society was one of the factions supported by Heizei. His initial plan had been to manipulate the Dark Society as a puppet to convert the survivors of Su province into a source of his own power. Yet, unexpectedly, before the plan could commence, an unforeseen character emerged. In an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Heizei's gaze. He had invested considerable resources into the Dark Society. If this audacious youth were to sabotage his efforts, it would result in a significant loss. Heizei? I, Suze, am not easily trifled with. You are aware of the Dark Society's deeds, which I find intolerable. Thus, I intend to eradicate this menace entirely. Heizei's unabashed display of malice appeared insignificant to Suze. Upon closer inspection, he perceived Heizei as little more than a foolish jester. Ah, so your name is Suze? Suddenly, upon sensing the threat woven into Suze's words, Heizei exhibited no emotional response. Instead, he regarded Suze merely as a simple fool. As a member of Eternal Night, would Heizei truly fear mere verbal threats? Young man, your prowess does indeed grant you a veneer of arrogance, yet you have misjudged your opponent. The Eternal Night is a force beyond your imagination. A trace of resentment escaped Heizei's lips, his gaze flashing with lethal intent. To dare create turmoil in his presence was to invite dire consequences. Thus, you must perish. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Heizei made his move, a shadow of menace instantly clouding his countenance. At the same moment, a sleek black spear appeared in Kurosawa's hand, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, which he wielded with one hand as he charged directly at Suze. Indeed, firearms possess formidable power. However, in my presence, they are merely toys. Kurosawa did not underestimate Suze. Rather, in his view, firearms are ultimately trifling. Only one force can truly prevail in this world, the extraordinary power. Upon sensing the extraordinary energy emanating from Kurosawa, Suze, who had felt an inexplicable tension earlier, instantly relaxed. At first glance, it was indeed intimidating. Yet, in Suze's eyes, this so-called Kurosawa exuded less pressure than the enchanting beauty of a mere charm. What he had presumed to be the overwhelming might of the perpetual night now appeared rather unremarkable. A flicker of amusement danced across Suze's visage. Then let me show you the immense shock that the so-called inferior firearms you disdain can truly deliver. Without further ado, Suze placed the energy crystal into the muzzle of his weapon, channeling an extraordinary surge of energy aimed directly at the swiftly approaching Kurosawa. A third-tier extraordinary being, merely an insect in his eyes. With a sense of impending doom, Kurosawa, sensing the threat to his life, swung a spear in an attempt to annihilate Suze before him. However, before he could fully react, an overwhelming surge of energy surged forth. Impossible! This cannot be happening. Such a powerful firearm cannot exist in a place like Xiangang District. Even the imperial capital could not possess such equipment. This cannot be a conventional weapon. Feeling the searing energy before him, Kurosawa finally panicked. Even before he could close in on Suze, an immense force engulfed him, wrapping him in an inescapable embrace. Apologies. Who told you this was merely an ordinary firearm? I, too, am an extraordinary being, my friend. As the explosion subsided, Kurosawa lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, gazing at Suze with incredulity. So, this is how it ends. My demise is not in vain. Upon hearing Suze's final words, a hint of self-mockery flickered in Kurosawa's eyes. With a clatter, the spear fell from his grasp, and he succumbed to death. Everyone, should you wish to take action, consider whether your meager firearms can breach my defenses. The duel between Suze and Kurosawa was brief, yet within that fleeting moment, significant changes unfolded around them. The surviving onlookers had mostly fled, leaving only a few deranged individuals seeking to exploit the chaos, attempting to infiltrate the Yuewon building to pilfer the holy water. These miscreants were inconsequential. However, a different group of armed individuals caught Suze's attention. Judging by their attire, He could ascertain that they bore no connection to the Dark Society, nor did he sense any trace of holy water emanating from them. Certainly, these individuals do not belong to the Dark Society. Judging by their gear and attire, they resemble the militia group that Suze encountered earlier. Sir, we are the militia team combating the Beast Tide in Shanghang District, and we have no affiliation with these Dark Society members. I am the team leader, Lin Yunze, and I hope you do not misunderstand our intentions. Although Suze refrained from taking action, the oppressive aura he exuded was already overwhelming for Lin Yunze. After promptly revealing his identity, Lin Yunze continued, "We are merely here to maintain order in the vicinity and harbor no ulterior motives against you." This was not a matter of Lin Yunze lacking courage. Rather, facing a humanoid mech that could easily obliterate a third-tier extraordinary being, armed only with a handful of useless firearms, would daunt anyone. Oh, then let us remain composed. I must inform you, however, that significant changes may be imminent in Shanghang District. Upon sensing Lin Yunze's shift in demeanor, Suze's gaze flickered as he redirected his attention to the underground tunnel. Disengaging from the fusion mode, Suze disregarded the crowd before him and vanished into the depths of the tunnel. Wait, what does he mean by Shanghang District may undergo a transformation? As Lin Yunze contemplated Suze's words, a recent report came to mind. There had been an alarming influx of armed personnel in areas that had fallen under Shanghang District's control, seemingly harboring intentions towards the district. Could this individual be the leader of that armed faction? In an instant, a daring notion took root in Lin Yunze's mind. Chapter 128. Suze's fury. The environment within the tunnel was exceedingly dim, illuminated only by the faint glimmer of a few white candles, devoid of any other light sources. Fortunately, such obscurity posed little hindrance to Suze. Once he confirmed that the area was clear, his figure swiftly vanished into the tunnel. Who goes there? Not one of our members. Stop him. After traversing a few hundred meters, Suze arrived at a narrow junction, confronted by two paths. One path led closer to a spacious underground chamber, approximately a dozen square meters in size. The dark yellow rock walls were adorned with various unknown symbols, while at the center dangled a steel cage, within which several emaciated humans were confined. Both male and female, their bodies bore multiple transparent bloodletting tubes inserted into their arteries. It seemed that due to prolonged blood loss, the individuals within the cage were on the brink of death. Upon catching sight of Suze, their pale faces radiated a desperate longing. "Please save us. These beings are not human. I beg you. I truly do not want to die," they implored, exerting their last vestiges of strength to signal for help. Despite the minuscule chances of rescue, they resolved to fight for their survival. Remaining here as a blood slave, treated merely as a consumable for the creation of holy water, is a fate worse than death. It would be far better to fight for survival. Remaining here guarantees demise. After sending out a distress signal, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for survival. Who are you? At that moment, the three members of the Dark Society tasked with guarding the blood slaves immediately noticed Suze and halted their activities. They regarded him with cold, indifferent gazes, brandishing several handguns in their hands. Any hint of defiance would result in immediate gunfire. Why did the higher-ups allow this guy to come down? Has something gone wrong? I don't know, but regardless of the reason, we absolutely cannot let him return to the surface alive. Despite one of them harboring a vague suspicion about Suze's presence, the group ultimately resolved to employ the simplest method, eliminating the unexpected intruder before them. After all, a dead man keeps all secrets. Do you really think you can kill me? There's nothing more to discuss with you. As the three exuded a murderous intent, Suze was already on high alert. Before they could act, he unleashed a powerful punch, swiftly knocking down the nearest member of the Dark Society, following up with two well-executed side kicks. He dispatched the other two with ease, exhibiting little strain. The combat prowess of these three was shockingly subpar, even inferior to that of an ordinary person. Suze was somewhat taken aback by how effortlessly he had dispatched them, initially expecting them to pose a credible threat. In truth, they had merely served to waste his time. "Please, we beg you, save us." As Suze effortlessly neutralized the three guards, a spark of hope flickered in the eyes of the captives within the cage. They seemed to behold a true savior. "I'm afraid I can't help you. It's simply futile." What they did not anticipate was Suze's mere presence before them, shaking his head in resignation. His eyes reflected a profound sense of helplessness. This was not due to a lack of willingness to assist, but rather because the individuals before him were utterly spent. Their continued existence was solely sustained by a desperate will to survive, while their bodies had reached their limits. Suze surmised that it would not be long before they succumbed to death. "Is that so? Then grant us a swift end." We cannot bear to live like this any longer. The desperation in their voices revealed that they comprehended the weight of Suzei's words. A flicker of despair evident in their eyes. Life had become unbearable. Yet, they harbored a singular wish, for Suzei to put an end to their suffering swiftly. Very well, if there's a next life, may you not return to this world. Suzei nodded, dismantling the apparatus that sustained their final vestiges of vitality. He then slowly exited the confined space. Thank you. Deprived of their final source of energy, several emaciated survivors uttered a whisper of gratitude before collapsing within their confines. Perhaps this, too, is a form of salvation? There are still people underground. Henceforth, you are already dead. Exiting the first cavern, Suzei ventured deeper into the tunnel. After traversing 100 meters, he encountered a familiar scene. The setup was identical to that of the initial cavern, with 3 members of the Dark Society drawing blood, while several gaunt survivors remained trapped in their cages. Without a moment's hesitation, Suzei took action. He killed, granting those survivors a dignified death, and continued his exploration. Had he finally reached the end? For half an hour, Suzei lost count of how many members of the Dark Society he had slain. Nor could he recall how many survivors had pleaded for their lives. Ultimately, he failed to save any of them. Crimson blood stained his garments. Mottled by the passage of time, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. In that moment, Suzei resembled a deity of death. Do you realize what you are doing? The Dark Society will never perish. You will surely descend into hell. Gripping a member of the Dark Society by the throat, Suzei's countenance was as cold as ice. The dying wretch attempted to curse him with his last venomous words, but they bore little weight. Die. With a swift crack of bone, the man was dispatched. Was there yet another door? With a kick, Suzei cleared the cadaver obstructing his path and stood before the final door. He surveyed it closely. The door, crafted from pure steel, bore the engraving of a 6-winged fallen angel, exuding a strange, ominous aura. Before he could fully open it, an unsettling presence and a chilling gloom manifested around him. Nevertheless, Suzei proceeded without hesitation, forcing the door open. What manner of creature lies within? A horde of beasts. Gazing into the chamber beyond the door, even Suzei, who had suppressed his emotions to the utmost, could not quell a flicker of rage. Inside, there was nothing of value, only the remains of countless corpses. Ashen and weathered bones piled high like a mountain. Chapter 129. Those who come to slay you, is there not a single soul here? It seemed that due to the commotion of the earlier battle, Suzei found no living person upon entering the chamber. Observing the residual footprints on the ground, he quickly deduced that those who had once lingered here had fled. Furthermore, he discovered a hidden door within a wall cavity. There would surely be another opportunity. Convinced that he could no longer pursue the fleeing members of the Dark Society, Suzei refrained from blindly chasing them. After all, the Dark Society did not confine themselves to just one area. They certainly had a presence elsewhere. When the time was right, he would strike again, and together they would eradicate these beasts. There will always be opportunities for encounters. The so-called holy water is, in fact, derived from the blood of its own kind. Refined with energy crystals? As I surveyed my surroundings, aside from the multitude of skeletal remains littering the ground, I discovered several other items. The dark crimson plasma was accompanied by a pungent, metallic odor. Even though I had grown accustomed to death, a sense of discomfort still washed over me. However, I finally grasped the true nature of what this so-called holy water was. Most energy crystals were of the second tier, which constitutes a significant haul. After obliterating all the useless debris around me, I gathered the remaining energy crystals. Without a doubt, this batch of several hundred second-tier energy crystals would be considered my gain from this venture. Yet, I must admit, I had not anticipated the wealth of the Dark Society. Perhaps this was a gift from Hei's. Reflecting on this, I recalled Hei's, who had perished at my hands, if all goes as expected. These treasures were indeed provided by him. I should ask Wumiya to procure some items for me as well. Otherwise, this so-called collaboration is merely a jest. Having understood the rules governing the relationship between the Eternal Night and its partners, I began to devise my strategy against Wumiya. Thus far, the collaboration between us had consisted solely of my efforts, while Wumiya had merely uttered a few words. I am no fool. One cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it grass. Such an expectation is patently absurd. Rest in peace. May your next life be better. Confident that there was nothing of value remaining, I had no intention of lingering. After offering a prayer, I slowly exited the tunnel, preparing to return to the surface. Upon emerging, the sunlight was blindingly bright, and it took me some time to adjust to the brilliance above. Yet, as I squinted at my surroundings, I abruptly noticed the changes. Lin Yunxia and his subordinates, who had been present before my descent, had vanished. In their stead stood a group of individuals armed with standard firearms, their expressions grave, effectively sealing off the area. The number of personnel exceeded several hundred. And at the entrances of 2 streets, I spotted armored vehicles, though they could not compare to my advanced technology. They were undoubtedly the main battle equipment from the era before the apocalypse. Among them, a rotund man immediately captured my attention. He was likely a puppet controlled by the Dark Society, yet these individuals could scarcely fathom that the Dark Society in Shanghang District had been eradicated. From this man, I discerned not only a sense of ineptitude but also a distinctly potent aroma of holy water that lingered around him. The surrounding guards bore a similar scent, albeit fainter. Clearly, these personnel constituted the largest armed force in Shanghang District, ostensibly security personnel, yet they resembled mere puppets. It would be best to eliminate them. This group of inept individuals would be of no use even in mining endeavors. If one were to consider the ordinary individual, Suze would hardly entertain such thoughts. For in a world beset by apocalypse, human labor remains an invaluable resource. Even if he could not transform them into loyal subordinates, he could still utilize them effectively. Laborers, slaves, miners, these arduous roles would serve them best. However, those whose souls have been corroded by holy water were best left aside. In an instant, upon confirming the identities of these individuals, Suze was already prepared to take action. The reason he hesitated was rather straightforward. The portly middle-aged man before him had taken the initiative to approach Suze, gesturing to his many underlings to refrain from acting hastily. With an insincere smile that twisted his already repulsive features, Suze found himself intrigued, wondering what this man truly intended. Deciding whether to act was merely a matter of thought, and Suze remained unhurried, regarding him with an expression of calm indifference. "This esteemed leader, I am Yu Wang, the head of Shanghang District. I heard you ventured into the tunnels?" Yu Wang, prior to the Beast Tide eruption, had merely been a mid-level official in the Shanghang District's government shelter, commanding a mere 700 or 800 individuals tasked with maintaining internal security. When the Beast Tide unexpectedly struck, he had been unable to join the main force. By the time he received word, the chaos had already commenced. Left with no choice, he stayed behind to confront the Beast Tide, not out of love for Shanghang District, but because leaving with his people would likely mean certain death for him in Su Province. Moreover, given that Shanghang District still possessed some weaponry and supplies, he resolutely decided to remain with his men. In the initial days, things were manageable. Aside from significant casualties among his subordinates, life was relatively comfortable. However, as the Beast Tide surged once more, the defensive lines of Shanghang District fell one after another. And Yu Wang realized that if this continued, his own demise was imminent. At that moment, an individual claiming to be from the Dark Society approached him, asserting the ability to provide enhancement potions. Without a second thought, he agreed, and he and all his subordinates consumed the holy water. Their combat capabilities indeed improved. But the price was steep. Yu Wang was required to send a batch of individuals to this location periodically. Today was supposed to be the day of delivery. Yet unforeseen events transpired. Not only had the Dark Society vanished, but so had their stronghold. All of this was orchestrated by the dashing young man standing before him. In that moment, even fear and complexity flickered in Yu Wang's eyes. "We have no affiliation with the Dark Society. We merely wish to inquire about your purpose in Shanghang District." As a man of acumen, Yu Wang understood that Suze seemed to harbor disdain for the Dark Society, and he was not foolish enough to reveal any connection to them. While introducing himself, he sought to extract information, attempting to discern Suze's origins. "To eliminate you," came Suze's response, which left Yu Wang utterly shaken. Chapter 130. The choice presented by Suze. What exactly do you intend to do? In the frigid atmosphere surrounding Suze, an unmistakable aura of malevolence was palpable. Yu Wang suddenly realized that the Suze before him was not jesting. "Quick, subdue him. For heaven's sake, attack. If I perish, none of you will survive." In that instant, Yu Wang grasped the gravity of the situation. He commanded his subordinates to engage with Suze while he himself hastily distanced himself from the threat. Wishing not only to refrain from striking Suze, but also longing to retreat entirely. "I warn you, my men encircle us. Should you dare to strike, I assure you, you will not leave here alive." It was only upon returning to the safety of his followers that Yu Wang regained his composure, the tension in his eyes slightly alleviating. However, before he could complete his warning, Suze had inexplicably vanished. "Where's that guy? What the hell? Where did he go?" he exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. "Stay vigilant. That scoundrel could be lurking nearby. In truth, Yu Wang had never intended to confront Su Zhe. His earlier declarations were merely veiled threats, meant to deter any aggression. He only wished for Su Zhe to refrain from engaging him. Yet, before Yu Wang could fully process the situation, Su Zhe had vanished without a trace, catching him entirely off guard. I yearn to end your life, and not even these fools can save you. As confusion reigned among the crowd regarding Su Zhe's whereabouts, a chilling voice pierced the air a mere 10 seconds later. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, Yu Wang, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, collapsed to the ground, a bullet hole now marring his forehead, crimson blood seeping forth like a river. What? The commander is dead. Should we engage? That bastard is right there. Engage? Have you lost your mind? Do you not understand the combat prowess of this beast? Even if we doubled our numbers, we likely couldn't subdue him. Let us pretend we saw nothing. After all, the commander is already dead. A fraction of the soldiers lingering nearby seemed inclined to confront Su Zhe, yet hesitation clouded their eyes. The majority, however, exhibited a more nuanced attitude. Those tasked with the periphery began to discreetly flee the battlefield, while the remainder refrained from any aggression towards Su Zhe, merely observing with detached expressions. Ultimately, their allegiance to Yu Wang had been predicated on a singular motive: survival. As long as he lived, they would heed his commands. Now that he was dead, no rational person would willingly serve a corpse. What purpose would it serve to pledge loyalty when the commander lay lifeless? Moreover, they were acutely aware of Su Zhe's formidable strength. Even the members of the Dark Society were no match for him. Engaging him would likely result in death for whoever dared to act. Those who had survived thus far were not fools. They naturally refrained from undertaking such perilous actions. Thus, even after Su Zhe dealt with Yu Wang, the atmosphere in the vicinity became extraordinarily peculiar, as many individuals directed their attention towards him. Yet, surprisingly, not a single person took action. In fact, a portion of them deliberately cleared a path, allowing Su Zhe to depart unimpeded. How intriguing it was to encounter such a situation. Initially, I anticipated a more troublesome ordeal, necessitating the disposal of these individuals. But it appeared that such measures were rendered unnecessary. Observing the expressions and gestures of those present, Su Zhe quickly discerned their intentions. They harbored no desire to avenge Yu Wang, and, in fact, seemed eager for him to leave first. Understanding this, a flicker of resignation shone in Su Zhe's eyes. He was no stranger to betrayal. In such a world, treachery was the norm, while loyalty remained a rarity. However, he had not expected Yu Wang's subordinates to be so nonchalant, betraying him on the spot and offering Su Zhe such a dramatic scene to witness. I offer you two choices: vacate the Shanghang district, or face death. As he stepped out from the crowd, Su Zhe halted, regarding the onlookers with a grave gaze. Presenting these several hundred individuals with an ultimatum, he did not wish to resort to such measures. He was not a man prone to needless slaughter. Nevertheless, these individuals could not be allowed to remain, regardless of their current lack of hostility towards him or their disarmed state. The reason was singular and clear. Despite appearing as ordinary individuals now, they had yet to reach the point where holy water was necessary, once pushed to their limits. These hundreds would transform into fiends. In his gaze, there was no room for anything but the holy water. The darkness had already obliterated any hope of finding such sanctity within the Shanghang district. Forcing these individuals to stay would yield only two outcomes: chaos in the Shanghang district, or a complete outbreak among them. Do not act rashly. I am not someone you can confront. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test them. To enhance the gravity of his declaration, Su Zhe hesitated not at all. He initiated the fusion of his vehicle, and in an instant, a towering mech materialized before the crowd. Immediately, the previously raucous assembly fell silent, and those poised to take aim from a distance discreetly lowered their firearms. They finally grasped the meaning of absolute power. Excellent, you have demonstrated wisdom by refraining from foolish actions. You have 30 minutes to make your decision. After that, I shall return with my people. Should you still be here, the consequences will be yours to bear. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming force, any words could compel rationality. Although Su Zhe spoke with an air of superiority, those around him chose not to retaliate, silently watching as he gradually made his exit. Within a few minutes, nearly everyone had made their choice, having made the judicious decision to depart from Shanghang district in the company of others rather than remaining to futilely resist. Su Zhe encountered a familiar figure as he stepped out of the central area. It was the alluring Mu Miao, who, having learned of Su Zhe's decisive action against Hei's, displayed a flicker of conflict in her eyes. What troubles you? Could this incident jeopardize our collaborative relationship? Su Zhe, unfazed by Mu Miao's arrival, responded to her inquiry with an indifferent tone. He had not invested any emotional weight into the matter of Hei's. Chapter 131. Deepening cooperation. The remnants of armed forces within Shanghang district were sparse. Following Su Zhe's departure, hundreds of Yuang's subordinates seized the opportunity to flee the city before the impending beast tide struck. Originally, Su Zhe had intended to signal Zhang Shaojie and others to charge into the central area and seize control of the entire district. However, he was taken aback by Mu Miao's unexpected arrival. Is this visit concerning Hei's? If so, I believe there is little left to discuss. Mu Miao did not explicitly state her purpose, and Su Zhe, uninterested in engaging in unnecessary arguments, articulated his stance regarding Hei's and the overall collaboration with the Extreme Knight. Anyone, regardless of their faction, who poses a threat to me may find themselves as my adversary. The rationale behind Su Zhe's declaration was straightforward. He aimed to convey to Mu Miao that their partnership was purely personal, devoid of any ties to other factions or individuals. While Hei's was indeed a member of Extreme Knight, that did not preclude Su Zhe from eliminating him. My purpose in seeking you is not primarily related to Hei's, but rather to inform you that the imperial capital has begun to take notice of you. However, due to their own pressing issues and the fact that most of Su province has already succumbed to the beast tide, they have yet to approach you directly. Upon mentioning Hei's, a complex emotion flickered in Mu Miao's eyes. I am not well acquainted with that individual. His demise is inconsequential. Nevertheless, there will be those eager to avenge him, so exercise caution. After speaking, Mu Miao stood silently, her gaze fixed upon Su Zhe. Thank you. I will remain vigilant regarding this matter. Is there anything else of concern? Understanding Mu Miao's intentions, Su Zhe nodded in acknowledgement and slowly continued. The attention from the imperial capital holds no significance for me, as I remain in Shanghang district. Should they wish to act against me, I would welcome it. I have never been overly concerned with events yet to unfold. My current focus lies with Shanghang district. Shanghang district? Mu Miao had always been aware of Su Zhe's ambitions regarding the district, yet she had not anticipated that he would take action so swiftly. This revelation took her by surprise. Not merely the Shanghang district, this is but a starting point. Once I have secured Shanghang, my next target shall be the neighboring Huaihai district. Being steadfast partners, Su Zhe did not conceal his intentions. Should you require any resources? I will assist you if I am able, he stated plainly. Su Zhe's candid words instantly enlightened Wu Miao to the underlying meaning. He wished for her involvement. Conversing with an astute individual is a pleasure. I seek only one thing: population and resources. I trust these will not be arduous for you to procure. Once Wu Miao grasped his intent, Su Zhe openly expressed his current deficiencies. After considerable reflection, he recognized that he lacked various tangible resources and a stable populace, particularly skilled personnel, which he found most elusive. While there were indeed many survivors around Shanghang, few truly remarkable individuals had caught his eye aside from the few elderly researchers he encountered at the original official shelter. This was an unavoidable predicament. Ultimately, Shanghang district is merely a dispensable gathering place. Those with certain conditions had departed before the beast tide, and many would not have come here from the outset. Nevertheless, these were trivial matters. Understanding Su Zhe's needs, Wu Miao nodded without a hint of hesitation. For her, these two issues were hardly significant. I wish you success in securing Shanghang. If all goes well, remember to save a spot for me when I return. Additionally, I shall remember the two matters you mentioned earlier. Securing supplies is quite manageable, and I will seek appropriate sources back at the base. However, finding personnel may take some time. Not a problem. I am in no hurry. With Wu Miao's steady reassurance, Su Zhe nodded in agreement. Until next time. As their conversation concluded, Wu Miao vanished from his sight, maintaining her usual demeanor. This collaborative relationship is quite favorable. With a smile, Su Zhe and Wu Miao shared an unspoken understanding. Both recognized each other's intentions. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Although Wu Miao had yet to explicitly state her needs, Su Zhe's conjectures were largely accurate. She was not dominant within the Polar Knight and required his assistance. Conversely, his aim was simple: to find someone who could provide stable information and resources. Fortuitously, Wu Miao could fulfill Su Zhe's requirements, just as he could satisfy hers. Both were keenly aware of their positions, yet neither dared to voice it aloud, creating a peculiar tacit agreement, a blend of candid collaboration and hidden agendas. Su Zhe found this of little concern. Thus far, their partnership had been exceedingly pleasant. If there are no detrimental interests at stake, Su Zhe does not mind maintaining this relationship with Wu Miao. After Wu Miao's departure, Su Zhe naturally would not linger in the central area. With the death of Yu Wang and the complete withdrawal of his soldiers, the armed forces in Shanghang District have dwindled significantly. Aside from the militia led by Lin Yunjia, only a few thousand survivors remain. Although there might be some minor factions among these survivors, they pose little to no threat to Su Zhe. Therefore, this moment presents the optimal opportunity for Su Zhe to establish his presence in Shanghang District. While he may not be able to seize complete control immediately, securing several key areas is certainly feasible. The remaining issues can be resolved gradually. It is merely a matter of time. Having finalized his plan, Su Zhe wasted no time and vanished from the central area. Half an hour later, he returned to the outskirts of the makeshift shelter area, observing as Zhang Shaojia, Lin Yudong, and others had fully secured the surroundings. Without hesitation, Su Zhe signaled for everyone to advance and take over Shanghang District. Chapter 132, Capturing Shanghang District Chief. The eastern side has been secured, and no survivors were found. Some supplies have been completely gathered. The western side has been confirmed free of resistance, with only a few survivors located and no weapons discovered. The northern side is entirely sealed off, and we have identified a small faction known as the God of Death Gang, which has been neutralized. Boss, I've led my team into the central area, and the remaining resistance has been eradicated. Only a few survivors are left inside, and we have yet to engage them directly. As Su Zhe officially entered Shanghang District, the actions of Zhang Shaojia, Lin Yudong, and their team were swift. Within just a few hours, even before nightfall, Su Zhe's subordinates had occupied the vast majority of the area in Shanghang District. Some personnel from the outer fringes had already begun collecting useful supplies within their designated zones and transporting them back to the base. Meanwhile, Wu also led a team into the central area. Unsurprisingly, the militia organization led by Lin Yunjia showed no inclination to resist and surrendered immediately. The real trouble for Su Zhe and his team came from the survivors in the central area. Let us control all the survivors who have ingested the holy water, while the remaining normal survivors will be registered, with skilled individuals selectively accommodated. Additionally, ensure the brothers are prepared for combat. This beast tide will certainly not conclude so easily. And given that there are troublemakers among the survivors, we may need to resort to firearms if necessary. Understanding the current situation, Su Zhe made several strategic deployments. In summary, there are 3 key points. Ascertain the precise circumstances in Shanghang District, manage the crowd to ensure stability, and address the unfortunate individuals affected by the Dark Society. In truth, Su Zhe prefers to deal with those corrupted by the holy water by expelling them from Shanghang District, as this would be the simplest and most effective solution. After expelling the potential rioters from Shanghang District, not only would it alleviate the control pressure on Su Zhe, but it would also diminish the likelihood of unrest in the area. However, upon further contemplation, Su Zhe ultimately chose not to proceed with this action. The issue was not trivial. The number of such individuals was alarmingly high, with a rough estimate suggesting at least tens of thousands, a figure that remains exceedingly conservative. The actual number could be even greater. The consequence of driving these people out of Shanghang District would inevitably lead to death, either by being utterly consumed by the frenzied beast tide, succumbing to starvation, or through various other calamities. The only possible outcome would be demise. Su Zhe, though merciless, was not devoid of humanity. Pushing all these individuals towards certain death was profoundly inhumane and offered no tangible benefit. Conversely, if they remained, although there might be some short-term disturbances, with the passage of time, there might be unforeseen advantages. This period served as a natural filter. Those heavily reliant on holy water would undoubtedly falter, while those with moderate dependence might seek to leave Shanghang District in search of it. As for the slightly dependent individuals, surviving this interval would render them akin to normal citizens. Moreover, the most pressing matter for Su Zhe at present was the beast tide. The previously mentioned issues were internal human affairs. Even if they consumed some time, they would not significantly impact Su Zhe or Shanghang District. However, the beast tide was a different matter altogether. Regardless of the circumstances, the beast tide was unequivocally a common enemy of humanity. Thus, after securing Shanghang District, Su Zhe refrained from deploying the reserve troops and promptly prepared for battle. Even now, should the beast tide strike, Su Zhe and all his subordinates would be ready for combat. Boss, I understand. I will arrange these matters immediately, Wu Yu responded, having grasped Su Zhe's plan, and proceeded to depart with several subordinates. Meanwhile, Zhang Shaojia, Wang Gang, and Lin Yudong busied themselves with the tasks assigned by Su Zhe. In contrast, Yiqing found herself without a specific role to play. Boss, do you not need my assistance? Noticing Suzai's lack of instructions for her, Yiqing felt restless and inquired tentatively, her gaze drifting toward other areas of Shanghong District. Compared to following Suzai, she preferred to find something meaningful to engage in. Rest assured, you have an important task at hand, Suzai reassured her, recognizing her unspoken desire. He then retrieved the strategic map he had prepared prior to entering Shanghong District from his clothing. Recruit a batch of survivors who have not consumed holy water, and have them construct a rudimentary defensive structure to encircle Shanghong District and the base. Suzai would never relinquish either of these locations. The geographic significance of the base ensured it would remain his stronghold, while Shanghong District, despite its dilapidation, still held considerable value. Abandoning Shanghong District would be an utter waste. A course of action Suzai would never contemplate. Before conquering Shanghong District, Suzai had already devised a preliminary plan. The base remained the core, while the surrounding Shanghong District, and potentially the Huaihai, Huainan, and Huaidong districts in the future, were envisioned as satellite cities within Suzai's strategy. Gradually, he intended to expand his territory and population in a semicircular fashion, thereby alleviating much of his pressure. As one of Suzai's trusted confidants, Yiqing's task was precisely this, to connect individual regions into a cohesive whole. If she encountered unfamiliar territories, she could consult Wang Gang, even borrowing personnel from him. However, this task wasn't her sole responsibility. Once additional hands were found, she would return to training the children, whose combat capabilities were also crucial to Suzai. Noticing the complexity in Yiqing's expression, Suzai candidly laid out his future arrangements for her. At present, he assigned her this task simply due to a lack of available personnel. Ultimately, Yiqing was most suited for combat roles and training newcomers. Suzai would never squander her talents. Once suitable individuals were identified, he would undoubtedly reassign Yiqing. Thank you, boss. I appreciate it. But I really have no other intentions. Just focus on getting the job done. Everything else is inconsequential. Without indulging in further explanations from Yiqing, Suzai organized the personnel and did not linger outside the city. Instead, he re-entered the central area, but this time it was not alone. It was with his entire faction. Chapter 133, a letter from Huaihai District Boss. We have succeeded. There was no fierce resistance encountered. Instead, most were minor factions that, upon seeing our equipment, chose not to resist, but to surrender outright. The remaining resources in Shanghong District were also accounted for. Although a significant amount had been taken before the beast tide arrived, a considerable quantity still remained. After Suzai entered the central area of Shanghong District and surveyed the streets, confirming they were under his control, he did not waste time on trivial matters, but proceeded directly to the temporary command point for resisting the beast tide. To his surprise, upon entering, he found Zhang Xiaojie and others had already arrived. They briefed him on the general situation and presented a detailed inventory list of supplies. So many items? A mere glance at the list left Suzai momentarily astounded. Not only were there energy crystals of hard currency type, but also food, various materials, weapon and ammunition reserves, and numerous necessities for personnel, all meticulously catalogued. What delighted Suzai further was that steel, a material abundant in every gathering area and notably heavy, was left behind by the high-ranking individuals who had fled Shanghong District before the beast tide. They had neglected to take away these worthless metals such as steel and copper, or leaving them untouched in the warehouses. Zhang Xiaojie approached him. Upon realizing the vast reserves of steel in Shanghong District, Suzai immediately gestured for Zhang Xiaojie to approach him. Set aside your other tasks for now. Simply ensure that the inventory of metallic resources is completed. All steel from Shanghong District must be transported back to the base. If manpower is insufficient, hire survivors. Boss, I have already accounted for the steel. If the base urgently requires it, we can complete the transfer within 3 days at most. With this assurance, Zhang Xiaojie swiftly vanished from Suzai's presence. Given the limited number of personnel available, he dared not waste a moment, promptly arranging for the steel from Shanghong District to be brought back to the base. Almost everyone had their own responsibilities, leaving Suzai with a rare moment of leisure. Fortunately, there were no unforeseen complications. Had there been, capturing Shanghong District would have proven quite challenging. With nothing pressing to attend to, Suzai leaped to a high vantage point. After surveying the surroundings, he felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. Although the current situation was not entirely perfect for Suzai, it sufficed. At the very least, he had established control over Shanghong District. by linking two mining sites and considering the vast expanse of Shanghang District. The previously confined base could now expand outward. Additionally, the number of surrounding beast hordes was under Su Zhe's control, and there were currently no threatening forces to contend with. The next objective was to secure the wandering population and the Huaihai District. With matters settled in Shanghang District, Su Zhe refused to relax his mindset. Instead, he devised a new plan to shelter the population and expand his territory. As he often stated, Shanghang District was merely a starting point for him, not the main focus. Boss, the previous matters have been resolved. The old researchers from the Institute are willing to stay. I have already instructed Xiao San Mao to bring them to the base. Initially, this group of researchers regarded Su Zhe with disdain, and even after he had gained control over the majority of Shanghang District. Their intention was not to join his ranks, but rather to have him send them out of Shanghang District in search of official support. However, Lin Yudong executed a series of actions that left them questioning their previous decisions, bringing them directly to the base. Upon encountering a bounty of fresh food and Lin Yudong's firearms, the researchers finally acquiesced. They not only expressed their willingness to join Su Zhe's faction, but also brought along their research notes, ready to put their findings into practical use when the time was right. It was a case of deft persuasion, blending carrot and stick to tame them. In addition to the few researchers, we also discovered several talented individuals. While there were fewer experts in engineering and chemistry, we managed to find a considerable number of mechanics and some agricultural specialists, all of whom I have duly registered. After reporting these significant developments, Lin Yudong fell silent, standing obediently behind Su Zhe. However, if there is something to say, please do so swiftly. You are almost inscribing the words I have matters to attend to upon my face. Spare me the unnecessary preamble. A mere glance at Lin Yudong beside him was sufficient for Su Zhe to ascertain that this fellow certainly harbored more than just a report of these affairs. Indeed, this individual had ulterior motives. Boss, there is a matter, though I cannot be certain, Lin Yudong confessed, having been prompted by Su Zhe's discerning gaze. He promptly retrieved an envelope from his pocket. Boss, take a look. After placing the envelope into Su Zhe's hand, Lin Yudong continued. This was sent by someone from the Huaihai District. According to the messenger, they wish for our base to align itself with them. It appears that after the official sanctuary in Huaihai collapsed, a faction seized control of the area and successfully repelled the beast tide, hence their interest in our base. What? They want us to pledge allegiance to the Huaihai District? Before even opening the envelope, surprise flickered in Su Zhe's eyes, accompanied by a hint of disdain. I believe I understand why you hesitated to inform me of this immediately. In my opinion, it is entirely unnecessary to heed these individuals. Lin Yudong nodded in agreement. His reluctance to speak on the matter stemmed from his belief that there was no need to burden Su Zhe with such trivialities. Had Su Zhe not inquired, Lin Yudong would have chosen to remain silent. With a force of over 1,000 elite armed forces at their disposal, why would they consider aligning with the Huaihai District? Any reasonable person would not entertain such a peculiar choice. It was only due to Su Zhe's insight that Lin Yudong felt compelled to disclose the information. How intriguing that the Huaihai District has been completely subdued. It is not a lawless territory, and they seem to have pinpointed the approximate location of our base. A glance at the contents of the envelope prompted a sudden smile from Su Zhe. The message inscribed upon it was succinct: submit or perish. In Su Zhe's eyes, it was merely a jest. Chapter 134, The Capital's Reaction. Boss, the contents of this envelope are not worthy of our concern. From the outset, we had no intention of confronting those from the Huaihai District directly, and now we have even less reason to regard them, Lin Yudong asserted. Moreover, judging by the tone of the message, I suspect their power is not particularly formidable. Otherwise, they would not dare address us in such a manner. We have no obligation to respond to them. As a complex expression crossed Su Zhe's features, Lin Yudong promptly articulated his thoughts. If you are apprehensive, I, Lin Yudong, could venture alone to the Huaihai District. Go alone to the Huaihai District? Upon hearing this, Su Zhe smacked Lin Yudong on the head. Do you think this is akin to an ancient duel? One person? Are you truly that formidable? If you were, why not seize the capital for me? The very notion that Lin Yudong would entertain such an idea incensed Su Zhe. Lin Yudong's prowess is indeed formidable. His almost innate talent for assassination allows him to infiltrate enemy territories with ease. He is capable of executing various targets directly. However, this does not render him invincible. Should he unexpectedly be discovered by the enemy, the solitary Lin Yudong would undoubtedly find himself in peril. Especially considering that Su Zhe and the others possess no intelligence regarding the Huaihai District. Should Lin Yudong venture into that territory, he might escape unscathed. But if misfortune were to befall him, he would be in grave danger. Such an endeavor would be a perilous gamble. Despite Su Zhe's insistence, Lin Yudong, although understanding Su Zhe's intentions, stubbornly asserted that even if he were to infiltrate the Huaihai district alone, it would not lead to significant complications. Enough of the chatter. You cannot go alone to the Huaihai district. If we must go, we shall go together, Su Zhe replied. It is inevitable that they must engage with the Huaihai district. Yet this matter is not of immediate urgency in Su Zhe's mind. If they are to proceed to the Huaihai district, it is essential to first resolve the issues in the Shanghang district before advancing. Lin Yudong, first clarify the remnants of power in the Shanghang district. It would be best to gain control over them. I wish to know your methods for addressing this situation. I only seek results. Su Zhe's words were clear. The entire Shanghang district does not require an abundance of influence, even if it does not significantly affect him. As for the matters concerning the Huaihai district, I will handle them myself. After outlining his recent plans, Su Zhe fell silent and began examining the map of the Shanghang district. Rest assured, I will manage this matter thoroughly. By tomorrow, the Shanghang district will only have our people, Lin Yudong assured, having grasped Su Zhe's priorities. After making this promise, Lin Yudong vanished from Su Zhe's sight. Who exactly is taking complete control of the Huaihai district? One can only hope it is not some insignificant fool, for that would not bode well. A faint smile crossed Su Zhe's face, revealing a hint of calm amusement. He does not fear adversaries. Rather, such challenges add a ripple of excitement to his otherwise mundane existence, rendering life far more intriguing. In the capital, at the Xiaoyuan, a report arrived. Sir, news from Su province has come in. The majority of personnel from the 17 official sanctuaries in Su province have been completely withdrawn, and there are considerable casualties. With only a few survivors, most of whom are our own. Xiaoyuan, before the apocalypse, was merely a dining establishment for the elite, nestled at the foot of Mount Bajiao. Renowned for its picturesque scenery. Following the outbreak of the beast tide, this relatively remote yet beautiful locale quickly became one of the few gathering places in the capital. The Ling family owns Xiaoyuan. Bring it to me. Has that insufferable brat returned? In a lakeside courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in a black Zhongshan suit wore a grave expression upon hearing the news. A moment later, he stood up abruptly, casting a piercing gaze at the elder before him. If that wretched boy returns, have him come to see me. The union with the Shangguan family has already been delayed far too long. If this continues, other families in the capital may begin to have thoughts of their own. Ling Long, the head of the Ling family, was one of the foremost figures among the elite of the capital. The wretched boy he referred to was, of course, Ling Feng, who had ventured to Su province. In Ling Long's eyes, even the lives of hundreds of thousands in Su province paled in significance to the marriage between Ling Feng and Shangguan Yanran. The former's demise would leave no mark on the Ling family. In fact, they could even derive some benefit from it. In contrast, as the legitimate daughter of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yanran was a coveted prize in the eyes of many families. This marriage was one that the Ling family must secure. For others were eager to claim it. Master, the young master has returned, though it seems there has been an unexpected incident. He encountered a young man in Su province, and Ling Yi has perished. As Ling Long mentioned this, the elder who had previously remained silent revealed a flicker of conflict in his eyes. After a moment as contemplation, he relayed the events surrounding Ling Feng's experiences in Su province. What? That mere boy dared to kill Ling Yi and even abduct Shangguan Yanran. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Ling Long was instantly engulfed in fury. Were it not for the current beast tide ravaging Su province, he would have ensured that the insolent youth wished for death, yet found it unattainable. Those who dared to offend the Ling family could never hope to survive in this world. Calm your anger, master. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate this matter. The elder steward stepped forward to placate Ling Long, quietly adding, several families seem intent on providing support to Su province. We need not concern ourselves with them. Su province has become a graveyard. Not only would a few minor families fail to make a difference, but even those sheltered by the capital's officials could not hope to rescue them. Hearing this, Ling Long's already foul mood darkened further. The survivors beyond the capital were merely a collection of worthless beings. When did it become their turn to squander resources? If someone from above arrives, we shall simply deflect them. They are already aware of the reality, or do you think we could genuinely implement such a plan? He continued. We must cease all dealings with Su province and focus our strength on the capital. As for other regions, they will inevitably be abandoned. With that, Ling Long dismissed the elder with a wave of his hand. He would rather not waste his precious time on those worthless beings, but instead observe the fish in his own lake. Chapter 135, Planning for Self-Sufficiency in Grain Master. Shall the engagement between the young master and Miss Shangwan proceed as planned? I heard that the Shangwan family seems somewhat dissatisfied with our young master. Just as Ling Long was preparing to depart, the elder who had been following him spoke up again, taking a moment before continuing, Master, you may need to address this matter personally. Zhang Lao, do you understand? Upon hearing the matter once more, Ling Long cast all the fish food he held into the lake. It mattered not with whom Ling Er would wed. What held significance was that the Suo Guan family had not formed alliances with other clans, regardless of whether the Suo Guan family was amenable. As long as they had not allied with others, that sufficed. After patting his hands clean of the fish bait, a shadow flickered in Ling Long's eyes. As long as the betrothal with the Suo Guan family remained intact, they were our allies. Understood, Master of the House. I shall ensure this matter is resolved, Zhang Lao replied, nodding slightly after comprehending Ling Long's intentions before fading into the background. In this world, the Ling family would certainly carve out a place for itself. At the center of the lake, in a small courtyard, Ling Long stood alone, his gaze cold and glimmering as he slowly turned towards the impending twilight. His eyes were filled with ambition. The Suo Guan family, the Shimin family, and the Ma family from the northwest were merely stepping stones for the Ling family, a ladder to ascend to the pinnacle. There could only be one who truly reaches the summit, and that was he, Ling Long. As for Su Zhe, who merely existed in the realm of words, he was but an insignificant insect in Ling Long's eyes, easily crushed. Boss, now that we have taken over the Shanghang district, should we return to the base? Lin Yadong and Wu Yu expressed their concerns, noting that the Huaihai district seemed to have been seized by a mysterious force. If we act now, it may not bode well. The events occurring in the imperial capital were far removed from Su Zhe, who remained oblivious to the intentions of the so-called elite. At this moment, as the sun set, Su Zhe was in the heart of the Shanghang district, grilling meat. A gentle breeze stirred, and suddenly a spark illuminated the surrounding darkness, accompanied by the alluring aroma of barbecued meat, a delightful scene indeed. The fragrance enveloped the area, and Su Zhe bore a relaxed expression while Zhang Shaojie, beside him, summarized the recent happenings. Well, compared to what Su Zhe thinks, I am more curious about the flavor of this grilled meat, Zhang Shaojie mused. Come on, can't you be a bit more serious? It's just barbecue. Although Zhang Shaojie's expression was well controlled, concealing his thoughts, Su Zhe effortlessly discerned his curiosity. After all, he was one of the first to follow him. How could Su Zhe not understand Zhang Shaojie's sentiments? Why was this fellow's loyalty eternally stuck at 99? After handing a portion of grilled meat to Zhang Shaojie, a hint of helplessness flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. He had been one of the earliest members, with no complaints in any regard, yet loyalty could only reach 99. Were it not for the dynamic display of loyalty among other members on the system panel, Su Zhe might have thought the system was malfunctioning. Leave 500 in the Shanghang district and return the rest to the base. Additionally, present me with the list of personnel recruited this time. Su Zhe did not dwell too long on Zhang Shaojie's loyalty issue. After such a lengthy period, he had grown accustomed to it. Once, for a period, Su Zhe believed that perhaps Zhang Shaojie lacked the innate talent to become an extraordinary being, which subsequently hindered the system from designating him as a loyal follower. After some contemplation, Su Zhe considered this possibility quite plausible. Fortunately, he chose not to dwell excessively on this issue and steered the conversation towards the main topic. This time, the number of individuals being accommodated was somewhat considerable. In addition to the militia from the Shanghang district, there were also personnel from over a dozen small factions, totaling more than 1,000. While their weaponry was somewhat lacking, their fighting spirit remained commendable. The number of unarmed personnel already registered exceeded 30,000. Currently residing in the Shanghang district, where the situation remained relatively stable without any signs of unrest. As for those willing to join our base, there were over 300. While the remaining displaced individuals had not yet been fully documented, it must be said, apart from his lack of combat prowess, Zhang Shaojie exhibited no deficiencies in other capabilities. As soon as Su Zhe began to speak, Zhang Shaojie promptly relayed the personnel statistics gathered during this period, even providing a detailed chart. Excellent. Let us maintain this momentum. We fear not the abundance of numbers, but rather the absence of them. With a cursory glance at the data presented by Zhang Shaojie, coupled with the loyalty metrics from the system, Su Zhe garnered a comprehensive understanding of the overall situation in the Shanghang district. The vast majority of the first batch of displaced individuals under his command presented no significant issues. The previously mentioned armed personnel were similarly reliable. Their loyalty was above the acceptable threshold, as long as Suze refrained from employing oppressive tactics akin to a slave owner. The likelihood of betrayal among these individuals remained minimal. Human nature dictates that if one is initially offered a loaf of bread, they will invariably aspire for a superior offering, such as a chicken leg. However, if one rescues them from the depths of despair, even if their subsequent circumstances improve only slightly, they will regard you as their savior. In essence, one must not extend excessive kindness, lest it incite rebellion. Almost everyone harbors a contrarian mindset. Recruitment should proceed with this understanding. While armed forces may seamlessly integrate into our existing ranks, provided they are adequately dispersed. After addressing the allocation of armed personnel, Suze assigned Zhang Shaojie another task, to cultivate wasteland in order to achieve self-sufficiency in food production. Although Suze currently possessed a substantial amount of provisions, the absence of a stable production channel was untenable. Furthermore, with the Shanghang district already possessing arable soil and complete seeds, failing to utilize these resources and associated personnel would be a lamentable waste. I understand. Even without your prompting, I have already set things in motion, Zhang Shaojie replied, not oblivious to the significance of sustenance. In fact, prior to approaching Suze, he had prepared relevant plans. Though he had not anticipated Suze would prioritize this matter with such decisiveness, the focus now shifts to stabilizing the situation in Shanghang district, as well as relocating several weapon production lines to the base. Shanghang district is poised to become our first territory for expansion. Yet it must not serve as a site for arms manufacturing. This is a crucial point to note. Regarding these two matters, the rest is at your discretion. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult with Lin Yuandong or Wu Yu. I have an errand to attend to outside. Please inform Lin Yuandong that I have stepped out. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Suze vanished without hesitation, leaving Zhang Shaojie no time to react. Chapter 136. A recommended refuge. Has someone taken charge of Shanghang district? Do not venture there. I have heard that the officials at the shelter have entirely abandoned the area. Although the beast tide has not resumed, the remaining inhabitants of Su province face certain death. If we cannot remain in Su province, where shall we go? To the Magic City? The imperial capital? Or perhaps to the neighboring Zhejiang province? It is indeed arduous for us to survive under such circumstances. I am still inclined to head to Shanghang district and try my luck. If all else fails, I shall seek an alternative escape route. Suze's sole purpose for venturing out this time was to ascertain the current situation in Huaihai district and to check on the intelligence previously provided by Wu Miao. Despite having secured control over Shanghang district, Suze did not find himself lacking in basic resources. However, he would never disdain iron ore. To his surprise, just after departing Shanghang district, he encountered a group of ragged survivors passing by. Judging by their accents and attire, Suze discerned they could not possibly be survivors from Shanghang district, but rather individuals fleeing from other parts of Su province. Some among them even sought refuge in Shanghang district. Were these individuals merely in search of a stable foothold? Listening intently to their conversations, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Suze's eyes. Excuse me, may I interrupt? After some hesitation, Suze abandoned the thought of walking away and instead approached the group of a dozen individuals. Speaking gently, I would like to inquire where you have come from and what your intended destination is. The group, enveloped in a foul odor, sat huddled together, further intensifying the unpleasant scent in the air. In their midst, a large pot was set up, and upon closer inspection, Suze discovered that it contained nothing that could be deemed food, only murky boiling water, with some green leaves and unknown solid objects floating atop. A quintessential meal for wanderers. There was not a trace of meat, nor even the wheat bran that Suze would normally disregard. Who are you? One elder remarked cautiously. Old Wang, be careful. This young man seems to be no ordinary individual. We should avoid unnecessary trouble. The sudden appearance of Suze took the group by surprise, and several older members exhibited a hint of wariness in their eyes. Had they not been encircled by the crowd, they might have chosen to ignore Suze entirely and depart. It is not that Suze bears the visage of a villain. Rather, in this unforgiving world, those who are careless seldom survive to this moment. Though Suze's attire is unassuming, it is evident to the discerning eye that the young man before them is far from ordinary. His garments are pristine, and his countenance shows not a trace of dust. Most significantly, there is no hint of hunger emanating from him. Young man, We fled from Qian County in the west of Su Province, and after a harrowing journey, we have finally arrived in Shanghang District. Is there something you wish to inquire? Amidst this silence, the elderly Wang, who had previously disregarded the crowd's attempts to dissuade him, slowly rose to address Su Zai's query. Thank you, Elder. I would like to ask if you passed through Huaihai District on your way to Shanghang. Wang, an old man with a mane of unkempt silver hair, wore the marks of time upon his wrinkled visage, speckled with the remnants of grime. Yet, within his eyes, which seemed to have witnessed the myriad vicissitudes of life, there flickered a glimmer of clarity. Su Zai was inwardly astonished. That spark of lucidity was sufficient to attest to the old man's character. He may not be a paragon of virtue, but he was certainly not a malevolent fiend. Su Zai was eager to engage with such a person. Elder, it seems you have not had a proper meal in many days. Please, take this and prepare it to eat. Although it is not exquisite fare, it should suffice to stave off hunger for a time. In the presence of such individuals, Su Zai never hesitated to offer assistance. To express his gratitude for Wang's response, he retrieved a bag of dark wheat bran from his system space. While the quantity was modest, approximately a dozen pounds, it was ample to provide sustenance for those before him. Indeed, Su Zai possessed superior provisions within his system, yet he refrained from revealing them. It was not a matter of stinginess, but rather a simple principle. When one gives a beggar a mere dime, no envy arises. Instead, people regard the giver favorably. However, should one offer a beggar a million, it breeds jealousy and may incite irrational behavior, even bewildering the beggar himself. Su Zai understood this principle well. By presenting a bag of bran, he would elicit only gratitude from the crowd. Wang would be content to consume it without concern. Yet, had he offered something more lavish, it might have incited avarice, turning Wang into a target of others' greed. Oh, no need for such formality. I have not said anything of great consequence, Wang replied, clearly taken aback by the unexpected generosity in response to his humble answer. He hastily gestured in refusal. Such a simple inquiry hardly warranted a gift of this magnitude. My questions encompass more than just one, Su Zai asserted, undeterred by Wang's reluctance, as he poured the bran into a pot. I wish to know if you have heard any news regarding Huaihai District during your travels to Shanghang. Huaihai District? Upon hearing the name of that place once more, old Wang could no longer refuse Su Zai's offering of food. His expression grew tense, and he repeatedly gestured with his hands, urging, Young man, you must not venture into Huaihai District. I have heard that once one enters, they cannot escape. Indeed, a brother from my neighboring village journeyed to Huaihai District. Before he left, people spoke highly of it, promising food and lodging in exchange for minimal work. Yet, once he arrived, there was not even a blade of grass to be found. Had it not been for my brother's swift escape, he might still be trapped there. The conditions in Huaihai District are even worse than those in the preceding Shanghang District. Although I cannot ascertain all the details, at least there one can come and go freely. Fearing that Su Zai might think he was deceiving him, old Wang elaborated on the situation. Thank you, I understand. Su Zai replied, gaining a clearer comprehension of Huaihai District. There was no need for further explanation, he simply nodded in gratitude. Friends, he addressed the group. If you are willing to trust my words, Shanghang District is a favorable destination. While it may not promise lavish banquets, those with a skill will not go hungry. If you are inclined, it is worth a visit. Having acquired knowledge about Huaihai District, Su Zai also took the opportunity to recommend a good place to the dozen or so individuals before him. Shanghang District. Chapter 137. Mo Su Ziyuan is intriguing. I initially assumed an unknown faction had seized Huaihai District, but it appears the situation is more complex, suggesting prior scheming. After grasping the general circumstances of Huaihai District, Su Zai formed a clearer picture of the situation there. While it differed somewhat from his expectations, it remained within his control. Thank you, young man. We too plan to explore Shanghang District. Please exercise caution. Huaihai District is not like this place. If you truly intend to go there, be wary. Noticing that Su Zai had ceased to speak, old Wang decided against lingering nearby. After advising Su Zai to remain vigilant on his journey, the group began to gather their belongings and gradually set off towards Shanghang District. Although they were not well acquainted with Shanghang District, old Wang's recommendation instilled a sense of assurance within them. Thank you, Elder, Su Zai replied, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, there was little more to say. As long as these individuals chose to remain in Shanghang District, Su Zai was certain he would have the opportunity to meet them again. After bidding farewell to old Wang and the others, and after recommending Shanghang District, Su Zai did not linger. instead making his way swiftly towards Huaihai District. It seemed that the forces within Huaihai District were formidable, and he would need to exercise caution this time. On the journey to Huaihai District, a flicker of vigilance glimmered in Suzei's eyes. There was little to articulate. If the circumstances aligned with his prior expectations, then his approach would have been rather straightforward. Yet the current situation rendered such clarity elusive. Halt. No one is permitted to enter Huaihai District at this time. Those wishing to gain entry must first wait in the Shandy area until the beast tide subsides, a stern proclamation echoed. Given the proximity of Shanghang District to Huaihai District, Suzei arrived near the latter in less than half an hour. However, before he could reveal himself, he observed a contingent of about 70 to 80 individuals stationed at a temporary checkpoint, overseeing the entrance to Huaihai District. Survivors attempting to enter were met with immediate expulsion, their faces reflecting disdain and impatience. Clearly, this was not their inaugural encounter with such duties. Did these individuals not require the survivors? Suzei found himself perplexed, as the reality before him starkly contrasted with the intelligence he had received. Old Wang and the others claimed that Huaihai District was forcibly retaining survivors. Yet the current scene suggested a near-total rejection of those fleeing from other locales. More troubling was the realization that those tasked with repelling the refugees bore a striking resemblance to the very outcasts they dismissed, despite their standardized military attire and firearms. Suzei discerned at a glance that these individuals were far from true soldiers, scarcely qualifying even as militia. Big brother, do you wish to enter Huaihai District? Just as Suzei scrutinized the gathering, a timid voice emerged from behind him. Turning to look, he discovered a small girl, clad in a tattered cloak, her figure obscured by shadows. She clutched a small burlap sack, the contents of which remained a mystery to Suzei. A few meters behind her trailed two similarly diminutive children, their gender indiscernible from such a distance. Do you know how to get into Huaihai District? After assessing the girl, noting her lack of weapons and any malevolent intent, Suzei felt a flicker of intrigue. What would my reward be for your guidance? He inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Of course, Suzei did not underestimate the girl. Anyone capable of surviving in such dire circumstances undoubtedly possessed a certain resourcefulness. To belittle others would only hasten one's demise, and Suzei was not foolish enough to fall into that trap. A ration of food. I will lead you into Huaihai District, and there will be no risk of a beast-tide attack, the girl replied. Upon sensing Suzei's interest, a glimmer of joy briefly illuminated her eyes, only to fade into a neutral expression once more. Agreed. The terms are reasonable, Suzei conceded, recognizing that he needed to enter Huaihai District and that avoiding inquiries from the nearby guards would be advantageous. Indeed, a single ration as compensation was a modest price to pay. Even so, it could save Suzei's time. He profited from this transaction. Just a moment, big brother. Please wait for me. After managing her business, the little girl nodded at Suzei, signaling him to hold on, before dashing over to two peers of her age. After a brief exchange of whispers, she approached Suzei once more. But where did those two little ones go? When Suzei turned back, the two children who had been standing there had mysteriously vanished. Lead the way, I'm in a hurry. After searching the surroundings and finding no trace of the previous two, Suzei chose not to dwell on the matter. He simply indicated for the little girl before him to guide him, and from his system space, he retrieved a portion of food. It was the same dark mixture of bran with a small amount of soybean meal. Thank you, big brother. My name is Momo. Just follow me, and I will take you along a shortcut. Upon confirming the food was satisfactory, the girl visibly brightened, her steps imbued with a newfound joy. Suzei paid little mind to her gratitude, nor did he particularly care for her name. It was merely a fleeting encounter. There was no need for deeper understanding. Sensing Suzei's reticence, Momo refrained from further chatter after receiving the food, carefully leading the way ahead of him. After circumventing the patrolling soldiers, Momo guided Suzei into a secluded alleyway. With a serious gaze, she scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before exhaling in relief and slowly advancing deeper into the alley. It was only when they arrived before a massive granite stone that she halted. Behind the stone lay a fissure that would lead directly into the Huaihai District. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave now. After revealing the means of entry into Huaihai District, Momo prepared to depart. Having secured a portion of food, she was determined to return to her base as swiftly as possible, for it was the safest course of action. Wait, we are being watched. If you wish to avoid peril, it would be best to stand behind me. Just as Momo turned away, Suzei, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 138. This fellow is no ordinary person. This is bad. It's them. Run. If they catch us, we're finished. They are from Huaihai District, Su Ziyuan's people. No matter their identity, intruding into Huaihai District only leads to one outcome: execution on the spot. The moment Suzy spoke, Momo instantly prepared to flee. Thinking of leaving now, are we? Captain, it seems this one is a girl. Looks like we'll have some fun tonight. Kill the men, spare the women. I plan to teach this one a lesson tonight, and see if she's a spy from another region attempting to steal information from us in Huaihai District. However, just as Momo turned to escape, the patrol team that had been monitoring the streets completely surrounded both Suzy and Momo. A young man, wearing his hat askew and exhibiting a casual demeanor, cast a lustful gaze at Momo, who stood beside Suzy. Despite her youthful appearance, seemingly around 15 or 16. With a figure as slender as a washboard, he was undeniably drawn to her. It was indeed a stroke of luck to encounter such a pristine girl. He ordered his subordinates to prepare to seize Suzy, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he advanced toward Momo, slowly loosening his belt. Unable to wait until nightfall, in a moment of panic, Momo, initially composed, felt her heart race upon witnessing the mocking expressions on the faces of the group surrounding her. Though she did not know them personally, she was aware of their affiliations. They were all lackeys of Su Ziyuan, and the young man leading them was none other than Su Yunjia, Su Ziyuan's brother. Responsible for the security of the Huaihai District, yet notorious for his malevolent deeds. Momo had always avoided this man, but now she found herself cornered. Stand still. You haven't brought me inside yet, Su Yunjia commanded. Resigned to her fate, Momo clenched her teeth and hid behind Suzy, instinctively clinging to him as her last hope, despite their unfamiliarity. Suzy gently patted Momo's head, signaling her to remain still. You have two choices, leave or die, he stated in a calm tone, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Instantly, an inexplicable aura of menace radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. Are you truly attempting to kill me? Do you even know who I am? Su Yunjia retorted, a mocking glint in his eyes. Do you not fear for your life? To this, he displayed a blend of derision and disdain. No one in Huaihai District had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Captain, this kid must be out of his mind to utter such words. It's utterly laughable. Another thug chimed in. Step aside. I will handle this. Captain, you can rest assured and pursue your beauty. Give me a minute, and I will have him lying on the ground. Not only Su Yunjia but also the surrounding henchmen dismissed Suzy's words with contempt. Kill them? Surely, you're jesting. This fellow must be mentally impaired. As the conversation escalated, one of the men who had tried to curry favor with Su Yunjia stepped forward, only to be met with Suzy's decisive shake of the head. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Suzy vanished without a trace, leaving no clue as to his whereabouts. And in the next instant, a sudden cacophony of cracking bones shattered the surrounding silence, and more alarmingly, the man who had only moments ago clutched a pistol crumpled to the ground. Agu, stop pretending. What on earth happened? Oh no, Agu is dead. Initially, the onlookers assumed the fallen man was merely feigning death, but when someone touched his nose, astonishment washed over them as they realized it was no act. He was truly lifeless. In that fleeting moment, he had met his demise, and most had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Look, that guy has appeared again. Did he kill Agu? Impossible. Agu was at least a first-tier extraordinary being. Even if he wasn't a defensive type, he shouldn't have succumbed so easily. Wait. If that man can eliminate Agu in an instant, then we. As Suzy reappeared before the crowd, his expression remained inscrutable. And the dozen or so people present began to sense something unsettling. The young man they had encircled was far from ordinary. An inexplicable wave of panic spread among them, and some of the more timid individuals began to retreat. They could bully the meek, but facing death was another matter entirely. These individuals were hardly seasoned soldiers. They were merely a pack of thugs and ruffians. Even with Su Yunjia's protection, they possessed little combat prowess. What are you all doing? Whoever dares to flee will face death. I mean it. Don't dismiss my words as mere bluster. At this moment, Su Yunjia realized that Suzy was no easy opponent and certainly not an ordinary person. Yet, fear did not dwell within him. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 3 shots into the sky, Su Yunjia's expression darkened with fury. Typically, these individuals were his subordinates, but if they dared to flee, he would not hesitate to replace them. Boss, how could we possibly run now? Right. He is just one person. How strong can he be? Can he really kill us all alone? Boss, don't worry, we definitely won't run. After Su Yunjia's display of power, The previously panicked group regained a semblance of calmness. However, this tranquility was merely superficial. Those who professed their loyalty and commitment to fight alongside Su Yunja had quietly begun to withdraw. A bunch of useless fools. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Su Yunja was well aware of the caliber of his subordinates. But since they had chosen to stand behind him rather than flee outright, he could not be bothered with such trivialities. Instead, he focused his attention on Suze. Chapter 139, Su Yunja. Reveal your identity. You possess some skill, but this is not a place for you to wreak havoc. Although Su Yunja was not particularly formidable in his daily life, it did not mean he lacked combat capability. As the brother of Su Ziyuan, Su Yunja was also an extraordinary being. This matter, apart from a few close acquaintances, remains unknown to all. My identity? Suze could naturally discern the essence of the individual before him, an extraordinary being of approximately second tier. His combat prowess is commendable, even ranking among the elite in the vicinity of Huaihai district. Yet in Suze's eyes, such strength is still insufficient. Well, I shall grant you an opportunity to reveal your identity. Otherwise, once the battle concludes, Huaihai district's mass grave shall gain another nameless tombstone. Nodding slightly, Su Yunja's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. In his view, preying upon the impoverished held little appeal. It was rare to encounter a formidable adversary with whom he could engage. Su Yunja welcomed this chance. Big brother, if things go awry, we should retreat. This scoundrel possesses formidable strength. He excels in assassination and can render himself invisible. Should he close the distance, it would be perilous. Suze and Su Yunja held each other's gaze, neither opting to strike first, merely observing one another. At that moment, the girl, Mo, who had been hiding behind Suze, broke the silence. Oh, you are aware of this fellow's capabilities? Suze, upon hearing Mo's words, refrained from making a hasty move and instead turned his attention to the little girl behind him. A normal person, devoid of any extraordinary powers aura, appeared more fragile than most. Yet she accurately discerned Su Yunja's abilities, aligning precisely with Suze's predictions. Such a feat was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Consequently, Suze developed a keen interest in Mo. An ordinary person who could ascertain the precise abilities of an extraordinary being, Suze was convinced that something unusual lay beneath the surface. This scoundrel. How does he know my powers? Apart from my brother and a few rascals, no one should know the details of my abilities. Meanwhile, Su Yunja's expression mirrored Suze's, albeit with a more sinister intensity. He too was taken aback by the knowledge of this seemingly inconspicuous girl regarding him. That is inconsequential. You must avoid close combat with him at all costs. He is truly powerful. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against him. In response to Suze's inquiry, Mo wished to elaborate, yet after much hesitation, she ultimately chose silence. She repeatedly urged Suze to exercise caution and, if necessary, to retreat without hesitation. In Mo's estimation, Suze might not be Su Yunja's match in close combat, but retreating for self-preservation was certainly feasible. Who said I intend to flee? Mo. I wish to pose you another question. Ignoring Mo's suggestion, Suze merely smiled and continued with keen curiosity. Can you discern my abilities? Are you not just an ordinary person? Without a moment's thought, Mo answered Suze's question. Wait, something is amiss. However, before she could finish her thought, a flicker of amusement danced across Suze's features. In the next instant, the previously indifferent Mo was struck with astonishment. She felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom emanating from the boy beside her. It was an inexplicable sensation she had never encountered before. As if this amiable youth was not human, but rather a monstrous entity, one capable of annihilating the entire world. You can't be human, can you? After much inner turmoil, Mo gradually emerged from her initial shock. In truth, she was uncertain whether this ability to discern the strength of others could be classified as a supernatural power. Yet it had enabled her to survive in this terrifying world. The more powerful an individual appeared to her, the more they radiated a peculiar energy visible to her naked eye. If the individual previously slain by Suze, known as a dog, was merely a flicker of flame, then Su Yunja was akin to a blazing fireball, while Suze was the sun itself. What perplexed Mo further was that had she felt this way upon first encountering Suze, she would not have been overly astonished, after all. It was rather normal for such formidable beings to exist in a world as vast as this. It would have merely evoked a sense of wonder in her, realizing that there were indeed individuals of such extraordinary strength. However, when she initially met Suze, she had only sensed a faint pulse of life. entirely oblivious to the so-called energy. Now, the distinction between the two was stark. This strange phenomenon was unprecedented for her. Fortunately, the young man did not seem malevolent. Otherwise, she would have been in grave danger. She hoped that once he dealt with Su Yunja, he would not turn his attention towards her. After much contemplation without arriving at a satisfactory understanding of the situation, Mo ceased her internal struggle and began to worry about the future. With Su Zhe's formidable prowess, it was evident that Su Yunja would not be his match. This implied that she would not be in peril while following him. Yet, what if he decided to target her? This thought weighed heavily on her mind, casting a shadow of concern over her youthful features. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, she had no better solution. For now, she could only obediently trail behind Su Zhe and observe. As for fleeing, that was entirely out of the question. Although she was unaware of Su Zhe's true identity, she was certain that if she attempted to escape, this young man would promptly retrieve her. Thus, Mo ultimately resolved to remain steadfastly behind Su Zhe. At this juncture, she need not fret over her safety. It was simply too intriguing. She would discuss the matter further later, but first, she must see to the troublesome fellow before her. In truth, Su Zhe had already gleaned the answer from the girl's eyes, so he chose not to dwell on the issue any longer. Instead, he redirected his focus towards Su Yunja. As a second-tier extraordinary being, Su was not someone Su Zhe could afford to overlook. He decided to pay him due attention. "You scoundrel, what kind of gaze is that? I shall ensure you regret ever adopting such an attitude towards me." Upon sensing a hint of disdain in Su Zhe's gaze, Su Yunja could no longer remain seated. Ignoring the intentions of the 10 or so subordinates behind him, he charged directly at Su Zhe. Simultaneously, a sharp blade had inexplicably materialized in his hand. Unlike Mo, he was oblivious to the disparity between himself and Su Zhe. In his eyes, Su Zhe was merely an arrogant, extraordinary individual. Someone who believed himself invincible due to a few peculiar abilities. To deal with such a person, Su Yunja preferred to draw blood with his blade, ultimately aiming for a lethal strike. Chapter 140. Su Yunja? Eliminate him. Excellent. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone like you in Huaihai District. I accept your challenge. And I hope you truly possess the strength to endure longer under my prowess, lest you boast without the means to back it up. After deciding to engage, Su Yunja left behind a warning. Without further ado, he charged at Su Zhe. Indeed, the information previously provided by Mo proved accurate. Su Yunja possessed the ability of invisibility, which differed significantly from that of Wu Yu and Lin Yuandong. While Wu Yu and Lin Yuandong utilized ambient light to achieve their invisibility, their abilities faced considerable limitations in daylight. They could only perform flawlessly under the cover of night. Su Yunja's invisibility, however, was distinct. He did not rely on the surrounding environment or any other means to vanish. Instead, he exploited visual discrepancies, akin to an illusion. Utilizing this visual distortion, Su Yunja, who had been right before Su Zhe, suddenly disappeared as if he had never existed. Be cautious, big brother. He is indeed quite formidable. Although I know you are stronger, it is inevitable that you may get injured, so please exercise a bit of caution, Mo cautioned, hiding behind Su Zhe. Not being an extraordinary individual herself, she could not fully comprehend the vast chasm between them. She could sense the significant disparity between Su Zhe and Su Yunja, but she remained unaware of the true dynamics exhibited in battle. Out of instinctive concern, she could not refrain from offering her warning. It was not a matter of distrust in Su Zhe. Rather, it was the age-old adage that caution is the better part of valor. Rest assured, this battle will conclude swiftly, Su Zhe replied, genuinely intrigued by the young girl. To alleviate her worries, he assured her of a prompt resolution. Focusing on distractions in battle is akin to courting death. At that moment, the previously elusive Su Yunja seized the opportunity to strike. In an instant, he reappeared before Su Zhe, wielding his blade with astounding speed, and this assault was merely the precursor to a more formidable attack. As he swung the blade, his left foot lunged towards Su Zhe's head. Accompanied by a piercing sound, his kick surged forward with such velocity that it created a sonic boom in its wake. Bang! The sound of their bodies colliding was deafening, even causing the ground beneath them to crack like a spider's web after the impact, a testament to the immense force involved. The leader emerged victorious. Ha ha ha, that guy was nothing more than a flashy fade, all show and no substance. I knew he would never be a match for our captain. As Su Zhe and Su Yunja concluded their confrontation, the onlookers instinctively believed that their captain had decisively ended the battle. Some even began to cheer enthusiastically. Despite the distance, The noise of the conflict suggested that their captain had indeed triumphed. They had witnessed Su Yunja in action before. The sound of a dull thud was a clear indication that the fight was over. However, the situation took an unexpected turn when a strange voice suddenly broke through. That voice did not belong to the captain, could it be? No way. The captain is incredibly strong, and even if he wasn't a match for that individual, he could never be defeated so swiftly. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, the previously exuberant crowd fell eerily silent. Those who had wanted to rush over and curry favor quickly retreated, their smiles turning awkward, though they attempted to reassure themselves with words. Their understanding of their captain made it clear that if he had truly defeated his opponent, such silence would be inconceivable. Could it be true? Did that individual manage to best even the captain? The stakes had shifted from mere victory to survival. If the captain fell, they too would face dire consequences. As Major Su would undoubtedly seek retribution, the gathered individuals were not fools, and after a tense silence of several seconds without hearing Su Yunja's voice, they abandoned their last glimmers of hope. They began to comprehend the grim reality. Their captain had lost, just as despair began to settle in. The next scene shattered their defenses. As the smoke cleared, Su Zhe and Su Yunja re-emerged before the crowd, albeit in a drastically altered state. One stood tall while the other lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his barely rising chest the only indication that he was still alive. The standing figure was Su Zhe, while it was all too evident that the one sprawled on the ground was none other than Su Yunja, who had boasted about taking Su Zhe down. It's over. Brothers, run. The captain is dead. If we stay here, we will meet the same fate. We must flee while we still can, before everything is fully revealed. Let's escape from Huaihai District. With the sight of Su Yunja's current state, the group relinquished their final hopes and, disregarding the fallen captain, scurried away like rats fleeing a sinking ship. They seasoned veterans of their own are not foolish. Su Yunja is deceased, yet they continue to live. Regardless of their involvement in this matter, the ultimate fate awaiting them remains unchanged, to accompany Su Yunja in death. In mere seconds, the once lively alleyway fell into silence once more, leaving only Su Zhe, Mo, and the lifeless form of Su Yunja on the ground. With a resounding thud, without affording Su Yunja moment's reprieve, Su Zhe mercilessly brought his foot down upon the man's head. The sound was akin to a watermelon bursting, as crimson liquid splattered across the pavement. I am merely a guide. I know nothing at all. If you wish to enter Huaihai District, simply pass through the crevice in the stones, as I have already explained to you. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Farewell, and perhaps we shall meet again someday. As for the food this time, if possible, I will return it to you. Consider this guiding service complimentary. After disposing of Su Yunja, Su Zhe's gaze returned to Mo. However, she was no fool either. Before Su Zhe could pose any inquiries, she swiftly attempted to deflect responsibility and prepared to depart. Is it your intention to simply take what is mine and walk away? Moreover, this is not the interior of Huaihai District, so I would appreciate it if you could guide me once more. Mo sought to leave, but Su Zhe was unwilling to let her go. It was a rare encounter with such an intriguing individual, and Su Zhe certainly could not allow her to slip away so easily. Chapter 141. Unexpected gains, concentrated ethereal energy mine, brother. I truly know nothing. The Huaihai District lies just 100 meters ahead. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have brought others to this very spot before. Realizing her intentions had been unraveled by Su Zhe, Mo persisted in her explanations, gazing at him with defiance as she continued. This beef canned food looks quite appealing. It appears challenging to open. I wonder if anyone is interested? In response to Mo's remarks, Su Zhe remained silent. Instead, he retrieved a can of beef from his system space, showcasing it nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to her words. Upon seeing the can in Su Zhe's hand, Mo froze momentarily, instinctively swallowing hard. I truly do not know. Presenting the canned beef is futile. Ultimately, reason triumphed over the allure of food, and Mo continued her last stand. Even though her stomach grumbled in hunger, the canned beef indeed appeared delectable. One can is certainly insufficient. Perhaps I should open two at once? In the face of Mo's obstinacy, Su Zhe's approach was straightforward. He produced yet another can. I am not particularly fond of eating. Oh, by the way, 2 cans for the both of us is indeed meager. Let us not accuse Su Zhe of being stingy. 5 cans should suffice for the 2 of us. Do you not think? Deal. Regardless of your queries, I shall certainly provide answers. Mo could no longer bear it. The aroma of canned beef wafted enticingly to the tip of her nose, and even if death loomed imminent, Mo found herself utterly unable to resist the allure of the meat. What is this ability of yours? Besides Su Ziyuan, are there any other forces in the Huaihai district? To Su Zhe, several cans of beef held little value, yet if he could exchange them for useful information, it would be exceedingly advantageous. I am unsure if this qualifies as an extraordinary ability. Ever since the apocalypse erupted, I have been able to perceive peculiar energies within individuals. Each person harbors an unusual energy, some as small as a firefly, while others may possess the magnitude of a fireball. As for you, it resembles a sun. Once Mo confirmed that all the canned beef in her possession was unopened, she began to respond to Su Zhe's inquiries. Regarding whether Su Ziyuan was the sole power in the Huaihai district, she admitted ignorance but cautioned, "You ought to be wary, having killed his brother. He will undoubtedly seek retribution." At this, Mo cast a peculiar glance at Su Yunjia, who lay lifeless on the ground. Indeed, his demise is quite tragic. I will exercise caution. Additionally, if you feel the need to leave the Huaihai district, I can recommend a destination. After discerning the information he desired, Su Zhe found himself less intrigued by Mo. Nevertheless, he still endeavored to cultivate an alliance with her. Although she seemed of little use in combat, she possessed potential in other respects. Securing an ally from the Shanghang district would be a modest triumph for him. Shanghang district? Mo's expression changed with surprise at the mention of the place. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated such a suggestion from Su Zhe, but her surprise quickly faded. Are you from Shanghang district? Yes, I am considering a journey there. Thank you for your suggestion, Su Zhe confirmed with a nod. After receiving his affirmation, Mo prepared to depart. Should fate allow, we may cross paths in Shanghang district. With that, she picked up the cans of beef and vanished into a nearby alley. This was not a deception. She genuinely contemplated venturing to Shanghang district. However, from prior information, it seemed that the area was on the brink of falling to a beast tide. Thus, she hesitated to leave the Huaihai district. Yet now, given that Su Zhe could effortlessly eliminate a second-tier extraordinary being, what was there to ponder? Let us take my sisters to Shanghang district. With one last glance at Su Zhe, Mo made her resolution. She gathered her belongings and prepared to flee to Shanghang district. It was quite remarkable. She never expected to encounter such an intriguing individual upon arriving in the Huaihai district. After Mo's departure, Su Zhe began to tend to his surroundings. With a swift kick, Su Zhe pushed aside Su Yunjia's lifeless body, showing no urgency to depart. Judging by the expressions of the previous dozen individuals, it seemed improbable that they would dare to confront him, thus granting Su Zhe ample time to survey the battlefield. Indeed, as expected of Su Ziyuan's brother, he possessed an impressive array of items. Crouching down, Su Zhe began to search Su Yunjia's corpse and was pleasantly surprised by some unexpected finds. While a few scattered ability crystals were of little significance to him, they would serve as mere trifles. After wiping the blood off the crystals with a cloth, he pocketed them without hesitation. What truly piqued Su Zhe's interest were two particular items on Su Yunjia. The first was the gleaming blade he had previously held. Measuring approximately 3 inches in length, its design was unlike that of a conventional dagger, resembling a miniature Tang Dao instead. As he wielded it, Su Zhe discovered its extraordinary sharpness. Even through the air, it produced a series of explosive sounds. Nearby, he noticed a leftover steel bar and casually struck it, only to witness the resilient steel shatter like tofu. This weapon far surpassed the dagger in Lin Yedong's possession and would be an excellent addition for Lin Yedong. Satisfied with his findings, Su Zhe stored the weapon into his system space. The second item that intrigued him was even more fascinating, a stone emanating an ethereal glow. Su Zhe recognized it as a ghost energy organ. A notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, the host has acquired a concentrated ghost energy ore, fulfilling the vehicle upgrade requirements. Please proceed with the upgrade promptly. Astounded, Su Zhe marveled at the realization that this small piece of ore could instantaneously meet the criteria for vehicle enhancement. Initially, his curiosity about the ghost energy ore stemmed from wondering why it had appeared in the Huaihai district. However, with the system's alert, he was left utterly astonished. A fist-sized ghost energy ore could indeed satisfy the vehicle's upgrade demands. Chapter 142, The Shangguan Family. This could not possibly be a product of the Huaihai district. Ghost energy ore should never have surfaced there. Could it be that forces from elsewhere had brought it in? Or was the so-called Su Ziyuan not even from the Huaihai district? At this moment, Su Zhe chose to disregard the vehicle upgrade notifications, concentrating entirely on the ghost energy ore in his hand. In Su Zhe's memory, there was certainly no ghost energy ore in the Huaihai district. The reasoning was simple. Ghost energy ore was not a natural mineral. From the information he gathered from Wu Miao, it appeared to be a synthetic creation. It contained a significant amount of unstable energy, and the primary objective in its synthesis was to replace ability crystals. However, due to the inherent instability of the energy within, the faction that developed this or ultimately decided to seal it away completely. At this stage, only a select few elite forces are capable of wielding energy weapons crafted from the ethereal ore. Thus, it can be stated that ethereal ore is an exceedingly rare form of energy mineral, not only in the Huaihai region, but even the entirety of Su province could never possess such a substance. However, a peculiar situation has arisen. It appears that Su Yunjia possesses this very ore. This suggests that the complexities of the Huaihai region exceed my previous assumptions. Reflecting on certain prior encounters, along with the sudden emergence of the Su Ziyuan faction, Su Zhe cannot help but harbor suspicions. It is likely that there exists a supporting force behind Su Ziyuan, one that remains unclear to Su Zhe for the time being. The absence of beast tides in the Huaihai region is probably significantly linked to this ethereal, or this matter has become increasingly intriguing. Various doubts swirl within Su Zhe's mind, yet they only serve to intensify his curiosity about the Huaihai region. Indeed, he feels compelled to seek out Su Ziyuan directly, for no one else possesses a clearer understanding of the true nature of this area. Initially, Su Zhe had merely intended to explore the surroundings of the Huaihai region, harboring no other intentions. However, the situation has shifted. Su Zhe has now set his sights on Su Ziyuan, not solely due to his desire to claim the Huaihai region, but more importantly, to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for producing the ethereal ore, placing the ore into the system space. Su Zhe swiftly focused his gaze on the heart of the Huaihai region. In the imperial capital, the Shangguan family has returned, including the elder, the young lady, and the individual from the Ling family. Yet, it appears that their endeavors concerning Su province have not met with great success. Aside from the contingent left behind by the second young master, other forces have fled the province. Although the influence of the Shangguan family in the imperial capital is somewhat inferior to that of the Ling family, they fundamentally belong to the same echelon. Furthermore, given the pre-existing betrothal between the Shangguan and Ling families, their relationship appears quite amicable on the surface. While they may not be allies, they often collaborate on various matters, such as the ethereal ore. Let the second young master remain in Su province, and you personally lead a contingent to the Huaihai region. I have received word that the second young master seems to have procured a high concentration of ethereal ore. Should this material prove capable of replacing energy crystals, it will undoubtedly be of paramount importance to our Shangguan family. At this moment, the patriarch of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Hao, sat in an ornate pear-wood armchair within the hall, his countenance shrouded in gloom. After discussing the crucial matters concerning Su province with the steward, Shangguan Qingfeng, he turned his attention to the marriage between Shangguan Yanran and Ling Feng. The marriage could be set aside for now, as long as the betrothal remains. The timing of the wedding is of little consequence. Moreover, the Ling family is no ordinary force. Their agreement to have their legitimate heir, Ling Feng, honor this engagement is far from simple. The Shangguan family has never needed marriage alliances to secure their own power. Their agreement to the so-called union with the Ling family is merely a matter of pragmatic cooperation. Throughout, Shangguan Hao has never regarded the Ling family with any measure of esteem. My lord, I understand, the old servant replied respectfully, clasping his fist before vanishing from sight. Clearly, Shangguan Hao's intentions were quite straightforward. The proposed union was merely a signal of cooperation between two families. Shangguan Qifeng was aware of this nuance. However, the matter of greater significance to the Shangguan family was, in fact, the province of Su, a territory largely abandoned by most clans. Should their second young master successfully seize control of Su province, the Shangguan family's influence would be further solidified. Even though the majority of survivors in Su were merely ordinary individuals, devoid of any awakened abilities and frequently subjected to the trials of beast tides, the Shangguan family had no need for these refugees to provide direct combat power. They merely required them to be treated as mere slaves. It appeared that this time, the Ling family would likely find themselves at a disadvantage against the Shangguan clan. As Shangguan Qingfeng departed, a faint smile flickered across the previously solemn countenance of Shangguan Hao. For the Shangguan family, this venture was merely a straightforward gamble, while the Ling family was being led by the nose. With a population of several million and countless resources, only a fool would believe that anyone could entirely disregard such wealth and abandon it completely. Shangguan Hao surmised that, aside from his own family. Numerous other clans had likely entertained similar thoughts, though they were simply slower to act. These individuals did not seem to hail from the Huaihai region. Their accents bore a closer resemblance to those from the imperial capital. Unbeknownst to Su Zhe, as he infiltrated the Huaihai region, he initially intended to locate Su Ziyuan and uncover the reasons behind the concentrated aura energy mines in the area. However, upon entering, a flicker of wariness glimmered in his eyes. 100 meters ahead, he discovered a temporary stronghold, a repurposed hotel, where an entirely different armed force was stationed. Clad in striking silver metallic combat armor, the force numbered just over 200. Nevertheless, the defensive equipment and weaponry they wielded indicated that they could not possibly be a local faction emerging from such a small area as Huaihai. Most significantly, Su Zhe noted the peculiar glances these individuals cast upon the surrounding soldiers of Su Ziyuan's faction. Their expressions resembled those of someone regarding ants rather than fellow beings. Chapter 143, Su Zhe's Discovery, Visitors from the Imperial Capital. The accent from the Imperial Capital, coupled with their advanced gear, and the fact that their weaponry was not equipped with ordinary magazines, but with energy cores derived from aura mines, indicated that the more he observed, the more disconcerting this group appeared. Despite sensing no extraordinary powers emanating from them, an unusual energy resonated within their beings. It seems that the waters of the Huaihai district run deeper than I had anticipated. This matter transcends the internal dynamics of Su province. It appears that external forces from other regions have now intervened. Initially, Su Zhe's approach to the Huaihai district was rather straightforward. Previously, when individuals from Huaihai district came to Shanghang district demanding Su Zhe's surrender, he dismissed the news entirely, with thousands of armed followers at his command. Although seizing the entirety of Su province might pose a challenge, capturing Huaihai district would be a mere formality. Therefore, Su Zhe's visit to Huaihai district was merely to gauge the situation. If it proved weak, he would swiftly take control. If resistance was encountered, he would resort to a decapitation strategy, eliminating the likes of Su Ziyuan and subsequently seizing the leaderless Huaihai district with ease. However, it now appears that the situation is far more complex than anticipated. Su Ziyuan is merely a pawn on the surface, while the true power lies with the commander of the troops gathered in the hotel just 100 meters away. Young master, the Huaihai district has been completely subdued, and Su Ziyuan is willing to submit to us. He has begun to engage with several minor factions around, and some small powers have shown a willingness to surrender. Although the so-called base faction in Shanghang district has yet to provide a definitive response. Additionally, the resource assessment of Huaihai district has been completed. It is rich in iron and copper ores, although the labor resources do not align with our expectations. As Su Zhe observed discreetly, a sudden commotion erupted among the gathered troops, who quickly formed an orderly line. A middle-aged man, with a silver star emblazoned on his chest plate, hastened forward and addressed a young man. Young master, I believe we should strike at Shanghang district first. Once we capture that so-called base, the surrounding Huaihai district can be swiftly taken as well. Patience, the young man replied, evidently not in agreement with his subordinate's suggestion. After a gentle wave of his hand to dismiss the idea, he stepped forward and calmly declared, we have ample time at our disposal. There is no need to disrupt our plans over insignificant factions. First, we must fully control Huaihai district and arrange for Su Ziyuan to send a contingent of capable survivors to the capital. We can address other matters later. This young man at the forefront of the crowd is none other than the second son of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Chenxi. Unlike typical aristocrats, he remains indifferent to fleeting gains and losses. The Shanghang district base? An unrecognized faction that poses no threat to Shangwan Chenxi's grand design for Su province. His arrival, leading 300 elite silver-armored warriors to Su province, is not merely to conquer the trifling Huaihai district or the inconsequential Shanghang district. He seeks dominion over the entirety of Su province. Furthermore, one must exercise caution towards the Dark Society, as this insidious faction is expanding at an alarming rate. It is imperative to seize an opportunity to eradicate the Dark Society entirely from the Su province, in contrast to the local forces of Su province. The more pressing concern for Shangwan Chenxi is the pervasive influence of the Dark Society that spans across the nation. As for the other factions, they are merely trifling clowns. Young master, understood. I will promptly arrange for personnel to investigate the strongholds of the Dark Society. Additionally, Su Ziyuan is cooperating with us to control the Huaihai district. Upon hearing Shangwan Chenxi's plan, the commander nodded in agreement. Remember, our Shangwan family has come to Huaihai not solely for these lowly citizens, but for the entirety of Su province. Unless there is a significant matter, do not seek me out. Furthermore, he cautioned about the ethereal mineral resources in Huaihai, reminding that there are still some to be found and must not be squandered. Even the lives of 1 million commoners cannot equate to a ton of ethereal mineral. After briefly outlining the recent matters requiring the attention of the silver-armored guards, Shangguan Chensi had no intention of lingering in the vicinity. After surveying the surroundings, he entered the hotel accompanied by 2 attendants. Meanwhile, the silver-armored soldiers encircling the area immediately sprang into action, centering their search for suitable survivors in Huaihai. Is it truly a member of the Shangguan family? This revelation caught me by surprise. Hadn't that cunning fellow Wu Miao mentioned that all the prominent families from the imperial capital had completely abandoned Su province? Suze originally intended to depart from Huaihai, but with the appearance of Shangguan Chensi, he decided to remain and see if he could gather some new information. Thus, he lingered, adopting the guise of a wanderer to subtly infiltrate the vicinity. To his astonishment, he indeed stumbled upon unexpected developments. This contingent from the imperial capital that suddenly appeared in Huaihai was, in fact, affiliated with the Shangguan family. More significantly, the so-called young master, if Suze's conjecture was correct, should be the brother of Shangguan Yinran. In a sense, he could be considered an acquaintance. In all seriousness, Suze had not anticipated that the Shangguan family would meddle in Su province's affairs. More importantly, through their conversation, he discerned that they seemed intent on seizing control of Su province, intending to transform it into their territory. Were they not fearful of the official shelters? Although Suze was not well versed in the factions of the imperial capital and remained uncertain about the strength of the official shelters, it was undeniable that these shelters represented the authority. Even if their power was modest, they were not to be trifled with. Had the so-called family factions grown so powerful as to disregard the official shelters entirely? Regardless of how formidable one might be in the imperial capital, should they choose to extend their reach into Huaihai, Suze would not shy away from engaging them. Dismissing such matters as temporarily irrelevant, Suze mentally noted Shangguan Chensi. Since this individual was poised to take action in the Shanghang district, how could Suze possibly overlook this development? The Huaihai district had already been earmarked as one of Suze's designated territories. Under no circumstances would he allow others to slumber peacefully beneath a collapsing roof. Regardless of whether it is Su Ziyuan, Shangguan Chensi, or other factions in the imperial capital, as long as they do not target Suze, it is acceptable. However, should they truly wish to turn against him, Suze will undoubtedly make them comprehend the essence of regret. Chapter 144, Base Upgrade and Replanning Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the vehicle. The core base area has expanded by 50 kilometers, with a maximum capacity of 1 barrack and 4 defensive facilities. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the base, unlocking new structures, Research Institute I, Mechanized Module Production Workshop I, and Automated Mining Equipment I. Vehicle upgrade requirements: 10 4th-tier energy crystals, 100 tons of concentrated ghost energy ore, and 1,000 units of various basic metals, including steel and copper. Congratulations to the host for receiving upgrade feedback. Base core: combat within the base's range increases extraordinary power by 100%. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional upgrade feedback. Extraordinary power increased by 100%. 3 days later, at Dawn Base. After an unexpected encounter with Shangguan Chensi in the Huaihai district, Suze did not hastily take action. Instead, he gathered some intelligence from the district before returning to the base. For 3 consecutive days, he refrained from monitoring the movements in Huaihai district, focusing instead on addressing the internal factions and architectural planning in Shanghang district, while gradually clearing the remaining beast tide in the vicinity. A series of plans proceeded in an orderly fashion, aided by the collaboration of Lin Yedong, Yi Qing, Zhang Xiaojie, Wu Yu, and others. The entire core of the base and Shanghang district temporarily formed a cohesive unit. After resolving some fundamental issues concerning Shanghang district, Suze began upgrading the vehicles. Conveniently, he had acquired concentrated ghost energy ore from Huaihai district, and the energy crystals stored in Shanghang district met the vehicle upgrade requirements. Suze directly initiated the upgrade. Surprisingly, this upgrade expanded the area of the core base, suggesting that he could merge the entirety of Shanghang district with the base. Upon the completion of the upgrade, a flicker of astonishment shone in Suze's eyes. Clearly, this upgrade was markedly different from previous ones. It was not merely an enhancement of the vehicle's independent combat capabilities. Instead, it augmented the so-called base core, increased the maximum building limits, and introduced new building units. In truth, Suze could comprehend this up to this point. After all, since the last upgrade, the armored vehicles had been transformed into base vehicles, rendering it quite normal for the combat strength of the vehicles themselves not to increase. The subsequent 2 upgrade feedbacks were particularly intriguing. As he felt the surge of power within him, Suze discovered that while residing in the base, he could effortlessly reach the peak of the 5th tier, and even beyond. Upon leaving the core area of the base, he sensed a significant enhancement of his internal strength. Comparing himself to his former self, the current Suze could easily overpower his past self. Such strength. It seems that the system's enhancement mode no longer concerns itself with his individual combat power, but rather prioritizes the development of the base. After careful contemplation, Suze has formulated a distinctly clear plan for future endeavors. Acquire additional resources and upgrade the base vehicle. Subsequently, fortify and enhance to seize more territories, ultimately transforming them into one's own strength. First, let us construct the 2 new buildings, which appear to be dedicated to upgrading weaponry and equipment. Additionally, it is imperative to redesign the connections between the Shanghong district, the base, and several nearby veins. Before Suze now lie 2 distinct developmental pathways. The first is straightforward. Leverage the system's capabilities to cultivate the Shanghong district, gradually amassing power to dominate the entirety of Su province. The second path entails a strategy of war to sustain war, relentlessly plundering various resources, populations, and territories, with the ultimate aim of establishing supremacy over Su province. The advantages and disadvantages of these 2 routes are quite apparent. The first approach allows for stable growth, as long as Suze refrains from initiating attacks. Safeguarding existing territories is a rather simple endeavor. Indeed, it can be stated that among the factions known to Suze within Su province, none pose a legitimate threat. As long as he focuses on steady development, there is fundamentally no danger to his security or that of his domain. This can be regarded as the most stable mode of development. Initially, Suze shared this perspective, considering that with ample time at his disposal, it would be relatively easy to eventually dominate the entire province after accumulating sufficient power. However, Suze has since abandoned this notion. The reason is clear. While the first developmental strategy is indeed stable, it is exceedingly slow. Had Su province remained a lawless land as before, such slowness would have had minimal impact on Suze. After all, no faction within the province posed a threat to him. Yet, the situation has changed. 3 days prior, Suze had definitively ascertained that the Shangguan family harbored significant interest in Su province. Moreover, from Shangguan Chenxi's words, it was evident that the desire to infiltrate Su province extended beyond the Shangguan family alone. Other families were also showing signs of restlessness. Thus, if Suze chose to remain holed up in the Shanghong district, it would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Consequently, Suze now faces but one path: to sustain war through war. Fortunately, he has expanded his core territory, thus not only fully covering the base and the original urban area of Shanghong district, but also enabling the complete expansion of the 2 vein regions. After determining the subsequent strategy, Suze wasted no further time. He activated the system map, reviewed the resources stored within the system space, and immediately set his plans into motion. He began by utilizing alloy walls to cover the entire area, including the 2 most remote mining sites. Initially, Suze had intended to position these 2 resource points outside the core area, but the system has now automatically included them. The construction of alloy walls consumes minimal resources, so he decided to incorporate them as well. Furthermore, given that these 2 mining regions are in closest proximity to Huaihai district, Suze also constructed several newly added defensive facilities within the mining areas. This strategic formation serves as the primary defensive bastion at the heart of Suze's territory. Furthermore, Suze intends to establish a series of watchtowers in the vacant areas connecting resource points, the base, and the urban district of Shanghong. This initiative will effectively transform the entire territory into an impregnable fortress. However, as the system does not provide for such structures, Suze's approach is straightforward. He will simply instruct Wu Yu to lead a team to construct them. The watchtowers need not possess formidable defensive capabilities. Their primary purpose is to ensure the core area is cohesively unified. As for the defense against adversaries, other buildings can adequately fulfill that requirement, thus alleviating any concerns regarding the watchtowers. Their principal function is to consolidate the entire region. Chapter 145, New Constructions and Food Planning. The subsequent focus shifts to the Research Institute and the Mechanized Module Production Workshop. After outlining the general defensive layout of the territory, Suze promptly accessed two brand-new construction panels. Research Institute. The system provides researchers capable of randomly developing future technologies, classified into several major categories such as agriculture, military, materials, weapons, and vehicles, with each month representing a research node. Mechanized Module Production Workshop, capable of producing various types of modular metal items, vehicle modifications, and defense facility upgrades, allowing materials to be fully modularized and reducing production time for equipment and structures. Upon reviewing the detailed information of these two constructions, Suze grasped their fundamental functionalities. The purpose of the Research Institute is quite straightforward, as it literally aims to uncover various advanced technologies. The only aspect that left Suze somewhat dissatisfied was the random nature of the technological discoveries rather than being predetermined. Nevertheless, there was little to be concerned about since the construction requirements were minimal. So Suze proceeded to find a vacant plot within the base for its establishment and initiated the random research. The Mechanized Module Production Workshop proved to be far more intriguing. As a Level 1 workshop, its production capabilities are somewhat limited, yielding only two types of outputs. The Mechanized Armor Template provides rapid modifications for standard vehicles, endowing them with armored protection. The second module available is the Automatic Fire Targeting Module, which can be equipped to any firearm, enabling the shooter to lock onto enemies without manual aiming. This innovation was particularly promising. Initially, Suze had apprehensions regarding the shooting accuracy of the new recruits, but with this module, even a novice could unleash remarkable combat prowess. Upon witnessing this advancement, Suze's spirits were lifted. This so-called Automatic Fire Targeting Module essentially functions as a self-targeting system. If a production line for infrared devices could be established, combining self-targeting with thermal vision would allow even ordinary individuals to exhibit astonishing combat capabilities. It seems imperative to procure a production line for infrared modules. Once all equipment is upgraded to such modules, combat effectiveness could potentially increase by at least 30%. From the beginning, firearms have consistently posed a threat to lower-tier extraordinary beings, provided that they can be accurately targeted. In the case of first- and second-tier extraordinary beings, their movement speed is relatively slow, allowing an army composed of ordinary individuals to inflict substantial casualties under concentrated fire. However, the scenario shifts dramatically with third-tier extraordinary beings and above, as these individuals adeptly harness the energy within themselves. While it may be challenging to withstand bullets directly, evading them is a relatively simple endeavor. This renders it exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to inflict harm on those above the third tier. Yet, the current situation has transformed. With the advent of such modular equipment, as long as one cannot resist or become immune to bullet damage, they can be swiftly eliminated by a formidable barrage of firepower. This represents a paradigm-shifting piece of equipment. Within the base, there remains ample space to incorporate this technology, and the surplus barracks can be established in the Shanghang district, allowing for direct training of personnel through these facilities. In no time, Suze successfully finalized the layout of all constructions. Half an hour later, a brand new map of the Shanghang district materialized before him. The actual area had not expanded significantly, but in comparison to the previously scattered map, the current Shanghang district appeared almost cohesive. At the heart of the base, two resource points, accompanied by several kilometers of open space, served as a stronghold. They stood like two sharp blades, guarding the entirety of the Shanghang district. The original urban area of Shanghang district resembled a fortified rear, surrounded by mountains, which Suze designated as the primary residential zone, with the flanks earmarked for future agricultural development. This particular area captured Suze's keen interest. From the outset of securing the Shanghang district, he had never entertained the notion of relinquishing control over food production to others, while other resources might be negotiable. The autonomy over food must remain firmly in his grasp to ensure the fundamental stability of the base. Boss, I'm back. The personnel count has been completed, and the Shanghang district is essentially integrated into the plan. We currently possess nearly 10,000 combat-ready individuals, yet according to your directive, we will retain only 4,000. The remaining personnel will continue military training while also participating in the base's production activities. Moreover, the remnants of the Dark Society and those addicted to the holy water have been dealt with, leaving approximately 70 to 80,000 survivors who have ultimately decided to remain in our Shanghang district. Overall, the Shanghang district has been thoroughly secured by us. Just as Suze concluded his system-related tasks, Lin Yuandong burst in. His typically frosty demeanor exhibited a rare shift, adorned with a hint of a smile. He held the blade that Suze had brought back for him, occasionally toying with it. Clearly, Lin Yuandong was quite pleased with this weapon. So, how is the food situation progressing? In response to the report brought forth by Lin Yedong, Suze remained remarkably composed, even somewhat unsurprised by the developments. After all, the entire Su province had descended into chaos, with many survivors initially seeking to escape Shanghang district in hopes of discovering a more suitable refuge elsewhere. Yet, after traversing various locales, a greater number of survivors ultimately opted to return to Shanghang district. The rationale behind this choice is quite straightforward. Presently, the only areas in Su province that can be classified as urban are Huaihai district and Shanghang district. Furthermore, Huaihai district has implemented exceedingly stringent measures, effectively barring most transient individuals from entry. Consequently, these surrounding survivors found themselves without alternative options, compelling them to gravitate towards Shanghang district. For Suze, this scenario presented a mixed blessing. While an influx of people could be seen as advantageous, it also posed significant challenges. The increased population undoubtedly brought more detriment than benefit to Shanghang district, exerting immense pressure on food resources. Despite Suze's establishment of a supply system with precise metrics for food consumption, and the substantial grain reserves procured through the Commerce Guild prior to the Beast Tide, a food crisis was unlikely to arise in the immediate future. However, this did not preclude Suze from harboring concerns regarding food security. Currently, Shanghang district's capacity for autonomous grain production was effectively non-existent. Should a crisis emerge, the hard-won foundation that Suze had painstakingly built could potentially collapse overnight. Boss, I have been monitoring the food situation. Personnel have already been dispatched to cultivate wasteland in the outskirts of Shanghang district. Additionally, the area designated for vegetable cultivation by the official sanctuary has been reassigned for grain planting. Based on our consumption data, we should barely manage to hold out until the autumn harvest. Thus, the food situation appears manageable. What do you mean by should? I disfavor ambiguous statements regarding such critical matters. The food issue must be resolved unequivocally. Moreover, this land is insufficient. We shall also cultivate the flat terrain to the west. All other concerns can be temporarily set aside. The food issue is our paramount priority. Suze had little patience for disingenuous reassurances. Problems are problems, and solutions are solutions. Presently, while no crisis was evident, any subsequent issues would undoubtedly escalate into significant predicaments. Have the guild members made any progress? If so, what can we exchange for some grain? After all, food is a commodity that is never in excess. Noticing Lin Yedong's discomfort, Suze chose not to dwell on the matter further, but rather to focus on solutions. The resolution to this dilemma was, in fact, quite simple. In the absence of immediate grain production, increasing food reserves would effectively mitigate potential issues. The various commerce guilds represented the most viable channel for procuring grain. Indeed, while the province was engulfed in turmoil, unscrupulous merchants would not be deterred from exploiting the vast wealth that Su province had to offer. Although Suze had not witnessed the presence of many large merchant associations during this period, he had discovered a considerable number of small merchant factions in Shanghang district. Procuring a modest quantity of grain from these individuals was, in fact, a relatively straightforward task. However, Lin Yedong, with a bitter expression, remarked that this approach might prove to be quite challenging. If it had been the previous week, finding a merchant to purchase grain would not have posed a significant difficulty. Yet, with Huaihai district's increasing closure and subsequent crackdown on merchant activities, avenues for acquiring grain had become severely restricted. To Lin Yedong's surprise, he had already been seeking channels for grain procurement since the prior week. Initially, his plans had progressed smoothly, even though the merchants he contacted belonged to scattered associations. The limited quantity of grain in hand gradually accumulated, yielding a respectable amount over time. However, as the actions in Huaihai district intensified and the clampdown on merchants commenced, the trading community had largely descended into silence, rendering conventional methods for sourcing grain ineffective. Is it Huaihai district again? Upon hearing this news, Suze pondered momentarily before speaking. Let us set aside the grain issue for now. I wish to know what recent developments have transpired in Huaihai district. Furthermore, aside from our faction in Huaihai district, are there any other forces within Su province, particularly those that have suddenly emerged and were previously unknown? In comparison to the grain dilemma, the formidable presence of the Shangguan family in Su Ziyuan and Huaihai district posed a substantial concern for Suze. Were it merely Su Ziyuan, Su Zhe would have unhesitatingly instructed Lin Yedong to lead a force to seize control of Huaihai district. Yet, as Su Ziyuan was merely a puppet, the true power lay with the Shangguan family, especially after the Shangguan family expressed their ambition to dominate the entirety of Su province. Su Zhe had tasked Lin Yedong with discreetly monitoring the movements within Huaihai district. Previously, Su Zhe had refrained from inquiring about Lin Yedong's intelligence, but now seemed an opportune moment to do so. Huaihai district remains as it was a few days ago, yet they have suddenly begun to target merchant factions. Additionally, it is rumored that Su Ziyuan's brother has met with an untimely demise, resulting in a state of martial law surrounding the entire Huaihai district. I sense that Huaihai district retains a semblance of normalcy, whereas the rest of Su province is exhibiting signs of abnormality. Just as you mentioned, a sudden emergence of 7 or 8 factions has occurred near Huaihai district, occupying the territories of Huaiyan District, Garbage City, and the Free Alliance. These factions seem to have been previously undetected within Su province. Upon hearing Su Zhe's remarks, Lin Yedong realized something was amiss. Calculating this, he recognized that within just a few days, an additional 7 or 8 factions had surfaced throughout Su province. Leader, is Su province on the brink of a transformation? Even if Lin Yedong were not particularly astute, he could discern the irregularities arising from these events. Report to the leader, came a message from Huaihai district that in 5 days, you are to attend a conference regarding the delineation of forces within Su province, where it appears that 7 or 8 factions will also participate. As Su Zhe locked eyes with Lin Yudong, a patrol officer responsible for the base unexpectedly approached the door, presenting a sealed envelope to Su Zhe. This development was intriguing. It appeared that the forces attempting to intervene in Su province were far more numerous than I had initially anticipated. Upon perusing the contents of the envelope, Su Zhe felt no alarm. Rather, he found the situation in Su province increasingly fascinating. Chapter 146. Farewell to Huang Jinbao. I understand. You may leave now. After glancing at the letter in his hand, Su Zhe waved dismissively to the messenger, subsequently tossing the envelope onto the table. This is truly interesting. They were previously intent on seizing control of my Shanghang district, and now they have chosen not to act. Boss, could this situation be related to the recent emergence of those forces in Su province? Lin Yudong, who had been listening intently, suddenly recalled something upon hearing of Huaihai district's apparent shift in stance. From the information gathered over the past few days, it was evident that not only had a new force surfaced in Huaihai district, but the entirety of Su province seemed to be embroiled in a struggle for dominance. There were at least 7 or 8 named factions, not to mention numerous smaller groups. Now, the audacity of Huaihai district to aspire to lead the entire Su province struck Lin Yudong as madness. How could such a minor entity dare to speak in such a tone? It is vital to recognize that the current Su province is not what it once was. Every region now abides by the dictates of official protection. Although the beast tide had not posed a significant threat to Su province, it had certainly disrupted the existing order. Few could re-establish themselves in Su province and command influence without possessing considerable strength. How could Su Ziyuan dare to send such correspondence? The current turmoil in Su province and the multitude of factions have little bearing on us. We need only to quietly devise our own plans. We cannot control the intentions of others, but we can manage our own affairs. Yet, in contrast to Lin Yudong's astonishment, Su Zhe remained remarkably composed. The issuance of such a notification by Su Ziyuan did not surprise him in the slightest, for Su Ziyuan was merely a puppet, should he perish. Huaihai district would simply give rise to another faction the following day. The true power to be reckoned with was the influential Shangguan family lurking in the shadows. To put it another way, Su Zhe surmised that, aside from himself, every faction in Su province was backed by a family with substantial influence. Boss, shall we simply disregard this matter? Given Su Zhe's apparent reluctance, Lin Yudong cautiously inquired, why should we not pursue it? This is a rare opportunity to comprehend the current state of Su province. Why would we relinquish such a valuable chance? My intent is quite straightforward. Observing the dawn light filtering through the window, Su Zhe replied with calm assurance, we shall accept Su Yuan's invitation, yet we need not place excessive importance on it. We have 5 days to observe how things unfold. Understood. I will now proceed to arrange matters within the base. Upon grasping Su Zhe's plan, Lin Yedong nodded and then took his leave. Su Zhe maintained a serene demeanor, and for the subsequent days, he remained within the confines of the base. Undeterred by Su Ziyuan's announcement, he merely briefed Wu Yu and Zhang Shao Jiao on the situation and continued to execute the original plan. managing the base by sheltering survivors and recruiting individuals with specific skills. Concurrently, he had his subordinates equipped with automatic targeting modules, forming new battalions and retrofitting vehicles to enhance the military's combat capabilities. Personnel were also assigned to the barracks for intensive training in land cultivation. However, the most pressing concern remained the issue of food. Golden Bough? Have I finally located this individual? On the eve of the Huaihai District Power Assembly, Suze had initially intended to set aside his current tasks to contemplate who to bring to the meeting. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu delivered astonishing news. Since the day he concluded his conversation with Lin Yadong, Suze had dispatched his team to seek representatives from trading firms to re-establish channels for purchasing food. However, the results had been disheartening. Not only was there no stable commercial channel, but the pressure from the Huaihai district had also rendered even small merchants elusive. After 2 fruitless days of searching, Suze was on the verge of abandoning this endeavor, planning to redirect his focus elsewhere for a few months. Confident that in such a vast market as Su Province, those who valued wealth over life would ultimately not relinquish their pursuits. He is there. I must go meet him. To Suze's astonishment, Golden Bough dramatically appeared before him, prompting Suze to gesture to Wu Yu to bring him into the base. While Suze might have reservations about others, Golden Bough was different. He was backed by the Sambao Trading Association. Although other commodities might be scarce, food would undoubtedly be available. The only concern would be the pricing. Outside the base, Wu Yu, recognizing Suze's seriousness, dared not be remiss and sought to usher Golden Bough in. No need. I shall personally seek him out. Suze decided to step outside to find Golden Bough, his intuition suggesting that the latter's visit was not solely for the purpose of selling goods. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Suze swiftly made his way outdoors, with Wu Yu promptly following his lead. Boss Su, from our first meeting, I knew you were no ordinary individual. I underestimated you, Golden Bough. It has not been long since our last encounter, yet you've already become the true master of the Shanghang district. I admire your audacity. Despite my travels and encounters with many, I have never met anyone with your level of determination. Suze's pace was unhurried, and within a few minutes, he caught sight of Huang Jinbao. Compared to their first encounter, Huang Jinbao had not undergone significant changes. He still bore the appearance of a businessman. However, perhaps due to the journey, a hint of fatigue had crept onto his plump visage, though he concealed it quite adeptly. Upon seeing Suze, Huang Jinbao approached with 2 attendants, his lips continuously offering pleasantries. Huang Jinbao, this is not our first meeting. There is truly no need for such formalities. I, Suze, have come to you primarily to procure some goods. Suze's demeanor was refreshingly candid, opting for directness. Ah, Su Laoda. You speak as if I have come merely to sell something. Huang Jinbao exclaimed with a hearty laugh, but the tone shifted swiftly. However, aside from that matter, I have another issue I wish to discuss with you. Oh, I am all ears. Indeed, Suze's suspicion was confirmed. Huang Jinbao's sudden appearance was anything but ordinary. Beyond mere commerce, he had ulterior motives. May I inquire how familiar you are with the current situation in Su Province? Noticing that Suze had grasped that his intentions extended beyond business, Huang Jinbao wasted no time in elaborating. He twirled a golden ring on his finger and said, I have a batch of free food I wish to offer you. Free food? That seems rather uncharacteristic of a businessman like yourself. Such a decision would be quite detrimental. Upon hearing Huang Jinbao's intention to gift him a supply of grain, Suze's previously cheerful demeanor shifted, becoming more serious. Let us set aside the matter of grain for now. I am more interested in understanding the meaning behind your earlier inquiry. If I recall correctly, you are a businessman. Are you now concerned with the power dynamics in Su Province? Suze had little time to engage in meaningless discussions with a merchant like Huang Jinbao. Grain? Suze did not believe he would lack the resources to procure such necessities. If Huang Jinbao was willing to sell, Suze was equally willing to buy. However, if Huang Jinbao sought to leverage trade channels to threaten him, he would have to apologize. Suze never compromised under such circumstances. For Suze, a lack of grain could be resolved in 2 ways: purchasing from the Merchant Association, which was the simplest method requiring only some resources for exchange. Yet, if this route did not provide a stable source of grain, Suze remained unfazed. He could resort to plunder. In the past, he might have been uncertain about acquiring grain through such means, as Su Province had never been an agricultural hub. However, if he lacked grain, it was highly probable that other regions faced a similar scarcity. However, the situation has changed. Various factions have emerged simultaneously within the province of Su. And the familial powers behind them are certainly not going to face issues concerning grain supplies. Golden treasure. If you intend to use grain as a pretext to inflate prices and threaten me, I strongly advise you to abandon such a scheme. Suze's message was clear. Should golden treasure prove to be unworthy, Suze would not waste his time, but would instead ensure he understood the true meaning of power dynamics. Yet, to Suze's surprise, the previously composed golden treasure hastily waved his hands in denial, asserting, "I have no intention of extorting you, Boss Su. As you know, I am the head of the Sambao Chamber of Commerce in Su Province. Have you considered the formidable forces backing our chamber?" Fearing any misinterpretation, Golden Treasure dared not hold back and candidly expressed his purpose for visiting Suze. His objective was straightforward, beyond establishing a stable trade relationship. The forces behind Golden Treasure sought to elevate Suze as their spokesperson. Our chamber is backed by the Wang family from the imperial capital. While not as overtly powerful as the top families such as the Shangguan and Ling clans, they are by no means to be trifled with. Recently, as you may have observed, the official sanctuaries in the entire Su province have been evacuated since the Beast Tide, leading to the emergence of various factions, each shadowed by the great families of the imperial capital. Having articulated his intentions, Golden Treasure promptly produced an agreement from his inner pocket. Our Wang family's aim is simple. We wish to involve ourselves in the disputes of Su province through your jurisdiction in Shanghang district, and in exchange, we are willing to provide various resources free of charge. Should you find the offered resources unsatisfactory, we can further negotiate the terms. This time, Golden Treasure exhibited an extraordinary display of cordiality. After handing the contract to Suze, he refrained from further speech and quietly retreated, anticipating Suze's final decision. However, in Golden Treasure's estimation, there was little room for choice in this matter. While the Wang family may not rank among the foremost families of the present day, they wield considerable influence within the imperial capital. Wealth is their forte, and the Wang family is never short of it. And what is Suze? Merely a fortunate peasant who unified the Shanghang district. If not for the strategic significance of Su province, coupled with the Wang family's initially tepid approach to this region, they would never have considered collaborating with someone of such anonymity. Borrow my Shanghang district? Wang Golden Treasure, I perceive it not as borrowing, but rather as an attempt to make me a mere pawn for your Wang family. The contract was succinct, detailing only a few lines of assistance resources in 2 clauses. It must be said that the provisions outlined in this contract are indeed quite generous, and Suze certainly has a need for them. However, the additional clauses presented are unacceptable to him. First, the Shanghang district has agreed to serve as a transit point for the Wang family. Second, any actions taken by Suze must be reported to the Wang family, and he can only proceed with their consent. Beyond that, the remaining stipulations seem trivial, merely addressing matters related to the actual control of the Shanghang district. For instance, once the Wang family's private forces enter Shanghang, Suze has no authority to deploy them for any tasks, and his subordinates must obey their commands. The content was brief, and Suze quickly perused it. The Wang family's calculations are astute. They are indeed a family that has risen through commerce, now seeking to profit at my expense. Casually tossing aside the contract presented by Huang Jinbao, a faint smile crept upon Suze's lips, albeit one that lacked warmth and instead bore an air of cold indifference. You mean to say you will not agree? Huang Jinbao, having traversed the world for many years, could easily detect the dissatisfaction in Suze's tone. The previously amicable expression on his face was swiftly replaced by shock. It was hard to believe that Suze would refuse the collaboration outlined in the contract. Although the Wang family indeed aimed to exert control over the Shanghang district, Suze remained its ostensible master and had been offered a substantial amount of resources. How audacious of this commoner to speak up. Su, I will reiterate this seriously. The Wang family is not a minor faction you have encountered before. If you refuse, it may jeopardize our future business dealings. In that final moment, Huang Jinbao suppressed his astonishment and issued an ultimatum in an extremely grave tone. The Suze standing before him had undeniably undergone a significant transformation since their first meeting. Nonetheless, in Huang Jinbao's view, no change could possibly rival the immense power of the Wang family. Enough, you may leave now. Disinterested in Huang Jinbao's incessant chatter, a glimmer of frost emerged in Suze's eyes, signaling you to escort the visitor out. Chapter 148, The Wang Family Scheme Boss. What exactly does this contract entail? And what kind of power does the Wang family wield? After being scolded by Suze, Huang Jinbao, naturally, could not remain. He had intended to say more, but we promptly expelled him from the Shanghang district, leaving him with no dignity whatsoever. Lin Yedong, observing Su Zhe's icy demeanor, felt a chill. Having been by Su Zhe's side for so long, he understood what such an expression signified. Su Zhe was contemplating violence. Shall we become dogs for the Wang family? Su Zhe, disinclined to elaborate, tossed the contract to Lin Yedong for his review and then slowly sat down. There is no need to rush concerning the procurement of grain. It appears that the entire Merchant Association of Su Province is now under the control of the Sambao Merchant Association, making it nearly impossible for us to acquire grain through conventional channels. Damn it, how dare they? Should I go and kill that Huang Jibao? What does the Wang family think they are, to propose such terms? Lin Yedong was originally quite composed, but upon reviewing the intricate details of the contract, he was instantly engulfed in fury. What purpose would it serve to kill Wang Jibao? Instead of wasting time on such futile endeavors, one might as well engage in more productive pursuits. It would be prudent to seek out Yi Qing and gather the extraordinary individuals within the base. You, Yi Qing, and I shall attend tomorrow's meeting together. From the outset, Su Zhe had never entertained the notion of eliminating the so-called golden treasure. He was merely a pawn of the Wang family. Eliminating him would only pave the way for another Wang Jinbao to emerge, rendering such an act utterly meaningless. What preoccupied Su Zhe far more was the extent to which various family forces had infiltrated Su province, and whether there existed any local powers aside from himself. Indeed, Su Zhe had not dismissed these external forces lightly, even if he did not regard them with particular concern. His recent encounter with Golden Treasure had yielded significant insights. For instance, the number of factions involved in Su province was far greater than Su Zhe had initially anticipated. Are we truly going to Huaihai district tomorrow? It was evident that Lin Yedong had not expected Su Zhe to make such a decision. It was clear to any discerning observer. This venture into Huaihai district was essentially a banquet of hidden dangers. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Why refrain from going? This is not merely a banquet but a confrontation with other forces. By attending, you can be a player. By staying away, you remain a mere pawn. Had Su Zhe not gleaned vital information from Golden Treasure, he might have disregarded the meeting organized by Su Ziyuan. Yet now, he was indeed inclined to participate. Very well. I shall seek out Yi Qing and prepare accordingly. Upon confirming Su Zhe's genuine intent to journey to Huaihai district, Lin Yedong promptly nodded and set off to consult with Yi Qing regarding the personnel who would accompany them. Meanwhile, Su Zhe was not idle. The channels for procuring grain through the business association had, for the time being, been effectively severed, and he could not afford to remain idle. Based on the current data regarding grain consumption and reserves, it appeared feasible to sustain until the autumn harvest, provided all went smoothly. However, the critical question remained: how much grain could be harvested from the Shanghang district this autumn? Without delay, Su Zhe began to calculate, estimating around 100 acres of land to be planted with rice, with an average yield of approximately 500 kilograms per acre. The total output would be around 50 tons. Clearly, this quantity would fall short of meeting the entire grain demand of the Shanghang district, leaving a significant deficit. If Su province could not identify a reliable source for grain, then action would be imperative. Setting down his pen, a glint of aggression flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. Since sufficient grain could not be procured through conventional means, he had no choice but to prepare for two contingencies. First, to continue expanding territory. Second, to find an unfortunate soul to rob. Both methods were straightforward for Su Zhe, rendering it unnecessary to seek assistance from Golden Treasure. In the tumultuous landscape of Su province, he set aside his contemplations, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. Though his expression was somewhat complex, it was tinged with a hint of delight. The current province of Su has indeed become more intricate than it was before. However, for Su Zhe, this complexity renders the province even more intriguing. Young master, I have returned from Shanghang district, but Su Zhe has declined our request. Subei County, a small town over 50 kilometers away from Shanghang district, was once an obscure locale. Prior to the Beast Tide, Subei County lacked even a semblance of an official refuge, with no significant power to speak of. Only a few survivors had spontaneously formed a survivor alliance, which held minimal presence within the vast province of Su. Following the outbreak of the Beast Tide, the survivors in Subei County promptly scattered, leaving behind only a few thousand frail and ailing individuals. The Sambao Chamber of Commerce, behind Huang Jibao, decided to return to the province of Su and chose Subei District as their temporary base. After departing from Shanghang District, Huang Jibao did not dare to linger on the road and swiftly returned to Subei County. He reported the outcome of his discussions with Su Zhe to the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Tianlong. It seemed that the situation was rather dire. With just a glance at the somewhat anxious Huang Jinbao, Wang Tianlong had already grasped the outcome. It was evident that cooperation with Su Zhe had not materialized. This refusal was of little consequence. Such a petty gesture was hardly worth concern. If there was no collaboration, the Wang family would forcibly seize Shanghang district. There was no place I desire that I cannot obtain. Within the chamber, Wang Tianlong slowly rose. Despite being aware of the outcome, he exhibited no rage. Instead, he merely smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Everyone may enter now. It appears that my father summoned you at just the right moment. As his applause echoed, an immediate silence enveloped the atmosphere. Young Master Wang Jinbao had initially intended to voice his thoughts and persuade Wang Tianlong. But he fell silent upon the appearance of a group of soldiers clad in black armor, their expressions grave. Wang Jinbao recognized their identities without difficulty. They were the elite of the Wang family, the Night Watch. The entire Night Watch numbered merely 10,000. Yet the thousands present before Wang Jinbao were already a substantial force, with more troops gathering in the distance. Young Master, are we? Wang Jinbao tentatively inquired. Of course, we shall flatten Shanghang district. Since that individual is unwilling to cooperate with our Wang family, there is no need for him to exist in this world. Wang Tianlong replied with a smile. Wang Jinbao, prepare yourself. Tomorrow I intend to journey to Huaihai district. Additionally, gather some combat supplies. For I aim to seize Shanghang district during this opportunity, with merely 1,000 survivors remaining in Subei County. The nearby survivors could not match the numbers Wang Tianlong would bring. He had long desired to establish a new foothold, and Shanghang district was one of his primary targets. Chapter 149. Proceeding to the appointment, young master. Is this matter known to the master? Should we inform him? After all, the forces in Su province are intricate and complex, and acting impulsively could lead to unforeseen complications. Under normal circumstances, it would be inappropriate for Wang Jinbao, given his position, to voice his concerns at this juncture. Yet, he ultimately stepped forward to express his thoughts. Upon returning to Su province, the master had repeatedly emphasized that the Wang family's influence should not be invoked unless absolutely necessary. The most audacious strategy would be to leverage the resources of the Sanbao Chamber of Commerce to support a spokesperson faction, thereby engaging in the tumultuous warfare of Su province. The Wang family is undoubtedly one of the most prominent families in the imperial capital, yet when compared to the likes of the Shangguan and Ling families, or the protective strongholds of the government, there exists a discernible gap. While the disparity may not be vast, the Wang family cannot afford to overlook any obstacles in their direct intervention within Su province. This is an unwritten rule. A family may thrive exceedingly within the confines of the imperial capital, but should one attempt to extend their influence elsewhere without restraint, isolation will inevitably ensue. In essence, one may support proxies within the bounds of the rules or occupy territories through the establishment of puppets. Such maneuvers are the accepted practices among elite families, and serve as the fundamental reason behind the current dynamics in Su province. Everyone is free to expand their influence according to their capabilities, but should one violate the established norms, they would forfeit their eligibility to enter Su province. This explains why, despite receiving such a cold response from Su Zhe, Wang Jinbao refrained from confrontation. However, this so-called unwritten rule is merely one facet of the issue at hand. A more significant reason lies within the strength of the Wang family itself. Is the Wang family powerful? Certainly, they are formidable, even the Shangguan and Ling families. As top-tier clans, do not dare to confront the Wang family openly. Yet, the Wang family's strength is rooted in its economic and material prowess. Every faction requires a stable supply chain, and the Wang family reigns supreme in this regard. During relatively peaceful times, others tend to grant the Wang family some measure of respect for this reason. However, should conflict erupt, the Wang family's perceived strength would not be as formidable as anticipated. Young master, this matter must be reported to the master, otherwise, it is best not to act. Wang Jinbao, fully aware of the implications, discerned that Wang Tianlong seemed poised to take aggressive action against the Hang district. Even at the risk of incurring Wang Tianlong's displeasure, Wang Jinbao ultimately voiced his concerns. Under no circumstances should the Wang family personally engage at this critical moment. Do I need you to instruct me on my responsibilities? Get out of my way. I have already made my decision. Before coming here, my father made it abundantly clear. Within Su province, my word is law. It was evident that Wang Tianlong paid no heed to the counsel offered by Wang Jinbao. After a fierce reprimand, Wang Jinbao was taken away. while Wang Tianlong nonchalantly gestured to his guards behind him, instructing them to prepare the subordinates for the next day's journey to Huaihai District for a completion meeting. He intended for Su Zhe to have no way back. In Wang Tianlong's eyes, the so-called rules were merely a fade. Perhaps in the imperial capital he would exercise some restraint, but here in Su Province, as the legitimate heir of the Wang family and the future leader of the Sanbao Chamber of Commerce, he saw no need to heed the whims of a mere nobody. A spark of fury ignited in Wang Tianlong's gaze. His visit to Su Province was not merely to pass the time. He aimed to seize control of Su Province to assert his own worth. Not even a single Su Zhe, nor 10 of them, could possibly impede his ambitions. The following day, at dawn, at the entrance of Dawn Base, scattered survivors emerged on the distant horizon, drawn by the first light of day, although tattered and gaunt. A flicker of hope emerged on their numbed faces at the sight of the base's entrance. They understood that entering Shanghang District might signify the end of their wandering lives and the chance to truly survive. Su Zhe had prepared to venture out early, gathering some simple provisions and equipment before ascending the city walls. After the dual efforts of system and personnel development, the entire Dawn Base resembled not merely a gathering place, but rather a formidable fortress. 3 distinct layers of defensive structures formed the initial line of defense for Shanghang District, complemented by patrolling soldiers on the walls and a network of firepower constructed from elevated defenses. Even without fully deploying their armed might, there remained a profound sense of security. Let Lin Yedong and Yi Qing prepare. I intend to take them to Huaihai District, Su Zhe remarked quietly, observing the slowly entering refugees below the city walls. Initially, Su Zhe had not planned to take only a handful of individuals to Huaihai District. He was formidable yet not arrogant, exercising caution where it was warranted. Unlike a fool walking into a tiger's den. However, upon further reflection, Su Zhe decided to abandon his earlier plan and only bring along Lin Yedong and Yi Qing. Boss, should we take more people? I may be slow, but I can see that Su Ziyuan is not someone to be taken lightly for just a casual chat. Zhang Shaojia interjected, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. Although unfamiliar with Su Ziyuan, he was acutely aware of the strained relationship between Huaihai District and Shanghang District, exacerbated by the cunning of Su Ziyuan. Why take so many people? Su Zhe remained silent in response to Zhang Shaojia's query. Once he saw that Lin Yedong and Yi Qing were prepared, he leaped down from the city wall. Lin Yudong and Yi Qing exchanged knowing glances before promptly following Su Zhe's lead. Zhang Shaojia, instruct Wang Gang and the others to position a main combat team around 10 kilometers in the Huaihai District. Should any sounds of conflict arise, they are to identify themselves immediately. However, just as Zhang Shaojia found himself at a loose end, Su Zhe unexpectedly spoke from below the city walls, signaling him to prepare in advance. Understood, boss. I assure you, there will be no issues this time. Upon witnessing Su Zhe's preparations, Zhang Shaojia, who had previously harbored some concerns, could not help but smile. He had faith that his leader would never undertake such a foolish action. Attending a meeting unarmed? Su Zhe was no fool. Chapter 150, I am yours, boss. Aren't we taking a vehicle? Having just departed from the Dawn Base, Lin Yudong and Yi Qing were not strangers to accompanying Su Zhe. They had little regard for Su Zhe's arrangements. Instead, they observed that he seemed intent on traversing from Shanghang District to Huaihai District on foot. After exchanging a glance, Lin Yudong stubbornly remarked, boss, while the distance to Huaihai District isn't particularly far, walking might consume more time than necessary. Who said I was going to walk? There's a vehicle available. Over such a distance, it would be exhausting to trek. Do you think I'm a reckless fool? On the map, Shanghang District and Huaihai District were merely counties apart. Indeed not far. But Su Zhe was no simpleton. In such circumstances, choosing to walk was an act only the foolish would consider. I am merely waiting for someone. And if my intuition serves me correctly, she should be arriving shortly. The primary reason Su Zhe had not set off directly, instead standing atop a small mound 100 meters from the Dawn Base, was to wait for Wu Miao. Waiting for someone. At this, Lin Yudong and Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity. If memory served, only the two of them accompanied Su Zhe to Huaihai District this time, while other personnel had been assigned to different tasks. However, before they could voice their inquiries, an approaching figure revealed the answer. It's been a while, looking quite dashing. I must admit, I am intrigued by your decision to directly involve yourself in this matter. Indeed, it was Wu Miao. Unlike her usual attire of a semi-transparent black gown, today she donned a pristine white robe, paired with hot pants that accentuated her alluring figure to perfection. Particularly striking was the complexity of her gaze as she looked at Suze, a mixture of curiosity, jest, and, above all, surprise. After all, Wu Miao had anticipated that Suze would not engage in such affairs, more likely preferring to observe from a distance. I must have misjudged. Regrettably, Wu Miao miscalculated. Suze not only intervened in the power struggle within Su province but also took to the field personally. There is no right or wrong in this matter. Rather, I am more curious as to why you would accompany me to Huaihai District. In this case, do you represent the Polar Knight or serve as my partner? Suze, unperturbed by Wu Miao's surprise, directly voiced his queries. Late last night, as Suze was about to rest, he discovered a letter had mysteriously appeared on his desk. Upon opening it, he found it was pinned by Wu Miao, containing a simple message, "Tomorrow, together." Thus, early in the morning, Suze refrained from setting off immediately, instead choosing to await Wu Miao's arrival. Is this significant? In response to Suze's inquiry, Wu Miao did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she smiled lightly and murmured, "Regardless of my identity, I will ultimately accompany you to Huaihai District. The importance lies in the distinction between bringing along a companion versus a competitor or an associate. And the implications of each relationship are indeed crucial." Gazing intently at Wu Miao, Suze's expression grew increasingly serious. "So, what is your identity today?" With Suze's words, the previously relaxed atmosphere became suddenly tense. Neither Suze nor Wu Miao chose to speak first, while Lin Yadong and Yi Qing silently positioned themselves behind Suze. Though words were unspoken, their stance was unmistakably clear. Regardless of the outcome, they were ultimately loyal to Suze. Wu Miao was indeed a familiar presence. Yet in the eyes of Lin Yadong and Yi Qing, she remained merely an acquaintance. Is it really necessary to be so tense? I am but a delicate woman. Without your company, I hardly dare to venture into Huaihai District. Ultimately, it was Wu Miao who revitalized the atmosphere, her tone now cheerful. She extended her slender, jade-like fingers to caress Suze's cheek. Is it acceptable for me to assume the role of your partner? Her words exuded a gentle warmth, as if the earlier standoff had never occurred. You still consider yourself delicate? Suze retorted, his eyes widening. Do not touch without compensation. No money. Could I offer an alternative? The more she jested, the more vibrant Wu Miao's smile became. Such as? Suze's gaze flickered with seriousness as he appraised Wu Miao. Indeed, her figure was remarkable, with alluring curves. Most importantly, she carried an indescribably pleasant fragrance. I had thought you would handle this cake from Huaihai District yourself? How naive. I sell my talents, not my body. With a sidelong glance at Suze, Wu Miao chose not to further pursue this jest, instead surveying her surroundings. What talents do you possess? Suze, unhurried in his departure, continued the conversation. Very well, Wu Miao fell silent. Initially, she had intended to tease Suze, but she was taken aback by his willingness to engage in the banter. The identity of a collaborator suits me well. I too am fond of the cake of Huaihai District. Continuing the idle chatter seemed futile, so Suze deftly redirected the conversation. I welcome the identity of collaborators. Yet I am curious, were you not extended an invitation from the Polar Knight? Indeed, we were, came the reply. But the headquarters of Polar Knight does not reside within Su province, hence we did not pay this matter much heed. We merely dispatched 2 external personnel, who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should have arrived in the Huaihai District by now. Ah, now I understand. Though the words were somewhat convoluted, Suze grasped the essence. Polar Knight was not actively involved in this affair, merely symbolically sending 2 representatives, while the enchanting woman, Mu Miao, was here on personal behalf. Am I correct in interpreting this? After convening with Mu Miao, Suze wasted no time and hailed a vehicle at their forward base, preparing to head directly to the Huaihai District. As Mu Miao entered the car, Suze chuckled. So, are you now in my employ? I have always been at your service, she responded with her ever-charming smile, though Suze sensed an underlying mischief. My phrasing was inaccurate. What I meant to convey is that you should now be considered my collaborator. Yes. And what else could it be? Mu Miao replied earnestly, gazing intently at Suze, before adding, unless you wish for me to become your lady? Enough of that. You're still jesting. Chapter 151. The Lin family of the Imperial Capital? Apologies, but I have not heard of them. Quickly, let us welcome the head of the Tianyu branch, Elder Zhang. You little rascal, you two have come? If I recall correctly, there is no place for your Survivor Alliance in Su province, is there? Do these riffraff dare to attend this assembly? Let us all temper our words. Do you still believe that the Su province of today mirrors that of your? At the entrance to the Huaihai District, A multitude of refugees and survivors congregated, all vying for a chance to enter. Despite the presence of armed guards driving them away, many still hoped to be the fortunate ones. Yet today, the entrance to the Huaihai district appeared unusually pristine, aside from some dust stirred by the gentle breeze. A well-ordered contingent of guards stood at attention on either side. As dawn broke, a notable gathering of individuals assembled at the entrance, dressed in fine suits, exuding an aura of distinction. Among them were various burly men, their faces twisted in sinister grins as they gazed toward the Huaihai district, accompanied by alluring women. Some middle-aged men remained silent, their eyes cold and unyielding. However, these individuals were but a minority. The majority at the entrance appeared calm and composed, observing the throngs around them. Yet, there lingered a peculiar sentiment in the air. Despite their shared status, an unspoken rivalry seemed to envelop them all. Indeed, apart from a few accompanying guards, the rest were the leaders or power brokers from various regions within Su province. Curiously, although all were invited and had arrived at the Huaihai district promptly, none had taken the initiative to be the first to enter. As the initiator of this conference, Su Ziyuan, who holds sway over the Huaihai district, has yet to make an appearance, as if this matter bears no connection to him. What a spectacle! Initially, I anticipated that this so-called meeting would attract only a handful of factions, yet it appears I have underestimated the ambitions of those seasoned individuals. This seems to transcend merely the aspirations of those old-timers. Do you not perceive the glimmer of ambition in the eyes of those gathered here? On the periphery of the crowd, a man and a woman stood apart, observing the throng with the gaze of dispassionate onlookers. These two were none other than Su Zhe and Wu Miao, who had journeyed from Shanghang district to Huaihai district. Their trip had proceeded without incident. But an unexpected turn of events awaited them upon their arrival. As soon as Su Zhe and Wu Miao alighted from the vehicle, an unknown petty power broker took an interest in Wu Miao. He approached with the intent of pursuing a relationship that transcended mere friendship, prompting Lin Yedong and Yi Qing to intervene. They swiftly dealt with the unfortunate fellow and a few of his brutish associates, subsequently digging a pit nearby to dispose of the bodies. Su Zhe estimated that if all went well, Lin Yedong and Yi Qing would return shortly. In the meantime, Su Zhe and Wu Miao made their way to the entrance of Huaihai district. Perhaps the only change was that Wu Miao, to avoid any further complications, had chosen to don her veil once more. "May I inquire who you are?" At that moment, a gaunt old man suddenly appeared before them, his voice slow and deliberate as he questioned their identities. A shadow flickered in his aged eyes. "Are you two here to attend the Su province conference as well?" Su Zhe was disinclined to engage with the elderly man, feeling an inexplicable discomfort emanating from him. It was unclear whether it was hostility, but Su Zhe had no desire to interact with such a figure. However, Wu Miao harbored a different perspective, noticing Su Zhe's reluctance to respond. She stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Old fellow, we hail from Shanghang district." Unlike Su Zhe, Wu Miao appeared quite intrigued by the suddenly materialized elder. Not only did she divulge her origins, but after casting a meaningful glance at Su Zhe, she continued, "In comparison to our identities, I am curious to know your esteemed identity. From the Lin family of the imperial capital." Upon confirming that Su Zhe and Wu Miao were indeed local powers from Su province, the gloom in the old man's gaze dissipated, replaced by a more serious demeanor. "If I recall correctly, Shanghang district was claimed by the Wang family, yet it seems their presence is conspicuously absent at this moment." "What Wang family?" Clearly, Wu Miao is unfamiliar with the matters alluded to by the elder from the so-called Lin family of the imperial capital. However, upon noticing a subtle expression on Su Zhe's face, she quickly grasped the situation. "I apologize, but I am not acquainted with any Wang family. It is evident that this partner of mine has not disclosed everything regarding certain matters. For instance, the elder from the Lin family mentioned that a so-called agent from the Wang family had approached Su Zhe some time ago. If my memory serves me correctly, the Wang family referred to by this elder likely belongs to the Sanbao Chamber of Commerce. Although I am not privy to the intricacies of the Wang family's affairs, I surmise that your identity is of greater significance in this context. At this moment, I am not overly concerned about the relationship between the Wang family and Su Zhe." Upon glancing at Su Zhe, who appeared disinclined to speak, I continued the conversation. "Clearly, the elder before us is not an ordinary individual. It seems that the old man's intelligence has encountered some unforeseen mishap. However, since you have already declined the Wang family's overture, there is little need for further discussion." Upon hearing that Su Zhe had rejected the Wang family, the Lin elder appeared to lose interest instantaneously. He did not bother to respond to Suzai's thoughts and, after casting a glance at both Suzai and me, vanished from sight with his guards. What is your perspective, Suzai? What can I say? In response to my inquiry, Suzai remained indifferent. That old fellow is no good. He likely belongs to the same faction as the Wong family. Lacking strength of his own and attempting to gather allies here. Had the elder not approached me directly, I might have remained oblivious to his intentions. However, I have deduced some of his motives, though I am not particularly concerned. The Lin family of the imperial capital? It sounds somewhat impressive. Yet my mind is fixated on one question. Who are you? Were it not for my current reluctance to engage or reveal myself, I would have acted the moment the elder appeared before me. I understand. That old fellow need not worry. I have some knowledge of the imperial capital's forces. The Wong family may possess certain resources, but as for the Lin family, I must admit I have not heard of them before. Shall we enter directly? Yes. Let us proceed. I believe someone is already awaiting my arrival inside. As Lin Yedong and Yi Qing reappeared before me, I chose not to linger any longer. Navigating through the crowd, we became among the first to step into the Huaihai district for this meeting. Chapter 152, Provocation? Luo Feng, who is this individual? I do not recall any information about him. How dare he be the first to enter? Humph, I suspect he is courting death. Truly treating our presence here as a mere waste of time. Let me be frank, it is easy to enter through this door, but exiting is another matter entirely. When has old Lu ever been a paragon of virtue? If this lad seeks his demise, let him meet his fate. Why are you pretending to be a good Samaritan? Just as we entered the Huaihai district, before we had completely departed, the once bustling crowd suddenly turned their full attention to us. There were curious onlookers. Those filled with surprise, and some watching with expressions akin to spectators awaiting a performance. The individuals gathered at the entrance of Huaihai district are none other than representatives or leaders of various factions from Su province, each backed by their own support. The primary reason they chose to remain here, observing their surroundings rather than rushing into the district, is singular. They await the first person to step into Huaihai district. Speculation arose that Su Ji Yuan might emerge to welcome them, or that members of other families from the capital might break the impasse. Yet, what no one anticipated was that a young man, seemingly unperturbed by the multitude of gazes, would boldly be the first to enter Huaihai district. Who is this audacious individual? It remains unclear, though he does not appear to be backed by any significant force. Rumor has it he is the leader of Shanghang district, a commoner by birth who somehow amassed considerable power to seize control of Shanghang. However, I have heard whispers that there is no substantial backing for Shanghang, merely a local faction. No sooner had Su Zhe departed than discussions erupted among the crowd regarding his identity. Initially, some believed he was supported by a formidable force from the capital. Even those who found Su Zhe displeasing refrained from speaking out. Yet, upon the revelation of Su Zhe's identity, a man emerged from the throng, directly intercepting him. A chill of impending conflict filled the air. Though I could not discern who this individual was, I recognized the young man. He was Luo Feng, a scion of the Luo family from the capital. A second-tier extraordinary being. Although not particularly powerful, he was young and exceptionally gifted, making him more than a match for someone like Su Zhe. Surrounding them were local forces from Su province, but the majority comprised individuals from the capital involved in provincial affairs. In essence, it was a close-knit circle, particularly given the density of the crowd. Thus, it was no surprise that someone would recognize the young man who had intercepted Su Zhe. Young man, I hear you rejected the Wong family's invitation, Luo Feng remarked, seemingly unfazed by the recognition of his identity as he surveyed the onlookers. Noticing that no one stepped forward to assist Su Zhe, but rather stood by to watch, the last vestiges of Luo Feng's trepidation vanished. He addressed Su Zhe with an air of utter disdain, questioning him directly. As for Wu Miao and Su Zhe, they regarded the sudden appearance of Luo Feng with some perplexity. However, Su Zhe maintained his composure. Observing that Luo Feng seemed poised to continue, he refrained from interrupting, instead halting Lin Yedong, who appeared ready to act. Su Zhe spoke calmly. And what is your point? I am curious as to why you would pose this question to me. Humph. A reckless beast daring to spurn the Wong family's invitation and so ignorant of decorum as to be the first to enter Huaihai district. I doubt you will leave here alive today. Su Zhe's indifferent expression appeared to Luo Feng as merely a manifestation of weakness. Initially, Luo Feng thought that such a young man could directly decline the Wong family's invitation for collaboration. Naturally, he possessed some capabilities. But now he seemed nothing more than an ignorant fool. To be frank, this meeting is not a place for someone like you to be present. glancing around and noticing that everyone else was either a supported agent or a representative of various prominent families. Luo Feng lost his pretense and boldly declared, "The province of Su is akin to a vast cake, with everyone eager to claim their share. Yet you lack even the opportunity to partake in this feast. In my eyes, you are not a person but merely a pest." The more Su Zhe remained silent, the more Luo Feng's words spewed forth, akin to refuse, his expression radiating arrogance. It seemed that merely speaking to Su Zhe was an act of generosity on his part. And what then? At that moment, Su Zhe did not exhibit anger. He simply responded with a calm demeanor and regarded the suddenly confrontational Luo Feng with a placid gaze. Something felt amiss. Instinctively, Su Zhe sensed an anomaly in Luo Feng's abrupt challenge. In such a vast world, while fools certainly exist, the likelihood of encountering such a tactless individual in the small Huaihai district was exceedingly low. Su Zhe had always believed that those who survived apocalyptic circumstances were far from foolish. Only those with exceptional strategy or other advantages could endure, or else they would merely become a heap of bones. This applied to ordinary individuals, and even more so to someone like Luo Feng. If he were truly foolish to such an extent, Su Zhe doubted he would even have the chance to confront him. Therefore, Luo Feng's sudden appearance and blatant hostility must stem from some other motives. Although Su Zhe had already deemed this individual a metaphorical corpse in his mind, he still sought to understand why Luo Feng had chosen to target him so overtly. Calmly intercepting Lin Yedong once more, Su Zhe continued to remain unperturbed. "What? Do you not comprehend my words? I demand that you kneel and crawl out of here, or perish right where you stand." At that moment, Luo Feng felt akin to a jester. Despite having initially held the conversational upper hand, Su Zhe appeared oblivious to his words, showing no alteration in his expression. Before the apocalypse, Luo Feng had been a prominent figure among the elite second-generation members of the imperial capital. Not even ordinary individuals dared to speak to him in such a manner, let alone scions of other families. Who was this Su Zhe, anyway? With a sharp crack, Luo Feng drew a handgun from his waist and slammed it into his palm, exclaiming, "You, kneel before me." But in the next instant, a figure suddenly materialized. The individual who intervened was none other than Lin Yedong, standing protectively behind Su Zhe. With a swift motion, Lin Yedong incapacitated Luo Feng, who had just drawn his firearm, sending him crashing to the ground. Pathetic. If it weren't for the boss's restraint, you would already be dead. Without a shred of regard for Luo Feng's dignity, Lin Yedong stamped his foot upon the man's head. "Boss, shall we eliminate him? This fellow truly intended to harm you." Lin Yedong's expression was icy. His anger was palpable. The moment Luo Feng had emerged, Lin Yedong had been poised to end his life. A murderous intent, as direct as the act of slaughtering a pig, emanated from Lin Yedong, only to be quelled by Su Zhe's intervention. Thus, Lin Yedong had reluctantly held back until now. However, upon witnessing Luo Feng brandishing his handgun, Lin Yedong perceived him as already deceased. "Let us finish him off. Keeping this scoundrel serves no purpose." In stark contrast to Lin Yedong's fury, Su Zhe's countenance remained largely unchanged. He merely cast a calm glance at Luo Feng, now under Lin Yedong's boot, before speaking slowly. "Initially, I had no intention of resorting to violence, as it would be unwise to attract undue attention before the meeting. Yet, if Luo Feng insists on courting death, I shall oblige." The derisive voice that emerged from the crowd interrupted Lin Yedong's preparations for action. "Is this your dog?" Su Zhe immediately pinpointed the speaker, assessing him closely and noting the distinct aura that set him apart from the others. The young man appeared to be around 25 or 26, dressed in a finely tailored suit with striking features. Such attire was rare even before the apocalypse, but it was his demeanor that truly captivated attention. Despite the throng around him, he regarded everyone with a gaze reminiscent of observing mere insects. Instantly, Su Zhe sensed that this young man was anything but ordinary. "I do not associate with such mongrels as subordinates," he remarked coolly. "I, Ling Xiao, have come forth to convey a message. The waters of Su province run deep, and you are ill-equipped to be so arrogant." As Ling Xiao spoke with a nonchalant tone, he gestured to the elder behind him. "Ling Lao, please take care of that brat. Su province may be chaotic, but it is not the time for a wretch like him to run amok." "Ling Xiao? Isn't he the third son of the Ling family? What brings him to Su province?" Whispers circulated, confusion evident. "I heard the Ling family had withdrawn from Su province and held no interest in it. Why is he here?" While I am uncertain of the Ling family's interest in Su province, one thing is clear. This young man is in serious trouble. Luo Feng's backing, the Luo family, is a vassal of the Ling family. Offending them is tantamount to slapping the Ling family in the face. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. The involvement of the Shangguan family in Su province is one matter, but now the Ling family has also arrived, suggesting that Su province is far more intricate than we initially presumed. When Ling Xiao revealed his identity, the crowd erupted with excitement. He is none other than the third young master of the Ling family. The onlookers, all hailing from the imperial capital, naturally share a mutual disdain. As their backgrounds are strikingly similar, why should one be more arrogant than another? However, the Ling family stands apart, with the only family capable of contending with them being the Shangguan family. Yet, the Shangguan family is currently situated in the Huaihai district, meaning that none present dare provoke Ling Xiao. Arrogance, Ling Xiao remarked. If everyone has so much to say, I, Ling Xiao, would not mind if fewer attendees were to enter. It was evident that he despised the chaotic atmosphere. Following his calm, yet potent threat, silence enveloped the surroundings. Ling Xiao then cast a curious glance at Lin Yuandong, well aware of his abilities as a second-tier extraordinary being, capable of such explosive power in a place like Su province. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. However, behind Ling Xiao stands Ling Lao, a third-tier extraordinary being, despite his age. Dealing with a mere inexperienced youth like Lin Yuandong would prove to be a trivial task, almost effortless. Yes, young master. Ling Qi, Ling Zhao's personal bodyguard, a third-tier extraordinary adept in combat and direct defense, was regarded as a powerful figure even among Ling family guards. With a contemptuous gaze directed at Lin Yuandong, Ling Qi instantly sprang into action upon receiving the command. As he summoned his extraordinary power, a surge of fierce vitality erupted from his frail, aged form. With a roar that resonated like the roar of a tiger, the seemingly ordinary elder Ling Qi unleashed his full potential, lunging at Lin Yuandong with the ferocity of a leopard. The young man was doomed. With Ling Qi's intervention, few, if any, could stand against him. The youth was still too inexperienced, rumored to be from the indigenous forces, devoid of any backing. What a pity! Had he heeded the Wang family's offer, his outcome might have been less dire. As Ling Qi made his move, the crowd's attention shifted to Su Zhe, although Su Zhe had yet to speak. In the eyes of the spectators, the young representative from Shanghang district was already a dead man walking. Yi Qing, do not kill this old dog outright. Just beat him to a pulp, Su Zhe said, shaking his head in resignation, finally prompting Yi Qing to act. Confronted with this aged adversary, Su Zhe understood that Lin Yuandong was certainly outmatched, but Yi Qing was a different story. Just days prior, she had broken through the pinnacle of the second tier. Reaching the early stages of the third tier, dealing with such an old foe would pose no challenge. All right. Su Zhe's words had barely left his lips when Yi Qing sprang into action. Die. Her icy voice sliced through the air as she struck. The sharp blade in her hand severed Ling Qi's head with the ease of cutting hair. Thud! The severed head rolled across the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With unyielding eyes filled with resentment and astonishment, Ling Qi could hardly fathom that his demise would be so brutally straightforward. How could this be possible? Such extraordinary beings should never exist in Su province. It is over. The Ling family will undoubtedly seek vengeance against this individual, and the situation is bound to escalate. After dispatching Ling Qi, Yi Qing gracefully returned to stand behind Su Zhe. The silence that enveloped the gathering, including Ling Xiao, who had previously seemed to have everything under control, was palpable. Chapter 154. Su Zhe's method of summoning. Who is this individual? Ling Qi was a third-tier extraordinary powerhouse. How could a mere girl unleash such formidable combat prowess, dispatching him in an instant? It is finished. To act in the vicinity of Huaihai district is to invite inevitable retribution. Regardless of the Ling family's stance, this individual is doomed. I never anticipated witnessing such an event today. I am curious to see how Su Ziyuan will handle this situation. After Yi Qing struck down Ling Qi, the onlookers, including Ling Xiao, who had yet to speak, began to murmur amongst themselves. Their astonishment stemmed not only from Yi Qing's strength but also from the audacity of Su Zhe to commit murder so brazenly at the doorstep of Huaihai district. This act not only disrespects the Ling family but also slaps the Su family and Su Ziyuan in the face. Boss, are we going to eliminate this fellow as well? In contrast to the shock displayed by the crowd, Yi Qing, having just dealt with Ling Qi, remained remarkably composed, her gaze devoid of any tremor. After casting a disdainful glance at Ling Xiao, she even contemplated striking him directly. There's no need. Yi Qing, Lin Yuandong, let's depart. Just as Yi Qing was about to act, Su Zhe stepped forward and waved his hand, stating, the people of Huaihai district have waited long enough. We shan't waste time on such individuals. Understood. And what of this fellow? Upon hearing Su Zhe's instructions, Yi Qing did not hesitate to return to his side, while Lin Yuandong appeared somewhat inexplicably resigned. There is still a scoundrel at my feet. A worthless one. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential. Let him go. Su Zhe had no intention of dealing with Ling Xiao, let alone a mere Luo Feng. Su Zhe signaled for Lin Yuandong to follow his lead. Stop. What faction do you belong to? Just as Su Zhe and his companions prepared to leave, a stunned Ling Xiao finally reacted, rushing in front of Su Zhe to block his path. Such a powerful force could never arise in Shanghang District. Which family do you represent? Ling Xiao could not accept this reality. If Su Zhe had backing, then losing was merely a part of the game. As the various families had only just arrived in Su province, a momentary victory or defeat was inconsequential. However, if Su Zhe were truly unaided by any force, Ling Xiao found that notion intolerable. You may inquire with Ling Feng. He should recall me. Moreover, I am disinclined to act against you, not incapable. Should you still wish for your demise, I would not mind expending a little time to resolve you. Glancing at Ling Xiao before him, Su Zhe slowly began to speak, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable glint of murderous intent. His stance on whether to eliminate Ling Xiao is quite straightforward. It was permissible to kill, yet it was unnecessary. However, should Ling Xiao insist on courting death, Su Zhe would not hesitate to end his life. Upon hearing these words, Ling Xiao instinctively wished to retort, but upon sensing the lethal aura in Su Zhe's gaze, he ultimately recoiled. The Ling family behind me will not let this matter rest. Ling Xiao declared fiercely before hastily departing, while Su Zhe appeared oblivious to his proclamation, proceeding directly into Huaihai District. Has the Ling family truly refrained from taking action? Are you foolish? There is only Ling Xiao here. To act would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Just wait and see. When the Ling family members arrive in a few days, this fellow will be in for a world of trouble. Enough of that. The brat has already entered Huaihai District. I can hardly wait. Even if someone dares to strike, I shall enter regardless. Come. I am eager to see what Su Ziyuan intends to do. Shortly after Su Zhe's departure, the previously quiet surroundings erupted into clamorous chatter once more, though this time, the focus was not on Ling Xiao, but rather on Su Ziyuan. Observing Su Zhe's lead into Huaihai District, several individuals could no longer remain passive and followed him with a nonchalant attitude, while a small fraction hesitated in place. Their numbers were few, primarily consisting of factions supported by lesser families. They perceived this situation as anything but simple. Recklessly entering would inevitably entail certain risks. Thus, they resolved to wait for Su Zhe. These individuals were rather intriguing. They had initially awaited the spectacle of Su Zhe's exploits, yet now found themselves rallying behind him. Never had they witnessed such decisiveness in those who wavered. Upon entering Huaihai District, Su Zhe and Wu Miao exchanged few words. A few minutes later, as they observed an increasing number of followers behind them, Wu Miao could not resist teasing, giving Su Zhe a light pat on the shoulder. The Ling Xiao you rejected, along with the Wang family's representative, has also arrived. What does their presence matter to me? Rather than concern myself with them, I am far more interested in what Su Ziyuan is plotting. Su Zhe dismissed the mention of those individuals with indifference. To him, the sole curiosity lay in the purpose of the gathering orchestrated by Su Ziyuan. Initially, Su Zhe believed this so-called meeting merely aimed to assert the sovereignty of Su province. Yet it now appeared to involve far more complexity. He suspected that Su Ziyuan, or rather the enigmatic Shang Wanchensi behind him, had grander ambitions. Let us proceed. Soon enough, the answers will reveal themselves. Although Su Zhe was unaware of the truth at present, it mattered little. A veil of mystery will eventually be lifted. And he was not one to squander time. Su Zhe, along with Wu Miao and Lin Yudong, as well as Yi Qin and others, was not a stranger to the Huaihai District. After strolling along the main street for a good 10 minutes, they halted before an ancient-style pavilion. If his guess was correct, this was indeed the rendezvous point chosen by Su Ziyuan. However, Su Zhe did not rush to enter. Instead, he directed his attention to the second floor of the pavilion. Shanghang District, Su Zhe, aren't you two going to come down to greet your guests? After a moment of watching, when no one appeared on the second floor, Su Zhe lost interest in waiting. With a decisive utterance, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the slightly ajar door. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the intricately carved wooden door shattered into splinters. Seems like the hospitality here is a bit lacking, huh? Interesting. Su Zhe from Shanghang District. I shall remember you. Indeed. There was no better way to make an impression than through a display of force. Just as Su Zhe had acted, Su Ziyuan and Shang Guanxinshi appeared before him. Is this how you welcome guests in Huaihai District? Observing the rather grim expressions of Su Zhiyuan and Shangwan Qinshi, Su Zhe maintained an air of indifference and took the initiative to confront them. Humph. Are you seeking death? Not long after Su Zhe spoke, a flicker of anger ignited in Su Zhiyuan's eyes as he approached Su Zhe, stating, "Youngster, having some abilities is commendable, but being overly arrogant may invite unnecessary troubles." Troubles? At Su Zhiyuan's words, which resembled advice but carried an undertone of threat, Su Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Ask those around us, do you think anyone here fears trouble? Just then, representatives from various factions in Su province arrived behind Su Zhe. How amusing. Su Lauda, when did you start behaving like a young man? Laughing heartily, one remarked, initially, I thought this so-called meeting would be a tedious affair. But it seems I was mistaken. Su Lauda, this fellow seems disinclined to show you any respect. It was evident to all that Su Zhe had no intention of yielding to Su Zhiyuan, yet those present chose to remain as spectators, merely watching the unfolding drama. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to act? After a brief silence, Su Zhiyuan's anger intensified. Just as he prepared to make a move, Shangwan Qinshi intervened. Let us not escalate matters. It's normal for the young to be a bit hot-headed. Must we really engage with someone so oblivious to their own limitations? After halting Su Zhiyuan, Shangwan Qinshi stepped forward, surveying Su Zhe with a curious smile. It's about time, since everyone is nearly gathered. I invite you all to proceed inside. Shangwan Qinshi's attention shifted away from Su Zhe, and after a brief moment, she gestured for the guards to clear the debris from the shattered door before being the first to enter the reception room. Although Su Zhiyuan felt a tinge of reluctance, he ultimately trailed behind Shangwan Qinshi. It seems this fellow remains oblivious to my true identity, which is perhaps for the best, as it spares me from his scrutiny. Otherwise, it could lead to further complications. Observing Shangwan Qinshi's demeanor, Su Zhe was somewhat taken aback. Initially, he had anticipated that Shangwan Qinshi would seize this opportunity to create difficulties for him, or at the very least, to challenge him, but to his surprise, it turned out to be merely a threat. This young scion of the Shangwan family appeared to be more affable than those he had previously encountered. If he were to exhibit a bit more composure, he might very well become the next patriarch of the Shangwan clan. As Shangwan Qinshi began to speak, the onlookers who had been spectating shifted their focus from Su Zhe and followed Su Zhiyuan and Shangwan Qinshi into the grand hall. Wu Miao, witnessing this, could not help but smile. From her earlier interactions, it was evident that Shangwan Qinshi possessed some capabilities. However, his abilities had little bearing on her. Merely being present in this place was already a concession to him. Su Zhe, on the other hand, remained indifferent to Wu Miao's assessment. What attitude these scions from the imperial capital held towards their visit to Su province was of little concern to him. At this juncture, Su Zhe's primary focus lay on the ethereal energy mines in the Huaihai district and what could possibly warrant such an investment of resources from these so-called families. It is worth noting that, according to the initial information Su Zhe received from Wu Miao, Su province had been entirely disregarded. A mere minor beast tide had compelled the official sanctuary to abandon the area without hesitation. Moreover, during the outbreak of the beast tide, these powerful families from the capital exhibited no intention of offering assistance. It was only after the tide had subsided that a multitude of formidable figures emerged. Are you aware of the reasons behind the influx of these capital individuals into Su province? Minutes later, as approximately 20 to 30 individuals followed Shangwan Qinshi into the conference room, Su Zhe did not feel the urgency to join them. He sought to inquire whether Wu Miao had any insight into what made Su province so significant to them. I am unsure, at least from my intelligence sources. Su province appears to be an exceedingly marginal territory, devoid of any strategic value. Attempting to seize such a locale would undoubtedly squander precious resources. Clearly, Wu Miao was at a loss to elucidate in response to Su Zhe's inquiry. Neither her personal intelligence network nor the internal intelligence agency of the Extreme Night had received any reports indicating unusual activities in Su province. Were it not for Wu Miao witnessing the congregation of so many members from the capital families, she would find it hard to believe that such formidable forces could arise in Su province. I suspect there exists an irreplaceable resource within Su province, otherwise it is inconceivable that so many factions would take an interest in it. Although she was unaware of the specifics, after a moment of contemplation, Wu Miao offered a corresponding hypothesis based on the current situation. There must be something in Su province that is unparalleled elsewhere, resulting in this unusual outcome. Oh, if that is the case, I believe I have begun to discern certain truths. Currently, Wu Miao remains unaware of the corresponding situation. Yet Su Zhe seems to possess some understanding. Observe this, an intriguing object. Immediately, Suze retrieved the concentrated ethereal energy mineral previously acquired unexpectedly from the Huaihai district. I suspect that these factions are primarily interested in what I possess. After all, it is merely an ethereal mineral. Although scarce in other regions, it certainly exists. It is inconceivable that they would covet it for such a reason. Wait. At first glance, Wu Miao did not pay it much attention. The item in Suze's hand was merely an ethereal mineral. Indeed, while rare in other places, it does not imply its non-existence. However, just as Wu Miao turned, she exclaimed, "Let me see." A sudden, inexplicable seriousness emerged upon her exquisite visage. This ethereal mineral is unusual. The energy it harbors can even be likened to that of energy crystals. Upon accepting the ethereal mineral from Suze, Wu Miao instantly sensed something amiss. Although typical ethereal minerals can be utilized in weaponry and vehicles, the complexity of the energy contained within limits its practical applications. Yet, the fragment Suze presented was entirely different. It was as pure as crystal, devoid of any visible impurities. This item, it cannot be, indeed. It was obtained from the Huaihai district. I suspect their arrival in Su province is for this very reason. In response to Wu Miao's inquiry, Suze nodded. We shall soon have the answer. Retrieving the ethereal mineral, a hint of a smile appeared on Suze's face. Chapter 156. The meeting begins. Esteemed guests. It is a privilege to welcome you to the Huaihai district for this meeting. The reason for convening you all here today is quite straightforward. The conference room prepared by Suzy Yuan was not overly spacious, but sufficiently accommodating for all attendees, albeit somewhat cramped. As everyone settled in, the prominent leader of the Huaihai district, Suzy Yuan, stood to enliven the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Shangwan Chenxi merely sat at the rear with a contingent of guards, seemingly uninterested in intervening in the proceedings. Suzy Yuan, enough with the pleasantries. Wan Qiqian from the Limbin district, if you intend to orchestrate some scheme to usurp Su province, do not squander our time. If you possess the courage, come and challenge me. I shall be waiting for you in the Limbin district. Not everyone quakes in fear of Suzy Yuan and the forces backing him. As soon as he spoke, one individual boldly retorted, showing no regard for Suzy Yuan's authority. How interesting. I assumed no one would dare to speak up. It appears that the Shangwan family's trump card is somewhat lacking in stability. Suze and his companions chose seats not at the forefront, but rather in a corner, surrounded by a few leaders of smaller factions. Judging by the entourage accompanying those seated near them, they seemed to belong to local forces of Su province, possessing little to no influence in this meeting. The individual who had spoken earlier, Wan Qiqian, happened to belong to this group as well. The Limbin district, nestled 70 kilometers away in a secluded mountainous area, is devoid of significant resources, with only a little over 1,000 survivors. Previously, the authorities had not established a shelter there. The sole commendable resource is a coal mine. It is this very mine that supports Wan Qiqian's armed forces. Observing the curiosity in Suze's gaze, the enchanting Mu Miao divulged the detailed circumstances of the Limbin district to Wan Qiqian. Do you possess any information about Wan Qiqian? After listening to Mu Miao's revelations, Suze found himself rather uninterested in the Limbin district. A settlement of merely 1,000 inhabitants holds little appeal for him, especially since the area is primarily known for its coal mine. After all, any region in the Shanghang district vastly exceeds Wan Qiqian's territory in size. Furthermore, a region that relies solely on coal production fails to pique Suze's interest. However, the figure of Wan Qiqian intrigued him. At first glance, Wan Qiqian appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man, clad in camouflage attire and sporting a pair of gray-brown marten boots, coupled with a simple yet tidy crew cut. He exuded a vibrant energy. I have gathered some information about this individual, but as he is not a person of paramount importance, my knowledge is limited. Upon Suze's inquiry, Mu Miao thoughtfully recounted the general intelligence regarding Wan Qiqian. A retired sergeant of the second phase, he was a contractor before the cataclysm. Unlike typical contractors, none of the laborers under his command had ever experienced wage disputes, and he is known for his straightforward and righteous demeanor. After the apocalypse unfolded, Wan Qiqian swiftly seized control of the entire Limbin district within a mere week, leveraging the resources and personnel at his disposal. This constitutes Mu Miao's complete understanding of Wan Qiqian. As for more intricate details, she was unaware. Nevertheless, this does not hinder her from offering Suze a pragmatic suggestion. Although the Limbin district is small, it is not without value. Often, the amalgamation of these minor factions can yield substantial power. Mu Miao does not believe that Suze, acting alone, could withstand the pressures posed by the families from the imperial capital. In such circumstances, aligning with commendable local forces would undoubtedly prove far more advantageous than solitary resistance. I shall consider this matter, Suze replied thoughtfully, nodding at Mu Miao's suggestion. He then refrained from further discussion on the topic, opting instead to record the information regarding Wan Qiqian, redirecting his attention to the solitary figure of Wan Qiqian. Wan Qiqian, is it? Meanwhile, Su Ziyuan had also come to learn about Wan Qiqian's identity through his subordinates, particularly noting that the survivors under Wan Qiqian's command numbered merely a little over 1,000. A scornful smile crept upon Su Ziyuan's lips, for in the Huaihai district, a mere security force already comprises over 1,000 personnel. It is imperative for you to recognize your true standing. I have already extended you a favor by allowing you to enter the Huaihai district. Should you continue to lack self-awareness, I fear that tomorrow may mark the last time you hear the name Wan Qiqian. A mere Wan Qiqian dares to confront me. Su Ziyuan can no longer contain his ire, and he rises slowly from his seat. Wan Qiqian, I present you with two choices. The first is to sit down obediently and listen to what I have to say. The second is death. Su Ziyuan's words are strikingly candid, so much so that a flicker of murderous intent glimmers in his eyes. In truth, dealing with a figure like Wan Qiqian, who is of little consequence, is a rather straightforward matter for Su Ziyuan. It could almost be resolved with a mere utterance. However, in this moment and at this location, the situation is entirely different. Wan Qiqian and the forces supporting him are utilizing this incident to probe Su Ziyuan's limits. This logic is quite elementary, easily grasped by anyone. Su Ziyuan is well aware that Wan Qiqian is merely a provocateur. Yet, he opts for the most forthright approach to resolve the issue. Wan Qiqian, if you wish to play the provocateur, I, Su Ziyuan, offer you two choices. Either you come here to serve as a provocateur, and this matter shall be forgotten, or I shall uproot you as the provocateur you are. Upon hearing Su Ziyuan's words, Wan Qiqian's countenance darkens instantly, particularly as he surveys the surrounding individuals, who, like ostriches, have buried their heads in silence. A sense of despair rises within him. The reason for Wan Qiqian's dismay does not stem from Su Ziyuan's threat, but rather from the realization that his so-called allies, resembling clowns, have remained mute in the face of Su Ziyuan's invitation. Wan Qiqian understands that his meager forces cannot withstand Su Ziyuan's might. Consequently, he has begun to reach out to nearby factions, preparing to unite against Su Ziyuan and the powerful Shangguan family behind him. In fact, Wan Qiqian even established an alliance for this purpose. Yet now, these so-called allies lack even the courage to rise and speak. The atmosphere in the room grows palpably awkward. Chapter 157, Wan Qiqian's trump card sometimes. A single moment of bewilderment can plunge the entire atmosphere into an excruciatingly awkward state. In the past, Suze's understanding of such a statement remained superficial, confined to its literal interpretation, but today, he has fully grasped the deeper meaning it conveys. As Wan Qiqian finds himself threatened by Su Ziyuan's pointed finger, the crowd remains utterly silent. Some factions from the imperial capital observe the scene without any inclination to intervene, merely standing by to watch the spectacle unfold. Perhaps to them, the local forces of Su province pose no real threat, serving merely as a source of amusement. Meanwhile, those surrounding Wan Qiqian, also from the local powers, are equally reticent. The reason is quite simple: they dare not speak. A group of individuals commanding a territory of merely a few thousand, with their feeble military might, appear as timid mice in the face of Su Ziyuan's menacing presence. As for Suze, he was in no rush to immerse himself in this chaotic conflict. After all, distancing himself from hostile objectives at such an early stage contradicted his established principles. Suze decided to observe whether Wan Qiqian would surprise him in the near future. If he could present something truly enticing, Suze would not hesitate to extend a hand to assist this unfortunate soul. After all, in a certain sense, Suze was also a local force within Su province. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wan Qiqian and his entourage had seemingly never reached out to him. Of course, this consideration was solely contingent upon Wan Qiqian being worthy of Suze's assistance. If Wan Qiqian were to simply capitulate to Su Ziyuan, Suze would not feel inclined to play the benevolent savior for a fool. Suze considered himself not purely malevolent, yet neither was he a saint. Moreover, given his current strength, he had no need for any purported alliance's aid. Why should he expose himself for the sake of a worthless individual? Dear friends, do you expect me to confront Su Ziyuan alone? We are supposed to be an alliance. once these forces and their backing families flood into Su province. Do you truly believe you can safeguard your territories? The assembly fell silent. Upon witnessing this, Wan Qiqian's eyes blazed with fury. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Very well, since that is the case, I, Wan, need not elaborate further. You have made your choice, and my words would only serve to irritate. Moments later, as he observed the so-called allies remaining unresponsive, Wan Qiqian shifted his focus away from them, fixing a piercing gaze upon Su Ziyuan. Let me show you something. Perhaps my influence in the guest area is disregarded by you lot, but I believe this will enlighten you regarding the significance of my presence here today. At that moment, Wan Qiqian transformed. His demeanor and expression bore no resemblance to the previously helpless figure. He seemed like an entirely different person. It appeared that my intuition had not been misguided. Wan Qiqian indeed possessed a trump card, and I was curious to see what he would unveil next. Having witnessed this, Suze began to comprehend. Su Ziyuan before him truly held some cards, though the specifics of his trump card remained unclear for the time being. Within my repository of information, Wan Qiqian had not exhibited any noteworthy attributes. Standing beside Suze, Wu Miao maintained a certain stance regarding his perspective. In her view, Wan Qiqian's potential cards were limited. In response to Wu Miao's assessment, Suze refrained from voicing any opinion. Debating the matter before Wan Qiqian revealed his cards would be futile. I am eager to see what you possess that can redefine the notion of significance. Su Ziyuan's sentiments mirrored those of Wu Miao, although he did not laugh aloud at Wan Qiqian's words. It was evident to any discerning observer that disdain flickered in his eyes. We all hail from the capital. I trust you can recognize this. Wan Qiqian, undeterred by Su Ziyuan's scornful gaze, signaled to his followers to retrieve the suitcase from behind him. He opened it to reveal a control console reminiscent of a microcomputer. Its design strikingly simple and evoking a sense of nostalgia from the late 20th century. However, a prominent red button at the center of the box drew immediate attention. Could it be that such a relic still existed within Su province? It appeared genuine. This was a missile launcher from the previous century, albeit likely capable of deploying only conventional warheads. The individuals present were not naive. Upon witnessing Wan Qiqian's revelation, they recognized the significance of the device. A missile launcher. Although the model was nearing obsolescence, if Wan Qiqian's apparatus were authentic, the potential for devastating power it possessed was remarkable. Instantly, murmurs filled the room, disbelief palpable among the crowd. This was utterly impossible. Su Ziyuan, fully aware of the implications of Wan Qiqian's possession, mirrored the incredulity reflected in his eyes. Initially, he had contemplated using Wan Qiqian as an example, a means to intimidate others. However, the dynamics of the situation had subtly shifted. I understand you may find this hard to believe. But let me be frank, if I do not return within 2 days, my subordinate control unit will target the Huaihai district, leading to mutual annihilation. At this moment, Wan Qiqian had little left to say. His sole purpose for coming was to wield the missile launcher as leverage in negotiations. Coupled with the allies he had previously contacted, he believed he could still advocate for an equitable dialogue. Wan Qiqian harbored no ambitions of dominating Su province. He merely sought survival. Yet, to his astonishment, these individuals had outright rebelled, offering him no opportunity to reveal his trump card. Nonetheless, since negotiation was off the table, Wan Qiqian resolved to endure. The very bargaining chip he had once intended to use had now transformed into a means of survival. Am I free to leave now? Observing that the assembled crowd remained silent, Wan Qiqian grew weary of further discussion. He simply wished to be allowed to depart. Do not assume I am oblivious to your thoughts. Let me be clear. While this may not be a nuclear weapon, it is more than capable of leveling the Huaihai district. Wan Qiqian laid his cards on the table, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Should no one believe in the authenticity of his possession, he would not hesitate to ensure they all perish together. Chapter 158. Confrontation. Do not act rashly. Such a device should not be trifled with. Damn it. Can someone explain why such a thing exists in Su province? I recall there being no military installations here. Su Ziyuan, you had better clarify this matter for me. Otherwise, I will not remain here to await my demise. Indeed, it is only when faced with threats to their very existence that the typically silent observers choose to engage deeply in the matter at hand. As Wan Qiqian's situation grew increasingly volatile, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. No one fears for their lives more than these scions of the imperial capital. Su Ziyuan, I am here to lend my support to you on behalf of the Shangwan family. If you cannot manage this trivial matter, then I, Wang Tianlong, see no reason to attend this so-called alliance meeting. My stance, too, is quite straightforward. You must not eliminate this individual today, particularly with Wang Tianlong and Ling Xiao present. Although they initially dismissed Wan Qiqian as merely an insignificant insect easily crushed, the moment this insect wielded a weapon capable of threatening them, the demeanor of these lofty heirs shifted dramatically. Leader Wan, is it? Why create such a commotion when the meeting has yet to commence? Indeed. Under the pressure of the surrounding crowd, Su Ziyuan's attitude began to alter. Even his manner of addressing Wan Qiqian became somewhat more reserved. Signaling to the guards at the entrance to step back momentarily, Su Ziyuan spoke again. Leader Wan, I acknowledge that my previous demeanor was somewhat inappropriate. But there is truly no need for such agitation. My invitation to you all was quite simple. I merely wish for you to understand how the province of Su is to be managed, with no ulterior motives. Although Su Ziyuan harbored doubts about the authenticity of the missile launcher in Wan Qiqian's possession, he dared not take the risk. He endeavored to placate Wan Qiqian while also clarifying the purpose of gathering everyone in the Huaihai district. I have no time for your meaningless prattle, Tiger. We are leaving. However, Su Ziyuan's explanations proved futile. With a gaze of icy indifference sweeping over Su Ziyuan, Wan Qiqian prepared to depart with his subordinates. Let him go. The crowd, witnessing Wan Qiqian's intent to leave, offered no resistance. In fact, they seemed eager for him to vacate the premises. Wan Qiqian, is it? There's an empty seat beside me. Why not sit down and listen for a moment? Just as Wan Qiqian was about to exit, Su Zhe interjected. Who is this fellow? This scoundrel? Was he not the one who clashed with Ling Xiao at the entrance of the Huaihai district? Now he seeks to draw attention? I sense that this man is courting disaster. Su Zhe slowly rose and called out to Wan Qiqian, casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, who were hurling insults. Noting that it was the same group of fools from the entrance, Su Zhe paid them no mind and approached Wan Qiqian with an air of familiarity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Zhe. I find men of your caliber quite admirable, and I wish to make your acquaintance. Moreover, let it be known that I represent the true power of the Su province. Not merely a lackey for certain families. Should there be an inclination for collaboration, we can certainly discuss it further. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Su Zhe decided to introduce himself briefly. You are the Su Zhe who conquered Shanghang district. Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, Wan Qiqian immediately abandoned the thought of leaving, his eyes glimmering with a hint of astonishment. Naturally, Wan Qiqian was familiar with the name Su Zhe and had heard of his remarkable deeds. With his own strength, he had subdued the Shanghang district, repelling the surrounding beast tides and eradicating the malevolent faction that threatened the area. Recently, he had also undertaken the reconstruction of Shanghang district, providing refuge for a multitude of displaced individuals. What impressed Wan Qiqian the most was Su Zhe's resolute refusal of assistance from the Wang family. Upon learning of this news, Wan Qiqian had wished to contact Su Zhe immediately. However, due to the long distance and his belief that he was not well acquainted with Su Zhe, he hesitated to make an abrupt visit. Moreover, he lacked detailed knowledge about the situation in Shanghang district and was uncertain how to approach Su Zhe. Originally, Wan Qiqian planned to reach out to Su Zhe after this so-called meeting concluded. Unexpectedly, Su Zhe took the initiative to engage him in conversation, and under such circumstances, I truly did not expect the master of Shanghang district to be so young. As he continued to observe Su Zhe, Wan Qiqian felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. Indeed, heroes often emerge in their youth. Upon reflection, Wan Qiqian believed that he could never achieve such accomplishments at a similar age. There was no need for further boasting. After all, today, Su Ziyuan was supposed to host a meeting, and it would be courteous to acknowledge him. Come, there is a seat available for you here. Su Zhe, however, did not seem particularly concerned with Wan Qiqian's words. What mattered more to Su Zhe was Wan Qiqian himself. Regardless of whether the missile launcher in his possession was genuine or not, Su Zhe was indifferent. The primary reason Su Zhe sought to retain Wan Qiqian was merely to align himself with some force that would stand by him. Everything else was of little significance. That might not be appropriate. Faced with Su Zhe's invitation, Wan Qiqian hesitated momentarily. In truth, if it were not for the extreme danger he faced, he would not wish to leave Huaihai district so abruptly. Certainly, with the trump card he held, Wan Qiqian could safely exit Huaihai district. But that would mean withdrawing from the power dynamics of the province, leading to isolation and potentially becoming the primary target of Su Ziyuan and his associates. Yet, if he chose to stay, he feared that Su Zhe might be implicated because of him. Do not worry. What I, Su Zhe, fear the least is threats. Sensing the source of Wan Qiqian's hesitation, a smile crept onto Su Zhe's face. He casually pulled Wan Qiqian to sit beside him and then redirected his gaze to Su Ziyuan, saying, "I believe Leader Su is not a petty person. Am I correct?" This statement instantly incited a furious reaction from Su Ziyuan. "Su Ziyuan, cease your words. Matters of significance take precedence." At that moment, Shangguan Qinzi stepped forward, halting the impending wrath of Su Ziyuan. "Su Zhe, indeed, has somewhat exceeded my expectations, and I hope that in the days to come, you shall continue to surprise me so." As for Su Zhe, Shangguan Qinzi's perspective is rather straightforward. The presence of an obstructive ant is unsettling. Yet he does not wish to jeopardize his meticulously crafted plans over such a triviality. Chapter 159. Su Ziyuan's intentions. The individual dispatched by the Shangguan family is quite commendable. I had anticipated he would directly confront you. Yet it appears my assumptions were misguided. Seated beside Su Zhe, the previously silent Wu Miao suddenly smiled as the tension in the atmosphere began to ease. In her preconceived notions, Shangguan Qinzi might have reacted like a spoiled aristocrat, expressing fury on the spot. However, it seems that he has chosen to disregard the collaborative provocation between Su Zhe and Wan Qiqian, proceeding with the meeting at his own desired pace, unfazed. Those who manage to survive in this world are hardly fools, especially not a scion nurtured by the formidable lineage of the Shangguan family. Wu Miao's reflection seemed to Su Zhe merely a natural phenomenon. From the moment he entered the Huaihai region, he had already discerned that the Shangguan Qinzi standing behind Su Ziyuan was no ordinary decision-maker. Among the kin he had encountered, Shangguan Qinzi ranks amongst the elite. In contrast, figures like Wang Tianlong and Ling Xiao were of little interest to Su Zhe, mere wastrels relying on their familial power. Compared to Shangguan Qinzi, I find myself more intrigued by Wan Qiqian. I intend to seek him out once the meeting concludes. Are you coveting the missile launcher in his possession? Upon hearing Su Zhe's remark, Wu Miao instinctively presumed he sought to obtain control over Wan Qiqian's missile authority. If that is your desire, I advise caution as it stands. Wan Qiqian appears to be a rather advantageous ally. At this juncture, Wu Miao subtly shook her head. However, if deeper engagement is pursued, I fear binding oneself to him may not prove so simple. When did I claim I wished to be thoroughly bound to him? Realizing Wu Miao had misconstrued his intentions, Su Zhe promptly clarified, "My interest in him stems not from the cards he holds, but rather from the Limbin district. Surely, you do not believe that the missile launcher in his possession is genuine?" Reflecting on this, Su Zhe felt a pang of surprise. This is evidently a mere bluff. How could he possibly be deceived by such a ruse? Is it not authentic? I recall that in years past, Su province indeed deployed a portion of missile units. And given that Wan Qiqian appears to be a retired soldier, possessing such an item would not be unexpected, would it? While that assertion holds merit, have you ever contemplated the ease with which real missiles can be launched? Moreover, how many skilled technicians are required for the maintenance of a missile launch? Among the over 1,000 survivors under Wan Qiqian's command, how many talents could possibly be found? Su Zhe was uncertain about the intricacies of the situation. After all, he had not investigated the temporary encampment, and the scant information revealed by Wan Qiqian offered little clarity. Su Zhe did not dare to assert with absolute certainty the authenticity of the missile. If it were entirely fabricated, it seemed improbable that Wan Qiqian would utilize such a ruse to deceive everyone. Therefore, Su Zhe chose to believe Wan Qiqian's words. Perhaps he indeed possessed such a formidable weapon of mass destruction. Yet, Su Zhe did not place his complete trust in him. While there might be some truth to it, whether it could be deployed was an entirely different matter. I concur with your perspective. Upon hearing Su Zhe's remarks, Wu Miao suddenly shifted her stance. It was quite plausible that Wan Qiqian truly held something fearsome, yet it might not be readily deployable. Everyone, please be silent. I believe your time is precious. We have already squandered a considerable amount of it, and I sense your growing impatience. Just as Su Zhe concluded his dialogue with Wu Miao, Shangguan Qinzi, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally rose to speak. As for Wan Qiqian, after Shangguan Qinzi intercepted Su Ziyuan, he ultimately chose to stay and hear Su Ziyuan's thoughts. However, he did not sit with Su Zhe but returned to his original position. The reason for not sitting beside Su Zhe was quite simple. Wan Qiqian did not wish to impose any pressure on him due to his own presence. Thus, upon witnessing Wan Qiqian's choice, Shangguan Qinzi did not linger on this insignificant individual any longer. Su Ziyuan, please retrieve the materials. With the discussion now returning to the main topic, Shangguan Qinzi directly signaled Su Ziyuan to bring forth the map that had been prepared earlier. Everyone, behold this map of the entire Su province. I trust you are all familiar with it. As Su Ziyuan unveiled the map, the attention of everyone in the conference hall shifted entirely to it. Our Huaihai district serves as the crossroads between Su province and the imperial capital, making its location exceedingly significant. Therefore, our objective is quite straightforward: to consolidate all resources of Su province. At this juncture, a glint of brilliance sparkled in Su Ziyuan's eyes. The power of Su province will reach its zenith. What do you imply by that? Let us dispense with the superfluous discourse. What is the purpose of your words here? Do you intend for us to capitulate? It is evident that we are all aware that consolidating the resources of Su province would render us immensely powerful. But who will undertake this consolidation? Indeed, even the official sanctuaries have failed in this regard. What grounds do you have to believe you can accomplish such a feat? The moment Su Ziyuan's words fell, the assembly erupted in uproar. Each faction present wielded significant influence. On what basis could he claim the authority to unify Su province? Furthermore, achieving such unity through mere verbal exchanges was patently an unattainable endeavor. Indeed, I aspire to achieve what the authorities failed to accomplish regarding the shelter. In response to the public's inquiries, Su Ziyuan did not shy away from acknowledgement. Rather, he graciously accepted the challenge. Let us showcase the prowess of our Huaihai district. Su Ziyuan shall convey to them the strength we possess. Otherwise, these individuals lack the inclination to heed our words. Noticing a hint of dissatisfaction among the crowd towards Su Ziyuan, Shangguan Chenxi stepped forward. He understood that these individuals harbored ulterior motives and would not cooperate willingly. Thus he chose to forego further dialogue. Instead, he opted to manifest the military might of Huaihai district. I merely hope that upon witnessing our formidable power, you shall not be intimidated. Upon hearing Shangguan Chenxi's command, Su Ziyuan stepped outside without hesitation. What precisely does this person intend? Does he merely seek to instill fear in us, believing we are easily cowed? Understanding Su Ziyuan and his companions' intentions, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly impatient. Chapter 160. Shangguan Chenxi's Tactics. Su Ziyuan's Tactical Advantage. I have no desire to engage in needless discourse with you. The influence of Huaihai district is far beyond your imagination. The conversations among the crowd seemingly did not impede Su Ziyuan's forthcoming statements. Master Shangguan, let the silver armor guards emerge, so these individuals may witness true elite forces. As he approached the entrance, Su Ziyuan gestured for Shangguan Chenxi to deploy the forces of Huaihai district. I apologize for the spectacle. After hearing Su Ziyuan's call, Shangguan Chenxi emerged, briefly scanning the crowd before dismissing them, directly stating, "Come forth. Your assistance will be essential for the protection of Su province." As Shangguan Chenxi concluded his remarks, hundreds of warriors clad in silver battle armor, wielding silver energy rifles, marched onto the street in synchronized formation. Their steps were uniform, and the silver armor bore splotches of crimson, seemingly intentional. They had not immediately cleansed the remnants of battle from their armor, intending to instill a sense of dread among those present. Forgive us for our appearance. We have just returned from the battlefield and have yet to clean our armor. We hope you understand this is a testament to our efforts in combating the beast tide surrounding Huaihai district. It was evident that Su Ziyuan's suspicions were correct. The silver armor guards were clearly intended to intimidate the assembly. Have you noticed that the weapons these individuals carry are primed for immediate discharge? If I am not mistaken, should Su Ziyuan and Shangguan Chenxi fail to achieve their objectives today, they may resort to direct action. After careful observation, Su Ziyuan articulated his assessment. It wasn't that he was particularly astute. Rather, Shangguan Chenxi's intentions were glaringly apparent, so evident that they required little speculation to comprehend. My life rests in your hands. If Shangguan Chenxi dares to act, can you ensure my safe exit? Regarding Su Ziyuan's conjecture, Wu Miao displayed no interest. Instead, she began to tease him. Sister is quite protective of her life, you know. If I decide to leave, it won't be a problem. However, I cannot assure you of the same. Su Ziyuan shrugged, his gaze tinged with helplessness. Is your brother so heartless? This isn't a matter of being heartless. I merely chose the most prudent course of action, he replied, eschewing Wu Miao as playful banter to earnestly elucidate his potential strategies. Moreover, I find it hard to believe you would come to Huaihai district unprepared. With your capabilities, escaping from here would be exceedingly easy. Quite true. Su Ziyuan unflinchingly punctured Wu Miao's subtle intentions. How dull. Noticing that Su Ziyuan had no intention of continuing the conversation, Wu Miao refrained from pursuing the topic further. Instead, she scrutinized the silver-armored guards before her for a considerable time, then turned to Su Ziyuan with a meaningful expression. If I told you that the over 300 individuals before us possess a combined strength equivalent to that of first-tier extraordinary beings, do you think your subordinates could withstand their onslaught? Given their familiarity, Wu Miao did not beat around the bush, directly voicing her primary concern. If they can hold their ground, then our collaboration can continue. If not, I do not intend to flee outright, but rather to see if I can allocate some resources from my organization to you. Having finally discovered a potential asset, Wu Miao was not one to relinquish it easily. Setting aside the entire value of Shanghang District, the worth of Su Zhe alone justified her investment. Take a guess. Wu Miao's inquiry prompted a silent smile from Su Zhe, who chose not to respond directly, leaving behind an expression that hinted at mockery. He then turned his attention away from the individuals at the entrance, closing his eyes to rest. Understood, it seems my assistance is unnecessary. Though unspoken, Wu Miao discerned the answer from Su Zhe's demeanor. Given the current display of strength in Huaihai District, it appeared to pose no threat to Shanghang District. Clever. Noting Wu Miao's deduction, Su Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing you say that puts me at ease. However, your attitude is rather excessive. I managed to extract some resources from the depths of the polar night, and it seems you no longer have a need for them. Wu Miao, accustomed to Su Zhe's indifferent expression, made a slightly melancholic remark before retrieving a list from her bag. If you do not intend to keep it, shall I have it taken back? No. I need all the supplies. I am practically impoverished in Shanghang District. If you ever try to fool me like this again, I will surely be upset. Clearly, Wu Miao was jesting, and she said nothing further in response to Su Zhe's swift concession. After handing the resource list to Su Zhe, she felt compelled to add, you must also be wary of the Dark Society. It appears they are showing signs of resurgence. To ensure Su Zhe grasped her intent, Wu Miao pointedly gestured towards him. The arrival of the imperial city family in Su province may merely serve to instigate chaos in that locality. Should the Dark Society truly infiltrate Su province, the ramifications would extend beyond a mere regional impact. It is highly probable that through Su province, the entire Huaxia region could be influenced, culminating in a calamity for all survivors. Thus, the elegant notion posited by Wu Miao is rather straightforward. While confronting these adversaries is indeed a pressing matter, addressing the Dark Society holds even greater significance. It is clear to Wu Zhe that these individuals are far more repugnant than the imperial city family. Upon hearing Wu Miao's point, Wu Zhe comprehended fully. Having grasped the malicious deeds of the Dark Society, he had never contemplated sparing them. In Wu Zhe's perspective, although the current individuals might harbor ulterior motives, even posing a slight threat to himself, they could still be regarded as human. This is a conflict between survivors. Wu Zhe understands this principle well. In this chaotic land beset by the apocalypse, conflicts are inevitable. Thus, upon realizing that various families had arrived in Su province, Wu Zhe approached the matter with a remarkably composed demeanor. However, the Dark Society is different. These entities are not human, but rather a pack of beasts cloaked in sheep's clothing, and their actions are utterly intolerable to him. Just understand this. The first batch of aid resources has arrived. Pay attention to what you need. If anything is lacking, inform me, and I shall assist you as best as I can. With an understanding of Wu Zhe's intentions, Wu Miao's anxious heart settled slightly. After this meeting concludes, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing these words, Wu Zhe's eyes narrowed with delight, for after collaborating with Wu Miao for so long, he had finally secured considerable benefits from her. Chapter 161. The Threat of Shangguan Qinci. Shangguan Qinci, I never anticipated that your patriarch would be willing to invest such significant resources, entrusting the Silver Armored Guards to you? The Silver Armored Guards, the foundation of the Shangguan family, comprise only a little over 1,000 members. This time, Shangguan Qinci alone brought over 300 individuals to Su province. Not only that, but there are also thousands of armed forces outside, and among them, I have observed numerous extraordinary beings. Does the Shangguan family place such importance on Su province? I must report this matter back to the family. Regarding Shangguan Qinci's show of force, Wu Zhe maintained a calm demeanor, even discussing strategies with Wu Miao on how to combat the Dark Society. After all, Wu Zhe perceived that Shangguan Qinci's forces posed no threat to Shanghang District. The Silver Armored Guards are indeed formidable, surpassing the average first-tier extraordinary beings. However, the actual threat they pose to Wu Zhe is exceedingly limited, not to mention the soldiers under his command who have been enhanced through military trainings. Wu Zhe himself could effortlessly neutralize the entire force, albeit with some minor inconvenience. However, others were markedly different, upon witnessing the Silver Armored Guards of the Shangguan family. They instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. On one hand, they understood the formidable strength of this troop, while on the other, they acknowledged the Shangguan family's significant investment in the province of Su. Shangguan Qinsi, your ambition to dominate the province of Su is indisputable. However, our intentions do not revolve around these territories, so there is no need for such targeted actions against us, is there? In response, Ling Xiao, Wang Tianlong, and several prominent scions of the imperial capital promptly stepped forward. Our aim is solely to acquire certain other resources within the province of Su. We harbor no interest in these territories. At this stage, we merely seek a foothold, understanding the core concerns of Shangguan Qinsi. Ling Xiao was the first to express his position. Our Wang family has a straightforward objective to expand our market. You know well that our Sanbao Chamber of Commerce holds no interest in so-called territories. Observing this, Wang Tianlong also quickly took a stand. Our purpose in coming to the province of Su is to access its populace. Soon, a multitude of families from the imperial capital articulated their interests clearly. And the atmosphere of the meeting began to ease once more. Excellent. If that is the case, this matter becomes quite simple. After listening to the opinions around him, a victorious smile graced Shangguan Qinsi's lips. Ostensibly, Ling Xiao and the others were merely stating their explicit intentions, indicating that they posed no threat to Shangguan Qinsi and his allies. Yet, was this not also a form of compromise? Very well, since our objectives differ, there is no need for us to become adversaries. Rather, we can forge an alliance. With everyone having spoken so candidly, Shangguan Qinsi refrained from pressing the matter further and laid his cards on the table, directly seeking to recruit the imperial capital's personnel. The goal of the Shangguan family is simple. We wish to possess the region of Su. Since you merely require a few footholds, I can assure you that I will not act against you. However, I require your cooperation. Most importantly, we must eliminate all scattered forces within the province of Su. I wonder if anyone has any objections? Noticing the evident stir among those present, Shangguan Qinsi revealed his comprehensive plan without further concealment. Firstly, we will unite the forces of all families from the imperial capital to thoroughly cleanse the province of Su. Secondly, I guarantee not to encroach upon the lands you currently occupy, provided you assist me. Furthermore, and crucially, until we have completely cleared the province of Su, we agree that this inner circle shall engage in no conflict. He hoped for mutual collaboration, promising shared benefits in due time. As the discussions concluded, there were few objections, prompting Shangguan Qinsi to add a courteous remark. It seems you have overlooked one matter. Just as everyone was nodding in agreement, preparing to divide the interests of the province of Su according to Shangguan Qinsi's plan, Su Zhe stood up. Is this what you refer to as a meeting? Some of this has wasted my time. If this is merely how you plan to proceed, I have no expectations of you in the Huaihai district. Furthermore, you are merely a troop of jesters, and there is no need for you to take yourselves too seriously. Su Zhe spoke in an exceedingly calm tone, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. After casting a glance at Shangguan Qinsi with an inexplicable indifference, Su Zhe chose not to speak further. He gestured to Lin Yudong, Yi Qing, and Wu Miao, indicating that they could prepare to leave. And then he disregarded the gazes of the others as he walked towards the door. Wan Qiqian, let us depart. Remaining here serves no purpose. Noticing Wan Qiqian still hesitating, Su Zhe called out his name. Should he wish to depart alongside him, Su Zhe would not mind waiting. If he still held even a shred of hope towards Su Ziyuan or Shangguan Qinsi, that was of no concern to Su Zhe. Here I am, Chief Su. If you are leaving, what significance remains for me, Wan? As expected, upon hearing this, Wan Qiqian immediately rose to follow Su Zhe's lead. Since you aspire to divide our Su province, I am afraid I, Wan, have no desire to play the dog. Additionally, Wan Qiqian could not help but mock the local forces still seated. A person may lack possessions, but one must never lack integrity. Confronting these individuals may lead to death or loss of life. Yet Wan Qiqian believed his resolve would not waver. A true man exists between heaven and earth. How could he act with timidity? Stop. Su Zhe, do you truly believe I fear you? Just as Su Zhe was about to leave, Shangguan Qinsi could no longer remain seated and signaled the silver-armored guards beside him to intercept Su Zhe and his companions. Previously, I intended to offer you a chance for survival, which is why I refrained from taking action against you. However, if you persist in your obstinacy, do you believe I will allow you to leave the Huaihai district alive? Indeed, Shangguan Qinsi had remained silent about Su Zhe's earlier actions, not out of fear, but to gauge Su Zhe's attitude. Should Su Zhe be willing to cooperate, Shangguan Qinci could overlook past grievances and effortlessly seize control of the Shanghong district. I offer you two choices. Allow Su Ziyuan to accompany you with the silver armored guards to the Shanghong district, and you will remain its leader. Otherwise, you shall not exit the Huaihai district. After hearing Su Zai's earlier remarks, Shangguan Qinci was too fatigued to say more and laid his cards on the table. You think you can prevent me from leaving the Huaihai district? You may attempt it. However, what Shangguan Qinci did not anticipate was that, in response to his threat, Su Zai exhibited no fear, instead allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. Chapter 162. The astonishment of Su Ziyuan. I initially thought this fellow possessed some capability, but it seems he is merely a simple jester. Humph. Who does he think he is? With over 300 silver armored guards, not even an ordinary transcendent dares to provoke them lightly, let alone a fourth-tier transcendent. If it can be said that there was once a degree of apprehension among the crowd towards Su Zai, particularly given that his guards had the capability to swiftly eliminate Ling Zhao's protectors at the outset, coupled with the fact that he possessed certain hidden cards. It led to a reluctance among the masses to engage in overt conflict with him. However, at this moment, an unmistakable air of arrogance emanated from Su Zai, compelling even those from lesser factions who had remained silent to ponder what abilities he possessed that emboldened him to speak so defiantly in front of everyone. Naturally, a small faction speculated that Su Zai might harbor concealed strengths, but their views were too marginal to voice openly. Since Mr. Su Zai believes I pose no threat to you, I am intrigued to witness your capabilities that allow you to utter such words, said Su Ziyuan, eager to demonstrate whether Su Zai could indeed navigate out of the Huaihai district. The opinions of the crowd mattered little to Shangguan Qinci, who maintained a smile that belied a sudden chill in his demeanor. He was not a man of gentle temperament. Given Su Zai's audacious remarks, Shangguan Qinci resolved to grant him an opportunity, signaling Su Ziyuan to prepare for action. The silver armored guards readied themselves. The first armed brigade of the Huaihai district took their positions, sealing off the surrounding area. The shadow guards were instructed to apprehend Su Zai. As Shangguan Qinci spoke, Su Ziyuan unleashed the pent-up fury he had harbored since Su Zai's arrival in the district. From the very first moment Su Zai set foot in Huaihai, Su Ziyuan had deemed him a thorn in his side, and had merely awaited the right moment to act. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, there was no time to waste. With a command from Su Ziyuan, hundreds of soldiers sprang into action, their chaotic footsteps shattering the surrounding silence. The silver armored guards, who had been gathered not far from the entrance, also mobilized, weapons drawn and aimed at Su Zai. Should he dare to retaliate, they would be poised to fire at a moment's notice. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, as if the air itself had been drawn taut. Boss, are we truly going to engage? Some voiced their concerns. There are far too many of them. A sudden confrontation could leave us at a disadvantage. Perhaps we should let Yiqing assist in escorting you and Miss Wu Miao to safety while I hold them off. As Su Ziyuan chose to take action, Wu Miao and Su Zai appeared rather unfazed, standing their ground and observing the unfolding situation without undue concern. They were more interested in gauging the extent of Su Ziyuan's capabilities. In contrast, Yiqing and Lin Yedong were acutely aware of the murderous intent radiating from the armed personnel around them, which bore an ominous sense of peril. Although bolstered by their extraordinary powers, which rendered them formidable, they understood that should these individuals choose to strike, they too could facilitate an escape for Su Zai and the others. Yet, it was prudent to remain cautious. Lin Yudong proposed the most secure plan. Chief, let us retreat. If Lin Yudong and I act together, there will undoubtedly be no danger. Even Yiqing had readied herself for battle, quietly standing before Su Zai. Why the haste? I have stated that I wish to observe the prowess of the Huaihai district. If these are merely the buffoons before us, there is no need for me, Su Zai, to flee. Glancing at Wu Miao, Su Zai noted her unwavering calm, and he shifted his focus to Yiqing and Lin Yudong. Do not rush into action. I shall speak when the time comes for us to engage. For now, you two may remain where you are and watch. Understood, Chief, Lin Yudong replied, visibly excited, while Yiqing's emotions had returned to a steady state. Su Zai, do you truly believe I dare not act? On the other side, Su Ziyuan, upon observing the expression on Su Zai's face, felt a surge of humiliation. He sensed that Su Zai regarded him with a look of disdain. Shadow guards, eliminate these individuals immediately. Especially with the gaze of onlookers, Su Ziyuan found it intolerable. After exchanging a glance with Shangguan Qinci, he received silent approval. This time, Su Ziyuan uttered no further words and directly commanded the shadow guards behind him into action. Yes. As soon as Su Zhiyuan's words fell, two men clad in black robes and adorned with masks appeared in an instant. A flash of cold light gleamed as two daggers materialized in their hands. Almost simultaneously, the two shadow guards struck, their target being Su Zhe. Su Zhe, you have sought your own demise. Do not blame us. Although Su Zhe had not yet met his end, a victor's smile had already graced Su Zhiyuan's face. This was not arrogance, but rather confidence in the shadow guards. The shadow guards, the elite of the Huaihai district, each equating to a second-stage extraordinary being and highly skilled in assassination. Though few in number, the entire Huaihai district had only established two small teams after recruiting extraordinary beings, each comprising 30 members. Their combat prowess could rival that of an equal number of silver-armored warriors. Furthermore, as their primary offensive method involved cold weapons, they excelled in close-quarters combat within such confined spaces. While Su Zhiyuan understood that Su Zhe was formidable, he believed that under such speed, victory was assured. What? How can this be? Why is this happening? Is this the shadow guards? Why is Su Zhe still alive? Before Su Zhiyuan could fully comprehend the situation, the unfolding events left everyone present in disbelief. Su Zhe had not died. No, not only had he not perished, but the two individuals Su Zhiyuan had sent forth had failed to even land a blow before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, the onlookers who had initially anticipated Su Zhe's demise could no longer remain passive. They truly did not anticipate that Su Zhe could unleash such formidable speed. Who exactly are you? Upon witnessing this, Su Zhiyuan could no longer remain seated. Chapter 163. I am a bit afraid. There are too many people here. The Shadow Guards, though numerically incomparable to the silver-armored guards of the Shangguan family, are undoubtedly the most elite force under Su Zhiyuan's command. All the personnel integrated into the Shadow Guards are extraordinary individuals whom Su Zhiyuan painstakingly gathered at great cost, coupled with rigorous training and exceptionally advanced equipment. They rank among the best in the entire Su province, not just in the vicinity of Huaihai district. Yet at this moment, the two Shadow Guards who had previously confronted Su Zhe lay sprawled on the ground, their lifeless forms still emanating warmth from their wounds, indicating their demise had been recent. Two fatal wounds to the neck and chest bore the marks of cold weaponry, the clean cut seemingly narrating the despair faced by the two Shadow Guards in their final moments. Such speed was undoubtedly lethal. And as Su Zhiyuan gazed upon the two corpses before him, a flicker of inexplicable shock and helplessness glimmered in his eyes. Initially, Su Zhiyuan had not given it much thought. Indeed, Su Zhe had exhibited extraordinary combat prowess from the outset, yet in Su Zhiyuan's estimation, it was nothing remarkable. With the elite forces he had gathered on his home turf in Huaihai district, even if Su Zhe possessed formidable combat abilities, resistance seemed improbable. However, circumstances appeared to have shifted unexpectedly. The Shadow Guards previously dispatched were not Su Zhiyuan's strongest subordinates, but they were certainly no weaklings. A bunch of useless fools, unable to subdue a mere local jester. Just as everyone's gaze was fixated on Su Zhe, Su Zhiyuan hesitated, contemplating whether to probe further with an attack. Young master, allow me to handle this individual. Relying on these inept fools from Su province will only waste your time. The middle-aged man who had been standing behind Shangguan Qinzi stepped forward, his cold gaze locking onto Su Zhe. Yuan Ji, the captain of the first squad of the silver-armored guards, was also a third-tier extraordinary being, possessing the ability to manipulate metals. Yuan Ji was virtually invincible on the battlefield of firearms. Furthermore, his formidable melee capabilities placed him among the elite echelon of third-tier extraordinary beings. Make your move. After resolving this matter, head to Shanghang district and take that place. Initially, Shangguan Qinzi had been reluctant to deploy Yuan Ji, especially at such an early stage. He did not believe Su Zhe warranted such attention. Eliminate him, and take care of the useless ones around him as well. Yet given the current situation, if Yuan Ji could resolve Su Zhe swiftly, it would be of no consequence. Are you finally unable to restrain the urge to strike? To the average person, a third-tier extraordinary being may seem formidable. However, to Su Zhe, they are merely inconsequential. If he wished to resolve the situation, summoning an armored vehicle for assimilation would effortlessly annihilate them, potentially eliminating all personnel in the vicinity. Yet, Su Zhe is reluctant to take such drastic action. While annihilating these individuals could, in the short term, erase any threats to his authority within Su province, it would also deprive him of valuable intelligence regarding existing resources. Su Zhe does not believe that the concentrated ethereal energy mines could be produced by local factions. Furthermore, If he were to eliminate them entirely, how would he acquire resources? From the outset, Suze has regarded these individuals not as adversaries, but rather as a steady source of resources. His singular focus at this stage is to cultivate these pigs. On another note, should he proceed to eliminate all personnel, the capital would undoubtedly dispatch a considerable force into Su province. This would not bode well for Suze. While he possesses absolute confidence in his dominion over Su province, he harbors no illusions about confronting the entirety of the capital's power with his current strength. Confidence is one thing, arrogance is another. Moreover, Suze has alternative strategies to address the present dilemma. As he contemplates delaying the situation, Yuan Ji, believing he has unraveled Suze's ruse, wears a mocking smile and prepares to act. Report to the leader, we have a grave situation. A sudden influx of armed personnel has appeared outside the city, and they seem intent on attacking us. Just as Yuan Ji and Shangguan Qinxi exchange glances and prepare for action, a panicked guard rushes before them. Leader, you must see this. Thousands of them, and they are armed with heavy weaponry. What? How is that possible? All significant factions in Su province are here. How could such a large force emerge? The notion of thousands of armed personnel in Su province is utterly implausible. Shangguan Qinxi erupts in fury, while Yuan Ji and Su Ziyuan display signs of unease. Thousands of armed individuals equipped with heavy weaponry constitute a force that cannot be underestimated. The local power of Huaihai district, even when bolstered by Shangguan Qinxi's hidden cards from the capital, cannot confront such a multitude. Moreover, they had received no prior intelligence about this group. The expressions of those surrounding them are equally revealing. Some are captivated by the spectacle, others are filled with trepidation. While many are eager to observe how Shangguan Qinxi will navigate this unforeseen crisis. Clarify the numbers. Do we have any understanding of this faction's origin? Fortunately, Shangguan Qinxi, seasoned in the ways of the world, is the first to react among them, seizing the messenger. If you dare to misreport military intelligence, the sands beyond Huaihai district shall be your destination. At the very least, there are 2,000, densely packed. Sensing the murderous intent etched upon Shangguan Qinxi's countenance, the reporting officer dared not utter a single falsehood. He promptly divulged the intricate details of the intelligence he possessed. It appeared that the armed personnel hailed from Shanghang district. Although they bore no overt insignia, their attire gave them away. After a moment's contemplation, the man hesitated before presenting a conjecture of his own. Shanghang district? This utterance caused the assembled crowd to redirect their full attention towards Suze. Suze, pray tell, to whom do these individuals belong? Shangguan Qinxi's expression darkened significantly. Having barely regained her composure, she began to interrogate Suze. If they were not personnel from Shanghang district, then matters could be easily resolved. However, if they indeed were, then the situation would become considerably more complicated. My apologies, I arrived alone in Huaihai district and felt somewhat apprehensive, hence I brought along a few individuals. Did that frighten you? In response to Shangguan Qinxi's inquiry, Suze's retort was straightforward. The people are indeed those I have brought, and I have merely introduced a small fraction of them. What say you? Are you displeased? Chapter 164. Dare you lay a hand? Shanghang district. This was utterly implausible. How could he possibly procure provisions for such a multitude? Surely it must be from the Sanbao Chamber of Commerce? Impossible. Ever since severing ties with Shanghang district, our Sanbao Chamber of Commerce has cut off all trading avenues with them. Before Shangguan Qinxi could fully recover from Suze's statements, the other factions around them erupted into chaos. Young Master Shangguan, may we depart now? Suze paid no heed to the opinions of others, casting a derisive glance at Shangguan Qinxi before striding toward the exit. Wu Miao, I believe these ruffians pose no genuine threat. You know, you are on their turf now. Are you not concerned they might act out of desperation? Wu Miao had not anticipated Suze's casual declaration as he prepared to leave, and could not suppress a smile at his audacity. What? Are you suggesting they are akin to dogs? Suze feigned astonishment. I did not say that. Those words were yours. Very well, I concede that I said it. Yet those curs are quite fittingly described in such a manner, as they often attempt to bite indiscriminately. Suze continued to nod with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Wu Miao, despite her amused demeanor, was keenly observant of those surrounding them. Such remarks were undeniably provocative. And given Wu Miao's understanding of the proud individuals present, it was evident they would never accept such affronts lightly. I wish to discern your true intentions. Do you seek to declare war upon us under the guise of this opportunity? Yet, this time, Wu Miao misjudged the situation. Su Zhe's words did not incite Shang Wanqinzi to a fit of rage that would lead to violence. Instead, the eager Yuan returned to Shang Wanqinzi's side. Rather than retaliating against Su Zhe's taunts, Shang Wanqinzi began to probe into Su Zhe's genuine purpose for attending the meeting. He could hardly believe that Su Zhe was merely seeking amusement in Huaihai District at his expense. My purpose? Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "My sole intention was to discern your thoughts, yet I did not anticipate the ensuing chaos." Chaos? Clearly, at that moment, Shang Wanqinzi was still struggling to comprehend Su Zhe's meaning. This was ostensibly a meeting to divide Su province, yet they still sought a pretext. Addressing Shang Wanqinzi, Su Zhe's tone dripped with sarcasm as he gestured toward the surrounding crowd. "Your demeanor is rather unbecoming. It is only due to my strength that I can engage in dialogue with you so candidly. What if I lack such strength?" Su Zhe posed the question once more. "Enough with the frivolities, Su Zhe. We are all adults here. You cannot possibly be unaware of the law of the jungle. Since you indeed possess strength, let me be explicit. I can relinquish control of Shanghang District, but you shall not encroach upon any other territories, or else you will be at odds with our entire imperial capital faction." Shang Wanqinzi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage within. She conveyed her final stance to Su Zhe. Indeed, Su Zhe's power was formidable, and even Shang Wanqinzi's current faction might not stand a chance against him. But allowing him to meddle in other factions was out of the question. "Wu Miao, let us depart. Engaging in dialogue with individuals ensconced in their own world is rather beneath our intellect." In response to Shang Wanqinzi's words, Su Zhe's reaction was exceedingly straightforward. Without acknowledging her sentiments, he signaled for Wu Miao and the others to leave Huaihai District. "Boss Su, wait for me. I, Wan, do not wish to be tainted by these individuals." At that moment, Wan Qiqian, who had been observing, wasted no time and chose to follow in Su Zhe's footsteps. "Young master, shall we intercept them? Eliminate him directly. Allowing them to return to Shanghang District poses a significant threat to our Huaihai District." Su Zhe and his entourage did not leave in haste, strolling leisurely onto the street, where the silver-armored guards, previously stationed there, were now prepared for combat. However, lacking any orders to engage, they dared not act against Su Zhe, instead silently clearing the path. "Young master, this is our final opportunity to eliminate Su Zhe. If we let him go, we may never have another chance to act." Shang Wanqinzi's attitude diverged from that of the others. Even as Su Zhe prepared to exit Huaihai District, she did not rush to stop him. Observing this, Yuan Ji hesitated multiple times before ultimately voicing his opinion. The threat posed by Su Zhe has already surpassed what Huaihai District can manage. If we choose to let him return to Shanghang District now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate Su Zhe will vanish. Yuan Ji was reluctant to forfeit this chance. In truth, we lost our opportunity to act from the very beginning. Just after Yuan Ji's words faded, Shang Wanqinzi, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke again. However, this time, he still refrained from taking action, or rather, he found himself unable to do so. "Once we choose to act, do you truly believe that Su Zhe, with his methodical approach, lacks alternative strategies?" Shang Wanqinzi is no fool. In fact, one could argue that he is more astute than the majority. Although his acquaintance with Su Zhe has been brief, Shang Wanqinzi can confidently assert that he possesses a certain understanding of Su Zhe. How could such a formidable individual possibly venture here alone? Moreover, should Shang Wanqinzi make a move, the thousands encircling the city would immediately launch an attack against him. The sudden onset of such a vast armed force, irrespective of the battle's outcome, would inflict losses that Shang Wanqinzi could not bear. Thus, it is prudent to let him depart. If granted a little time, I shall surely expel Su Zhe from Su province with honor. Despite his reluctance, Shang Wanqinzi ultimately resolved to abandon the notion of having Yuan Ji take action and return to his position. The absence of Su Zhe and Wan Qiqian did not disrupt the meeting. The chaotic discussions continued for only a brief moment. Shang Wanqinzi soon regained control of the proceedings. Although the lost opportunity to eliminate Su Zhe was indeed regrettable, it did not affect Shang Wanqinzi's resolve. As long as he can maintain control over Su province, what significance does one Su Zhe hold? Chapter 165. The meeting concludes. Su Zhe pondered, why did these individuals not pursue him? This is hardly perplexing. In the face of overwhelming power, no scheme holds sway. I would have preferred for Shang Wanqinzi to have acted. The departure of Su Zhe and his companions from Huaihai District was remarkably straightforward, encountering no obstacles along the way. This led to Wu Miao emerging from Huaihai District with eyes wide in shock and surprise. Given the previous tense standoff, A peaceful exit from Huaihai District seemed nearly impossible. At a crucial moment, Wu Miao had even prepared for battle. Yet, it appeared that reality diverged from her expectations. Huaihai District chose not to strike at Suzai. And Suzai himself did not adopt an aggressive stance against Huaihai District. Brother Wan, are you inclined to accompany me to Shanghang District? Or shall you return directly to Limbin District? Suzai remarked, displaying an air of calm regarding Huaihai District's inactivity. In truth, from the moment Suzai turned to leave Huaihai District, he had already grasped the final outcome. Consequently, he did not dwell on a matter whose conclusion he had foreseen. Instead, as soon as he exited Huaihai District, Suzai called for Wan Qiqian, who had been trailing behind him, to halt. Simultaneously, as Suzai spoke, Lin Yedong and others regarded the somewhat anxious Wan Qiqian with scrutinizing gazes. Indeed, the power of Wan Qiqian is hardly worth mentioning for the Shanghang District, to the extent that it does not necessitate the full mobilization of the district's forces. The mere presence of Lin Yedong alone suffices to handle the situation with ease. However, individual strength constitutes only a fraction of the equation. What truly instills apprehension in Lin Yedong and his companions is the missile launcher wielded by Wan Qiqian. This contraption is not something to be dealt with lightly. Given the time constraints today, let us set this aside for now. Once I return to the Limbin District and have regained my composure, I shall certainly pay a visit. At that time, I may require the assistance of Leader Su. Wan Qiqian, not being a fool, instantly grasped the underlying significance of Suzai's words. Nevertheless, he did not hastily agree to accompany Suzai directly to the Shanghang District, opting instead to return to his own base after a brief explanation. Very well, then I, Suzai, shall not insist on keeping you. You are always welcome to visit at your convenience next time. Noticing a hint of concern in Wan Qiqian's gaze, Suzai understood the latter's predicament and thus refrained from extending a forceful invitation. Yedong, please bring some of our Shanghang District specialties for Brother Wan. With a subtle gesture, Suzai signaled Lin Yedong to present some provisions to Wan Qiqian. After exchanging farewells, Suzai and his companions departed to join Wu Yu and Zhang Xiaojie. Boss, are we truly going to involve ourselves with the Shanghang District? They are precisely the targets of Huaihai District and those external forces. Forcing our involvement in this matter could lead to significant troubles. While Suzai and his group left, Wan Qiqian and the two guards accompanying him did not exhibit the same urgency. Once they had seen Suzai and his party disappear from view, one of the older guards pondered for a considerable time before deciding to probe his leader's thoughts. Old Li had been working alongside Wan Qiqian even before the apocalypse, and after its onset, he became Wan Qiqian's right-hand man. While serving as a guard for Wan Qiqian, he also took charge of managing the entire Limbin District, thus possessing substantial insight into its affairs. If they refrained from meddling in the conflicts among various factions, ensuring the survival of the Limbin District with its current strength would not be an insurmountable challenge. However, to involve themselves in such chaotic skirmishes could very well lead to their untimely demise. Suzai's demonstrated prowess is undoubtedly impressive, yet, leader, if possible, let us maintain our own territory. We cannot afford to engage in alliances of this magnitude. Old Li's stance regarding the alliance between Wan Qiqian and Suzai was also quite clear. It is best to avoid entanglement with any faction. Do you believe we have a choice? The leader questioned. We have our trump cards. If we take a firmer stance, that is futile. Wan Qiqian was well aware of what Old Li referred to as the trump card, yet those close to him knew their circumstances. The missile buried in the underground launch site could indeed be deemed a trump card before it was launched, but once it was deployed, it would only hasten their demise. From the very moment we chose to accompany Suzai out of the Huaihai District, our allegiance was already established. We found ourselves devoid of the power to make our own choices. At this juncture, the only individual capable of ensuring our survival is Suzai. It dawned on me that I had not contemplated the myriad implications of our situation, thus it is imperative for Suzai to pay a visit. A seemingly mundane exchange dissipated in an instant, leaving Wan Qiqian enveloped in a sense of helplessness. To be candid, Wan Qiqian never wished to engage in a dilemma. He had never aspired to dominate Su province. His greatest desire was merely to survive in this bleak world shrouded in shadows. Yet, this remains but a fleeting dream. No one has ever presented Wan Qiqian with a choice. Rather, it has always been a matter of filling in the blanks. The answer to this blank is quite straightforward. Suzai. The relentless yellow sands continue to swirl, as a fierce gust of wind lifts the grains into the air, obscuring visibility yet seemingly lacking in significance. After a prolonged period, the winds abated, restoring normalcy, and Wan Qichen along with his two subordinates vanished from sight. Only a few figures were faintly discernible in the direction of the temporary guest area. Boss, you finally emerged. If it weren't for that fool Wu Yu blocking me, I would have charged straight in. You dolt. The boss has already stated that we should refrain from acting unless absolutely necessary. Yet you were itching for a fight. Wu Yu, Zhang Shaojie, and thousands of their followers were not far from the Huaihai district, at most a couple of kilometers in a straight line. Thus Su Zhe and his companions required little time to locate their precise position. After a cursory glance around, they soon spotted Zhang Shaojie and his crew. You two are rather noisy, Su Zhe remarked, accustomed to the daily banter between them. After calming both sides, he declared, let us head back. This meeting has reached its conclusion. However, I sense that after today, significant changes will unfold across Su province. What kind of changes? Are we on the brink of war? Upon hearing Su Zhe's somewhat cryptic words, Zhang Shaojie and the others exhibited expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, Wu Miao and Lin Yedong comprehended Su Zhe's intent. As the meeting concluded, even as the specter of war loomed, the essence of the gathering was quite simple. It was merely a scheme devised by Su Ziyuan and the influential Shangguan family to consolidate their power over Su province for easier manipulation. While I am not entirely familiar with the specifics of their distribution plans for Su province, that is the general essence of their intentions. Noticing the flicker of doubt in Wu Yu's eyes, Su Zhe gestured for everyone to regroup while he offered an explanation. Boss, so at this point, Zhang Shaojie interjected, his eyes brightening. If we were to strike the Huaihai district now, we would hold a significant advantage. Strike? When did I ever suggest we attack the Huaihai district? Before Zhang Shaojie could finish his words, Su Zhe waved his hand and continued, now is not the time to sever ties. Our task is quite simple, to continue our development as previously planned. However, in comparison to before, there are additional matters we must attend to. At this juncture, Su Zhe deliberately paused, casting a serious gaze around the gathering. Zhang Shaojie, upon your return, please prepare a map of the connecting roads between our Shanghang district and the Huaihai district. Additionally, instruct Wang Gang and the others to expedite the construction of various facilities at the base, aiming to isolate the Huaihai district unilaterally. Wu Yu, your upcoming responsibilities are also straightforward. After curbing Zhang Shaojie's increasingly fervent desire for battle, Su Zhe summoned Wu Yu to his side. We can largely disregard the Sanbao Chamber of Commerce for now. So your immediate task is to seek new channels for acquiring supplies. Having restructured the tasks for Zhang Shaojie and Wu Yu, Su Zhe chose not to waste any more time near the Huaihai district and led everyone back to the Shanghang district. Despite Zhang Shaojie's incessant clamoring for action against the Huaihai district on their way back, the journey was remarkably smooth. In fact, no personnel from the Huaihai district had been dispatched to track them, and aside from a few survivors, there were no other suspicious individuals encountered along the way. Within just over an hour, Su Zhe and his companions successfully returned to the Shanghang district. Upon their return, Wu Miao did not linger but instead left with a few parting words, preparing to depart. Are you leaving now? Su Zhe inquired, a hint of surprise crossing his face. After all, he had just received supplies from Wu Miao, albeit only basic materials and some much-needed food. These items were quite valuable for Shanghang district. And since Wu Miao was at the door, Su Zhe had intended to invite her to stay a while longer. However, it seemed that Wu Miao had urgent matters to attend to. Though she did not explicitly state it, Su Zhe could discern a hint of urgency in her complex expression. Time is of the essence. In fact, the Polar Knight headquarters has issued a summons some time ago, and I have already delayed for a while. As Su Zhe had anticipated, Wu Miao indeed had pressing obligations. After briefly explaining her purpose for this visit, she suddenly smiled, saying, this trip may take a bit longer, about a month. I hope that when we next meet, I will be able to present myself as a more formidable partner. Enough of this trivial chatter. After all this time, don't you know me well enough? It was evident that Su Zhe was not overly concerned with such sentimental exchanges. What is the agenda for this upcoming trip, and what are the contents of the meeting? It is evident that Su Zhe is concerned about the destination and purpose of Wu Miao's journey, although the specifics remain unclear. A sense of unease inexplicably arises within him, a feeling that seldom manifests but is invariably accurate when it does. If possible, it would be preferable for her to remain in Su province. Should any trouble arise, he could offer assistance, unlike in other locales. However, the concept of premonition is rather esoteric, and Su Zhe cannot straightforwardly express to Wu Miao his foreboding that her excursion might lead to misfortune. Thus, He seeks a more tactful excuse to persuade her to stay. She is such a fine young woman. Should anything untoward occur, he would undoubtedly harbor regrets. Rest assured, this is merely a routine meeting, albeit held in an unusual location, the capital, which I did not anticipate, he explained. Clearly, Wu Miao did not grasp the underlying implications of Su Zhe's words, mistakenly assuming his stance to be overly cautious. After a brief explanation, she wasted no time and promptly vanished from his sight. As she prepared to depart for the capital, Su Zhe did not linger in his concerns. Instead, he discreetly noted the location she intended to visit before returning to Shanghang District. In the ensuing days, he remained in Shanghang District to address various developmental matters, such as seeking additional business associations, expanding agricultural land, and planning the district's defenses and accommodations for survivors. While the initial tasks progressed smoothly, complications arose regarding the reception of survivors. Zhang Xiaojia, are you saying that the number of survivors in the entire Su province is drastically declining, and that Su Zhiyuan has begun to forcibly accommodate individuals from other gathering areas? A week after the meeting in Huaihai District, Su Zhe entered his office early in the morning, where he found Zhang Xiaojia anxiously standing before him, presenting a stack of documents with a hint of trepidation in his gaze. Boss, it's true, Zhang Xiaojia replied, unable to conceal the gravity of the situation as he recounted the events of the past couple of days. Ever since the meeting concluded, the Huaihai District and other regional powers had adopted a remarkably tranquil demeanor, contrary to Su Zhe's expectations of a brazen assault on Shanghang District. In fact, their conduct was more amicable than before the tensions escalated. The protocols for accommodating survivors were stringent, and there was little initiative to take in survivors from other regions. However, as the influx of personnel from Huaihai District surged in recent days, Zhang Xiaojie received alarming news. Not only was Huaihai District accommodating survivors, but they were also engaging in population trading with other gathering places. Recognizing the gravity of this development, Zhang Xiaojie immediately sought out Su Zhe. Chapter 167, The Reception of Survivors in Huaihai District? Do not panic. It is not as if Su Zhiyuan has dispatched individuals to attack us. Is your anxiety truly warranted? Casting a glance at the visibly anxious Zhang Xiaojie, Su Zhe appeared remarkably composed. He casually pushed aside the charcoal fire beside him, where boiling water bubbled in the kettle. Let us first indulge in a cup of tea. Grasping the kettle, Su Zhe rummaged through the drawer, retrieving a relatively intact package of tea leaves. After executing his adept tea brewing technique, 2 cups of shimmering, fragrant tea materialized before Su Zhe and Zhang Xiaojie. Give it a try. While it may not be the finest tea, savoring a pot of rock tea in such times is indeed a small pleasure. Su Zhe wasn't particularly fond of tea, yet a while back, Lin Yedong and others had discovered some tea leaves while exploring an abandoned city. Although the quality was not exceptional, he felt it would be wasteful not to sample them, and thus he stored them in the drawer. With Zhang Xiaojie's visit, he decided to open a packet for a taste. The flavor was intriguing, neither bitter nor astringent, yet it possessed a distinct charm. Boss, this is no trivial matter. Previously, the Huaihai District had no intention of recruiting survivors, but now it seems they aim to expand their territory. Zhang Xiaojie also took a sip of the tea, yet his thoughts diverged from Su Zhe's. To him, tea was merely a thirst quencher. The beverage's significance paled in comparison to discerning the true intentions of the Huaihai District's actions. Although not an elite strategist, Zhang Xiaojie could surmise their objectives from the recent maneuvers of the Huaihai District. The aim of sheltering survivors was likely to augment the population of their stronghold or to further develop it. After all, no benevolent soul would willingly take in survivors without ulterior motives. In these times, not every survivor holds value. Each individual requires substantial resources, lest civil unrest ensue. It could be said that apart from Su Zhe's Shanghang District, which unconditionally welcomes survivors, other factions in Su province generally shun them. Yet now, the Huaihai District was actively taking in survivors and utilizing resources to exchange for the populations of other survivors. Any discerning individual could see that this was far from ordinary. Do not panic. Allow me to ask you something. Despite Zhang Xiaojie's lingering tension, Su Zhe remained remarkably calm, quietly noting this development. He then retrieved a population registry from the drawer. Are you aware of the increase in the number of survivors in our Shanghang District recently? Of course, while the numbers have slightly diminished compared to earlier, hundreds of new survivors join us daily. After some contemplation, Zhang Xiaojie provided an accurate figure. Boss, how is this related to the Huaihai District? Zhang Xiaojie struggled to comprehend the connection. Indeed, There is a relation. Su Zhe replied with a smile upon obtaining the precise figure. He continued, since our population growth remains unaffected. What the Huaihai district chooses to do bears no consequence to us. Are we merely to stand by and observe? Zhang Shaojie inquired with a hint of uncertainty. What else could we do? Su Zhe countered. Do you find it tedious and wish for me to assign you some tasks? No, boss. I am currently inundated with work. The fields for wheat cultivation are still being cleared, and I can hardly keep up, Zhang Shaojie replied, hastily gesturing in refusal. In recent days, the influx of new residents at the base, coupled with an array of pre-existing complications, had rendered Zhang Shaojie exceedingly busy. He had no desire to take on additional responsibilities. Having uttered his thoughts, he promptly vanished from Su Zhe's presence, scarcely daring to linger. As the Huaihai district undertakes the task of sheltering survivors, Su Zhe, having drained his teacup, gradually rose, his gaze directed towards the direction of Huaihai. Glimmering with a hint of coldness, it seems they have begun the large-scale production of concentrated ghost energy ore. Upon receiving Zhang Shaojie's report, Su Zhe had immediately considered this possibility, though he refrained from vocalizing it. This conjecture was rather easy to deduce. The Huaihai district, under Su Ziyuan's command, was starkly different from the Shanghang district. They procured a significant portion of their living supplies from the prestigious Shangguan family in the capital, requiring little to no additional population for production support. The other factions within Jiangsu province likely followed suit. And the only reason for a substantial need for manpower now seemed evident. They required surplus personnel for labor or resource production. In Su Zhe's perspective, the sole resource warranting such a costly production endeavor was concentrated ghost energy ore. With the certainty of Huaihai district's likely undertakings, Su Zhe did not rush into action. The rationale behind this was quite straightforward. At this juncture, targeting Su Ziyuan and his faction could indeed cause them some inconvenience. If Su Zhe were to be more ruthless, he might even opt for an outright confrontation, which could indefinitely delay Su Ziyuan's plans. Not only would this obstruct the production of concentrated ghost energy ore, but it would also render establishing a foothold in Jiangsu province exceedingly challenging. However, such actions would yield no benefit for Su Zhe. He was not coveting the territory of the Huaihai district. Rather, he sought the finished product of concentrated ghost energy or along with its production technology. Thus, remaining an observer was the wisest course of action. Su Ziyuan and Shangguan Chenxi could only serve as Su Zhe's subordinates. As for Lin Yadong, there was but a singular route leading from Huaihai district to the capital, and fortuitously, Lin Yadong had just completed his tasks and was intending to seek out Su Zhe. Approaching the entrance, he was promptly summoned by Su Zhe. Assemble a team to secure the route. The movements of resources in and out of the Huaihai district must be monitored, while other factions are of no concern. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Despite not knowing Su Zhe's intentions behind this directive, Lin Yadong did not hesitate and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Su Zhe, having made the necessary arrangements, intended to venture outside the base to inspect the food situation in the Shanghang district. Somewhat perplexed, Su Zhe could hardly believe that the Chamber of Commerce had ceased its business operations. Given this unforeseen circumstance, he initially thought he could seek assistance from other trade organizations. The world is vast, and there should certainly be those undeterred by danger willing to pursue their ventures. However, it seemed rather coincidental that, apart from the Sambao Chamber of Commerce, no other commercial entities were present in the entire Su province. With the channels of procurement now severed, Su Zhe could not afford to be idle regarding the grain issue, and thus had to focus his efforts on enhancing the output of the base. Chapter 168. The good news brought by Wu Yu leader. What brings you personally to the urban area of Shanghang? Yes, leader. Such trivial matters need not trouble you. Who would have thought you would travel such a distance to visit us? We are not yet prepared. Leader, please step inside. It is quite warm out here. The distance from the Dan base to Shanghang district is not far. Initially, when Su Zhe was en route to the urban area, several vehicles responsible for transporting goods between the two locations had offered to take him along. However, he declined their offer. Go about your business. I am here for no particular reason, so do not be anxious. Within half an hour, Su Zhe arrived in the urban area of Shanghang, and to his surprise, his presence caused great unease among those responsible for the defensive renovation project, including Wang Gang. They were apprehensive about possibly having made errors that Su Zhe might discover. Leader, we truly did not expect your visit here, Wang Gang remarked, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. By the way, what brings you to Shanghang this time? As Wang Gang finished speaking, though the crowd remained silent, they all turned their attention to Su Zhe, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Focus on your own tasks. I am here to find Wu Yu. Surrounded by so many individuals, Suze preferred not to elaborate on his intentions. After all, with many voices, there was a risk of attracting the attention of personnel from other encampments infiltrating Shanghang. Carelessly exposing the grain issue would be detrimental for Suze. Despite the loyalty bestowed by the system, such occurrences were rare in Shanghang, yet the possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Coupled with the critical matter of food security, Suze felt compelled to exercise caution. After all, absolute safety could only be achieved through absolute vigilance. Get back to work. Without further explanation, Suze gestured for Wang Gang and the others to continue their duties. After surveying the surroundings, he entered the urban area of Shanghang, selling tobacco. Hand-roasted with a rich aroma, humidity is free. The 54-style pistol comes with 15 rounds, a must-have for self-defense at a discounted price. Don't miss out. Premium wheat flour available for trade only with similar food items. Brothers looking to indulge, hurry over. Bidding farewell to Wang Gang and the others, Suze proceeded without hesitation. Upon reaching the main street of the urban area, he was taken aback by the lively scene before him. It is important to note that Suze has not long taken control of Shanghang district, and the previous devastation caused by the beast tide and civil strife has inflicted considerable losses upon the area. 50% of the buildings in the entire district have suffered damage. It appears that Wu Yu and his associates have managed the Shanghang district quite well. Initially, Suze estimated that it would take at least 3 months to restore the district to its former state, even under exceptionally favorable circumstances. However, upon observing the bustling crowd and the newly constructed buildings that had suddenly appeared on the streets, he realized that he had been overly cautious. 3 months? If the current pace of construction continues, Suze estimated that the entire reconstruction of Shanghang district could be completed in no more than a month. Nevertheless, what captivated Suze's attention was not merely the pace of construction, it was the palpable commercial atmosphere that had emerged within Shanghang district. Some newly arrived survivors had seamlessly integrated into this gathering area, even sharing temporarily surplus supplies for trade. Suze also spotted individuals from other gathering places among the throngs of people. This indicated that news of Shanghang district's situation had spread, which was undoubtedly excellent news for Suze. Boss, what brings you here? Suze had intended to observe whether the trading methods in the area were limited to barter, while also gaining insight into the primary means of survival for the district's inhabitants. However, he was unexpectedly spotted by Wu Yu shortly after he began to move about. Boss, there are many people here. Please be cautious. Upon seeing Suze, a flicker of confusion momentarily crossed Wu Yu's gaze. He instinctively thought he might have mistaken someone else for Suze. After all, it was unusual for Suze to be in the district without cause. However, upon closer inspection, it was indeed Suze. Is there something specific you need this time, boss? Wu Yu promptly set aside his tasks and approached Suze, his eyes reflecting a sudden, inexplicable tension. Despite Shanghang district being undoubtedly the safest area within Su province, its proximity to the outskirts made Wu Yu wary. He quickly led Suze to a gathering point within the district, which also served as Wu Yu's office. During this time, he had been coordinating with business associations from other provinces and overseeing land reclamation, so he had not returned to the base but had instead taken residence in the district. It's not that simple. If there are still individuals here who pose a threat to my life, then no amount of caution will suffice. Suze spoke plainly. In contrast to Wu Yu's serious demeanor, Suze appeared remarkably relaxed. After signaling Wu Yu to ease his tension, Suze picked up some work documents from the table. Please report on the grain situation and when we can expect the harvest. Coincidentally, the document Suze held contained the land reclamation information that Wu Yu had recorded, and he began his inquiry from there. Beyond the urban area, the cultivated land is primarily concentrated on both sides of the base, safely enclosed within walls, alleviating any concerns regarding security. As for the area that has been cultivated thus far, it spans over 200 acres and continues to expand daily, with harvest anticipated in the coming autumn. Clearly, Wu Yu finds the situation rather intricate, yet he responds to Suze's inquiries without hesitation. Furthermore, there is an additional matter to report. It appears that the Agricultural Research Institute at the official sanctuary in Shanghang district has developed a new drought-resistant seed. If it can be sown in the first quarter, we may no longer need to worry about food supplies. Additionally, Wu Yu conveyed another piece of good news to Suze, the assurance of sowing. Upon hearing this, Suze sprang to his feet. If the food issue can be resolved, the absence of a commercial supply chain would have little impact on the entire Shanghang district. Thus, the entire province of Su would no longer have constraints on Su Zhe's development. Chapter 169. The new seed. I have already made arrangements. The first batch of seeds has germinated, and there appear to be no significant issues with their growth. The only concern now is the training of personnel, as there are currently too few individuals skilled in agriculture. Observing the earnest expression on Su Zhe's face, Wu Yu shared the current progress and produced the seeds he had been carrying. Training personnel is not a grave issue, as long as there are sufficient survivors. Such training becomes a minor task. In contrast to Wu Yu's apprehensions, Su Zhe is not overly concerned, for this world is abundant in human resources. The quantity of food you possess dictates how much can be consumed by the hungry survivors. Is this the newly developed seed? What truly captures Su Zhe's attention is the seed that Wu Yu had presented earlier. How remarkable it is that they have successfully developed a new seed so swiftly, fulfilling my expectations. The seed in Su Zhe's hand is a common wheat seed from before the apocalypse. At first glance, it bears a striking resemblance to ordinary wheat seeds. Yet upon closer inspection, distinct differences become evident. The size of the seed is particularly notable. Typical wheat seeds are a pale yellow and weigh no more than 1 or 2 grams, sprouting successfully on the land surrounding Shanghang district, albeit consuming an excessive amount of water, especially during critical growth periods. This has historically resulted in low wheat yields in the region. In contrast, the seed currently in Su Zhe's hand is remarkably larger, several times the size of a normal wheat seed, with a noticeable change in color. It exhibits a gray-brown hue reminiscent of the earth, topped with a small tuft of vibrant green sprouts. My dear friend, this seed possesses the remarkable ability to significantly reduce the germination period while exhibiting exceptional drought resistance. If all goes as anticipated, it could diminish both the planting time and the required water by a substantial 20%. Sensing that Su Zhe might not fully grasp the significance of this seed, Wu Yu took the time to elucidate its importance in detail. Oh, I see now. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe developed a deeper understanding of the small seed he held in his hand. It is no exaggeration to assert that the importance of this seed is on par with the firearms production line at the Dawn base, if not even more critical. After all, the purpose of the firearms production line is merely to provide weapons for the defense of the base, whereas this wheat seed serves a dual purpose. It establishes a foundation of sustenance to safeguard the stability and security of the Shanghang district, while simultaneously addressing a significant flaw in Su Zhe's developmental strategy. This seed is to be strictly restricted from unauthorized personnel, and researchers are encouraged to invest additional effort into its propagation, aiming for the adoption of these new seeds in the upcoming year. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of what he held, Su Zhe implemented the most stringent confidentiality measures. The information regarding the seed must not be disclosed lightly, and efforts to expedite the planting process should commence immediately, ensuring that all seeds are sown in the shortest time possible. Rest assured about the confidentiality. Aside from you, me, and the senior researchers in the institute, no one else is aware of the unique characteristics of these seeds. As the first high-ranking official in the Shanghang district to grasp the significance of this seed, Wu Yu understood the necessity for discretion. In fact, prior to his meeting with Su Zhe, Wu Yu had already suppressed this matter, intending to report it to Su Zhe personally a few days later. However, he did not anticipate that Su Zhe would come to the urban area himself. With confidentiality assured, there was little else to discuss. You may return to your duties. I shall head back to the base, Wu Yu stated, after briefly addressing some matters, such as ensuring the security of the Shanghang district and establishing reasonable trading zones and survivor planning areas. Su Zhe did not linger in the district and promptly returned to the Dawn base. For the next week, Su Zhe remained at the base, observing various engineering progress. He also extracted several small mines from within the crystal ball and positioned them on a vacant plot of land between the Dawn base and the Shanghang district, assigning personnel to commence extraction. Although the reserves of these small mines are not substantial and Su Zhe currently has no immediate use for these minor metals, the burgeoning population at the base necessitates their storage in the warehouse for future needs. Apart from these minor tasks, there was encouraging news emerging from the base. In terms of resources, the 2 largest steel mines had officially entered full production mode, with daily output stabilizing. Furthermore, due to their exceptionally developed infrastructure, these 2 mines had become independent entities, evolving into small gathering hubs. Yesterday, Su Zhe reviewed the preliminary data, noting that there were already over 1,000 workers and their families involved. a number that could rival that of some smaller factions even within Su province. In terms of weaponry, in addition to conventional kinetic weapons, the weapon production line under Su Zhe's command has been modified to manufacture small grenades and explosive packs. Although these armaments may appear somewhat modest compared to traditional heavy firepower, they suffice for the present stage. Su Zhe is capable of providing high-end firepower himself, and the availability of these conventional combat tools already places them ahead of the average standard in Su province. Nonetheless, Su Zhe harbors a vague sense of disappointment. While they are not lacking in general firepower, the majority of armaments in Shanghang District still rely on traditional kinetic weapons. He yearns for the day when he might acquire weaponry powered by ethereal energy mines, which would truly satisfy him. Aside from this, Su Zhe is relatively content with the weaponry at his disposal. Regarding demographics, Su Zhe previously had a limited understanding of the population in Shanghang District. Initially, he believed there were merely a few thousand survivors and an armed force numbering around 3,000 to 4,000. However, after receiving a rough population estimate from Yi Qing yesterday, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. The current population of Shanghang District has surged into the tens of thousands, with numerous clusters of varying sizes forming in remote areas outside the city, ranging from dozens to hundreds of individuals. Even more astonishingly, Zhang Xiaojie rushed to inform Su Zhe that over 20 individuals had suddenly appeared outside the Dawn base, carrying various supplies and claiming to be the leaders of these settlements. Their intention was to seek Su Zhe's protection in exchange for their resources. Chapter 170. The reason for joining Shanghang District. Zhang Xiaojie, clarify the situation for me. What is the nature of these forces around the base? As Su Zhe settled down and grasped the entirety of the situation, a peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. Particularly upon hearing that some individuals were already waiting at the base's entrance for the guards to allow them entry, his demeanor became even more intriguing. It was reminiscent of a mountain king surrounded by a circle of subordinates bringing tribute. To his honest surprise, Su Zhe had never anticipated such a scenario. From the outset, the establishment of the Dawn base and the acquisition of Shanghang District had been merely for self-preservation. As for dominating Su province, that had been an unfortunate necessity. However, the current situation seemed to diverge from Su Zhe's expectations. He understood that within the confines of Su province, Shanghang District could indeed be regarded as a dominant force. Not to mention the ineptitude of Su Ziyuan and his followers. Even with the resources of the powerful Shangguan family backing them, Su Zhe felt no fear. In fact, if he desired, he could effortlessly annihilate them. Yet, this entirely depended on whether Su Zhe wished to pursue that course of action. This was a matter known only to him and a select few within the base, while the majority of forces remained oblivious. The Shanghang District is but a niche gathering place. Apart from Su Zhe's modest strength, the other armed factions are scarcely noteworthy, even less significant than some medium-sized forces in terms of numbers. Thus, Su Zhe is genuinely intrigued as to why, under such circumstances, individuals would seek refuge under his banner. Boss, this matter is rather intricate, Zhang Xiaojie replied, somewhat awkwardly, as he discerned the flicker of puzzlement in Su Zhe's eyes. After a peculiar expression played across his face for a while, he slowly elucidated in an unusual tone. It seems these individuals were unaware that this was Shanghang District at the outset and had no knowledge of your identity, boss. So, Su Zhe was taken aback. They assumed this was merely a stronghold of a large power and sought sanctuary. Moreover, the Huaihai District appears to have placed us on their blacklist, publicly declaring that no one is permitted to engage and trade with anyone from Shanghang District. I previously clarified that we are affiliated with Shanghang District. Yet they seemed indifferent to this revelation. Some even seemed more pleased upon hearing it, and are now waiting at the door to come in. Zhang Xiaojie could comprehend the motivations behind these events. It is quite natural for individuals in uncertainty regarding Su Zhe's identity to seek refuge with a formidable force, particularly with the Huaihai District's aggressive suppression of surrounding factions and their recent refusal to allow survivors into their domain. Those congregating nearby found themselves without options. The desire to join a base is, after all, a common human sentiment. However, Zhang Xiaojie had clearly informed these individuals that they were on Shanghang District's territory and that Su Zhe was the leader. He cautioned that seeking to join Shanghang District would invite retaliation from the Huaihai District. Surprisingly, this statement only solidified their resolve to align themselves with the base. In fact, he had witnessed one individual who initially intended to leave return, offering a handful of ability crystals in hopes of persuading Zhang Xiaojie to advocate for his admission under Su Zhe's command. This left Zhang Xiaojie who had prepared to drive them away, utterly bewildered. The expressions he cast upon the crowd were laced with incredulity. As he pondered how they could risk incurring the ire of the Huaihai district in their fervent desire to affiliate with Shanghang district. Have you grasped the specific reasons behind their actions? Su Zhe initially presumed this was merely a coincidence, but after Zhang Shaojie recounted the detailed events, he began to comprehend that there must be deeper reasons at play. How could such a situation arise otherwise? Su Zhe did not believe he possessed an aura of dominance that could compel multitudes to respond to his beckoning. The notion that individuals would risk offending the Huaihai district to forcibly join his ranks seemed implausible without ulterior motives. From what I gather, these individuals appear to have crossed paths with the Huaihai district, and under duress, they have turned to us, after articulating their intentions to join Shanghang district. Zhang Shaojie promptly presented a dossier. Boss, take a glance at this. It contains information I gathered. The identities of these individuals pose no issues. The vast majority are natives of Huaihai district, with only a handful hailing from other regions. Allow them to remain. As for a meeting, it is unnecessary, merely a group of survivors, and I lack the time for such encounters. Upon reviewing the materials, Su Zhe discerned that they were composed of inconsequential individuals and deemed it unworthy of his time to meet with them. Nonetheless, neglecting the matter was not an option either. Fortuitously, Su Zhe gestured for Zhang Shaojie to handle it personally. Their desire to join Shanghang district posed no problem, provided they assured their allegiance. Su Zhe was amenable to having additional personnel at his disposal. However, should they leverage Su Zhe's name to create disturbances within Shanghang district, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. I will directly relocate them to the urban area. These individuals are congregating around our base. And while they are not within the designated planning zones, they significantly disrupt the overall layout of the base, rendering the vicinity akin to a makeshift settlement. Zhang Shaojie grasped Su Zhe's intent and articulated the prepared plan. After hearing it, Su Zhe expressed no objections and signaled for its implementation. Boss, I have returned. There has been movement from the personnel in Huaihai district. Just as Zhang Shaojie had not strayed far, Lin Yudong, who had been absent for a week, suddenly appeared before Su Zhe, his expression fraught with tension. He bore significant news. The personnel from Huaihai district had finally mobilized, with numerous large vehicles suddenly assembling, intending to traverse the sole highway connecting Su province to the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Lin Yudong promptly dispatched individuals to maintain surveillance and hurry back to relay this crucial information to Su Zhe. Are there any additional details? After a week of anticipation, Su Zhe had finally received the news he sought. A fleeting coldness, akin to that of a soaring eagle, flickered within his previously placid gaze. Logic dictated that the cargo within the convoy heading to the imperial capital from Huaihai district was anything but trivial. Chapter 171. The news brought back by Lin Yudong. I have not received overly detailed information, but I have heard that the convoy is transporting what appears to be merely basic food supplies. Lin Yudong contemplated, uncertainty glimmering in his eyes. Although traces of grain had indeed been detected on those vehicles, reason informed him that it was utterly implausible for Huaihai district and Su province to export food to the imperial capital. After all, following an inexplicable beast tide, the food crisis in Su province had become increasingly pronounced. To put it plainly, Shanghang district was on the brink of food scarcity, and the situation in other regions was not much better. The fact that other areas could even provide support to Su province was already a significant achievement. Compounded by Lin Yudong's understanding of Huaihai district, that region possessed scarcely any cultivable land, with merely a few acres dedicated to growing vegetables for the elite's consumption. As for the grain, cultivation has yet to commence. All the food previously consumed in the Huaihai district was acquired solely through trade facilitated by the Sanbao Chamber of Commerce. Thus, the notion of exporting grain from the Huaihai district to the esteemed Shangguan family in the capital is evidently implausible. Furthermore, the Shangguan family does not lack for grain and has no need for the Huaihai district to engage in such futile endeavors at this juncture. Have you considered the possibility that this is merely a faude? In truth, before Lin Yudong even spoke, Su Zhe had already formed his own judgment regarding the matter. Although he refrained from voicing it immediately, Su Zhe wished to gauge Lin Yudong's perspective. Indeed, the leader's assertions were not without merit. I too sensed something amiss regarding the shipment. Lin Yudong's intellect had not always impressed Su Zhe, yet this time he appeared to have an epiphany, swiftly recognizing the irregularities. Additionally, Lin Yudong suddenly recalled an important detail. The number of armed personnel assigned to transport this cargo was excessively high. While grain is undoubtedly vital, It is inconceivable that such a large contingent would be necessary for its transport. Moreover, the fuel consumption of over a dozen trucks is no trivial matter. Upon further reflection, Lin Yadong realized the sheer number of armed individuals was alarming. Hundreds of men armed with rifles were seated in the vehicles, accompanied by a complete squadron of silver-armored guards, totaling 50. Such a formidable force, one could easily seize a small gathering point, let alone transport a mere shipment of grain. It was only upon witnessing this display that Lin Yadong opted against immediate confrontation and decided to relay the information back. He was unconcerned with the contents of the shipment. His singular objective remained clear. Now that Lin Yadong had grasped the abnormality of the Huaihai district, Suze wasted no time. Regardless of what items were being dispatched from the Huaihai district, as long as they originated from Suziyuan, even if they were mere stones, Suze could not allow them to leave Su province. Gather your team. I shall lead this operation personally and intercept the entire convoy. Boss, are you really planning to take the lead? Perhaps I should take charge instead? Lin Yadong was taken aback by Suze's intention to personally intervene and hurriedly attempted to dissuade him. Considering the numerous pressing matters at the base that required Suze's attention, let us not waste time. Just have Zhang Shaojia oversee some affairs at the base, and instruct Yuqing to mobilize all extraordinary individuals from the Shanghang district for a swift resolution. Suze had no time to explain himself to Lin Yadong. As soon as the order was given, Suze was already preparing for battle. He began by placing emergency supplies into the system space, along with a substantial number of ability crystals. Should the opposing forces prove numerous, Suze would not hesitate to pay any necessary price to eliminate all personnel in this convoy with utmost speed. Transporting grain with such an extraordinary armed contingent was an absurdity that Suze would be a fool to believe. Boss, I am on my way immediately. Seeing that Suze was not joking in the slightest, Lin Yadong did not dare to delay. He swiftly transmitted Suze's orders. Instantly, an astonishing level of combat readiness erupted within the entire base. Zhang Xiaojia, who had initially intended to inspect the scattered gathering spots nearby, returned to the base at the first opportunity upon receiving the news. Simultaneously, the various teams of subordinates completed their assembly, setting aside any tasks at hand. The guards, originally stationed around, also gathered promptly in the warehouse, distributing all necessary combat supplies. Everyone was present, ready to embark on the mission. Of course, among the senior members of the Hangzhou district, the fastest were undoubtedly Yi Qing and Lin Yadong. In merely 10 minutes, Lin Yadong had assembled a force of 2,000 armed soldiers, reinforced through military training. Meanwhile, Yi Qing brought a loyal team of extraordinary individuals to the entrance of the base. Although their numbers paled in comparison to Lin Yadong's contingent, totaling only 30. Each of them exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent. Though it was Yi Qing's first time leading them on a mission, it was evident to all that these individuals were bloodthirsty assassins, having spilled the blood of countless enemies. They boarded the vehicles, entering the provincial road with utmost speed, intercepting all vehicles emerging from the Huaihai district. Anyone daring to resist was executed on the spot. Within 20 minutes, Lin Yadong and Yi Qing had appeared behind Suze, while the remaining personnel were also entering their vehicles, poised for action. During this time of assembly, Suze acquired a detailed map. Without hesitation, he boarded the lead vehicle and issued the orders for this operation. In the next moment, accompanied by the roar of engines, Suze and the 1,000-strong force vanished into the swirling sands. Meanwhile, as the somewhat restless dawn base settled back into silence, dozens of scouts clad in black robes emerged from the shadows, cautiously observing the direction of the base. Confirming that no one had noticed them, these scouts swiftly dispersed. They were not survivors from the Hangzhou district, but spies from other gathering areas in Su province. Ever since Suze departed safely from the last meeting, the high-ranking officials of various gathering spots had excluded him from their circles. However, in the face of such a ruthless figure, they dared not let their guard down. Thus, they dispatched numerous personnel to scout around the Dawn base. Little did they expect that within just over a week, they would witness Suze taking action. Yet, they were curious about who Suze intended to target this time. A small faction of individuals harbors answers within their hearts, yet none dare to voice them. As the sun sets, casting a splendid and flawless glow, an inexplicable aura of menace begins to emerge, entwined with the encroaching twilight over the tranquil land of Su province. Chapter 172, The Huaihai District Alliance Meeting in the Huaihai District, within the Temporary Command Center. The aftermath of the last meeting has rendered this district the unequivocal leader among the esteemed families of the imperial capital. Following Suze's departure, the decisions made during the discussions have positioned Huaihai District as the absolute core of the imperial alliance. Families such as the Ling, Wang, and Luo clans have each secured their respective standings based on their influence and the investments backing them. The Shangguan family requires land in Su province, while the Ling, Wang, and other families seek population, resources, materials, and exceptional talents within the province. There exists no overt conflict of interest between the two parties, allowing for a harmonious coexistence in the week since the alliance's formation. Aside from minor frictions, no significant events have transpired. Shangguan Chenxi. This alliance leader position was granted to you by the brothers. Do not mistake a feather for a badge of authority. Why summon me at such a late hour? Wang Tianlong, who had just returned to Huaihai District, could no longer contain his frustration and pointed an accusatory finger at Shangguan Chenxi and Su Ziyuan. Although the Wang family may not boast the martial prowess of the other families, this does not diminish Wang Tianlong's audacious demeanor. While his family's martial shortcomings are indeed a weakness, the Sambao Commerce Association that supports him is a rare resource not possessed by the others present. Without the Sambao Commerce Association, the Shangguan, Luo, and Ling families might struggle to secure even basic sustenance, let alone expand their influence in Su province. It can be said that all present are the core scions of their respective families, each eager to broaden their reach in Su province. However, this does not imply that they are willing to unconditionally support all endeavors. In reality, aside from a few casual bodyguards, the families primarily support the acquisition of energy crystals and federal currency, currencies of considerable purchasing power. After all, these are convenient to carry. And as long as one finds a commerce association, procuring any necessary materials becomes a straightforward matter of monetary exchange. The transportation costs of delivering actual resources from their families to Su province are burdensome, compelling them to rely on the purchasing channels provided by the Sambao Commerce Association. This reliance is the fundamental reason behind Wang Tianlong's audacity. Brother Wang, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. I truly appreciate the trouble I have caused you. But this situation arose rather unexpectedly. Otherwise, I would never waste your time. Indeed, in the face of Wang Tianlong's ire, Shangguan Chenxi, though his expression was far from pleasant, refrained from retaliating in kind. Instead, he earnestly began to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the situation. In the next resource allocation, I shall ensure that a portion of my share is designated for the Wang family. In a bid to placate Wang Tianlong, Shangguan Chenxi displayed considerable generosity, even willing to part with a portion of his own interests for the sake of maintaining harmony. Next time, please inform us sooner. Given the opportunity presented by Shangguan Chenxi, Wang Tianlong naturally had to comply. Although his expression was still somewhat grim, it had improved significantly, at least. He was no longer angry. Now, what is the reason for summoning us back? With Wang Tianlong's anger dissipating, the onlookers, initially intrigued, found the situation less amusing and took their seats. Ling Xiao, ever forthright, urged Shangguan Chenxi to dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point. In truth, Ling Xiao was not in a particularly cheerful mood, and the reason was quite simple. He too despised the squandering of time. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not waste any more time, Shangguan Chenxi declared, clapping his hands to officially commence the discussion. He gestured for Yuan Ji to bring forth the items that had been prepared earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of our gathering today is this. After receiving a silvery white box from Yuan Ji, Shangguan Chenxi slowly opened it. Instantly, a purple crystal gem, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, came into view. Its deep, enigmatic hue radiated outward, and a potent energy emanated from it, which nearly everyone could distinctly perceive. Is this a spectral energy mine? No, that cannot be right. The energy of a spectral mine is certainly not this stable. Ling Xiao, who had remained silent for a long while, voiced his speculation. Yet, after a brief hesitation, he discarded this thought. There is no biological energy. This cannot be an energy crystal. Enough with the idle chatter. What exactly is this? Wang Tianlong inquired, noticing that Shangguan Chenxi had yet to explain after revealing the item, instead wearing a smug expression as he regarded the others. The earlier conflict with Shangguan Chenxi had made him impatient, and he directly urged Chenxi to reveal the origin and purpose of the item. Wang Tianlong. Do not be in such a hurry. Since I have brought this forth, I certainly know what it is. After regaining his composure, Shangguan Chenxi's demeanor brightened, even a faint smile gracing his lips. Speak quickly. I suppose this time, Wang Tianlong has truly underestimated the situation. At that moment, Wang Tianlong felt quite uncomfortable but had to concede, for as the heir of a prominent merchant family, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to the item in Shang Guanchensi's possession. His professional instincts warned him that this object could potentially alter the very fabric of their world. Indeed, as anticipated, Wang Tianlong's capitulation was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. And should it prove to be an inconsequential object, it would merely be an instance of conceding without any substantial loss to him. Such a low risk, high-reward gamble was not one Wang Tianlong would easily dismiss. This is a spectral energy mine, but not just any ordinary one. It is a concentrated version, stable in energy, and even capable of producing weaponry. The weapons previously revealed by our Shangguan family were created utilizing the capabilities of this very item. The energy is remarkably stable. Under extreme conditions, these substances may even replace energy crystals as sources of power. With all eyes in the room fixed upon the concentrated ethereal mineral in his hand, Shang Guanchensi seized the moment to elucidate its function. Furthermore, I have summoned you here for a particular purpose. With a teasing pause, Shang Guanchensi turned away, only to slowly articulate, I wish to invite you all to partake in the production of concentrated ethereal minerals. What? Shang Guanchensi, you cannot be deceiving us. Are you truly willing to part with such a commodity? As soon as Shang Guanchensi's words fell, the expressions of those around him were instantly overshadowed by astonishment. Chapter 173, Shang Guanchensi's compromise. I have previously stated that our Shangguan family did not come to Su province merely for these worthless peasants, but rather for other objectives. Upon witnessing the astonishment flickering in the eyes of the individuals present, a sense of accomplishment washed over Shang Guanchensi. Those who had once disregarded him now stood before him like obedient hounds, captivated by the revelation of the concentrated ethereal mineral. This mineral represents the ultimate goal of our Shangguan family's expedition to Su province. Having resolved to share a portion of the profits from the concentrated ethereal mineral to forge alliances with other families, Shang Guanchensi felt no need for concealment. He openly declared the purpose of the Shangguan family's journey to Su province. Ironically, our family initially held no interest in this region. In fact, we had contemplated eliminating the useless survivors entirely, yet unexpectedly, we stumbled upon unforeseen gains. Reflecting on this turn of events, Shang Guanchensi felt a twinge of sentimentality. Acknowledging that sheer luck had played a role in this occurrence, the ethereal mineral has always existed. It is a uniquely refined ore, albeit one whose energy is typically highly unstable. It cannot even serve as a basic energy unit, as the infusion of its energy into humans or animals would lead to mutations, transforming them into irrational and terrifying beasts. Upon witnessing such outcomes, the Shangguan family was naturally unwilling to relinquish the ethereal mineral. After numerous experiments, a glimmer of success emerged. The feral beasts created from abundant ethereal minerals could indeed be controlled through specific means. Beyond this, the ethereal minerals held little additional value. For the Shangguan family, they merely provided a means to cleanse the lower strata. The recent outbreak of beasts in Su province was, in essence, one of the family's experiments. Remarkably, this seemingly mundane experiment led the Shangguan family to discover that the ethereal minerals within the aberrant creatures entering Su province were undergoing a certain evolution, transforming into a more stable form known as concentrated ethereal minerals. Upon receiving this revelation, Shang Guanchensi promptly set forth for Su province, and after a period of investigation, he uncovered that the source was a peculiar energy emanating from the Huaihai district. After undergoing purification through this energy, ordinary condensed ghost energy ores can indeed be concentrated. More importantly, the energy within the condensed ghost energy ores is remarkably stable, capable of substituting for energy crystals of the same grade, and can also be fashioned into stable weapon power supplies. Realizing this, Shang Guanchensi immediately focused her attention on the province of Su. After a period of research, she had completely mastered the entire process of artificial production, and the first batch of condensed ghost energy ores had already been transported back to the imperial capital. Although this series of good news had greatly elevated Shang Guanchensi's spirits, one pressing issue remained: the presence of several young heirs from noble families in the imperial capital. While they were unaware of why the Shangguan family was so interested in such a remote area as Su province, a unique instinct inherent to prominent families made them realize that something of immense importance undoubtedly existed there. Otherwise, the Shangguan family would not have dispatched Shang Guanchensi to Su province. Thus, they all arrived. I alone possessed the knowledge of the ghost energy or production process. I am willing to allocate a portion of the condensed ghost energy ores to you, but you must promise not to act against me covertly in Su province. Additionally, producing ghost energy ores requires a substantial workforce, and I need you to provide personnel in exchange for shares of the condensed ghost energy ores. The production process itself is not overly complex, yet it necessitates a large number of individuals to gather the ghost energy ores to enhance output. This exchange of interest for manpower is a crucial reason why Shangwan Chenxi was willing to part with a small portion of her profits. Moreover, another reason was the need for a stable production environment, necessitating a solid alliance. I agree, the Shangwan family is magnanimous. The optimization of the internal energy of the ghost energy ores is an unparalleled opportunity, one that is worth more than any manpower. Henceforth, let Su province sever all conflicts, focusing solely on the creation of condensed ghost energy ores. Almost as soon as Shangwan Chenxi finished her statement, those present readily acquiesced to the proposal. What animosities! In the face of absolute benefit, such matters are trivial. Although they were eager to understand the specifics of the ghost energy or production process, not a single person spoke up. The reason was simple. Acquiring the production process through conventional means was evidently implausible. More importantly, the costs they would incur were minimal, well within their capacity to bear. The prospect of gaining substantial benefits for a slight investment was an opportunity too advantageous to overlook. The gathered individuals were not naive. In light of this, I hope each family will fully cooperate. The benefits gained will undoubtedly leave you all satisfied. Witnessing the smoothness of the collaboration, Shangwan Chenxi's eyes sparkled with joy. As long as the output of ghost energy ores remained stable, not only would Su province thrive, but even the imperial capital would be within reach. Certainly, these words would not be disclosed to the individuals before her by Shangwan Chenxi. Ostensibly, they could be deemed allies. Yet in reality, they are merely instruments for her manipulation. When the opportune moment arises, these individuals will be nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. The leader has arrived. The convoy is stationed at a temporary rest point 5 kilometers away, rumored to depart again after a brief 10-minute respite. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and Lin Yudong, leading a substantial contingent, have reached the nearest small county to the capital during the time Shangwan Chenxi and her associates were allocating benefits. Tongzhou County, prior to the apocalypse, was a singularly industrial locale specializing in the export of various distinctive lingerie. With a modest population, it boasted an exceedingly dense textile industry, resulting in an abundance of factories. As it borders the capital, the transportation network is quite intricate, but following the outbreak, this network has gradually deteriorated, leaving behind only a dilapidated highway still in operation. In light of the population crisis post-apocalypse, Tongzhou has transformed into a temporary gathering place, housing merely over 1,000 individuals, governed by a figure known as Huang Tian, who engages in facilitating the rest of passing transport vehicles. According to Lin Yudong, the convoy departing from Huaihai District appears to be resting in Tongzhou County and will soon resume its journey toward the capital. Having grasped the current circumstances, Su Zhe did not rush into action. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the gathering place that Lin Yudong had mentioned. A hub-like gathering spot necessitates a formidable force to sustain its existence. The very act of allowing passing vehicles to halt for rest implies the necessity of opening the gathering site. This also entails the provision of abundant resources, water, and food, alongside the need to repel assaults on the gathering place. Could such a force truly support a gathering of 1,000 individuals? Su Zhe found it hard to believe. In truth, Tongzhou County is rather unique, contrary to what the leader might presume. Sensing Su Zhe's skepticism, Lin Yudong promptly stepped forward to elucidate, presenting a map of Tongzhou County. Though it was merely a pre-apocalyptic road map, it offered detailed insights into the county's circumstances. In essence, Tongzhou County serves as a central point formed by a vast network of roads, acting as a conduit connecting the entire province of Su with the capital. Furthermore, given its lack of resources and complex geographical positioning, the area is often deemed a burden, and in the event of conflict or expansion by the capital, Tongzhou would undoubtedly be the first to be seized. Thus, any force with a core territory would likely shun this place. In light of Lin Yudong's explanation, Su Zhe finally grasped the rationale behind it. It is not that Tongzhou County is insignificant. Rather, it holds immense importance. Typically, the capital would disregard such a region. Yet should a war erupt, Tongzhou County would serve as the capital's stronghold. Whoever seizes it meets their demise. Consequently, No faction would be inclined to conquer a place that is laborious to take and might even offend the powers of the capital. The strength of the official shelter may indeed be waning, yet a dying camel is larger than a horse. Only the most formidable factions would dare to confront the official shelter openly. This implies that those entrenched in Tongzhou are merely local forces, correct? After a brief silence, Su Zhe suddenly spoke. What do you mean, boss? Lin Yedong inquired, momentarily perplexed and unable to grasp Su Zhe's intention. Examine the map closely. Rather than deeming Tongzhou County a gathering place, it is more akin to a natural ambush point, surrounded on three sides by mountains with only one road as an exit. An assault from the surrounding heights would leave those inside with no room to retaliate. At that moment, Su Zhe and his companions found themselves atop the earthen mounds flanking the road, a prime position for ambushing a convoy. However, in comparison to Tongzhou County, its strategic location was decidedly superior. Let us strike directly at Tongzhou County, swiftly concluding the battle while simultaneously preventing the convoy's escort from fleeing. Without hesitation, Su Zhe altered the initial combat plan, transforming a standard ambush into a decisive extermination campaign. Lin Yedong, take a contingent to block their retreat. Any personnel passing through should be dealt with immediately. Yi Qing, engage from the front. In no time, a straightforward plan was set in motion. Upon understanding the scheme, Lin Yedong, Yi Qing, and the others felt invigorated. Lin Yedong led 300 men to intercept the rear route while the remaining personnel followed Su Zhe to strike directly. Moments later, at Su Zhe's command, 1,000-strong force sprang into action, the roar of engines resonating ominously, a palpable air of menace enveloping them. Chief, we have arrived. Perhaps by coincidence, just as Su Zhe and his group reached the entrance to Tongzhou County, vehicles from Huaihai District were preparing to depart. It seemed we had arrived at precisely the right moment. These individuals had just finished resupplying. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Su Zhe's vantage point afforded a comprehensive view of the area outside Tongzhou County. Several enormous transport vehicles were lined up in a serpentine formation, parked on the open ground. Their cargo beds filled with supplies, entirely concealed beneath gray-green tarpaulins. From the outside, it was impossible to discern the contents of the vehicles. Even while in a state of resupply, hundreds of individuals remained on guard nearby. Local slaves from Tongzhou County, tasked with transporting supplies, were unable to approach the vehicles. They could only place prepared goods several meters away from the convoy, after which designated convoy personnel would transfer the items onto the vehicles. This illustrates the stringent measures taken to maintain confidentiality. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this moment, the armed personnel dispatched from Huaihai District are boarding their vehicles in an orderly fashion, with some individuals taking turns to stand guard. Small teams are stationed at the north, south, east, and west, yet the primary focus of their defense appears to be within the confines of Tongzhou County, seemingly poised to engage directly. The silver armored guards seem to have already boarded their vehicles. Thus, should they wish to disembark for defense, it would require at least 30 seconds. Seizing this window of opportunity, it would be entirely feasible to eliminate them right atop their vehicles. After Yi Qing thoroughly grasped the reconnaissance details of the Huaihai District's defensive personnel, Su Zhe initially intended to instruct Yi Qing to seek an opportunity to act. However, just as Su Zhe was about to speak, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Attack. Charge. These vehicles are laden with provisions. If we seize a convoy, we need not worry about food for the foreseeable future. Sister, let us go. Although they are numerous, we are out of supplies. Before Su Zhe could utter a word, a ragtag group of individuals, armed with an assortment of firearms and clad in tattered clothing, suddenly emerged from the rugged terrain on the side of Tongzhou County. Among them, a few women took the lead, swiftly discharging their weapons before personally rushing towards the Huaihai District convoy. Thunderous lightning. One young woman, referred to as Sister by the others, surged ahead, an inexplicable extraordinary power coalescing within her. Subsequently, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the first vehicle in the convoy. Boom. The arrival of the lightning was accompanied by a thunderous explosion that shattered the silence enveloping the vehicles. Simultaneously, the personnel from Huaihai District became aware that their convoy was under attack and swiftly initiated a counteroffensive. The guards assigned to vigilance were the first to open fire, while the silver-armored guards who had just boarded the vehicles also reacted, activating their exoskeletal armor to join the fray. The surroundings erupted into chaos, filled with the crackling sounds of laser firearms and violent explosions. Amidst the turmoil, Su Zhe found himself momentarily bewildered. Chapter 175. An unexpected turn of events. Another batch of individuals. Where did these people come from? He queried. I don't know. It seems there was no mention of other forces in the intelligence reports, came the reply. At that moment, an intriguing expression crossed Suze's face, a blend of surprise and astonishment, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated that just as he was about to take action, another group would preemptively strike. It appeared they had been misled by the superficial information regarding the Huaihai district convoy, aiming to procure vital supplies from the vehicles. If those individuals were to seize the cargo and discover it was not food, would their expressions not be quite amusing? Observing the chaotic scene before him, Yi Qing suddenly interjected with a remark, perhaps, but in my view, these individuals are unlikely to succeed, rendering this question moot. The rationale behind Suze's words was straightforward. Despite their initial advantage from launching the attack, these unknown assailants still maintained a significant edge, particularly with the presence of an extraordinary leader among them, thereby clearly dominating the battlefield. However, mere minutes later, as the silver armored guards launched their assault, the entire Huaihai district team began to retaliate with astonishing speed. Led by a woman of lightning affinity, whose forces were swiftly routed, the armed contingent of several hundred suffered devastating casualties in an instant. With the ground stained by the vivid crimson of spilled blood, transforming the parched earth into a muddy terrain, while an inexplicable stench permeated the air. If all went as expected, Suze estimated that only a handful of the extraordinary individuals among them would manage to escape, while the rest would last no more than 10 minutes at most. Chief, shall we strike? Ye Qing, observing the dire situation, directly inquired whether Suze intended to engage at that moment, although the sudden appearance of that group had taken him by surprise. The armed personnel of Huaihai district responded with remarkable swiftness. Leveraging their superior weaponry, combat training, and numbers, they swiftly turned the tide of battle. Let us proceed. These individuals have inadvertently aided us. When we strike, let us show them some consideration, Suze declared. The adage that the enemy of my enemy is my friend resonated within him, as he found himself intrigued by the origins of this unfamiliar group. The chaotic battlefield presented an excellent opportunity for him. The 1st Battalion will engage on the front line. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions will attack simultaneously from the flanks. The extraordinary squad shall initiate the hunt for the silver armored guards. Engage with full force, no holds barred. As Suze's words echoed, Ye Qing immediately began orchestrating the combat operations. With the surrounding personnel pulling their triggers, Ye Qing joined the fray. A chilling aura erupted from her, a fierce killing intent sweeping across the battlefield. Bloodlust. The scarlet essence enveloped Ye Qing entirely, her overwhelming presence unleashing her full extraordinary power. In a brief moment, Ye Qing underwent a dramatic transformation. Her once lustrous black hair turned snow white, and beside her coalesced a crimson sphere seemingly formed of blood. Kill. As one of the rare dual ability wielders, Ye Qing's combat prowess was indisputable, and the bloodthirst was merely the onset. With the activation of her mechanical fusion ability, a titanium alloy blade materialized in her grasp. In the blink of an eye, Ye Qing, who had been by Suze's side, now stood on the battlefield. In your next life, do not choose to be the enemy of a leader, she uttered coldly, and before the silver armored guard could react, the blade was already before him. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was piercingly sharp, and the seemingly formidable exoskeleton failed to perform as expected. It was cleaved in two by Ye Qing. After dispatching the 1st silver armored guard, Ye Qing did not pause in her rampage, swiftly seeking her next target. As for the extraordinary squad members led by Ye Qing, while they may not match her individual combat strength, they were undeniably a significant threat to the armed personnel of Huaihai district, delivering a decisive blow. Even the silver armored guard, who was heavily relied upon by Shangguan Chensi, is now merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. At this stage, they can only rely on their numerical superiority for defense. Is this all the combat capability they possess? Yi Qing and the others have already engaged, while Suze, instead of hastily joining the fray, observes from the sidelines, remaining vigilant against potential adversaries that may emerge. However, after watching for a while, Suze began to wonder if he was being overly cautious. The battlefield had shifted entirely in favor of his side, and the seemingly elite armed personnel from the Huaihai district were now on the verge of collapse under Suze's relentless assault. The silver armored guard, once buoyed by Shangguan Chensi's hopes, could hardly muster any form of counterattack. If Suze's suspicions were correct, beyond the few hundred present, Shangguan Chensi must have other hidden forces secretly guarding the convoy. Given the current state of affairs, if any additional reinforcements were to materialize, they had better do so promptly. Otherwise, it would lead to the complete annihilation of the entire convoy. If 5 more minutes pass without any sign of others, it would be clear that no more personnel remain, and they could commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Despite rationality suggesting that no further forces from the Huaihai district would intervene, Su Zhe chose to remain cautious and continued to observe the battle. At that moment, his men, led by Yi Qing, were wreaking havoc on the battlefield, while those who had nearly crumbled previously began to regroup. On the edge of the battlefield, in a ravine, the remaining comrades huddled together. "Sister, our casualties are severe. In less than 10 minutes of engagement, we've lost over 100 men, and many of our brothers are gravely injured. Sister, which faction do these individuals belong to? Their combat prowess seems somewhat monstrous. Especially that girl whose explosive strength is simply astonishing. If they hadn't appeared so suddenly, we might have all perished here." In the ravine, the remaining 100 or so gathered, tending to the wounded while keeping a watchful eye on the battle's progress. They were astonished to witness Yi Qing, akin to a deity of war, effortlessly dispatching the silver-armored guard, whom they found insurmountable. They could not fathom how someone who appeared to be a frail girl could unleash such formidable combat prowess during battle. Chapter 176. The Astonishment of the Sanyuan Society. The Sanyuan Society is an organization formed spontaneously by explorers after the apocalypse, with its base located in Sanyuan County, at the intersection of the imperial capital and Su province. Beyond its 300 members, it also harbors over 1,000 survivors, relying on weapons left behind by the former official shelters to establish itself as a considerable force in several surrounding areas. Moreover, their leader, Chiu Ichuan, is an extraordinary individual with lightning attributes, causing other factions to think twice before provoking them. Originally, the Sanyuan Society was managing relatively well in Sanyuan County. Although they did face food shortages, they managed to control distribution and sought resources outside to sustain their existence. However, a month ago, unforeseen events befell the Sanyuan Society. A vast quantity of sustenance has not only been seized by Huang Tian and Tong Zhou, but this individual also harbors intentions of launching an assault on the Sanyuan Society. Under the dire circumstances of food scarcity, Chiu Ichuan, left with no recourse, is compelled to retaliate. Originally, the plan was to strike against Tongzhou County in 3 days. However, only 2 hours prior, her subordinates discovered a convoy laden with provisions stationed in Tongzhou County. The escort comprised merely over 400 personnel, armed with superior weaponry compared to that of the Sanyuan Society. Nevertheless, the Sanyuan Society boasted greater numbers, and as an ability user herself, Chiu Ichuan swiftly resolved to ambush the convoy while simultaneously enacting vengeance upon Tongzhou County. To her astonishment, mere moments into their direct engagement, the combat prowess exhibited by the convoy's personnel shattered their previous perceptions. Their remarkably refined reaction times and cohesive, uniform equipment were astounding. What was most difficult for them to accept was the sudden arrival of the silver-armored guards. Armed with laser weaponry and protected by exoskeleton armor capable of withstanding conventional kinetic weaponry, the instant of collision saw Chiu Ichuan's forces utterly routed. In truth, prior to Yi Qing and her companion's intervention, witnessing the heavy casualties inflicted upon her subordinates, Chiu Ichuan had resigned herself to the possibility of dying in this confrontation. Fortunately for her, luck was on her side. Just as she prepared to fight to the bitter end, Yi Qing took action. What ensued further plunged her into existential doubt. The armed forces from the Huaihai region, which she had deemed insurmountable, crumbled before another faction as if they were mere fragments. In stark contrast, even the silver-armored guards, whom Chiu Ichuan had personally commanded, fared only slightly better. The blood-soaked woman among them could dispatch foes with a mere flick of her blade, while the silver-armored guards required a bit more effort to vanquish. Witnessing this firsthand, Chiu Ichuan felt as though she had been struck with a heavy hammer. The realization that her utmost efforts could not withstand an adversary who, upon encountering others, seemed to be subjected to a dimensional reduction, rendered her utterly despondent. This feeling is one that those who have not experienced it could never comprehend. As for the situation on the battlefield, it was even more surreal. Within 10 minutes, the previously orderly ranks disintegrated, leaving them huddled like lambs awaiting slaughter near their vehicles. At that moment, Chiu Ichuan seized the opportunity to escape the chaos, retreating to the edge of the battlefield with her remaining subordinates to observe the carnage unfold. These individuals were undeniably monstrous in their capabilities. Emerging from the crowd, Chiu Ichuan ascended to the crest of a ravine, gazing in disbelief at Yi Qing and her companions. In a mere instant, this sudden eruption of conflict approached its conclusion. Yet all, including Chiyoichuan, remained ensnared in a state of shock. Sister, perhaps we should take our leave? A playful young woman named Shin Xin stood behind Chiyoichuan. However, this individual was anything but carefree. In previous battles, Shin Xin had always charged to the forefront, though not an ability user. Her martial prowess in Jeet Kune Do had rendered her nearly invincible. As for retreat, it is evidently an impossible task before the battle concludes. Shin Xin would never contemplate retreat. However, upon witnessing the crimson blade wielded by Yi Qing, reminiscent of a Valkyrie from the mortal realm, Shin Xin realized for the first time that perhaps retreating was not an act of disgrace. Now to leave, Autumn Ichuan longed to express her own desire to escape. Yet the reality was that it was simply unattainable. A glance at their surroundings made it abundantly clear that departure was a futile endeavor. In an effort to elucidate her reasons for remaining, Autumn Ichuan pointed towards several elevated positions. Were there still individuals observing us? Following the direction of her finger, Shin Xin comprehended why her elder sister had previously uttered those words. Beyond the hundreds engaged in the battlefield, there were at least 100 more atop the surrounding heights. Watching them intently. Sister, what should we do now? For the first time since joining the Sanyuan Society, Shin Xin tasted the bitterness of despair. When facing the previous convoy members, she had harbored a glimmer of hope for escape. However, contemplating the perverse adversaries before her extinguished that thought. To act recklessly and attempt a forced breakout would only yield one outcome, lying cold upon this land as a lifeless corpse. Thus, with no better alternatives, Shin Xin focused her gaze on her elder sister. I possess no superior plan either, but the one silver lining is that they seem disinclined to attack us. Otherwise, they would not merely be observing. After scrutinizing the situation and confirming that their watchers had no immediate intent to engage, Autumn Ichuan sighed in resignation. Let us wait and see. A rash move to break free would surely result in death. Perhaps remaining here offers a glimmer of hope for survival. Autumn Ichuan was acutely aware of their predicament, and thus she resolved to take a gamble. She hoped that Suze was solely intent on confronting the convoy members and held no interest in her side. Could it truly be that no one was present? That seemed implausible. If the vehicles contained concentrated ethereal, or would Su Ziyuan dispatch merely a handful of individuals? Or had she misjudged? And the vehicles were indeed filled with provisions? 10 fleeting minutes passed, with Suze not diverting his attention to the members of the Sanyuan Society, instead fixating intently on the vehicles in the nearby battlefield. In truth, Suze remained skeptical that his initial supposition was erroneous. He believed that the contents of these vehicles encompassed far more than mere sustenance. If not ethereal, or they must at least contain something of significance. Enough deliberation. Let us act. Soon, Suze dispelled any lingering hesitation and prepared to decisively conclude this confrontation, regardless of the circumstances. Resolving the conflict remained the most prudent course of action. Chapter 177. The Essence of Ethereal Energy, or Boss. There's no need for you to intervene. We have already eliminated all the adversaries on the battlefield. The remaining rabble poses no threat. Boss, you have nothing to attend to at the moment. Simply stand aside and await my return with a captured tongue. As Suze stepped onto the battlefield, the number of remaining foes was already dwindling. After dispatching 2 unfortunate souls attempting to flee, Yu Qing and Lin Yadong had swiftly joined Suze's side. The relaxed expressions on their faces indicated that the ambush had concluded successfully, and Suze was promptly informed of the casualty reports. Lin Yadong and Yu Qing represented 2 distinct combat zones. The total number of personnel dispatched from the Shanghang region exceeded 1,000. And aside from a handful of the initial frontline combatants who had sustained injuries, there had been no fatalities among Shanghang's forces. However, the situation in the Huaihai region appeared rather dire, with only 7 survivors remaining. At first glance, upon reviewing the casualty reports, Suze assumed Yu Qing and her companions were jesting. A casualty rate approaching 0 seemed implausible. Yet, upon observing the battlefield's grim reality, he noted that there were indeed no Shanghang uniforms among the fallen. Disregarding the remaining Huaihai personnel, Suze chose to inspect the contents of the vehicles. Realizing that no armed opposition lingered, he approached with purpose, peeling back the waterproof cover that concealed the cargo. Only provisions? As he surveyed the items atop the vehicle, a chill coursed through Suze's heart. It was indeed all food. The packaging was remarkably standardized, each weighing 50 kilograms, emblazoned with Huaihai's distinctive insignia. Clearly, this batch of provisions had not been hastily scavenged from elsewhere. Rather, it had been specially processed in Huaihai. Boss, rest assured. I sense that the cargo within these vehicles encompasses far more than mere food. Noticing Suze's displeased countenance, Lin Yedong, who had sheathed his dagger, leapt atop the vehicle. He hurled the topmost bag of provisions to the ground. 1 bag, 10 bags. After discarding over 30 bags, Lin Yedong's pace slowed. Although Suze refrained from speaking, the tension in his eyes was palpable. If their arduous efforts yielded nothing more than a convoy of supplies, it would not bode well for Suze. More critically, following this attack, the Huaihai forces would undoubtedly exercise heightened caution. The armed escort for transport vehicles would likely increase in both number and intensity, making the prospect of seizing such an opportunity again exceedingly improbable. Is food significant for the Shanghang district? Certainly, it holds great importance. However, in comparison to the concentrated, it seems rather trivial. Boss, there's something. Just as everyone was watching Lin Yedong with intense anticipation, he suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence. It doesn't appear to be rice. But I assure you, these items are anything but ordinary. Under Suze's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Yedong, without a hint of hesitation, approached him with his discovery. Before them lay a box crafted entirely of metal, roughly a meter in size and resembling a rectangular shape. Its surface bore no markings or identifiers, resembling an unremarkable toolbox. Strangely, at the center of the box was a complete combination lock. This box is likely not simple. Be careful when opening it. I suspect it may have a self-destruct mechanism, Suze remarked, his caution evident in the face of such an incongruous combination. Don't worry. As long as we can find a way to open it safely, there's no need to fret over the combination lock, Lin Yedong replied, undeterred by Suze's warning. After a brief explanation, he drew a dagger from his hand and began to slice along the corners of the box. Thanks to the dagger's exceptional sharpness, the seemingly robust metal box yielded effortlessly, like soft tofu. In no time, Lin Yedong had forcibly dismantled the exterior casing. Indeed, Suze was correct. As soon as the outer shell was removed, several uniformly colored wires came into view, along with a narrow compartment containing a small amount of high explosives. A moment's carelessness could trigger this explosive. While this quantity may not be lethal to an ability user, it could easily destroy the box. Boss, it's done. The explosives have been disarmed. Initially, Suze intended to intervene upon the sudden appearance of the explosives, but before he could speak, Lin Yedong had already neutralized them. Lin Yedong, I didn't expect you to handle explosives. When did you learn that skill? Suze inquired, taking the disarmed explosives from Lin Yedong, intrigued by when his companion had acquired such expertise. Hee, Lin Yedong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. It was just luck, believe it or not. Of course I believe you. Suze replied with hearty laughter before removing the final partition of the inner box. In an instant, a deep purple light erupted from within the box. And before Suze and the others could react, a potent wave of energy enveloped the surroundings. What is this? Such dense energy. Could it be an ability crystal? Impossible. Ordinary energy crystals do not possess such a rich energy source. Uncertain of what this item was, the expression on their leader's face indicated that the Shanghang district had struck a remarkable fortune this time. Before Suze could utter a word, several individuals, not too distant from him, had already sensed that the surrounding energy fluctuations seemed rather peculiar. The intensity was overwhelming. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, although the reasons remained unclear, the world was undeniably undergoing a transformation. What was once merely a concept within the realm of metaphysics had now materialized into reality. However, the concentration of this naturally emanating energy was not particularly high. It could only enhance the basic strength of ordinary individuals. This pure energy was ultimately limited. Yet at the moment Suze opened the box, everyone instinctively felt a distinct difference. Chapter 178. A change of ownership in Tongzhou County, such rich energy. Yi Qing, did you not sense that even the mere leakage of this energy rivals the state achieved through the cultivation of ability crystals? It was not just the surrounding crowd that could perceive the evident disparity. Those standing behind Suze, including Yi Qing, Lin Yedong, and the dozens of ability users from Shanghang district, also felt the difference. They were even more attuned to it. This heightened sensitivity stemmed from their status as ability users and their regular training, during which they utilized energy materials to enhance their extraordinary powers. Thus, they were acutely aware of the fluctuations in the energy around them. To illustrate this simply, one could liken the natural energy present in the air to a small bowl of water. Ordinary individuals might perceive it somewhat. However, ability users are not particularly sensitive to the natural energy permeating the air. Yet, under the current circumstances, The energy they could sense had already surpassed that provided by typical energy crystals. And this was merely the aura that had leaked out. If they could access the core, the amount of energy contained within would likely be astounding. Boss, what exactly is this thing? At last, Lin Yadong could no longer contain his excitement and inquired of Su Zhe while leaning in to glimpse the contents of the box. However, due to the box's considerable size and its position in Su Zhe's hands, Lin Yadong could only catch a brief overview. It appeared to be about the size of a fist, radiating a dazzling purplish glow, resembling a transparent crystal akin to a diamond, perhaps akin to amethyst. Although Yuqing did not rush to speak, the allure of gem-like objects holds an irresistible charm for many girls. At this moment, she too was quietly observing the box in Su Zhe's hands. Upon sensing the familiar aura, the restlessness in Su Zhe's gaze dissipated instantly. Although there was a subtle difference compared to the concentrated dark energy crystal he had encountered previously, he understood that the object in his hand was precisely what he desired. Dark energy crystal. So this is it. I cannot believe such a thing exists in the Huaihai district. As one of Su Zhe's trusted confidants, both Yuqing and Lin Yadong were acutely aware that Su Zhe had been focused on dark energy crystals for quite some time. Although the purpose of the ethereal ore remained uncertain to Su Zhe, reason dictated to the two of them that this ore was undoubtedly of immense significance. This was not merely an ordinary ethereal ore, but a refined product that had undergone further concentration. After a brief explanation, Su Zhe promptly placed the ethereal ore from the box into the system's spatial realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring high-energy attribute materials capable of replacing traditional upgrade materials. Shall we proceed with immediate transformation? Indeed, as Su Zhe had conjectured, the system exhibited a remarkable recognition of the concentrated ethereal ore's properties. Merely moments after its insertion into the system's space, a prompt had already appeared. System, I suspect you are not just a simple program, are you? The more time Su Zhe spent interacting with the system, the deeper his understanding became. Initially, he perceived the system as nothing more than a basic program. However, considering the previous occurrences in the current prompt, it seemed that this system was far from ordinary. A mere program would not display such enthusiasm for ethereal ore. Not inclined to respond, I see. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall eventually coax you into speaking. After waiting for a moment and noticing the system's lack of intention to reply, Su Zhe decided to let the matter rest. After all, given the present circumstances, the system posed no threat to him, and he also needed to rely on its power. At this stage, whether the system possessed intelligence seemed rather inconsequential. Move swiftly. I suspect every vehicle harbors such materials. Have the brothers temporarily stack the supplies together and extract the ethereal ore. Su Zhe refocused his attention, instructing Lin Yadong and the others to remove all the ethereal ore from the vehicles at once. All set. The ethereal ore is here, with each vehicle containing a box, while the remainder consists of provisions. Lin Yadong and his team's efficiency was impressive. Within half an hour, they had not only gathered all the ethereal ore from the convoy, but had also cleared the battlefield. After all, the laser weapons left on the battlefield contained minor quantities of ethereal ore, and with a spirit of waste not, want not, Lin Yadong and his team collected them as well. The provisions meant to obscure their movements in Huaihai district were promptly set aside to be transported back to Shanghang district later, regardless of the circumstances. Provisions were never a surplus. Excellent. Now, we must address these individuals. Once he confirmed that no supplies had been overlooked, Su Zhe turned his attention to the two groups. The remaining members of the Sanyuan Society found themselves in a ravine, surrounded by their own, allowing them to remain there for the time being. However, Su Zhe grew cautious regarding the armed forces gathered in Tongzhou County. From the moment the Sanyuan Society attacked Huaihai District, the local forces in Tongzhou County had no intention of getting involved. Instead, they watched from a distance, hoping to benefit from the turmoil. Su Zhe had been keenly aware of this all along. If those individuals from Tongzhou County had promptly vacated the battlefield after their initial engagement, Su Zhe could have dismissed the incident as inconsequential. Yet, these fools, oblivious to their peril, chose instead to fire upon Yuqing as Su Zhe gestured for her to take action. Had it not been for Yuqing's remarkable combat prowess, one might speculate that the actions of Tongzhou County's personnel would have escalated further. Yuqing, what do you think about subduing Tongzhou County? A faint, menacing smirk unexpectedly graced Su Zhe's countenance as he casually inquired about Yuqing's perspective. Whatever decision the boss makes is fine by me. I have no objections. Yuqing understood that her response essentially dictated the fate of these individuals. However, she was no saint. The prior gunfire had already indicated a desire to take her life. And had Yuqing not been formidable, the outcome could have been dire. Thus, her thoughts were straightforward. If they intended to kill her, they must inevitably pay a price. Regardless of their success, this was indisputable. Very well. Upon receiving Yiqing's reply, Suze nodded. Then let Tongzhou County find a new master. As his words lingered in the air, the armed forces of Tongzhou County, lurking behind the wall and fixated on Suze, suddenly sensed an ominous intent. Chapter 179. The ignorant Huang Tian. Everyone, we from Tongzhou County have not participated in this battle. We are unaware of your actions. Please do not approach. Huang Tian, the head of Tongzhou County, declared. If you come any closer, I shall not hold back. We can coexist peacefully. Why must we resort to violence? Just as Suze and Yiqing concluded their dialogue, the previously gathered crowd from Shanghang District swiftly dispersed, re-establishing their combat readiness. In an instant, the atmosphere, which had barely settled, grew tense once more. Observing this, Huang Tian promptly stepped forward, commanding his subordinates to ready their weapons while delivering a final warning to Suze and his companions. Huang Tian was no naive fool. He could perceive the hostility emanating from Suze. Frankly, he believed that his men had merely discharged a few warning shots, an act that should not warrant such hostility. Should these individuals continue to press their advantage, Huang Tian would not hesitate to demonstrate his strength. Sister, it seems they intend to take action against Huang Tian. Surely not. Are they planning to eliminate everyone in the vicinity? Initially, the atmosphere around the Sanyuan society had been relatively normal, as it appeared that Suze and his companions were not inclined to engage them. After all, it was improbable that the members of the Sanyuan society would initiate hostilities. However, upon realizing that Suze and his group were indeed preparing to strike, Shin Xian felt the tension rise anew among the Sanyuan society. More critically, they noticed that some individuals were slowly approaching them. Act swiftly, for there may yet be a chance to evacuate some of our personnel. If we wait until they are truly prepared to extinguish our lives, our escape will become exceedingly difficult. Observing the silent figure of Suze in the distance, Chun Ichio remained contemplative, while Shin Xian could no longer contain her impatience. Do not rush. Their objective is not us. Have you forgotten something? If this group intends to strike, we may lack the capability to defend ourselves. Just as Shin Xian contemplated a counterattack, Chun Ichio firmly restrained her. In Chun Ichio's assessment, Suze and his associates indeed harbored intentions of aggression, yet their targets were not her group, but rather the individuals from Tongzhou County. Sister, are you suggesting he aims to seize Tongzhou County? Although Shin Xian possessed a brash and carefree demeanor, it did not imply ignorance. Upon hearing Chun Ichio's words, she quickly grasped her sister's implication. The motivation behind this group's hostility was likely not to silence them, but rather an interest in Tongzhou County itself. Or perhaps it is not merely an interest in Tongzhou. I feel this individual may simply be seeking vengeance. Noticing Shin Xian's lingering confusion, Chun Ichio elaborated. Though this rationale seemed illogical, even somewhat absurd, Chun Ichio genuinely believed that the young man's motives for targeting Tongzhou were indeed that straightforward. How could that be? It was evident that Shin Xian remained skeptical of her sister's rather casual conjecture. In these dire times, while human life may hold little value, it certainly does not imply a free license to kill indiscriminately. Rules, though perhaps not codified as laws, still exist in every context. In the face of overwhelming power, one might indeed commit atrocities, yet it does not follow that one can take lives for peculiar and whimsical reasons. I doubt that is the case, Shin Xian remarked. Though she was unaware of the underlying motives, finding it hard to accept her sister's seemingly flippant hypothesis. Your belief is inconsequential. Without delving into an explanation for Shin Xian's viewpoint, Chun Ichio signaled her subordinates to lower their weapons. Today is not propitious. Our luck seems rather poor. But it is not yet time for desperate measures. Stand down. They are targeting Huang Tian, not us. Let us wait. Soon someone will approach us. Chun Ichio held significant authority within the Sanyuan society, and upon her command, the distressed individuals ultimately refrained from any rash actions. After exchanging glances, they gradually lowered their firearms. This young man, Huang Tian, I shall repeat once more, leave Tongzhou at once, or do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures. Clearly, Huang Tian lacked the perceptiveness of Chun Ichio. Confronted with the poised Suze, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. In fact, he had summoned a formidable force from the warehouse, a towed howitzer from the last century. This is the source of Huang Tian's confidence to confront Suze head-on. Although he possesses few shells, The mere presence of this formidable weapon is undeniably intimidating. Despite residing in Tongzhou County, Huang Tian remains relatively well-informed about the outside world and has some understanding of the abilities of others. Yet, in his view, these extraordinary individuals are still human. No one can withstand the onslaught of artillery shells. A single shot would undoubtedly reduce them to ashes. Boss, let me take action. I suspect this fellow has a few screws loose. Does he not realize that times have changed? Lin Yedong, typically not one to speak much in such moments, felt a sense of helplessness at the unfolding scene. Indeed, the majority of these extraordinary beings harbor a certain apprehension towards artillery, albeit merely of fleeting concern. The devastation wrought by a howitzer can inflict catastrophic damage upon them, but can one ensure that the operator behind the gun is not swiftly eliminated in the process? It is merely a matter of ingrained thinking. Go ahead, Lin Yedong. Su Zhe, observing Huang Tian's demeanor, found it quite understandable. At a glance, Huang Tian appeared to be at least 40 or 50 years old, and within his limited comprehension, the howitzer undoubtedly represented a formidable weapon. Altering a person's entrenched beliefs is an exceedingly arduous task. Thus, Su Zhe chose not to provide any explanations but instead instructed Lin Yedong to take action. Sometimes, death serves as the most effective means of reshaping one's perspective. Understood. Upon receiving Su Zhe's command, Lin Yedong sprang into action. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, he leapt over the wall, even before Huang Tian could recover from his astonishment. A razor-sharp dagger swiftly found its way to the old man's throat. Chapter 180. Spring translates autumn and Shun Xin. Surrender. Little brother, I was wrong. Whatever you desire, just say the word, and I shall not dare to resist. You may take anything within Tongzhou County. Just spare my life. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Huang Tian finally reacted, cautiously glancing at Lin Yedong behind him, and immediately capitulated. Hurry, everyone, lay down your weapons. Fearing that his subordinates might act foolishly, Huang Tian hastily gestured for them to disarm before waiting for Su Zhe's response. However, at that moment, it was too late. The moment he chose to aim his gun at us, his fate was sealed. Huang Tian's pleas for mercy were utterly futile. As Lin Yedong made his move, Yiqing also led her team into Tongzhou County, swiftly subduing over 100 armed personnel. The elite members, enhanced by the systematic training, found it exceedingly simple to control these gaunt individuals. Crack! Huang Tian seemed poised to utter something, but before he could speak, the sound of a bone-shattering silenced him completely. Tongzhou County has been secured. As Su Zhe ascended the city walls, the lifeless Huang Tian collapsed onto the ground, and Lin Yuandong alongside Yiqing reappeared behind him. They briefly reported on the situation in Tongzhou County, revealing that there were merely 1,000 survivors, with only a handful armed. As for the artillery piece Huang Tian had mentioned earlier, upon careful inspection, Lin Yuandong discovered it was nothing more than a FAAD. While the shells were indeed present, the majority of the cannon's components had succumbed to rust. Whether it could fire was a separate matter altogether. It was merely an inconsequential faction. Its destruction would be of little consequence. They decided to gather some useful items and prepare to return to Shanghang District. After surveying Tongzhou County, Su Zhe found no interest in this place. There was no profit to be had, and forcibly occupying it would merely burden Shanghang District with a useless enclave. Thus, relinquishing this territory aligned more closely with Su Zhe's interests. As for whether the remaining personnel would report their findings to Huaihai District, Su Zhe harbored no concerns. Since departing Huaihai District, he had never worried about potential retaliation. Should Su Ziyuan and his associates dare to act, Su Zhe would not hesitate to demonstrate the meaning of absolute warfare. Moreover, he was no executioner. He would not slay these indifferent survivors. What of those in the ravine? Would they be killed as well? As they prepared to return to Shanghang District, Lin Yuandong hesitated for a moment before gesturing toward the remnants of the Sanyuan society in the ravine. Were they still there? Su Zhe was genuinely surprised to find that the initial attackers had not yet departed and seemed hesitant to leave, possibly fearing retribution. Yiqing, somewhat embarrassed, explained that she had initially dispatched some personnel to seal off the entirety of Tongzhou County, ensuring that, without Su Zhe's permission, not even a mosquito could escape. Thus, the members of the Sanyuan society were unable to depart. Very well, let them approach. I happen to wish to inquire about certain matters. Yiqing did not articulate her thoughts too clearly, yet Su Zhe grasped the underlying reason. It was likely a mere misunderstanding. Su Zhe considered himself no villain. His earlier confrontation with Huang Tian stemmed solely from the latter's intent to harm Yiqing. Yes, Su Zhe could be rather petty. At that moment, The individuals in the ravine had never chosen to attack Suze's group. Rather, in a certain sense, they could be regarded as allies. How could Suze possibly choose to engage them? There was no need. Just as Suze prepared to approach and converse with these individuals, two women were already making their way towards him. Despite the evident tension visible on the faces of the two individuals, Suze could not deny the undeniable allure of the two young women. The elder of the pair appeared to be in her early 30s. Although her skin was slightly darker, she exuded a charm that suggested maturity and grace. Her shoulder-length hair added to her striking presence, embodying the essence of a sophisticated and understanding older sister. While Suze's personal preferences did not align with this type, it did not detract from her beauty. The younger woman, in stark contrast, radiated youthful exuberance, embodying the very essence of vivacity. Even amidst the palpable tension, she frequently cast curious glances at Suze, her inquisitive nature shining through. After a brief introduction, they revealed themselves as members of the Sanyuan Society, based in the vicinity of Tongzhou, with no intent to oppose him. I am Shen Xian, and this is my sister, Chun Ichio. As Suze assessed both Chun Ichio and Shen Xian, they, in turn, scrutinized him. Particularly, when Shen Xian noticed Suze's gaze lingering on her, she responded with a subtle, amused glance. It was clear that they sensed Suze's appreciative gaze, which, for reasons unknown, they did not find unpleasant. Rather, it conveyed a sense of admiration devoid of ulterior motives. Shen Xian had encountered many gazes throughout her life, yet Suze's was refreshingly agreeable. Chun Ichio, what a lovely name, Suze mused, recognizing the rarity of the surname Chun in his limited experience. Particularly when paired with the name Shen Xian. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Hello. I find myself more curious about the motivations behind your choice to target this convoy rather than your identities. Without lingering on the matter of names, Suze promptly redirected the conversation. What exactly was the Sanyuan Society, and why did they choose to act against the convoy in Huaihai District? These two inquiries were critical, and Suze, uninterested in prolonged probing, opted for direct questioning. Often, initial probing is customary, yet it presumes a balance of power between parties. In a scenario where one party overwhelmingly dominates, the complexities dissipate, as Suze merely sought the information he desired. What you say holds significance. Yet what remains unsaid can be coaxed from these two before me. As for beauty and gender, I must apologize. In matters of interest, the presence of beauty becomes irrelevant. Chapter 181. I, Suze, am always fair to be candid. You have taken me by surprise. Though I, Chun Ichio, may not possess great strength, I have encountered many individuals, including those from formidable factions in the imperial capital. Yet, none compare to you. It was evident that Chun Ichio comprehended the unvarnished meaning behind Suze's words, and a hint of amusement flickered across her previously solemn expression. She recognized that this young man was indeed intriguing. I am who I am. My connections with others are minimal. Please respond to my inquiries. Chun Ichio's previous remarks, whether flattery or truth, do not concern Suze, who is solely focused on the knowledge he seeks. Time is of the essence, and I hope you will not squander it further. Glancing at the clock, Suze issued a final ultimatum. The Sanyuan Society is merely an organization I established independently, with no ties to other factions. The rationale behind the attack on this convoy is quite simple. It is solely for the sake of sustenance. Initially, Suze gave Chun Ichio the impression of a youth as radiant as the sun, yet now he resembled a stern and formidable dictator. Sensing the gravitas emanating from Suze, Chun Ichio promptly divulged his background and the reason for his presence here. He suddenly took Shen Xian's hand and stepped back 2 paces. Though Chun Ichio believed that this youth was unlikely to act against him, one must always remain vigilant. Very well, I comprehend your stance. After discarding a stone he had carelessly picked up, Suze scrutinized Chun Ichio once more. This time, however, his gaze was not one of admiration, but rather an evaluative one, as if he viewed Chun Ichio and Shen Xian not as individuals, but as mere commodities. Sir, I hope you will show some decorum. We are human beings, and your gaze is quite unsettling. Shen Xian finally spoke, unable to endure Suze's scrutiny any longer. In Shen Xian's eyes, Suze was undoubtedly superior. She could tolerate his inquiries in the imposing demeanor of authority. Yet, this objectifying gaze was intolerable. Silence. Just as Shen Xian was about to retort, Chun Ichio swiftly intervened, halting her, and then respectfully addressed Suze. Please continue, sir. He possesses capability and understanding of timing, and, most importantly, an awareness of the rules of survival. Suze was not incensed by Shin Xin's words or actions. He maintained that same penetrating gaze directed at Chunichio. Strangely, after a few moments, Suze suddenly smiled. Do you have aspirations for further advancement? Sir. What do you mean? Chunichio, who had previously worn a serious expression, suddenly recalled something upon hearing Suze's words. However, he dared not voice his conjectures. Your abilities extend far beyond merely leading 1,000 men. The Sanyuan society is beneath you. Align with me, and I can empower you to reach new heights. Suze was unambiguous in his intentions. He had set his sights on Chunichio. Through various experiences, Suze had come to recognize how invaluable talent is as a resource, and Chunichio fit the criteria he sought. What must I do? In response to Suze's forthrightness, Chunichio did not feign ignorance, but rather inquired about his primary concern. Those acquainted with their own affairs know the intricacies of their circumstances. If not for the fact that this organization, the Triad Society, was founded by her own hand. Chunichio, an extraordinary individual, would never consider it as the culmination of her existence. Thus, the conditions proposed by Suze deeply intrigued her. However, her hesitation stemmed from a vital question. What must she sacrifice to attain such benefits? In the realm of adulthood, there exists no notion of pure gift. It is a raw transaction at its core. Chunichio had a profound appreciation for this equitable and natural exchange model. Yet one element remained to be negotiated. What exactly would she need to relinquish? If it were her talents, abilities, or even her life and loyalty, she would unconditionally accept the terms of this transaction. However, if it were merely her corporeal form, she would have to decline. This was her unwavering principle. The very reason she established the Triad Society was to ensure that her body belonged solely to her, rather than being treated as a commodity for others to exploit. Should the price of joining Suze's arrangement involve her physical self, she would rather gamble her fate, perishing in this abyss or striving to survive. This mindset may seem obstinate, yet it is quintessentially Chunichio. Otherwise, her unique essence would not persist in this world. Sister, whatever decision you make, I, Shin Xin, will support you unconditionally. It seemed that Shin Xin sensed the flicker of desperation in Chunichio's gaze. At that moment, she directed a fierce glare at Suze. Despite Suze's rather handsome appearance, to Shin Xin, he appeared as a formidable demon. You are mistaken. I, Suze, have no interest in your body. What I seek is your loyalty. Chunichio's thoughts were plainly evident on her countenance. How could Suze be oblivious to this? Do you perceive me as a ravenous lecher? In an effort to preserve his image from such vilification, Suze reluctantly clarified, my primary base is in Shanghang District, and I have no desire to exert control over the Tongzhou area. Initially, I intended to relinquish this territory altogether. However, your emergence has altered my intentions. I now wish for you to govern this region. Suze's explanation was candid, accompanied by an expression of exasperation. It was hardly his fault. He had not anticipated that Chunichio would misconstrue his words. To prevent any further misunderstandings, Suze straightforwardly articulated his reasons for wanting to ally with her. You hail from Shanghang District? Isn't that part of Su Province? What brings you here? Chunichio expressed her astonishment at Suze's origins. Although, strictly speaking, the land distribution of this area belonged to Su Province, the surrounding powers predominantly stemmed from other regions of the imperial capital. The emergence of an influence from Su Province piqued her curiosity. Are you suggesting that we submit to you and manage Tongzhou County on your behalf? However, it was not long before Chunichio shifted her focus back to Tongzhou County. Rather than being a subordinate, I would prefer to consider it a partnership. I find this terminology much more agreeable. Chunichio's understanding was not entirely erroneous, yet Suze felt compelled to clarify her interpretation of their relationship. The term subordinate seemed rather unflattering, suggesting a hierarchy akin to that of a bandit king. In contrast, the designation of partner was far more appealing. This reflection led Suze to a vague nostalgia for Womio. Additionally, I shall provide you with a batch of energy crystals to assist in purifying your extraordinary powers. Consider this compensation. Noticing Chunichio's keen interest in this matter, Suze also outlined some benefits he could offer. I have agreed, and from now on, the Sanyuan will cease to exist, leaving only the armed forces of Tongzhou County. Once it became evident that Suze's expectations were indeed so straightforward, Chunichio readily accepted his invitation. In the remaining half-hour, Suze ensured that Tongzhou County was fully under control and left a batch of gifts for Chunichio, including the recently acquired grain from the Huaihai District convoy. After discussing the specifics of their collaboration with Chunichio, Suze and his companions returned to Shanghang District with the concentrated ethereal ore. Before departing, Suze took a moment to pose a question to Lin Yedong. Do I truly resemble a villain so much that even women suspect my intentions? Unable to provide a response, Lin Yedong could only offer an awkward smile in reply. Yet, it seemed that Suze gleaned some understanding from Lin Yedong's expression. It suggested that perhaps he ought to alter the way he perceived the opposite sex to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Chapter 182. Gu Qing half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Since returning from Tongzhou County to Shanghang District, Suze promptly placed all personnel in a state of readiness, anticipating a sudden assault from the Huaihai District. However, it appeared that his concerns were unwarranted. 3 days after returning to Shanghang District, the Huaihai District showed no signs of activity, as if nothing had transpired. Perhaps their plans against Shanghang District were still in the works. Aside from the usual surveillance by spies, there were no unusual occurrences. Observing this, Suze lost interest in the Huaihai District, delegating the matters to Lin Yedong and Zhang Xiaojia. He then began to study the concentrated ethereal ore within the confines of the base. The quantity of concentrated ethereal ore obtained from the convoy was modest, yet sufficient for a system upgrade. Following several days of charging, the system underwent another upgrade. However, the gains from this occasion were not substantial. The core area of Shanghang District expanded by 50 kilometers, and the limits for 2 enhanced barracks and several defensive facilities were increased. Nonetheless, the base itself did not experience significant enhancements. This outcome was within Suze's expectations, considering that this upgrade could only be categorized as a minor one, and he found the lack of major changes acceptable. What truly surprised Suze was the unwavering loyalty of Chun Yiqiu and Shin Exine, who, shortly after joining his ranks, became staunch allies. Not only did they provide Suze with 2 talented recruits, but they also expanded the map of Shanghang District by incorporating the area of Tongzhou County. Clearly, Tongzhou County is a region that has been largely neglected, with a sparse population. However, under Chun Yiqiu's management, it has yielded considerable benefits. Just a few days ago, Suze received word from Chun Yiqiu that the survival resources in Tongzhou County had become self-sufficient. Furthermore, as Tongzhou County serves as a crucial supply station on the route connecting Su Province to the imperial capital, it occasionally provides valuable intelligence. This news inexplicably brought Suze a sense of joy, as it offered yet another channel for information acquisition for Shanghang District. Even though there appeared to be no overt connection between Tongzhou County and Shanghang District, in certain circumstances, this could even serve as a covert asset. This reminds one of an old adage: unintentionally planting willows may lead to a flourishing shade. Could it be that Su Ziyuan and the fellow from Huaihai District, Shang Guanchensi, possess such remarkable composure? After completing the construction of the newly upgraded system's building limits, Suze emerged from his room, muttering about Huaihai District. He found it hard to believe that Huaihai District was unaware that the loss of the concentrated ghost energy mine was orchestrated by him. When Suze initiated the operation, he did not conceal his forces, but rather boldly marched out from Shanghang District. At that time, Huaihai District might have been oblivious to his intentions. However, with the complete disappearance of their convoy and the lost ghost energy mine, it was unreasonable for them not to suspect him. Moreover, within the entirety of Su Province, there was no other entity that could be deemed an enemy of Huaihai District, only Suze's Shanghang District. Thus, Huaihai District's continued inaction left Suze more perplexed. Well, whatever may come, I shall be prepared, he decided. Regardless of whether Huaihai District took action, he needed to make the appropriate preparations and not worry unduly. Smacking his lips, Suze found himself rather looking forward to Huaihai District's response. The saying goes, a storm is brewing. Glancing at the weather, he noted it was a fine sunny day. Zhang Xiaojia, come here. How is the arrangement of the team reform that I tasked you with? Since he could not ascertain the true nature of Su Ziyuan and his associates, Suze had little desire to ponder further. Instead, he turned his attention back to himself. Just then, Zhang Xiaojia stealthily rushed past him, prompting Suze to call him over. Boss, I was just busy. We reported the discovery of an abandoned city ruin nearby, and we need more manpower for exploration. I was planning to send some brothers to assist. Upon being questioned by Suze, Zhang Xiaojia stumbled and hurriedly explained the situation. Is that what I asked you about? Suze thought that Zhang Xiaojia's evasive response was rather peculiar, as his answer seemed unrelated to the question posed, which only heightened Suze's suspicions. Exploring the ruins of the old town has essentially become a routine endeavor, nearly every day. Personnel from Shanghang District are organized to venture into the old city in search of necessary supplies. Such trivial matters do not warrant Zhang Shaojia's involvement. If we use shorthanded, she could simply assign someone else to handle it. There is no need for Zhang Shaojia to take it upon himself. Moreover, given Su Zhe's understanding of Zhang Shaojia, it is evident that under normal circumstances, he would never speak to him in such a tone. Coughing slightly, Zhang Shaojia stated, "Boss, I intend to visit Shanghang District to deliver something," attempting to conceal his actions from Su Zhe. He then revealed what he was holding, a lunchbox, its exterior resembling a heart. Goodness, is it for that girl? Upon witnessing this, Su Zhe instantly comprehended the situation. It appears that Zhang Shaojia has developed feelings for someone. While inquiring about Zhang Shaojia, Su Zhe also accessed the system's loyalty list, prepared to assess the reliability of the girl he fancies. This was not due to a lack of trust in Zhang Shaojia, but rather because of his unique standing within Shanghang District. Although he was not a diehard loyalist, his loyalty stood at an impressive 99%. Underscoring his unwavering dedication to Su Zhe, it is possible that Zhang Shaojia's lack of absolute loyalty thus far is not due to an absence of fidelity, but rather because he is unable to become an ability user. While Su Zhe had not received a definitive response from the system regarding this matter, it remained the only plausible explanation. Therefore, there was no need to be concerned about Zhang Shaojia betraying him. Conversely, the girl whom Su Zhe admired warranted careful consideration. "Oh, boss, it's not that I like her. I just find her somewhat peculiar, and I plan to investigate further." Love at first sight? Su Zhe chuckled. Not quite. It's simply that her presence around me seems unusual. Her name is Gu Qing. She was once a survivor from Shanghang District. But I noticed something amiss when I registered personnel earlier. Upon hearing Su Zhe's remarks, Zhang Shaojia immediately sought to clarify. "I still feel that you are just coveting her." While teasing Zhang Shaojia, Su Zhe opened the loyalty list. Upon inspection, the findings were indeed curious. Gu Qing. Loyalty, 59. The system even marked her with a red indicator, signifying danger. Zhang Shaojia. I believe it may be prudent for you to consider pursuing someone else. Typically, individuals joining Shanghang District possess a loyalty score of at least 60, indicating a strong commitment against betrayal. However, Gu Qing's loyalty score of 59 is quite telling, suggesting that she may very well be a pawn placed in Shanghang District by another faction. I truly have no intentions of pursuing her. Boss, do you also find that girl somewhat strange? At this moment, Zhang Shaojia seemed to grasp the underlying implications of Su Zhe's words. Setting aside the heart-shaped lunchbox he had prepared, with a tone tinged with resentment, Zhang Shaojia expressed his self-awareness. "It is indeed an unusual occurrence for a girl of such caliber to take an interest in me. My intention is merely to investigate the reasons behind her actions." "You believe this girl is peculiar?" Su Zhe was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Shaojia had, for once, demonstrated a rare moment of insight. "In truth, I had already sensed something amiss, which is why I planned to probe further." Flattered by Su Zhe's compliment, a smile crept onto Zhang Shaojia's face. He then raised the lunchbox in his hand, declaring, "I am not genuinely interested in her. This is merely an excuse to approach her. Yes, exercise caution. Handle this matter on your own. I suspect she may be a spy from another region." With that, Su Zhe revealed his suspicions about Gu Qing's potential identity, offering Zhang Shaojia a word of advice. Naturally, Su Zhe refrained from using loyalty as evidence for his assumptions, opting instead to elucidate the peculiar circumstances from other perspectives. "Boss, rest assured, I was prepared to test her from the outset. I even enlisted Lin Yudong to accompany me. Should anything seem off, I will have him intervene immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shaojia became serious. "I believe you can indeed turn the tables on her." Su Zhe gestured for Zhang Shaojia to remain calm, encouraging him to maintain an unknowing facade while continuing to interact with her. The reason for this approach was twofold. On one hand, Su Zhe wished to provide Zhang Shaojia with a rather pleasant romantic experience. Although he had yet to meet Gu Qing in person, the virtual avatar in the system list portrayed her as an undeniable beauty, a veritable stroke of fortune for Zhang Shaojia. Moreover, Su Zhe entertained a bold notion to have Zhang Shaojia engage in counterespionage. Capturing a small fish held little interest. It was a larger catch that Su Zhe desired. "No wonder you're the boss. I was thinking along the same lines." Zhang Shaojia beamed with pride, pleased to find his thoughts aligned with Su Zhe's. "A spy from another region? Attempting to seduce me?" Zhang Shaojia vowed that he would not be outwitted. After their minds melded in agreement, Su Zhe chose not to dwell further on the matter, merely reminding Zhang Shaojie to avoid any blunders and not to overlook his other responsibilities. Subsequently, Suze temporarily parted ways with Zhang Shaojie. Chapter 183. Suze's fishing plan after separating from Zhang Shaojie. Suze did not place significant concern on the infiltration of spies, merely keeping a fleeting watch on the situation. He then reopened the system list. Discovering that the population of Shanghang district had neared 100,000. However, beneath the list lay another indicating disloyalty. A quick glance revealed that the numbers were not substantial. Primarily concentrated within Shanghang City, comprising just over 200 individuals. Within the Dawn base, not a soul could be found, a situation that was, in fact, anticipated by Suze. Although Suze had successfully seized control of the entire Shanghang district, the sheer number of personnel made the emergence of spies an inevitability. The Dawn base was the very core of Suze's operations, and it was exceedingly improbable for ordinary individuals to gain entry into the base. Access was contingent upon a personal introduction and Suze's direct approval. Under such a vetting mechanism, no spy could infiltrate the base. There was no alternative. Suze had an advantage. The system's loyalty mechanism could influence anyone, raising the question of whether to eliminate these spies outright or nurture them slowly, allowing the system to completely convert them. Were this to occur within another faction, chaos would likely ensue. However, Suze remained unfazed. The few hundred spies embedded in the Shanghang district from other regions posed minimal threat. The reason was quite simple. Any survivor entering the Shanghang district would automatically be regarded by the system as a subordinate of Suze, gradually increasing their loyalty in a subtle manner. This explains why Suze observed that the loyalty ratings of those spies within the Shanghang district ranged between 30 to 50. While this figure might not seem significant for the survivors native to the Shanghang district, it could be more substantial for spies infiltrating from other areas. A loyalty score of 20 indicates a degree of recognition towards their current gathering place, while 30 signifies that, under normal circumstances, they would never choose to undermine it. The loyalty indices of 40 and 50 are even more pronounced. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they would be indistinguishable from ordinary survivors. Nonetheless, this is not absolute. Some individuals, being trained assassins, infiltrate Suze's ranks, presenting a challenge for which Suze had no better solution. Thus, he faced two potential courses of action. The first was to apprehend all spies listed by the system and eliminate them. This method was the simplest, likely reducing the potential for insurrection and rendering the base impenetrable. It could be considered a viable option but not a permanent solution. Once the operatives behind these spies realized they could no longer communicate with their pawns within Suze's ranks, they would undoubtedly dispatch new agents, potentially leading to greater losses for Suze. Moreover, the spies currently under Suze's command were still influenced by the system, significantly lowering the likelihood of issues arising. After careful consideration, Suze ultimately abandoned this approach. He decided to act as if he had not detected the infiltration, allowing time for the system to subtly sway their allegiance. This, he concluded, was the most fitting solution for his predicament. As for those resolute individuals who cannot be swayed, the solution is rather straightforward. Simply allow them to remain in the urban area of Shanghang, for there exists no exceedingly significant secret within that vicinity. Boss, trouble is brewing. Just after addressing the issue of internal spies within the territory, Suze had yet to catch his breath when he noticed Ierxi and Su Xiao rushing towards him in haste. Su Xiao, were you not with Ierxi at the mine? In truth, it had been quite some time since Suze last laid eyes on Su Xiao. Prior to the meeting, Su Xiao had been assigned by him to the urban area of Shanghang to oversee the reception of refugees and the sheltering of survivors. For someone as naive as Su Xiao, her time there was merely a means of passing the days. Coupled with Ierxi's unique ability to discern the malice within human nature, this task of registering refugees was undoubtedly the most suitable role for him. However, both Su Xiao and Ierxi expressed a reluctance to leave the mine, desiring instead to remain within its depths. Upon inquiring about the reason, Suze learned that Ierxi required the unique energy emanating from the mine for her cultivation, leaving Suze with little to argue against. Coincidentally, the mine needed a supervisor, and thus Su Xiao was dispatched there. During this period, the mine had been managed with remarkable order by the two, prompting Suze to refrain from further inquiries. However, today seemed to herald an unexpected turn of events. The typically composed Su Xiao and Ierxi approached Suze with an air of urgency. Slow down. What has caused you both to become so agitated after only a few days apart? Suze, unperturbed, gently urged them to take a seat. pouring each a cup of tea before casually inquiring, "Has something occurred at the mine?" "It is not a matter concerning the mine." In response to Suzai's question, both Irxi and Su Xia shook their heads in unison. It is something far more significant. To lend credibility to her words, Irxi animatedly gestured with her petite arm while speaking. "I suddenly sensed a massive surge of energy near Su province, akin to a harbinger of impending doom. Yes, I too felt a sense of foreboding. It is perilous." Irxi and Su Xia echoed one another, their expressions exaggerated, yet the nature of their claims bore an inexplicable quality. "Perhaps one of you should speak at a time?" After listening intently, Suzai found himself perplexed by the essence of their message. More importantly, their animated gestures imparted a storytelling ambience. Nevertheless, Suzai did not dismiss the situation as mere jest. He possessed a certain understanding of Su Xia and Irxi's abilities. Although these two often seemed inept in various tasks, their intuition regarding crises was remarkably accurate. Irxi, being a sprite, possessing the ability to foresee calamities was quite normal. However, Su Xia's ability was somewhat perplexing. Strictly speaking, she was not even classified as an extraordinary being, or rather, Irxi could be seen as Su Xia's extraordinary essence. Yet, her premonitions regarding crises were astonishingly precise. Therefore, Suzai was not joking. He set down his teacup and gazed intently at the two individuals before him. He, too, was eager to discern the nature of the crisis these two fellows spoke of. Chapter 184. Su Xia's esoteric prediction. I shall speak. Upon observing Elsie's hesitance, Su Xia promptly stepped forward. "Boss, look at my star-gathering orb." With utmost care, she retrieved a spherical glass orb resembling a crystal ball from the pouch she carried. Pointing at the object, she exclaimed, "Look, this little orb has cracked. What does this fissure signify?" At that moment, a peculiar expression crossed Suzai's face. Upon scrutinizing Su Xia, he noted that there was no hint of jest upon her countenance. Rather, she was earnestly focused on him. Suzai found himself at a loss. He had never realized that conversing with someone like Su Xia, who possessed an air of mystique, could be so inexplicably challenging. Were it not for his familiarity with her character, which assured him she would never jest in such matters, he might have suspected that Su Xia was merely toying with him. Before him, the glass orb in Su Xia's hand appeared to be nothing more than a simple transparent decorative piece. He could even see hand-painted pentagrams adorning its surface, colored with crayon. Rather than a star-gathering orb, it seemed more akin to a craft project from a kindergarten class. As for the crack she mentioned, upon closer inspection, Suzai did indeed notice it, yet he questioned whether it symbolized disaster or if it was merely a result of Su Xia's clumsiness while handling the orb. "I see it. Does this crack signify something, or does it foretell impending calamity?" After earnestly observing Su Xia once more and confirming her serious demeanor, Suzai momentarily suppressed his chaotic thoughts. He began to sincerely inquire about the significance of the fissure on the star-gathering orb. "This orb represents the Shanghang district, and these meteors symbolize the blessings we have wished upon it. As long as the stars shine brightly upon the orb, the Shanghang district shall receive divine protection. However, just yesterday, a crack suddenly appeared, which signifies that a disaster is imminent for the Shanghang district." In response to Suzai's further inquiry, Su Xia earnestly elucidated the reasoning behind this revelation. "This is indeed true, boss. You must believe me." Fearing that Suzai might doubt her words, she reiterated her assertion and summoned Elsie back into Suzai's view. "If you do not believe me, you can ask Elsie. It sensed an incredibly intense dark force earlier. An energy density so profound it could envelop the entire province of Su." "Very well, I shall take note of this matter. But for now, has it not yet occurred?" Despite the perplexing information conveyed by Su Xia and Elsie, reason urged Suzai to acknowledge the seriousness of the situation. "I shall accompany you outside to observe. If you are capable of sensing the forces of darkness, surely there must be a precise location associated with it." With Zhang Xiaojie and Lin Yedong preoccupied with their own matters, and Yi Qing engaged in training the ability users, there is a notable lack of available individuals in the entire Shanghang district at this moment. Hence, Suzai resolved to take matters into his own hands, intending to investigate the situation that Su Xia had alluded to. Indeed, it was near the mining area, seemingly in close proximity to Huaihai district. Upon being queried, Su Xia and Irxi promptly revealed the location they had sensed, which was approximately 5 kilometers from the mining area, situated in a mountainous region that was, in fact, closer to Huaihai district. The forces of darkness, could it be the darkness itself? Hearing that there appeared to be a connection to Huaihai district made Suzai immediately cautious, sparking a hint of suspicion within him. However, he refrained from jumping to conclusions and simply informed the base guards of his departure, before setting off with Su Xia and Ierxi towards the mining area. Is this the location? After driving for half an hour, Su Zhe and Su Xia arrived at the center of the spot that Ierxi had sensed. It was a small basin surrounded by the familiar desert. Yet within this basin lay a rare source of water, accompanied by a lush patch of greenery. The marks left on the surrounding soil suggested that some survivors had indeed sought water here. Had it not been for Su Xia leading Su Zhe to this very spot and firmly asserting that the source of the dark forces stemmed from here, he would have detected no anomalies at all. Indeed, this was the place. The foretold site of impending disaster from the star-plucking orb was precisely here. Su Xia nodded in affirmation, then, to substantiate her claims, retrieved the star-plucking orb she had previously stored. Look, the orb is now enveloped in black mist. What could this mean? Why, indeed, Su Zhe noticed the peculiar changes occurring within the star-plucking orb held by Su Xia. At the dawn base, the orb had appeared more like a decorative trinket from Yiwu, presenting no signs of irregularity apart from its aesthetic appeal. Yet now, this baseball-sized crystal sphere was shrouded by a wisp of black mist, and the cracks on its surface were steadily widening. It was quite perplexing. One side shimmered with a brilliant halo, while the other lay dim and entirely obscured by the encroaching black fog. I shall investigate the surroundings. If Su Zhe had previously been able to explain Su Xia and Ierxi's discoveries through metaphysical reasoning, it seemed that something truly significant was about to transpire. After instructing Su Xia and Ierxi to remain by the vehicle and not wander off, Su Zhe commenced his exploration. He first surveyed the immediate environment, finding no anomalies. Yet he did not abandon his quest. Instead, he ventured alone to the highest vantage point nearby. Upon meticulous examination, Su Zhe indeed uncovered something unusual. There were bones submerged within the lake. The surface of the water, due to the refraction of sunlight, creates a visual distortion under flat conditions, rendering the lakebed invisible unless one is in close proximity to the lake. However, from a higher vantage point, the perspective shifts dramatically. The distance expands, and the entire vista becomes more expansive. This newfound elevation allowed Su Zhe to immediately discern something amiss beneath the lake's surface. Beneath the crystalline waters lay a multitude of skeletons, and to his dismay, Su Zhe could distinctly observe remnants of decaying flesh clinging to the bones, while some mutated fish at the lake's bottom feasted upon the remains. More chillingly, from the garments still attached to the corpses, Su Zhe recognized the unique markings of the Huaihai district, indicating that these individuals were once inhabitants of that area. Chapter 185. The traces of the Dark Society. Could the source of the Dark Aura be these very corpses? Might the dark power stem from the Dark Society? Su Zhe had not forgotten this organization. Although he had eradicated the Dark Society in the Shanghang district, he recalled that Wu Miao had mentioned its existence beyond that locality. It was not merely confined to Shanghang but was prevalent in other regions of Su province, albeit undiscovered. Initially, Su Zhe had taken this information lightly, as the absence of the Dark Society in Shanghang seemed to render the existence of such a threat elsewhere irrelevant to him. It was a concern for others to ponder. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him today, Su Zhe felt an unsettling realization. The Dark Society seemed poised for a resurgence. Stay here. I will descend for a moment. In truth, the most prudent course of action for Su Zhe would have been to return to Shanghang and attend to his own affairs, rather than squander time in such a place. Nevertheless, he sensed that beneath the lake's surface lay something significant, something that could pose a threat to Shanghang. All right, be cautious. Even without Su Zhe's explicit warning, Su Xia and Ierxi would not venture recklessly. The atmosphere was so peculiar that an inexplicable fear had already begun to stir within Su Xia. Do not worry. These matters are not beyond my comprehension. Su Zhe, a staunch materialist, jested that should any supernatural entities emerge, he would ensure they experienced the might of righteous artillery. If one shot proved insufficient, he would unleash a second. Merging with the mechanical construct was one thing. Underestimating the lake's surface was another. Although Su Zhe harbored no significant apprehension regarding potential dangers lurking beneath, he understood the necessity of preparation. As his extraordinary powers manifested flawlessly, he fully integrated with the battle vehicle. The silvery metal glimmered brilliantly under the blinding sunlight. With a resounding splash, Su Zhe plunged into the water, fully prepared. Indeed, something awaited him. This small basin's lake was not very deep, merely 4 to 5 meters. And as he entered the water, Su Zhe swiftly descended to the lake bed. Upon closer inspection, Su Zhe discovered that, apart from the skeletal remains beneath the lake's surface, There was something else. After clearing the surrounding bones, he found a compass adorned with enigmatic runes, quietly resting on the lake's surface. A compass? Once he confirmed the absence of any biological presence or potential danger in the vicinity, Suze retrieved the compass from the lake bed. Indeed, it was a creation of the Dark Society. The compass was not large, resembling those typically used for astrological divination, yet the transparent glass at the top was shattered. It appeared to be the result of deliberate vandalism. Had it ended there, Suze might have regarded the compass as an ordinary object. However, beneath the compass needle, he made a new discovery. A parchment bearing a map of Su province was conspicuously present on the reverse side. Additionally, above the compass, there was the exclusive emblem of the Dark Society, depicting a peculiar demon. The source of these human remains must surely be from the Huaihai region. Was the Dark Society in Huaihai undertaking some nefarious activities? After meticulously studying the compass, Suze continued to examine his surroundings but found no other anomalies. He had no choice but to return to the surface after confirming the identities of the underwater corpses. As for these esoteric matters, Suze was not well versed, but Su Xia was different. "Boss, let me see that." As soon as Suze emerged from the water, Su Xia's attention was immediately drawn to the compass in his hand. "Hand it over. Although I'm not sure what it is, you should still be cautious." Suze handed the compass to Su Xia, offering a word of caution. "No worries. Alxi and I can handle this." True to her expertise in the study of the arcane, Su Xia's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement upon receiving the compass. She swiftly retrieved a stargazing orb and proceeded to remove the shattered glass from the compass. Drip, drip, was it merely a figment of Suze's imagination? Or did he hear the sound of liquid dripping onto the ground? At the same time, he sensed a potent aroma of blood in the air. In that instant, Suze rubbed his eyes, but by the next moment, everything returned to normal, and the earlier bizarre scene had vanished as if it were an illusion. Meanwhile, Su Xia, with Alxi's assistance, had completely disassembled the compass retrieved from beneath the lake. Disjointed components fell to the side, but Su Xia paid them no mind. Instead, she meticulously examined the parchment in her hands. "Is this a curse?" After a long pause, Su Xia finally spoke. The usual nonchalance had vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness, and Suze could sense a terrifying dread emanating from her gaze. "A curse? What is this?" Suze felt quite helpless. He had no comprehension of curses. In his previous understanding, such things existed only in legends. The Dark Society, despite being a formidable religious organization, does not imply that they possess genuine expertise in the arcane arts. They are as susceptible to death as anyone else when confronted with cannon fire or subjected to the ruthless hands of Suze. If one were to identify a distinguishing trait, it would be their erratic behavior. Essentially, the Dark Society is merely an anti-human force cloaked in the guise of a mysterious religion. However, as Suze gazed into Su Xia's eyes, he sensed that perhaps there was something markedly different. "Boss, the spirits attached to this object are numerous, and I can perceive that they all bear the marks of torment. The source of these spirits, as directed by Ierxi, is the Huaihai district." After a moment of contemplation, Su Xia promptly retrieved the star-extracting sphere once more. "Look, boss, the dark mist is more pronounced. What does this signify?" Suze found himself perplexed by her words. Realistically, he struggled to grasp the implications of Su Xia's statement. The dark mist signifies destruction. Only by severing its source can the entire Shanghong district, and indeed the whole of Su province, be salvaged. At that moment, Su Xia resembled a soothsayer, her eyes filled with solemnity. "I understand now. You mean to eradicate the Huaihai district?" Now, Suze began to comprehend Su Xia's intent. The dark mist symbolized annihilation, while the aura of the spirits within the sheepskin signified the origin of the mist, all of which stemmed from the Huaihai district. Thus, in simplistic terms, annihilating the Huaihai district would equate to extinguishing the source of the dark mist. Chapter 186. Suze's joyful observation. "Boss, we must return. You must remember the prophecy of the star-extracting sphere. Indeed, this is the guidance of the god of nature. Only by addressing the source of the dark mist can we save Su province." After Su Xia elucidated the compass's purpose, origin, and the so-called source of the dark mist, Suze resumed his search of the lake's surface. With no fruitful discoveries, he refrained from wasting further time in that area and instead escorted Su Xia and Ierxi back to the mining district. Before parting ways, Su Xia and Ierxi cryptically urged Suze to remain vigilant regarding these matters. Faced with their insistence, Suze could only nod in resignation. assuring them that he would indeed pay heed to their advice. Only then did Su Xia and Ixi return to the mining district with the star-extracting sphere in tow. Could this also be a manifestation of Su Xia's extraordinary abilities? After bidding farewell to Su Xia, Su Zhe felt somewhat fatigued, merely wishing to remark on the diverse expressions of each person's powers. In Su Zhe's view, the events that unfolded today were rather straightforward. To summarize, Su Xia's abilities had spontaneously activated, collaborating with Ixi to garner some insights, which were promptly relayed to Su Zhe. The area where the dark power coalesced was simply a clue perceived by Su Xia. Before her abilities awakened, she had been an enthusiast of the mystical arts. Otherwise, she would not have contracted with the fairy upon her awakening. This foretold incursion of darkness upon Su province essentially indicated that the Dark Society would return, and the Huaihai district harbored hostility toward the Shanghang district. Following this explanation, Su Xia's previous words became remarkably comprehensible. The Huaihai district symbolizes the emergence of dark mist, and darkness signifies the power of malevolence, as two factions prepare to strike against the Shanghang district. Should Su Zhe remain indifferent, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After a moment of reflection on the peculiar abilities at play, Su Zhe gained a clearer understanding of Su Xia's powers, perceiving them as a somewhat mystical crisis alert system. This description might serve as the most exquisite explanation of the phenomenon. What appeared to be a farcical spectacle yielded substantial information for Su Zhe. Firstly, the existence of the Dark Association in the Huaihai district is unquestionable. However, their method of recruiting followers diverges from that of the Shanghang district. Rather than employing holy water to deceive survivors, they resort to incantory proclamations akin to witchcraft. The compass submerged in the lake serves as irrefutable evidence. To Su Zhe, this object likely functions as an energy collector, albeit the energy sought by ordinary individuals pertains to tangible forms, while the Dark Association gathers intangible energies, such as faith, spirit, and soul. Although these concepts may seem metaphysical, they fundamentally align with theology. The culmination of metaphysics ultimately leads to science. This realization prompted Su Zhe to recall a saying, "Without the study of physics and chemistry, everything is mere mythology." The principle remains the same, through a unique apparatus. The ethereal elements of soul, faith, and spirit are transmuted into energy for personal use. This also elucidates the abundance of corpses surrounding the compass. The second discovery proved to be intriguing. It appears that Shangguan Qinxi in the Huaihai district is likely unaware of the lurking third-party force, the Dark Association, which continues to hunt the lives of survivors in the area. This adds an element of fascination. Shangguan Qinxi, I hope you do not disappoint me. It would be profoundly frustrating if the concentrated dark energy mines fail to yield results and the Dark Association extinguishes you. For Su Zhe, Shangguan Qinxi represents an adversary, and he would not hesitate to eliminate him should the opportunity arise. Of course, prior to addressing Shangguan Qinxi, Su Zhe would endeavor to extract ample benefit from him, only resorting to action when no further advantage remains. However, the Dark Association stands as the enemy of all humanity, regardless of any interest at stake. Should Su Zhe encounter them, he would resolutely eradicate them without hesitation. These beings are not human, and they do not belong to the same category as others. This delineates the fundamental difference between them. At this moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. An organization as anti-human as the Dark Association cannot be fathomed by any conventional reasoning. Su Zhe had previously asserted that these individuals are akin to beasts. Thus, if the Dark Association indeed exists within the Huaihai district, Su Zhe sincerely hopes that Shangguan Qinxi can endure a little longer. It would be ideal to resolve the issues concerning the Dark Society in the Huaihai district simultaneously, allowing Su Zhe to focus solely on dealing with Shangguan Qinxi, thereby minimizing complications. However, there exists an alternative possibility that Shangguan Qinxi and the Dark Society have been clandestinely colluding for some time. The two factions may have engaged in mutual dealings, benefiting from one another and growing together. Nevertheless, Su Zhe considers this scenario to be rather unlikely for a straightforward reason. The interests of Shangguan Qinxi and the Dark Society are fundamentally divergent and may even be in conflict. While Su Zhe is unaware of how Shangguan Qinxi produces concentrated ghost energy, he understands that the most basic requirement for its production is a substantial workforce. Otherwise, Su Ziyuan and his associates would not be extensively recruiting survivors, even exchanging resources for personnel from other regions. Conversely, the Dark Society seeks human souls, which implies a demand for a significant number of casualties. Thus, one faction requires the living, while the other demands the dead. These are inherently contradictory pursuits. If Shangguan Qinzi possesses any semblance of intelligence, he would refrain from collaborating with the Dark Society. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Shangguan Qinzi represents the Shangguan family, not merely himself. It can be asserted that the Shangguan family is undoubtedly one of humanity's representatives. On the other hand, what is the Dark Society? A pariah detested by all, an organization that no major faction dares to engage with openly. Thus, the likelihood of Shangguan Qinzi aligning with the Dark Society diminishes even further. I find myself hoping that Shangguan Qinzi proves to be somewhat competent and does not disappoint me too greatly. After clarifying these possibilities, Su Zhe felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable satisfaction. Additionally, today's good news extends beyond this revelation. Su Zhe has finally grasped the essence of Su Xia's abilities. In the future, he resolved to prevent Su Xia from improvising freely and instead would compel her to express the crux directly. Otherwise, a matter that could be succinctly articulated in 2 minutes would be unnecessarily prolonged, wasting time exponentially. Such occurrences are absolutely intolerable for Su Zhe in the future. Chapter 187. Changes in the Huaihai District. Damn it. The first batch of concentrated ghost energy ore has been stolen. And now I demand to know why a significant number of miners and concentrators have vanished without a trace. You claim to be the most elite guards of the imperial capital, yet you are nothing but a pile of rubbish. Get out of my sight. What use do I have for you incompetent fools? Upon returning to the Shanghang district, Su Zhe found himself with little to occupy his time. Hence he focused on several critical matters within the base. For instance, military training and weapon production were among his priorities, while less significant tasks had long been delegated to Zhang Shaojie and Lin Yudong. Furthermore, each sub-district has its own appointed leader, allowing Su Zhe to refrain from excessive involvement in the Shanghang district. He merely needed to contemplate significant strategic decisions while entrusting the remainder to others. Moreover, with Zhang Shaojie and Gu Qing openly together, the matter of eliminating spies no longer required Su Zhe's intervention. In recent days, Su Zhe finally found a moment to relax. He even savored the first taste of watermelon since the apocalypse, the first batch of experimental melons having ripened. Although not particularly sweet, they were juicy and refreshing, providing a welcome relief. However, the days were not as pleasant for Shangguan Qinzi, the scion of the Shangguan family, who wielded control over the Huaihai district. Su Ziyuan, what are your subordinates even doing? How could they fail at such a fundamental security task? What purpose do all these useless individuals serve? At this moment, Shangguan Qinzi was vehemently berating Su Ziyuan, his anger distorting his otherwise handsome features. For the first time since reaching adulthood, Shangguan Qinzi found himself in such a furious state. Although not the head of the Shangguan family, he was favored by his father. And among his peers in the capital, there were only a handful who wielded greater influence. This immense power had shielded him from ever experiencing true anger, as few dared to provoke him. Upon arriving in Su province, while he encountered some annoyance from Su Zhe, he did not regard him as a significant threat. To Shangguan Qinzi, Su Zhe was merely a petty clown. At that time, he saw no need to act against Su Zhe, believing that eliminating him would be effortlessly within his grasp when he chose to do so. Thus, even in the face of Su Zhe's provocations, Shangguan Qinzi was not particularly enraged, finding it within his tolerable limits. However, a series of recent events finally pushed him beyond his breaking point. Initially, things were manageable. After uniting with other families to control the area, the extraction of condensed ethereal ore proceeded smoothly without any incidents. Even scattered local forces like Su Zhe and Wan Qiqian posed no hidden threats, allowing Shangguan Qinzi's plans to unfold seamlessly. Additionally, the influx of population from other regions significantly increased the yield of the ethereal ore. Yet, 2 weeks ago, the first convoy transporting the ethereal ore back was ambushed, and the ore vanished without a trace. The personnel dispatched for protection all perished. Upon receiving this news, Shangguan Qinzi immediately sent a team to investigate. From the clues left at the scene, it appeared that the assailants who had seized the convoy were likely associated with Su Zhe from the Shanghang district. Although displeased, Shangguan Qinzi accepted this information. Since the incident had occurred, he deemed it necessary to address the situation and promptly dispatched a team to Shanghang district to follow up on the matter. However, an even more unacceptable twist unfolded when the team he sent vanished shortly after departing Huaihai district. Initially, Shangguan Qinzi suspected that Su Zhe had struck first, but subsequent events led him to realize that the matter was far more complex than he had anticipated. For 3 consecutive days, a significant number of miners, originally tasked with the extraction of ethereal ore, mysteriously vanished, while the quantity of ore continued to increase unabated. The circumstances surrounding their disappearance were exceedingly bizarre. They simply vanished without a trace during their mining endeavors. Upon receiving this unsettling news, Shangguan Qinzi naturally ruled out Su Zhe as a suspect, yet the reasons remained elusive. Consequently, he could only bolster security personnel and enhance vigilance, but the outcome remained unchanged. Despite doubling the security force, the miners continued to disappear. And not only were the living absent, but even the bodies were nowhere to be found. This predicament compelled Shangguan Qinzi to temporarily abandon his plans regarding Su Zhe. For the loss of a batch of concentrated ethereal ore paled in comparison to the potential decline in ore production. Weighing the 2 losses, Shangguan Qinzi was still able to discern the more prudent course. At last, today, Shangguan Qinzi could no longer contain his fury, unleashing the tempest of his wrath. Should Su Ziyuan's subordinates remain silent, he would not hesitate to seek an alternative agent. Su Ziyuan, I grant you a final 3 days. If there is still no news, you may leave the Huaihai district, he declared, his voice frigid after a moment of silence. In the conference room, some inconsequential managers dared not utter a word, bowing their heads as if they could not see Shangguan Qinzi at all. In such a tense atmosphere, no one dared approach to offer counsel, fearing that the brunt of Shangguan Qinzi's ire might be directed at them. Young master, I have been investigating this matter, and here are the preliminary findings. Though I am still unclear on many details. Among those present, the most burdened was undoubtedly Su Ziyuan. Since the miner's disappearance, he had been under immense pressure, with no leads to guide the investigation. Even more frustrating for him was the fact that the missing miners left behind no trace whatsoever, plunging him into despair. However, fortune favors the diligent. After nearly half a month of investigation, Su Ziyuan finally unearthed some results. It appeared that an unidentified faction required a substantial number of personnel, and they had set their sights on the Huaihai district, targeting these miners. This group was formidable, skilled in ambush tactics, assassination, and concealing their identities. Young master, I recommend seeking assistance from our family, he advised. Though the exact circumstances of the miner's disappearance remained unclear, Su Ziyuan presented his meticulously prepared report to Shangguan Qinzi, simultaneously voicing his suggestion. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qinzi wore a grim expression, his fury undiminished. What troubled him further was his inability to fully express his pent-up anger. Chapter 188. 17,000 at the door. After half a month of investigation, is it truly impossible to identify those responsible? Confronted by the visibly distressed Su Ziyuan, Shangguan Qinzi momentarily tempered the ire simmering within her. She scrutinized the report presented by Su Ziyuan. I shall have my father dispatch someone to investigate this matter. Su Ziyuan, I offer you one more chance. Should the miners continue to vanish in the coming days, you shall be the next to disappear. Ultimately, Shangguan Qinzi refrained from fully unleashing her pent-up frustration, instead conveying the consequences to Su Ziyuan in a rather subdued tone. Naturally, Shangguan Qinzi understood that Su Ziyuan was not entirely to blame for this predicament. Nonetheless, as the public face of the Huaihai district, he must bear the responsibilities that accompany his position. Furthermore, her own anger required an outlet, and Su Ziyuan was the most suitable target. Rest assured, young master, I will handle this matter diligently. When the people from the capital arrive, I will cooperate wholeheartedly, Su Ziyuan assured. Aware of his own capabilities that had garnered Shangguan Qinzi's attention, he promptly pledged to exert every effort in investigating the issue at hand. Do take care of yourself. And as for that fellow, Su Zhe, find an opportunity to eliminate him. After imparting her words, Shangguan Qinzi casually mentioned Su Zhe, believing that if a suitable chance arose, he must be dealt with. Those who dared to seize what belonged to her must face the corresponding consequences. In fact, had the disappearance of the miners not posed a threat to the output of the spirit ore, Shangguan Qinzi would have already sought retribution against Su Zhe. Brother Wan, it has been a long time. What brings you to my humble abode today? Shangguan Qinzi, although fraught with anxiety in the Huaihai district, found Su Zhe at the Dawn base rather unperturbed. Just as boredom began to settle over Su Zhe, Lin Yadong informed him that Wan Qiqian had arrived. Without hesitation, Su Zhe led Wan Qiqian into the reception room, noting that he had come bearing small gifts, which piqued Su Zhe's curiosity. Was it possible that Wan Qiqian sought something from him? Brother Wan, you needn't have brought such offerings. It makes our interaction feel overly formal. Generally, Su Zhe was not particularly fond of such meaningless pleasantries. but he felt compelled to engage in this manner with Wan Qiqian. Oh, it's merely a token. Since our last parting, Wan, have been quite occupied, and it was only after resolving my affairs that I thought to pay you a visit, Boss Su. Indeed. As Suze quickly delved into the heart of the matter, Wan Qiqian reciprocated by dismissing further niceties, opening the dialogue. The essence of his words was straightforward. Wan Qiqian had come to discuss something with Suze. A visit? Suze paused, then laughed heartily. I wonder what matter has prompted Brother Wan to visit? It concerns the Limbin district, came Suze's candid reply. And Wan Qiqian comprehended the implications of his words with clarity. As the meticulously prepared items were brought forth, Wan Qiqian reflected on the circumstances since their last parting. Although the Huaihai district had refrained from taking action against him, several local factions from Jiangsu province were poised to strike. The disparity in strength between Wan Qiqian and these factions was daunting. Without reinforcements, it was likely that he would soon be lost to obscurity. At this juncture, a glimmer of resignation flickered in Wan Qiqian's eyes. Since departing from the Huaihai district's assembly, Wan Qiqian had indeed steeled himself for confrontation with the various factions. Yet he had not anticipated that Huaihai would remain passive. Meanwhile, the smaller factions surrounding the Limbin district were growing increasingly restless, even eager to offer their own heads as tokens of loyalty. If it were merely a single faction, Wan Qiqian would not have felt such trepidation, for his equipment was commendable, and many of his personnel had undergone paramilitary training, ensuring they were formidable in combat. However, the sheer number of adversaries united against him was overwhelming. Recognizing that such a coalition was beyond his capacity to confront, Wan Qiqian promptly gathered his belongings and set off for the Shanghang district in search of Suze. Only Suze could salvage his situation. He presented the energy crystals they had gathered as a form of remuneration for his plea for assistance. Upon clarifying his intentions, Wan Qiqian opened the box he had brought, revealing dozens of energy crystals of varying grades before Suze. Additionally, he produced a list. Beyond the energy crystals, he had prepared 10 tons of food, 5 tons of steel, and an engine production line. It was evident that Wan Qiqian had emptied his base of all that he could offer to secure Suze's aid. I have two options. After assessing the items presented by Wan Qiqian, Suze refrained from giving an immediate answer, instead proposing two potential courses of action. Speak. Wan Qiqian replied, surprised by Suze's response, yet he gestured for Suze to continue. The first option involved Suze providing manpower directly, ensuring that no unforeseen events would befall the Limbin district. However, as compensation, the offerings Wan Qiqian had brought were insufficient. He would need to provide additional resources. Business remains business, and personal favors are a separate matter. While there was indeed a bond of camaraderie between Wan Qiqian and Suze, forged during their time at the assembly, it was evident that expecting Suze to assist unconditionally was unrealistic. Suze would never gamble with the lives of his subordinates for the sake of goodwill. Thus, the first option presented by Suze was quite straightforward. He could lend his support, even treating the matter as a purely transactional engagement, which would serve both parties well. The relationship between Wan Qiqian and Suze was grounded in an equitable exchange. However, the drawback was that the cost of this support was significant, as the resources Wan Qiqian had initially brought were far from sufficient. What about the second option? Wan Qiqian inquired, feeling comfortable enough to speak candidly, unbothered by the potential for jest among friends. The items I have managed to gather represent the pinnacle of my current resources. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Wan Qiqian's slightly weathered face revealed a hint of helplessness. He certainly wished to seek Suze's assistance in a dignified manner. However, a pragmatic obstacle stood before him. The supplies he had gathered represented the utmost limit of his capabilities. Chapter 189. The choices presented by Suze. The second option was, in fact, rather straightforward. I require nothing from you, save for the spoils that will rightfully belong to me after I eliminate those who have targeted you. Recognizing Wan Qiqian's predicament, Suze did not linger in indecision but promptly articulated this alternative. He could extend his aid without demanding any sacrifice from Wan Qiqian. Yet the spoils would be exclusively his. What do these spoils encompass? Finally, Wan Qiqian comprehended why this youth could command such a significant territory in Shanghang district at such a tender age. Suze's ambition was indeed extraordinary. Although he seemed to have surmised something, Wan Qiqian still grappled with his final resistance, hoping that the Suze before him would not be as dangerously audacious as he envisioned. Of course, it includes everything, Suze replied matter-of-factly. What about the land? After much hesitation, Wan Qiqian managed to voice his most pressing concern. Logically, he should not have felt compelled to inquire about such matters. The reason was simple. Wan Qiqian was struggling to safeguard his own interests, leaving little room to concern himself with the territories of others. Even if Su Zhe were to conquer these regions entirely, it would have no bearing on Wan Qiqian's affairs. However, Wan Qiqian could not afford to overlook these matters. It could be said that if Su Zhe were to completely eradicate these united forces, even if he harbored no intentions toward Limbin district, the control over Limbin would ultimately rest in Su Zhe's hands. This was due to the fact that all forces targeting Limbin were contiguous with it, effectively encircling the district like a focal point. I quite like that region, Su Zhe candidly admitted, revealing his interest in the area. In fact, the day after parting ways with Wan Qiqian, Su Zhe had taken the time to study the location of Limbin district. On its own, Limbin might not hold significant value. It could be deemed inconsequential, lacking both resources and population. The only aspect of note was the solitary ballistic missile under Wan Qiqian's control. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that this missile was a dud. Otherwise, Wan Qiqian would not have sought Su Zhe's assistance in such dire straits. Nevertheless, this seemingly unremarkable area, when connected with others and with Shanghang district, could evolve into a pivotal stronghold. Shanghang district was undoubtedly a significant hub within Su province, characterized by its flat terrain and ample resources. Various mines were present, and coupled with Su Zhe's exceptional capabilities, Shanghang district emerged as an almost perfect gathering point. However, this does not imply that Shanghang district is devoid of shortcomings. Its most significant flaw lies in the absence of a buffer zone, coupled with insufficient strategic depth. This precarious situation means that, in the event of a large-scale confrontation, be it against humans, mutated beasts, or zombies, battles can only be fought at one's doorstep. This is an undeniable reality that Su Zhe finds utterly intolerable. Consequently, Su Zhe has set his sights on a particular area in Limbin district. Securing this territory would signify the establishment of a crucial strategic buffer for Shanghang district. Furthermore, given that Shanghang district requires vast expanses of land for agricultural cultivation, the fertile lands surrounding Limbin district present an invaluable opportunity. Should he obtain this land, Su Zhe's agricultural capacity would significantly expand. Therefore, in contrast to the supplies amounting to 70,000 that were offered, what Su Zhe truly desires is indeed that parcel of land. Rest assured, I can assure you that I will not take any action against you as long as you do not jeopardize my interests. Su Zhe is acutely aware of Wan Qiqian's concerns. While providing him with a fundamental assurance, Su Zhe subtly underscores that if he refrains from aggressive action, it is likely that Wan Qiqian will endure only for a limited time before ultimately losing everything. If, hypothetically, our interests were to conflict due to certain circumstances, Wan Qiqian has grasped Su Zhe's implication, yet he remains eager to discern Su Zhe's boundaries. Contemplating this, a hint of resigned amusement flickers across Wan Qiqian's visage. Prior to this encounter, he had anticipated that Su Zhe would adopt a more diplomatic approach, as his initial impression of Su Zhe was that of a relatively youthful individual. While undeniably capable, he presumed that Su Zhe's political acumen would be somewhat shallow. However, it appears that this assumption was misguided. Such a young Su Zhe exhibits a disconcerting rationality in matters of interest exchange. There are indeed two options. The first is to join Shanghang district, which would eliminate any potential conflicts of interest. The second involves my annexation of Limbin district before such matters escalate, thus resolving the issue. My words are candid. Yet I believe it is prudent to clarify these matters in advance, as I must account for the tens of thousands who stand behind me. Su Zhe harbors a strong aversion to conflating personal favors with transactions of interest. Profit is profit, and goodwill merely serves as a foundation for mutual benefit. Were it not for the favorable impression Wan Qiqian has left on Su Zhe, he might not have even been afforded the opportunity to stand before him. This principle is harsh and straightforward. However, in this apocalyptic reality, such rules are perfectly suited for the circumstances. I have come to understand that while it may appear I possess numerous choices, the truth is that my options are severely limited. Wan Qiqian, with a wry smile, ultimately conceded, stating, I agree. As long as you intervene to assist Limbin district, all spoils after the battle will belong to you. Wan Qiqian is acutely aware that without Su Zhe's intervention, he would be unable to withstand the coalition's might. At that juncture, not only would the safety of his immediate surroundings be at stake, but the entire Limbin district itself would be in jeopardy. If Su Zhe chose to take action, under no circumstances would anything happen to his Limbin district. Very well, you may enumerate the full extent of the opponent's strength so that I can prepare accordingly. Furthermore, if you are willing to dispatch your subordinates to assist me, I would be amenable to this arrangement. The spoils, excluding land, will also include your share. Upon Wan Qiquan's agreement, Suze nodded immediately. He summoned Lin Yedong, Zhang Shaojie, and others, while concurrently devising a strategy to aid Wan Qiquan in resolving this matter. Although the most straightforward approach to this predicament would be through the application of force, Suze knew he had to ascertain one crucial detail before taking action: the number of enemies surrounding Limbin district. The adage "know thyself and know thy enemy" was not to be taken lightly. Underestimating the adversary was an unwise practice. Chapter 190. The shock of Wan Qiquan. Are you certain this represents their entire strength? Half an hour later, Suze and Wan Qiquan commenced their formal discussions regarding the confrontation with the United Alliance. Initially, Suze approached the matter with considerable seriousness. For the information Wan Qiquan had divulged suggested that the adversaries facing Limbin district were quite numerous. There were no fewer than 7 or 8 mid-sized factions, all originally from the local stronghold in Su province. Some were personnel from the former official sanctuary, who retained complete weapon production lines and a contingent of well-trained soldiers. Most importantly, they had the backing of certain influential families. Although these families did not directly send combatants to the fray, they provided substantial support in terms of weaponry, enabling the factions to rapidly expand their forces. Upon receiving this information, Suze initially believed that the alliance Wan Qiquan mentioned could mobilize a significant number of individuals. Therefore, he swiftly gathered Lin Yedong, Zhang Shaojie, Yu Qing, and the others, even going so far as to send messages to Shen Xin and Chun Yiqiu in Tonggo County, urging them to prepare for battle. However, as everyone took their seats and Suze slowly perused the detailed intelligence provided by Wan Qiquan, a subtle change flickered across his expression. If it weren't for Wan Qiquan's grave demeanor, Suze would genuinely suspect that Wan Qiquan was jesting at his expense. The entire alliance consisted of a coalition of 11 factions. According to Wan Qiquan's estimates, each faction could field between 500 to 2,000 personnel for this conflict. Their primary weaponry consisted of bolt-action rifles, and there was a possibility of encountering individuals with special abilities, though their numbers were expected to be limited to around 10. Boss Su, the numbers are indeed considerable. Had it not been so, I would not have come personally to seek your assistance. Wan Qiquan interpreted Suze's sudden change in tone as a sign of concern regarding the overwhelming number of opponents, fearing that Suze might reconsider their collaborative plan. If circumstances allow, Limbin district will deploy all its forces. I sincerely hope Boss Su can lend us your support. With determination, Wan Qiquan declared his intention to join the battle, asserting that he would never treat Suze's men as mere cannon fodder. No. You may have misunderstood our leader's intentions. Wan Qiquan's words rendered the assembly silent, leaving an air of tension in the room. The primary reason behind the significant alteration in Suze's expression was not the overwhelming number of adversaries, but rather the alarming scarcity of forces. Each faction comprised between 500 to 2,000 individuals. Thus, even if all 11 factions were to muster 2,000 men each, the total would merely reach 20,000. With many factions unable to deploy such numbers, Suze had initially envisioned a grand conflict on the scale of 100,000. If the opposition consisted of merely a few thousand, there would be no necessity for convening this meeting. Here's the plan. I shall personally lead the charge, and all your teams are to participate as well. Save only a basic garrison to protect the base. Everyone else must engage in the battle. The numerical strength was indeed unexpected for Suze, yet he harbored no thoughts of underestimating his opponents. To him, this presented a rare opportunity for military training. Additionally, following the recent military reforms, the number of combat personnel in the Shanghang district had been further reduced. Suze was eager to observe the outcomes of these military reforms. Everyone will take part in this battle? Boss, I will promptly gather the troops and logistical supplies. I will assemble the teams. I will fetch the star-picking ball. Hey, now is hardly the time for that. As Suze's words fell, the previously reticent group was instantly enveloped in excitement, hastily preparing for the pre-battle arrangements. Initially, upon hearing that the opposition might number at most 20,000, Zhang Shaojie and the others felt disheartened, fearing that Suze would only deploy a fraction of their forces for this operation. But now, it was all hands on deck. It was a fair distribution, and there were bound to be numerous rewards amidst the chaos of battle. Boss, we are heading to the battlefield, not on a spring outing. Suze had grown accustomed to their antics, but Wan Qiquan, observing from the sidelines, began to question the absurdity of it all. The collective demeanor of Su Zhe and the others gave Wan Qian the impression that they were merely going out for leisure rather than preparing to risk their lives in battle, devoid of any tension on their faces. Seeing this, Wan Qian couldn't help but remind Su Zhe, "Wan Lauda, you can simply wait here. Returning to Limbin District or staying here is both an option." Su Zhe, however, did not offer an explanation, casually gesturing to Wan Qian that everything was fine. He then proceeded to the temporarily established operations room. While the factions surrounding the Limbin District were weak, Su Zhe did not underestimate them in the slightest. In fact, he felt that the true adversary was not these factions, but rather the powerful families behind them in the imperial capital. "I'll remain in the Shanghang District and depart with you all later." Although Wan Qian felt a lingering unease, he ultimately resolved to stay and set off with the Shanghang District. However, upon observing Su Zhe preparing battle strategies and managing logistics, Wan Qian chose not to follow but instead ventured towards the Dawn base. Is this truly a gathering place for Su Province? As I stepped onto the main thoroughfare of the Dawn base, I found myself at a loss for words. Towering concrete edifices rose majestically on either side of the road. A meticulously paved thoroughfare, approximately 7 to 8 meters wide, traversed the entire interior of the base, branching off into numerous side streets. The atmosphere was bustling, as the survivors residing within the base appeared to be immersed in a city reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. They engaged in casual banter or purchased various goods at their leisure. What astonished me even more was that the settlement under Su Zhe's command did not adhere to the same supply or distribution systems as other areas. Instead, it operated under a system of free market trade. Although I noted that the items available for sale in Su Zhe's territory were somewhat limited, the freedom of commerce was undeniably present. Even foodstuffs could be freely bought and sold. To my utter surprise, there were no restrictions on the trade of essential provisions. It is worth mentioning that while I am not entirely lacking in worldly experience, having visited numerous gathering places, I had never encountered a locale that could guarantee the trade of food in such an unrestricted and liberated manner. It is no exaggeration to assert that aside from the Shanghang District, all other gathering areas regarded food supplies as their most vital resource. In contrast, in the Shanghang District, food seemed to be an omnipresent commodity, devoid of any sense of urgency or scarcity. Chapter 191. Integrating forces. Initially, I believed Su Zhe to be merely a prodigious youth, perhaps endowed with extraordinary powers due to some fortuitous encounter that allowed him to unify the Shanghang District. Following our earlier discussions, I began to perceive him as an unscrupulous merchant, more a profit-driven individual than a leader. However, I now found myself perplexed by his character. The marketplace before me showed no signs of alteration due to my presence. People continued to come and go. Surrounding individuals scrutinized various items at the stalls, eager to exchange their possessions for the goods they required. The absence of a formal currency did not impede their bartering. Rather, they seemed to revel in this world of trade. At this moment, I chose to embrace a sense of calm, suppressing the confusion, helplessness, and turmoil that had plagued my thoughts. As I contemplated Su Zhe, I began to reassess my perspective on the Shanghang District. This was, indeed, a genuine survivor base, where I could even sense the echoes of a world that existed before the end. After observing in silence for a considerable time, I finally discerned the fundamental difference between the Shanghang District and other areas. It was not an abundance of resources, nor was it a superior living environment, but rather the essence of freedom, regardless of age or gender, be it the elderly, children, women, or young adults. Every resident of the Shanghang District could enjoy a sense of liberty. No one compelled you to become a slave, nor was anyone allowed to infringe upon your freedom. In the Shanghang District, all individuals were afforded a dignity that had been absent in the post-apocalyptic world. Wan Qian believed that the Limbin District he managed was already a commendable gathering place. However, in comparison with the Shanghang District, it was utterly lacking. Prepare yourselves, the boss is going to war. Brothers who wish to join the armed forces, assemble quickly. This time, I must successfully enlist. Last time, old Wang, who was clearly part of the construction team, ended up accompanying the boss to Tongzhou County and returned with 5 pounds of grain. I must go this time. Don't rush. It seems the boss plans to mobilize the entire army, so everyone can participate. What astonished Wan Qian even more was that, as the entire Shanghang District mobilized, the young men who had been idly chatting seemed to be infused with renewed vigor. They immediately dashed home to grab their weapons and congregate in an open space at the central square. This sensation was peculiar. It was as if the whole Shanghang district were a clockwork automaton, set in motion by Su Zhe's command, with all personnel springing into action in unison. Wan Qiqian even noticed some individuals who had not yet officially been assigned to combat teams observing eagerly from the sidelines, hoping to be fortunate enough to become reserve forces. The contrast between this war mobilization and the demeanor of his own subordinates was stark. Wan Ge, the boss wants you to head to the square. We will depart together. Just as Wan Qiqian was in utter astonishment, Lin Yudong, who had previously vanished with Su Zhe, suddenly appeared beside him, conveying Su Zhe's message. All right, Brother Lin. Lead the way. Without hesitation, Wan Qiqian followed Lin Yudong's lead, hastening towards the square. Is this the military strength of your Shanghang district? It was a sight to behold. As Wan Qiqian drew nearer to the square, the throng of well-equipped individuals overwhelmed him. The sheer magnitude of the gathering was astonishing. Roughly estimating, he realized that over 20,000 people had already assembled, with more arriving from all directions. What further astounded Wan Qiqian was the equipment these individuals bore, uniformly armed with automatic weaponry. Moreover, he could sense an inexplicable aura of suppression emanating from a select few. He had encountered this sensation before. It was a unique feeling that only those with special abilities seemed to exude. Could it be that all these individuals were endowed with such powers? At this moment, Wan Qiqian felt numb, hesitant to voice his speculation. Yet, reason urged him that this seemingly implausible theory might indeed hold a semblance of truth. Come, Wan Ge, you can sit here. I will go assemble the troops. We will depart together once everyone is gathered. Lin Yudong, oblivious to the astonishment etched on Wan Qiqian's face, assigned him a spot before promptly returning to Su Zhe's side. Boss, everything is in order. The combat-ready teams are nearly assembled. Indeed. I would like to glance at the personnel roster. At that time, your team, as the first echelon, shall advance to the Linbin district to secure the defensive rights, while also transporting Wan Qianqi, which will significantly alleviate various complications. Furthermore, only a fraction of personnel is required to remain in the urban area of Shanghang as a follow-up force. The Huaihai district will not be vacated during this period, so there is no need for excessive concern. After briefly conveying the more critical matters to Lin Yuandong, Su Zhe directed his focus towards the personnel list in hand. When did we accumulate such a multitude? A cursory glance was inconsequential, yet upon closer examination, Su Zhe's eyes reflected a sense of unexpected astonishment. The number of individuals listed was indeed staggering. Excluding logistical staff, there were over 30,000 personnel just from the military reforms. If Su Zhe's memory served him correctly, the total population of the entire Dawn base, combined with the survivors from the urban area of Shanghang, was merely around 150 to 60,000. A simple calculation revealed a civilian-to-military personnel ratio of an astonishing 5-to-1. Even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, while various regions required substantial armed forces, such a ratio was exceedingly high. Lin Yuandong, come here and elucidate this. Did I not previously assert that our combat strength ought to focus on quality rather than quantity? Upon witnessing this figure, a fleeting anger surfaced on Su Zhe's countenance, while Lin Yuandong, who had just settled down, found himself inexplicably helpless, as this matter bore no direct relation to him. Boss, allow me to clarify. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yuandong could not deflect the blame, for he was closest to Su Zhe. We have indeed undertaken reforms according to your directives. In fact, we have halved the number of armed personnel, and those remaining are undoubtedly elite. A significant portion has undergone enhancement in the barracks. As he explained, Lin Yuandong provided Su Zhe with a broad overview of the troop scale. Ordinary elite personnel numbered 20,000, divided into 2 legions, equipped with automatic rifles, autolock systems, and infrared sights, along with high-strength ceramic steel bulletproof vests. The responsible individuals were Zhang Xiaojia and Lin Yuandong himself, while Wang Gang and several of the initial members who joined the Shanghang district were tasked with detailed strategic operations, collectively referred to as the Shanghang District Armed Security Corps. This unit comprised 3 divisions, representing the largest contingent of armed forces within the Shanghang district. The remaining 1,000-plus individuals were enhanced soldiers, augmented in the barracks to achieve physical attributes on par with first-tier ability users, although they did not possess any supernatural powers. Their standard offensive equipment was comparable to that of the Shanghang District Armed Security Corps, but due to the enhanced physical capabilities of these soldiers, their protective gear was notably more robust and formidable. They donned exceptionally heavy composite steel armor plates, capable of withstanding frontal assaults from any conventional light kinetic weaponry. This unit was designated as Dawn, one of the elite forces of the Shanghang district. Lastly, the final contingent of over 1,000 individuals represented the pinnacle of strength within the Shanghang district, comprising a minority of ability users. Alongside soldiers transformed through Barak enhancements into super-enhanced warriors. With sheer physical strength, one can effortlessly triumph over the average second-tier ability user. Aside from the innate powers of the ability users themselves, Yiqing has also equipped this contingent with an array of advanced laser weaponry and energy crystal-powered laser barriers for defensive measures. This unit is personally commanded by Yiqing. And even Lin Yedong is unaware of their specific code names, only knowing them by their commonly used title, the Silencers. Is this the number left over after the military reforms? As Lin Yedong elaborated, Suze perused the documents in hand. After spending several minutes observing the assembled personnel before him, Suze suddenly realized that confronting the so-called Alliance organization did not necessitate such elaborate preparations. Chapter 192. Confirming the Operation Yiqing. Come here for a moment. After confirming multiple times that there truly were so many individuals in Shanghang district, Suze ceased to dwell on the matter. He allowed Lin Yedong to make preparations for departure and then summoned Yiqing. He wished to inquire about a particular issue. What exactly is the Silencers? Previously, when I asked you about the number of ability users in Shanghang district, did you not say there were only 30 or so? Where did all these personnel come from? Suze did not question Yiqing's loyalty. It could be said that she was one of the few individuals he could trust unconditionally. The primary reason for his inquiries stemmed from his own situation. It is well known that Suze rarely engages in managing the training of ability users. From the moment he enhanced Yiqing into an ability user, he had entrusted all matters related to Shanghang district to her. Yet, after such a lengthy period, it appeared that the secret unit Yiqing managed was somewhat different. Indeed, there are only over 30 ability users in Shanghang district. Yiqing responded straightforwardly, displaying an expressionless demeanor as she shrugged her shoulders in response to Suze's inquiry. Then tell me, what about the remaining over 1,000 individuals? Yiqing's nonchalant expression left Suze feeling somewhat perplexed. He truly wished to express that he was not incapable of counting. There are actually more than 1,200 personnel in the Silencers. If there are only over 30 ability users, then who are the rest? They are enhanced soldiers who have successfully undergone strengthening in the military camps and cannot be classified as ability users. The remaining 30 are those who failed the enhancement process, which is why I registered them as ability users. Upon Suze's questioning, Yiqing realized that she had indeed failed to communicate this detail to him. Is this the reason you stated that there are only 30 ability users in Shanghang district? For the first time, Suze grasped Yiqing's line of reasoning. The scarcity of ability users was not due to a lack of them in Shanghang district, but rather because Yiqing had sent the typical ability users for enhancement in military camps. All right, I understand now. But what exactly is the Silencers? Having clarified this matter, Suze shifted his curiosity toward why Yiqing had chosen to name this unit the Silencers. Didn't Tu, the leader, once proposed the establishment of an assassination unit capable of silencing any adversary? That thought inspired the name. With a serious demeanor, Yiqing directly shifted the blame onto Suze. Initially, Suze intended to clarify the misunderstanding, but upon reflection, he realized there was indeed some truth to her assertion. He had, after all, made similar declarations when instructing Yiqing to train the enhanced individuals. Now that the team had assembled, he decided against providing a detailed mission, summarizing it succinctly in 4 words: free reign. During the time Suze conversed with Yiqing and others, the majority of armed personnel in Shanghang district, aside from a few stationed at the base, had promptly gathered. This time, Suze refrained from meticulously planning the attack routes. Instead, he produced a pre-prepared map and distributed it to Wu Yu, Lin Yedong, Yiqing, and several team leaders, reiterating the same 4 words: free reign. In this battle, Suze opted for minimal command, focusing solely on the outcome. His objective was to eliminate the resistance across the 11 allied regions. The means to achieve this were of little concern to him. As everyone grasped Suze's intent and prepared to set off, Su Xia, brimming with excitement and accompanied by Alxi, approached him, exclaiming, "I want a map too. How about no? You have 2 choices, either follow me, or go home and play with your stargazing toys." Suze's response was not a personal affront to Su Xia. From a certain perspective, she indeed possessed combat potential. However, that did not equate to her being able to fully harness it. More importantly, Su Xia lacked the ability to command in battle, and if she were to participate, Suze suspected he would have to look after her. To avert unnecessary complications, he decisively dispelled her aspirations. "Boss, I'll follow you." Upon sensing Su Zhe's cautious gaze, Su Xia swiftly made her decision. Comparing the two options, it was clear that accompanying Su Zhe towards the Limbin district was the wisest choice. 10 minutes later, having made all necessary preparations, Su Zhe led a small contingent towards the Limbin district. Report: Shanghang district has commenced operations again, with a large number of personnel departing. A new battle plan appears to be emerging, though specific numbers remain unclear. Simultaneously, spies from various factions lurking nearby sprang into action. Due to the considerable distance, they lacked precise intelligence regarding the size of Su Zhe's group and could only relay vague information. Yet, despite this uncertainty, Su Zhe's maneuvers instilled unease among the various powers throughout Su province. Some factions close to the Shanghang district had even begun dispatching small units to shadow Su Zhe and his companions, eager to discern their intentions. At this moment, in a cramped temporary shelter within Shanghang district, "Bastard, is Zhang Shaojie not a man? I have been flirting with him for nearly a week. And all he says is that we are only suited to be friends?" Inside the room, despite its exceedingly simple furnishings, a small bed and a few commonly used pieces of furniture, it is indeed rather shabby. However, the beauty of the woman seated at the vanity is sufficient to overshadow the room's plainness. Clad in a grayish-white shirt paired with neat jeans, her attire may not be new, yet even such humble clothing cannot conceal her figure and striking features. She is Gu Qing, the legitimate daughter of the Gu family in the capital, and a third-tier ability user, making her an exceptionally outstanding individual among the second-generation elite of the capital. A week ago, she learned through her own channels that a genius named Su Zhe had emerged in the remote region of Su province, establishing a faction and amassing a wealth of talent. As the legitimate daughter of the Gu family, Gu Qing, who was eager to find a foothold in Su province, naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. She swiftly forged an identity, gathered a group of bodyguards, and journeyed overnight to Shanghang district. Utilizing her abilities and an impeccable false identity, Gu Qing successfully integrated into Shanghang district and became acquainted with Zhang Shaojie, believing that opportunity had arrived. Gu Qing promptly approached Zhang Shaojie. Initially, her plans were progressing smoothly, and he would occasionally pay her visits. However, Zhang Shaojie eventually handed her a good person card, which led Gu Qing to question her existence. Had it not been for the fact that no one had come to investigate her thus far, she might have suspected that her cover had been blown. Chapter 193. Gu Qing could no longer sit still. Miss, there is new information. After struggling to suppress her anger towards Zhang Shaojie, Gu Qing had intended to explore other areas of Shanghang district. Given the current situation, it seemed Zhang Shaojie was unreliable, prompting her to seek an opportunity to connect with Su Zhe. Just as Gu Qing was about to turn and leave, two women clad in black robes suddenly appeared before her. "Xian, Huang, why are you two here? Did I not instruct you before coming to Shanghang district that you are not to approach me without my summons?" Upon recognizing the two figures before her, a flicker of seriousness appeared in Gu Qing's eyes. The two individuals were indeed part of the escort team she had brought with her, a total of 12, all ability users. Xian and Huang were among the elite, both nearing third-tier ability users. If they joined forces, they could easily handle some ordinary third-tier extraordinary beings. Indeed, Gu Qing was quite confident in her own strength, but she was not foolish. As the legitimate daughter of the Gu family, she understood that there were many in this world who wished her harm. Therefore, when leaving the capital for Shanghang district, she had taken her personal bodyguards along. However, to ensure her identity remained undisclosed, she had not allowed Xian and Huang to make contact with her proactively. "Provide me with a compelling reason for your approach, otherwise you may as well return to the capital." Gu Qing was already in a rather foul mood, and the presence of the two individuals before her only exacerbated her irritation. Remarkably, she managed to restrain her anger and did not explode. "Miss, we have received information that Su Zhe has departed from Shanghang district. Moreover, this operation seems to be extraordinary. Su Zhe has not only vacated the area but has also taken a substantial number of armed personnel with him, indicating some form of military action." Faced with Gu Qing's evident displeasure, Xian Feng and her companion did not dare to delay. They promptly reported the intelligence they had received. "What?" Upon hearing this news, Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback. It took her several seconds to process the information before she cast a shocked gaze at Xian Feng and her companion. "Is this information credible?" "Absolutely authentic. It appears they are heading towards Linbin district, but due to our unfamiliarity with that area, we are unable to ascertain Su Zhe's intentions. Xian Feng and her partner were not only responsible for Gu Qing's safety, but also for gathering intelligence from Shanghang District. Typically, if the intelligence were of a common nature, Xian Feng would not have contacted her mistress, but would have relayed the information directly to the capital for the Gu family, specifically to Gu Qifeng. However, the gravity of the news they received compelled them to seek out Gu Qing without delay, presenting her with the entire situation. It could be said that during their time in Su Province, this was the first instance of such a large-scale military plan emerging from Shanghang District. One of the subordinates speculated that Su Zhe likely intended to make a move against the local forces within Su Province. Although the reasons behind Su Zhe's actions remained unclear, Xian Feng's understanding of him suggested that they might be aiming to seize territory from the local powers to facilitate expansion. It was even possible that Su Zhe harbored ambitions to conquer the entirety of Su Province. Feng's conjecture was notably bolder, suggesting that Su Province was no longer content with merely Shanghang District, but aspired to dominate the whole region. Miss, please make the decision. After voicing their thoughts, Xian Feng and her companion fell silent, directing their full attention to Gu Qing. After all, while they could offer suggestions, they held no authority to decide. The sole individual responsible for the ensuing actions was Gu Qing herself. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qing ultimately resolved, "You will immediately report this information to my father. I shall personally visit Linbin District." She was determined to confront Su Zhe. At this moment, Gu Qi was prepared to reveal her identity, for she could not allow Su Zhe's influence to expand unchecked. In truth, her sole purpose for coming to Shanghang District was to ally with Su Zhe against the likes of Shangguan Qinci. While Su Zhe's strength was undeniably advantageous to Gu Qing, if his power grew too formidable, her plans could very well falter. In simple terms, Gu Qing needed Su Zhe to serve as her pawn, and she hoped for that pawn's strength to be as formidable as possible. However, it is imperative that everything remains under Gu Qing's control. Miss, it is unwise for you to venture alone. Doing so could expose you to uncontrollable risks. Upon hearing this, Xian Feng and her companion grew anxious. Their primary mission was to safeguard Gu Qing, followed by the collection of intelligence from Shanghang District. In the current circumstances, Gu Qing's reckless solo action would undoubtedly lead to insurmountable dangers. Under no circumstances could the two of us allow you to act alone. Noticing that Gu Qing appeared determined to leave Shanghang District, Xian Feng and her companion promptly intercepted her, their eyes filled with a serious and earnest intensity, devoid of any hint of jest. "Very well, you two shall accompany me to Linbin District. I must ascertain what this fellow Su Zhe intends to do." Observing the resolute demeanor of Xian Feng and her companion, Gu Qing realized that without them, her own journey to Linbin District would likely be thwarted. Consequently, after ensuring that the surroundings were clear, Gu Qing fled from Shanghang District with the two in tow. Moments later, a figure clad in heavy battle armor suddenly emerged in the alley opposite Gu Qing's residence, casting a piercing gaze towards Gu Qing in the distance before vanishing once more. Meanwhile, having departed from Shanghang District, Su Zhe, Yi Qing, and their companions were well on their way. "Boss, the girl you asked me to monitor has encountered an unexpected situation." Suddenly, Lin Yedong halted, momentarily lost in thought, before nodding and swiftly approaching Su Zhe. "Gu Qing has brought two individuals this way. It seems she intends to discover our destination." "Oh, is it Gu Qing?" At Lin Yedong's remark, Su Zhe recalled the girl in question. "What? Gu Qing is coming?" Zhang Xiaojia exclaimed in surprise, leaping forward. "Why the urgency? Have you truly developed feelings for her?" Noticing Zhang Xiaojia's exaggerated response, Su Zhe couldn't help but offer a teasing remark, adding with a chuckle, "This girl is no ordinary catch. I suggest you seek a different target. How could I possibly like her? From the very beginning, I was merely toying with her," Zhang Xiaojia retorted, visibly flustered by Su Zhe's jibe. "Then why are you so anxious?" Yi Qing interjected with a knowing look. In contrast, Wan Qiqian, who had been trailing behind them, remained silent, merely observing with curiosity about the identity of Gu Qing, the subject of their discussion. "Well, I simply sent her a goodwill card this morning. Now that she is pursuing me, I fear she might catch up," Zhang Xiaojia explained, feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes. "Goodwill card? Really? I only instructed you to ascertain her intentions for coming to Shanghang District, and you went and played around?" Su Zhe remarked, a hint of admiration creeping into his tone as he considered Zhang Xiaojia's audacity. Goodness, Su Zhe merely intended for Zhang Xiaojia to engage in counterfishing, hoping to uncover larger prey from Gu Qing. However, the onlookers, including Yi Qing, Wu Yu, and Lin Yudong, though silent, exhibited subtle shifts in their gazes towards Zhang Xiaojie. Although he appeared to be an honest individual, his actions seemed incongruous with his character. I harbored no ulterior motives. It was Gu Qing who sought to advance further, and I sensed I might not be her match. Therefore, I opted to grant her a good person card to avoid falling into her trap. Zhang Xiaojie continued his explanation, which indeed bore some semblance of logic. Yet whether others would believe him remained another matter entirely. Well, let us put this matter to rest. Observing Zhang Xiaojie's flushed face, Suze refrained from further teasing and called Lin Yudong over. How did you learn that Gu Qing fled from Shanghang district? Oh, that is simple. I previously enlisted a remote communicator with abilities who excels in enemy surveillance. I had him monitor Gu Qing. Lin Yudong fortuitously possessed such talent among his subordinates. Initially, he thought it would take several days to yield results, but it now appeared that his earlier decision was indeed astute. Just moments ago, I received news that Gu Qing escaped from Shanghang district alongside 2 individuals targeting us. Their strength seems commendable, likely possessing the capabilities of second-tier ability users. After relaying the recently received information, Lin Yudong ceded the decision-making authority to Suze, as he was not adept at such clandestine maneuvers. Accompanied by 2 individuals, Suze fell into deep contemplation, a flicker of doubt emerging in his eyes. It seemed we had misjudged. Gu Qing might not be an ordinary spy, but rather a significant catch. Initially, Suze regarded Gu Qing as merely a straightforward spy, and thus did not pay her much heed. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared those accompanying Gu Qing were likely akin to bodyguards, and based on Suze's understanding, typical spies do not enjoy such privileges. Let us act as if we have not noticed and focus on the matters at Linbin district. As for Gu Qing, I believe she will reveal herself once she finds us. Having surmised that Gu Qing could very well be a substantial target, Suze remained remarkably composed. Arriving at a straightforward decision, he chose to disregard Gu Qing and prioritize addressing the issues in Linbin district. Other matters could be resolved once Gu Qing chose to emerge. Lin Yudong and the others had no objections to Suze's decision, and all attention swiftly returned to the present situation. With over 70 kilometers remaining to the coastal area, he instructed his comrades to prepare for battle, as it was highly likely that the adversary was already on high alert. All of Suze's team traveled by truck, maintaining a steady pace. At full speed, the 70-kilometer distance would take just over an hour, and Suze remained vigilant, not allowing himself to relax. After arranging for personnel to remain vigilant, Suze also summoned Wan Qiqian. What is the current situation in the Linbin district? Suze had only a general understanding of the circumstances there. From Wan Qiqian, he learned that a coalition of 11 other factions was preparing to launch an offensive against Linbin district. However, whether they had already initiated their assault was unknown to Suze. When I departed from Linbin district, there were no updates. Yet it was inevitable that they would attack. In response to Suze's inquiry, Wan Qiqian appeared somewhat uncertain. If they are indeed attacking Linbin district, we shall strike them down decisively and then launch a counteroffensive. If they have not yet attacked, we shall promptly engage. Suze was never one to rely on uncertain information, since even Wan Qiqian was unaware of the specific circumstances in Linbin district. Suze resolved to formulate his battle plan according to his own instincts. Lin Yudong informed the troops to advance at full speed, aiming to reach Linbin district within an hour. Once he made a decision, Suze was never indecisive. He took the lead and urged Lin Yudong and the others to accelerate. Along the way, dust swirled around them, yet it had little effect on Suze. The vehicles, enhanced by energy crystals, surged forward with astonishing speed. Despite appearing no different from ordinary trucks, they exhibited remarkable velocity, like a lone rider galloping ahead of the pack. Witnessing this spectacle, scattered settlements along the route were frightened into hastily gathering their belongings in preparation to flee. However, upon noticing that Suze and his group bore no ill intentions toward them, they relaxed slightly. An hour later, Suze and his party successfully arrived at Linbin district. He ordered his comrades to disembark and regroup, while also deploying scouts to investigate the area within a 3-kilometer radius for any signs of enemy presence. Zhang Xiaojie, take charge of organizing the defensive perimeter to prevent any surprise attacks. Observing the seemingly calm Linbin district from a distance, akin to the stillness before a storm, Suze could ascertain that, thus far, it had not suffered any assaults. This realization brought him some relief. At least there was no need for a hasty attack. allowing ample time for preparation and thereby reducing the potential for casualties. So, should we allow the brothers to rest in Linbin District? I can't guarantee much. But we have plenty of food. After disembarking, Wan Qiqian suggested that Su Zhe's group take refuge in Linbin District to recuperate. Let us just have a few of us go in. The main forces can remain outside. Your little place won't accommodate so many. Su Zhe directly declined Wan Qiqian's kind offer. This was not mere politeness. It was a statement of fact. Although Linbin District was officially designated as a district-level unit and previously housed an official shelter, it was not one of the larger congregations within Su Province. While small, it had all the essential elements. Yet as Su Zhe surveyed the area, it hardly resembled a thriving settlement. The entire Linbin District consists of merely a handful of lowly bungalows, accompanied by a small factory on the left, from which the relentless clattering of machinery can be heard. The roads are nothing more than dilapidated dirt paths, devoid of any semblance of modernity, where one can occasionally spot a few raggedly dressed individuals meandering along the thoroughfare. In Su Zhe's mind, this place is less a gathering point and more akin to a haphazardly constructed small factory. Chapter 195, Dushan County. Su Zhe's plan: is this truly the extent of your defensive facilities in Linbin District? While the conditions within the district elicited a degree of astonishment from Su Zhe, the situation surrounding Linbin was somewhat baffling. Regardless of how poor the internal environment may be, it held little significance for Su Zhe, whose interest in Linbin was minimal. However, the external defensive structures were a different matter altogether. They consisted solely of a 3-meter-high wall made of cement and bricks. And Su Zhe harbored serious doubts as to whether such a fortification could withstand even the most basic of bullet penetrations. Boss Su, I have no alternative. Linbin District may not compare to your Shanghang District, but in comparison to the surroundings, I believe it holds its own. Wan Qiqian spoke up, somewhat sheepishly, in response to Su Zhe's incredulous expression. Having witnessed the construction and scale of Shanghang District, Wan Qiqian was acutely aware of the disparities between Linbin and Shanghang. There was simply no basis for comparison. Yet, in relation to the neighboring factions, Linbin District could indeed be deemed an exceptional gathering place. It managed to achieve a precarious self-sufficiency in food and resources, although its population was scant. It still possessed armed forces to defend its territory, along with a rudimentary munitions factory. Furthermore, the outermost perimeter was fortified by a wall that isolated the entire gathering place. One could assert that unless the surrounding forces united, no single faction would be capable of overtaking Linbin District on their own. Never mind. There are currently no enemies in the vicinity, and we are unlikely to engage in a defensive battle. This wall doesn't concern us too greatly, Su Zhe concluded. Choosing not to dwell on these external conditions, he signaled to Zhang Shaojie and the others to prepare for defense before leading his group into Linbin District. Wang Gu, you have finally returned? In Dushan County, emissaries from larger organizations such as the Lanshan Gang and the Night Demon Group had arrived, demanding Wan Ji's capitulation. They threatened that if action was not taken soon, they would come daily to exterminate the inhabitants of the gathering place. Upon seeing Wan Qiqian's return, several high-ranking members of Linbin District rushed to him, relaying the events of the past few days. Those scoundrels! Wan Qiqian seethed with rage upon hearing this news. However, mindful of Su Zhe's presence, he restrained his fury, instead gathering a few trusted allies to approach Su Zhe. This is Peng Funan and Li Jun, my confidants. Familiarity between both parties is merely a beginning. After nodding and observing the two individuals before him, Su Zhe found himself increasingly intrigued by the nature and caliber of the factions they had previously mentioned. During his attendance at the Huaihai district meeting, he noted that the names of these factions were conspicuously absent from the throng of attendees. If he were to hazard a guess, it seemed that they were merely insignificant forces. Li Jun, please introduce those rascals, Wan Qiqian remarked. Noticing the confusion in Su Zhe's eyes and gesturing for Li Jun to elucidate on the Dongshan County and Lanshan Gang, among other factions. He also took the opportunity to disclose Su Zhe's identity. Boss Su, Dongshan County, Lanshan Gang, and several other factions are essentially among the forces that have established themselves in this vicinity, and they are also the initiators of this alliance. Initially, they maintained a policy of mutual non-interference, being independent factions with no connections. However, for reasons unknown, they have chosen to unite in recent days. Upon hearing Su Zhe's name, Li Jun immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Although this was merely their first encounter, he had certainly heard of Su Zhe. Moreover, Wan Qiqian had previously mentioned the necessity of seeking Su Zhe's assistance. With his arrival, Li Jun naturally dared not act with any degree of insolence. Bring me the map. I do not care how these individuals manage to form an alliance. Addressing these rascals is unequivocally the priority. Do you have any intelligence regarding the individuals backing them? Su Zhe expressed disinterest in the reasons behind these individuals' actions, viewing them merely as superficial gestures. Conducting a detailed investigation into their intelligence? Apologies, but such a waste of time is something I would never entertain. In the face of overwhelming military might, any intelligence becomes futile. My numbers far exceed yours, and my combat prowess is ruthlessly superior. Must I possess intelligence to take action? That is utterly absurd. The map, quickly. It was Li Jun's first encounter with such an audacious approach to warfare, leaving him somewhat taken aback. However, Wan Qiqian responded more swiftly, motioning for Li Jun to retrieve a detailed map of the surrounding area. Are the east and west directions the focus of their power? A few minutes later, Su Zhe took the map and glanced over it. He discerned that the markers on the map were quite conspicuous. The majority of the hostile factions' territories lay in the east and west. The Limbin district appeared to be an awkward area caught in between, with no zones suitable for concealing personnel. However, Dongshan County was a different matter altogether. True to its name, Dongshan County was situated behind a mountain range, and the only accessible route was a narrow mountain path. More importantly, Dongshan County occupied the forefront of these 11 factions, while the core areas of the other factions were positioned behind the mountains. Should anyone wish to assail this alliance, they would inevitably need to conquer Dongshan County. If that were all, it would constitute a relatively straightforward battle plan, as it would require confronting only one faction. Yet, the road leading to Dongshan County was merely a winding, narrow dirt path. It is not merely vehicles that struggle to traverse this road. Even individuals of considerable stature find it exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the local leader, Kai Fulin, has long cultivated the territory of Dushan County, establishing numerous hidden fortresses and tunnels surrounding the narrow path leading upward from Dushan County. One could assert that the entire Dushan County, along with the encircling mountains, has collaboratively formed a colossal three-dimensional fortress. This is a significant reason why Wan Qiqian hesitated to take action prior. In the absence of heavy artillery or extraordinary abilities, one would be utterly powerless against such formidable defenses. Even with tenfold the numbers, it would be impossible to conquer Dushan County. Brother Su, perhaps we should abandon the idea of attacking Dushan County and wait for them to strike first. Should we initiate the assault, it could result in substantial casualties. Wan Qiqian, aware of Dushan County's might, noticed that Su Zhe remained silent, which only heightened his concern. After contemplating, he decided to temper Su Zhe's impulsiveness and suggested they hold their position in Limbin district instead. Chapter 196, A Vigorous Assault. Are you implying that apart from Dushan County, other regions possess little combat capability? Just as Wan Qiqian finished articulating his suggestion, Su Zhe, rather than showing indifference, inquired with genuine curiosity about the defensive strengths of other areas. Wan Qiqian was momentarily taken aback before instinctively nodding. Indeed, the vast plains behind Dushan County, coupled with the mountain barriers, create a fertile environment with ample rainfall. Su Zhe was correct, aside from Dushan County, which posed a particularly tough challenge. The other locations exhibited virtually no defensive measures. Once Dushan County was secured, the remaining areas would be as defenseless as a maiden unguarded. However, herein lies the dilemma. Dushan County is not easily subdued. That will suffice regarding the information, Su Zhe interjected, noticing Wan Qiqian seemed poised to elaborate further. He decisively stowed away the map, signaling for silence. Lin Yedong, Yi Qing, you have half an hour to capture Dushan County. Exiting. Su Zhe promptly assigned the combat mission to Yi Qing and Lin Yedong, retrieving the map of Dushan County. Is that agreeable? Certainly, half an hour is more than sufficient. They replied. We can simply have the silencer carry explosives to eliminate this stubborn stronghold. It won't even take half an hour. After grasping the general situation, Lin Yedong and Yi Qing exhibited little reaction. They believed that Dushan County's defensive strategy would prove ineffective. With their speed and strength, which far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, combined with extraordinary powers, such a fortress-like defense would be utterly futile. This opportunity is viable, and I will also instruct Zhang Shaojie to dispatch personnel to engage and hold the frontal firepower. With the plan confirmed, Su Zhe promptly began organizing the team for action, while Yi Qing and Lin Yedong exchanged glances before setting off at once. Master Wan, is this truly feasible? You have witnessed the situation in Dushan County. Indeed, in such a place, not to mention two individuals, even 2,000 would find it impossible to ascend. Soon, Su Zhe and his companions exited the room, leaving only Wan Qiqian and others in a state of bewilderment. Although Li Jun and Ping Funan were not entirely familiar with Su Zhe's plan, they were well acquainted with Duxian County. If they were to adhere strictly to the previously discussed strategy, capturing Duxian County would evidently be an unattainable endeavor. Rationality dictated that such a plan was bound to meet with failure. Wan Qiqian, too, acknowledged their sentiments, yet as he pondered, a sudden smile graced his lips. One cannot apply conventional reasoning to Su Zhe and his companions. In that moment, Wan Qiqian realized with a pang that he seemed to have aged, struggling to keep pace with the current era. Perhaps it was Su Zhe and his cohort who were truly destined to dominate the world. A sigh of melancholy escaped Wan Qiqian, revealing the depths of his introspection, while Li Jun and Peng Fu Nen remained silent. However, the resignation evident in their eyes spoke volumes. They resonated deeply with Wan Qiqian's words. The times had indeed cast them aside. Boss, we have arrived. This Duxian County feels more like a gathering place in the mountains, doesn't it? Within half an hour, Su Zhe, along with Lin Yudong and over 1,000 silent ones, reached the foot of Duxian County. The surrounding environment matched Su Zhe's initial expectations. The entire Duxian County was constructed upon a mountain range. Encircled by towering peaks, dense pines and cypresses cloaked the mountains in a natural disguise. Even with careful observation, Su Zhe could only catch fleeting glimpses of structures amidst the thick foliage, and whether anyone resided there remained uncertain. Lin Yudong, however, was taken aback. In his estimation, Duxian County should be deemed a county town, yet the scene before him suddenly revealed the stark reality. This was no county-level settlement, but rather a primordial forest. Let us proceed. No personnel are to be spared, just eliminate them. After surveying the surroundings, Su Zhe identified the narrow path leading to the mountain summit. Without further ado, he signaled to Lin Yudong and Yi Qing to prepare their forces for action. Silent ones, follow me. Yi Qing took the initiative, unleashing her extraordinary power, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Simultaneously, the silent ones behind her sprang into action. Armed not only with an array of conventional weapons, but also carrying substantial amounts of explosives. Utilizing forest camouflage, they swiftly vanished into the expansive mountains. Even Su Zhe, unless he focused intently, would find it challenging to detect Yi Qing and the silent ones in such an environment. Yi Qing's combat strategy was remarkably straightforward. Infiltrate the mountains and systematically root out the countless bunkers one by one. My esteemed leader, I shall approach from the flank, while the frontal assault will be entrusted to Yi Qing. Interestingly, Lin Yudong has not assumed command this time and has not even accompanied Yi Qing on this mission. Compared to engaging in direct combat, Lin Yudong prefers the art of assassination. Although the pathways in this vicinity are indeed somewhat treacherous, they pose little challenge to Lin Yudong. Observing the mountain peak before him, which resembles a hawk's beak, he effortlessly sprang into the air, his agile form navigating the steep terrain as if it were level ground. Moments later, as Lin Yudong's voice faded into silence, only Su Zhe remained at the base of the mountain. Concurrently, Zhang Shaojie had already led his armed guards to launch an offensive from the front, the echo of gunfire resonating throughout the valley. How intriguing it is to discover you in this place. One could say you are either fortunate or unfortunate. At this moment, Su Zhe chose not to venture towards the battlefield but instead paced thoughtfully before suddenly speaking. He then bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and in an instant, hurled it forth. With a resounding thud, the stone struck a large tree 100 meters away, causing it to splinter and crash to the ground with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, 3 women emerged from various directions, converging before Su Zhe. Su Zhe, when did you notice me? The speaker was none other than Gu Qing, who had discreetly followed Su Zhe. It was not so much a matter of discovery. Rather, it was an inadvertent curiosity that arose when he turned around. Observing the surprised expressions on the faces of the 3 women, Su Zhe remained remarkably composed. He brushed off the debris scattered by the fallen tree, half squatting on a larger stone, and smiled. Is there something you wish to discuss? If you merely stand there in silence, it seems unnecessary for us to converse. I am quite occupied. Indeed, Su Zhe was not jesting. He was genuinely preoccupied. Having previously instructed Lin Yudong and Yi Qing to infiltrate Duxian County from 2 different directions, he had no intention of idling. Instead, he was preparing to seize an opportunity to penetrate Duxian County and potentially eliminate its leadership. Had Yi Qing not appeared unexpectedly, Suze suspected he would have already commenced his plan. Do you possess no sense of decorum? Someone comes to seek you out, and you respond with such indifference? Gu Qing's expression was far from pleasant. She recalled various scenarios from her first encounter with Suze, contemplating that they might either engage in a fierce confrontation or he might invite her to converse. However, his inexplicable demeanor of coldness was bewildering. It was as if he had already anticipated her arrival, a notion Gu Qing found difficult to accept. Decorum? Gu Qing's mention of it prompted Suze to reflect on the matter, realizing that perhaps he should address it more thoughtfully. Is it polite to infiltrate my Shanghang district as a spy? Is it courteous to follow others without permission, seeking to pry into their secrets? And is it respectful to gaze down upon others with an air of arrogance? After a series of probing questions, Suze no longer wished to waste time. He turned to Gu Qing and the two individuals flanking her, smiling as he said, "If you are ready to act, do not hold back. It must be quite uncomfortable for you. Make your move. Do not kill him, simply subdue him." Xian and Feng had long desired to intervene, yet they had refrained, waiting for the opportune moment until now. However, Suze's provocative words pushed both Xian and Feng beyond their limits. Gu Qing, sensing the charged atmosphere, did not intervene. If Xian and Feng could subdue Suze, it would yield a satisfactory outcome. If not, it would still provide insight into his capabilities. A scenario Gu Qing found entirely acceptable. Thus, Gu Qing stepped aside, granting ample space for Suze to maneuver. "All right, will you come forth and restrain these three women? I have inquiries to make regarding their origins." Yet, before Gu Qing could fully comprehend the situation, and before Xian and Feng could act, Suze unexpectedly uttered a series of bewildering words and leapt onto the treetops surrounding them. What could this individual possibly intend? It was unclear. But the tension in the air was palpable. Before Xian could finish his sentence, a lethal aura enveloped both him and Feng like a razor's edge. "Do not move. You have been completely targeted by our automated aiming systems. Remain where you are. I am aware that you possess extraordinary abilities. Yet the weaponry we wield is not something ordinary powers can withstand. Should you wish to test this, I shall not be responsible for the consequences." Before Gu Qing and the others could fully grasp the unfolding events, a multitude of armed personnel surged forth from the previously tranquil foothills, their firearms locking onto the surroundings. To emphasize the disparity in power, Wu pressed the silver barrel of her gun against Gu Qing's forehead, her eyes gleaming with a deadly intent. Gu Qing found herself bewildered by the current circumstances. In her prior plans, she envisioned locating Suze, showcasing her strength to establish a dominant position, and subsequently negotiating cooperation against Shang Wanshensi. This strategy appeared flawless to Gu Qing. After all, how formidable could a local force from Su province truly be? Yet now, "Suze, when did you ambush so many around us?" Gu Qing's expression darkened, a flicker of conflict evident in her eyes. She had indeed anticipated various outcomes upon meeting Suze, including potential combat, and perhaps even an unexpected revelation of his strength. However, Gu Qing never anticipated a scenario where he found himself with a firearm aimed at his forehead, encircled by hundreds of individuals. "Suze, as the leader of a region, how could you engage in such shameless acts?" On one hand, Gu Qing was perplexed by Suze's silence, while on the other, he sensed the murderous intent emanating from those surrounding him. At this moment, Gu Qing comprehended that if a confrontation were to ensue, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. After exchanging a glance with Xian Feng, Gu Qing suppressed his fury and signaled for restraint, recognizing that in such an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation, only a fool would use his identity as leverage. Indeed, Gu Qing had never been such a fool. To recklessly reveal his identity at this juncture would only pose a lethal threat to his life. In the wilderness, regardless of the immense power held by Gu Qing's family, their influence could not extend to this desolate place. In other words, if Suze truly chose to strike, there would be no one left to even collect his corpse. Thus, Gu Qing aimed to utilize his own secrets as a bargaining chip. Striving for an opportunity to negotiate with Suze, what does it mean to say that I am not a man who only ambushes? I have allies and firearms at my disposal to resolve these issues. Why should I engage you in a duel? In the face of Gu Qing's resentful expression, Suze appeared completely unfazed, even allowing a hint of a smile to grace his lips. Gu Qing's line of thinking was utterly amusing. He could effortlessly resolve the current predicament. Why resort to the methods of an ability user to address such concerns? You lack martial ethics. Listen to me. I did not come here to become your adversary. Faced with Wu Yu, who was poised to strike at any moment, Gu Qing was thrown into a state of panic. She had not anticipated that Su Zhe would deny her even the chance to speak, instead directing Wu Yu to act immediately. If Su Zhe had chosen to engage directly, Gu Qing might have been able to accept it. However, the fact that Su Zhe resorted to firearms to subdue her was unbearable for Gu Qing. Chapter 198, An Unexpected Incident. The Elder? Boss, it's done. I've temporarily restrained them. Once this matter concludes, we will bring them back to Shanghang District. Despite her face contorted with anger, Gu Qing's rationality informed her that choosing to retaliate at this moment would only result in one outcome, being riddled with bullets by Wu Yu and the surrounding individuals. Therefore, faced with the threats posed by Wu Yu and Su Zhe, Gu Qing ultimately refrained from taking action, instead submitting to the control exerted by Su Zhe's subordinates. Upon witnessing this, both Su Zhe and Wu Yu felt a twinge of inexplicable curiosity as they had prepared themselves for a confrontation. Do not concern yourselves with them. Focus on resolving the situation in Dushan County. As for Gu Qing, we have ample time to address that matter. Nonetheless, Su Zhe did not dwell on this incident too much, for the fact that no battle had occurred and that Gu Qing had been subdued without conflict was already a satisfactory outcome. However, Wu Yu found herself in a quandary. With an innate intuition, she sensed the impending danger emanating from Gu Qing. It became clear that Zhang Shaojia had commenced his actions, drawing a significant portion of the forces from Dushan County to the front lines. Fortunately, Wu Yu held a degree of faith in Su Zhe's choices and refrained from placing excessive focus on Gu Qing and her companions. Instead, she relayed the general intelligence from the front line to Su Zhe. To her astonishment, there were only a little over 5,000 personnel. The battlefield report in Wu Yu's hands caused a flicker of surprise in Su Zhe's previously grave expression. This reaction was not due to Dushan County's forces exceeding Su Zhe's expectations, but rather the sheer insignificance of their numbers. 5,000 individuals might pose a challenge for a typical faction. However, for Su Zhe, they were utterly inconsequential. On the frontal battlefield, it would not even require Su Zhe's direct intervention. Merely Zhang Shaojia leading the charge would suffice to annihilate all of Dushan County's troops. Nevertheless, the situation on the battlefield appeared to be deteriorating. Upon their approach, Zhang Shaojia seemed to have encountered some difficulties. Indeed, the number of Dushan County's forces was minimal. Yet they had deployed civilians armed with rudimentary weapons at the forefront as mere cannon fodder, causing Zhang Shaojia to hesitate in taking action. Just as Su Zhe finished reviewing the report, Wu Yu shared another piece of news, an unfavorable one. Using civilians as fodder? Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Su Zhe's expression shifted to one of disquiet. It was indeed true. To elucidate her point, Wu Yu had meticulously recorded the detailed circumstances on the battlefield with a camera. "Captain, look at the route," she said, her demeanor grave. The footage revealed the combined forces of Dushan County, armed with various weapons, launching an assault towards Zhang Shaojia's position. The incessant sounds of artillery and gunfire reverberated through the air, and Su Zhe could even faintly discern frenzied shouts akin to those of rabid dogs in the background. Had the situation ended there, Su Zhe would have found little cause for alarm. After all, the unpredictability of warfare is a commonplace occurrence, particularly amidst a battle involving thousands, where such dense explosions are expected. However, as the scene shifted, the sight of the individuals in the front row was one Su Zhe struggled to accept, stirring within him a sense of inexplicable helplessness and indignation. Wu Yu's account proved accurate. The foremost contingent was not comprised of combatants but rather a group of elderly individuals. Clad in tattered hemp garments, they wielded nothing more than rudimentary implements, steel forks, and fire axes. Following them were middle-aged women, their weapons equally pitiable. Thanks to the decent resolution of Wu Yu's recording device, Su Zhe could even discern the expressions of resignation etched upon the faces of those elderly individuals. Cannon fodder. These individuals were nothing but pure cannon fodder. "Boss, should we engage directly?" Zhang Shaojia had been grappling with this very question. Otherwise, the frontline skirmish would have concluded by now. Confronted with the hesitant Su Zhe, Wu Yu tentatively inquired about the situation. Initially, Wu Yu had planned for this group of 5,000 to pose a mere 10-minute inconvenience, given the formidable firepower and elite combat skills of the troops in Shanghang District. Dealing with these individuals seemed akin to a dimensional strike. However, the current predicament involved the first row of innocent elderly individuals, leaving Wu Yu and her companions at a loss for how to proceed. Killing them outright appeared feasible. From a rational standpoint, they were enemies. Regardless of their identities, once on the battlefield, anyone became an adversary, even a frail old man. Yet, one cannot perpetually dwell in an idealistic realm. These elderly souls, reduced to mere cannon fodder, were truly innocent survivors. They ought to live out their days in peace or contribute meaningfully within a survivor base. Thus, Wu found herself uncertain, awaiting Suzai's decision. The dilemma presented itself as a binary choice, to kill or not to kill. Suzai refrained from directly answering Wu Yu's query, instead casting a serious gaze toward the horizon, where the sun was setting. The golden light bathed the surroundings, transforming the sky into a captivating canvas. Yet, Suzai had little inclination to admire such beauty. He too grappled with the conflict of whether to disregard the implications of the cannon fodder and act decisively. Taking action required no hesitation on his part. But what lay beyond the battle? Suzai's intentions for Dushin County extended beyond mere plunder. He sought to claim the entirety of Dushin County and its surrounding territories. Eliminating the elderly posed no challenge for him, yet the ensuing interpersonal relationships following the conquest were the source of his concern. The elderly's significance transcended their combat capability. They embodied the cohesion of a gathered community. Presently, the battlefield was populated with numerous elderly figures, and Suzai doubted that Dushin County alone could provide 1,000 such individuals. They were undoubtedly elders collectively promoted from the surrounding congregations. Once these elderly were eradicated, reclaiming the surrounding land would become an insurmountable obstacle. Do not rush into action. We cannot kill these individuals, nor can we dismiss them lightly. Suzai instructed Zhang Shaojie. Tell him to ignore these elders for now. Let me handle the ensuing complications. Soon after, Suzai reached a decision. The elderly must not be harmed, and Zhang Shaojie was to refrain from aggressive action. Suzai resolved to take matters into his own hands. The direct battlefield was of little consequence. Securing Dushin County was paramount, rendering the personnel on the front lines relatively unimportant. Chapter 199. Unexpected Gains. The hope of animal husbandry boss. If Zhang Shaojie opts not to engage, Lin Yudong and Yi Qing will face immense pressure. Thousands of individuals, even if they are merely civilians, cannot be dismissed as an easily manageable armed force. At the very moment Suzai began to speak, Wu had already surmised his general intentions, opting to abandon a direct confrontation with the forces of Dushin County. Instead, he resolved to allow the troops led by Yi Qing and Lin Yudong to bear the brunt of the battle. This strategy indeed enabled them to disregard the aged soldiers at the forefront of Dushin County's armed forces. However, for Wu Yu, this was far from encouraging news. Do you not trust Lin Yudong and his men? Wu Yu inquired, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. In contrast, Suzai exhibited a remarkable composure, observing the surrounding environment while smilingly questioning Wu Yu's evident anxiety. It is not a matter of distrust. It is simply that there are far too many people in Dushin County. I still wish to elaborate on this. Enough of this discourse. From the outset, I did not place all my focus on Zhang Shaojie. The reason for sending him to the front lines was not merely to draw fire, but to gauge the overall strength of our troops in Shanghong District. If the timing is not appropriate for them to engage, then let us refrain from action. Having explained his reasoning, Suzai leaped onto the mountainside. Return and inform Zhang Shaojie that the individuals from Dushin County are not his concern. He need only keep a watchful eye on Gu Qing, whom he brought back earlier. Without waiting for Wu Yu's response, Suzai's words faded as he vanished into the mountains, facing the steep peaks that soared hundreds of meters. Suzai felt no fatigue. Rather, he traversed them as if strolling on level ground. What appeared to be a treacherous path for an ordinary person was, for Suzai, nearly a commonplace trail. In fact, this path was easier to navigate than most. It was not hot, and beneath the cool canopies of trees, Suzai's figure darted with increasing speed. In an instant, he had ascended to the cliffs of Dushin County. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, casting a glance of resignation, recalled the seriousness conveyed in Suzai's earlier remarks. He chose not to voice further objections and promptly set off to relay Suzai's orders to Zhang Shaojie. Indeed, Dushin County was aptly named. Ignoring Wu Yu and the others, Suzai, upon reaching the cliffs, was greeted by the sight of a vast basin. At the center of this basin stood a dense cluster of buildings. Although these structures were merely small wooden houses, their scale indicated that this settlement was not insignificant. Based on the area of construction and the number of houses, Suzai estimated that nearly 10,000 survivors resided within Dushin County. Moreover, he noticed that an expanse of flat land outside the settlement was cultivated with various vegetables and rice. Though limited in quantity, the diversity was commendable. To his astonishment, there was even a livestock farm. What surprised Suzai further was the presence of a rabbit-rearing area within this seemingly small Dushin County. This revelation left him somewhat perplexed. As of now, the scale of Shanghang District can undoubtedly be regarded as a premier gathering place within the province of Su. Both in terms of combat prowess and resident population, it stands out as a prominent entity. However, even such a formidable Shanghang District has been unable to secure these resources, while Dushan County possesses a considerable quantity of them. Boss, what brings you here? Just as Su Zhe was taken aback, Yi Qing and Lin Yedong, accompanied by the Silent Ones, appeared in the vicinity. Observing Su Zhe alone in the mountain hollow, gazing at the settlement area of Dushan County, they too felt a tinge of curiosity. At this moment, Su Zhe disregarded Lin Yedong and the others lingering at the periphery, calling them over directly. Do you have any information regarding why Dushan County has livestock areas? This is something we overlooked when we arrived earlier. We paid no attention to this aspect and merely conducted a reconnaissance of the surroundings, Lin Yedong and Yi Qing admitted, somewhat perplexed by Su Zhe's inquiry. They had not noticed the livestock areas upon their arrival, focusing instead on the general situation around them. Are these cows and sheep really that significant? We obtained a batch of chilled meat from the vicinity of Shanghang District earlier, so we need not worry about our meat supply, Lin Yedong remarked, clearly not grasping the importance of the so-called cattle and sheep. To him, the chilled meat left in the cold storage was just as viable as living livestock, making such concern unnecessary. Fool. Securing these breeding bulls means that Shanghang District will no longer need to worry about meat supply, Su Zhe elaborated, emphasizing the importance of his words. Even if the cold storage is plentiful, it will eventually be consumed, whereas the raised cattle and sheep will continue to provide. Then, boss, shall we proceed to capture all these cattle and sheep? Lin Yedong, not lacking in intelligence, immediately conceived a bold idea upon Su Zhe's explanation. He could take a small team to procure the livestock while leaving the task of subduing Dushan County to Su Zhe and Yi Qing. After all, Lin Yedong had already gathered comprehensive intelligence on the armed forces and general situation of Dushan County during their approach. Although the path to Dushan County could be described as treacherous, the internal environment was practically devoid of defenses. Moreover, the majority of the main forces had already been dispatched, leaving only a reserve force of a couple of hundred guards. Thus, there was virtually no resistance against Su Zhe and his team. Very well, let us proceed as planned. You take your team to subdue the livestock staff and bring back the cattle and sheep. Remember, we may not seize Dushan County, but you must ensure these resources come back with us. This decision did not stem from a sudden change of heart on Su Zhe's part, but rather a long-term perspective. Understanding livestock production would undoubtedly yield greater benefits for Shanghang District than the value Dushan County could provide. Moreover, the current strength of Dushan County does not necessitate Su Zhe and his companions exerting themselves to the fullest. Lin Yuandong's plan is indeed feasible. Rest assured, boss. There will be absolutely no issues in executing this matter. Observing Su Zhe's earnest demeanor, Lin Yuandong dared not be the slightest bit negligent. After offering his assurance, he immediately led his men into action. Following a nod from Su Zhe, he and Yi Qing swiftly infiltrated Dushan County, with the two teams splitting into two routes. Chapter 200, Junyun Zahumph. I believe the initial assault on the Limbin district should be made with lives as the currency. Is it necessary to leave those good-for-nothing leeches behind in the base? Indeed, Dushan County is fundamentally a stronghold, so why retain so many individuals? Silence. While it is true that the population in the stronghold has increased, have you considered that these individuals represent our foundational support? Dushan County, though situated in a secluded basin, is afflicted by a humid and stifling climate, exacerbated by the deteriorating temperatures following the apocalypse. Even in early June, the surrounding weather approached an astonishing severity. With the mountainous basin being particularly damp, it is more accurate to describe Dushan County not merely as a basin but rather as a steamer. Within the natural caverns beneath Dushan County, 7 or 8 robust men sat neatly arranged on intricately carved stone seats, seemingly unfazed by the oppressive heat. Accompanying these middle-aged men were a dozen or so young, alluring women clad in revealing attire, posing suggestively. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that the eyes of these women were filled with a vacant expression, as if they were not human but rather a troop of puppets. Humph. That scoundrel Wan Qiqian is nothing more than a treacherous dog. Could we not thrive alongside Shang Guanchensi and his crew? Why must he oppose us? Is it not only natural for me to eliminate him? Suddenly, a furious outburst echoed through the previously subdued cavern. A man, adorned with a silver axe at his waist, abruptly stood up, kicking aside the woman who had been massaging him, and directed an enraged tirade at those before him. Junyonza, the de facto leader of the Dushan County stronghold, is also the instigator of this assault on the Limbin District Alliance. The individuals surrounding him are leaders from other strongholds. Yet, given the power dynamics, they lack the authority to voice their opinions. Thus, even in the face of Junyunza's arrogance, none dared to oppose him. Abyo. The 5,000 brothers gathered have already set out, correct? Certainly, Junyunza's ire was directed primarily at the surrounding inept individuals, while the others simply bore the brunt of his wrath. Boss, they have all departed. It seems that Wan Qiqian has sought assistance, though we are currently unaware of the specifics. Just as Junyunza began to speak, a burly man, completely bald and adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings on his chest, emerged from a corner. Quietly approaching Junyunza, he whispered, "The situation remains within our plans. Even if Wan Qiqian manages to rally support, we shall be prepared to face them. Let them eliminate the Limbin district. The remaining matters can be handled by those in other gathering places." For Junyunza, the allies that Wan Qiqian sought, numbering over 17,000, were of no concern whatsoever. All local powers in Su province had already been duly informed, and the young scions of the capital would undoubtedly refrain from assisting Wan Qiqian. Even if Wan Qiqian was fortunate enough to find some fearless individuals willing to unite, they would possess no substantial force. What could he possibly wield against me? Esteemed colleagues, the matter concerning the Limbin district has nearly reached its resolution. Our present focus must shift to devising a plan for the existing survivors. In truth, Junyunza was far more concerned about the survivors gathered from the multitude of gathering places than about Wan Qiqian. These individuals could not be summarily executed. Yet, to spare them would not alleviate the scarcity of provisions. We could send them to the Huaihai district, after all. Those young lords seem to have lost their wits and are in need of manpower. However, they require strapping young men, while we would only be dispatching the elderly. Would they accept them? I propose it would be better to eliminate them outright, preserving only a few young survivors. Before long, the topic raised by Junyunza ignited a fervent discussion among those present, and due to their vested interests, what had once been a calm atmosphere now bore an inexplicable tension. Indeed, the alliance was merely an alliance, but when personal interests were at stake, it became nothing more than an ephemeral illusion, even resembling a farcical jest. The reason Junyunza and his cohorts chose to align with the inhabitants of the capital instead of confronting the Mountain King boiled down to two factors. Firstly, the young scions of the capital possessed abundant resources. Acquiring even a fraction would ensure that Junyunza and his companions thrived. Secondly, and perhaps most crucially, should the status quo persist, the immense population of survivors could inevitably overwhelm and devastate the surrounding gathering places, irrespective of external interference. Esteemed colleagues, I believe it is imperative that we deliberate on this matter with utmost seriousness, as you appear to harbor dissatisfaction with me. As the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly tense, the previously smirking Junyunza's countenance suddenly flashed with a hint of murderous intent. The struggle among a few continued, however. They were oblivious to the fact that a contingent of individuals, previously unimagined to appear in Dushan County, had now infiltrated the gathering place. Boss, everything is in order. There is virtually no defensive force within Dushan County, only a handful patrolling the periphery. After Suzhou and Yuqin split from Linyadong, they wasted no time. They directly led the Silent Ones into the gathering place of Dushan County, and within 5 minutes, the outermost patrols had been entirely neutralized. Suzhou could, without a hint of modesty, assert that had no other personnel appeared, the entirety of Dushan County would have already fallen under his control. Initially anticipating a grand battle, it now seemed he had been overly apprehensive. Let the brothers take charge of Dushan County. At this moment, a somewhat bemused expression crossed Suzhou's face, tinged with a sense of boredom. Before arriving in Dushan County, Wang Qitian had informed him about the formidable challenges of conquering this place and the immense power of the opposing alliance. In retrospect, had Suzhou foreseen the current situation, he undoubtedly would have refrained from expending his energy in a personal confrontation. However, there seems to be an intriguing development. Although we have successfully taken control of Dushan County, none of the higher-ups have appeared thus far. Yiqing, at this moment, felt a profound sense of bewilderment, as this battle had proven to be one of the most unequal she had ever encountered. The opposing forces crumbled effortlessly, lacking even a hidden trump card to defend themselves. Yet, Yiqing remained vigilant, having observed an oddity. Not a single high-ranking official from Dushan County had made their presence known, and on the front lines, Zhang Shao, Jia similarly found no trace of any senior officials. Merely a handful of individuals were present to manage the troops. This situation piqued interest. It appeared that Dushan County held more than met the eye. Upon hearing Yu Qing's perplexity, Suze was not particularly surprised. Instead, her words sparked a conjecture within him. Chapter 201. The big fish we seek lies beneath, boss. We have brought in the individual. This man is the highest-ranking person we have located in Dushan County thus far. Half an hour later, Yu Qing presented a disheveled old man with a conspicuous mustache before Suze. Boss, I assure you, I am not the head of Dushan County. I am merely an administrator tasked with managing these commoners, the man protested. Li Rue, a local of Dushan County, was appointed by Jun Yunze as the agricultural administrator due to his familiarity with the local environment. He had originally intended to lead a logistics team to deliver supplies to the front line, but now it seemed irrelevant. Whether he would even survive the day was a matter of concern. Boss, Jun Yunze calls the shots in Dushan County, and Biao is the second in command. I truly have no knowledge of their whereabouts. Despite Suze remaining silent, Li Rue could palpably sense the coldness emanating from those present, particularly from the young man before him, who felt less like a person and more akin to a terrifying beast. Adhering to the principle of misery loves company, Li Rue promptly divulged all the information he possessed. He then opted to remain silent, believing it to be his best course of action. Take him away. This man is utterly clueless. After absorbing Li Rue's information, Suze chose not to elaborate further and signaled for Yu Qing to escort him out. Although Li Rue's insights about Dushan County were quite comprehensive and somewhat beneficial to Suze, the core issues concerning Dushan County remained elusive to this old fellow. Continuing to inquire would yield no fruitful results. It would be more prudent to take matters into his own hands. Soon, Yu Qing signaled the two individuals beside her to take Li Rue away, and then she slowly approached Suze. There are truly no management personnel left. In the entirety of Dushan County, aside from the ordinary survivors, there are no other individuals we seek. She posed a thought-provoking question. Have you ever considered that Dushan County, with a population exceeding 10,000, could possibly be confined to this small area? In response to Yu Qing's frustration, Suze suddenly broke into a smile. Leader, could there be other locations here? Yu Qing, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that while the basin before them was sizable, accommodating over 10,000 survivors within it seemed nearly impossible. Instantly, she cast a perplexed glance at her surroundings. I believe our target lies beneath our feet. Suze, not rushing to address Yu Qing, articulated his hypothesis. The entire Dushan County rests atop the mountains, and this basin indeed serves as a viable habitat for ordinary survivors. However, it is beneath our feet that the high-ranking individuals of Dushan County may be concealed. Yu Qing, instruct the brothers to secure the survivors in the gathering area, and then bring a few people to accompany me. Minutes later, with his keen observation, Suze quickly identified a location. It appears to be right here. Placing an entrance in such a spot is a testament to ingenuity. The place Suze pinpointed was not within the basin, but rather at a crevice along the edge of the mountains, where years of seepage had transformed the area into a natural spring. Nearby, a small well provided the necessary water supply for daily needs. At first glance, it seemed like an unremarkable water source, perhaps somewhat rudimentary. However, upon closer inspection, Suze noticed a flaw hidden among the pile of thatch beside the well. Typically, thatch is used as kindling, stored in dry, well-ventilated places, yet this area was saturated with moisture. Suze could even discern visible water stains atop the thatch. At this point, he was evidently convinced that the primary purpose of the thatch was to conceal something's existence. More importantly, Suze observed that muddy footprints marred the surrounding ground, and there were no paths leading to the well. Leader, is the entrance within here? Upon realizing where Suze's gaze was directed, Yu Qing promptly brought her team to the vicinity. While inquiring about Suze's findings, she cleared away the thatch surrounding the area. There truly is an entrance. As expected by Suze, when Yu Qing removed the thatch, a natural cave opening, approximately 1.5 meters wide and high, appeared before her. Do not rush inside. I believe those within should be emerging soon. Just as Yu Qing was about to lead her team into the cave to investigate its contents, Suze halted her, signaling for her to wait at the entrance and refrain from entering hastily. The rationale behind this was straightforward. Suze had already begun to hear the faint sounds of footsteps approaching from within the cave. Ahem, a group of incompetents. Why have they yet to resolve logistical matters? Let us proceed. If all goes according to plan, Lao Gao and his team should have already arrived at Limbin District. With a bit of preparation, we could take over directly. Indeed, It was not long after Su Zhe intercepted Yi Qing that several raucous voices emerged from the cave. The echoes were particularly pronounced, allowing Su Zhe to clearly discern their conversation even at the entrance. Let us wait a moment. There is no need for haste. They will inevitably come up. And if I am not mistaken, these individuals are the fish we need to catch. Su Zhe once again halted Yi Qing, who was eager to take action. He stood calmly by the cave entrance, seemingly unperturbed, though a hint of vigilance flickered in his eyes. Inside the cave were none other than Jun Yunjie and his companions, who had just been speaking. As Jun Yunjie prepared to exit, he felt an immediate chill, accompanied by the cold, metallic sensation of a gun pressed against the back of his head. A voice emerged, calm yet commanding. Greetings. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you step out obediently. The speaker was Su Zhe, his tone devoid of overt malice, yet laced with an inexplicable amusement. Who are you? Jun Yunjie's response was starkly different. The chilling aura of menace made him reluctant to turn and face Su Zhe and Yi Qing, leaving him to cast a helpless glance around. However, this glance only deepened his despair. Surrounding the basin of Dushan County stood unfamiliar armed personnel. In that instant, Jun Yunjie comprehended a grave truth. Although he did not know the identity of these individuals, he realized that Dushan County was no longer his. Chapter 202. Are the abilities strong? Who are you? I, Jun Yunjie, may not claim to be a good person, but I believe I have not wronged you. As he slowly crawled out of the cave, Jun Yunjie quickly assessed the situation before him. Apart from the two young individuals, the entire Dushan County had been completely seized by a mysterious force. A mere glance allowed Jun Yunjie to sense an inexplicable peril emanating from these armed figures. At this point, he had come to understand his precarious situation. He had likely provoked an unknown power, yet Su Zhe before him did not seem inclined to act hastily. Jun Yunjie forced himself to remain calm, adopting a tentative tone as he inquired about Su Zhe's identity. Despite the slim possibility, he clung to the hope that perhaps the intentions of this individual were not directed against him. I apologize. While you have not wronged me, unfortunately, you possess something I desire, which is why I am here. At this moment, a look of confusion and curiosity filled Jun Yunjie's face, while Su Zhe remained remarkably composed. As he began to explain, he gestured for Yi Qing to keep the group in check. You fools, do you truly believe we fear your insignificant pistol? However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Observing that Su Zhe had no intention of revealing his identity, Jun Yunjie exchanged glances with the 7 or 8 men behind him and decided to take action. Thunder Pulse. As soon as Jun Yunjie uttered these words, a surge of violent electricity erupted from within him, seemingly to prevent Yi Qing from firing. Instead of immediately confronting Su Zhe, he chose to harness the extraordinary power, enveloping himself in a shimmering blue lightning armor. Humph, since you refuse to disclose your identities, let this secret be buried in the earth. Jun Yunjie's authority over Dushan County and the surrounding alliance was not merely a product of words, but rather a testament to his formidable strength. As a peak-tier second-level lightning ability user, endowed with a mutated attribute, he was undoubtedly a formidable force. His earlier restraint was merely a feigned weakness, a ploy to ascertain the identities of this unexpected group in Dushan County. However, seeing that the two young individuals before him showed no inclination to speak, Jun Yunjie resolved to cease wasting time. Upon fully unleashing his extraordinary power, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Zhe, locking onto him with lethal intent. These fellows are strong. Brothers, stay vigilant. Understood. I, the lone wolf, have never feared anyone. How powerful can these little brats truly be? Damn it, Lao Jun. Is there something amiss in your head? If they were truly capable, would they resort to wielding firearms? With Jun Yunjie's command, the surrounding 7 or 8 individuals exchanged glances before launching their assault. Unsurprisingly, they were all extraordinary ability users. Yet, compared to Jun Yunjie's awakened powers, their abilities seemed rather feeble. Most were enhanced physical ability users, with only 2 or 3 possessing elemental attributes, typically the most common water and fire types. Nevertheless, a hint of pride and arrogance flickered across their faces. They were, after all, extraordinary ability users. In their eyes, Su Zhe and Yi Qing were merely ordinary individuals, despite their possession of firearms that posed a threat to their lives. Kneel before me now, or you shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. As Jun Yunjie's companions advanced to attack, the stern expression that had previously adorned his face vanished entirely, replaced by an inexplicable aura of murderous intent. He was offering Su Zhe a chance, an opportunity to survive. Should they fail to seize it, Jun Yunjie would not hesitate to obliterate both Su Zhe and Yi Qing into ashes. Boss, should I deal with these guys directly? As Jun Yunja's words fell, Yi Qing's cheeks twitched slightly. If it were not for Su Zhe's desire to extract some information from these reckless individuals, Jun Yunja would have already met his demise the moment he unleashed his extraordinary power. Some matters do not require personal involvement. It suffices to let the silence enforcers handle it, leaving Jun Yunja to his own devices, as the others hold no value for me and can be dealt with directly. Initially, Su Zhe had not intended to annihilate these individuals entirely. After all, they were members of the alliance near Duxin County and likely possessed critical information. Thus, he had hoped to leverage their knowledge in exchange for his own name. However, it now seemed unnecessary, since they sought their own destruction. Su Zhe saw no reason to indulge them any longer. Originally, he had planned to confront Jun Yunja under the guise of an ordinary person. But now it appeared that Jun Yunja was unaware of the gravity of his situation. Therefore, Su Zhe did not mind demonstrating what it truly meant to be an extraordinary being. Understanding this, Yi Qing, who had just been poised to strike, paused momentarily, then smiled slightly, signaling the encircling silence enforcers to take action. Silence enforcers? Ha ha ha. Do they truly believe that wielding a few rusty guns renders them invincible? Divide them among us. I shall keep this lady for myself, and I intend to show her what a real man is. Hurry and resolve this. The Limbin district awaits our arrival. To those in Jun Yunja's group, the exchange between Su Zhe and Yi Qing appeared utterly ludicrous. Silence enforcers? The name certainly suggests a certain gravitas, but ultimately they were merely ordinary individuals. Indeed, under specific circumstances, ordinary people armed with firearms could inflict harm upon extraordinary beings. But that necessitated extreme proximity and an element of surprise. In open combat, they were but a gaggle of children wielding large knives. Kill. In response to the taunts from the opposing group, the Silence Enforcer team merely exchanged silent glances before a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the arena. A one-sided massacre commenced. The firearms in the hands of the Silence Enforcers were cast aside, replaced by glistening blades. Shadows joined the fray, and blood and flesh flew through the air. The moment the cold blades met tender necks, crimson blood gushed forth, saturating the surroundings with a pungent stench. Extraordinary beings? In the presence of the Silence Enforcers, they fell as easily as dogs. This is impossible. These individuals are not ordinary. They too are extraordinary beings. Merely 3 minutes later, witnessing the gruesomely torn bodies around him, Jun Yunja could no longer contain himself. He could scarcely fathom that this mysterious team, which had inexplicably appeared on his territory, was composed entirely of extraordinary beings. The combat prowess he had once taken pride in now seemed painfully laughable. Chapter 203, Jun Yunja. Dead. Can we not have a proper conversation now? To be honest, Su Zhe was not at all surprised by the efficiency of the Silence Enforcers. In fact, it could be said that they were operating at a somewhat languid pace. On the side of Jun Yunja, apart from Jun Yunja himself, the other ability users appeared to be nothing more than a collection of weaklings. While they were indeed ability users, they were the most feeble among them. Their actual combat prowess inferior to that of soldiers who had undergone enhancements in military training. The Silent One's act of eliminating them was indistinguishable from confronting ordinary civilians. As for Jun Yunja himself, the primary reason for his presence here was merely that Su Zhe sought to extract certain information from him. Otherwise, his fate would not differ from that of his fallen allies, who lay motionless on the ground. It seemed impossible. How could such a formidable force, composed entirely of ability users, exist within Su Province? Even the powers of the imperial capital would find it challenging to muster a similar lineup. Clearly, Jun Yunja had yet to recover from the shock inflicted by the Silent One. With over 100 members in the Silent One's ranks, and with Jun Yunja aware of only 70 or 80 having previously engaged, the implication was staggering. There could be hundreds of ability users present. Jun Yunja found himself perplexed. What merit did he possess to provoke such a terrifying force against himself? After a prolonged silence, he finally emerged from his state of shock, slightly parting his lips as if to utter something, but upon gazing at the scene before him, words eluded him. He remained rooted in place for an extended period before finally speaking in a weary yet firm tone. Let me die with clarity. Oh. Observing that Jun Yunja showed no signs of resistance, Su Zhe was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Jun Yunja might fight desperately. Yet, he had not made any such move. I have allied with Wan Qiqian to deal with you. The territories we conquer will belong to me. Noticing that Jun Yunja had no intention of attacking, Su Zhe revealed his motives, for he was, after all, a person who found it easy to accommodate others' requests. Satisfying Jun Yunja's modest demands was entirely feasible. Ah, indeed. Upon hearing Suzai's explanation, Jun Yunja was suddenly enlightened. He had not expected Wan Qiqian to truly find allies, especially ones he could not contend with. Tell Wan Qiqian that I shall await him in hell. After a moment of calm, a flicker of deadly intent glimmered in Jun Yunja's eyes, followed by a resurgence of violent lightning enveloping his body. Initially, I had thought this confrontation might conclude here. Yet it appeared that he remained undeterred. Sensing the battle intent radiating from Jun Yunja, Suzai quickly grasped the man's intentions. Boss, allow me to handle this one, interjected Yu Qing, who had comprehended the situation and, before Suzai could utter a word, brandished an extraordinarily exaggerated alloy blade that had materialized in her hand. Apologies. But no one can remain entirely composed in the face of death. Even if I am aware that I may not be your match, I still wish to take a chance. The extraordinary power has fully coalesced, and a hint of arrogant mirth appeared on Jun Yunja's face. Even in the face of death, he would exert every ounce of his strength. I understand. If I were in his position, I would likely make the same choice. Suzai nodded, subtly signaling Yu Qing to proceed. In Shanghang District, Yu Qing. To ensure that Jun Yunja could face his demise with clarity, Yu Qing announced her identity. In the next moment, a brilliant crimson light enveloped Yu Qing's form, dazzling like a blood-red gemstone. Thunderpulse. For Jun Yunja, Yu Qing's name held no significance. The instant she demonstrated her extraordinary power, he had already made his move. Impressive. Truly worthy of being the leader of Duxian County, Jun Yunja's strength is remarkable. Generally speaking, even those with elemental attributes find it exceedingly difficult to completely unleash the elemental force within them. Most can only affix some elemental properties to specific weapons. This holds true even for second-tier extraordinary beings. Among the extraordinary beings in Shanghang District, there are quite a few who have reached the second tier. However, aside from Yu Qing, Lin Yedong, and Wu Yu, the rest can only slightly manipulate their extraordinary power. Jun Yunja, however, is different. Not only can he adeptly wield the electrical properties inherent to his extraordinary power, but he can also fully embody those attributes. Quite formidable. At least among the second-tier extraordinary beings that Suzai has encountered outside of Shanghang District, Jun Yunja undoubtedly stands as a powerful contender. This conclusion is not an exaggeration. It is merely the truth. Unfortunately for Jun Yunja, he has encountered Yu Qing. Otherwise, the outcome of this confrontation might have been uncertain. I refuse to believe that your body can be harder than stone. Jun Yunja clearly understands that he is not Yu Qing's equal, yet he cannot accept her actions. Faced with his full-force strike, the individual before him shows no intent to evade. Jun Yunja cannot accept this. Do not let your inherent perceptions lead you to misguided assumptions in battle. Suzai spoke truthfully. Jun Yunja is indeed strong. But alas, Yu Qing is stronger. A dragon-like bolt of blue lightning erupted from Jun Yunja's arm, aimed directly at Yu Qing's heart, just as it seemed victory was within reach. A blood-colored light enveloped Yu Qing entirely. A faint red transparent barrier completely obstructed the full force of Jun Yunja's unleashed lightning. So this is the chasm that lies between us? After the dazzling display of lightning, Yu Qing remained steadfast in her position, while at that moment, Jun Yunja finally comprehended the meaning behind Yu Qing's earlier words and the smile that had graced Suzai's face. He truly was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Have the body buried. Had he not chosen to stand against us, I would have preferred not to take his life. In the next moment, Yu Qing struck, swiftly ending the life of the stunned Jun Yunja. As the curtain fell, Suzai slowly spoke. It is ultimately unseemly to leave a corpse in the wilderness. In my eyes, Jun Yunja was merely a rival, not a mortal enemy. Respect for the deceased is a matter of course. Chapter 204, The Ranch and Tangsu Boss, It's Done. In addition to 70 or 80 head of cattle and sheep, I've also procured a batch of chickens and ducks. If I manage to bring all these back, we will essentially have all the seeds needed for breeding. The burial of Jun Yunja's body took little time. Yu Qing enlisted several subordinates to dig a grave and then unceremoniously placed the body within. After covering it with earth and erecting a marker, they completed this simple burial rite just as Lin Yedong, responsible for the ranch matters, returned. After detailing the events, Lin Yedong had the recent acquisitions brought forth a substantial number of cattle and sheep, along with some chickens, ducks, and rabbits. While these livestock were quite common, successfully assembling and raising them amidst the apocalypse was by no means a trivial task. Where are the people? Seemingly concerned that Lin Yedong might not grasp his intent, Suzai pointed to the cattle and sheep before him, asking, "Have you brought back the individuals who raised these animals?" Indeed, while these livestock were Suzai's objective, they were merely secondary to his true concern. the personnel needed to tend to them. Only by locating them and bringing them back to Shanghang District could Su Zhe's plan to establish a ranch continue to unfold. Otherwise, the cattle and sheep brought by Lin Yadong would simply serve as a reserve of meat. Without knowledgeable caretakers, these creatures would merely represent a collection of mobile flesh, offering far less value than anticipated. Rest assured, how could I not know what you desire, boss? I had the entire situation under control from the very beginning. At this statement from Su Zhe, Lin Yadong immediately understood, emerging from the crowd with a small girl in tow, clad in a grayish-white dress. Adorned with strands of pasture and feed at her waist, she presented an unexpectedly harmonious appearance. As she gently inhaled the surrounding air, Su Zhe's eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment. There was a distinct fragrance of fresh grass in the air. Just moments before the girl's arrival, everything had appeared normal. Could she be an ability user? In an instant, Su Zhe's expression turned serious, locking his gaze onto the small girl and inquiring, "Only one person? My esteemed leader. It is indeed just one individual." Initially, when I discovered this young girl, I could scarcely believe it. However, after repeated confirmations, I realized that she was indeed truthful. Apart from a few survivors engaged in manual labor, she is the sole caretaker of the cattle and sheep on the entire ranch. As one of the parties involved, Lin Yadong comprehended the emotions reflected in his leader's eyes. At first, Lin Yadong, too, was skeptical upon encountering this young girl. But as she recited the names of all the animals raised on the ranch, his doubts dissipated. There was simply no basis for continued skepticism regarding her identity. With her name and age clarified through Lin Yadong's explanations, Su Zhe promptly delved into the matter, inquiring about the girl's details. Truth be told, at first glance, the girl did not appear particularly striking. Yet, after spending some time with her, Su Zhe found his admiration for her steadily increasing. There was an inexplicable charm about her. "I am Tang Su, 18 years old, and before the apocalypse, I was a freshman in animal husbandry at Shanghang Agricultural University," the girl spoke softly. Seemingly still unaccustomed to the scrutiny from Su Zhe and the others around her in Shanghang District. A delicate blush adorned her youthful face, hinting at her shyness. Coupled with the fact that Jun Yunza had forcibly detained her earlier, even though Su Zhe showed no intention of causing her harm, Tang Su's eyes still brimmed with caution. "A college student? How splendid," Su Zhe remarked, nodding in satisfaction after grasping the general circumstances surrounding Tang Su. "Thank you, but what are you about to do?" Just as Tang Su lifted her gaze, powerful hands suddenly appeared before her. Before she could fully react, she found one of her hands firmly grasped, rendering any notion of resistance utterly futile. Startled, she gasped, her eyes wide with panic. "Do not move. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to ascertain something," Su Zhe calmly stated, disregarding the girl's struggle. He briefly explained his intentions before slowly closing his eyes. A gentle, extraordinary power began to emanate from Su Zhe, gradually merging with Tang Su. "What on earth does the boss intend to do? I do not know. Should we pretend we did not see anything? This is the first time I've witnessed the boss act this way." "Silence. Let the boss decide." Clearly, it was not only Tang Su who was taken aback. Even Lin Yadong and Yi Qing, who were following Su Zhe, shared a similar sense of surprise. Having known Su Zhe for quite some time, they understood that he was not the type to act impulsively or recklessly. However, his previous actions were undeniably perplexing. And both Yi Qing and Lin Yadong felt a sense of awkwardness. Grasping a girl's hand directly was indeed a behavior that was hard to justify. One could say it was exceedingly abrupt. Even so, Yi Qing and Lin Yadong remained silent, merely standing quietly to the side, observing Su Zhe and Tang Su. As long as the two individuals before them showed no inclination to pursue further developments, Yi Qing and Lin Yadong had no intention of intervening with Su Zhe. It seemed implausible. If one were an extraordinary individual, what had become of the innate powers within them? Yet, if they were not an extraordinary individual, how could they seamlessly assimilate the extraordinary energy I had transmitted? Fortunately, the concerns that plagued Yi Qing and Lin Yadong did not materialize. In a mere moment, Su Zhe opened his eyes and released Tang Su's hands. However, at that moment, an intriguing expression emerged in Su Zhe's gaze, a blend of astonishment interwoven with curiosity. While it would be quite normal for others to exhibit such a look, its presence in Su Zhe's eyes was decidedly unusual. "Boss, what is wrong? Is there something peculiar about this girl?" Sensing the confusion in Su Zhe's eyes, Lin Yadong and Yi Qing instantly tensed. "What is the matter with me?" In contrast, Tang Su regarded the three individuals before her, their faces etched with anxiety, and a hint of bewilderment flickered in her youthful eyes. She was the one being bullied. Why were they the ones in shock? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Chapter 205. Accepting Tang Su. Are you truly an extraordinary individual? Suze had encountered numerous extraordinary individuals, whether from the esteemed Ling family or the Shangwan family in the capital, or even the local extraordinary beings from Su province. Yet, he had never before encountered one as peculiar as Tang Su. To classify her as an extraordinary individual seemed fitting. Yet Suze felt no trace of extraordinary power emanating from her. This was undeniably abnormal. Conversely, to argue she was not an extraordinary individual was also questionable. She possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of communicating with various animals and soothing their emotions. In truth, raising these animals was a relatively straightforward endeavor. However, if the duration of their captivity extended, even ordinary animals could descend into madness. Subsequently, even normal cattle and sheep, once driven to madness, could transform into mutated beasts. This scenario rendered the act of simple husbandry impossible. Even the prospect of slaughtering them for meat would become unfeasible. This was precisely why Suze was so astonished upon encountering a livestock farm within Duxian County for the first time. Hence, it seemed nearly impossible to effortlessly raise cattle and sheep without possessing extraordinary abilities. I might be, Tang Su replied uncertainly to Suze's inquiry. She herself was unsure whether she could be considered an extraordinary individual, although she sensed something strange while raising the cattle and sheep. Typical extraordinary individuals possessed various forms of combat prowess, whereas she herself had no enhancements in that regard. Thus, she found herself at a loss on how to respond to Suze's question. Boss, she is an extraordinary being. I can sense the fluctuations of her latent powers within her, albeit in limited quantity. As the crowd remained silent, Lin Yadong suddenly spoke up. His expression grave as he provided an affirmative response. Although Lin Yadong was not entirely certain about how to identify extraordinary beings, he could indeed perceive that Tang Su harbored a modicum of extraordinary power. If one were to liken the extraordinary power within an average extraordinary being to a river, then the power within Tang Su would be but a mere droplet. Having listened to Lin Yadong's explanation, Suze chose not to dwell on this matter any further. After all, the existence of extraordinary beings was not uncommon, and it was not particularly unusual for someone like Tang Su to exhibit such a phenomenon. Are these cattle and sheep truly yours? Suze was more concerned about Tang Su's abilities. Yes, I am responsible for them. Some individuals assist me in sourcing fodder. Tang Su replied, nodding. Even if she were somewhat naive, it was clear to her that the situation in Dushan County was changing. The soldiers surrounding them had all been replaced by unfamiliar faces, and there was a newly formed pit nearby. Tang Su could distinctly sense a fragrant aroma emanating from the earth. If her intuition served her right, there was likely a corpse buried within the soil. What reward did Jun Yunza offer you? I shall provide you with double. You only need to help me take care of these little creatures. Suze was indifferent to what Tang Su might be thinking at that moment. His sole objective was to escort her to Shanghang District. Other matters were not pressing. Do you wish for me to accompany you? Tang Su had already gleaned the general idea from Lin Yadong earlier, yet upon hearing Suze's words, she felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the methods employed by Jun Yunza to forcibly bring her to Dushan County had not been particularly amicable. While Tang Su could sense a genuine invitation in Suze's eyes, she remained apprehensive that he might resort to unconventional tactics. Before the apocalypse, societal order could ensure the safety of individuals. However, in the aftermath, only strength could guarantee one's safety, and regrettably, Tang Su did not possess such power. Thus, her only trump card was her ability to tame animals. I can agree to help you in taming these creatures, but I have conditions. In truth, when Suze spoke, Tang Su had already realized that her options were limited, so she decisively acquiesced to his request while seizing the opportunity to voice her needs. You must guarantee my limited freedom, ensure that I am not mistreated, and provide ample sustenance. Jun Yunza could fulfill these conditions, and I trust you can as well. Soon enough, Tang Su articulated her requirements one by one. No problem. While Tang Su's requests appeared numerous, upon closer reflection, they were merely fundamental assurances. For Suze, even if Tang Su had not expressed them, he would have willingly provided them. Since you have already made a promise, I have nothing further to say. Let us live together in this world from now on. After receiving Suze's assurance, Tang Su let out a soft sigh and extended her hand to suggest a handshake with Suze. Although it was merely a symbolic gesture, Tang Su genuinely hoped for a smooth collaboration with him. So far, Suze had left a much better impression on her than Jun Yunza. Indeed, he seemed like a reliable young man. Of course, I have never contemplated meeting my end in this world. A light chuckle escaped Suze's lips, his tone nonchalant. Yet the implication behind his words was rather intriguing. Then I shall cling to you for support. Even Tang Su, who was not particularly adept at humor, found herself smiling inexplicably. After nodding to indicate to the others around, she sought a slightly quieter spot to linger, leaving the nearby space for Lin Yedong, Yu Qing, and Suze. Tang Su was not exceptionally clever, yet she was far from foolish. Disappearing appropriately at the right moment was, in fact, a wiser choice. Boss, is it true that Junyunza is dead? Once Tang Su had resolved matters concerning the ranch, Lin Yedong could no longer contain his curiosity and promptly inquired about Junyunza's fate. He also took the opportunity to ask Suze how he planned to deal with the more than 5,000 adversaries on the front line. Although Dongshan County had been captured, the leading force of over 5,000 was already drawing near the Limbin district. If it weren't for the formidable strength of the more than 10,000 led by Zhang Shaojia, it was likely that by the time Suze returned to Limbin district, the bodies of 17,000 would already be cold. Yes, he is dead. Suze had no intention of concealing the truth from Lin Yedong and straightforwardly recounted the details of the previous battle between Yi Qing and Junyunza. As for the 5,000, Suze produced a detailed map of Dongshan County and marked a large red cross in a desolate area close to Linan District. If they do not intend to surrender, then let us eliminate them without hesitation. Suze was neither a villain nor a saint. To him, if those 5,000 were willing to cease hostilities, he would spare their lives, but if they chose to remain as enemies, he would not hesitate to take their lives. Chapter 206. The astonishment of Gao Ping. Leave 50 people to secure the camp. Then find the leaders among the survivors and inform them that there has been a change in Dongshan County. As for the remaining areas, I suspect there are no armed forces left. We can address that later. For now, let us first deal with those ruffians in Limbin District. With Junyunza's demise, the entirety of Dongshan County had fallen completely under Suze's control, leaving no one capable of resisting his rule. Therefore, the subsequent matters were quite manageable. Similar to the methods employed to subjugate the slaves in Shanghang District, Suze planned to disperse the existing power structures in Dongshan County. He would retain a portion of personnel for military enforcement, while entrusting the control of the rest to the relevant local authorities. Ultimately, Suze sought only the territory of Dongshan County. He had little interest in anything else. Indeed, Dongshan County possessed some workshops for military weapon production, alongside grain storage warehouses and a variety of essential supplies. To the average force, these items may hold paramount importance, yet for Suze, they are nothing more than trivialities. While it is indeed possible to transport these items entirely, doing so would require all personnel, including Suze, to bear an excessive burden. Such a course of action would surely yield more losses than gains, especially considering that the Silent Ones, led by Suze, must also engage in combat as part of their subsequent plans. There would be no one available to carry these items. Furthermore, Julong County is not devoid of inhabitants. There are survivors present. Hence, Suze opted to leave these supplies behind, for from this day forth, Julong County would be regarded as his territory. Although it may not be deemed a critically significant core area, the complete control of this region would necessitate personnel for management. For Suze, the loss is minimal. Boss, should we take these cattle and sheep as well? In regard to Suze's strategy, both Yi Qing and Lin Yedong held no strong objections. However, Lin Yedong was genuinely reluctant to transport these livestock. After all, with Tang Su present, it would be far simpler to leave the cattle and sheep in the pastures of Julong County, thus avoiding the consumption incurred during transport and ensuring convenience. Naturally, Lin Yedong understood the importance of the livestock in his possession. Nevertheless, he had come to fight, not to serve as a herdsman. On this note, Lin Yedong felt quite helpless. He had initially teamed up with Yu Qing, who was out there conquering foes, while he found himself managing a ranch. No. You should be responsible for these supplies, and also take Tang Su back to Shanghang District to establish the pastures ahead of time. You must ensure she has all the necessary resources. Just as Lin Yedong began to feel a sense of relief, Suze's words plunged him into despondence. I understand. I will handle this matter appropriately. Upon sensing the earnestness flickering in Suze's tone, Lin Yedong grasped the implication. He had no right to refute. He must go. Lin Yedong, heading to Shanghang District does not imply you will miss out on opportunities for battle. I believe our ostentatious presence in Shanghang District will not go unnoticed by Huaihai District. Should they dare to take action, do not underestimate the consequences. Suze was certainly aware of Lin Yedong's current thoughts. Yet the decision to place him in Shanghang District was motivated by more than just the cattle and sheep acquired from Dulong County. The more pressing reason was the looming threat from Huaihai District. Shanghang District required an individual capable of confronting the pressures from Huaihai District. And that individual could only be Lin Yedong. Boss, I was indeed short-sighted. I assure you, as long as I am present, Shanghang District will face no issues. Upon grasping the underlying reasoning, Lin Yedong hastily apologized to Suze, realizing he had not considered the broader implications. Suze merely nodded slightly, urging Lin Yedong to depart promptly. He himself gathered Yuqing and others before leaving Dulong County, heading directly towards the primary battlefield in Limbin District. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the defensive line in Limbin District, in the vicinity of Limbin District, over 5,000 individuals from Duxian County and allied forces are lurking, ever prepared for action. However, an unforeseen predicament has arisen, rendering their situation exceedingly challenging. Under normal circumstances, one would presume that seizing Limbin District with their current manpower would be a trivial endeavor, yet an inexplicable phenomenon has occurred. An overwhelming presence of armed personnel, unequivocally not affiliated with Limbin District, has emerged. Consequently, they dispatched a substantial number of expendable troops to gauge the situation. Then, an even more bizarre turn of events unfolded. Rather than engaging these aging expendables in direct combat, the opposing forces resorted to close-quarter tactics, swiftly capturing all those elderly combatants. In mere moments, the previously prepared expendable troops found themselves apprehended within Limbin District, leaving the commanding officers of Duxian County utterly bewildered. They were caught in a quandary, unable to strike or refrain from action. "Old Gao, let us just make our move. Boss Jun is likely still waiting for us in the cave," one suggested. "Indeed. Gao Ping, aside from the 5,000 of us here, there are over 2,000 reserves in the areas behind Duxian County. What do we have to fear from a mere Limbin District?" Within the frontline command center, a dozen burly men, their faces etched with a menacing aura, deliberated whether to launch an offensive. At the center of this gathering, Gao Ping found himself at an impasse. As one of Jun Yunza's trusted subordinates, he yearned to take action, yet an inexplicable sense of impending danger loomed over him. Though Limbin District appeared tranquil at that moment, Gao Ping felt an oppressive weight akin to suffocation. It was as if the Grim Reaper, wielding a sharp scythe, hovered just above, ready to descend at any moment. Let us prepare to strike. Lingering in this state is not an option. I refuse to believe that Limbin District can truly summon assistance. After a brief silence, Gao Ping made his decision. He slowly rose, signaling for an attack on Limbin District. "Boss, trouble? We're surrounded." Panic-stricken figures suddenly rushed before Gao Ping, relaying the unexpected developments. What? How is this possible? Before Gao Ping could grasp the unfolding situation, a sight from afar rendered him incredulous, an unfathomable multitude of people advancing upon them. Who can explain this? How could so many appear in such a short span of time, and they are already upon us? Gao Ping struggled to come to terms with the scene before him, his eyes reflecting shock and helplessness. Initially, he had been the one to encircle Limbin District, convinced that with a decisive strike, it would fall into his hands. The head of 70,000 would indeed be the finest gift. However, it is now oneself who finds themselves encircled. Countless individuals surge forth like a relentless tide, inundating Gao Ping with an overwhelming sense of oppression. On the surface, 20,000 may merely appear as a number presented before the masses. Yet the sheer impact of 2,000 people gathering in one place transcends all expectations. The mere echo of footsteps, faintly reaching Gao Ping's ears, reverberates through the earth. "Boss, I am at a loss as to what is happening. The brothers ahead have apprehended those old geezers, pondering when to take action. Yet before we could report back, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted, and these individuals inexplicably emerged. In response to Gao Ping's inquiries, the two messengers were equally bewildered. They were merely low-ranking scouts on the front lines, utterly ignorant of how these figures had materialized. Are you implying that these individuals could possibly be personnel dispatched from the Limbin District? Gao Ping sees the individual before him, his face a mask of fury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Limbin District possibly muster such formidable armed forces? Yet, in the next moment, Gao Ping dismissed this thought from his mind. Even if the Limbin District were indeed seeking external assistance, the initial reports indicated that there were merely 2,000 to 3,000 individuals in the vicinity. And now? 20,000. Furthermore, this was a notably conservative estimate. Listen carefully. These individuals are likely survivors, not an armed force at all. Do not fret. Superficially, we may seem to be at a disadvantage. Yet when genuine conflict ignites, the combat potential these individuals can unleash is, in reality, quite limited. Soon, Gao Ping forcefully quelled the fear within him and promptly arranged for personnel to prepare for a counterattack. Retrieve the artillery left by Boss Jun. We need not concede defeat. Gao Ping was no fool. Despite his suspicions, he had no intention of holding back. He ordered the artillery, originally intended for an assault on the Lingbin district's defenses, to be deployed. All of it comprised large-caliber howitzers. Though cumbersome and requiring substantial manpower to operate, these weapons possessed no shortcomings in firepower. Many, are there? Then Gao Ping's solution is quite straightforward. Deploy this artillery to dismantle the human wave tactics. Understood, Boss Gao. I will ensure this message is disseminated, guaranteeing these individuals will regret their decisions today. In an instant, Gao Ping's subordinates reacted swiftly, with some frontline units already opening fire to engage. Within moments, the previously tranquil surroundings were engulfed by the cacophony of gunfire. It seems I must take matters into my own hands, Gao Ping mused. 70,000 things to confront me with mere human waves? I shall demonstrate what it means to be a force to be reckoned with. Of course, Gao Ping himself was not idle. As the personnel commenced their counteroffensive defense, Gao Ping promptly surged into the front line, with extraordinary power gradually manifesting from within him. A tangible metallic form began to materialize around his body. Alloy armor, or rather, a transformation of his body into metal. This was Gao Ping's ultimate trump card, a source of pride stemming from his unique ability. By absorbing various materials, including metals and ores, and utilizing his extraordinary power to integrate them into his being, he ultimately forged an indomitable physique. In essence, Gao Ping was a war machine unto himself. Conventional rifle ammunition posed no threat to him whatsoever. As long as no weapons capable of breaching his defenses appeared on the battlefield, he remained an invincible presence. The number of adversaries mattered not. As his extraordinary power coalesced completely, the previously modest Gao Ping, standing at around 1.70 meters, instantaneously transformed into a towering metallic behemoth exceeding 3 meters in height. His silver-white metallic skin shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. In addition, he wielded 2 massive blocks of lead in his hands, even against fellow extraordinary beings. He harbored no fear should they dare to approach him. Just as Gao Ping prepared to unleash his ultimate battle, the vanguard led by Wu Yu and Zhang Shaojie surged into the fray. Accompanying them were 3 spectators, Gu Qing, Xian, and Feng, who had not been confined to the holding area but were instead brought along by Wu Yu. Furthermore, having been subdued by Zhang Shaojie, Gu Qing and the others refrained from taking any forceful action, appearing rather cooperative. Given the familiarity between Zhang Shaojie and Gu Qing, the latter chose to accompany them to the front line. Does your unit truly possess combat capabilities? I see no semblance of discipline among them, Gu Qing remarked, observing Zhang Shaojie and Wu Yu as they devised a plan to encircle the alliance forces led by Gao Ping. With the first tier of expendable troops dealt with, the barriers restricting Zhang Shaojie and his companions had been entirely dismantled, prompting them to act without further delay. At that moment, Gu Qing, who had remained silent for an extended period, suddenly stepped forward, particularly after glancing at the somewhat disheveled Zhang Shaojie. Gu Qing could not help but laugh in disbelief. Isn't Shanghang District a significant gathering place within Su Province? Why do your subordinates lack even a unified uniform? Indeed. Gu Qing's observation was astute. From the inception of the team, Suze had not placed much emphasis on superficial matters such as uniforms. Consequently, various factors had led to a near-total collapse of clothing production capabilities in Shanghang District. Thus, the attire of the troops before them appeared haphazard and disorganized, contrasting sharply with the uniform gray-green outfits of their adversaries. If one were to assess solely based on this aspect, it was evident that Gao Ping's side exuded a stronger sense of combat readiness. In Gu Qing's perspective, a squad incapable of ensuring even the most basic standards of combat preparedness could hardly be deemed effective in battle. What now? Captured by my people. Do you still harbor resentment? At that moment, a familiar voice resounded. It was Suze. Instantly, Gu Qing's expression shifted. Chapter 208. The bet with Gu Qing. The combat effectiveness of a military unit is not solely determined by its appearance. If every individual in my forces possesses the physical prowess and combat capabilities of a superhuman, then how significant is the so-called battlefield formation? The speaker of these words was none other than Suze. At that moment, Suze had just descended from Dushin County. initially intending to visit Limbin district to assess the situation with Zhang Xiaojie. However, before he could reach Limbin, he observed that his personnel had already begun to engage the Alliance team nearby. Thus, Suze promptly arrived with Yu Qing and the silencer, coincidentally overhearing Gu Qing's remarks. Impossible. In a place like Su province, it is utterly inconceivable to have a fully formed unit of superhumans. At Suze's assertion, Gu Qing instinctively shook her head. As a descendant of the military elite from the capital, Gu Qing was acutely aware of the power of superhumans. Even the weakest first-tier physical enhancement superhuman manifests combat capabilities that far surpass those of pre-apocalypse professional soldiers. Consequently, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the major factions within the capital have independently organized superhumans into entities akin to pre-apocalyptic special forces without constraining their combat methods. If the individuals before her were indeed superhumans, they could freely engage in battle. However, regrettably, they were merely ordinary individuals. Initially, Gu Qing hesitated to ascertain whether the distant figures were superhumans. Yet, during her conversation with Suze, she discreetly inquired with Xin Feng, and from their subtle head shakes, Gu Qing concluded with certainty, at least on the battlefield, there were no superhumans present. Yes, they are indeed not superhumans, Suze nodded, not disputing Gu Qing's statement. An ordinary military unit must possess rigorous combat discipline to contend with a small number of formidable superhumans. Your approach is unequivocally flawed. Believing that Suze had conceded, Gu Qing's previously grim demeanor finally began to ease. At last, Gu Qing regained a semblance of her composure, while she might not dare to comment on other matters. In the realm of military operations, Gu Qing certainly held authority, as her grandfather was deeply involved in this field. Though not among the highest echelons of professional commanders, he was undoubtedly superior to Suze, who was a mere novice. So what do you say? Would you care to collaborate with me? I can provide you with substantial support in both resources and military affairs. Sensing the opportune moment, Gu Qing cast her bait. Before I could finish my sentence, although these individuals are not superhumans, have you considered one crucial question? Their combat prowess is equivalent to that of superhumans. Unmoved by Gu Qing's proposition, Suze appeared to disregard her entirely, slowly articulating a statement of fact. Let us have a wager. Suze was reluctant to elaborate further on the combat capabilities of enhanced soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, Suze immediately began to dig a metaphorical pit. What wager? And what stakes were involved? Clearly, Gu Qing, who stood nearby, was oblivious to the fact that Suze was setting a trap for himself. And he was genuinely intrigued by the proposition. The notion of stakes was something Gu Qing relished. Do you think my subordinates lack combat prowess? Suze replied with a calm smile. Let us make a wager on how long it will take me to conclude this battle. He articulated the terms of the bet cheerfully. What are the stakes? Gu Qing inquired. A promise. Should I lose, I owe you one. If you lose, you owe me one. Suze candidly laid out the stakes. No problem. I accept. I hope you won't regret it. Gu Qing responded with enthusiasm, readily agreeing to the condition. I wager that you will need at least a day, while you do hold a significant numerical advantage. The geographical terrain is a classic case of being easy to defend but difficult to assault. Relying solely on numbers to annihilate the enemy is evidently unfeasible. Gu Qing promptly expressed his conjecture. I hope you won't regret it later. My prediction is already quite conservative. If it weren't for the fact that the opposing forces are merely local personnel from Su province, I believe you should be prepared for substantial losses. At that moment, Gu Qing began to contemplate how he would leverage this promise after the wager concluded. I shan't take advantage of you. If you fail to secure this area within an hour, you shall be the lord of Shanghong district. Suze did not engage in further debate, leaving behind a single remark. He then led Yu Qing to join Wu Yu and Zhang Xiaojie. Boss, we can act at any moment. The brothers are all prepared. The opposing leader is called Gao Ping, and aside from him being an extraordinary individual, the rest are ordinary people. However, according to Wan Qiqian, they possess heavy firepower. Zhang Xiaojie and Wu Yu, positioned close enough, were able to overhear the conversation between Suze and Gu Qing. To reassure Suze, Zhang Xiaojie promptly relayed all pertinent information. In summary, the several thousand individuals led by Gao Ping were not particularly strong, yet they were far from weak. Go all out, was Suze's straightforward response, comprising merely 4 words. Silent ones, follow me. The singular task is to eliminate the personnel operating the heavy weaponry. Boss, I shall proceed first. The remaining command is entrusted to you. Zhang Xiaojie, eager for an opportunity to achieve merit, remarked, Boss, Don't expect me to take an hour. I'll help you conclude this battle in half that time. The assembled personnel, all core members of Shanghang District, understood the significance of Su Zhe's 4 words. As soon as Su Zhe spoke, Wu Yu, Yu Qing, Zhang Xiaojie, and others, including Wang Gang and Su Xia, who were already positioned at the designated front, acted in unison. The Silent Ones, as elite operatives, were tasked with precise strikes, while Zhang Xiaojie's subordinates employed sheer brute force, hurling copious amounts of explosives directly onto the opposing stronghold. A vivid depiction of a battalion resembling humanoid mortars emerges, after a wave of explosives plowed through the terrain. The advantages of the enhanced soldiers were starkly evident. Those individuals charged forward with the fervor of those under the influence of stimulants, wielding rifles with fervent zeal. Armed with reinforced bulletproof vests and extraordinary physical prowess, the scattered retaliatory fire posed no threat to Su Zhe's forces. Furthermore, with the assistance of automated targeting systems, the precision of their firearms remained largely unaffected even amidst rapid movement. What manner of troops are these? Simultaneously, as artillery was being deployed to introduce these adversaries to the might of heavy weaponry, Gao Ping stood frozen in disbelief. Within a mere 10 minutes of combat, his own forces were already exhibiting signs of collapse. On the other side, Gu Qing, standing beside Su Zhe, wore an equally expressive countenance. Chapter 209. The Unyielding Gu Qing. How could these individuals possess such combat prowess? Observing this scene, Gu Qing realized that she was likely to lose her wager with Su Zhe. However, she remained perplexed. How could ordinary people, who were not even first-tier ability users, unleash such astonishing combat capabilities on the distant battlefield? Even some specialized ability user units struggled to exhibit such flawless performance in large-scale confrontations. Moreover, Gu Qing noted that the equipment worn by these soldiers was markedly different. Although they appeared as ragged as refugees, the gear in their hands was unlike anything she had ever seen, capable of disregarding conventional kinetic weaponry, single-soldier firing apparatuses, and an abundance of explosives, among other things. Such items were difficult to procure even for the major factions in the imperial capital. Could it be that you have been plotting against me all along? Suddenly, a peculiar glint flickered in Gu Qing's eyes, and she slowly remarked with a tone laced with resentment, "You had your subordinates conceal their strengths before the confrontation, then deliberately agreed to the wager when I proposed it. Were you merely digging a pit for me to fall into?" Gu Qing finally grasped the situation, but it was too late. Even with the realization that Su Zhe had set a trap, she had no intention of reneging on her word. At most, she would harbor a few curses in her heart. A promise is a promise, and Gu Qing was still willing to uphold it. However, her curiosity about how Su Zhe's troops could possess such monstrous combat capabilities intensified, as did her intrigue regarding the origin of their equipment. Gu Qing could guarantee that even the auxiliary targeting devices in the hands of frontline soldiers were unavailable in the imperial capital. Please do not equate my words with those of a nefarious villain. Su Zhe did not concur with Gu Qing's assessment of him. The wager was her proposition, and he had explicitly warned her before they settled on the stakes. The outcome was her loss. To suggest that he was digging a pit? Su Zhe found such claims utterly unacceptable. Even if there was a hint of ulterior motive, he refused to acknowledge it. Enough of this explanation. I merely wish to understand why those soldiers possess such extraordinary physical attributes and where their equipment originates from. It is evident that Gu Qing is utterly indifferent to Su Zhe's explanations. A defeat is merely a defeat. It holds little significance. What truly piques Gu Qing's interest is the secret that Su Zhe possesses. Although I cannot divulge the intricate details of this secret, I can share a fragment. In collective combat, the combat prowess of these individuals is certainly on par with that of a typical first-tier ability user. Su Zhe would never disclose matters pertaining to the system, nor would he reveal anything about the enhanced barracks. Moreover, he has not even mentioned the advanced weaponry developed by the Research Institute, which constitutes one of Su Zhe's trump cards. It is inconceivable that he would readily reveal such information to an individual of ambiguous identity, suspected to be a spy. I am fully aware of your concerns, and at this juncture, I shall not conceal anything further. Su Zhe's reaction was anticipated by Gu Qing. Had he been forthcoming with detailed information under such inquiries, Gu Qing would have found it even more difficult to place trust in Su Zhe. This current scenario, however, unfolds according to Gu Qing's expectations. To ensure the smooth execution of his subsequent plans, Gu Qing chooses to unveil his identity. I am Gu Qing, a fact you are likely already aware of. Additionally, I bring news. I hail from the imperial capital, and I am no less formidable than the forces operating behind the Huaihai district. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Xian and Feng positioned themselves at Gu Qing's sides, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Prior to revealing his identity, Gu Qing was merely a spy in the Shanghang district, and since they had not been promptly dispatched there, Xian and Feng were not inclined to act immediately. However, the situation has now changed. Gu Qing's identity is laid bare. Thus, Xian and Feng can no longer remain passive. Even though they do not possess absolute confidence in confronting Su Zhe and his associates, they are prepared to give their all. They would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives if necessary. Is it significant that I come from the imperial capital? Su Zhe, unfazed by the deadly intent radiating from Xian and Feng, merely smiled calmly before stepping closer to Gu Qing. This is Su Province, and I happen to share your surname. Your ambitions are grand, and I find them commendable. However, I wonder if your strength can support such aspirations. If it cannot, you are courting your own demise. Gu Qing understood the implication behind Su Zhe's words. In Su Province, Su Zhe reigns supreme. It is undeniable that the power Su Zhe has displayed before Gu Qing is indeed formidable, sufficient to dominate Su Province in the open. Yet, the world encompasses far more than these overt powers. Currently, Su Zhe has not encroached upon their interests, which is why certain top-tier forces do not perceive him as a thorn in their side. However, should Su Zhe attempt to monopolize this proverbial cake of Su Province, he will face a cataclysmic backlash. Among the forces that Gu Qing is aware of, the number of fifth-tier ability users has reached 4, all residing within Su Province. In the presence of such formidable adversaries, mere numbers hold no significance. Do you comprehend the might of a fifth-tier extraordinary being? In an effort to enable Su Zhe to recognize his true standing, Gu Qing spoke once more, casually producing a diamond-shaped gem reminiscent of blue crystal. As Gu Qing subtly channeled the extraordinary power within him, an apparition materialized in midair. 5 figures clad in dark robes astonishingly floated above, encircled by the ethereal form of a 5-clawed golden dragon. With a mere wave of their hands, the earth trembled, and in an instant, tens of thousands of adversaries were reduced to ash amidst a tempest of thunder and fire. What? Are you attempting to intimidate me? The imagery was not lacking in impact. Though it lasted only 3 to 4 seconds, Su Zhe grasped the significance of the illusion Gu Qing had conjured. It was not merely a scare tactic. It was a presentation of a stark reality. Gu Qing shook his head. The scene depicted in the illusion is from Zhejiang Province, where the 10,000 represent local factions aspiring to establish their own reign. Their strength far surpasses your current capabilities. Yet even they met a ruthless demise when they dared to encroach upon the upper echelons of power. So, what are you implying? Su Zhe refrained from hastily responding, opting instead to observe what Gu Qing would articulate next. Our Gu family possesses such fifth-tier extraordinary beings. Noting Su Zhe's growing intrigue, Gu Qing ceased to withhold his thoughts and directly conveyed his intentions. Allow me to impart a hidden rule. Any faction possessing a fifth-tier extraordinary being is prohibited from deploying personnel exceeding the 4th tier in direct combat on the battlefield. If you choose to seek our Gu family as protection, only then might you realize your ambitions. Gu Qing's meaning was unequivocal. The charade was over. The cards were laid bare. Presently, Su Zhe lacked even the qualifications to enter the game. Only by seeking the support of the Gu family could he hope to become a player. Otherwise, he would remain a mere pawn, lost among the masses, easily discarded at any moment. Chapter 210, the conclusion. The entire book concluded. Apologies. I had taken on too many roles before the apocalypse, and now I wish to relinquish them. Yet, just as Gu Qing anticipated, Su Zhe would fall into contemplative silence. An utterly perplexing remark left him momentarily stunned. When I was young, a fortune teller proclaimed that I would don a yellow robe and feast on grand banquets. Yet unexpectedly, my first job post-graduation was delivering takeout. Before the apocalypse, I was already a courier. Now you expect me to remain one? At this moment, Su Zhe's expression was earnest, devoid of any jesting tone. I am a player. Finally, Gu Qing discerned the humor woven into Su Zhe's words and promptly added, do not mistake my words for jest. Should you genuinely aspire to dominate the entirety of Su Province, there will inevitably be adversaries who will take action against you. At that time, the very cards you hold dear will prove utterly useless. Join our Gu family. I can not only assist in alleviating the pressures from other influential youths in Su Province, but I can also provide substantial material support. Even if you truly seek to assert dominance over Su Province, our Gu family can extend some assistance. As the saying goes, carrots and sticks, with the stick already in hand. Gu Qing naturally dangled some enticing benefits. If I am not mistaken, maintaining such a large entourage must render your resources, be it food, weapons, or various supplies, rather scarce. Am I correct? The matters at hand are well within the capabilities of our esteemed Gu family. All that is required of you is to align with us and establish a firm foothold in Su province while concurrently addressing the challenges posed by other families from the imperial capital. Surely, this arrangement does not disadvantage you in any way? In an effort to sway Su Zhe, Gu Qing reiterated her proposition. Forgive me. But everything you mentioned is readily available in our Shanghang district, she declared. With each word Gu Qing uttered, Su Zhe's expression grew increasingly perturbed. As a vague sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of conversations he had previously held with Mo Miao and the Wang family. It seemed absurd that Gu Qing believed he could be easily swayed by such trifles. All right, boss, Zhang Shaojia interjected, springing up with an exuberance that was somewhat jarring given his somewhat rotund physique. Yet the onlookers paid little heed to such trivialities. Our Shanghang district boasts a comprehensive weapon production line and possesses its own independent research institution. We are actively cultivating wasteland to ensure we meet the daily needs of our base personnel. Furthermore, our resource supply is exceptionally robust, enabling us to satisfy basic demands in heavy industry. Most importantly, we have a leader. The items you mentioned are of no interest to us. In summary, Shanghang district currently faces no resource shortages. While Zhang Shaojia's combat prowess may be subject to critique, he had no qualms in articulating the district's numerous advantages, even managing to flatter Su Zhe in the process, albeit rather clumsily, leaving Su Zhe somewhat bemused. It is inconceivable that Shanghang district could possess such comprehensive resource supplies. Gu Qing instinctively shook her head in response to Zhang Shaojia's assertions. Having spent time in Shanghang district herself, she had a rough understanding of its layout and knew it to be merely a densely populated gathering place, lacking in many essential facilities. If you believe you can deceive me with such claims, you underestimate my awareness. Do not forget, I have also spent time in Shanghang district. At that moment, Su Zhe stepped forward, declaring, Your Shanghang district is merely a survivor gathering place under my command. Have you ever heard of the Dawn Base? Dawn Base. Gu Qing momentarily faltered at the mention of this name from Su Zhe's lips. She struggled to grasp its significance, yet it stirred a sense of déjà vu, as if she had heard it somewhere before. It was only a moment later that the somewhat slow-witted Gu Qing finally connected the dots. Upon her arrival in Shanghang district, she had indeed heard Zhang Shaojia mention this name, though she had not paid it much mind at the time, as her intelligence indicated that Shanghang district was the very core of Su Zhe's operations. As long as one comprehends the entirety of the Shanghang district's circumstances, the significance of other locales diminishes considerably. The Dawn Base stands as our nucleus, and our strength is not as feeble as you might perceive. As Su Zhe spoke, he gradually unleashed the extraordinary power residing within him. Upon sensing the pressure akin to the thunderous might of the heavens, Gu Qing suddenly became aware of a potential reality. Su Zhe's influence might indeed surpass his own estimations. The so-called imperial capital powers had never held my regard. Their presence in Su province merely serves as a fade to attract attention, for otherwise, Su province would unequivocally belong to me. Upon uttering these words, Su Zhe maintained a demeanor of tranquil amusement, yet Gu Qing could perceive an unparalleled confidence emanating from his gaze. It dawned on Gu Qing how ludicrous his previous statements had been. If Su Zhe was not deceiving him, then he was no mere pawn in the game of Su province. He was, in fact, the master of this strategic tableau. This realization prompted beads of sweat to form on Gu Qing's forehead. The composure that had allowed Gu Qing to stand before Su Zhe stemmed from the belief that Su Zhe would acquiesce to the collaboration he proposed. However, given the current circumstances, the prospect of securing Su Zhe's partnership seemed utterly unattainable. Panic flickered in Gu Qing's eyes. Zhang Shaojia, take her away. The daughter of an imperial capital family should yield considerable benefits for me. With Gu Qing grasping the implications of his words, Su Zhe prepared to take action against him. Swiftly, Zhang Shaojia responded, escorting Gu Qing and her companions away, while Su Zhe commanded the battlefield to be cleared entirely, establishing dominion over the vicinity of Duxin County. 3 months later, conflict erupted between the Huaihai district and the Shanghang district. Utilizing an abundance of gathering spots and the unique advantages he possessed, Su Zhe swiftly seized control of the Huaihai district. The young scions of the imperial capital, confronted with Su Zhe's formidable power, were drenched in cold sweat, choosing instead to retreat to the imperial capital. Su Zhe, however, harbored no intentions of pursuing these individuals. After expelling the imperial capital Science from Su province, he initiated a discreet development plan, meticulously reconfiguring the gathering spots and subsequently establishing production zones, military regions, and workshops for everyday necessities. Concurrently, under Su Zhe's formidable armed forces, the scattered dark organizations within Su province were entirely eradicated, and even the Polar Night organization withdrew shortly thereafter. After a year, Su Zhe had completely conquered Su province, earning the title of Su Wang, commanding an army of 1 million soldiers, and had also subdued the neighboring provinces. Following the complete occupation of Su province, Su Zhe launched an assault on the imperial capital, pitting himself against multiple imperial capital families, with millions directly engaged in battle. Before those families could react, Su Zhe, relying solely on his strength, swept through the coalition, obliterating the major powers of the imperial capital in mere moments. 3 years later, having consolidated his strength, Su Zhe took the imperial capital, asserting his dominance. The tale concludes here.